Chapter 1. Yejiao was a freshman in college, an utterly unremarkable member among countless other first-year students. Shen Weixing was the leading figure of the current domestic idol trend, although not so young. He had been in the business for 10 years and was now 26. He had gone through phases of being famous, nearly disappearing from public view, then re-emerging and maintaining his popularity. However, his looks were extremely deceptive. He could easily pass as Yejiao's classmate without any sense of dissonance. 3 months ago, if someone said that Yejiao and Shen Weixing might develop a relationship beyond fan and idol status, Yejiao would have smiled lightly. If someone suggested that they might become embroiled in some unclear relation, Yejiao would have considered it a new form of fraud. Yejiao woke up from a dream, silently looking at Shen Weixing beside her on the pillow before swallowing a lump in her throat. Shen Weixing looked exceptionally good, with every feature as if meticulously carved. His proportions were perfect, making him look like a spoiled young master who also doubled as a domineering CEO. Yet, fans knew well that Shen Weixing had lived a life of hardship since childhood and had never enjoyed much luxury. The way he had turned out was perhaps heaven's compensation to him. After staring at him for quite a while, unable to resist due to her obsession with good looks, Yejiao leaned over and gave him a quick kiss. Shen Weixing furrowed his brows in his sleep. Even when he frowned, he still looked very handsome. Opening his eyes with a frown, his voice sounded a bit impatient and vague when he said something along the lines of, "It's too hot, don't come near." It was still good-looking, though quite awkward. However, as just a hookup partner, it was normal. Yejiao felt thoroughly satisfied because happiness comes from knowing contentment. 3 months ago, she hadn't dared to even imagine such a situation. Now, neither party had lost anything, and Yejiao didn't think she had lost out either. Yejiao whispered an apology, quickly got up, dressed, washed up, then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As Shen Weixing needed to maintain his weight, he couldn't eat too much but was very picky. He neither wanted to order takeout nor was he satisfied with Yejiao's cooking skills. Though it was true that Yejiao wasn't exactly a skilled cook. Unable to fall back asleep, Shen Weixing lay in bed scrolling through Weibo for a while, replying to some comments left by artists he collaborated with, setting certain trends online. Hearing Yejiao urging him, Shen Weixing slowly rose from bed. The food Yejiao prepared was extremely ordinary, just like herself. It wouldn't be considered good, but neither was it bad. So mediocre that you wouldn't even notice it in a crowd. On several occasions Shen Weixing had turned around to find Yejiao had actually disappeared, which greatly irritated him. What a problem. Walking and walking only to lose sight of each other. But this kind of relationship continued anyway. The first time was accidental, the second time was a revisit, the third time because he couldn't help wanting to revisit again. Before they knew it, Shen Weixing had found someone to rent a high-end apartment near Yejiao's school and threw her a set of keys with a frown, "Just live here. I'll pay the rent and give you a monthly stipend, I'll check how much is appropriate later." Yejiao hastily replied, "It's fine, you don't need to give me money." Shen Weixing thought about it and agreed that, indeed, it was beneficial for Yejiao too. Later, when a few of his buddies found out about the situation, they mocked Shen Weixing, saying it was pathetic that he didn't even give the student money. Some even jokingly offered to help him get into production teams. In response, Shen Weixing forcibly transferred money to Yejiao, insisting that she accepted. Yejiao didn't refuse to death but rather hesitantly accepted, adding, "Then let me keep it for now, I'll record all purchases whenever you come over, and try to get invoices. We'll settle accounts together by year's end." What godforsaken accounting and invoice collection? What December settlement? Were you really keeping tabs on every purchase made for me? What do you think I am, Shen Weixing? Even though it was his first time keeping someone, Shen Weixing had seen how others did it. To him, Yejiao was genuinely peculiar. He mused that this must stem from some kind of fixation within himself, otherwise why would he repeatedly and frequently meet up with Yejiao? At his age, having normal and strong physiological needs was natural. Before meeting Yejiao, there was no suitable person. Shen Weixing had mental cleanliness issues and didn't want to touch those people inside the circle who probably had countless sexual partners, possibly carrying diseases. Externally, as a celebrity, he feared extortion or entanglements affecting his reputation. That led to meeting Yejiao. Yes, the so-called virgin complex. If not cursed to roll around with Yejiao that first time, who would curse himself to roll around with Yejiao 100 times? Shen Weixing would rather admit to this than anything else. After all, the old saying goes well, problems should be identified internally. The first time was an accident, and the very next day Shen Weixing had taken Yejiao for a medical checkup. At the time, there were no plans for a long-term relationship, it was purely to satisfy an inner discomfort. Yejiao didn't argue either and seemed genuinely content, even suggesting that she might as well take advantage of the opportunity to get a full physical examination. She then inquired if she could have some additional tests done. Shen Weixing. After checking his reproductive health, Shen Weixing handed over a stack of cash to Yejiao, telling her to use it for a regular physical checkup. He himself hurriedly left, avoiding being seen by others. The results came back showing, of course, no signs of the diseases they feared. Shen Weixing had assumed this ordeal would end here, but sleep evaded him, tossing and turning restlessly. It was hard to put into words, but something about it lingered on his mind, tempting him. He rationalized that he wasn't overly suspicious. After all, Yejio claimed it was her first time, yet her performance didn't match that claim. Otherwise, why would one encounter be enough to make him addicted? All this was Yejio's fault. Even though Shin couldn't pinpoint exactly how a first-timer should act, from what he imagined and heard from his friends, the normal reaction for a first-timer should resemble that of a dead fish, definitely not someone who coordinated so effortlessly. What made matters worse was that Yejio also indulged in dirty talk during their encounter. This made Shin feel like he was the dead fish, which annoyed him to no end. Damn Yejio's supposed first time. Could anyone's first time really be this unrestrained? Worse still, Yejio appeared reserved and somewhat shy in daily life. Therefore, Shin concluded it wasn't his fault for doubting her intentions or dragging her off for a medical test. If only Yejio had acted more like a dead fish, perhaps this situation wouldn't have arisen. If only Yejio had been more passive, maybe Shin wouldn't have been stuck obsessing over this memory. So, this was all Yejio's fault. Having firmly drawn this conclusion, Shin found himself at the airport while his manager, still on the phone, earnestly asked where he was heading when he finally got 2 days off. Where? To face things head-on. Shin gave a mocking laugh. Arriving near Yejio's school, he called repeatedly, but Yejio didn't answer. He persisted with relentless calls until finally reaching her and immediately barked in a lowered voice, "Hey! Is that Yejio?" "No matter what you're selling, I'm not buying," Yejio responded casually. "And I don't have a son." "Huh." She hung up. Damn it, he should have added her on WeChat last time. Shin patience had plummeted to 20% as he dialed again. After multiple attempts, Yejio finally answered, "Can you stop calling me? I'm broke, can't afford anything, and could you please remove my number from your list?" "Is this Yejio?" Shin pressed. "It's not," Yejio replied flatly. Lucky for Shin that he had manually saved Yejio's contact using her own phone, thus, any error in recording was impossible. Pondering for a moment, Shin identified himself, "I'm Shin Yejio paused briefly, wary now, "I don't invest." Shin was bewildered. Yejio disconnected the call again. Shin was furious and redialed quickly, spewing out the name of the hotel and room number from their first encounter. Yejio lapsed into prolonged silence. Shin whispered menacingly, "Come outside." With cap, sunglasses, and a mask on, Shin waited outside the school gate for quite some time before Yejio showed up, walking leisurely with a fake innocence plastered across her face. She must be gloating internally, Shin smirked darkly to himself. Seeing Yejio standing by the school gate, looking around confused, Shin lost his patience and called her again, "Why don't you call me and ask where I am?" "Oh," Yejio exclaimed, seemingly realizing, "forgot." Well, if her IQ really was an issue, perhaps that was somewhat of a good thing. Shin sighed inwardly. He stood up, walked over to Yejio, pulled his mask down slightly, and whispered, "Let's go to the hotel." Yejio stepped back slightly, scrutinizing him cautiously, "Who are you?" "Shin Yejio's gaze grew even warier, "Prove it." Shin clenched his teeth, "Are you making me expose myself with so many people around? Go to the hotel, and I'll show you enough proof." "I'm not going," Yejio responded with heightened security awareness, imagining scenarios involving organ trafficking and human smuggling. Shin thought for a second, unlocked his phone, logged into his Weibo account, and handed it over to Yejio. "Convinced?" Yejio thought for a moment and said slowly, "You could still have hacked his account." "Shit." Furious, Shin turned to leave. He walked several meters before rushing back, glancing around before pulling Yejio into a corner. He removed his sunglasses and mask, showing his face for 10 seconds before quickly putting them back on. He whispered, "Do you believe me now?" Yejio seriously thought it over and responded, "You could also have done plastic surgery." Shin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, "Last time we met in person and exchanged numbers, why not compare the phone numbers? Did I also steal Shin SIM card or something? How much could I get by selling it? Why don't I just sell Shin outright?" Yejio frowned awkwardly, "I deleted the call log after our last call." Indeed, that was what Shin had done. He called himself using Yejio's phone but erased the record of the outgoing call to prevent Yejio from exploiting his number. Baring his teeth, Shin asked, "Why didn't you call back?" Yejio looked even more bewildered, "Call back for what?" "To retrieve my number, save it, then start making trouble. To harass me. To cling on to me. And chase some ridiculous dream." Shin grew increasingly agitated. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Shin glanced left and right, ensuring there was no one nearby before whispering, "Was it really your first time last time?" Yejio stared at him strangely for a while before slowly countering, "Why are you still fixating on this?" Shin bit his teeth with rage. "Because I severely doubt your attitude. How can you act like nothing ever happened?" Shin whispered angrily, "If it was your first time with a man, how could you be so casual about it?" Yejio gave him an astonished look for a moment, her face gradually turning red, but her tone remained slow, "But I can't get pregnant." Besides, since you're so afraid I might have diseases, doesn't that mean you definitely don't have any either? This logic left no room for argument. Once again taking a deep breath, Shenweishing muttered, it's not about that. You slept with me. Yejio's face heated up slightly as she looked down at the ground. Oh. Oh what oh. After a while, perhaps noticing Shenweishing's silence, Yejio looked up at him, blinked, and lazily asked, so what? Are you some kind of freak? Shenweishing struck his fist against the trunk of a tree nearby. Chapter 2. Shenweishing grabbed Yejio's hand, let's go to the hotel and talk. Yejio stood still, thought for a moment, and said, then you log into your mobile banking again and show me the deposit. Shenweishing looked at him as if he were insane. Yejio said seriously, otherwise, I won't trust you easily. You'd better die. Shenweishing restrained himself again and again, took out his ID card from his wallet and handed it to Yejio. Then he pulled Yejio to the ATM next to them, inserted the bank card, and only input the password when he saw Yejio turning his head away. After that, he dragged Yejio over to check the account information and asked, is this okay? Yejio said, oh, then asked, so what do you want from me? I'm looking for you because I have nothing better to do, because I want to strangle you, because I want to rid the world of you. Shenweishing expressionlessly said, get a room. This was their second time. Yet Yejio seemed very experienced. Shenweishing couldn't help but raise this question. Yejio replied intermittently, by imagination. What kind of god's imagination? What are you thinking about all day? Irregular. As a college student, aren't you ashamed? Shenweishing turned his anger into strength and squeezed Yejio's shoulders with force. Afterwards, Shenweishing pretended to smoke post-coital cigarettes. He heard Yejio complain softly beside him, can you not smoke? Shenweishing didn't have a nicotine addiction, he just thought the hotel guest room provided cigarettes for ambience, so he lit one. Upon hearing Yejio's comment, he instinctively stubbed it out. But then he immediately sensed something was off and frowned, saying, you're too picky. Yejio, seeing the cigarette extinguished, didn't care what Shenweishing said anymore and turned over to sleep. Can't you show some signs of appreciation? Shenweishing stared at his exposed shoulder for a long time and asked. Yejio responded with a puzzled, Shenweishing hesitated for half a minute, don't you have any reflections or feelings? Yejio remained silent for a moment and said, sorry, each time costs you money. I don't really have much money. Are you fucking kidding me? Shenweishing felt like he might need a cigarette to calm down. After sleeping with me twice, do you have any feelings? Shenweishing gripped Yejio's shoulder firmly and decided to press on. Yejio was forced to turn around. He gazed at him blankly for a while, then quietly commented, it's comfortable. Such nonsense. Shenweishing asked, any other reflections? Yejio vaguely felt like he was losing interest in being a fan because he didn't want to admire an idol who had such strange ideas, though his face was still good looking. Well, anyway, originally he became a fan just for the face, so he'd continue to be a fan despite everything. He wondered why people always advised staying away from idols' private lives now. Because they crumble too easily. Yejio hesitated, pondered, and tentatively asked, what do you want me to say? Shenweishing also wasn't sure what he wanted him to say, but just felt this situation wasn't normal. After a long while, he finally said, don't try to extort me. Yejio was silent for a short while and said, extortion is illegal. Do I look like I don't know that? Shenweishing was ready to explode again. Shenweishing also said, or you could ask to keep in touch with me in the long term. Yejio looked at him with hesitation for a moment, scratched his face, and said, oh. Oh what oh. With his face red, Yejio added, if you want, it can be. Screw your sister. Shenweishing went crazy and said, I mean you. Of course, I don't want that. Yejio nodded, oh, rest assured, I won't bother you or tell anyone about this matter. Damn it. Shenweishing took a deep breath again and asked, do you not care about casually having relations with someone? Yejio hesitated for a moment and said, it's not casual, it's you, Shenweishing. Hearing this, Shenweishing, who had been tormented for the whole day, was inexplicably moved for a moment and said, oh, so you still like me? Of course, Yejio smiled, I am your fan. Shenweishing. So, why do you still look so nonchalant? You must be a fake fan, I don't have fans like you. You, both the first time and the second time, were with me. Don't you have any special reflections? Shenweishing persisted in asking. Yejio thought to himself, if there was any special feeling, it would be that Brother Shen has gone OOC, out of character. Where did the Shenweishing from the variety show go? In the show, he appeared mature and calm, saying things like relationships should happen by fate with a tranquil attitude. Now, this was far from serene and not rational or mature at all, his train of thought was especially quirky. After all, he was an idol, at least give him some face-saving treatment, similar to how Shenweishing's skills were terrible but one still had to say they were very comfortable out of conscience. Yejio carefully said, the feeling is, it's a great honor. Shenweishing. Oh ho. Made quite a profit without loss. Yi Jiuyue thought inside. Since the conversation has reached this point, Shen Weisheng felt that continuing to ask persistently might make him seem mentally ill. In fact, he didn't even know what kind of answer he was seeking for. Now that Yi Jiuyue had said it was an honor, what could he possibly reply? It just felt strange somehow. How exactly did this bizarre sequence of events begin? It seemed to start during the freshman year military training, when a TV station came to D University to film a program. Shen Weisheng was a guest on the show and participated in the military training of Yi Jiuyue's class. At that time, military training had already been going on for 3 days, and Shen Weisheng arrived suddenly. The moment Yi Jiuyue saw his idol, he was dazed for a second, his heart pounding twice. And then, that was it as far as expressing any courtesy towards his idol. Yi Jiuyue quickly regained composure and stood outside the crowd, chatting with friends. Minimal effort star chasing, understand? Not minimal effort actually wouldn't work either. Yi Jiuyue usually didn't wear glasses. Without glasses, he couldn't tell whether someone standing 3 steps away was male or female, so right now he couldn't see clearly how different the real-life Shen Weisheng was from what he'd seen on TV, and it'd be better to watch the show later at home. Lu Sinan was the friend Yi Jiuyue was chatting with. He didn't get excited because his father was an investor in this show and Shen Weisheng had visited their home several times. In fact, Shen Weisheng's first impression of Yi Jiuyue was that he was deliberately trying to draw his attention. Shen Weisheng wasn't excessively narcissistic either, but Yi Jiuyue's actions and behavior made it look as though he was doing just that. When students gathered around, Yi Jiuyue stood outside the crowd at a distance not too close and not too far, showing indifference like most boys, yet when Shen Weisheng was squeezed past by the crowd, Yi Jiuyue could be heard holding his phone and passionately telling Lu Sinan, "Isn't Shen Weisheng so handsome? I love him so much, how can someone grow up to be this good-looking? Wow, he's so handsome. Shen Weisheng. Then why don't you turn around and take a look at me? You fake fan." Shen Weisheng had mixed in the entertainment industry for 10 years, priding himself on staying clean from corruption. But after seeing and experiencing all sorts of things, both proper and improper, he was familiar with such behavior, pretending to be pure but actually aiming to catch people's attention. And in an instant, he judged in his heart, overestimating oneself. Yi Jiuyue's appearance was truly ordinary, clean, delicate, common. Being visually comfortable was probably the highest evaluation Shen Weisheng could offer. He was absolutely unsuited for such tactics. If not for being beside Lu Sinan, Shen Weisheng wouldn't have even glanced at him a second time. Oh, perhaps this was also for attracting Lu Sinan's attention. Lu Sinan listened to Yi Jiuyue's muffled wails for half a day, rolled his eyes. "The person is behind you, why don't you turn back and take a look?" Yi Jiuyue continued checking Shen Weisheng's photos temporarily. Yes, he didn't even have Shen Weisheng's pictures saved on his phone, keeping his head down while saying, "I didn't wear my glasses, I can't see clearly." Lu Sinan asked, "Why not go for an autograph?" Yi Jiuyue replied without raising his head, "What's the point of getting an autograph? What about a photo together? There are too many people, no need to squeeze." Lu Sinan looked at him as if staring at an unsolvable problem. "I really don't know what you're thinking." "What am I thinking? It's normal thoughts, signatures can't be eaten, and besides, there were indeed too many people." Yi Jiuyue criticized silently in his heart, stretching his phone out to Lu Sinan again, enlarging the image, excitedly asking, "Look, isn't he handsome? The official Weibo just released this." Lu Sinan. Yi Jiuyue chased stars extremely calmly, or rather, he freeloaded. He didn't want autographs, wouldn't take pictures, rarely bought merchandise, purely screen-licking and watching shows. When he was interested, he would find celebrity videos to enthusiastically enjoy for a period before turning strangers again, casually observing arguments between fans online for amusement, maintaining a peaceful mindset throughout. Generally speaking, this was the type of person whose fandom status often went unrecognized. Finally, the crowd, mainly girls and a small number of boy fans, gradually calmed down. The drill instructor regained control, calling the students to form rows and stand properly. When Yi Jiuyue heard the drill instructor's voice, he turned back. And at the sight of Shen Weisheng less than 3 meters away from him, he was stunned for 3 seconds before his gaze and sighed to Lu Sinan, "Now I see why there's so much noise." Lu Sinan. Shen Weisheng. So, Shen Weisheng never really figured out why he felt the urge to mess with Yi Jiuyue in the first place, let alone how it became so addictive. Could only interpret that Yi Jiuyue's feigned disinterest strategy was quite successful after all, huh? Chapter 3. Shen Weisheng was very serious about his professional duties. He arrived early for every shoot, changed into his costume, got makeup done, and then sat in the lounge to rehearse lines with his assistant. This particular show was a special guest appearance, playing the role of the male lead before he suffered disfigurement and had his face swapped. It wasn't a big part. Shen Weisheng thought somewhat wistfully that if this were a movie, it would be wonderful. He really wanted to do movies and would even feel satisfied playing the role of a protagonist's pre-disfigurement persona in a successful film. Unfortunately, things didn't always go as planned. Up to now, Shen Weisheng had at most played an unknown minor character in commercially successful films. Shen Weisheng was considered top tier when it came to TV dramas. However, there was a gap between movies and television shows that seemed insurmountable. His small production company could only secure tear-jerking low-budget ghost films for him. Shen Weixing didn't want to lower his standards. Once you devalue yourself, it's hard to climb back up. Therefore, he'd rather make a cameo appearance in quality films than play the lead in subpar ones. His agent had tried persuading him countless times to switch companies, and several major studios had extended offers. Yet, Shen Weixing stubbornly refused to budge. The reason was simple. Brother Shen. The door to the lounge opened, revealing a cheerful and friendly face. The assistant quickly stood up to greet him, Big Brother Chiu. The visitor was Xia Chiu, who worked at the same company as Shen Weixing and was also the reason why Shen Weixing hadn't jumped ship. The main reason being Xia Chiu claimed he valued emotional ties and didn't want to jump ship together. Shen Weixing, on the other hand, was concerned that if he left, no one would protect Xia Chiu. After all, Xia Chiu's talent was limited, though he had a good-looking face, which is common in the entertainment circle. Xia Chiu's acting often held him back and relied heavily on Shen Weixing pulling strings to get him better roles. Several companies interested in recruiting Shen Weixing agreed to package Xia Chiu along, but Xia Chiu himself wasn't happy about it. He cited loyalty to their old company and suggested Shen Weixing go ahead without him. Shen Weixing naturally wouldn't leave alone. The reason was clear-cut. Shen Weixing had promised to take care of Xia Chiu for life. Shen Weixing and Xia Chiu's history ran deep, boiling down to a profound sense of gratitude. When Shen Weixing faced the toughest period of his life, Xia Chiu's parents had supported him financially. Later, during his adolescence, Shen Weixing developed feelings for Xia Chiu. But those feelings were one-sided. Shen Weixing never directly confessed but had dropped hints subtly. Unfortunately, Xia Chiu showed no response and maintained an innocent demeanor, not appearing to be attracted to men. So Shen Weixing refrained from making any rash moves. Given the debt of gratitude he owed Xia Chiu's parents, forcing Xia Chiu's hand seemed unjustifiable. Thus, Shen Weixing decided to keep the fondness for Xia Chiu private and dedicated himself wholeheartedly as a friend to give everything possible to Xia Chiu, promising lifelong protection under the guise of friendship. The production crew and script for this TV drama were rather ordinary, but Shen Weixing was willing to guest star because Xia Chiu was the male lead. This marked Xia Chiu's first time taking on the leading role, so Shen Weixing was determined to support him. The assistant discreetly excused themselves to step out. Shen Weixing glanced at the time, pulled over a chair, motioned for Xia Chiu to sit, and asked, "Did you just arrive?" Xia Chiu nodded, smiling charmingly, "When I heard you were here already, I rushed to find you." Shen Weixing secretly delighted inside but maintained a composed demeanor while instructing him, "You should arrive earlier next time. If there are chances to help others, pitch in or rehearse more with your co-actors, don't always show up at the last minute." Xia Chiu clasped his hands together, blinking his clear eyes innocently and apologized, "I'll remember that." "You need to act accordingly after remembering." "I've said this many times already," Shen Weixing sighed in slight frustration. I know. I've acknowledged my mistakes." Xia Chiu stuck out his tongue, stood up from the chair, and began giving Shen Weixing a shoulder massage as an apology. "It's not entirely little Chan's fault. She saw me studying lines until late last night and wanted me to sleep longer." Shen Weixing frowned slightly, "Are the lines memorized?" Before Xia Chiu could respond, Shen Weixing had already picked up the script, flipped through a page, recited the female lead's line, and prompted Xia Chiu to continue. Xia Chiu appeared perplexed. "These aren't my lines. These are mine. I'm your predisfigurement character." Shen Weixing exhaled, "Didn't I ask you to memorize both our parts? There aren't many lines for me. I read them, but I haven't memorized them yet." Xia Chiu scratched his head guiltily, "I didn't have enough time." "It's not extra work, you need to fully understand your own character. I am you need to remember what you used to say." Shen Weixing added, "Let me prompt your following lines." Shen Weixing, though only making a cameo as the male lead before his disfigurement, still requested all the scripts and read through them. He didn't memorize Xia Chiu's lines because there were far too many, but he was very familiar with the parts where they acted together. Flipping to a page with marked dialogues, Shen recited the supporting character's line and gestured for Xia Chiu to continue. Xia Chiu managed to respond, albeit hesitantly. After he finished, Xia Chiu quickly said, "We're not filming this part until several days later, I'll definitely have it down by then. I've already memorized everything up to this point." Shen Weixing paused before replying, "All right." Xia Chiu feigned mischief as he checked Shen's expression, poking at the corner of his mouth. "Smile a bit. Otherwise, I'm scared." Shen chuckled lightly, "What do I have to be scared of?" "Your face turns so serious whenever we talk about acting, it's quite intimidating," Xia Chiu remarked earnestly. Shen, however, disagreed, "No, it's not. Can being serious really be frightening?" Shen and Xia Chiu rehearsed their lines for a while. Then, the assistant informed them that everyone had arrived and it was time to prepare for filming. Naturally, Xia Chiu followed along even though he wasn't on set, sitting attentively by the side to watch Shen Weixing perform. Shen Weixing was renowned for passing scenes in one take, but the female lead, who was a young actress from the same generation as Xia Chiu and also taking her first lead role, grew increasingly nervous and made multiple mistakes. Every time she faltered, Shen Weisheng's face turned grim. Yet, instead of storming off or criticizing her, he merely pointed out what needed improvement with a somber expression. Finally, after finishing these scenes, they proceeded to film other scenes involving the female lead and supporting cast. Shen Weisheng stepped down. Xia Qiu took the tea prepared by the assistant and handed it to Shen Weisheng. Brother Shen, while watching you act just now, I realized my part also has a similar situation, and I'd like to discuss it with you. Observe how she performs. Shen Weisheng motioned toward the female lead on set, sipping the tea as he continued. She has decent skills but is just too nervous. Watch her positioning, she understands it well, and learning this will greatly benefit you. Moreover, getting to know her soon will help you interact better with her. Xia Qiu reluctantly continued watching the shooting process. The female lead eventually finished her portion of the scene and approached Shen Weisheng apologetically, saying, I'm sorry, Teacher Shen, I was in poor form and inconvenienced you. You aren't fully immersed in your character. When shooting, don't overthink. Whoever your opponent is, they're just another figure in the story, not Teacher Shen. And by the way, I'm not a teacher, just call me Brother Shen like Xia Qiu does, Shen responded habitually, frowning slightly. The female lead smiled understandingly and nodded. Shen Weisheng had limited screen time, and thanks to his high efficiency, completed all his shots within a day. At the wrap-up, the director invited Shen Weisheng and Xia Qiu, among others, for dinner. Shen naturally accepted, and during the meal, he subtly helped Xia Qiu by securing more favors from the staff present. As the wine flowed freely, the director asked, Brother Shen, shall we head out for some singing shortly? The private room is ready. This was code for more than just singing, other small actors or models would often be brought along with ulterior motives. Shen Weisheng countered calmly, aren't we starting work tomorrow? Xia Qiu probably won't go anyway. The director added hastily, trying to separate Xia Qiu from any trouble. Since Brother Shen isn't working tomorrow. No need, Director Gu. Don't let me disturb your rest. Shen Weisheng grinned faintly. I have plans to meet a friend later to discuss a new project. Oh, then you focus on that. The director replied quickly. After the banquet, Xia Qiu accompanied Shen Weisheng and curiously inquired, who did you make plans with? It's so late, and it's already dark outside. You could have skipped this meal if you had an engagement. If something can be done for networking, it's best to seize the opportunity, it's just a meal. Shen avoided answering the first question directly since he rarely arranged official discussions at night, knowing full well what most nighttime meetings in show business entailed. Moreover, there wasn't even such an event tonight. Actually, Shen Weisheng intended to visit Yi Zhouyue's school for a surprise inspection. He simply couldn't accept this. How odd was Yi Zhouyue? Extremely. For nearly 3 months, Yi Zhouyue hadn't actively reached out to Shen Weisheng even once, not even on Shen's birthday when he received no happy birthday wishes. Shen Weisheng spent all day scrolling through Yi Zhouyue's Weibo and Moments posts, yet she didn't write a single word. Pretend away. Act all innocent if you must, why not ask me for a minor role to get your fix? Shen smirked coldly. Shen Weisheng escorted Xia Qiu to the hotel entrance, you go up by yourself. Don't stay up too late or you'll be in bad shape tomorrow. Make sure to get to the set early and show some initiative. But if someone deliberately bullies you, don't endure it, come tell me if you can't handle it. Xia Qiu nodded obediently, alright, I'll remember that, thank you, Brother Shen. Good, go ahead. Shen Weisheng watched Xia Qiu enter the hotel, then immediately drove toward Yi Zhouyue's apartment. He often filmed around this area, especially since he had contracted Yi Zhouyue before, so he just bought a car outright, saying it was for Yi Zhouyue, though she refused to bother getting a driver's license and wouldn't admit receiving the car. The lazy fool. There's no hope for him this lifetime. No, this is undoubtedly another tactic of playing hard to get, pretending not to care about money or pleasures, who would believe it? Too calculating, truly too calculated, but unfortunately, you've met me, I will expose your schemes sooner or later. Shen Weisheng cursed Yi Zhouyue harshly while driving. The neighborhood where Shen Weisheng rented an apartment for Yi Zhouyue was indeed good, at least with tight security and good property management. It was likely also because it was part of the designated exclusive area near Yi Zhouyue's university. He parked his car, went upstairs, opened the door, and frowned at what he saw. The house was pitch black. Shen Weisheng disliked coming home to find the place dark. He usually notified Yi Zhouyue in advance, so whenever he opened the door, there would always be lights on, the TV running, and occasionally he'd catch Yi Zhouyue faking her way through chores. Actually, doing chores was Shen Weisheng's request. Yi Zhouyue wasn't very willing nor understood, lazily asking, why? Shen Weisheng coldly told Yi Zhouyue that this was quite a humane requirement, others might face countless terrible, dirty, painful requests. Looking completely indifferent, Yi Zhouyue nodded, oh. That night, after searching the entire apartment, Shen Weisheng found Yi Zhouyue absent and became furious, pulling out his phone to ask, where are you? Yi Zhouyue took her sweet time replying. Shen Weisheng, this late, where are you? It seemed as though Yi Zhouyue's phone had died. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Weisheng waited for 3 minutes and concluded Yi Zhouyue must have vanished into thin air. He called, and after a long while, a stranger's male voice answered, "Hello." Shen Weisheng was instantly shocked, followed by fury but maintained silence. Upon Yi Jiuyue's request, Shen made her save his number under Zhang San to avoid being discovered, yet he feared his tone might betray him, thus remaining silent. Silence couldn't hold words, but it could make one explode silently. As expected, Yi Jiuyue's deception was exposed. So late, and another man answered her phone. Exposed, Yi Jiuyue. You're exposed. 180 scenarios of catching adulterers flashed through Shen Weisheng's mind, each revealing them caught in bed. Then came Yi Jiuyue's unhurried voice, "Don't answer my calls." The strange male voice said, "It rang several times, and I saw you were showering, so I picked up in case it was urgent." With a consistent lack of urgency in her tone, Yi Jiuyue responded, "You could have called me." The male voice justified, "Afraid of being electrocuted?" Shen Weisheng was livid. "She's even taking a shower." Yi Jiuyue, what nonsense. I didn't use protection last time. Damn it. Feeling uncomfortable all over, Shen Weisheng hurriedly dashed into the bedroom to grab clothes for a shower. After calling out several times into the phone without response, Shen Weisheng finally heard her snappish reply, "Where are you?" Yi Jiuyue, in the dormitory. Shen Weisheng felt slightly better, "Oh, in the dormitory." But soon, he asked again irritably, "Is anyone else around you?" Pausing, Yi Jiuyue counter-asked, "My roommate?" Shen Weisheng, "I'm asking if anyone can hear me speaking nearby." Yi Jiuyue paused again, asking, "Do you want me to put it on speakerphone?" It's really not Yi Jiuyue's fault to ask such a question. During these 3 months, she discovered how oddly wired her once beloved idol was. For instance, he liked watching her do chores, enjoyed drawing attention to himself, and was completely different from the calm, detached figure on TV. So, it was now her ex-idol. Yi Jiuyue had been lingering on the brink of defanning for quite a while. However, this matter she dared not let Shen Weisheng know. And as long as Shen Weisheng refrained from speaking, quietly staying beautiful, Yi Jiuyue thought maybe her fandom membership could still be salvaged. No. Shen Weisheng reminded himself to stay calm. "Didn't I tell you to stay at the apartment?" Yi Jiuyue said, "Oh." "What do you mean, oh?" Shen Weisheng took a deep breath, "I'll come pick you up." Yi Jiuyue said, "It's too late, and I have class tomorrow morning." Shen Weisheng said, "It's only 8 o'clock. But, Yi Jiuyue started to speak, then suddenly paused. Shen Weisheng strained his ears to listen, hearing someone talking to Yi Jiuyue on her end. He faintly caught phrases like, "Here again, you should meet him," and, "Pretty devoted." Shen Weisheng, TSK. Good acting skills, enough to fool others. Lucky for me, I'm not one of those fools. Shen Weisheng smugly shoved his clothes back into the wardrobe, but then felt something was off. Yi Jiuyue is definitely cheating behind my back. He grew angry once more. After exchanging a few words with her roommate, Yi Jiuyue moved aside and told Shen Weisheng, "I've got something to do. Will you be around tomorrow?" "I'll come over after class." Shen Weisheng coldly asked, "What's up?" Yi Jiuyue said, "A classmate needs me." Shen Weisheng, TSK tisk. Yi Jiuyue, "Then I'll hang up now." And Yi Jiuyue hung up the phone. Shen Weisheng couldn't believe it as he stared at his screen showing the disconnected call for a full half-minute, before storming out immediately. Damn, time to catch her in the act. Chapter 4. Shen Weisheng had really been caught. But he kept his cool. He could endure the trouble, wearing a hat and mask, hiding behind a tree to watch Yi Jiuyue and her adulterer entangled at the lakeside of the campus at night. They were a bit far away, so Shen Weisheng couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. He was getting a little anxious, observing the route, zigzagging silently to get closer. At the lakeside, Yi Jiuyue said in a low voice, "Sui Dong, you shouldn't come to me anymore. If we keep this up, others will really figure it out." Standing in front of her was a boy of the same age, rather dashing and handsome, tall with trendy clothing, looking like the typical school heartthrob. Indeed, that's exactly what he was. From elementary school to university, everything went smoothly for him as he grew up being fawned over. Otherwise, someone like Yi Jiuyue, who is a sucker for good looks, wouldn't have liked him so much before. Unfortunately, though their paths crossed, fate didn't bring them together. It ended even before it began. Sui Dong anxiously said, "But at that time, how could I just come out of the closet to my parents? I don't mean I won't, but this thing has to go slowly, it can't be rushed. We should hide it for a few years first, then after we graduate and start working, when they can accept it, we'll tell them." Yi Jiuyue shook her head, "I've explained it already. I'm not trying to force you to come out, but since you're dating a girlfriend too, that's why I brought up breaking up." "I've also explained," Sui Dong replied, "I just wanted to try, I'm not homosexual, I've only ever liked one guy, which is you. So I want to try if I am." Sui Dong looked rather wronged, "Since you turned me gay, you should take responsibility for it." "I wasn't gay before." Yi Jiuyue troubledly replied, "I didn't." Sui Dong insisted, "You did. You tutored me privately." Yi Jiuyue said, "It was the teacher who arranged for me to tutor you." Sui Dong continued, you also made lunchboxes for me to eat. Yi Jiuyue, troubled, replied, that was my lunch, but you ate it. Sui Dong went on, you washed my clothes. Yi Jiuyue, looking aggrieved, replied, you put your uniform in my bucket, I thought it was mine. Sui Dong said, in winter, we even slept under the same quilt. Yi Jiuyue scratched his head, you climbed into the wrong bed in your sleepy haze after using the restroom at night. I was already asleep, so I didn't know. Sui Dong challenged, dare you say you didn't like me back then? Isn't the way you looked at me just the same as how other girls look at me with secret admiration? Yi Jiuyue hesitated while arguing, but I was just one of many people who gazed at you, I haven't done anything else. You were the one who made me turn gay, Sui Dong firmly said. But others looked at you too, Yi Jiuyue hesitated to defend himself. Then how does that matter to me? Sui Dong questioned with justification. So, it's not me who turned you gay, Yi Jiuyue responded slowly. No one else tutored me, made me lunchboxes, washed my clothes, shared a bed with me, or even knitted a scarf for me. Sui Dong retorted. Yi Jiuyue patiently explained, I've explained it already. Tutoring was the teacher's arrangement, the lunchbox was something you forcibly took from me, washing the clothes was because you placed your school uniform in my bucket, I thought it was mine. And climbing into the wrong bed happened because you were mistaken, and I was already asleep. The scarf was supposed to be for myself to wear. On Christmas, you gave me an apple as a gift, and then forcefully took the scarf as my return present without letting me argue back. But I only like you, Sui Dong said, otherwise, why wouldn't I like anyone else? Yi Jiuyue hesitated for a couple of seconds, then said softly, I don't know. After carefully sneaking 10 meters to hide 3 meters away from the tree trunk, Shen Weixing heard almost the entire conversation and felt complicated emotions. Yi Jiuyue was truly full of scheming, with too many ulterior motives. Shen Weixing thought to himself, one must take note, never to become like the fool opposite Yi Jiuyue. Chuckle, no wonder Yi Jiuyue didn't crave money or a car, originally a feeling swindler, deriving joy from manipulating men's hearts. Nowadays, there are indeed such people in society. Sui Dong waved his hand and said, all right, let's not dwell on the past. Can we start again now? Yi Jiuyue said, no. Sui Dong asked blankly, why not? Yi Jiuyue innocently replied, are you asking me whether it's good or not? Sui Dong asked, can't you just say, yes? Why can't you say, yes? Do you no longer like me? Yi Jiuyue replied, yeah, I don't like you anymore. Sui Dong paused for a moment, then became agitated, why? Then who do you like? Lu Sinan. Yi Jiuyue, troubled, replied, not really, he's just a friend. I don't like anyone. Sui Dong asked, then why don't you like me anymore? Yi Jiuyue was silent for a moment before saying, the feeling is gone, I don't like you anymore, Sui Dong, sorry. Sui Dong tried to hold her hand, then start liking me again. Jiuyue, I like you, this time I'll definitely not make mistakes. Give me another chance. You used to like me so much, it was my fault that I made you sad. But I've changed. For you, I didn't go abroad even though I got into the same school as you, I really like you, Jiuyue. I don't know how to describe this feeling, but I want to kiss you, embrace you, and be with you as if under a spell. Yi Jiuyue's face turned a little red, evading his hand, Sui Dong, calm down. I am very calm. You're already babbling. Sui Dong grabbed his shoulders firmly, Jiuyue, I'm serious. I am serious too, I don't want to start over. Yi Jiuyue tried hard to pull his hands away, let go, or we will be caught, then there will be no choice but coming out of the closet. Sui Dong asked, will you agree to reconcile with me if I come out? Yi Jiuyue paused slightly, hesitating to look at him for a long while before still shaking her head, Sui Dong, let go. I won't dash. As Sui Dong spoke, all of a sudden, a strong hand forcibly pulled apart his hand from hers. The strength was significant, yet the elegant fingers were firm as tongs. Sui Dong looked up dazedly, spotting who owned the sudden hand, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a hat and a mask, making his face unclear. This person pulled Yi Jiuyue into their embrace, coldly saying, get lost. Sui Dong came to his senses, who are you? This person didn't speak, instead walking off holding Yi Jiuyue's shoulder. Yi Jiuyue was startled too, tilting his head to peek at this mysterious figure who resembled a midnight murderer dressed up for the rain. Involuntarily, he shivered from being scared by his own imagination. After all, last night, he had watched a horror movie with his roommates, something he originally didn't want to watch. Those 3 pranksters insisted on playing it publicly, which terrified him. He even feared going to the apartment alone afterward. Of course, when Shen Weixing wasn't around, Yi Jiuyue rarely went to the apartment anyway, unless he couldn't find seats in the self-study room or his dormitory got noisy. Shen Weixing noticed Yi Jiuyue suddenly quiver, so he stopped, took off his coat, and draped it around him tersely commanding, wear it. Upon seeing Shen Weixing's revealed wristwatch, Yi Jiuyue hesitated for a second, then timidly questioned softly, Zhang-san. Shen Weixing said, shut up. Judging from the voice, it seemed correct. Yi Jiuyue then put his mind at ease, I'm not cold, you should wear it yourself. Shen Weisheng, shut up. Yi Jiuyue, I have an early class tomorrow morning, I'd better go back to the dormitory, when do you plan to leave? I'll find you after class. Shen Weisheng, no, shut up. Yi Jiuyue remained silent then quietly held on to Shen Weisheng's hand. Since Shen Weisheng hadn't applied much force, Yi Jiuyue easily managed to detach himself. However, every time Yi Jiuyue pulled away, Shen Weisheng wrapped his arm around him again. Just as he pulled away once more, Shen Weisheng embraced him again, doing so repeatedly. Shen Weisheng sneered coldly, immature. Yi Jiuyue. You're immature. Jiuyue. Sui Dong hurriedly chased up, trying to grab Yi Jiuyue almost entirely sheltered within Shen Weisheng's arms, changing tactics to grip Shen Weisheng's shoulder instead. Who the hell are you? Shen Weisheng released Yi Jiuyue, only to grab Sui Dong's arm from behind ready to apply pressure until Yi Jiuyue quickly called out, don't. Shen Weisheng and Sui Dong froze in their pre-fight posture, looking at Yi Jiuyue simultaneously. Concerned, Yi Jiuyue told Shen Weisheng, don't hurt him. Sui Dong's eyes lit up instantly, Jiuyue. He's the son of the mayor, Yi Jiuyue worriedly explained, and his mother is the district court president. Sui Dong. Shen Weisheng. After regaining his thoughts, Shen Weisheng pondered, can I really not fight the mayor's son? Does he have the audacity to tell his mom that he got beaten by another man because of messing around with a guy? So, Shen Weisheng concluded that yes, it's still possible to fight. And, deeply stimulated, Sui Dong also wanted to throw punches. Just as the two men were about to fight, Yi Jiuyue said, stop, or I will scream. Shen Weisheng. Sui Dong. Yi Jiuyue sighed helplessly, please give me a bit of face here. What sort of societal tone is this? Enraged, Shen Weisheng loosened his grip on Sui Dong, pulling Yi Jiuyue back towards himself, speak. Confused, Yi Jiuyue asked, what should I say? Shen Weisheng kept one arm around Yi Jiuyue as he glared provocatively at Sui Dong. Nervously, Sui Dong looked back at Yi Jiuyue and repeated again, who is he? Yi Jiuyue was even more confused, looking at Shen Weisheng hesitantly before leaning closer to whisper, should I tell him who you are? Shen Weisheng, Yi Jiuyue hesitated, troubled. Then you'll be exposed. Shen Weisheng, expose. But, Yi Jiuyue considered Shen Weisheng's situation. Perhaps not. Speak. Shen Weisheng urged. Compelled by his insistence, Yi Jiuyue hesitated and started, he's Shen. Shit. That's not what I want you to say. Shen Weisheng hurriedly intervened as he didn't want his alias revealed. Stopping himself immediately, Yi Jiuyue looked at Shen Weisheng with bewilderment, thinking that Shen Weisheng was becoming increasingly hard to understand, one moment urging him to speak, the next forbidding him from doing so. So, what exactly did Shen Weisheng want him to say? Realizing Yi Jiuyue wouldn't know what to do, Shen Weisheng turned toward Sui Dong instead, lowering his voice in an effort to disguise it. I'm Yi Jiuyue's boyfriend. Don't bother him anymore. Sui Dong exclaimed with excitement, impossible. Shen Weisheng scoffed coldly, true. Sui Dong pleaded with Yi Jiuyue, Jiuyue, you just said you don't like anyone else. Caught in a dilemma, Yi Jiuyue thought to himself, I didn't include my idol either, you didn't ask about my idol. Moreover, casual encounters were not taken into account either. Dissatisfied with Yi Jiuyue's silence, Shen Weisheng gave his shoulder a nudge and threw him a warning glance. Under Shen Weisheng's urging, Yi Jiuyue blurted out after some pondering, Sui Dong, I indeed haven't liked anyone else, but I love him. Stunned, Sui Dong stood there speechless for a while. To reinforce his statement, Yi Jiuyue even gave an affirmative, and nodded vigorously, saying, that's how it is. Sui Dong stared at him dumbfounded. Leaving that fool behind, Shen Weisheng took Yi Jiuyue to the nearby parking lot, got in the car, and chuckled coldly. Feeling apologetic, Yi Jiuyue explained, sorry for dragging you into this. And thanks for helping me out. Ignoring him, Shen Weisheng tossed a curt, buckle up, before starting the car. Tomorrow morning, I will, Yi Jiuyue tried to say. I'll drop you off, Shen Weisheng responded coldly. But. Shut up. Suddenly Shen Weisheng pulled down his mask and leaned close to look intently at Yi Jiuyue from close range. When it comes to extreme beauty, principles and dignity don't matter much. Yi Jiuyue obeyed instantly, feeling his heartbeat quicken. He pressed against the backrest of the seat, eyes darting all over Shen Weisheng's face aimlessly. Satisfied with his demeanor, Shen Weisheng reached out to grab the seatbelt for him and fastened it on, then drove off. Such allure ruins everything. Yi Jiuyue sat slumped in the seat, lamenting silently. Chapter 5. After delaying things until now, Shen Weisheng was already impatient. As soon as he entered the house and closed the door, he pressed Yi Jiuyue against the wall near the entrance and started kissing him while attempting to take off his clothes. Yi Jiuyue interrupted breathlessly, let's take a shower. Shen Weisheng continued his actions, sparing a moment to answer, didn't you already shower? Yi Jiuyue pushed him forcefully, but you haven't. Shen Weisheng paused for a second, being unreasonably stubborn, do you look down on me? Embarrassed, Yi Jiuyue gave him an awkward smile. What a ridiculous laugh. Shen Weisheng slapped his butt and snapped angrily, I haven't even thought you were dirty yet. Innocently, Yi Jiuyue said, but I've showered. You were all over that other guy earlier. Shen Weisheng glared at him, what else did you two do? Yi Jiuyue replied, we didn't do anything. I'm talking about before. Shen Weisheng, frowning darkly, said, I don't believe you didn't do anything. Yi Jiuyue blinked, you mean before? Back then, we were classmates in high school. So what? By high school, everyone should be fully developed, and able to do stuff. Shen Weisheng raged so much he lost all sense, so tell me, what did you do back then? Yi Jiuyue gave him a subtle glance for a moment before murmuring softly, what could we have done in high school? Don't think too perverted. Shen Weisheng. Damn it. Who's the pervert here? People start dating in high school. And here he is accusing others. Seeing Shen Weisheng silent, Yi Jiuyue delivered another blow, aren't you also 26 when you first, as you yourself said? Shen Weisheng. Isn't this just about showering? Fine. I'll shower. Angrily, Shen Weisheng loosened his grip on Yi Jiuyue and snarled, I'm going to shower. Don't run away, or I'll show up at your school. Hesitating for a moment, Yi Jiuyue asked, would you dare? Just a split second before Shen Weisheng exploded, Yi Jiuyue held up his hands, I'm wrong. I won't say anything more. Go ahead and shower, I won't leave. Seething with anger, Shen Weisheng went to shower. While showering, Shen Weisheng slowly calmed down. Finally cooled off, but when he stepped out and saw the empty bed, his temper flared again. He walked to the living room and found Yi Jiuyue sitting on the couch eating fruit, you have to wake up early tomorrow. Why are you still watching TV? Yi Jiuyue offered him some fruit, calmly saying, it's only 10 o'clock. I'll sleep later. Pretending to be dumb, huh? Shen Weisheng yanked the fruit from his hand and placed it back on the coffee table, did I come here just to make sure you go to bed? Come on, get into bed. Yi Jiuyue said, hold on. Let me finish this program, it's almost over. Shen Weisheng bent over to grab the remote. Quickly, Yi Jiuyue grabbed the remote and hugged it tightly. Shen Weisheng was ready to explode from irritation. Determined, he started wrestling with Yi Jiuyue for the remote beside the sofa, inevitably leading to physical contact. As they wrestled, both ended up tumbling together on the sofa. The physical tussle turned intimate. Shen Weisheng cradled the back of Yi Jiuyue's head, passionately kissing him. Yi Jiuyue, who still clutched the remote, rested his hand on Shen Weisheng's shoulder and lifted his leg to hook around him. Right when they were deeply engaged, Shen Weisheng's phone rang. Pausing mid-motion, Yi Jiuyue said, your phone is ringing. Never mind. Shen Weisheng kept pulling at his t-shirt, why can't you dress decently once in a while? This is comfortable. Yi Jiuyue turned his head to look at the phone on the coffee table, it's still ringing. What if it's urgent? When I called you, why didn't you think my call was urgent? You even thought I was a scammer the first time. Shen Weisheng bickered, unable to resist stealing another kiss. Yi Jiuyue said, back then, my number had issues, so many scam calls every day. It's still ringing, your phone. Shen Weisheng was about to snap, reaching back to grab the phone intending to hang up and turn it off. But as he accidentally glanced at the caller ID, he hesitated, uncertainly climbing off Yi Jiuyue, clearing his throat before answering nearby, what is it? Xia Qiu paused a few seconds before speaking, Big Brother Shen. Did the talk go smoothly? Xia Qiu asked. Furrowing his brow, Shen Weisheng responded, yeah. What do you want? Xia Qiu shot back, can't I just call you without any reason? Shen Weisheng froze for a second, remaining silent. Just teasing you, actually, I wanted to ask you if you'd like to go home with me for dinner this weekend, it's my dad's birthday. Since you haven't replied, I figured I'd just call and check. Sorry for interrupting, you sound a bit mad, so I'll hang up. No, Shen Weisheng hurriedly said, I'm going. Okay, Xia Qiu said, do you have any other plans right now? I don't quite feel the vibe in a few scenes and wanted to ask for your help. Shen Weisheng glanced at Yi Jiuyue on the couch and asked Xia Qiu, are these scenes for tomorrow's shoot? Instead of answering, Xia Qiu threw the question back at Shen Weisheng, do you have plans? Yes. They're from tomorrow's shoot, Xia Qiu cheerfully said. But if you're busy, forget it. I'll hang up then. No. Shen Weisheng glanced at Yi Jiuyue again and told Xia Qiu, go ahead, which scenes are they? Xia Qiu said, oh, wait a second, let me grab the script. Then came some rustling sounds as he searched through his things. Shen Weisheng once more fixed his eyes on Yi Jiuyue. Noticing Shen Weisheng's continuous stares, Yi Jiuyue gave him an understanding smile and continued eating fruit while watching TV. Like you would care. Shen Weisheng thought furiously. Xia Qiu asked, Shen Gu, should we switch to a video call instead? Shen Weisheng looked toward the bedroom, then glanced at Yi Jiuyue again, squeezed into the couch, grabbed the remote to lower the TV volume, and said, I've got something going on here, let's keep it audio. Yi Jiuyue found him absolutely devilish since they could easily move to the bedroom to speak privately, yet he insisted on lowering the TV volume. So Yi Jiuyue straightforwardly pointed towards the bedroom. Shen Weisheng merely flashed an arrogant, challenging grin, leaned over, and stole a quick kiss from Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue was thoroughly confused about what Shen Weisheng was thinking but gave up trying to understand. He got up intending to go to the bedroom himself but was pulled back by Shen Weisheng and forced to sit on the couch, listening to his phone conversation while watching muted TV. Xia Qiu mentioned a few scenes, all of which Shen Weisheng remembered well, patiently explaining each one. I still can't quite grasp them though, Xia Qiu said fretfully. Shen Gu, do you have time tomorrow? If you could show me how to act them out, it'd be much more intuitive, just like before. Shen Weisheng frowned again. You shouldn't always rely on seeing me perform first. You need to figure things out yourself. I know, but, forget it. Xia Qiu sounded disappointed. Forget it, I'll figure it out myself. Don't bother with me. Saying that, Xia Qiu hung up. This wasn't the first time Xia Qiu had hung up on Shen Weisheng, it had happened before. Sometimes Shen Weisheng would call back to pacify him, but when it came to work-related matters, he didn't want to indulge Xia Qiu's habit. It didn't matter too much when it involved their relationship personally, but Shen Weisheng worried that Xia Qiu might get accustomed to being baited. Still, Xia Qiu never acted like it mattered afterward and wasn't the type to hold grudges. Shen Weisheng felt reassured by this thought. Once Shen Weisheng finished his call, Yi Jiuyue picked up the remote and turned the TV volume back up. Seeing this, Shen Weisheng grew irritated, and the brief reassurance dissipated completely. Stop watching and go to sleep. Yi Jiuyue tried hiding the remote while saying, this is your program. Shen Weisheng glanced back at the TV briefly, furrowing his brows and asking, what's so good to watch? Why aren't you watching me directly? Because I prefer the version of you on screen, it keeps my fangirl status intact for longer. Yi Jiuyue silently responded within himself. Seeing him remain silent, Shen Weisheng assumed his own answer. Looks like he cares about me after all. Shen Weisheng thought smugly. Therefore, Shen Weisheng decided to be lenient. He sat back down on the couch, gathered Yi Jiuyue in his arms, and watched the program with him. It was a travel show episode where Shen Weisheng traveled overseas with several other stars. At first, he hadn't been interested in taking such programs, but Xia Qiu had been very keen, so Shen Weisheng agreed just to include Xia Qiu in the package deal. After the first 3 episodes aired, Xia Qiu gained a fair number of fans because of it. Due to this, small-scale productions started inviting him for lead roles sporadically. Yi Jiuyue watched very intently, laughing along with the subtitles whenever funny moments appeared. Shen Weisheng found his own show boring, so without a sense of presence, he sought to create one. He started making idle chatter. Have you ever been abroad? Yi Jiuyue kept his eyes glued to the TV screen. No. Well, when you have holidays, I'll take you out to play. Where do you want to go? Shen Weisheng asked. Yi Jiuyue didn't respond. Shen Weisheng asked unhappily, did you hear me? Yi Jiuyue looked at him blankly. What? I'm asking where you'd like to visit once you're on holiday. I'll take you out. Yi Jiuyue said, but I have school. I meant when you finish your term. Oh, Yi Jiuyue thought for a moment and said, nah, let's not. I don't have money anyway. Ploy. Shen Weisheng sniffed coldly, I'll cover the expenses. As expected, that was what you were waiting for. I knew it. Yi Jiuyue shook her head, that's still too expensive, not good. TSK, deep scheming. Shen Weisheng said, it's not a big deal for me. Just then, a commercial break aired on TV. Yi Jiuyue turned to Shen Weisheng and said apologetically, but for me, it's already quite a lot. You're even covering my rent, I feel pretty bad about that. Shen Weisheng frowned, why should you feel bad? I earn tens of millions per show, do you think I'm bluffing? Yi Jiuyue sincerely responded, of course not, I've heard the salaries for celebrities in the entertainment circle have gotten out of hand lately. Shen Weisheng. Out of hand my sister. Could you say something nice for once? Yi Jiuyue added, but I also read online gossip that actually A-list stars are often broke because they need to split the money with their team, plus the company takes a large cut, leaving them with very little after all is said and done. Promotion expenses alone cost a fortune, and personal spending is huge as well. They can't keep wearing the same clothes when they go out, so many clothes get bought only to be worn 1 or 2 times before buying new ones. It's more expensive just to keep up appearances, so in fact, they don't save as much as some of the gold supporting actors do. Shen Weisheng let out a cold snort, are you doubting my financial capacity? Worried I can't support you? Filtering out the latter part of his statement, Yi Jiuyue replied, not at all, just curious, just mentioning it casually. Anyway, I've got money, Shen Weisheng grumbled, true, I spend a lot, but I earn a lot too. Yi Jiuyue, aha. But what does this have to do with me? Showing off wealth? Would flaunting wealth give him satisfaction when talking to a college student with no money? Yi Jiuyue wondered confusedly. The pressure in the entertainment industry must really be enormous if Shen Weisheng needs to resort to such behaviors to relieve himself. By the time the commercial ended, Yi Jiuyue returned to watching TV. Shen Weisheng was quiet for a while, then started seeking validation again. While idly playing with Yi Jiuyue's earlobe, he asked, so where exactly do you want to travel? Yi Jiuyue had almost stopped concentrating on the TV due to Shen Weisheng's constant pestering and could only answer him, nowhere, I'll work during my holidays. Humph, here we go, this type of play where someone doesn't crave material things and insists on working hard instead. Shen Weisheng privately sneered at the notion, noticing Yi Jiuyue wasn't paying attention to him anyway, he went along, pretending to cooperate, alright, I'll pay you wages then. Your job will be accompanying me. Yi Jiuyue glanced at him doubtfully, that's weird. Shen Weisheng asked, what's weird? Yi Jiuyue said, like, being kept in accompanying tours. He added awkwardly, I don't do stuff like that, and it'd change the meaning of our relationship. Yet haven't you already been kept by me for 3 months? What pretense is this now? And isn't the essence already like that? What else did you think? Shen Weisheng calmly swallowed these words back without saying anything. Chapter 6. Shen Weisheng didn't know when he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, he found that the TV and the light were both off, and he was still lying on the sofa, covered with a quilt. So I washed for nothing. Enraged, Shen Weisheng got up and went into the bedroom, got into bed and under the covers, where he began to tease Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue was sleeping soundly, even when flipped over by Shen Weisheng, he did not wake up. Just as the blanket was abruptly pulled away and he felt a little cold, Yi Jiuyue instinctively cuddled closer to Shen Weisheng, finding a comfortable position, and continued sleeping. Am I earning tens of millions just to be your pillow? Shen Weisheng kissed him, his hand roving aimlessly, finding it boring and then stopping. He was extremely dissatisfied. Normally, it was Yi Jiuyue who cooperated, or rather, initiated things. Although usually Shen Weisheng started it, once they started, Yi Jiuyue would get wild, making Shen Weisheng insatiable. Now, in the face of this dead fish like Yi Jiuyue, he felt displeased. Shen Weisheng poked Yi Jiuyue's face again, hey. Yi Jiuyue kept sleeping. Shen Weisheng felt somewhat wronged, I've already bathed. Hey. You liar. Yi Jiuyue slept deeply. Shen Weisheng, proud of himself as someone not beastly and uninterested in necrophilia, lay back in the bed reluctantly and fell asleep. For a while he couldn't sleep, so he thought about things. Thinking this way and that, he realized Yi Jiuyue might have serious misconceptions about their relationship. Could it be Yi Jiuyue thinks they are in love? Shen Weisheng was shocked and looked at Yi Jiuyue warily, filled with disdain. It's unlikely Yi Jiuyue isn't thinking too much, after all, with such twisted logic. Humph, stop dreaming. It's impossible. Shen Weisheng coldly thought. Just as Shen Weisheng was happily hugging Yi Jiuyue, pondering how to make Yi Jiuyue give up these daydreams, Yi Jiuyue suddenly mumbled in his sleep, save, Sui Dong. Sui Dong. Shen Weisheng remembered that last night at the lakeside, Yi Jiuyue called that pale-faced guy this. His face immediately darkened. He was just about to kick Yi Jiuyue away, but then heard Yi Jiuyue say, I won't retake school. Shen Weisheng. Yi Jiuyue, I want to check my score. Shen Weisheng, hey, what exactly are you dreaming? Of course, Yi Jiuyue did not answer him, instead remained entangled in his nightmare. In the nightmare, he returned to his high school years, because Sui Dong was playing with a lighter causing a big fire, no exam papers from Yi Jiuyue's examination room were rescued, and thus the Ministry of Education announced Yi Jiuyue had to retake the year. Distressed, Yi Jiuyue almost cried and kicked Sui Dong fiercely, yelling loudly, no. Shen Weisheng, nearly kicked out of bed. Only now did Yi Jiuyue wake up, breathing heavily in fear. It was just a dream, fortunately. Shen Weisheng asked icily, what did you dream about? Yi Jiuyue paused, what? Shen Weisheng said, I heard you call Sui Dong. You seemed quite excited and pitiful. Yi Jiuyue smiled, no, I dreamed that my college entrance exam papers were burned, and I needed to retake the year. Shen Weisheng. Such a weirdo. Sorry, let's keep sleeping. Yi Jiuyue lay down and went back to sleep. Shen Weisheng complained, you just kicked me. It hurts. Full of regret, Yi Jiuyue climbed up again, under the covers asking, where did I kick? Sorry, I'll massage it for you. Shen Weisheng said, leg. Yi Jiuyue gave him a leg rub. Seeing the opportunity, Shen Weisheng acted mischievously, you also kicked my groin. Yi Jiuyue. Ah, please unfollow. Idle, can you not speak? Please don't talk, can you just show me your handsome face? Yi Jiuyue suffered greatly. Shen Weisheng urged him, massage it. Yi Jiuyue continued to rub his leg for a bit, clapped his hands, lay back down, and pretended to be deaf and dumb, going back to sleep. Even though teasing only brought momentary happiness, Shen Weisheng wasn't annoyed his wicked plan hadn't succeeded. He hugged Yi Jiuyue again, kissed him, hey. Yi Jiuyue asked with eyes closed. Was that your ex-boyfriend tonight? Shen Weisheng asked, really nothing between you two? Yi Jiuyue said with eyes closed, yeah. Shen Weisheng said, don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. I won't do anything bad to you. Yi Jiuyue said with eyes closed, not lying. So, really not getting back together? Shen Weisheng asked. Yi Jiuyue thought he was really too gossipy, said with eyes closed, not getting back together. Shen Weixing asked again, why? Because his dad is the mayor, his mom is the president of the hospital. Afraid of them targeting you? Why are you so nosy? Yi Jiuyue sighed. Shen Weixing was alert. He sighed, this means he still has feelings. Although Shen Weixing didn't approve of Yi Jiuyue self-indulging in sentimental love with him, it was from Shen's perspective. But if Shen Weixing put himself in Yi Jiuyue's shoes, at this moment Yi Jiuyue was actually dating him. Then the behavior of Yi Jiuyue wanting both what he currently had and his ex-boyfriend became extremely reprehensible, outrageous, and deserving condemnation as a despicable cheater in relationships. Shen Weixing, with his very peculiar train of thought, glared angrily and reproachfully at Yi Jiuyue. In the faintly moonlit room, Yi Jiuyue opened his eyes but could not clearly see Shen Weixing's expression. All Yi Jiuyue could hear was his voice remaining surprisingly calm, no reason, just no feelings anymore. As Shen Weixing was about to speak again, Yi Jiuyue said, I never eat the same grass twice. Shen Weixing was stunned. Yi Jiuyue thought to himself that now Shen would have nothing else to question, and they could sleep. Unexpectedly, after a short pause, Shen Weixing's displeased voice sounded again, your romantic history seems quite rich, huh? And never. How many times were there? With who? Could you please shut up? Yi Jiuyue pretended to be asleep. But Shen Weixing, having finally caught his weak point, firmly persisted, speak up. Annoyed almost to death by Shen Weixing's pestering, Yi Jiuyue cleverly threw the question back, then how about you? Shen Weixing asked, what about me? With his eyes closed, Yi Jiuyue questioned, have you ever been in love? Shen Weixing hesitated for a moment, then reacted sensitively, why should I tell you such things? He suddenly remembered Yi Jiuyue's mistaken belief that they had turned legitimate, and hurriedly distanced their relationship, it's my private matter. Yi Jiuyue said, alright then, let's sleep. Shen Weixing waited for a while longer and saw that Yi Jiuyue really didn't say anything else, hesitating whether to ask, are you mad? Already half asleep, Yi Jiuyue did not respond upon hearing the question. Shen Weixing thought he was indeed angry and thus felt inwardly superior. Humph, what position do you have to be jealous, truly thinking we've legitimized our relationship? Who gave you such an illusion? Shen Weixing waited another little bit, but Yi Jiuyue still didn't speak, merely turning over and facing away from him. Does Shen Weixing like hugging while sleeping or something? It's kind of cute given the contrast, though hugging too long gets hot. Yi Jiuyue thought hazily. Are you really angry? Shen Weixing moved closer, tentatively kissed his cheek, only to be swatted by Yi Jiuyue because he found it ticklish. Hey, you're truly jealous. Worthless fraudster in matters of the heart, you finally met your match after walking through so many dark nights. No, you've fallen for me, which isn't unwarranted. The karmic retribution for playing with others' emotions will now come your way. I'm the one dispensing justice on behalf of heaven. I will never fall for you. You're doomed to disappointment, heartbreak, and losing your dreams. Shen Weixing arrogantly contemplated this grand idea for a while, then suddenly realized something wasn't right. Recalling Yi Jiuyue's words earlier, I never eat the same grass twice. This sentence seemed rather genuine. If that's true, meaning once I break things off with him, he won't seek me out either. Therefore, I can't end it yet, otherwise there'll be no fun anymore. But I'm different from Yi Jiuyue type people, I don't manipulate emotions. No, I haven't manipulated his emotions, it's his unilateral misunderstanding, I haven't misled him. Let's leave it like this for now. Shen Weixing deeply deliberated in the intoxicating night colors. Chapter 7. Even though Shen Weixing had offered to drive Yi Jiuyue to her early class the next day, she paid little heed to it. First, she didn't take too seriously the words of someone eager for intimacy, regardless if it was Shen Weixing himself or precisely because it was him. Second, there were plenty of students rushing to morning classes, and she preferred not drawing attention by being dropped off in a luxury car. Sometimes avoiding trouble was better than inviting it. Thus, Yi Jiuyue got up early and asked her roommate to bring books for her while planning to jog back to school in the early morning. After only half a minute of lying in bed without her, Shen Weixing woke up groggily and discontentedly asked, can't you just once wake up later than me? Sitting at the edge of the bed, putting on her socks, Yi Jiuyue replied, sorry, I've got an early class today, you'll have to figure out breakfast yourself. Shen Weixing remembered this situation, let me send you. I'll drive, no rush. Let's grab breakfast together on the way. Remember those crepes you recommended last time? They were pretty good. Although that was only the remaining half, cold as it was. Shen Weixing recalled this detail and got upset again. How others treated their paramours, and how he was treated. Last month, when he occasionally summoned someone, the person took an hour to come and even said they were waiting in line for crepes. Am I worth tens of millions for a film project but still inferior to a crepe? Is it because Yi Jiuyue is too arrogant or because I, Shen Weixing, don't pay her enough? Outraged, Shen Weixing snatched the crepe and sea salt cheese milk tea from Yi Jiuyue and ate them up to infuriate her. However, Yi Jiuyue did not seem annoyed. She observed Shen Weixing finishing the half-eaten crepe and half a cup of milk tea with a strange gaze, then watched him do push-ups on the floor for half an hour due to his impulsive indulgence in high-calorie late-night snacks. The episode ended almost with Shen Weisheng choking on anger. Shen Weisheng thought Yi Jiuyue was either a devil or an undercover spy planted by rivals, a corporate spy using seduction, but not a beautiful one at all. After putting on the left sock, Yi Jiuyue proceeded to the right, saying over her shoulder, "No need, you rest. There are many people at that store in the morning, and queuing won't leave enough time." Shen Weisheng inquired, "How many classes do you have today?" Yi Jiuyue responded, "First and second periods in the morning, seventh period in the afternoon." Shen Weisheng grumbled, "What an awful schedule." Smiling, Yi Jiuyue didn't respond further, stepping into slippers to go wash up. The sound of water from the bathroom reached Shen Weisheng, making him irritable. After considering both sides, he pouted and ignored her, rolling back to continue sleeping. Having finished washing up, Yi Jiuyue had nothing else to do and quickly grabbed her phone and left. In fact, Yi Jiuyue intentionally closed the door quietly, but Shen Weisheng still heard it. Irritated, he threw off the covers again and sat upright, leaning against the headboard to play on his phone. The production team of the drama starring Xia Qiu posted a behind-the-scenes picture of Shen Weisheng yesterday on their official Weibo account. Snapped casually by a staff member's mobile phone, the photo was blurry yet still circulated wildly among fans who were gushing about it. The lead actress also retweeted the post, writing, "Aya. My 18 years of doing good deeds haven't gone unrewarded. This girl was indeed quirky." Shen Weisheng had quite some affection for her, mainly because during breaks yesterday, he accidentally noticed that her script was filled with numerous detailed annotations, flipping its pages frequently. Shen Weisheng appreciated diligent people. Alas, if Xia Qiu could work as hard as her, things would be much better. Sighing, Shen Weisheng left a comment, a doge emoticon, on the actress's repost. Instantly, comments flooded in. Shen Weisheng was used to this routine, it was just his style of entertainment. In showbiz, everyone knew it was merely setting the pace, after all, maintaining heat and topics was mutually beneficial. Replying with an emoji under a Weibo post came at no cost since it signified nothing, leaving everything open to interpretation by bystanders. It also helped boost this girl's profile. Afterwards, they could even stir topics like true versus false male lead contending for one beauty or love triangle. Yet, upon closer inspection, the parties involved would appear completely innocent. A casual clarification sufficed afterward. Today, I've promoted a younger generation. Satisfied, Shen Weisheng turned off his phone, got dressed, washed up, then sat in the living room sofa for a moment, picking up an English book Yi Jiuyue left here to practice oral skills. Due to his background, Shen Weisheng dropped out of middle school and later didn't get proper education opportunities. It was only after entering the entertainment circle that he began to invest in self-improvement, reading extensively whenever he had spare time. However, he didn't enjoy showing off in front of others either, because he had been criticized before for being pretentious. People said how could a dropout who hadn't finished junior high school pretend to be cultured by carrying around The Birth of Tragedy, such a highbrow book? Wasn't that just posturing? Could Shen Weisheng even understand it? Shen Weisheng really couldn't comprehend the book. Each time, he would start from the first page again and feel as though he were reading an entirely new, unseen book. Although he recognized every individual word, when put together they seemed like heavenly scripture. But he obstinately believed that one day he'd patiently finish it and fully grasp its meaning, achieving another level of intellectual elevation. Shen Weisheng was used to criticism but, strangely, he cared about this kind. It made him feel very uncomfortable. His cultural knowledge was where he felt extremely inadequate, it was his true shortcoming, and thus something he genuinely cared about, making him dislike anyone pointing it out. Therefore, he stopped bringing books out in public and only read them privately behind closed doors, never flaunting them lest he accidentally embarrass himself and invite more ridicule. If Shen Weisheng had any vulnerability, it was probably this. After practicing some daily English dialogues for quite a while, Shen Weisheng gave himself a break, scrolling through his phone without paying attention to the heat from the last reply, habitually navigating to Yi Jiuyue's Weibo page. Even his own Weibo account was sometimes managed by the company, so he hadn't secretly followed Yi Jiuyue and had to manually search her ID each time. Fortunately, Yi Jiuyue wasn't lazy enough to change her name after all these years. Not only did she not change her name, but she also rarely posted on Weibo. Ha, saying you like me, which you didn't, not even wishing me happy birthday on Weibo, that's love, huh? Shen Weisheng sneered, just about to leave the page when his fingers froze. He stared intently at the number of replies under Yi Jiuyue's older posts, they had increased. Yi Jiuyue's ancient Weibo hardly got any replies, and Shen Weisheng remembered clearly how few there usually were. Not sure why, but he clicked in to see who replied, discovering an ID with a winter character, Rui Dong, or 9 months into winter. Ha, go back to your southern hemisphere. Shen Weisheng sneered. Shen Weisheng spent quite a while exploring Rui Dong's Weibo profile, criticizing everything he saw. Actually, there wasn't much to criticize in what Rui Dong posted, but Shen Weisheng made an effort anyway. For example, when Rui Dong posted, another year almost over, lonely silhouette.jpg, Shen Weisheng retorted with, dramatic, and when Rui Dong shared a sentimental Weibo post, Shen Weisheng called it, sentimental garbage. When Rui Dong forwarded Yi Jiuyue's Weibo, Shen Weisheng muttered, humph. Shen Weixing criticized all the way until he stumbled upon one original tweet by Roy Dong. 9 months into winter, nostalgic for the pancakes by the high school gate and the person I ate them with. Ha, you can only reminisce because that person is mine now, and so are the pancakes. Shen Weixing snickered, scrolling up and preparing to exit when another fresh update appeared. Why does this guy have so much to say? Frowning, Shen Weixing read on. 9 months into winter, persistence is victory, kiss emoji. Shen Weixing, ha. He almost really replied under this post, then hastily pulled back his wandering finger, gazing at those words for a long time. Chapter 8. Yi Jiuyue felt that his luck today was not so good. When he went back to school for a morning run, he sprained his ankle. Although it wasn't serious, he didn't have time to buy breakfast, and thus he endured the hunger till the end of the first class with great difficulty. After the class, he slumped on the desk like a dried fish. He had been living quite a regular life recently, so when he got hungry, it became particularly evident, and his stomach felt a bit uncomfortable. Yi Jiuyue lay his head on the desk looking at his phone, surprisingly finding out that Shen Damingxing, a famous star, actually asked him, "Which classroom are you in?" Yi Jiuyue was shocked. "What for?" Shen Weixing replied immediately, "Do I need your permission?" Yi Jiuyue. "Zhang San, tell me quickly." Yi Jiuyue, "If you come over, people will crowd around you, degree. Zhang San, who said I am coming? Yi Jiuyue, then why do you ask which classroom I'm in? Zhang San, because I feel like asking. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang San, never mind, I'll find someone else to ask. Yi Jiuyue, how will you ask? Zhang San, do I need your permission? Yi Jiuyue thought there was no one in this world who could manage Shen Weixing anymore. He hesitated for a moment and told him which classroom it was, but reminded him again, people really will gather around you, and then it would be hard to explain afterward. Zhang San, you wish. I'll order takeout for you. Yi Jiuyue, I'm in class now, can't eat takeout, why do you want to treat me suddenly Omega? Zhang San, I dreamed that you were starving to death. Yi Jiuyue sad face equals degree smiley face. Zhang San, you talk too much. Let's stop chatting. Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue put down his phone and continued lying there like a dried fish. Until there was an excitement around him. Yi Jiuyue felt that someone had taken the seat next to him, and the buzz was all about this change. He was shocked. Did Shen Weixing really come? Yi Jiuyue hurriedly looked up, instantly sighing with relief. It was not Shen Weixing but Sui Dong. Sui Dong worriedly said, I heard that you sprained your foot, are you alright? Yi Jiuyue said, it's fine, I've been to the medical room. That's why he gave up going to the breakfast shop, so sad. Sui Dong found a chance to help and tried hard to suppress his happiness, continuing to worry about him. In that case, I will pick you up and drop you off to class these days, and help you fetch meals. Sui Dong hated that the school did not use hot water kettles. Isn't it supposed that in universities people need to carry their own water bottles? However, each floor of the dormitory building has a water dispenser right at the door of Yi Jiuyue's dormitory. As for the hot water for bathing, everyone used illegal electric appliances to boil it. Sui Dong even considered reporting that Yi Jiuyue's dormitory was using prohibited electrical appliances. Yi Jiuyue shook his head, thank you, there is no need. Sui Dong decided to report Yi Jiuyue's dormitory for using prohibited electrical appliances. Then help Yi Jiuyue fetch hot water. Perfect plan. Of course, Yi Jiuyue did not know Sui Dong's intentions, nor did he think much about it, withdrawing his gaze and continuing lying there. Seeing him like that, Sui Dong assumed he was just ignoring him, but he did not care. He started talking with the surrounding classmates, attempting to subtly inquire about the guy from last night. Because he left the country due to family affairs, Sui Dong enrolled later than others and didn't attend the military training. He reported to school last week. Even though he had always been chasing after Yi Jiuyue, he was also afraid of missing someone. The facts proved that he indeed missed something, such as the mysterious person last night. Even though Sui Dong came late, he carried the campus idol halo and frequently rushed to Yi Jiuyue's class. Thus, other classmates were quite familiar with him, and in just a few exchanges, they opened up their hearts. They unanimously expressed that Yi Jiuyue showed no signs of having a boyfriend in the school. So, rest assured. This did not make Sui Dong very relieved. He thought, if not within the school, then outside the school. Wait a minute, the attire and demeanor from yesterday weren't cheap, and it was shrouded in mystery. Later, he drove away. Was he a socialite? How could Yi Jiuyue possibly know such kind of people? The more Sui Dong thought, the more confused he got, but considering that curious onlookers surrounded him everywhere, he had to endure and not ask any questions. Soon, the bell rang for class. Yi Jiuyue sat up, continuing listening and taking notes. Sui Dong sat aside absent-mindedly listening, occasionally staring at Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue was focused entirely, oblivious to others. His eyes were only on the teacher. As in high school. How to put it, being the top scorer in the National College entrance exam certainly means something. When Yi Jiuyue studied, he was extremely serious, probably only at this time would he be extremely focused, and even his eyes seemed sharper because of this. Normally, he acted slow-paced and unhurried, appearing easy to bully, which made Sui Dong especially enjoy teasing him, wanting to see how he would lose his cool. Of course, Sui Dong never saw that happen. Whether it was a prank or something else, Yi Jiuyue would be scared, but he wouldn't rush to get mad. Instead, he'd use his soft and slightly slow voice to say unhurriedly, "You startled me. Looks like you're pretty calm after all." Sui Dong was speechless. Yi Jiuyue indulged himself in the ocean of knowledge, only realizing his near-starved stomach after class ended. He hurriedly gathered his things to go eat. Of course, his hurry looked leisurely in Sui Dong's eyes. Sui Dong wanted to help carry his school bag, but Yi Jiuyue shook his head, "No need, thank you. I'll see you back to your dormitory." Sui Dong smiled at him. "Your foot isn't convenient?" Yi Jiuyue asked, somewhat puzzled, "But if you take me, my foot will still be sprained, won't it?" Sui Dong saw an opportunity and immediately said, "Then I can carry you." Yi Jiuyue instantly shook his head and bent down to pick up his phone, which just rang. Sui Dong glanced over as well, but Yi Jiuyue quickly answered it and turned away, intentionally blocking Sui Dong's view. Though there was only a fake name on the note, Yi Jiuyue felt instinctively that it was better not to leak too much for Shen Weisheng's sake. Sigh, worrying so much for the idol, Yi Jiuyue silently sighed. He hoped the idol would be more mindful. Shen Weisheng bluntly asked, "Is the class over?" Yi Jiuyue said, "Yeah." "Shen Weisheng, come out. I'm under your building, by the A entrance, there are fewer people here." Yi Jiuyue was slightly surprised but declined immediately, "My classroom is too far from entrance A, plus I don't plan to go." "You shouldn't come either, there are too many people here." Shen Weisheng impatiently said, "You're not going to die from being lazy, why can't you walk 2 steps? Don't you think you owe me at least 2 steps considering my worth?" "But what does your worth have to do with me? Does showing off your wealth to an ordinary college student like me really satisfy you?" Embarrassed, Yi Jiuyue said, "I sprained my ankle, it's inconvenient to walk far. I plan to return directly to my dorm. Sorry." Shen Weisheng paused for a moment, "Oh." And then hung up. Sui Dong asked, "Who's that?" Yi Jiuyue looked at him for a second, then seeing most classmates had left, he quietly said, "My boyfriend, the one from last night." "Sui Dong, stop looking for me. I already have a boyfriend." "What kind of person is that?" Sui Dong worriedly said, "Is he some gangster type?" Yi Jiuyue nodded. "Don't get scammed." Sui Dong sincerely advised, "Jiuyue, those circles are chaotic and they know how to flatter you, but they're probably lying to you." Yi Jiuyue nodded, Afterward, Yi Jiuyue prepared to leave. Sui Dong realized his words were dismissed easily, so he hurried to intervene, "Jiuyue, I'm not saying this purely out of jealousy. Let's say we are just friends, I care about you and am concerned you might get hurt." With sincerity, Yi Jiuyue said, "I know, thank you." Sui Dong said, "Then break up with him." Yi Jiuyue hesitated a bit, unsure how to explain that there wasn't even any premise to break up with Shen Weisheng. Ending their hookup relationship? Yi Jiuyue thought, perhaps not now. At least not yet. Having a hookup with an idol is rare fortune. Although Shen Weisheng has issues hard to describe fully, during their encounters, Shen Weisheng doesn't talk much. Thus, Yi Jiuyue could endure Shen Weisheng's usual behavior for the sake of those precious moments. Besides, judging by Shen Weisheng's cautious attitude towards physical exams, Yi Jiuyue figured he maintained monogamy, creating an ideal hookup relationship, truly a once-in-a-lifetime gift. As Yi Jiuyue recalled the past scene, his face turned a little red, and he felt secretly excited. A shirtless Shen Weisheng frowning and sweating without speaking, was extremely sexy. Dear Lord! What Shen Weisheng saw then was Yi Jiuyue blushing and standing in front of a deeply affectionate Sui Dong. Shen Weisheng became uncontrollably angry. What happened to your promise of never looking back? So why blush in front of him? Shen Weisheng fiercely slammed his fist against the classroom door, startling both Yi Jiuyue and Sui Dong, who looked over. Sui Dong, the rival appears. Yi Jiuyue, what exactly is Shen Weisheng thinking? Shen Weisheng strode over, coldly glaring at Sui Dong first, then coldly gazing at Yi Jiuyue before looking back again at Sui Dong. Wasn't it clear enough last night? Yi Jiuyue is mine. Don't bother him anymore, and stay away no matter what your parents do. It has nothing to do with what my parents do, Sui Dong frowned. As for you, are you guilty or something? Why don't you show your face? Afraid of being seen or not daring to face people? I know more about guys like you. Sounds like you've had quite some experiences. Shen Weisheng sneered. Caught off guard by his remark, Sui Dong hurriedly said, not at all, stop misunderstanding. Yi Jiuyue, worried that the idol and Sui Dong's parents might clash, which could lead him to make headlines unwillingly, quickly intervened, please let me explain. Damn, where on earth did you learn this tone from? It feels so odd, almost like you're going to break into a song in the next moment. Shen Weisheng raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue sighed and said, first of all, I'm just a high school classmate of Sui Dong's. Secondly, Zhang-san hasn't deceived me. Thirdly, please both reflect on who you are. Lastly, can we part ways amiably right here? Both Shen Weixing and Sui Dong decided to ignore him and continue glaring at each other. Sighing again, Yi Jiuyue thought it over, slung his bag over his shoulder, and dragged his sprained leg out with difficulty. Unable to save them, at least he could save himself. Their headline, but not mine. Yi Jiuyue thought silently. Chapter 9. Yi Jiuyue walked a few meters, feeling uneasy in her heart. She looked back and sighed silently, then slowly returned with a limp. Sui Dong decided that he must see the true face of this hypocrite today, so he reached out to remove Shen Weixing's mask. Shen Weixing immediately guessed Sui Dong's intention, dodged to the side, and prepared to punch him. Just as they were about to start fighting, suddenly Shen Weixing was kicked in the back of his knee. His leg went weak, and he quickly grabbed the nearby desk, warily turning his head to look at Yi Jiuyue, who had sneak attacked him. Seeing that it was Yi Jiuyue who had attacked him, Shen Weixing was about to explode in anger but then saw Yi Jiuyue calmly walking behind Sui Dong, and lifted her foot to kick Sui Dong in the back of his knee too. With weakened legs, Sui Dong held on to the desk. No one knew how Yi Jiuyue managed to defeat both, but right under everyone's eyes, she completed a double kill with an utterly calm expression on her face, gently advising them, you two should calm down, think about your identity and age. I am not worth your trouble, don't fight over me. Shen Weixing. Sui Dong. Suddenly, neither of them had the urge to fight anymore. Mystical. Shen Weixing gave Sui Dong a warning glare, shoved the plastic bag in his hand into Yi Jiuyue's hands, and then carried her off by lifting her around the waist, striding towards the exit. Sui Dong instinctively wanted to block them, hesitated for a moment, stopped in his tracks, and silently watched them leave. Yi Jiuyue stared blankly for a while, blinked her eyes, began to panic, and whispered, don't. Put me down. Shen Weixing said while walking, it's fine, I have a hat and mask on, no one will recognize me. Yi Jiuyue mumbled unhappily, but I don't have any. Deciding to ignore her, Shen Weixing continued holding her and descended the stairs. Luckily, it was just starting to be the third period, and most students who finished class had already left. Shen Weixing kept carrying Yi Jiuyue towards the less frequented A-gate exit. Occasionally, one or two students ran into them, only to turn back curiously after realizing who it might be. By the time they pulled out their phones, Shen Weixing had already slipped away skillfully. After failing to struggle free, Yi Jiuyue raised her hand to cover her face but got her face covered by the plastic bag that was just forced into her hand instead. It smelled incredibly fragrant. When she opened her eyes, she realized it was from the pancake shop they had mentioned earlier. Yi Jiuyue froze for a moment, glanced at Shen Weixing, and felt something peculiar. Shen Weixing carried Yi Jiuyue downstairs quickly, rushed to the car, opened the door, and pushed her inside before swiftly sitting in the driver's seat. He said, I'll pick you up this afternoon for class. Yi Jiuyue, still deep in thought, nodded, Shen Weixing added, I didn't eat breakfast, let's have lunch early. I didn't eat breakfast either, Yi Jiuyue replied. Shen Weixing frowned, you left home so early, how could you not have eaten breakfast? Yi Jiuyue pointed at her leg, I twisted my ankle and went to the medical room, there was no time to eat breakfast. I told you I would pick you up, serves you right. If I had picked you up, you wouldn't have twisted your ankle, and you would have eaten breakfast, Shen Weixing snorted, glanced at her, and graciously added, here, eat it. I bought it originally for myself. Yi Jiuyue smiled, handing the pancake back to Shen Weixing, it's okay, I'm not hungry now, you eat it. Shen Weixing ignored her lazily, buckling her seatbelt and then his own, before driving out and asking, where is a good place to eat nearby? Seeing that he had already started driving, Yi Jiuyue didn't insist on giving the pancake back. Instead, she broke open the bag as she said, let's go back and eat. What if someone recognizes you? Then find a place with high privacy. Shen Weixing said, forget it, I know where is good. Since Shen Weixing had already spoken, Yi Jiuyue didn't say anything more, tearing open the bag, and handing the pancake toward Shen Weixing's mouth. Shen Weixing frowned looking at the road conditions, I said I'm not eating, you eat it. I'm driving. Just one bite, Yi Jiuyue urged. Shen Weixing looked at him curiously, hesitated for a moment, and took a bite. After pulling back his hand, Yi Jiuyue also took a bite. Calculating the time it would take Shen Weixing to finish that bite, Yi Jiuyue handed it over again. Shen Weixing's feelings were strange. Hesitating, he took another bite. Yi Jiuyue thus shared the entire pancake bite by bite with Shen Weixing and couldn't help but smile. Mission accomplished, feeding idle. Who would have thought? Shen Weixing cast a quick glance at Yi Jiuyue, who was giggling mischievously, his emotions complex. Shit, he really fell in love with me. Sneakily doing things like this, manipulative, too manipulative, childish, too childish. What a disaster, will this guy try crying and making a scene when I say we should break up? What am I supposed to do then? I've heard of such cases. The benefactor stops providing support, and the other side refuses to leave, crying and shouting they don't want money anymore and still won't go. Yi Jiuyue didn't need the money either. My god, my god, my god, he initially just liked me for who I was. Oh no. I underestimated my own appeal. Shen Weixing regretted his decision deeply. After Yi Jiuyue had her moment of secret satisfaction, she noticed Shen Weixing glancing ahead while driving, a smile curling on his lips, a rather pleased one at that. She hesitated momentarily and revisited her thoughts. Could it be that Shen Weixing has actually fallen for me? Sending cars and houses, insisting on giving me money, even taking me on trips. Plus, being so sensitive toward Sui Dong. It can't be. No, I'm thinking too much. Shen Weixing probably just struggles to find a well-mannered friend who understands him, doesn't add unnecessary trouble, doesn't think he's annoying, and satisfies his virgin fetish. Yi Jiuyue nodded affirmatively, satisfied with her judgment. Shen Weixing drove skillfully into the hotel's underground parking garage and then picked Yi Jiuyue up again. Previously, Yi Jiuyue had seen it was a hotel, so she hurriedly said, "There are too many people around here talking. My leg isn't severely injured, I can walk myself." Shen Weixing hesitated for a moment, saying, "I'll carry you only until the elevator." So he walked toward the elevator. Luckily, it wasn't far. Upon reaching the elevator entrance, Shen Weixing kept his promise by putting Yi Jiuyue down and removing his hat and mask. Yi Jiuyue curiously asked, "Aren't you going to remove them inside the private room? Who told you we're going to a private room?" Shen Weixing looked at her mockingly as if she were inexperienced. "Quit asking questions, you'll know soon." And so, Yi Jiuyue kept quiet. "Hey, why did you bring your school bag out?" Shen Weixing irritably pulled the bag from her hands. Just as he was about to turn back to place it in the car, the elevator arrived, and he didn't insist further, carrying the bag along. With his other hand supporting Yi Jiuyue's shoulder, they entered the elevator. He pressed the button for the top floor and stuffed the hat and mask used for disguise into Yi Jiuyue's school bag. Shen Weixing swiped a card, and the elevator went straight to the top floor. Yi Jiuyue followed him out and curiously observed her surroundings. It seemed to be a restaurant, surrounded by glass walls projecting shadows outside, making it impossible to see through. It's like this during the day because it gets hot. At night, the glass is transparent. On nice weather nights, the glass would also be opened, allowing a view of the sea. Shen Weixing whispered lowly to Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue nodded. Shen Weixing didn't notice her unimpressed look, feeling a little bored but quickly thinking, daytime is indeed less interesting here. This place needs to be revisited with Yi Jiuyue at night. And thus, he regained his composure. The head waiter approached, smiling, "Mr. Shen and your friend are here to have a meal." Shen Weixing nodded slightly, "Just came impulsively without booking." "It's not an issue, since this isn't a peak dining time." The waiter appeared quite familiar with Shen Weixing, joking lightly as he led them inside, "Anywhere is fine to sit during the day. Let's take a spot further inside." Shen Weixing agreed, suddenly addressing the waiter, "This is Yi Jiuyue." "Yi Jiuyue. What kind of operation is this? We're just eating, is there a need to introduce my name? Even if my name doesn't get much recognition, it's confusing nonetheless." Yi Jiuyue wondered. The head waiter glanced at Yi Jiuyue more carefully and smiled, "Nice to meet you, I'm Wendong." Yi Jiuyue nodded slightly, "Nice to meet you." Shen Weixing continued, "Gao Cao top scorer." Yi Jiuyue. "Shut up, devil." She now suspected that Shen Weixing was intentionally teasing her due to unknown reasons. Being the top scorer in the National College entrance exam was something Yi Jiuyue found very embarrassing, especially since it happened only once during an exam where she ranked first citywide, not even province-wide. And yet, people still brought it up after almost half a year had passed, which made her feel somewhat humiliated. It wasn't as if she were the national top scorer every 3 years in ancient times. Previously, Yi Jiuyue hadn't mentioned this to Shen Weixing. But Shen Weixing found it out himself, claiming he accidentally stumbled upon it online during some free time. At the time, she hadn't given it much thought, but now she realized his plan. Yi Jiuyue pretended not to hear and sat down to glance at the menu quietly. That devil must have eaten something wrong, pointing at various foreign languages listed on the menu and saying to the waiter, "He understands all these." "I don't understand. What misconception do you have about city-level Gao Cao top scorers? You're not usually like this." Yi Jiuyue endured it as much as she could, but finally couldn't bear it anymore. She put down the menu and silently covered her face with both hands. Usually, if there were no outsiders, it wouldn't matter, but now, in front of the head waiter, Yi Jiuyue wanted to call Shen Weixing Dad, thinking, "Dad, what do you want me to do so that you can behave normally like the you on TV?" The head waiter was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing, "Wow, brother Shen, is this the secret sweetheart you've been hiding?" Just as Yi Jiuyue was about to lower her hands, she forced them back up again, covering her face once more, and thought she might as well die of embarrassment right there. This must be Shen Weixing's ultimate purpose. Perhaps Shen Weixing was retaliating for her kicking him earlier. Yi Jiuyue didn't want to believe that her former idol could be so petty, but reality compelled her otherwise. Shen Weixing frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Hey, order some dishes already. What do you want? Order something, we'll pack leftovers. The head waiter smiled. Brother Shen, we don't have takeout services. Shen Weixing turned to Yi Jiuyue. Don't listen to him, we can definitely pack. Go ahead and order. The head waiter also told Yi Jiuyue, I was just kidding, don't mind me. Brother Shen is one of the restaurant's shareholders, if he says we can pack, we can pack. I just want to disappear. Yi Jiuyue took a deep breath, lowered her hands, glanced at the menu, and without being polite, not even looking at prices, ordered several dishes she liked. Shen Weixing said to the head waiter, that's all. The head waiter asked, would you like wine? Shen Weixing shook his head, I'm driving. I still need to send him back to school this afternoon. The head waiter asked, then how about some freshly squeezed fruit juice? Shen Weixing glanced at Yi Jiuyue and said, sea salt cheese milk tea, with extra sea salt. The head waiter maintained a businesslike smile, where should I go to prepare your sea salt cheese milk tea? Feeling rather offended by this, Shen Weixing became upset, don't intentionally mess around here. Can't people be sent out to buy it? It could be done, but these cliched scenarios from old-school idol dramas weren't even popular now, making people really want to stir up trouble. The head waiter was trying hard not to laugh, nearly dying from holding it in, and glanced at Yi Jiuyue who had become an expert at pretending to be deaf, ignoring everything outside and focusing intently on studying the menu. He said, all right, please wait a moment. Chapter 10. After the head waiter left, Yi Jiuyue silently stood up the menu and hesitated to look at Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing frowned, if you want to say something, just say it. Yi Jiuyue hesitated several times, then asked softly, what are you doing? What do you mean by, what am I doing? Shen Weixing said confusedly, we're having a meal, aren't we? Yi Jiuyue thought for a moment, and said, stop introducing me like that to others. What? Shen Weixing thought for a second, the top scholar thing. Yi Jiuyue nodded. What's wrong with that? Shen Weixing really didn't understand where the problem was. This title would make people envy you to death. What does it mean? Among millions of participants in one exam, only one can be the top scorer. He also found it incredible how Yi Jiuyue, with her extraordinary way of thinking, managed to come out first. It seems like she had used all her intelligence in this lifetime for that test. She even doesn't want people to mention it. Yi Jiuyue is truly delicate. Shen Weixing imagined what he would do if he became a top scholar. Without hesitation, he'd buy trending topics for 6 months, bolden his entry on an encyclopedia page with red font and underline it, and even have it engraved on his future epitaph. Yi Jiuyue slowly said, it's been half a year already, and there will be new ones in another half a year. Stop bringing it up, it's embarrassing. Embarrassing? How is it embarrassing? You just overthink things, Shen Weixing thought. He believed being mocked for pretending to read books after not graduating from high school is genuinely embarrassing, but if Yi Jiuyue were reading those books, no one would call her pretentious. However, Shen Weixing didn't dwell on this issue and just asked, then how should I introduce you? After saying this, Shen Weixing suddenly realized something and looked enlightened at Yi Jiuyue. This schemer wants me to introduce him as my boyfriend. TSK. Forget it, that's impossible. Haha. Shen Weixing smirked arrogantly as he looked at Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue didn't understand what his sudden cocky expression meant, she just said helplessly, actually, you don't need to introduce me at all. Shen Weixing tensed up inside, thinking here we go. Yi Jiuyue must be trying to lay all her cards on the table, she doesn't want status or money but insists on following me. If you have a bit of self-awareness, don't open your mouth, and don't humiliate yourself. Shen Weixing waited anxiously for a moment but saw Yi Jiuyue lower her head again to study the menu after speaking, which made him a little irritated. She created unnecessary conflict out of nowhere. He asked, if you finished ordering, why are you still looking at it? Can you eat everything you ordered? Yi Jiuyue looked up at him, and said slowly, you said we could take it home. Shen Weixing almost lost his temper again, reheating food won't taste as good. Yi Jiuyue nodded, oh. I don't know what you mean by your, oh. Shen Weixing sighed deeply, too lazy to deal with her, and looked down to play with his phone. One of Shen Weixing's chat groups had already exploded, though this was due to the previous head waiter. Wendong, broke my damn brain. Ha 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 or bosses, please promise not to deduct my bonus first and let me tell you what I've just seen. Boss A, forget it, playing on your phone during working hours means you don't get any bonus. Boss B, I own more shares than him. Dong dong, ignore him, just speak. Boss C, the restaurant isn't solely supported by me. The two above me went out of business long ago. Wen, tell us first, whether we dock your bonus or give you a red envelope depends on what you say. Wendong, Brother Shen brought the hidden beauty from his golden house. Boss C, go on. Wendong, Brother Shen is making me laugh so hard ha 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 or his whole body language screams insanity. You weren't there, but when he showed off, boasting about her being the top college entrance examinee, ha 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 ha, or that child actually covered her face. Boss A, disappointing, he has mentioned that she's the top scholar a million times already. Check our records from 3 days ago if you like. My nephew is starting high school soon, and Brother Shin always manages to twist the topic back to his top scholar high school, even though my nephew's mom is a native-born Briton. How does this relate to Brother Shin's high school? Boss C, transfer schools, brother. That's possible. Boss A, I'll transfer you. Wendong, the point is, Brother Shin's expression at that moment was so hilarious, ha 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 ha, showing off completely. Boss B, does he ever not show off when saying this kind of stuff in the group? Wendong, later, he pointed at the foreign language on the menu and proudly claimed his top scholar understands it, ha 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 ha, oh god, I'm dying laughing. Ha 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 ha, I'm worried the top scholar will think it's embarrassing and dump him. Boss B, ha 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 ha. Boss E, I must severely criticize all of you. Academic qualifications are a sore spot for Satellite. You shouldn't be so harsh, or he'll turn against us. Boss F, don't stir up trouble. We know it's not about that. But still, ha 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 ha. Wendong, then, after ordering the dishes, I asked what to drink, and Brother Shin said sea salt cheese milk tea, extra sea salt, ha 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 ha. It reminded me of the idol drama my mom watches, ha 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 ha, ordering milk tea and smelly tofu at a 5-star restaurant. Boss A, ha 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 ha. Boss B, ha 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 ha. Boss C, ha 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 ha. Boss E, ha 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 ha, forget saving face. Boss F, down, down, Satellite is down. This bachelor losing his virginity is quite serious. I told you before, holding back too long can cause problems. At Wendong, you should at least teach Brother Shin a couple of tricks. His actions are just heart-wrenching. Teach him, okay? Shin Weixing, our friendship ends here. JPG. Boss A, ha 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 ha. Boss B, ha 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 ha. Boss C, ha 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 ha. Boss E, ha 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 ha. Boss F, ha 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 ha. Wendong, ha 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 ha. Shin Weixing, shut up, all of you. Shin Weixia at Wendong, bring the dishes. Wendong, I'll hurry up and check with the chef. Boss C at Wendong, give your Brother Shin some special effects. The cost is on me. Wendong, alright. Shin Weixing, no need. Shin Weixing, she's the one I support financially. You're all overthinking this. Shin Weixing, anyway, I've realized he really loves me. Now I'm worried about how to get rid of him. College students are impulsive, and I'm afraid something might happen. Give me a serious analysis. Boss D, ha 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 ha. Shin Weixing, go away. Boss D, I was in a meeting when I started laughing. Wendong, Brother Shin, I left after saying my piece. I had someone go buy your sea salt cheese milk tea, oh no, it's his sea salt cheese milk tea, and met Xia Chio's assistant. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Xia Chio reserved a seat for lunch and is coming here to eat. Shin Weixing, why is he coming? Isn't he supposed to be shooting today? Wendong, I don't know. But the filming site isn't far from here, so he often comes over to eat. Boss A, there's going to be some drama. I'm flying over now. Boss C, no more talking, I've already stepped out. Boss F, I'm already in the car. Boss D, I lost my passport, so I can't come. Make sure to live stream everything clearly. Boss D, password red envelope, WTMXS. Your red envelope has been claimed by Boss A, WTMXS. Your red envelope has been claimed by Boss B, WTMXS. Your red envelope has been claimed by Boss C, WTMXS. Your red envelope has been claimed by Boss E, WTMXS. Your red envelope has been claimed by Boss F, WTMXS. Your red envelope has been claimed by Wendong, WTMXS. Your red envelope has been claimed by Shin Weixing, WTMXS. Shin Weixing, go away. Did you play with Satellite today? Is Satellite finished today? Boss C, over here. Boss A, I've wanted to ask this for a long time. Have you ever considered the consequences if Satellite discovers this group chat? Boss C, what could he do? Boss A, he couldn't do much, but have you thought about his feelings? Boss C, never. I don't care. Boss A, true. Let's continue. What were you saying? Boss C at Wendong, remember to report in real time. Wendong, bosses, I need to work. Boss D, your bonus won't be deducted. Boss D, red envelope, exclusive for Dong Dong. The red envelope has been claimed by Boss A. Boss A, just have it. Boss A, red envelope, exclusively for Wendong, who will look like an idiot if they claim it. Wendong. Wendong, should I take it or not? The red envelope has been claimed by Wendong. Wendong, whatever, money means everything in this world. Wendong, I'll report updates anytime. Boss A, help Miss Jiao appropriately when you can. Boss C, that name sounds disgusting. Her real name is quite nice, Jiuyue. How poetic. Boss D, haven't you noticed the connection between Jiuyue, September, and autumn? Boss F, shut up. Boss A, their connection is because I bet that Xia Qiu will definitely start a conflict. Boss D, I bet Xia Qiu won't reveal herself for now. Do you think people are foolish? Boss A, 100,000. Boss D, looks like your financial situation is really bad these days. Is there an issue with your land? Boss A, screw you. Boss D, I want your Ferrari. Boss A, then I'll take that medal of yours. Boss D, deal. Boss F, I bet that Xia Qiu will be bullied right after today's meeting, and then Satellite will save the day. I bet my seaside apartment on this. Wendong, I can't keep up with this, bosses. Why did it escalate so suddenly? I could match 10,000, but that's it. Boss B, a bunch of idiots. At Wendong, ignore them. Remember to assist Satellite. You're the only one who hasn't said anything bad about Xia Qiu in front of him, so he trusts you. Wendong. Boss F, that's right, at Wendong. Wendong, okay. Boss A, by the way, Wendong, how is Jiuyue in person? I don't trust her. Given Satellite's physical condition, what if he likes that kind of person, maybe a Xia Qiu version 2.0? Wendong, not much to tell so far, pretty simple kid, not talkative. Boss C, how does she look in real life? Wendong, objectively speaking, Xia Qiu looks better. Jiuyue just seems obedient, like the type who follows the rules. Boss A, Xia Qiu also looks obedient. Wendong, I'm speechless. I'm shallow, I haven't seen as much as all of you have. Boss A, yet you've tested the aircraft carriers. Wendong, happy face. Wendong, our friendship officially invalid.jpg. Wendong, I have to work now. Boss D, sigh, Satellite is good in every way, just a bit dense. Boss A, who could say otherwise? Boss G, every time I open this group chat, it makes me want to sell my shares. It feels like this restaurant is doomed. Chapter 11. Yi Jiuyue, who seemed to be very obedient on the surface, was focused on eating slowly and deliberately. Normally, he ate very slowly, just like his speech, but today he was even slower. Shenwei, feeling guilty inside, glanced at the time, not wanting to bump into Xia Qiu, and urged, why are you eating slower than usual? Yi Jiuyue slowly explained, my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Shenwei frowned, what's wrong? Yi Jiuyue said, I didn't eat breakfast this morning. How weak can you be? You've just skipped one meal in the morning, Shenwei sneered, I often don't eat regular meals. What was there to be proud of? Yi Jiuyue looked at him with concern, still, try to eat 3 meals on time, it's good for your stomach. Shenwei rolled his eyes, that's how filming is, schedules often get flipped around, no time. I'm still okay, some seniors work so hard they need to gain or lose weight dramatically in a short time, it's more grueling. Yi Jiuyue nodded inside, no line of work is easy. Shenwei gave him a strange look, fine, take your time. But can you actually eat spicy food? Yi Jiuyue said, alright, I've gotten used to it. Shenwei took another couple of bites, then put down his chopsticks and gestured for a nearby waiter, bring us a porridge. The waiter smiled and asked, sure, seafood porridge or plain rice porridge, Shenwei said, without anything added. The waiter nodded and quickly went off. Shenwei reached out and moved the plate in front of Yi Jiuyue to his side, coldly saying, drink the soup first. Yi Jiuyue stared blankly holding the spoon, I don't have a gastric disease, just a little discomfort, I'll be fine if I eat enough. I say so, Shenwei said. So Yi Jiuyue blankly sipped plain rice porridge while Shenwei indulged himself in eating greedily, with a tiny bit of impulse to end their casual sexual relationship. I want to add some pickled vegetables, Yi Jiuyue whispered softly. Shenwei frowned, do you think this is where? Where do you get pickled vegetables? Yi Jiuyue glanced at the milk tea by his hand, then looked back at Shenwei, staying silent. Shenwei suddenly remembered that the milk tea was cold and took it away from him too. Yi Jiuyue. Shenwei cleared his throat, don't ask for too much, if the porridge has no taste, just add some salt. Saying that, Shenwei picked up the seasoning on the table reserved for other dishes and poured it over. Yi Jiuyue didn't have time to stop him, that's sugar. Shenwei paused mid-motion, checked, and indeed it was sugar. Calmly, he put down the sugar jar and picked up the salt jar, pouring salt for Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue, devil. Shenwei, after finishing pouring, felt it wasn't right either, grabbed Yi Jiuyue's spoon and licked a small bite, furrowing his brow, moving this bowl of porridge aside, calling the waiter again, another bowl, add a bit of salt. Yes sir, the waiter replied. Yi Jiuyue. Did you play with Satellite today? Is Satellite finished playing today? Wendong, I think Brother Shen is done. Wendong, he ordered a bowl of white rice porridge for Jiuyue, then ate all the food on the table himself. Wendong, then Jiuyue mentioned wanting pickled vegetables, so Brother Shen added salt and sugar. But then he couldn't eat it either and had another bowl of porridge made. Wendong, I could see the breakup signal in Joyue's eyes. Boss A. What operation is Satellite doing? Wendong, the origin was quite touching, probably because Joyue's stomach wasn't feeling well. Actually, I don't think it had to come to this, we have many options for porridge, so there's no need for such an emotional approach. Boss C, Satellite is still a simple comrade, many pickled vegetables on the market aren't healthy. Well, I won't give him a chance to save face anymore, I feel it will lower my class. Wendong, bosses, I can't save brother Shen, really, I truly can't, don't push me. Shenwei's taste preference is actually pretty simple, he doesn't fancy heavy flavors, especially sour and spicy tastes that confuse him as to why they are combined. But he has curiosity. While Yi Joyue was looking down and drinking porridge, Shenwei sneakily tried a bite of Yi Joyue's previous meal, frowning slightly. This taste is bizarre, just like the person. Shenwei thought disdainfully. Yi Joyue continued concentrating on drinking the porridge. He was afraid that if he gave Shenwei even a single opportunity, this bowl of porridge would be gone again. For some unknown reason, Shenwei wanted to starve him, making him develop psychological trauma towards eating. It's really hard to predict what a celebrity might think, their life pressure must be very high. Yi Joyue affectionately thought. Due to Shenwei's antics, Yi Joyue ate even slower, extending their dining time significantly. Finally finished eating, Shenwei checked the time, it was 12 o'clock, and hurriedly said, let's go. Yi Joyue nodded and stood up to grab his school bag. After sitting for so long, Yi Joyue almost forgot about his feet. As soon as they bore his weight, his ankle gave a sharp pain, and he let out a muffled groan, slightly furrowing his brows. Shenwei frowned as well, what's wrong again? It's nothing, Yi Joyue adjusted his stance, shifting his weight to his other leg, and said, let's go. Shenwei took Yi Joyue's school bag, casually asking, should I carry you? Yi Joyue smiled, no need. Shenwei had just said it casually too and didn't insist. He simply slowed his steps forward a little. Yi Joyue followed him out, but before walking a few steps, Shenwei suddenly stopped, turned around, and pushed Yi Joyue back, urging impatiently, go, this way. Yi Joyue, don't push me, my foot. At critical moments, you're just prone to failures. Filled with anger and anxiety, Shenwei hoisted Yi Joyue into his arms, carrying him on his shoulder as he quickly strode towards the deeper end of the restaurant. Yi Joyue. Witnessing everything, manager Wendong made an internal decision never to meddle in Shenwei's life again. Then he smiled and greeted a group of guests, Director Gu, Bin's Total, Mr. Chu, and Teacher Xia. This group consisted of the director and investors of the drama that Xia Qiu was shooting at the moment. They were all curious, and the director asked, wasn't Shen just there? I thought I saw him. The manager pretended not to hear and continued leading them to their seats. Bin Zong asked again, Wendong, was that Shenwei? The manager had no choice but to answer, yes, but Teacher Shen seemed to have something urgent, so after finishing his meal, he left in a rush. Afraid of the crowded elevators at this hour, he took the staff corridor behind. Director Gu speculated that Bin Zong wanted to keep Shenwei, so he quickly added, Xia Qiu, why don't you give Shen a call? If there is an emergency, we'll leave him alone, otherwise, he can join us to catch up. Director Chu and Mr. Bin have worked with Shen many times before, they're all acquaintances. Xia Qiu smiled, nodding as she pulled out her phone and stepped aside to call Shenwei. Shenwei carried Yi Joyue all the way to the supervisor's lounge, seated him properly, and before thinking of how to explain, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, hesitated briefly, and answered, hello. Xia Qiu, I just saw you. You're at the rooftop restaurant, right? Brother Wen said you thought we were strangers, so you hid. Shenwei, mm. Xia Qiu, there were no outsiders, only President Bin, President Chu, and Director Gu. Why didn't you tell me you came here for a meal? Let's eat together. Shenwei frowned, why haven't I questioned you? Aren't your scenes for today already done in the morning? Morning scenes are over, there are 2 more in the afternoon. Xia Qiu paused, Director Gu summoned me, which won't affect the filming progress. Why didn't Zhongyi come? Shenwei furrowed his brow even tighter, you should learn more from Zhongyi. You two are from the same batch, and she's much smarter. It's fine to accompany sponsors for meals, but don't do it during the middle of filming, you should be on set with everyone else having boxed lunches. Boxed lunches aren't as terrible as people say. Since you're starting, don't make yourself look too special. Zhongyi was the lead actress of this drama. Although not overly simple-hearted, Shenwei felt she was very suitable for show business. She worked hard where professionalism was required and was skilled in navigating human relationships, previously sharing pictures of crew boxed lunches deliberately, knowing well how to shape her own image. Shenwei wasn't bothered by her minor scheming and actions, as long as they didn't hurt anyone's feelings. In such circles, even someone like Shenwei who's considered top-tier must always pay attention to maintaining their popularity. How much more for her, a new face without representative works? It was Xia Qiu, though, that worried Shenwei. Xia Qiu may be intelligent, but having grown up spoiled and smoothly sailing through life, she remains naive and lacks understanding of the intricacies of the entertainment industry. Xia Qiu laughed apologetically. I know I was wrong. I promise not to do it next time, okay? Next time, I'll take what you say as holy orders, haha. Can you come back now? President Chu and President Bin have collaborated with you so many times before. Shenwei looked at Yi Jiuyue. I've got something. Xia Qiu asked, what is it? Discussing a new drama, Shenwei made up an excuse. Oh, then go ahead with that. There's probably nothing on my side, Xia Qiu quickly replied. I guess we're also discussing a new drama. No worries, go handle yours. I can manage mine on my own. Shenwei paused. What new drama are you discussing? Actually, I'm not sure either. Director Gu just mentioned it. He's quite confident about this drama, so he wants to secure my schedule for my next drama in advance. So I guess today, President Chu and President Bin might want to discuss this with me. Xia Qiu smiled, but your project is definitely more important than mine. You should continue yours. Don't agree too casually. These verbal commitments can be hard to revoke later if it turns out to be a pitfall. But they could easily dismiss you afterwards. Shenwei hesitated, feeling uneasy. Never mind, let me go over there. Xia Qiu hurriedly said, no need. Yours is definitely a big project. Don't bother. It's fine. Shenwei hastily hung up and then looked at Yi Jiuyue, who was quietly sitting there observing the room. He hesitated for a moment and said, he's a friend of mine, and you know him, Xia Qiu. Yi Jiuyue nodded, Shenwei furrowed his brows again due to Yi Jiuyue's meaningless, that never revealed any meaning. He thought for a bit, he's discussing a new drama, so I'll check the situation and help negotiate for him. He didn't bring his agent along. We're from the same company, and we're pretty close privately. You should know that, right? I've mentioned it in interviews before. His parents helped me in the past. Yi Jiuyue, When Yi Jiuyue first started following Shenwei, she had watched all his interviews as well, becoming increasingly fond of Shenwei because of his sincerity, humility, and gratitude. In the interviews, he talked about his background without reservation or bitterness, only saying that he'd gotten through it all, thanking everyone who'd helped him in the past, and promising to continue working hard in the future. At that time, Yi Jiuyue thought, my idol is truly amazing. The heavens have bestowed him with such stunning good looks and a dependable soul. Later, Yi Jiuyue realized how deep the waters of the entertainment industry ran, and dependable souls simply did not exist. Chapter 12. Of course, none of that mattered. Yi Jiuyue just felt that Shen Weixing didn't need to explain in such detail, so she nodded and said consciously, then I'll go back by myself. Your foot. Yi Jiuyue said, it's fine. Shen Weixing said, then take a taxi. Yi Jiuyue nodded, alright. Shen Weixing thought for a moment, forget it, wait for me. I won't be long with my meeting. I'll send you back this afternoon. Yi Jiuyue said, no need. Relax, it's not like I want you to accompany me or make an appearance. If anything, I wouldn't even want you. Shen Weixing said, I'll first send you down to the room to rest. You can take a nap. Yi Jiuyue sincerely said, really, there's no need. How about doing some homework? You did bring your school bag. Yi Jiuyue, seriously, it's unnecessary. It's not a specially booked room, it's always been rented out anyway. Whether you sleep or not, I've already paid for it. Without giving her time to argue, Shen Weixing pulled her up. Let's go. Helplessly, Yi Jiuyue let herself be pushed out of the door. Shen Weixing often came here to film, having a somewhat peculiar attachment to domesticity. He had long-term reserved a guest room, changing its interior himself. When Yi Jiuyue entered, she found it quite homely. The bed sheets and such were not in the hotel style but rather similar to the small apartment Shen Weixing rented for Yi Jiuyue. Casually, Yi Jiuyue asked, is your house also this kind of style? Heh, already starting to inquire about my home, daydreaming about entering it? Not happening. Stop dreaming. Coldly smiling to himself, Shen Weixing replied aloud, more or less. Yi Jiuyue, Here we go again, who knows what that, implies. Maybe you're already thinking about how to seduce me, entangle me, bewilder me, then get me to bring you back, or worse, take a picture without me noticing and brag about it. I see through your tactics. Shen Weixing thought coldly. You do as you please. There's nothing you can't touch. Just don't leave, I'll be back soon. Shen Weixing said and then left. Inside the room, Yi Jiuyue looked around and went over to the desk with her bag. This layout of the hotel guest room seemed also adjusted by Shen Weixing. The desk was moved next to the window, well lit. On the table were several books. Yi Jiuyue picked them up and found they were civil service exam preparation materials, all diligently completed by someone. Was Shen Weixing preparing for the civil service exams? How ambitious. Unpredictable. Wait, doesn't the civil service have academic requirements? What is he planning? Scratching her head, Yi Jiuyue put down Shen Weixing's book and took out her own to seriously review today's class content. In fact, regarding Shen Weixing's suggestion of going on a trip abroad, Yi Jiuyue was slightly tempted. Mostly because of cost efficiency. Traveling with Shen Weixing meant sharing one hotel room, which made the costs justified without feeling like taking advantage. Shen Weixing would have to pay for the room anyway. But when it came to airfare and other personal expenses, Yi Zhuoyuan knew she would have to cover those herself. So, she needed to secure her scholarship. For now, this became Yi Zhuoyuan's new short-term goal, leading her to immerse herself in study wholeheartedly. Shen Weixing rushed off to meet Xia Qiu, chatting casually with two sponsors for a while. Actually, the two sponsors hadn't planned any serious business talk. They were merely passing by the set to check things out. Director Gu naturally warmly invited them to dinner. As Xia Qiu was lingering nearby Director Gu, they were invited along casually. But since Shen Weixing showed up, things changed. The two sponsors weren't from the film industry themselves. But with the recent boom of the film circle, they'd invested in a few movies, profiting handsomely, especially those with Shen Weixing's involvement. Hence, they placed high regard on Shen Weixing and were eagerly eyeing using him as a stepping stone to enter the entertainment world more formally. One thing led to another, and they began discussing new plays with Shen Weixing. Actually, there was no concrete plan. It was mainly throwing grand flags, promising roles like supervisor, director, producer to Shen Weixing, wanting to collaborate with him. Nowadays, this was trendy. Many famous actors listed names as behind-the-scenes staff in dramas as a kind of fashion trend. However, Shen Weixing currently had no such intentions. Objectively assessing himself, he realized he wasn't at that level yet. If it were just a mere title, it could pass. But truly letting him muck around, he wouldn't agree. After all, his money didn't fall from the sky either. Using it carelessly for vanity projects would not be worth it and might as well give it to Yi Zhuoyuan instead. However, having been in the industry for a long time, Shen Weixing also handled the sponsors quite diplomatically. Regardless of their status or how reliable their words were, and regardless of whether he was interested or not, Shen Weixing always nodded along ambiguously and muddled through. But after attending too many such dinners, it really became annoying. Shen Weixing thought he'd rather go back and get scolded by Yi Zhuoyuan. At least after being scolded, he could still have some fun with Yi Zhuoyuan to relieve his stress. Not drinking at all. I heard teacher Shen can drink quite a lot, Mr. Bin asked. Shen Weixing smiled, I have something else to do later and I'm driving without an assistant. Mr. Bin then asked, why not check into a room to rest? It's strict now. Shen Weixing said, if I haven't metabolized the alcohol and get caught drunk driving, I'll be on tomorrow's headlines, and that wouldn't be good. Everyone laughed and didn't press further. But Mr. Bin asked again, why doesn't teacher Shen bring someone around? Private matters? Not exactly, but I rarely rest throughout the year. This time, I gave my assistant a break since when I don't rest, neither do they, Shen Weixing explained. The group chatted for a bit longer, and finally, the dinner concluded. Shen Weixing was eager to return to the room to find Yi Zhuoyuan, but was called back by Xia Qiu. Brother Shen. Shen Weixing turned to look at him, what? Xia Qiu, curious and concerned, asked, are you sure you're alright? Shen Weixing curiously countered, why wouldn't I be? Recently, it seems like you've been very busy, but your schedule hasn't been packed recently. And you keep giving Tang vacations, when I ask him why, he won't say anything. Xia Qiu worriedly asked, is there a problem? Though I might not be able to help, at least you shouldn't bear everything alone. You should talk about it. You're overthinking things. Haven't I always been like this? During breaks, I usually stay out of sight, Shen Weixing said without batting an eyelid. Xia Qiu made a face at him, but in the past, when you took a break, it was just from appearing publicly, not disappearing privately. Even your social media has gone silent. I post, but it's only visible to certain groups, Shen Weixing muttered under his breath. As for keeping a mistress who was a little oddball, Shen Weixing only let a group of mischievous friends and the oddball herself see that part of his life. Oddly enough, the oddball never liked Shen Weixing's posts. Ha, fake fan. Or maybe playing hard to get. Ha. Xia Qiu wanted to say more, but Shen Weixing cut him off, it's you who needs to worry next. Don't come with them anymore. Didn't they completely ignore your new drama just now? It's all excuses, they're just looking for company to eat. Zhou Mi knows better, so she didn't come. The new drama will be looked at by me, my agent, and the company. What you should focus on is doing well in the current project. Although it's small scale, if you perform well, both the audience and the industry will notice. The travel show ratings are climbing as well. I hear rumors that if they continue rising, they'll record a second season with the same cast. Find time to think about how to deepen your character on the show. If the first season wraps up before your current drama airs, you'll likely gain attention. Don't worry about resources, once this happens, you'll be the one choosing roles, not the other way around. Xia Qiu nodded, I'm not worried about resources. I just don't want to drag you down, nor do I want people to criticize you because of me. They always say I need you to have projects, which affects your image. Shen Weixing frowned, ignore those black comments unless they hit home. And stop browsing gossip forums. While he said this, Shen Weixing himself often browsed these forums and would frequently get angry. It wasn't because Shen Weixing enjoyed masochism. He had a purpose, if the criticism pointed out real issues, he'd silently fix them. If it was just blind hate, he'd mentally curse them back. Regardless of whether there were perfect people in this world born without flaws, Shen Weisheng certainly didn't consider himself one. He didn't cover up problems either, believing instead in correcting what was wrong and improving where necessary, laughing off senseless critics. There are always people who behave this way their whole lives, but at least he wasn't one of them. However, this approach wasn't suitable for Xia Qiu. Grown in a sheltered environment, Xia Qiu couldn't handle those insults. Shen Weisheng had tried to advise him multiple times, but to no avail. Xia Qiu now complained quietly, "It's not the forum, it's within the company." He suddenly stopped, glanced at Shen Weisheng, and hurriedly added, "Never mind, I remember, it's like I didn't hear anything." Shen Weisheng frowned again, "Within the company? Who's talking behind your back?" "No one," Xia Qiu stammered, "there's no one." "Tell the truth." Shen Weisheng insisted. Xia Qiu hesitated for a moment and said, "It's also my fault. It was you who brought me into the team. And that role back then, I did snatch it from him." "Nail." Shen Weisheng thought for a while, "That was eons ago, and the character I helped you get was barely in the double digits among male roles. His character got cut because of another actor, not you. How does this have anything to do with you?" "They all say his role was deleted because they added mine," Xia Qiu explained. "Are they crazy? Besides, Nail is now firmly established as the second or even first male lead in high-quality productions. Would he still remember something that happened when we were just starting out? Do you think I would believe that?" Shen Weisheng said as he reached for his phone, "Let me ask him." "No." Xia Qiu quickly stopped him, "Shen Gu, do you want to kill me?" "What nonsense. Nail and I have worked on several projects together, he's usually quite easygoing, right? There must be someone sowing discord between the two of you behind your backs." Shen Weisheng continued to take out his phone, "I'll tell him, so whoever it is spreading rumors about you will stop." Xia Qiu clung tightly to his hand, "No. Please don't. I won't believe others' words anymore. If you do this, I'll feel so awkward seeing him next time. Sister Wang even mentioned the company wants to pair us up for a new drama. Since you and that elder brother are close, whatever they say about me, he wouldn't believe anyway." Shen Weisheng hesitated for a moment and hesitantly replied, "Oh, all right then. Who spread those bad words about Nail?" Xia Qiu shook his head, "I won't say. Let bygones be bygones, shall we? When people resort to such dirty tactics, they're no longer worth forgiveness. Just be careful yourself. Whoever told you this, beware of them in the future. People like this will surely badmouth you to others behind your back," Shen Weisheng cautioned earnestly. Xia Qiu obediently nodded. "All right, let's leave it at that. Anything else?" Shen Weisheng asked. Xia Qiu shook his head. In a rush to leave, Shen Weisheng said, "You'd better catch up with Director Gu and head back to the set. Prepare well and film diligently. I won't see you off." Xia Qiu nodded. Shen Weisheng pressed the elevator button for him and ushered him in, "Go down first. I need to handle something in my room." Chapter 13. Yi Jiuyue had been reading a textbook for a while earlier, and with the sunlight streaming through the window, he started to feel a little drowsy. He yawned a few times, thinking that studying this way would not be efficient, so he gave in to his body's need and went to bed to sleep. Napping during the afternoon always made Yi Jiuyue a light sleeper. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he faintly heard Shen Weisheng's voice mumbling something meaningless. Then he drifted back to sleep. After a little while, the bed dipped slightly as Shen Weisheng joined him, taking half of the quilt. Yi Jiuyue continued to sleep. Shen Weisheng actually harbored some wicked intentions when he brought Yi Jiuyue into this room. Their plans from last night failed, so today he intended to find some excitement by changing the environment. But now Yi Jiuyue was asleep again. Sleeping all day. Shen Weisheng became agitated. He felt like he was losing out. Recently, their frequency had dropped significantly. Yi Jiuyue wasn't as enthusiastic as he was at the beginning. At the beginning, Yi Jiuyue, full of machinations, had been extremely eager. He pretended properly outside, but once they were inside, shut the door, and got on the bed, his true self revealed itself wildly. Now. All he does is sleep. Pure sleep, completely covered under the quilt just to nap. Machiavellian tactics, another form of manipulation, to force me to make the first move. Dream on. You've probably read too many novels. Shen Weisheng clenched his teeth, thinking. He wouldn't let Yi Jiuyue's covert scheme succeed, even if it killed him, they'd perish together. So Shen Weisheng divided the quilt in half, sat at the head of the bed, and began doing civil service practice questions. He decided to warn Yi Jiuyue to mind his position and not get too arrogant or overconfident. Yi Jiuyue enjoyed a refreshing nap on a fine sunny day. Feeling relaxed, he stretched unconsciously and moaned softly. Seeing that ignoring me doesn't work, you're starting to lure me with your moans again. Shen Weisheng kept brushing his questions calmly, coldly laughing without giving in. Yi Jiuyue wiped his sleepy eyes and crawled up under the quilt. Squinting, he saw the book in Shen Weisheng's hands and asked hoarsely, "Are you planning to take the civil servant exam?" Shen Weisheng coolly denied, "No." Curious, Yi Jiuyue asked further, "Then why are you doing this?" Shen Weisheng didn't reply, continuing to answer the questions. Yi Jiuyue stopped questioning and remained sitting under the quilt, gradually waking up. He stared at Shen Weisheng for a long time. Shen Weisheng's face was truly handsome. For a man, overly delicate features often veer towards looking effeminate, but Shen Weisheng was an exception. Claiming that his family for 10 generations had been poor farmers locally born and bred, Shen still oddly exuded a mixed blood look, blending melancholy and wildness. If one did not know his background, it'd be easy to assume he was a rich young master, born with a silver spoon, coddled by everyone. But in reality, it wasn't so. Shen Weisheng came from a remote and impoverished mountain area. His mother died in childbirth because of him, and his father and stepmother treated him and his older sister poorly, beating and scolding them often. Their childhood could be described as akin to the two siblings selling matches. They practically fled, surviving hard lives in the city, almost failing to complete 9 years of compulsory education. It was only after Shen Weisheng managed to break into showbiz based on his looks that things seemed to improve, but then his sister passed away from overwork. This incident hit Shen Weisheng hard. At that time, just as he was climbing in his career, everything came to a halt. His state wasn't good at all and he fell far behind his contemporaries. It was only later, after much reflection, that he caught up through twists and turns. Perhaps due to these reasons, despite not being cute or following a babyface persona, Shen Weisheng, already somewhat senior in his industry, still had no shortage of fans who thought of him as a son or younger brother, a rather peculiar occurrence in the entertainment world. When Shen Weisheng first entered the business, his disposition was already quite matured, controlling his emotions well, though there was still some awkwardness in front of cameras. In recent years, every time Shen Weisheng appeared in public, he seemed composed, with a sense of calm beyond his actual age. Shen Weisheng was skilled at dodging media questions yet maintained an honest attitude, especially towards his works. He was indeed competent in his craft. Therefore, it was hard for Yi Jiuyue to imagine how split personality Shen Weisheng could be in private. However, if one were to say that Shen Weisheng's public image was all an act, Yi Jiuyue would find it a bit hard to believe. For example, Shen Weisheng's current focus on solving practice questions bore a striking resemblance to the way he handled interviews seriously at other times. The afternoon sunlight, filtered through the glass window and white gauze, had already grown gentle as it softly entered the room. It lightly landed on Shen Weisheng's face, revealing a faintly furry texture upon close inspection. Shen Weisheng was fair-skinned to begin with, and under this light, he seemed to have a natural beauty filter applied. His skin appeared translucent. His eyes cast downward onto the book resting on his knees, his gaze calm and melancholy, as if staring at a lover. Yielding to the irresistible allure of Shen Weisheng's face magnified through an 8-meter lens, Yi Jiuyue instinctively reached out to hold Shen Weisheng's shoulder, tilting his head and leaning in to kiss his lips. Obsessed Shen Weisheng. Humph. Here goes Mr. Pervert Yi Jiuyue causing trouble again. Shen Weisheng decided to give Yi Jiuyue a lesson. Thus, pushing him away seriously, he said, "I'm doing something important." With that, Yi Jiuyue gave up pressing, which irked Shen Weisheng yet again, and merely leaned against his shoulder to check the question Shen Weisheng had been answering, asking, "Do you like doing problems?" Shen Weisheng hesitated for a moment before replying quietly, "Yeah." "Amazing," Yi Jiuyue echoed softly. Shen Weisheng frowned at him but realized Yi Jiuyue wasn't mocking him nor flattering unnecessarily. He simply yawned after saying that, resting his head on Shen Weisheng's shoulder. Even a simple yawn seemed different from others, like malicious cuteness. Did he think he was cosplaying a cat? Humph, scheming Yi Jiuyue, you've miscalculated. I'm not into petting cats, your tricks don't work on me. Shen Weisheng coldly contemplated. After finishing his lazy yawn, Yi Jiuyue suggested, let's have a contest. Shen Weisheng, huh? Yi Jiuyue proposed, let's see who scores higher. Shen Weisheng. What kind of underhanded tactics is this? Yi Jiuyue chuckled, suddenly becoming animated, I love tests and contests. Shen Weisheng. After pondering for a while, he cruelly refused, this makes no sense, I'm not doing it. It's boring just doing problems like this. Change the format, Yi Jiuyue tried to incite him, it'll be fun. Shen Weisheng furrowed his brows, how's it fun? Yi Jiuyue responded, it's more fun doing problems together than alone. Shen Weisheng, irritated, said, you're definitely going to beat my score. Not necessarily, I haven't done civil servant exams, Yi Jiuyue explained earnestly, you've got the advantage since you're familiar with the types of questions. Isn't this ridiculous? With millions earned per movie, why compete by taking written tests? Shen Weisheng was about to decline again when Yi Jiuyue whispered in his ear, if you win, I'll. But if I win, you will. Shen Weisheng remained silent for a long time, speaking strangely finally, we already have this kind of relationship, why do we need a contest? It'll feel different, a little forceful, Yi Jiuyue's face turned slightly red as he affirmed quietly, definitely different. Shen Weisheng's look grew even stranger as he asked, how do you know? Yi Jiuyue's face reddened further as he replied, that's what I imagine. What on earth are you imagining all day? How improper. Too indecent. Maintaining a stern face, Shen Weisheng placed the question bank on the bedside table and pulled the blanket over his head, declaring, let me check first. After checking, Yi Jiuyue nervously sitting in the car said, drive slower. Shen Weisheng tersely responded, you're going to be late for class. Yi Jiuyue tried reasoning with him, being late is fine then, I can always say it's because of my foot, it walks slowly. Shen Weisheng disdainfully looked at him. Worried, Yi Jiuyue stated, better than having an accident. Shut up. Shen Weisheng muttered as he overtook another car. Tightening his grip on his school bag anxiously, Yi Jiuyue repeated earnestly, I mean it. Shut up. Shen Weisheng drove straight to the school and parked in a secluded spot. It was peak time for students' classes starting and ending, there must have been many people near the teaching building. Shen Weisheng hesitated and glanced at Yi Jiuyue, asking, can you walk by yourself? Fearing Shen Weisheng would carry him again, Yi Jiuyue hastily nodded, yes. In that case, go on ahead, take your time, Shen Weisheng instructed, let me know after class, I'll pick you up. Chapter 14. Yi Jiuyue rarely lost focus during class. Although this was just an elective course, and the knowledge points weren't critical, Yi Jiuyue had already understood them through previewing. Still, this wasn't his style. But as he listened to the lecture, his mind involuntarily wandered to Shen Weisheng, the one he'd met at noon today, quietly doing problems leaned against the head of the bed. A silent idol is indeed still an idol. Yi Jiuyue felt that if he were a decadent emperor, he'd be willing to light beacon fires for a smile. Alas, it was just rare for him to remain silent. Maybe the fire had just been lit when, because Shen Weisheng started speaking, the emperor stepped on the beacon fire extinguishing it. Lu Sinan, who seldom attended optional courses, looked at Yi Jiuyue beside him with a complex expression as he was immersed in some mysterious pink smile, gradually showing disdain. Are you secretly leaving our group without telling me? Yi Jiuyue, supporting his cheek with his left hand, looking at the blackboard, and writing down notes quickly with his right hand, remained submerged in the mysterious pink smile and didn't hear what Lu Sinan said. Lu Sinan hesitated, then waved his hand in front of his eyes. After a few seconds of delay, Yi Jiuyue came back to his senses, turned to look at him, and asked softly, what's wrong? Lu Sinan asked, what are you thinking about? Yi Jiuyue replied, taking notes. I thought you were writing love letters. Lu Sinan leaned closer and whispered, I heard that you often don't come home at night recently. Have you started dating someone? We agreed to go together, but if you're leaving the group, you're a dog. Yi Jiuyue thought about it, what he had with Shen Weisheng wasn't called dating, so he denied it without any psychological burden, no. A friend I know rented a house nearby. Sometimes I review there, the dormitory's noisy. What about Sui Dong? Lu Sinan continued gossiping, I heard he's really serious this time. It's class time. Yi Jiuyue nudged him with his elbow and then stopped talking to him, pulling himself back together to listen carefully to the lecture and take notes. Lu Sinan had no choice but to lie back on the desk, burying his head to play with his phone. After class, Lu Sinan casually asked, shall we eat together? Just as Yi Jiuyue was about to agree easily, he suddenly remembered Shen Weisheng saying he would come pick him up after school, so he shook his head, I have something to do, you go ahead. What do you have to do? Lu Sinan asked. I'm not telling you. TCH, definitely having other grass behind my back, Lu Sinan scorned him, we'll break up from now, break up until before the next exam. Yi Jiuyue, who was usually slow anyway, intentionally lingered, driving away Lu Sinan with less patience, eager to go back to the dormitory to play games, and also drove away the classmates around him. Then he took out his phone to contact Shen Weisheng. He rarely initiated contact with Shen Weisheng, usually, Shen Weisheng would notify him when he had free time to meet at the apartment. During this period, it was mainly Shen Weisheng taking the initiative to contact him. Yi Jiuyue held the phone in his hand, stared at Shen Weisheng's avatar for 3 seconds, then turned off the screen, picked up his bag, and slowly walked out. He changed his mind, decided not to tell Shen Weisheng he had finished school yet, and went directly to the parking spot, planning to surprise Shen Weisheng, and avoiding another scenario where Shen Weisheng rushed up to hug him, very smartly. He had previously told Shen Weisheng that he only had one class in the afternoon, so it was highly likely Shen Weisheng had been waiting in the car all along. There was nothing wrong with Yi Jiuyue's foot anymore, so he went to the parking spot as if it were a leisurely stroll, but Shen Weisheng's car was nowhere to be seen. Well, staying in the same place for 45 minutes could easily draw attention, Shen Weisheng might have driven around in the vicinity. Thinking this, Yi Jiuyue took out his phone to contact Shen Weisheng. I'm done with class, Yi Jiuyue said. Shen Weisheng paused for a few seconds before speaking, oh, go eat by yourself. I have something here to deal with. I'll come later. Yi Jiuyue paused for a few seconds too, oh. I'll explain when I get there later, Shen Weisheng said. Actually, there was no need for an explanation. Yi Jiuyue thought. Yi Jiuyue said, okay. He put his phone back in his bag, lingered for a bit in the empty parking space, then slowly made his way to the cafeteria. Yi Jiuyue bought a serving of soy sauce noodles, took it back to the dormitory, didn't rush to eat, opened his laptop to browse Weibo first, wanting to click on a few food videos to accompany his meal. But after refreshing, the pinned new message was from a big Entertainment V account, saying that just moments ago, a minor accident occurred on the filming site where Xia Qiu fell down the stairs in the studio. Thankfully, according to the latest information received, it wasn't serious. However, Xia Qiu was still undergoing further checks at a nearby hospital to prevent concussion or other potential sequelae. Yi Jiuyue wasn't particularly fond of Xia Qiu's appearance, but he had been following the travel variety show that Shen Weihang and Xia Qiu were shooting together. He was amused by Xia Qiu's jokes, so when he saw this unfortunate news, he clicked in out of concern. Upon learning from an on-site staff member that it was just a scratched arm, he relaxed and exited the page, finding a food video to accompany his meal. The curious crowd's epitome was Yi Jiuyue himself. As he ate, watching the food video, he suddenly pieced together the clues. Shen Weihang's attentiveness towards Xia Qiu wasn't a secret. In fact, Shen Weihang always bringing Xia Qiu along into projects had been dragged out and dissected countless times by his haters, who had more or less established that Shen Weihang must have engaged in inappropriate conduct with Xia Qiu. Even though Shen Weihang's fan satellites argued back that Shen Weihang engaging in any such misconduct would make him lose out too, their rebuttal lacked punch. The haters all chimed in saying who knows what Shen Weihang actually enjoys. Of course, Yi Jiuyue didn't believe such gossip about Shen Weihang engaging in improper conduct with Xia Qiu. After all, he knew very well that if Shen Weihang had someone he'd violated, he wouldn't be so famished, wolfish, starving, indiscriminately grabbing at every opportunity. And initially, Shen Weihang kept using his virginity to interrogate Yi Jiuyue, acting as if Yi Jiuyue had taken his innocence and therefore should assume full responsibility. Yi Jiuyue didn't think someone like that would have the guts to impose themselves on others. In short, Shen Weihang and Xia Qiu were just close friends. For whatever reason, they just happened to get along. Xia Qiu's filming location was near the school. Shen Weihang suddenly said he had something to attend to. Yi Jiuyue smoothly concluded. Shen Weihang went to see Xia Qiu. Deriving this not-so-meaningful conclusion, Yi Jiuyue continued eating his noodles. Xia Qiu wasn't seriously injured, he only had a scratched arm and some bruises on his legs. He apologized to the accompanying staff. Sorry for making you worry and for delaying the shoot. As long as nothing happens to you, that's all right, the director said before Shen Weihang, who had rushed over upon receiving the message, adding, we'll adjust the shooting schedule, you rest these few days, people come first. Just as Xia Qiu was about to accept, Shen Weihang interjected, no need. Everyone looked at him. Shen Weihang said, it's not a big deal. He's the male lead with a lot of scenes. Once the order is disrupted, it'll create many problems and affect the entire progress. It's just a minor scratch on the hand, the bleeding has stopped. We can continue tomorrow morning. The director picked up on some subtleties. Shen Weihang was known for being relentless, it seemed he wasn't indulging Xia Qiu blindly. The director also didn't want to delay the progress. As Shen Weihang said, Xia Qiu was the male lead with a heavy role. If they adjusted his scenes, it would throw the whole production off track, costing them money each day they lost. Still, the director, having spent time working with Xia Qiu, noticed how delicate he could be. The female lead, Zhong Yi, would willingly do stunts or wire work, but whenever it came Xia Qiu's turn, he would say he had a cold or claimed acrophobia, relying solely on stand-ins. But due to Xia Qiu leaning on the great tree that was Shen Weihang, the director made such statements. Angering Xia Qiu was no issue, but the director definitely didn't want to anger Shen Weihang. Now that Shen Weihang had spoken, the director felt relieved inside but continued diplomatically, in that case, Xia Qiu will have to work harder. Shen Weihang didn't mind, we all went through this, Xia Qiu can bear it. Xia Qiu smiled, that's right, it's not a big deal, Director Gu, I'm fine. The director nodded, alright then, Xia Qiu, let me know if you're feeling unwell. Xia Qiu smiled, okay. Chapter 15. It was already dark. Due to the small accident on the set, they decided to call it a day early and reschedule the unfinished scenes for tomorrow. The crew noisily headed back to the hotel. Shen Weisheng had originally planned to let Xia Qiu follow the director's car back to the hotel while he would rush off to find Yi Jiuyue. However, Xia Qiu said he had something to discuss with Shen Weisheng, and before long, directly climbed into Shen's car. Shen felt awkward asking Xia Qiu to get down and decided to simply drive him back to the hotel. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xia Qiu worriedly said, I'm so afraid this might affect our schedule. Shen Weisheng glanced at him. Fasten your seatbelt. Xia Qiu hesitated for 2 seconds before fastening the seatbelt. As Shen Weisheng drove, he reassured Xia Qiu, don't worry. It's just a minor abrasion, it won't cause any problems. But it still hurts, Xia Qiu said. Apply some powder before you sleep tonight, and by morning, it won't hurt anymore, Shen Weisheng advised. It's not a big deal, after a while, you'll get used to it. Some of our seniors continued filming the next day even after getting stitches. That's how making a movie or TV series works, especially for main characters. If you delay a day, the entire production loses a day's worth of work. The whole crew waits for you, it's costly. Even serious injuries could easily give others an unlucky impression, which could harm one's reputation. But for you, this is just a scrape, and since this is your first time taking the lead role, don't give people anything to gossip about. Tomorrow, be careful and avoid bumping it. I remember there are a few scenes where you need to go underwater. Wrap a few layers of cling film around your wound to keep water out. As for action scenes, there should be no major issues. But if your wound does hurt too much, inform the director. If we can push those scenes back, then do that, otherwise, use a stunt double. He'll understand. Xia Qiu replied, okay. Did you also push yourself this hard when you were shooting earlier, brother Shen? Shen Weixing smiled. Not really. In his heart, he actually wanted to say that this minor abrasion didn't have much to do with pushing oneself. You're really impressive, Xia Qiu earnestly looked at him, sincerely expressing admiration. But Shen Weixing suddenly paused, recalling how Yi Jiuyue had said the same thing to him earlier in the afternoon. She praised him for his ability to handle everything efficiently. The meaning was subtly different. Yi Jiuyue seemed to be complimenting his self-studying behavior, along with that hint of happiness. Unconsciously, Shen Weixing chuckled. Xia Qiu thought it was because Shen was pleased by his praise and smiled as well. Brother Shen, do you have anything else going on these few days? Shen Weixing snapped out of his thoughts. What do you mean? It seems like you've been busy here but haven't stayed in the hotel. I wanted to practice lines with you, Xia Qiu joked. I'm scared my injury will affect my performance, so I wanted a teacher to tutor me privately. What part of your script confuses you? Shen Weixing pondered for a moment and then suggested, you can find Zhong Yi. She'd help out for appearances. There's no competition between you two, and I've seen some clips she acted in before, she's quite promising. Plus, you're on the same timeline. Discussing things with her may help you progress more than with me. Most importantly, since both of you play lovers, spend more time together to build chemistry. Don't ignore each other once off camera, or the footage won't have CP appeal. Alright, Xia Qiu responded cheerfully, taking out his phone and scrolling through it. You mentioned CP appeal. Ah yes. I wanted to share a few videos with you, edited by fans saying we have great on-screen chemistry. Hahaha, they turned out surprisingly good, really funny. Actually, Shen Weixing had secretly watched such videos long ago. They were all edited by fans attracted by their previous travel variety show, using materials from both Shen Weixing and Xia Qiu's previous roles. This kind of fan-edited video was deliberately encouraged by the program producers because CP dynamics were trendy and drew fans. Xia Qiu had benefited somewhat from gaining fans due to this trend as well. With a bittersweet feeling, Shen Weixing thought, only this kind of vicarious satisfaction remains now. Sigh. He feared Xia Qiu might read his hidden feelings, so he kept his expression casual and nonchalant. Oh, fans are like that, they edit anyone. I've had more videos made with Liu Bei. If you don't believe me, try searching for them. Although Shen Weixing himself hated the Xing Lu CP fans fiercely. He envied Liu Bei so much. They debuted around the same time, yet after Liu Bei became a television king and was nominated for a Movie Emperor Award, the gap between them widened significantly. Black netizens often mocked Shen for riding Liu Bei's fame to elevate his own. Humph. Xia Qiu merely replied, oh, and fell silent. After driving Xia Qiu back to the hotel and stopping outside his room, Shen Weixing said, I won't come in, it's too late. I still have things to do. Remember to change the medicine, and don't let the wound touch water. Call me if you need anything. I feel embarrassed telling you about such a small injury, but I was afraid you'd worry if you saw the news. I just wanted to inform you so you'd be reassured, and then you came rushing over. Xia Qiu chuckled, Big brother Shen, you're really kind to me. Shen Weixing paused for a few seconds and said, it's only natural since teacher Xia and sister-in-law have been so good to me. You're their only child, and they didn't actually want you to enter the entertainment industry because it's chaotic here. But since you insisted, they agreed and spoil you greatly. They often tell me to take good care of you. So, you should work hard too, since you like the entertainment circle so much, show them something impressive. Xia Qiu smiled, I know that. But every time, you act like you're taking care of me just because of my parents. Without them, would I just be some random person to you? There was a teasing and intimate tone in his voice as he spoke this way. Shen Weixing was used to it. Xia Qiu had grown up pampered, easily using his charm on people around him, always making himself likable. So Shen Weixing never allowed himself to misunderstand. He could only silently admire from afar. Shen Weixing thought to himself, this is fine. This is all good. Shen Weixing smiled at Xia Qiu, of course not, I consider you a younger brother. Zhong Yi's hotel room was diagonally across from Xia Qiu's. Thanks to Xia Qiu's earlier departure, she finished her day's work early, ate dinner, and spent time reading scripts inside. When she stretched and heard the sounds outside, she peeked through the peephole, watching Shen Weixing leave and Xia Qiu go into his room and close the door behind him. She rolled her eyes. The main production team just announced that tomorrow's shooting schedule remains unchanged. Zhong Yi was irritated. Tomorrow, she'd have to endure another round of Xia Qiu's mismatched lines again, occasionally even mixing numbers into his dialogue. She practically wanted to suggest to the director to give Xia Qiu 2 more days to memorize the script. Shen Weixing got back in his car and immediately contacted Yi Jiuyue, where are you? Yi Jiuyue, in the dorm. Shen Weixing, I'll come pick you up. Yi Jiuyue, I'm sleeping already. Shen Weixing glanced at the time again, it's only 8 o'clock. Why are you sleeping? Are you pregnant or something? You sleep all day, do nothing but sleep. Didn't you take a nap at noon today? Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weixing, I'm coming to get you. Yi Jiuyue, I'm sleeping. Shen Weixing, it's only 8 o'clock, why are you sleeping? Yi Jiuyue, maybe I'm feeling sleepy these days. Shen Weisheng, do you have a cold? Yi Jiuyue, no, I don't. Shen Weisheng, it might be the incubation period for a cold. Yi Jiuyue, not likely. Shen Weisheng, I'm coming to get you. Yi Jiuyue, I'm sleeping. Shen Weisheng, it's only 8 o'clock, why are you sleeping? Yi Jiuyue, maybe I caught a cold. Shen Weisheng, are you doing this on purpose, Yi Jiuyue? Yi Jiuyue, no, you said it yourself. Shen Weisheng slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Damn, don't think you can drive me crazy. I won't let you, Yi Jiuyue, drive me to death. Before that happens, I'll strangle you first. Shen Weisheng gritted his teeth in anger. Actually, Yi Jiuyue told a little white lie. He was indeed lying under the covers, but not sleeping. Instead, he was scrolling through his phone. He usually didn't go to bed this early, but tonight he couldn't muster the energy to study. Not knowing why, he decided not to force himself and lay there playing with his phone. After irritating Shen Weisheng, refusing Shen Weisheng's request for a hookup tonight, Yi Jiuyue continued browsing on his phone. The other 3 guys in the dorm were either on dates or studying elsewhere, so the room was quiet. With only the small bedside lamp lit, Yi Jiuyue played on his phone for an hour or two before gradually becoming drowsy. Just as Yi Jiuyue was about to put his phone on charge, a new message came in. He clicked open to see a picture Shen Weisheng sent. A photo, showing abs. No face visible, nearly exposing private parts. And it looked like he'd just taken a shower, with water droplets still unabsorbed. Yi Jiuyue. Inside Yi Jiuyue couldn't help but marvel, when men are driven by lust, they'll do anything just to get into bed. Still within his post-orgasmic refractory period, Yi Jiuyue saved the picture, turned off his phone, and placed it on charge. Shen Weisheng waited smugly for 10 minutes before his smile faded. Unable to bear it any longer, he called out but realized the other party had powered off their phone. Damn! Shen Weisheng almost smashed his phone in frustration. Chapter 16. Shen Wei realized something was off. It had been 2 days since that day, and he still couldn't get Yi Jiuyue to meet him. Yi Jiuyue insisted that he had a cold and couldn't hook up. Shen Wei thought, are you trying to fool me? I came up with the cold excuse for you. Show some sincerity when you lie. After his anger subsided, he quickly opened Sui Dong's Weibo to check if this matter was related to Sui Dong. There were no posts from Jiuyue Rudo in winter. Shen Wei fell into deep thought. Yi Jiuyue wasn't lying this time, he really did have a bad cold, one that hit him suddenly, as if cursed by Shen Wei. The next morning, feeling dizzy and disoriented, he swallowed the cold medicine stored in his dormitory and went to class. That evening, he started running a fever. The roommate suggested taking Yi Jiuyue to the clinic for an 4 drip, but Jiuyue refused because he didn't want the drip, not out of fear of pain, but because he firmly believed that too many IVs were bad for the body. He refused stubbornly, even at the risk of dying. What kind of living are you nurturing anyway in this situation? His roommates, in frustration, force-fed him medicine, emphasizing drinking more hot water 3 times over. So, Yi Jiuyue was forced to drink 3 times as much hot water by 3 roommates, leading to frequent bathroom visits. Coinciding with a sudden change in weather, a cold wind blew and seemed to cancel out the effect of the hot water. In any case, the fever continued. Yi Jiuyue thought that if he wasn't better by the next evening, he'd just go for the 4 after all, otherwise he might end up delirious, or worse, suffocating due to blocked nasal passages causing breathing difficulty. These 2 days were all professional courses, so Yi Jiuyue persisted in going to class despite wearing a mask and being physically weak. The teacher was moved by his perseverance and advised him to take leave to rest in the dorm, assuring that there would be no deductions from his attendance grade. By the second day, Yi Jiuyue endured through the morning and the first class in the afternoon but couldn't hold on any longer. With the teacher's persuasion and assurance of extra tutoring later, he finally agreed to return to the dormitory to rest. Teachers always favored diligent students with good grades. Worried that Yi Jiuyue might faint halfway back, they asked a roommate to accompany him. One roommate stood up, glanced at the door, and immediately handed Yi Jiuyue over to someone waiting outside. Sui Dong, could you please escort Jiuyue back to the dorm? Here's the key. Sui Dong knew the best way to pursue someone was to get close to their roommates. He had already befriended Yi Jiuyue's 3 roommates, which was how he found out about Yi Jiuyue's fever. In fact, Sui Dong had come running over the very first moment he heard about it, offering to help take notes for Yi Jiuyue in class, but was turned down. When the teacher advised Yi Jiuyue to take leave, his roommate seized the chance and immediately notified Sui Dong. Sui Dong then hurriedly rushed over from the adjacent teaching building. With blurred vision, Yi Jiuyue struggled to recognize Sui Dong. I'm fine, I can go back myself. All of you should focus on your classes, Sui Dong, you too. I don't have any classes, Sui Dong lied effortlessly, let me escort you back to the dorm. Yi Jiuyue was too weak to keep arguing, so he ignored Sui Dong and tried to float away toward the classroom exit. Sui Dong quickly caught up and snatched the bag from Yi Jiuyue, who felt powerless at the moment. Let me support you. Yi Jiuyue leaned slowly against the wall while descending the stairs. No need, thanks. You're in such bad shape right now. As a friend, I can at least care for you, said Sui Dong. In high school, when I got sick, you took care of me. Let this be my way of repaying you. No, suffering from illness, Yi Jiuyue's patience wasn't what it usually was. He blurted out, if I give in once, you'll think there's still a chance between us. But there isn't, so I can't give you false hope, Sui Dong. Don't look for me anymore. Jiuyue. Just then, Yi Jiuyue's phone rang. Too weak to respond, he lifted his hand half-heartedly, intending not to answer it but accidentally picked up the call instead. Not wanting to rudely hang up, he turned his head slightly and said, I'm busy. Don't find me these few days. Shenwei, what's wrong with your voice? Yi Jiuyue croaked, I have a cold. Shenwei, you really have a cold? Yi Jiuyue, yes. Shenwei, is it serious? Yi Jiuyue, yes. Shenwei, did you take medicine? Where are you? Yi Jiuyue, I'm resting in the dorm. Shenwei, stay where you are, I'll come pick you up. Yi Jiuyue, you don't know how to treat illnesses. Shenwei, but I can send you to see a doctor. Yi Jiuyue, I've already taken medicine. Shenwei, where are you? Looking at Sui Dong in front of him, Yi Jiuyue thought for a moment and said, Building C, ground floor, C entrance. Clutching the phone, Yi Jiuyue managed to descend the stairs completely and sat down on the fire hydrant box in the lobby of the first floor inside Building C, leaning against the wall. Gasping for breath, he waited for Shenwei to come pick him up. Sui Dong, standing nearby, felt unsettled. That person again? The one you mentioned before? Yi Jiuyue replied softly, yes. What makes him so special? He can't even show his face. How is he better than me back then? Sui Dong became somewhat irritated. Back in high school, I had reasons to be afraid, right? But this guy, as an adult already set in his ways, still doesn't dare to reveal his face and always acts like a thief. Do you really intend to stay with him? What if in the future, he marries a woman and continues sneaking around with you behind her back? Jiuyue, don't let anger towards me cloud your judgment. Yi Jiuyue sat quietly without saying a word. After venting his frustrations, Sui Dong squatted down in front of Yi Jiuyue, looking up at him. Jiuyue, give me another chance. It was wrong of me before. Can't you give me a chance to make amends? There must be a way to deal with my parents, we can face it together. Yi Jiuyue exhaled gently, silent as he stared at Sui Dong. For some reason, probably because illness makes one more sensitive and emotional, Yi Jiuyue's eyes started to water as he looked at Sui Dong. Touched, Sui Dong softly called out to him, Jiuyue. Do you still have no idea why we broke up? How can you change when you don't know what needs fixing? Yi Jiuyue asked, red-eyed and sniffing, his voice filled with grievances. Sui Dong paused for a moment, hesitating and cautiously asking, isn't it because I was scared my parents would find out, yet I was also afraid of my own orientation, so I found a girlfriend? Sniffling, Yi Jiuyue replied haltingly, that was a very important reason, but it wasn't the only one. You mean there were others? Sui Dong blurted out. You always put your dirty clothes in my bucket and made me wash them. You ate from my plate too, often leaving me hungry. I spent a whole month knitting a scarf, which you took and never returned. I had little pocket money and ended up without a scarf that winter, it was so cold. Yi Jiuyue continued slowly, in winter, when I was asleep, you would come back from the bathroom and crawl into my bed instead of climbing back up to yours. Several times, I woke up startled. When I was doing my homework, you'd keep stepping on my feet under the desk. And you'd send me pictures of ghosts jumping out to scare me half to death. Sui Dong. Shenwei, hiding in the corner outside the door, listening in stealthily. After taking a while to explain, Yi Jiuyue finally said, I told you many times I didn't like those things, but you kept doing them anyway. Sui Dong, I don't like being bullied. Awkwardly, Sui Dong explained, it's not like that, I wasn't bullying you. I was just teasing you. I thought it was fun to mess with you since I liked you. I didn't realize you got so upset. Your words sounded soft, I thought you were just saying them. That's due to my accent, Yi Jiuyue explained, people speak like that where I'm from. No, Sui Dong laughed helplessly, I'm sorry. I didn't know back then. I won't do that anymore. All because of these things. I truly had no idea. Now that I know, I'll definitely stop. Okay. Slowly, Yi Jiuyue shook his head, Sui Dong, our personalities are incompatible. Even if it weren't for these issues, other problems would arise. But. Are you done? Hearing Yi Jiuyue start coughing again, Shenwei quickly revealed himself. Let's go if you're finished. Give me the bag. Shenwei reached out for the backpack in Sui Dong's hand. But Sui Dong wouldn't let go. Suit yourself, then take him back to the dorm. Shenwei turned around, picking up Yi Jiuyue in his arms, unable to resist gloating at Sui Dong. Immature. You, Sui Dong tried to counter but couldn't think of anything appropriate at the moment. Still dazed from the blow earlier, he could only watch helplessly as Yi Jiuyue was carried away by that man who dared not even show his face. He had no idea that Yi Jiuyue cared about those things. He had always thought those moments were part of their shared quirks or rather, the reasons why he liked Yi Jiuyue even more. Because Yi Jiuyue silently helped wash his clothes, made tasty boxed lunches, and didn't get mad like others, just softly complaining now and then. He liked such a Yi Jiuyue, finding it incredibly endearing. Being with such a Yi Jiuyue made him feel very at ease. Yet, all along, Yi Jiuyue saw it as being bullied. Sui Dong felt as if his worldview was collapsing. Chapter 17. Yi Jiuyue really couldn't go on anymore. As soon as he sat in the passenger seat, his eyes closed and he started to doze off. Shen Weisheng fastened his seatbelt for him, then went around and sat in the driver's seat. He couldn't help but touch Yi Jiuyue's forehead again. You're burning up like this and you didn't go to the hospital. I did. Yi Jiuyue said weakly, the medical office gave me some medicine. To the hospital. While driving, Shen Weisheng kept nagging, you're a college student already, don't you have any common sense about life? Yi Jiuyue explained with his last breath of energy, if I don't get better tonight, I'll go get an 4. Don't get an 4, it works fast but it's not good for your body, taking medicine is fine. Prescription drugs also work fast, Shen Weisheng said, glancing at him before touching his forehead again. His voice unconsciously softened, don't talk anymore, sleep a bit. Yi Jiuyue quickly fell asleep, and even when they got to the hospital, he didn't wake up. It was Shen Weisheng who carried him in. Shen Weisheng chose a private hospital run by an acquaintance. When he carried Yi Jiuyue in, it shocked the other person who assumed something serious had happened, but after asking, just sighed humorlessly, just a fever. What do you mean, just a fever? Shen Weisheng retorted angrily. Alright, slip of the tongue. The acquaintance said, this bad? Let's give him a shot. No shots, just medication. Shen Weisheng insisted. The acquaintance looked at him, he's this burned up, a shot will get him better faster. Medicine. Shen Weisheng emphasized. Alright, medicine, but recovery will be slower. Don't riot at the doctor. The acquaintance said, then still measured Yi Jiuyue's temperature and conducted a basic checkup before writing out the prescription. After everything was done, the acquaintance whispered to Shen Weisheng to wake Yi Jiuyue up and take the medicine, while looking strangely down and opening his phone group chat. Did you play with Satellite today? Did Satellite finish today? Boss C, guess what I saw? Boss A, not guessing. Leave. Boss C, I saw Satellite, he brought Jiuyue to my clinic. Boss A. Boss D, what's going on? At Boss C, Hualin, don't leave half-sent messages, finish them. Boss C, his beloved has a fever, insisting that I look at it despite my surgery starting at hundreds of thousands. Boss F, TSK. Boss B, I think Satellite is finished. Boss C, no way, I think there's finally hope for him. Boss C, without hiding it from you guys, the medicine I prescribed for Jiuyue. Boss B, contains aphrodisiac components. Hualin, are you human? Well done. Boss C, are you an animal? The medicine I prescribed for Jiuyue is very gentle, allowing him to better experience Satellite's gentleness. You guys didn't see, I was completely shocked, the shock of the child finally being mature enough to think about marriage, understand? Boss B, can't understand, pictures or it didn't happen. Boss C, wait. Shen Weisheng half held Yi Jiuyue, sitting on the hospital bed, one hand holding water, the other hand holding the medicine, softly calling him, Jiuyue, eat the medicine first, then sleep. After calling him several times, Yi Jiuyue slowly opened his eyes, looking drowsy, and obediently took the medicine. Shen Weisheng only let him eat one pill at a time, feeding one pill of medicine followed by a sip of water. There were many pills, and Yi Jiuyue lost his patience slightly, quietly suggesting, I can eat 8 pills in one gulp. You choke. Shen Weisheng refused outright, less talking, keep eating. Yi Jiuyue had no choice but to continue eating one pill at a time, taking a long time to finish. Drink all the water. Shen Weisheng said again. Yi Jiuyue, who had been drinking hot water for 2 days because of his roommate, resisted instinctively, don't want to drink. Be a good boy, drink it, just a little left, Shen Weisheng coaxed him, drinking more water helps recovery. Another hot water human. Instantly recalling the fear caused by hot water domination, Yi Jiuyue furrowed his brows dazedly, don't want to drink. Damn, being sick and now picky. Do you even want to get well? Just as Shen Weisheng was about to forcibly pry open his mouth to make him drink, he suddenly remembered hearing Yi Jiuyue mention Sui Dong, suppressing this impulse, he changed strategies to persuasion, listen to me, drink. Yi Jiuyue felt like he was being fed poison, preparing to solemnly drink it to exchange for peace, when he was suddenly kissed. In a flash of inspiration, or perhaps desperate times call for desperate measures, Shen Weisheng thought since Yi Jiuyue liked him so much, color temptation would definitely work. So, he kissed Yi Jiuyue, seductively saying, good boy, drink it, take one sip and I'll kiss you once. Did you play with Satellite today? Did Satellite finish today? Hualin, WT******F. Hualin at Wendong, I think you're done for if you dare deceive even me. Do you know who I am? Wendong. What did I lie to you about? Boss A, feelings. Boss D, so, the two of you really have a thing going on. Wendong. No. Hualin, If you dare to deceive me again about Satellite never finding a partner, I'll kick you out of the group chat. Do you know who I am? Wendong. Hualin, short video. Hualin, watch it yourself. It's a bit blurry, can't see the faces clearly, but listen to the voices. Boss A. Boss B, what curse my mother? Boss D, which dimension Satellite is this? Boss E, after raising him for so long, he finally knows how to chase girls. I almost want to cry. Boss F, Dad feels such relief, +1 to wanting to cry. Boss G, how exactly did your hobby of raising Satellite online develop? Hualin, when we realized that spending money on games didn't change anything, and decided to raise someone in a cloud instead. After taking the medicine, Yi Jiuyue fell into a deep sleep again. When he woke up, he found himself back in the apartment. His head was still a little dizzy and painful, but it was much better than before. In the darkness, Yi Jiuyue weakly called out, wanting to hear a familiar voice, There was no response for a moment. He closed his eyes again to drift off, but after half a minute, he heard Shen Weisheng gently push the door open and ask in a low voice, awake? Yi Jiuyue opened his eyes and hummed softly in affirmation. The living room light was on, and the glow filtered into the bedroom. He saw Shen Weisheng, dressed in pajamas, walking over. He touched Yi Jiuyue's forehead, poured warm water from a small thermos on the bedside table, broke some pills, and said with an unusually tender tone, take your medicine first. This was the first time Shen Weisheng had appeared in front of Yi Jiuyue wearing pajamas. Before, they would either meet in casual wear or just a towel after showering, or sometimes completely unclothed. Now, seeing Shen Weisheng in pajamas, even wearing glasses, with soft hair flopping onto his forehead and exuding a gentle aura, reminded Yi Jiuyue more of TV shows, except Shen Weisheng seemed even more human-like, making Yi Jiuyue feel as if he were hallucinating because of the fever. Shen Weisheng worried that Yi Jiuyue might have gone delirious, noticing his blank stare, frowned slightly, sat by the bed, hugged him to sit upright, then kissed his cheek softly while cooing, still very uncomfortable. If it doesn't get better, we'll go for an injection so you don't burn out. This brilliant mind capable of acing the college entrance exam might one day even win a Nobel Prize, so it couldn't be compromised by fever. Shen Weisheng thought silently. Hearing Shen Weisheng's voice, Yi Jiuyue thought, supporting your emperor, not bad, perhaps I could do this one more time. But a decadent ruler had intention yet lacked strength to turn things around, so all he could do was quietly take the medicine. After finishing the medication, Shen Weisheng asked again, are you hungry? Yi Jiuyue nodded slightly but frowned. Moving caused his headache to flare up intensely. Shen Weisheng, concerned, asked the future Nobel laureate, what's wrong? Yi Jiuyang, a playful pun on Yi Jiuyue's name, softly replied, it hurts when I move my head. Should I massage your temples? Shen Weisheng let him lean against his chest, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and gently massaged his forehead. Yi Jiuyue shook his head, the pain is inside, you can't reach it. If it's unbearable, call the doctor over for an injection, Shen Weisheng suggested. No. Yi Jiuyue declined, I'm hungry. You stay sitting, don't move, I'll bring it over here. Shen Weisheng supported him to lean against the bedhead, stuffing several soft fluffy pillows behind his back before hurrying to the kitchen to fetch the porridge. Although Shen Weisheng usually teased Yi Jiuyue about cooking, in reality, he himself was quite skilled at it. This was a result of hard training from his early years. Before his career took off, he and his sister struggled everywhere, working odd jobs, including helping out in restaurant kitchens where he learned some cooking skills. Gradually, as he cooked more often, he developed his own expertise. Sitting by the bed, Shen Weisheng scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it lightly, only to have the steam fog up his glasses, reminding him to remove them and place them on the bedside table. Seeing Yi Jiuyue's curious expression, he explained, for the new drama role, he wears glasses, so I was reviewing the script in the living room to find the character feeling. That made sense, hence why he hadn't seen Shen Weisheng wear glasses regularly before. Yi Jiuyue pondered silently. Shen Weisheng re-scooped some porridge, blew on it again, and brought it to Yi Jiuyue's lips. To avoid him rejecting it like last time because of blandness, he said, added some vegetables, stewed for several hours, definitely delicious. Yi Jiuyue caught the appetizing aroma, opened his mouth for a small bite, surprised at its good taste, and promptly took another big gulp. Eat slowly, don't choke, Shen Weisheng watched with slight amusement, speaking in an even gentler tone, patiently feeding him one small spoonful at a time. It took nearly half an hour to feed him the entire bowl of porridge. Shen Weisheng put the bowl aside, took a cup to pour water for Yi Jiuyue to rinse his mouth, then got a towel to wipe his face and said, tell your roommate first. If you don't feel better tomorrow, skip class and let them ask for leave on your behalf. If you're feeling well, you can go in the morning. Yi Jiuyue nodded, took the phone Shen Weisheng handed over, unlocked it with his fingerprint, then handed it back to Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng looked at him in confusion. Looking at the screen hurts my eyes, Yi Jiuyue said softly without much strength. Will you help me send it? Sure. No problem. In that moment, Shen Weisheng felt as if a wave of heat rushed to his head. He didn't know why, but Yi Jiuyue's voice sounded so soft, making him feel all mushy inside, like a faint electric current passing through his heart. He almost blurted out what he was feeling. So cute, too cute, he thought. He tried hard to stay calm. Yi Jiuyue was still luring him despite being so sick. It was scary, and he had to hold on. Chapter 18. Shen Weixing paused for a few seconds, then opened Yi Jiuyue's WeChat and asked, "Which one is your roommate?" "Oh, I see, the dormitory group." Shen Weixing entered Yi Jiuyue's dormitory group and simply informed the other three in Yi Jiuyue's tone. The roommates were also not asleep yet. They greeted briefly and mentioned in passing about Sui Dong who brought the school bag over. Shen Weixing responded coldly with a smirk, "I have a boyfriend now. You should not help Sui Dong to try and break us up. My boyfriend is very angry." Roommate A. Roommate B. Roommate C. Yi Jiuyue, smiley face. Roommate A, are you Jiuyue's boyfriend? Seeing Shen Weixing holding her phone all the time, Yi Jiuyue curiously asked, "What's going on?" Shen Weixing said solemnly, "Your roommate asked if I am your boyfriend." Shen Weixing narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Jiuyue. "What do you think I should answer?" This response would decide what breakfast Yi Jiuyue could eat tomorrow morning. Shen Weixing chuckled darkly as he thought about it. Though he did not know the right answer either, he decided to let Yi Jiuyue respond first. Yi Jiuyue suddenly felt an even worse headache and countered, "What did you say?" The cunning Shen Weixing slyly said, "Aren't you tired of Sui Dong? I helped persuade him to leave. Your roommate was bribed by him earlier and kept defending him. If you don't clarify this soon, they'll bother you again later. Anyway, since you've already told Sui Dong that I am your boyfriend and your roommates know you're into guys, what I said doesn't matter, right?" Yi Jiuyue slowly replied, "But you should have told me first." Suddenly remembering what he had said to Sui Dong, Shen Weixing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you mad?" After some hesitation, Yi Jiuyue neither admitted nor denied it, but repeated again, "You should have told me first." "I'm sorry," Shen Weixing admitted guilt quite easily, "I really should have consulted you first. I won't do it again next time." Although Yi Jiuyue's expression remained calm, it was unclear whether she was happy or upset. Whenever you say, I never know what you mean." Shen Weixing was almost speechless. "So, are you still mad?" "No," Yi Jiuyue said, "just don't do it again next time." "Alright," Shen Weixing handed her back the phone, then after pondering for a bit, couldn't help himself and whispered slyly, "It's just that I find Sui Dong annoying." Curious, Yi Jiuyue asked, "Why?" "Why?" Shen Weixing was also slightly confused, "Why what?" "He's persistent and clingy, despite you telling him several times already." Yi Jiuyue, "Oh." The silence fell between them. Shen Weixing found this atmosphere particularly bizarre, thinking of something to say, then continue resting. "The doctor said that after taking medicine, rest well so that recovery is faster. I'll be in the living room. Call me if there's anything." Yi Jiuyue asked, "Will you sleep on the sofa?" With disdain, Shen Weixing replied, "What if I catch your illness from sleeping on the bed?" Ignoring his previous sentence, Yi Jiuyue thought seriously for a moment, her face heating up a little more than a fever. She murmured, "I've heard." Shen Weixing, "Heard what?" "When you have a fever, you get a bit warmer." Yi Jiuyue vaguely sounded a bit excited. "Perhaps we can take this opportunity to try something out." Shen Weixing, "What gets warmer?" Shen Weixing, "What does this mean?" Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing, shut up. Yi Jiuyue is truly unique. Why did he seem sweet and innocent just a moment ago? Where did he hear this kind of stuff from? What nonsense has he been thinking all day? Shouldn't his brain be focused on winning Nobel Prizes? Shen Weixing shoved Yi Jiuyue, who had these absurd thoughts, back under the blanket to sleep, closed the door and went to continue reading the script in the living room. The more he read, the more he saw the words "warmer" everywhere, making him feel hotter himself. He tossed the script onto the sofa angrily, punched the air once, then got up and went to the bathroom. "It's not my fault for being unsteady, it's the opponent being too despicable." As Shen Weixing gritted his teeth and scolded Yi Jiuyue in his heart, he was imagining in his mind what "warmer" meant, sitting on the toilet lid for a while before getting up to wash his hands. Despicable. Too despicable. After washing his hands, Shen Weixing drank a glass of water and hesitated for a moment before pushing the door to Yi Jiuyue's bedroom open to check on her. Yi Jiuyue had fallen asleep again, lying on her side with her face turned outward. She pulled the blanket up high, covering most of her face. Shen Weixing quietly tiptoed over and gently lowered the blanket for her. The sleeping face of Yi Jiuyue gradually revealed itself, looking peaceful and innocent, almost angelic. Shen Weixing found himself mesmerized by her. He felt an inexplicable calm watching this version of Yi Jiuyue, something so strange yet oddly satisfying. Despite doing nothing but staring, he didn't feel bored at all. As time passed, Shen Weixing seemed involuntarily drawn closer to Yi Jiuyue, as if compelled by some mysterious force in the universe. His lips lightly touched Yi Jiuyue's eyelid. Startled, Shen Weixing snapped out of what felt like a trance-like state and stared in shock at the sleeping Yi Jiuyue. "What the hell am I doing?" Shen Weixing continued to stare dumbfoundedly at Yi Jiuyue, feeling as though lightning struck him. "And let's learn how to cook together." Shen Weixing, holy crap, 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 holy crap. Wen Dong. Boss A, since you started having sex life, it's been a long time since you've disturbed our group chat late at night. Actually, we missed that quite a bit. Boss D, I hope 9 hasn't overheated. At Hua Lin, prepare for trouble ahead. Hua Lin, roll. Shen Weisheng at Boss D, how do you know she has a fever? Hua Lin, because after you and 9 left, he showed up here with his little love interest who got SD unconscious, and I happened to see your license plate leaving far away. Boss D. Boss D, Hua Lin, count to 3 before you dodge this bullet. Wen Dong, what exactly happened to Shingu? Hua Lin, did 9's fever subside? If it doesn't work, I'll send someone to administer an injection at your place. Where are you guys living anyway? Shen Weisheng, her temperature was measured just now, it improved, she's resting after taking medicine. This isn't what I wanted to say. Shen Weisheng, let me tell you one thing, and you must promise not to laugh at me. Boss A, go ahead, won't laugh. Boss B, go ahead, won't laugh. Shen Weisheng, I realized something, I seem to be acting a bit weird lately. Boss D, what kind of weirdness? Shen Weisheng, I don't even know what's wrong with me. Shen Weisheng, for no apparent reason, I just kissed Yi Jiuyue. Boss A. Wen Dong. Boss F. Shen Weisheng, holy crap, 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 holy crap. Boss A, don't tell me you've been fooling around with her for months but only now finally decided to kiss her. I thought you two had already done everything necessary. Instead, you tell me that you've held her hand and covered yourselves with a blanket for several months while only chatting. Damn, I'm starting to question your manhood. Hua Lin, I'll schedule you an examination. Wen Dong, seriously? Didn't Shingu claim they hooked up a long time ago? Hua Lin, so maybe what hooked up means for satellite is different from what it means for us, maybe for him, holding a hand or sharing a blanket qualifies as getting it done. Boss D at Wen Dong, why don't you teach Brother Shen a few tricks? No need for advanced moves, just basic actions would suffice. Shen Weisheng, shit. No. All of you shut up. Shen Weisheng, the point is, when I kissed her, it felt completely different. Very strange. Before, kissing didn't evoke these feelings. My hands went limp, and for heaven's sake, I even imagined marrying her right there. Wen Dong. Boss A. Boss D, oh. Boss F. Hua Lin, just go marry her. Boss B, hell. Boss E, damn. Boss G. Shen Weisheng, speak up, all of you. Boss A, you told us to shut up. Hua Lin, I said it, just go marry her. Boss D, satellite, I'm speechless, let others speak. Boss B, great news, get married then. Dad supports you fully, what car do you want? I'll give it to you as dowry. Shen Weisheng, screw off. Shen Weisheng, what's with your attitudes? Who I like, you have absolutely no idea about, is that right? Shen Weisheng, that's why I said it's so strange. Boss D, pure innocent satellite, online chat mode activated. Shen Weisheng, shut up. Hua Lin, ignore them, satellite. Listen to me, I took psychology as a minor. Let me analyze this for you. This behavior indicates one thing, your true love is not Xia Qiu but Yi Jiuyue. So hurry up and propose. Tie the knot before New Year's Day, no delay needed. Boss B, damn straight. Shen Weisheng, are you talking nonsense? Boss A, this kid has grown up and matured, it's clear that you're spouting nonsense. Shen Weisheng, I like Xia Qiu. Shen Weisheng, I can't possibly love two people at the same time, right? Hua Lin. Boss B, satellite, are you really this innocent? Boss A, do we even need to ask such a ridiculous question? Hua Lin, that's correct. You can't love two people at the same time, satellite is right. Don't listen to them, I agree with you. So now just remove Xia Qiu from the equation, leaving only Jiuyue, then you're back to loving just one person. Boss F, exactly, that's how it works. Shen Weisheng, never mind, all of you have bias against Xia Qiu. Shen Weisheng tapped Wen Dong for a private chat. Shengu, let's talk privately. Wen Dong. Shengu, they're biased against Xia Qiu, but you aren't, right? I'll tell you. Wen Dong. Did you take satellite out today? Did satellite get laid today? Wen Dong, Shengu tapped me for a private chat saying you guys were biased against Xia Qiu, but I'm not. Wen Dong. Actually, I am. Wen Dong, from the first moment I saw Xia Qiu, something about him seemed off. Chapter 19. Today, did you take satellite out to play? Is satellite done today? Wen Dong, Brother Shen messaged me privately and said that you guys have a prejudice against Xia Qiu. I don't. Wen Dong, actually, I do. Wen Dong, the first time I saw Xia Qiu, I thought something was off with him. Hua Lin, veteran is a veteran. Hats off to you. Wen Dong, don't flatter me. Hua Lin, you talk to him and then guide him to kick Xia Qiu. Boss B, counting on you, big brother Dong. Wen Dong. Boss B, if this works out, and satellite comes to my company, I'll send you a big red envelope at Wen Dong. Boss B, not to mention, the little thoughts of Xia Qiu, TSK. He's still quite smart, knowing his place. Staying in a small company like this allows him to still be someone important. Go to any larger scale company with more people, he'd just be cannon fodder. So he'd rather die than leave. Anyway, if he doesn't leave, this fool satellite won't leave either. Boss B, don't even say it, whenever this thing comes up, I feel like hitting satellite. Boss F, then I think you should kick Liu Bei first. Two tigers can't coexist on one mountain. Even without Xia Qiu, satellite would still join another company, not yours. Boss B, screw off. Do you know how much Liu Bei earns every year? Fire him and you'll be supporting me. Boss B, besides, I still count on Liu Bei for satellite's growth. Boss F, TSK, you heartless man. Boss B, screw off. Private chat. Brother Shen, help me think of a way to get rid of Yi Jiuyue. Wendong. Wendong, what are you talking about, Brother Shen? Wendong, I've got something going on here, so my response might be a bit slow. Brother Shen, don't rush, let's talk calmly. Brother Shen, I think Yi Jiuyue has fallen in love with me, really loves me. Wendong. Wendong, that's great, it's a good thing. Brother Shen, but I'm sponsoring him. Wendong. Wendong, true love blossoms from sponsorship. Brother Shen, but my true love is Xia Qiu. Today, did you take satellite out to play? Is satellite done today? Wendong, I really can't handle this, help. Wendong, screenshot. Wendong, bosses, give me some advice, I'll copy and paste it over. Wendong, my rich emotional life doesn't mean I've encountered brain circuits like Brother Shen's. Boss B, hit Xia Qiu until he has no choice left. Boss A, you hold on for now, I need to think. Private chat. Wendong, think about it, Brother Shen. You like Yi Jiuyue now, meaning you don't like Xia Qiu anymore. Brother Shen, impossible. Wendong, why impossible? Brother Shen, I like Xia Qiu. Wendong, why must you like Xia Qiu? Brother Shen. Wendong, no, what I mean isn't having a bias against Xia Qiu. I have no bias against him. What I'm saying is, since you already like Yi Jiuyue, it shows you've transferred your feelings, and transferring feelings isn't an issue of character. You two never had anything serious going on. Switching to liking Yi Jiuyue shouldn't be problematic, right? Brother Shen, but the problem is, I still like Xia Qiu. And that wouldn't be fair to Yi Jiuyue either. Wendong, so the crux of the matter is, do you really still like Xia Qiu? Tell me, what do you like about him? Brother Shen, everything. Wendong, then tell me, what do you like about Yi Jiuyue? Brother Shen, I don't know, Yi Jiuyue is so weird. That's why I said something's off. I can't find any reason why I like him. Brother Shen, maybe I've had too many bed sessions and am hallucinating. Brother Shen, so I've decided to cool down. Therefore, I ask you, how do I break up with Yi Jiuyue? He loves me so much now, and I don't want to hurt him. Initially, I also told him we wouldn't involve feelings, but now he's breaking our agreement. Despite that, I still don't want things to escalate unnecessarily. Brother Shen, you know, when he doesn't speak or provoke me, he actually looks kind of cute. Brother Shen, wait, I don't mean cute, but what I mean is, this kid can't control his emotions, and there's nothing we can do about it. After all, I'm several years older than him, and even while playing around, I follow a certain code. Don't misconstrue what I said. Wendong. Wendong, otherwise, Brother Shen, I have a roundabout way. I'll arrange for you to sleep with a few more people, see if you'll have the same hallucination again. Brother Shen, what a stupid idea is this? Wendong, clean ones, absolutely clean ones, virgins. If you prefer university students, I'll find some university students for you. Brother Shen, are you turning into a pimp? Wendong. Today, did you take satellite out to play? Is satellite done today? Wendong, you're about to lose me, I'm about to break down. Wendong, or maybe you're about to lose Brother Shen, and I'm about to strangle him. Wendong, to survive, I'll damn well do my best to get Brother Shen together with Jiuyue, or else I think Brother Shen will drive me insane sooner or later. Wendong, sorry, Jiuyue, it's you who dies, not me. Wendong, sorry. Boss A. Boss B, what a good kid, and now he's gone crazy. Private chat. Brother Shen, I refuse. Wendong, then what are you planning to do now? Brother Shen, I don't know. Wendong, sigh, I didn't want to say this, but I've never told anyone. The reason I am the way I am now is because of someone. Brother Shen. Wendong, years ago, I let someone slip away, and there was no bringing them back. That's why I abandoned myself to despair and degradation, but so what? What's lost can never be reclaimed. If I had the chance to relive that time, I wouldn't have been so impulsive. So Brother Shen, my advice to you now is not to act impulsively, otherwise, you'll regret it just like me in the future. Brother Shen, who? Wendong, sigh. It's a long story. Many years ago, in a situation quite similar to yours now, I thought I liked my white moonlight, but the truth was, white moonlight was merely an illusion, and the one I truly loved was someone else. However, in a fit of impulse, I actually discarded the person I really loved for someone who I had already let go of long ago. Later, when I went back to find him, he had already become someone else's. Wendong, perhaps it was punishment. Since then, I've never encountered true love again. I think I'll live out the rest of my life like this. Wendong, so, Brother Shen, don't act impulsively. Even if you haven't fully sorted out your real feelings yet, hold off, take more time to think before making any decisions. Once some decisions are made, they're impossible to undo. Today, did you take Satellite out to play? Is Satellite done today? Wendong, I've done my best. Wendong, I haven't written essays for many years. Shen Weiying reluctantly accepted Wendong's suggestion, to hold back and think carefully. Though deep inside, he despised the idea, what's there to think about? Private chat. Wendong, Brother Shen, even if we assume that you truly love Xia Qiu, it doesn't affect you continuing a relationship with Zhou Yue. Brother Shen. Wendong, are you planning to confess to Xia Qiu? Brother Shen, he doesn't like me. Wendong, exactly, Xia Qiu doesn't like you, and you don't want to force him. You and Xia Qiu will never end up together. So being with Zhou Yue is perfectly normal, and it doesn't count as betraying Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu won't care, he'll bless both of you. Brother Shen, have you considered Zhou Yue's feelings? Wendong, Brother Shen, I like Xia Qiu, but I'm together with Zhou Yue. Should I deceive Zhou Yue by pretending to like him, or should I tell Zhou Yue that I like Xia Qiu, but Xia Qiu doesn't like me, so I carry Xia Qiu in my heart while I'm with you? Who would feel nauseous? Wendong. Brother Shen, fuck. Brother Shen, Zhou Yue is such a bother. We agreed not to talk about feelings, but he has absolutely no sense of contract spirit. Damn it. Brother Shen, annoying, no more talking about this. Wendong. Today, did you take Satellite out to play? Is Satellite done today? Wendong, bosses, I won't deceive Brother Shen anymore. Wendong, I can't handle this. Wendong, my mom is urging me to sleep. Chapter 20. Whether it was the effect of the antipyretics or a normal symptom of a fever, Zhou Yue dozed off in a haze. The more he slept, the hotter he felt, and he began to sweat. However, he didn't wake up, instead, he dreamt restlessly, uneasily. He would dream of the orphanage one moment, then of his home the next, then of high school, and another of university. Zhou Yue was an orphan, a somewhat peculiar one. In China, healthy male infants with fully functional limbs are rarely abandoned at the doors of orphanages. But nothing is absolute, as there are cases of unwed women secretly abandoning their babies. Regardless, Zhou Yue's luck wasn't too bad. The staff at that orphanage were decent toward the children, at least not abusive. Moreover, Zhou Yue was healthy, intact, young, and male, making him highly adoptable. Many families wanted to adopt him, such qualities being much sought after by families looking to adopt. Zhou Yue was adopted by a family with excellent overall conditions, raised until he attended kindergarten, when his adoptive parents suddenly had their biological son. This, naturally, was a joyous event. The adoptive parents were good people who treated Zhou Yue well, even after having their biological child, they continued treating him just as kindly. As their biological son grew up, he often heard his parents say things like, look at your brother, when your brother was your age, and, why aren't you even half as obedient/clever/academically talented as your brother? Zhou Yue was the legendary other people's child. As a result, the adoptive parents' biological son rebelled from a young age, always standing in fierce opposition to Zhou Yue. People inevitably have differing levels of closeness, and moreover, adults typically don't take children's squabbles seriously, seldom labeling them as bullying. Yet, the reality was that Yi Tianwen truly did bully Zhou Yue, and as he grew older, his methods became increasingly cunning and cruel, spilling ink on Zhou Yue's homework deliberately, tearing his books, trampling on his clothes, tampering with his water, and destroying his belongings one by one. Occasionally, when the adoptive parents thought it went too far, they'd grab a broom to discipline their younger son, but ultimately the grandparents wouldn't allow it. In the elders' eyes, their biological grandson shared their bloodline while Zhou Yue was an outsider. It was also through the idle chatter of the elderly and relatives that Zhou Yue and Yi Tianwen learned about the adoption. After this, Yi Tianwen escalated his actions further. There was little the adoptive parents could do, they could only attempt to intervene before eventually sending Zhou Yue to boarding school, partly out of concern that their mischievous younger son might affect Zhou Yue's studies. Zhou Yue never blamed his adoptive parents. He knew they did what they could. It's inherently difficult to maintain perfect fairness even between biological siblings, let alone in his particular case. By nature, when faced with malice, Zhou Yue rarely confronted it sharply. If he could endure it, he did, if he could avoid it, he avoided it. One should learn to let things go, for anger and resentment waste time and harm one's health. It's better to use that energy to repay the kindnesses received, Zhou Yue thought. Yi Tianwen was 4 years younger than Zhou Yue, now 14 and in the second year of junior high, a peak period of rebellion. Therefore, Zhou Yue and the adoptive parents tacitly agreed, Zhou Yue should stay at school and not return home, sparing himself trouble. After all, the fact that Yi Jiuyue ranked first in the city's college entrance exam results had once again deeply irritated Yi Tianwen, leading to a constant stream of various people visiting the Yi household for interviews or other matters related to Yi Jiuyue, nearly driving Yi Tianwen into flipping the house over. Truthfully, Yi Jiuyue sighed with relief at any opportunity to avoid going home. Though he didn't hold grudges against Yi Tianwen, he certainly didn't enjoy being bullied either. Going to university meant growing up, naturally implying no need to return home and sparing the adoptive parents any worry. Yi Jiuyue was very happy about this. Moreover, there were interesting encounters in university, like sleeping next to his idol. He. Shen Weixing. He had been crouched by the bed observing Yi Jiuyue for 10 minutes already. Initially, he came to check on him and measure his temperature, only to find that Yi Jiuyue seemed to be having a nightmare. His brows were furrowed tightly, and he appeared restless. Of course, considering Yi Jiuyue's previous nightmares were about retaking the college entrance exam, Shen Weixing didn't worry too much about it. Still, almost unconsciously, he placed his hand on Yi Jiuyue's forehead. He didn't know why he did it, probably because during his childhood, his sister had cared for him this way when he was feverish, making him feel secure. Then Yi Jiuyue took advantage of the situation, reaching out from under the blanket with one hand and loosely grabbing Shen Weixing's forearm. Shen Weixing paused, calling softly, "Jiuyue," but Yi Jiuyue naturally did not respond, continuing to sleep. However, his furrowed brows gradually relaxed and his expression became tranquil, perhaps dreaming of something pleasant, as he even giggled in his sleep. What a weirdo. Shen Weixing looked at him strangely, feeling that Yi Jiuyue was an exceptionally enigmatic person, far too unpredictable. How could I possibly like such a freak? Shen Weixing thought to himself. Then again, even if Yi Jiuyue were a freak, one shouldn't bully him. Shen Weixing felt that when neither party involved his feelings, adult matters could be resolved consensually without issue. But when one party develops feelings while the other remains indifferent and pretends ignorance, it's an entirely different matter altogether. Shen Weixing figured that his sister, who had passed away, would probably be ashamed to have such a scoundrel for a younger brother and might visit him in dreams to beat him up. Much of Shen Weixing's sense of values came from what his older sister had instilled in him. When they were young, the two siblings had lived through difficult times. Shen Weixing was still very young back then, with no established values. All he knew was to wear clothes when cold and eat when hungry. If he saw something appealing, he just wanted it, whether by stealing or deceiving, he couldn't discern right from wrong. The only time Shen Weixing ever stole anything was at 4 years old, when he snatched a bag of crackers from the nearby convenience store and happily brought it home to share with his sister. In return, his sister pinned him down, pulled down his pants, and whipped him for 10 minutes until his buttocks swelled. Oh, stealing is wrong. Shen Weixing remembered that lesson, remembering it for the rest of his life. Even if his mind might forget, his butt never would. Later, his sister took him and ran away from home, eventually ending up in the city. By this point, Shen Weixing had grown a bit older and began causing more trouble. He had been handsome since childhood, so good-looking that even his shabby clothing couldn't conceal his charm. Soon enough, he made friends with a group of delinquent teenagers purely on looks alone. Shen Weixing dared not follow these delinquent youths in stealing things or extorting classmates, but using his face to con free meals and drinks was no problem at all. Sometimes, pretending to be a kept man to enjoy a soft life was easy too. He didn't see any harm in it. If the girls offered willingly, why not accept them? After all, he was still growing and desperately needed fatty food and meat. Happy-go-lucky, Shen Weixing packed roasted duck to bring home for his hard-working sister as a supplement. But once again, he was whipped by his sister. This time, she didn't pull down his pants since he was older, but simply tore off the new t-shirt bought by the girl and lashed his back until it swelled. Every time she beat him, his sister cried harder than he did, beating him while sobbing uncontrollably. This terrified Shen Weixing so much that he swore he'd never stray again. Afterwards, his sister applied medicine to his wounds, crying silently while doing so. Her tears dripped onto his injuries, stinging painfully. Eventually, Shen Weixing's sister fell in love. Her suitor was the second son of a shareholder at the supermarket where she worked, a classic Cinderella and Prince tale. It went without saying that the young master came with his father for inspection one day and instantly fell head over heels for Cinderella. Indeed, Shen Weixing's sister, though bearing little resemblance to her brother except in grace, possessed her own charm. Clad in the cashier's vest of the supermarket, makeup-free, she radiated innocence and beauty. The young master pursued her fervently, showing sincere affection. Day after day, he rushed to serve her needs diligently, finally winning her heart. Eventually, she brought him home to meet her younger brother. Seeing his goddess living in poverty broke the young master's heart, so on impulse, he knelt down to propose marriage. He explained that, fearing his goddess wouldn't accept his support otherwise, he proposed first. Once married, the two would become family, thus allowing her to accept his help naturally. Shen Weixing liked his prospective brother-in-law immensely and cheered from the sidelines. His sister also moved deeply, crying and accepting his proposal. At that moment, everything seemed perfect. But before Shen Weixing could revel in joy for long, circumstances took a drastic turn for the worse. There was no scene of the young master's family handing over a check of $3 million to drive the siblings away. Instead, the young master's family remained calm and didn't intervene. It was his ex-girlfriend who confronted Shen Weixing's sister. The ex-girlfriend maintained her composure, politely inviting Shen Weisheng's sister to a coffee shop. She presented a pregnancy report and recounted another story hidden behind this fairy tale romance between the prince and Cinderella. The other story went, when the young master first claimed to fall instantly in love with Shen Weisheng's sister, his ex-girlfriend wasn't an ex yet. She was already pregnant and had even gotten engaged, an engagement arranged under equal social status and childhood affections rather than familial alliances. Because of Shen Weisheng's sister's appearance, the young master resolutely demanded a breakup and forced his fiancée to terminate her pregnancy. The young master stood in the rain all night outside Shen Weisheng's sister's home. Shen Weisheng spent half the night peeking through the window, feeling wrong for both his sister and his soon-to-be brother-in-law. He thought that his sister was not at fault here, and matters of the heart have no right or wrong anyway. It was only fair to blame the ex-girlfriend for not being able to hold on to her boyfriend. Why should this cause his own sister a breakup? His sister glanced at him silently, and Shen Weisheng immediately shut up because he could tell that familiar prelude to getting beaten was there. Of course, this time his sister didn't beat him. She merely told him that indeed, she hadn't done anything wrong, because she had been unaware. But now that she knew, continuing would be wrong. Furthermore, while matters of the heart have no right or wrong, they do have morals and conscience. One must act according to their moral and ethical standards, even if it may not be what they want, even if it will harm their interests. A person can't always pursue self-interest and shouldn't hurt an innocent person for their benefit. In the end, his sister broke up with the young master. She did not accept any compensation from the young master, but she took money from his fiancée, writing an IOU for 20,000 yuan, using the money to rent a decent apartment so Shen Weisheng could focus on his studies and live more comfortably, at least not intentionally eating less during his growing years to save her money. Not long after, Shen Weisheng was scouted by talent scouts. At 15, he already had his own ideas and judgments. Having witnessed his sister working 3 jobs, he firmly requested to make his debut in the entertainment industry, swearing that it wouldn't affect his studies. This time, his sister didn't hit him but treated him as an adult. After a lengthy conversation, she agreed. Everything seemed poised to take a turn for the better. Shen Weisheng filmed his first ad, though it wasn't much of an ad, just a promotional flyer for a small supermarket, and received 500 yuan for it. He was so delighted that despite knowing he might get scolded later, he blew all 500 yuan on lots of meat, a counter dress, and a pair of shoes for his sister, wanting to give her a surprise when he returned home. However, it was his sister who gave him a shock. She fainted at work, was taken to the hospital, and was found to be suffering from chronic fatigue due to overwork over the years. Money really wasn't the issue. Shen Weisheng secretly sought help from his ex-brother-in-law, whose fiancée also learned about this situation and even proactively contacted Shen Weisheng, offering to assist with medical expenses. Other acquaintances also helped quite a bit. Shen Weisheng's luck held. He happened to be noticed by a minor director, who thought Shen Weisheng had great potential, eventually reaching out to Shen Weisheng's small brokerage company. After a successful audition, the director offered him the 8th male role in a youth idol drama. Though the part was minor and the production was modest, it was a rare opportunity. This counted as meeting a benefactor, and the contract even came with an advance payment. While taking care of his sister, Shen Weisheng simultaneously began filming. By the time his sister was discharged, the poorly made drama had aired. The show was truly terrible, every element oozing mediocrity, the aged lead actors, the exaggerated and cliché plotlines. Nothing about it kept viewers from changing channels except for Shen Weisheng. At 16, though he hadn't fully matured yet and his acting skills were average, he managed to shine enough to catch everyone's attention. Soon, several small ads and secondary roles in low-budget TV dramas approached him. Even better brokerages tried to poach him. After careful deliberation, Shen Weisheng jumped ship to a slightly larger company. It was a moderately sized firm, but very organized. They evaluated Shen Weisheng's strengths and discovered he could sing, and quite well too. At the height of national talent competitions, Shen Weisheng was sent to participate in a major singing contest. Though lacking refined techniques, coupled with his polished appearance and boundless potential at such a young age, a rendition of opera stunned the entire audience, propelling him to overnight fame. Subsequent performances were smooth sailing. Though he couldn't rival professionally trained singers, finishing 5th overall, he quickly switched brokers again, releasing a top 10 record and a solo album. He received numerous offers for male second leads and even leading roles in several TV dramas, brightening his future considerably. And then, his sister passed away. Shen Weisheng almost cried himself to death. He knelt everywhere he went, kneeling from the hospital to the morgue, then to the funeral home and crematorium, and finally at the cemetery. Whenever he saw his sister's remains, he knelt and wept, from her body to her portrait, and then to her ashes. People around him didn't dare look at him, afraid of catching his sorrow and starting to cry too. After the funeral rites were completed, Shen Weisheng, finally ceasing his tears, said he wanted to observe mourning for his sister for 3 years. His agent thought he was crazy. Though the siblings had been each other's sole support, it was normal for him to be upset after her passing, but mourning for 3 years? That meant once the term was up, Shen Weisheng might as well quit the industry. What era were they living in now? Of course, he couldn't carry out his plan. With a contract binding him, Shen Weisheng wasn't one to easily break promises. So, gritting his teeth, he went on to fulfill his contracted work, though his performances could only be described as mediocre. At first, people sympathized with his loss of a sibling, but reality is cruel. Her death affected Shen Weixing alone, it wasn't other sisters who died, and no one was obligated to keep excusing him indefinitely. Thus, Shen Weixing's originally promising career came to a halt. It wasn't until he eventually emerged from his pain, rallied his spirit, and began again with supporting roles that his career took off anew. Chapter 21. Yi Jiuyue's biological clock woke him up almost on time, even though he was still sick. His headache had lessened, and his fever was not as high anymore. However, he now felt the exhaustion of recovery, as if all his energy had been drained from his body. He didn't feel particularly strong. He opened his eyes, gradually gaining a clearer view, but paused as he found Shen Weixing resting by the bed. Shen Weixing was sitting on the floor next to the bed, leaning on the bedside, sound asleep. The morning sun poured through the window, gently casting its light upon his face. His long eyelashes cast a faint shadow, making him look especially harmless. Yi Jiuyue observed Shen Weixing for a moment as if admiring a piece of art, then poked his nose bridge. Rumors spread in the martial arts world that Shen Weixing had undergone cosmetic surgery, everything from hair transplants to facial enhancements and muscle injections. These stories seemed quite realistic, focusing heavily on his features, and they compared blurry pictures of Shen Weixing from when he first entered the entertainment industry to how he looked now, asserting various changes had taken place. They claimed that during the few years Shen Weixing had almost disappeared, it was because he was getting plastic surgery. To be honest, there was indeed a noticeable difference between Shen Weixing's appearance when he first started and what he looks like now, not only his overall demeanor but also his features. His fans commented, "Of course he's different. Do you look the same at 16 as at 26? Were you starving and freezing when you were 16 but later well-fed and comfortable?" Then one fan sarcastically added, "Wow, so smart of you. You can even see ghosts from those blurry screenshots." Shen Weixing's fanbase, called satellites, weren't amateurs either. They dug up old photos and compared them with more recent ones from every angle to prove Shen Weixing had not changed. He had simply matured physically and developed an enigmatic aura that influenced everything about his appearance. This discussion once sparked a dedicated topic on Weibo where satellites shared their own childhood, teenage, and adult comparison photos. The conclusion reached was painful, comparisons bring truths, and while Shen Weixing appeared to have transformed significantly, it was realized that most people actually changed more than he did. He just grew into his looks. One satellite posted, "I want to unfollow him. I'm jealous. I knew when Shen Weixing started out he couldn't afford enough food, but my adolescence had plenty to eat, too much in fact, and it enlarged my once lovely face. Damn it. I'm sorry to myself." Shen Weixing stirred, feeling itchy on his face. He squinted and grabbed the fingers poking at his face, his voice low and hoarse from just waking up. "What are you doing?" Yi Jiuyue said, "Thank you. I wasn't deliberately staying here to keep you company. I fell asleep sitting." Shen Weixing got up, supporting himself against the edge of the bed as his legs felt numb. He sat down at the bedside again, rubbing his drowsy eyes with a furrowed brow, yawned, and asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel better," Yi Jiuyue replied. "Take your temperature again." Shen Weixing yawned again. "If you're fine, take care of it yourself." Obediently, Yi Jiuyue retrieved the thermometer from the nightstand and took his temperature, showing concern. "Shouldn't you go back to sleep?" "Forget about me. Just take care of yourself." Shen Weixing gave Yi Jiuyue a subtle glance, saying, "Once you get better, I have something to say to you." Yi Jiuyue nodded, "Okay. You're not curious about what I'll say?" Yi Jiuyue responded, "You said you would tell me after I recover. For heaven's sake, can't you show a little curiosity? All this goodwill on my part waiting until you recover just to dash your romantic hopes when you're better." Shen Weixing sighed irritably in the early morning, giving Yi Jiuyue a glare. Yi Jiuyue was used to this reaction, meeting the gaze innocently. All right, just put up with it for these last couple of days, after the talk, we'll go our separate ways." Shen Weixing thought to himself. Just thinking about it made Shen Weixing uneasy. He blamed his strange mood on two reasons. Sigh, no more hookups possible with him. Sigh, Yi Jiuyue was still sick and unable to pull off any breakup sex. And ultimately, he decided that it was Yi Jiuyue's fault entirely. Sigh, why was Yi Jiuyue so annoying? Yi Jiuyue noticed that Shen Weixing had been giving him peculiar looks early in the morning, tinged with resentment. Yi Jiuyue carefully reflected, realizing that the issue might stem from the past few days when Shen Weixing stayed behind intending to hook up, only to be thwarted by his sickness preventing any plans from being carried out. Given Shen Weixing's fervent enthusiasm for that activity, it was likely due to unfulfilled desires leading to his current sullen attitude. He could have done it earlier, but he himself declined. Despite this, Yi Jiuyue remained composed, finding comfort in knowing that Shen Weixing still maintained some moral values, suggesting he could continue to support him as a fan for a bit longer. Shen Weixing realized Yi Jiuyue was looking at him while eating breakfast. Oh no, he already loved me so much, and now after eating the meal I prepared, he must have mentally rounded it up and added my name to his household registration book. Things are getting worse and worse. What if he can't accept reality later and tries to commit suicide? Shen Weixing was shocked at this thought. Shen Weixing anxiously ate the breakfast he made himself, planning to give Yi Jiuyue some hints before formally proposing to end their relationship as a kept lover, so that it wouldn't be too sudden for Yi Jiuyue to accept. Young people these days are really scary. They tend to harm themselves or others when they don't agree with something. Shen Weisheng said worriedly, "Hey, Yi Jiuyue." Yi Jiuyue swallowed a bite of noodles and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Shen Weisheng asked seriously. Yi Jiuyue responded. "Stop just saying HM. I don't know what you mean by it." Shen Weisheng questioned, "I'm asking if you have any future plans." Of course, Yi Jiuyue had plans, but why did he suddenly ask about this? Yi Jiuyue looked at Shen Weisheng curiously. The reason Shen Weisheng asked was definitely purposeful. He decided to use an indirect strategy, inspiring Yi Jiuyue to imagine a bright future life, making him understand that there is more worth pursuing in life beyond a failed brief relationship, like ideals. Don't go down the wrong path because of a love affair that was originally sudden and without hope. I'm so smart. Shen Weisheng proudly thought. Yi Jiuyue thought for a moment and answered very earnestly, "Just live well." "Ah!" Shen Weisheng exclaimed. Yi Jiuyue continued eating breakfast while looking down. Shen Weisheng pressed further, "What do you mean?" "Don't fob me off, answer carefully. If you fob me off, you're also fobbing off your own life." Yi Jiuyue. Why has he started acting strangely again this morning? Yi Jiuyue pondered in confusion. "Speak," Shen Weisheng urged him. Yi Jiuyue slowly said, "I'm not fobbing you off, I am answering seriously. My plan for the future is to live well and cherish life." "That's too vague." Shen Weisheng sneered, "Take me as an example, my short-term goal is to become the leading actor in movies, my advanced goal is to win Best Actor domestically, then to receive international awards, isn't that idealistic enough?" Yi Jiuyue, as a fan, happily put down the chopsticks and clapped for him, "Good luck." Shen Weisheng. After encouragement, Yi Jiuyue picked up the chopsticks and continued eating noodles. Shen Weisheng resisted the urge to bleed internally and firmly said, "So it's your turn, what's your short-term goal?" "If you don't have one, I'll make one for you today. Life cannot exist without goals, my sister says so. If the goal is large, break it into stages, take steady steps, and you'll achieve it eventually." He said earnestly, "Young man, don't give up easily." Yi Jiuyue. Under Shen Weisheng's urging, Yi Jiuyue had to think about his current small goal, "I want to get a scholarship." "Good." Shen Weisheng commented, "It's a pretty good goal, though it's rather mediocre for a top scorer like you. Getting a scholarship is something you should do." Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weisheng gently guided, "Then what do you plan to do with the scholarship money?" Yi Jiuyue looked at him without speaking. "What are you looking at me for? Speak." Shen Weisheng urged him. Yi Jiuyue slowly said, "Didn't you previously want to go traveling with me?" "I'm saving money because I feel awkward using all your money. Actually, I also have a little interest in traveling abroad. But my situation is somewhat complicated. I originally planned to cover all my tuition fees and living expenses myself during college without asking my parents for help, so I might save quite slowly." Shen Weisheng. This is bad. Shen Weisheng thought. Yi Jiuyue must have imagined everything, like us having 2 children via IVF, one with my surname and one with his. At midnight when the child cries, he would want to continue sleeping while I'd have to take care of the child. After all, he even planned out our honeymoon trip. He's definitely hinting that it's our honeymoon travel, there's no way it could be wrong. I see, his live well refers to living together with me. With me being the key point. What gives him this blind confidence? Is it me? What did I do to give him such an absurd impression? Shen Weisheng's heart was in turmoil. Why do other people who keep lovers not face such complicated and difficult situations as me? Chapter 22. Yi Jiuyue, still in a state of post-illness weakness, chose attending class over dealing with Shen Weisheng's outbursts, believing the former would be more beneficial to his recovery. Of course, such words were not convenient to say outright, so Yi Jiuyue tactfully expressed his love for learning. Shen Weisheng disagreed, "I already told your roommate you'd be taking leave last night. Sure, your fever might have gone down now, but if it comes back, it'll be even harder to recover. Don't keep talking. Whether or not I got sick because of your offhand comment is still unresolved." Yi Jiuyue thought helplessly. "I only have the 3rd period this morning," Yi Jiuyue explained, "it's a specialized course." Seeing his insistence, Shen Weisheng didn't feel like persuading him much longer and simply said, "Then at least you can rest for a bit. I'll take you later." Fearing that Shen Weisheng would drag him into another deep discussion about life, Yi Jiuyue said, "I'll walk slowly, breathe fresh air. It might make me get better faster." Shen Weisheng's gaze turned peculiar as he said, "Everyone knows breathing fresh air in the morning isn't really true, plants can't photosynthesize at night, producing all carbon dioxide instead. They're just starting to produce oxygen now." Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weisheng read a variety of things and practiced questions from various question banks to learn different knowledge points. He felt somewhat proud when saying it, but then instantly grew concerned whether Yi Jiuyue would think he was showing off. His emotions became complicated. "Yi Jiuyue's really annoying," Shen Weisheng frowned, disgruntledly saying, "Shut up, I don't want to talk to you." Yi Jiuyue, who had no intention of speaking. "It seems insisting on going to class really does help one recuperate better. Better yet, after class, one can go straight back to the dormitory." So Yi Jiuyue opened his mouth and said, after my class, I'll go directly back to the dormitory. Shen Weisheng's brows furrowed tighter. Why? Yi Jiuyue reminded him, today's Friday, you have plans to fly somewhere else in the afternoon, so you won't be here this weekend. Shen Weisheng paused, recalling something. Professor Xiao's birthday was Saturday in the autumn season. He'd already booked tickets in front of Yi Jiuyue and was flying there in the afternoon. He even planned to personally select gifts after arriving. But Yi Jiuyue's body hasn't fully recovered yet. Shen Weisheng hesitated a bit. When I'm not around, just stay nearby and rest. Your dorm has too many people, it's noisy and distracting. Shen Weisheng advised. Yi Jiuyue still remembered the horror movie his roommate played publicly. Not wanting to hide anything from him, he calmly said, I recently watched a horror movie. I'm afraid to stay alone. Shen Weisheng looked down on him, afraid? You're such a coward. Yi Jiuyue remained unperturbed. How about this, an idea struck Shen Weisheng, come with me. Yi Jiuyue, what? Deciding quickly, Shen Weisheng started booking tickets while looking down, come with me. Changing the environment might help you relax. When I have to deal with my own stuff, you can explore near the hotel. Maybe by then, you'll be cured. Yi Jiuyue tried to stop him, I need more rest. Don't tire yourself out, and besides, I'll be nearby, I can look after you. Shen Weisheng wouldn't give him a chance to decline. While booking tickets, he muttered, you're so troublesome, do you know? If I can't see you, I'll just worry. Whoa. What? Realizing what he did and what he said, Shen Weisheng was once again shocked. He looked up at Yi Jiuyue, stunned. Yi Jiuyue didn't clearly hear the latter half of Shen Weisheng's words, only catching him calling himself troublesome. He didn't give it much thought. Yi Jiuyue was accustomed to Shen Weisheng nitpicking constantly about everything, often just minor complaints without any malice. Thus, Yi Jiuyue didn't let it bother him. Living with Shen Weisheng, being too serious will drive you crazy. Yi Jiuyue thought calmly. A long time ago, Shen Weisheng forcibly took Yi Jiuyue's ID for verification, so he still had Yi Jiuyue's ID number, which he directly used to book tickets. Yi Jiuyue originally wanted to refuse, but saw Shen Weisheng watching him for a long time, stopping midway through a sentence. Finally, with a little redness in his ears, he mumbled, but I'll be away for 2.5 days before coming back. Yi Jiuyue. What does this mean? Why suddenly so reluctant to part ways? Did something happen? Is it possible that Shen Weisheng really? No, most likely Shen Weisheng doesn't even know what he's saying. Yi Jiuyue thought steadily. But he also thought, Shen Weisheng, as an adult, has been around for so many years, surely he should know what he's saying. Then what does Shen Weisheng mean? Is he, pursuing me? And just now, suddenly so concerned about my future life plans? No, don't flatter yourself, don't think too much. We're friends, all about the physical without any emotion involved, mixing it up ruins things. Yi Jiuyue thought with composure. Yi Jiuyue further pondered, idols are indeed kind-hearted. Perhaps Shen Weisheng feels that my sudden illness is due to his curse, so he feels responsible, a bit guilty, and wants to make it up to me. This explanation is reasonable and credible. Convinced of this, Yi Jiuyue kindly consoled Shen Weisheng, I'm fine, almost recovered already. You don't need to worry too much. In fact, the incubation period for a cold can be very long, maybe I've had the cold for 2 weeks already, it just hadn't manifested yet. What nonsense is this? Impatiently, Shen Weisheng said, if you're getting better, then stop talking nonsense and come with me. Understanding his sense of guilt, Yi Jiuyue considered it briefly. Domestic flight tickets aren't expensive, and going to S City as a short trip might not be bad either. So, he said, all right then. When Yi Jiuyue finished class and was directly taken by Shen Weisheng from school to the airport, he realized Shen Weisheng had booked first-class seats even for a short-distance flight. He silently lamented how good it was to have money, but then wondered why he himself, with no connections, could only sit in economy. The value of the return gift would now have to be doubled. Free things really were the most expensive, getting hard-pressed to keep up with this friend. Yi Jiuyue couldn't help but sigh. Shen Weisheng furrowed his brows and asked, are you tired already? We've just gone through security check-in. Yi Jiuyue denied it, no. Then Shen Weisheng asked, why are you sighing, then? I'm not sighing over anything, Yi Jiuyue replied. Young age sighing like an old man. Stop sighing, Shen Weisheng lectured him confidently. In typical Yi Jiuyue style, he gave the universal response, Again with the, Shen Weisheng got hooked on teaching again, taking advantage of Yi Jiuyue's weakness when he didn't want to respond back due to his current fragile state, just as he wanted to continue, when suddenly someone spoke behind them, hey, satellite. Shen Weisheng froze, quickly pulled his cap lower, adjusted his sunglasses back, and cautiously turned to look sideways. Man, even your voice doesn't recognize me. Boss B complained unhappily. Recognizing him immediately, Shen Weisheng took off his sunglasses and asked, what a coincidence. Yeah, Boss B, son of the chairman of a well-known domestic film and television company, one of them, Dai Xiaojing sat down next to Shen Weisheng's seat and leaned forward, directly staring at Yi Jiuyue sitting beside Shen Weisheng and said, what a coincidence. This is... Shen Weisheng irritably blocked his view and gave a warning look. Dai Xiaojing was as flirtatious as Wen Dong, but while Wen Dong valued sentiment and mood, Dai Xiaojing was purely about decadence, having no scruples at all in these matters. The sole reason he didn't attend every grand feast was to avoid being caught by his father, older brothers, or younger siblings who might strip him of his inheritance rights. Otherwise, he could live entirely in these banquets rather than constantly seeking new partners. Dai Xiaojing, seeing such protective behavior, muttered to himself. What kind of people am I associating with? If only you could see who I've been around. Dai Xiaojing, annoyed by Shen Weisheng's attitude, decided to ignore him and directly addressed Yi Zhouyue. Hello, Zhouyue, right? I'm Dai Xiaojing, a buddy of Satellite's. Just call me Brother Xiaojing. Startled, Yi Zhouyue glanced at Shen Weisheng, unsure why one of Shen Weisheng's friends seemed so familiar with him, yet politely introduced himself. Hello, I'm Yi Zhouyue. Although, this self-introduction seemed unnecessary. So why did the other person know him? Yi Zhouyue looked at Shen Weisheng again. Impatient, Shen Weisheng grabbed a blanket, covered Yi Zhouyue with it, and urged, go back to sleep. Although he didn't want to sleep and wasn't clear why he should, Yi Zhouyue chose to sleep among the available options as he continued facing Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng watched him close his eyes, then woke him up again. Can't you take care of yourself a little more? Take your medicine, take it before sleeping. Saying that, Shen Weisheng pulled out a handful of pills from his pocket. Yi Zhouyue. Dai Xiaojing. Did you play with Satellite today? Did Satellite finish? Dai Xiaojing, Satellite ethane. Wen Dong. Dai Xiaojing, you're playing with your phone during work hours, I'll deduct your bonus. Wen Dong, it's my day off, boss. Boss A, what happened again? Is something wrong with Satellite? Dai Xiaojing, I met him and Zhouyue on the plane. Don't ask me how I recognized Zhouyue, Satellite's gaze was disturbing, I don't even want to remember. Dai Xiaojing, damn, I looked up again and saw them, it's blinding. Dai Xiaojing, Satellite ethane. Dai Xiaojing, let's change the group name. Dai Xiaojing, he's shoving medicine into Zhouyue's mouth, one pill at a time followed by water. My mom didn't even take care of me this way. Boss A, didn't Hua Lin say once that after feeding a pill and drinking water, there was a kiss and praise saying, good boy? Dai Xiaojing, the shock wasn't as big as actually seeing it. Dai Xiaojing, do you think I still have time to snatch love? If I get close to Satellite, would he feed me medicine like this? Even my mom didn't take care of me this much, she just busied herself with fighting against Dad's other women. My childhood was so sad. I want Satellite to feed me medicine too. Wen Dong, calm down. Dai Xiaojing, jealousy has disfigured me. Dai Xiaojing, no more talking, we're about to take off. I'm turning off my phone. Boss F, if you want to go after Satellite, why not go after Zhouyue instead? Satellite once said that Zhouyue is usually available on call, takes punches and scolding, massages legs, hammers backs, feeds meals, makes little gifts, and reads bilingual newspapers before bed, all inclusive. Dai Xiaojing, you believe his bragging? Dai Xiaojing, it seems like he lives in his own world. Chapter 23. After Shen Weisheng fed the medicine, he once again ordered Yi Zhouyue to close his eyes and sleep. At this time, the economy class passengers also started boarding. Shen Weisheng hurriedly put his cap back on, as well as his sunglasses and mask, turning his face to look outside the window. However, since Yi Zhouyue was sitting by the window, and earlier Shen Weisheng had already pulled down the sunshade to prevent sleeping Yi Zhouyue from being exposed to the sunlight, Shen Weisheng had no choice but to stare at Yi Zhouyue who was closing his eyes to sleep. Dai Xiaojing, who had been silently observing, returned to his original seat at the back row. He didn't want to be fed dog food, witness their affection, and wanted to unlock his phone to keep complaining. Shen Weisheng didn't give Dai Xiaojing a chance to return to their group chat for complaints. He got up and went to the back row, lowering his voice as he said to Dai Xiaojing, I'll sit by the window. Dai Xiaojing moved aside to let him in, asking, what's up? In case I get recognized. Shen Weisheng warned, I didn't sleep well last night either. I'll nap in a bit. I don't want to sign autographs or take photos. Just help me watch out. As he said that, Shen Weisheng wrapped himself in a blanket to catch some sleep. Dai Xiaojing quickly said, hey, hold on, let's talk. Shen Weisheng, irritated, said, talk about what? We can chat later on our phones. You're so unfeeling. Dai Xiaojing scolded him and indicated towards the front row, alright, spill it. Where are you guys going? Isn't he supposed to be in class? Saturday, Shen Weisheng replied. Oh, weekend travel. TSK. Shen Weisheng frowned, it's not like that. It's Mr. Xiaoqiu's birthday. I'm going to attend. Dai Xiaojing tried hard to understand his thinking but found it impossible. What is this operation? Dai Xiaojing lowered his voice and whispered into Shen Weisheng's ear, are you planning to confront him or disrupt the event? Though Xiaoqiu would probably explode, it's not her birthday, it's her father's birthday. You could wait until her birthday to make your move, that would be even more thrilling. Don't spout nonsense, Shen Weisheng despised him. It's not the same thing. I'm just taking him along with me. No, man, I can't comprehend your modern thoughts, Dai Xiaojing humbly requested an explanation. Why are you bringing him to attend Mr. Xiaoqiu's birthday? Who said I'm bringing him to attend Mr. Xiaoqiu's birthday? Shen Weisheng looked at Dai Xiaojing like he was crazy. I'm just taking him there, checking him into a hotel, and letting him do whatever he wants. Dai Xiaojing struggled to understand his line of thought and asked, are you unwilling to part from him even for these 1 or 2 days? Nonsense. Shen Weisheng quickly lowered his voice and adjusted his hat brim before muttering quietly, I have to improve his mood first, then discuss breaking up with him. Dai Xiaojing. Dai Xiaojing, ? The satellite's train of thought seemed to move incredibly fast. Dai Xiaojing impassively thought. Shen Weisheng believed he had carefully considered it all, I've thought through it myself. I still have to come clean with him, we can't continue like this. But this situation is awkward, so I must find a better atmosphere. I think you shouldn't try to use your brain. Dai Xiaojing felt speechless and asked, so are you going to have a candlelit dinner with him first? Breaking up? Why would I have a candlelit dinner? What are you thinking? Shen Weisheng looked at him again as if he were insane. Dai Xiaojing bore the humiliation with dignity and nodded, alright, fair enough, go ahead and sleep, stop talking to me. I'm about to meet my dad, and I cannot afford to lower my IQ because of you now. Shen Weisheng didn't bother paying attention to him anymore, leaned back, yawned, and fell asleep. The journey was short. Yi Jiuyue felt like he had just fallen asleep when he was woken up and told they would arrive soon. He yawned, turned his head to the side, and saw Shen Weisheng had already sat back down, carefully tidying his collar and sleeves. Noticing Yi Jiuyue's gaze, Shen Weisheng turned around and whispered, do the same as on the way here. If we encounter fans or reporters, say you're my intern assistant. Yi Jiuyue, Shen Weisheng, then don't stare at me the whole time after we land. Yi Jiuyue, I haven't been doing that. Nonsense. Don't I know that you haven't been doing that? You never look where you're walking or where the people are, your eyes always seem to be looking skyward. Shen Weisheng became agitated whenever he spoke to him, barking, shut up. Yi Jiuyue. Lately, it seems like Shen Weisheng has been increasingly irritable. Is it because the new script isn't going smoothly? Yi Jiuyue thoughtfully considered. Being a celebrity must involve tremendous pressure, especially since Shen Weisheng had mentioned earlier that his goal was to become a movie emperor, which explained why he had genuinely worked hard on refining his acting skills over the years. Thinking this way, Yi Jiuyue admired Shen Weisheng even more. Ignoring Shen Weisheng's off-the-clock antics, he was actually a pretty serious and down-to-earth person, always striving to enrich himself positively and was really worth supporting. If only his private personality could be completely unknown. Yi Jiuyue thought with a slight headache as he hovered on the edge of canceling his fandom. Dai Xiaojing suddenly poked his head out from behind his seat, hey, Jiuyue, why not add my WeChat? Shen Weisheng cast a dark glare, don't add. It wasn't for you, Dai Xiaojing said while pulling out his phone, I'm not walking with you guys later, I have someone picking me up. Let's add before we land. Yi Jiuyue hesitated, glanced at Shen Weisheng's dark face in confusion, and slowly said to Dai Xiaojing, don't turn it on yet. The plane hasn't landed. Shen Weisheng. Is that the point? Keep it turned off for now but let's prepare so we're more efficient, Dai Xiaojing continued his friendly chatter, Jiuyue, isn't Satellite usually quite nice to you? He's adorable, super adorable, just a little tsundere, right? You know what tsundere means. Totally without question. Yi Jiuyue, Our guy is amazing. Reliable. Such a good man. Dai Xiaojing enthusiastically endorsed the idol nurturing culture, but no one can argue about him. Yi Jiuyue, My idol, I know he's definitely a good person. Yi Jiuyue quickly confirmed Shen Weisheng's goodness. Dai Xiaojing happily said, yes, yes. What exactly does this mean? Yi Jiuyue had only said a single, and somehow Dai Xiaojing seemed to understand so much. Shen Weisheng looked at them both with a double dose of a look meant for lunatics. Dai Xiaojing continued, the key is, even though he mingles in this circle, he keeps himself spotless, never takes advantage of others, nor lets anyone take advantage of him, which is why he still has to work on TV dramas. His family background is nothing, and this business is extremely opportunistic. Shen Weisheng glared and told him, shut up. Dai Xiaojing ignored him and kept talking, but don't worry. A bunch of uncles, oh wait, a bunch of brothers will help him. Once he jumps ship to our company, skyrocketing is inevitable sooner or later. Shen Weisheng, shut up. Dai Xiaojing casually dug at the wall and changed the subject, Satellite's only shortcoming is his lack of education. You're a scholar, but don't despise him. There's a difference between him and an illiterate person. Shen Ji is very educated, Yi Jiuyue, who'd been silently listening, suddenly spoke up, he studies very diligently. Dai Xiaojing, Academic qualifications represent things to a certain extent, Yi Jiuyue slowly said, but the most important part is the attitude towards learning. I admire Shenji a lot in this aspect. Besides, his knowledge base is quite extensive. This wasn't something Yi Jiuyue made up, he was simply being fair. Shen Weisheng didn't only focus on bedtime in the apartment. Several times when Yi Jiuyue woke up in the middle of the night, he found Shen Weisheng reading scripts in the living room or looking up information related to points in the script, determined to thoroughly understand everything he didn't fully grasp. He insisted that only then could he fully grasp the character, thus playing the role well. Shen Weisheng stared blankly at Yi Jiuyue. Dai Xiaojing quickly laughed and shifted the conversation. Yes, impressive, I also respect that. Satellite studying attitude is indeed serious. Truly without any question, his foundation was just weak earlier. You know how tough he had it before. Now that there's an opportunity, he studies especially hard, so maybe you could tutor him more often. Or rather, exchange learning insights with each other. Satellite is far better than us, none of us like studying, our attitudes toward study are incorrect. Yi Jiuyue smiled shyly but remained silent. After getting off the plane and splitting ways with Shen Weisheng and Yi Jiuyue, Dai Xiaojing quickly turned on his phone. Did you play around with the satellite today? Is the satellite finished today? Dai Xiaojing, do you think it's still possible for me to cut in now and snatch him away? Do you think if I messed with Yi Jiuyue, he would protect me in front of my dad? Whenever my dad scolds me, my mom joins in too, she never defends me. Hua Lin, I think you need to see a psychologist and figure out if you're suffering from maternal fixation or emotional deprivation disorder. Hua Lin, stop your sob story about your childhood already. No one in this group suffered more than the satellite. Have you ever seen him complaining? Hua Lin, anyway, tell me what happened just now. As for Shen Weisheng, he lied that he was going to the restroom, pulled Yi Jiuyue into the bathroom, locked the cubicle door, grabbed the back of Yi Jiuyue's head with one hand and hugged his waist with the other, and leaned in to kiss him regardless of everything else. Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue, question mark. Public place play. Public restroom play. He wasn't really in the mood to play around. Yi Jiuyue then gently pushed Shen Weisheng, who had inexplicably been acting overexcited, and subtly refused with his body language. Yi Jiuyue was aware that he became more uninhibited when they were together, but that was within a private space where freedom of expression was allowed. However, public displays like this bordered on being immoral. Reluctantly, Shen Weisheng broke away from Yi Jiuyue's lips, quickly stealing another peck as reason gradually returned. His face grew a little warm. Damn. What am I doing? Any random fan would scold Dai Xiaojing for sure. Why should I feel moved at all? And by a fake fan too? Shen Weisheng almost wanted to die. He could only put on a stern face, pretending nothing happened as he turned to open the door. However, unfortunately, voices could be heard outside at that moment. Someone entered the restroom to relieve themselves, chatting casually with their companion while doing so. Though Shen Weisheng was fully disguised, it was likely two people emerging from one cubicle would draw high attention from passersby, so he chose to wait for the outsider to leave first. Naturally, his gaze fell back onto Yi Jiuyue's face. Yi Jiuyue still looked a little dazed, having just been kissed fiercely without warning. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his t-shirt collar had tilted a bit, exposing part of his clavicle. At this moment, Yi Jiuyue was looking at Shen Weisheng with doubt and inquiry. Making eye contact with such an expression from Yi Jiuyue made Shen Weisheng's previously calmed emotions chaotic again, like being brushed by the wind, or like a small fish suddenly leaping onto the water surface before skillfully dropping down again, splashing up numerous ripples. With hesitation, slowness, and tentativeness, Shen Weisheng inclined his head closer. His gaze shifted between Yi Jiuyue's eyes, nose tip, and lips, going back and forth, before finally pressing his lips once more. This kiss was far more passionate than the previous ones. Kill me, sister. Shen Weisheng thought silently. Why can't I be a man when I'm this handsome? It's a waste. Be a jerk, definitely need to be one, not being one isn't being a man. Chapter 24. Shen Weisheng had originally planned to stay at a hotel near Professor Xia's home, for convenience. But he changed his mind and took Yi Jiuyue to another hotel further away, which had a hot spring. The reason wasn't particularly special, it was mainly because this place was close to the outskirts of the city, secluded, with a good view and offered better privacy. This hotel operated under an invitation system for high-end clubs. Its members were either rich or powerful, treating celebrities as common as carp crossing a river, very composed. They smiled politely at Shen Weisheng in a purely formal manner while checking him in, naturally assuming Yi Jiuyue to be an assistant. Whether or not it was true, it was none of their business. After all, they had seen many scenarios where leaders bring 3 assistants in one night. After entering the room and closing the door, Shen Weisheng embraced Yi Jiuyue and continued what they had left undone before. Although that kiss came out of nowhere, Yi Jiuyue felt a little excited too. He was always honest about his body's desires. If he was in the mood, he would act on it, why suppress himself? After all, who knows how long such a relationship can last with a star whose thinking pattern is so mysterious? Every time is a bonus, hey. Of course, this time, there were 2 rounds. One round happened from the entrance to the dining table, and then moved to the bedroom. Afterward, Yi Jiuyue breathed softly, feeling utterly drained. I'm still not fully recovered yet. Yi Jiuyue suddenly remembered this point and dodged Shen Weisheng trying to kiss him again, slowly bringing up old accounts. Didn't you say you're afraid of being infected? Shen Weisheng got upset when Yi Jiuyue avoided him. What? I didn't say that. You said it last night. Yi Jiuyue kindly reminded him. Why are you holding a grudge? You remember something I said so long ago, planning to hold a grudge? Shen Weisheng said, and how come I don't remember saying it? Are you making it up? How have I offended you? Yi Zhouyue. Seeing Yi Zhouyue not speaking anymore, Shen Weisheng was quite pleased, happily pinching his face for a kiss, and after one kiss, wanting another, then even wanting a third. You're addictive, Yi Zhouyue. Shen Weisheng thought to himself. Yi Zhouyue felt something was off and after some consideration, kindly reminded him, your afternoon schedule is to buy gifts. Shen Weisheng became unhappy, can you stop turning sour right after having fun? Am I just your massage stick? Yi Zhouyue. Isn't that what it is? Isn't that what hookup relationships are about? You treat me like a vibrating massager, and I treat you like a cock ring. That's what it is, right? Yi Zhouyue thought puzzledly. Seeing Yi Zhouyue somewhat dazedly looking at him, Shen Weisheng's heart softened again, self-consoling, Yi Zhouyue must be stunned, probably not expecting me to respond to him so actively. He likely assumed that his feelings would go unreciprocated, so now he must be experiencing the confusion that precedes immense joy. Sigh, young people think too much, prone to melancholy and overthinking. With this thought, Shen Weisheng's heart softened even more. He kissed Yi Zhouyue again, whispering, rest a bit longer. We'll go together. Think about what you want to buy, we'll buy them together. Yi Zhouyue honestly replied, I don't need anything. Buy some clothes, skincare products. Shen Weisheng seriously considered what to buy, do you want a watch? You haven't pierced your ears, what about necklaces or bracelets? Shoes? Backpacks? Yi Zhouyue blankly responded, no need. Then change your phone. Your phone isn't new anymore. What about a computer? An iPad? You love studying, buy a Kindle, it's better for your eyes than staring at a phone screen. Also, you've developed nearsightedness. Oh, by the way, do you want glasses? Shen Weisheng patiently guided, isn't there a saying, if you want to do a job well, you must first sharpen your tools. If you improve your study tools, learning will be half as easy. Yi Zhouyue. Shen Weisheng gently asked, why aren't you speaking? After hesitating for a moment under Shen Weisheng's urging, Yi Zhouyue slowly said, if the pressure from your new drama is relatively high, maybe you could try talking about it. I'll try my best to help you. Shen Weisheng was taken aback, ah. Looking at him with sympathy, Yi Zhouyue said, I know the entertainment industry exerts a lot of pressure, which explains why you've been so moody lately. You don't have any bad habits to vent through, so if you're willing, you can talk to me about it. Even consider me as a confidant, a place to let off steam. Anyway, I'm also your fan. Shen Weisheng, shut up. It appears that Yi Zhouyue still doesn't believe his feelings have received a response from me, hence the cautious behavior. Shen Weisheng thought compassionately. He deeply pitied Yi Zhouyue, whose feelings he had toyed with. How shameful, too shameful. How could Shen Weisheng be so shameless? Shen Weisheng severely condemned himself. Yi Zhouyue, seeing the slightly furrowed brows and seemingly pained expression of Shen Weisheng, was a little worried that he might have been really infected by him, so he reached out to feel his forehead for any sign of fever. Shen Weisheng silently looked into Yi Zhouyue's eyes, made up his mind, and thought coldly, so what if it's shameful? All men are shameless, ha. The shameless and cruel Shen Weisheng rested while hugging Yi Zhouyue. The third time Yi Zhouyue tried to push him away because of the heat, Shen Weisheng changed his strategy and instead decided to hug Yi Zhouyue into taking a shower. Though Yi Zhouyue didn't quite understand Shen Weisheng's antics, he still tactfully refused. As Shen Weisheng was about to act forcefully, the phone on the bedside table rang. He felt somewhat annoyed, picked it up, and saw it was Xia Qiu calling. Hello. Xia Qiu hesitated for a few seconds before speaking, Big Brother Shen. Seeing Yi Zhouyue get up and pick clothes to cover himself as he walked towards the bathroom, Shen Weisheng's mood improved a bit, couldn't help but smile, and said, I'm here. What is it? I thought you were just angry, Xia Qiu said. Why would I be angry if there's nothing wrong? Shen Weisheng asked. What is it? Xia Qiu asked, have you arrived? Technically, Shen Weisheng could have flown over with Xia Qiu, but Xia Qiu still had some scenes left to shoot. Shen Weisheng let him take only half a day off and planned to fly over in the morning tomorrow, thus saving trouble for the production crew. By coming ahead of schedule, Shen Weisheng could help Xia Professor and Xia Madam with their birthday banquet instead of Xia Qiu. After all, Shen Weisheng was already considered the unofficial adopted son-in-law of Xia Professor and his wife, even though not formally recognized yet, but it was tacitly accepted by everyone. Xia Qiu said, I just chatted with Mom a moment ago, she said you haven't arrived yet, and I calculated that by now you should have. So I was worried if something happened on your way. Just checking. Shen Weisheng said guiltily, nothing happened. I came to the hotel first. I will go choose gifts for the teachers later, and we're also going to visit after dinner. Also need to confirm the menu and process for tomorrow with the hotel. That's good. Xia Qiu said, then I won't bother you anymore. Shen Weisheng finished and hung up the call. He looked at the bathroom where water sounds were splashing, subconsciously frowning. How to arrange Yi Zhouyue tonight? Give him a card and let him swipe it. Shen Weisheng scratched the corner of his eyebrows uneasily. After Yi Jiuyue came out after bathing, Shen Weisheng took a shower as well, changed his clothes, and then both went out to the shopping mall downtown. Xia Professor wasn't celebrating a grand birthday. In fact, he had reminded a few times not to send overly lavish gifts. Therefore, Shen Weisheng didn't go overboard with anything extravagant. He chose a proper gift without being too expensive or too cheap, mainly ensuring that his intention was expressed. After selecting the gift for Xia Professor, Shen Weisheng asked Yi Jiuyue, "Have you thought about what to buy?" Yi Jiuyue said, "There's nothing I want to buy." "No, you must buy something," Shen Weisheng said. Yi Jiuyue asked helplessly, "Why?" "Because it can alleviate my sense of guilt." Shen Weisheng said, "I want to buy something for you. If I don't, I'll feel uncomfortable. Is this reason okay?" Yi Jiuyue stared at him a few times strangely. "What are you looking at?" Shen Weisheng asked cautiously. Yi Jiuyue felt the odd feeling inside growing stronger. He truly found it embarrassing to ask Shen Weisheng if he loved him. And what if he was imagining things? That would be so awkward. He and Shen Weisheng were two completely unrelated people. By all logic, how could Shen Weisheng possibly fall for him out of nowhere? Yi Jiuyue wasn't being unduly humble, but matters of the heart can't come from thin air, right? He used to like Sui Dong because Sui Dong was handsome, and Sui Dong liked him perhaps because he was easy to bully. But why would Shen Weisheng have any reason to like him? Was it because of his academic performance? Or did casual encounters evolve into real feelings? Yi Jiuyue didn't believe in feelings stemming from such casual relations. He bore no resentment towards his birth mother and father. When he learned about his origins, from an objective and rational perspective, he deduced that his parents were most likely young lovers who got together driven by physical desires but lacked serious intentions. Hence, this unexpected result, could only be abandoned. Although Yi Jiuyue and Shen Weisheng certainly wouldn't produce another unexpected item, he simply didn't think the future built upon such an origin could be reliable. He could understand the illusion that arose in such a situation. After all, he had felt great pleasure too, which was why he had been with Shen Weisheng again and again. However, this was nothing more than the release of physiological needs. Yi Jiuyue had never thought, nor did he believe, that there could be any relationship between them beyond being fuck buddies. If Shen Weisheng developed such an illusion, Yi Jiuyue felt he, as the other party involved, had an obligation to snap Shen Weisheng out of it. After all, casual sex was something from which no one lost, everyone got what they wanted. In a certain sense, they were even friends, right? There was some kind of friendship at least. Chapter 25. Shen Weisheng unhesitatingly dragged Yi Jiuyue into a men's clothing brand store in the mall, enthusiastically picking out a complete set of clothes for Yi Jiuyue. This shop was large and offered everything from clothes to accessories, even men's perfumes, all available in one place. It was a new European brand, combining luxury with fashion at a moderate price, perfectly suited for young people's everyday wear. It was also the brand that Bosse had brought to China through agency, though this point wasn't important. Yi Jiuyue increasingly felt something was off. Holding the clothes Shen Weisheng had shoved into his hands for trying on, he hesitated and glanced around. The shop staff had only welcomed the two at first. As Shen Weisheng made it clear that they wanted no assistance, the staff respectfully stood far away. At this moment, there weren't many other customers in the store. Shen Weisheng urged, "Go try them on, we're short on time. There are things to do tonight." Yi Jiuyue quietly said, "I don't want to." Shen Weisheng frowned, "What now?" "There is a place where I'd like to confirm some things with you seriously," Yi Jiuyue said. "What kind of talk?" Shen Weisheng furrowed his brows more tightly. Yi Jiuyue hesitated, looked up at the surveillance cameras inside the shop, then back at Shen Weisheng. He went over to return the clothes in his arms to the shop assistant and gestured for Shen Weisheng to step outside. Reluctantly following him out, Shen Weisheng led the way to a semi-enclosed balcony rest area at the end of the mall. He shut the glass sliding door, cutting off the noise from inside the mall. "What is it?" Shen Weisheng bought 2 bottles of mineral water he endorsed from the vending machine and sat on a nearby resting chair, twisting the cap off while impatiently asking. Just as Yi Jiuyue was about to speak, Shen Weisheng handed him the bottle of opened water. He hesitated, took it in his hand, feeling even more conflicted as he carefully said, "We initially agreed that this is not a sugar daddy relationship." Shen Weisheng froze. At the start, Shen Weisheng and Yi Jiuyue had indeed confirmed the nature of their relationship. Shen Weisheng insisted on defining it as a sugar daddy relationship and insisted on giving money to Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue insisted on defining it as casual hookups and refused the money. After a standstill, both compromised. Their relationship was defined as casual hookups, but Yi Jiuyue accepted the money. Shen Weisheng had thought at the time, how pretentious, it was just a matter of wording, why bother arguing? And the phrase, "I'll open a new card, any expenses will be deducted from that, and after we end this relationship, I'll return the balance to you," naturally didn't stick in Shen Weisheng's mind. At the time, Shen Weisheng considered this statement to be mere polite chatter, and later, completely forgot its existence. Now that Yi Jiuyue brought up the old topic again, Shen Weisheng irritably asked, "What exactly do you mean to say? Spit it out already, listening to you can drive a person crazy." Ignoring the comment, Yi Jiuyue still spoke in the same aggravating slow manner, "So, don't go out of your way to spend money on me. Any money you spend on me, I'll reciprocate." But financially, I can't handle too much. Who asked you to reciprocate? Shen Weisheng irritably countered, I've told you, I have money, this amount doesn't matter to me. You haven't spent much anyway. Can't I afford 2 sets of clothes? Feeling cornered, Yi Zhuoyue changed tack and said, in fact, it's not really about the money. It's not about the money again. Shen Weisheng rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses, then what is it about? Speak up. We're not in a sugar daddy relationship, so you don't need to keep spending money on me. I don't have any reason to use your money either. Yi Zhuoyue paused a bit before saying, after all, we're just hookup partners. Lately, you've seemed to cross that boundary a bit. I just wanted to remind you. Shen Weisheng instantly stiffened, staring at him silently. Yi Zhuoyue also felt a little awkward and hurriedly added, of course, it's possible I'm imagining things, it's just a reminder. You certainly are imagining things. Shen Weisheng burst out immediately, what are you thinking? Have I crossed any boundaries with you? Do you think I've developed feelings for you? Dream on. Yi Zhuoyue originally wanted to reply with, that's good, then I'm relieved, but somehow, he couldn't get the words out as they reached his lips. For a moment, he felt his own mindset was a bit off. Hearing Shen Weisheng say this, Yi Zhuoyue didn't feel any sense of relief. This sensation was very subtle, and Yi Zhuoyue couldn't describe it right away. After pondering, he felt it might just be the unease of a fan offending their idol. That must be it, surely. Seeing that Yi Zhuoyue wasn't speaking, Shen Weisheng's temper flared even more, speak up. Yi Zhuoyue snapped back to reality, hesitating for a moment before saying, no, I've never thought that. Shen Weisheng, however, asked further, what have you not thought? Yi Zhuoyue paused, scratching his head and explaining, I've never thought that you would like me, nor have I had any dreams about it. He tried to ease the awkward atmosphere and showed a friendly smile, I was just saying it casually. Of course, I know you wouldn't overthink it. But since you're such a good person, this kind of relationship can be confusing, so. Yi Zhuoyue found himself unable to continue, unsure of what nonsense he was uttering. It was rare for him to encounter such an awkward situation, feeling at a loss of how to deal with it. Shen Weisheng, however, calmed down a bit, looking at Yi Zhuoyue after a short while, then suddenly became optimistic again. He lightly coughed and softened his tone, I haven't overthought it, nor am I confused, but at your age, it's easy to think too much and get confused. I may control heaven and earth, but I certainly can't control what you're thinking. So if you're confused, it's fine. If you think too much, I'll reluctantly forgive you, hee. Before Shen Weisheng could finish these words, he saw Yi Zhuoyue very seriously and sincerely saying, I've never thought too much or been confused, rest assured. Shen Weisheng. Yi Zhuoyue still wanted to salvage their pleasant but annoying friendship, trying hard with an utterly sincere attitude to allay Shen Weisheng's concerns, I have never intended to take our relationship any further. Maintaining this relationship is already great. You can be absolutely sure about that. Including in the future, I will definitely not overthink this. I am fully aware that there is no room for development in this relationship, and I myself do not accept its development. Shen Weisheng. So. Shut up. Yi Zhuoyue was startled. Shen Weisheng placed the mineral water bottle on the chair, stood up, opened the glass door, walked a few steps outside, came back, reopened the glass door, removed his sunglasses, and coldly stared at Yi Zhuoyue. Yi Zhuoyue looked somewhat bewildered at him. You're the one with problems, Shen Weisheng sneered coldly, do you even know you have issues, Yi Zhuoyue? You think way too much. I didn't. Shut up. Shen Weisheng clenched his fists tightly, resisting the urge to fight, you are the one with issues. Yi Zhuoyue slightly furrowed his brows and quickly detected the logical contradiction, why are you so angry? You just said you had no other thoughts, and neither did I, shouldn't this be a good thing for you? Why are you upset? Why am I upset? How the hell should I know why I'm upset? Shen Weisheng was practically exploding with anger, because you assume I'm overthinking things. You're insulting my aesthetic sense, my character, my integrity, my life value. Yi Zhuoyue. Do you even know what you're saying? Apparently, Shen Weisheng no longer knew what he was saying. His speech accelerated, let me tell you why I'm upset, I'm mad that you actually think I overthink things. That I'd have feelings for someone like you. Are you dreaming? What gives you that impression? Yi Zhuoyue, I see that at your age, you really love daydreaming, reading too many novels, watching too many dramas. Do you really think you're Cinderella in real life? Yi Zhuoyue. I find it disgusting that you actually think this much in your mind, what nonsense are you imagining every day? Daydreaming about me, Shen Weisheng, falling in love because we hooked up. Shen Weisheng chuckled coldly again, think about how we started, do you think I'd look twice at someone who gets so carried away in bed? Let me tell you, Yi Zhuoyue, you offer nothing desirable. People like you are only fit to be hookup partners. And you think I'd fall in love with you? What do you take me for? Do you think I have brain damage? Is my head full of water? Yi Zhuoyue. I never said you fell in love with me. As for what's inside your head, opinions may vary. Yi Zhuoyue silently thought. After letting off some steam, Shen Weisheng finally said, whatever, we're done. Anyway, the return ticket is booked. Go back by yourself. In the future, don't contact me. I'll change my phone number. Yi Jiuyue. He gently coughed. Shen Weisheng stared intently at him, waiting for his response. Then, Shen Weisheng received Yi Jiuyue's sincere and kind answer, changing your number will be inconvenient. There's no need to do that. I won't harass you, and I won't let anyone else know your number. I'll delete it right now. Shen Weisheng finally forced out a sentence between gritted teeth after a while, Yi Jiuyue, you're ruthless. Yi Jiuyue. Get lost. Shen Weisheng turned and pulled the door, thought for a moment, then turned back and added, it's me who broke up with you. Yi Jiuyue. Before Yi Jiuyue could say, there is no one breaking up with anyone, Shen Weisheng turned around again, pulled the door open, and stormed off without looking back this time. Yi Jiuyue stood in the balcony rest area, silently watching Shen Weisheng's figure disappear at the elevator entrance through the constantly swinging glass door. Chapter 26. Shen Weisheng stormed out of the mall, forcing himself to calm down. After steadying his emotions a bit, he picked up the gift he had just bought and headed to a nearby hotel. Professor Xia's birthday banquet was scheduled at a hotel in the city center. Shen Weisheng had also agreed to have dinner here with Professor Xia, partly to catch up after not seeing each other for a long time, and partly to confirm the schedule with the hotel for the next day. Shen Weisheng originally planned to simply bring Yi Jiuyue along after shopping to have dinner here, worried that leaving her alone might make her unhappy. At worst, he could introduce her to Professor Xia as his new assistant. But, damn. Weisheng. Shen Weisheng snapped back to reality, You're lost in thought while eating dinner. Stop thinking and eat properly or you'll get a fish bone stuck in your throat. Professor Xia's wife smiled and joked. Shen Weisheng reluctantly followed with a laugh, no, I was just thinking about the new drama. Eat properly. Work and life should be separated, said Mrs. Xia, glancing at her husband with a scolding tone, don't be like certain people. Professor Xia acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to eat calmly. This time Shen Weisheng was genuinely amused, teacher is doing big things, I can't even compare. He always respected Professor Xia, not only because the couple had helped him countless times, but also because Professor Xia was a well-known figure in academia. Although he wasn't quite sure of his exact status, he knew that it was very impressive. Professor Xia was a prodigy in his youth, skipping grades and being recommended for advanced studies. After finishing university, he was sent abroad by the state to study further and participated in many national-level projects at a young age. In Shen Weisheng's eyes, such an academic journey was godlike. Moreover, Professor Xia had a harmonious family where both spouses treated each other with respect. Professor Xia was dedicated to his academic research and contributed greatly to the country, while his wife was beautiful and capable, excelling both inside and outside the home. Coupled with their daughter, Xia Qiu, who was simple and adorable, this trio was considered by Shen Weisheng as a divine family. Shen Weisheng envied them. Occasionally, he would think that if his sister were still around, she would have certainly built a similarly happy family. She was beautiful, capable, and considerate. Unfortunately, she passed away without enjoying any of these blessings. You must never learn from him, Mrs. Xia laughed while serving more food to Shen Weisheng. How are things recently? I heard from Xia Qiu that several good companies have been trying to poach you. You must be a little tempted. Shen Weisheng smiled, not really. Xia Qiu keeps saying he might be holding you back, Mrs. Xia sighed, that boy, he insisted on entering the entertainment industry. That place is chaotic and messy. If it weren't for your support all these years, he would have probably faced numerous setbacks already. Precisely for this reason, Shen Weisheng decided not to change jobs and stayed in the current company to continue looking out for Xia Qiu. He would have liked to take Xia Qiu with him, but Xia Qiu was sentimental about the old company and refused to leave. The only thing Shen Weisheng didn't understand was what kind of sentiments Xia Qiu felt towards the company. He could only assume that Xia Qiu valued relationships more than others. When Mrs. Xia brought up the topic again, Shen Weisheng quickly assured her so she could rest assured, it's filming anywhere, staying with the old company is fine. I don't plan to job hop. Aunt, please don't worry. I'll take care of Xia Qiu, ensuring he doesn't suffer any losses. Thank goodness for you. Mrs. Xia expressed her gratitude. Don't say that. It's my duty, Shen Weisheng responded hurriedly. At this point, Professor Xia interrupted, saying to his wife, you yourself said we wouldn't talk business over dinner. Is this business? This is personal matters. Mrs. Xia gave him a playful glance and switched topics toward Shen Weisheng. Weisheng, do you have a suitable match yet? Shen Weisheng paused, then blushed slightly with embarrassment, pretending to look around. Are there no journalists here? Don't dodge the question. I read gossip magazines too. The entertainment world claims everyone is single, but how many hidden marriages are there? Mrs. Xia laughed, you're not exactly old, so I won't pressure you to get married, but you've never been in love before, and that makes me a bit anxious. Aunt considers you like her own child Xia Qiu. Don't think I'm interfering, actually, I've heard some stars are taken by their families for blind dates. Tell me what kind of person you like, I'll keep an eye out for you, and definitely won't make random introductions. If I tell you I like your son, will you beat me to death? Shen Weisheng thought wryly. Mrs. Xia urged him, come on, surely you have some ideas. Shen Weisheng responded vaguely, I've been busy with endorsements and haven't intended to date anyone within the circle. Also, I rarely interact with others outside of it, so I haven't found anyone. I didn't ask about that. I know you're busy, so I'm helping to filter the options for you, Mrs. Xia continued urging him. Tell me what type of person you like so I don't randomly introduce someone unsuitable and waste both your time and theirs. Shen Weixing had no choice but to respond, I don't really have any specific requirements, just that they should be easygoing, not overly dramatic, and able to accept the nature of my work, which often means being apart. Someone independent would be good. My job isn't suitable for overly clingy types. And... He hesitated for a moment, feeling slightly embarrassed as he chuckled himself first, lowering his voice a bit, someone with a little education would be nice. I haven't pursued much academic learning myself, but we certainly can't have the entire family being illiterate. Mrs. Xia nodded, anything else? Since Shen Weixing wasn't particularly serious about this matchmaking process, he simply said, nope, that's all. It seems like you haven't actually said anything at all, Mrs. Xia straightforwardly commented. What you've said is too vague, it doesn't feel like you're sincerely seeking a match. It feels more like you're just trying to humor me. Shen Weixing dryly laughed in response, not at all. Professor Xia sighed helplessly after glancing at the two of them, are we still planning on eating dinner or what? You go ahead and eat. Stars like Weixing don't usually eat much anyway, earlier, he was just enduring to keep you company. Both of you are being too straightforward, and neither can tell, Mrs. Xia gave him another glance before turning back to Shen Weixing. Go on, what requirements do you have regarding looks, height, weight, occupation, income, and family background? Shen Weixing asked somewhat perplexed, shouldn't there be some requirements normally? In normal circumstances, yes, Mrs. Xia slowly imparted her common sense, Xia Qiu has requirements, too. Shen Weixing was startled and hesitantly asked, what does he require? His requirements are plentiful, she must be good-looking enough to be considered a national goddess, tall, with a great figure, high income, and ranked top 1 or 2 in their field. Family background needn't be too illustrious, but it must be simple, with fewer relatives being ideal. Mrs. Xia sighed, so I've temporarily given up finding him a candidate. I'll wait until he matures and realizes how unrealistic he is. If there were girls like that, would they even need to resort to blind dates? Shen Weixing. Professor Xia always doted on his son, and at this point, casually interjected a comment, if we change the gender, Weixing actually meets those conditions, and hasn't married yet either. Thus, Xia Qiu's requirements aren't as impractical as you make them sound. Mrs. Xia turned toward him, you finally brought up the gender issue, but the problem is that Weixing isn't female. Professor Xia argued logically, this shows that such possibilities do exist, and you shouldn't dismiss them outright. No one can guarantee there won't be a female version of Weixing. Shen Weixing. I'm tired of arguing with you. Even if she existed, she'd already be married off by now. Weixing is an exception. You pamper Xia Qiu, but you also need to respect reality. Xia Qiu has been spoiled into becoming detached from it. In the future, if he insists on only marrying a princess, please don't blame me then. Mrs. Xia redirected the topic back to Shen Weixing, we've wandered off topic too far. Tell me what your requirements are regarding those aspects. Realizing the topic hadn't escaped its loop no matter how many detours it took, Shen Weixing seriously thought about it and frankly answered, honestly, I don't have any special requirements for looks or anything. In show business, everyone is good looking, and after seeing too many, they start to look similar. As long as someone is pleasing to the eye, that's fine. Height doesn't matter either, as long as they aren't much shorter or taller than me, and not excessively overweight or underweight, that's sufficient. For family backgrounds, I don't have much worth boasting about myself, so I don't have many demands there either. Work and income. Doesn't matter either. Let them do whatever they like. I have money, and as long as they do something proper, it's fine, even not working is acceptable. Mrs. Xia pondered for a while and remarked sentimentally, it seems like you truly don't have many requirements. With the conditions you possess, I think I could start enjoying tea parties with other mothers-in-law next year, and play with my grandchildren the year after. Haha. He'd just been rejected. Right in front of him, the person had explicitly stated there was no possibility of further development. Haha. Shen Weixing smiled cheerfully on the outside, but inwardly cursed Yi Zhiyue. Chapter 27. Professor Xia could no longer bear it, and after putting down his bowl and chopsticks, he changed the subject. Mrs. Xia then stopped talking and called the hotel manager to confirm the details of tomorrow's banquet, including the menu and other trivial matters. Shen Weixing stayed for a while to accompany them. After everything was settled, Mrs. Xia went to the restroom, and Professor Xia had a business call to make. Standing by the window, Shen Weixing stared absent-mindedly at the neon lights outside. Suddenly, he remembered something very serious and quickly took out his phone to call Yi Zhiyue, only to find that her phone was turned off. Shen Weixing was momentarily confused. He just realized that the hotel room key card was on him, and Yi Zhiyue might not have much money with her. They had an argument in the mall earlier, so there was a chance she wouldn't return to the hotel. And now her phone was off. Damn! Why was her phone off? Anxiety made Shen Weixing break into a cold sweat. He hurriedly opened WeChat to search for Yi Zhiyue, but then immediately realized how foolish he was. If her phone was off, how could he find her on WeChat? He almost wanted to report it to the police station but managed to restrain himself from doing so. Unable to sit still, he stood up, grabbed his coat, and headed for the door when he bumped into Mrs. Xia, who had just come back. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a rush? Is anything happening?" Mrs. Xia was startled by his behavior. Could it be that Xiaoqiu is in trouble? "No, not that," Shen Weixing tried to appear calm. "It's my friend who has run into trouble. I need to go and find him. Sorry, Aunt, please let the professor know that I will come early tomorrow morning to help, and I have to leave tonight." "Oh, it's okay, we were planning to leave anyway," Mrs. Xia comforted him. "Take it easy, drive safely." "Alright, thank you. You all take care too." Shen Weixing nodded slightly to her, and without further ado, rushed out in a hurry. Mrs. Xia looked back at his retreating figure with confusion, then sent a voice message to Xia Qiu. Weixing just said his friend has issues, and he left in a hurry. He seemed quite tense, even pale. "Could it be something about you?" Xia Qiu replied quickly, "No." "Mrs. Xia, that's good, be careful on your way back tomorrow." Xia Qiu, "Alright." In fact, Yi Zhuoyue wasn't far from the hotel. After Shen Weixing stormed out angrily at the mall, Yi Zhuoyue soon realized that she didn't have the hotel key card. Of course, things having developed this far, Yi Zhuoyue didn't feel comfortable going back to the hotel either. So, she decided to check into a nearby budget hotel for one night and planned to fly back to school the next day. As for the matter with her idol, well, if their connection broke, it was fine. She couldn't do much about it, but hey, she had already enjoyed plenty of benefits, so she didn't feel like she lost out. Yi Zhuoyue took it all in stride. She found a snack shop in the mall to fill her stomach, wandered around for a while, and as it got darker, exited the mall. She spent some time watching the musical fountain in the square in front of the mall and even enjoyed performances by street musicians. She felt like sending a Weibo post, so she took out her phone, turning it on after it had been switched off because of low battery earlier. Yi Zhuoyue usually avoided using roadside shared chargers since she thought they weren't secure. Thus, she shut down her phone and kept it in her pocket, saving the last bit of power for when she scanned a payment code to pay for a budget hotel room later, and perhaps also buy a charger along the way. The moment she turned on her phone, she saw over 10 missed calls from Zhang San. After hesitating briefly, she returned the call but didn't get a chance to say a word before Shen Weixing anxiously asked, "Where are you?" "I'm near the entrance of the square." Yi Zhuoyue looked around. "By the food street, my phone is running low on battery." "Stay where you are. Don't move. I'll come find you. Save the battery. If I can't find you, I'll contact you again. Let's discuss whatever needs to be said when we meet." Shen Weixing hung up decisively. Yi Zhuoyue had no choice but to comply, though she didn't want to stand around idly. Glancing around, she bought a giant handmade ice cream and slowly ate it as she observed passers-by on the street. Facing her were couples or friends in twos and threes, occasionally, pairs of men whose relationship was unclear, and even families with children passed by. Yi Zhuoyue slowly savored the ice cream while observing a family of 3 across from her at a small food stall. Across the narrow walkway packed with people rushing by, the food stall was brightly lit and crowded with many patrons. The father picked up the child and smilingly let him hand the money to the vendor. Meanwhile, the mother tried pulling both of them backward, wary of the hot oil splashing from the fried chicken. This sight reminded Yi Zhuoyue of her adoptive parents. It was a long time ago, so long that the memory had become a little blurry. She wasn't even sure if it had truly happened or if she had just imagined it. Back then, Yi Zhuoyue wasn't yet in kindergarten, and her adoptive parents would take her out shopping like this. They were always so close. Yi Zhuoyue often sat on her adoptive father's shoulders, or was held or carried on his back. Later, when Yi Tianwen came along, Yi Zhuoyue was older and started holding their hands instead. After that, as Yi Tianwen grew up a bit more, he wouldn't allow Yi Zhuoyue to hold the adoptive parents' hands anymore. If they showed any extra affection toward Yi Zhuoyue, Yi Tianwen would throw a tantrum. So, whenever the family of 4 went out, Yi Tianwen would have both of his parents' hands, leaving Yi Zhuoyue to follow behind at a slower pace. Eventually, Yi Zhuoyue stopped joining them for shopping trips altogether. Occasionally, Yi Zhuoyue thought she might still hold some grudges against her parents, both her biological ones and the couple who adopted her. But then she would quickly tell herself that such resentment made no sense. Her biological parents gave birth to her, and her adoptive parents raised her. Without them, there wouldn't be the person she was today. In reality, they didn't owe her anything at all. In this world, there is no reason to demand that someone must treat another person exceptionally well. Once she realized this, Yi Zhuoyue couldn't even find a valid position to resent them from. So she decided to remain calm and silent. But feeling a bit envious was allowed, Yi Zhuoyue thought. Being envious of others wouldn't affect anyone. At least, that's what she told herself. And quietly imagining herself in someone else's place, just slightly and secretly, shouldn't cause harm either. Yi Zhuoyue convinced herself. With that, she gazed at the family of 3 across from her, biting into her ice cream, and softly smiled. It wasn't until Yi Zhuoyue's face was abruptly buried in Shen Weixing's chest that she snapped back to reality. Startled, she tried to push him away but was held down by Shen Weixing. All she heard was Shen Weixing muttering softly, "You look so ugly." Shen Weisheng had been searching for her all this way. From afar, he spotted Yi Jiuyue standing next to a trash can, eating ice cream. Before he could comment on the bizarre scene, he noticed Yi Jiuyue staring intently in one direction with an expression he couldn't quite read. It seemed like she was smiling, happy, and perhaps also sad. The lights from the roadside stalls reflected in her eyes like ripples on water. Following Yi Jiuyue's gaze, Shen Weisheng saw the family of three at the entrance of the snack shop. He was caught off guard for a moment, but before he realized it, his body had moved swiftly towards Yi Jiuyue. He pulled her head into his embrace and tenderly rubbed the back of her neck. "You look so ugly," he said again. Actually, she didn't look ugly at all. At that moment, Yi Jiuyue looked incredibly beautiful, so much so that Shen Weisheng felt restless inside. Chapter 28. The two stood like this for a while. Although it was clearly visible that they were two males, given the openness of today's society, Shen Weisheng's hat, sunglasses, and mask, as well as the relatively dim environment beside the trash can, only occasionally did some passers-by curiously look back a few more times, but it didn't attract too much attention. Yi Jiuyue thought about his idol and struggled to step out again, continuing to be held down by Shen Weisheng. "The ice cream got on your clothes," Yi Jiuyue muttered. Shen Weisheng felt he was truly strange. "We'll buy another one later." "Isn't that the problem?" Yi Jiuyue said. "Your clothes are dirty. Go home and wash them clean for me," Shen Weisheng said. Yi Jiuyue. "I don't want to wash, we're just casual sex friends. I won't develop the kind of relationship where I help wash clothes like I used to with Sui Dong." This is what Yi Jiuyue thought. Yi Jiuyue really disliked washing clothes and also felt that no one in this world would like washing clothes. Finally, Shen Weisheng let go of Yi Jiuyue and grabbed the ice cream that dirted his clothes and threw it into the nearby trash can. "Damn, no wonder you were standing beside the trash can, quite good at picking spots." Shen Weisheng criticized in his heart but didn't dare to say it out loud since he was now in a weak position due to needing something from someone else. After throwing the ice cream away, Shen Weisheng bought a pack of tissues from a roadside store to wipe his clothes. A quick glance showed Yi Jiuyue still silently looking at him, which made him feel even more uncomfortable inside. "What are you looking at?" Shen Weisheng asked cautiously. "Say something." Yi Jiuyue wasn't sure what to say. In fact, he felt very awkward and couldn't quite understand what Shen Weisheng actually wanted to do. Seeing he wasn't speaking, Shen Weisheng became even more uneasy and threw the crumpled tissue into the trash can, saying, "Wait." Yi Jiuyue waited. While waiting, Yi Jiuyue saw Shen Weisheng turn around and come back with a new ice cream to hand over. "Compensation for you." Yi Jiuyue. "Hurry up and take it," Shen Weisheng urged. Yi Jiuyue had no choice but to accept the ice cream, thinking anyway that since it's already bought, not eating it would be wasteful, so he slowly started eating it. He watched Shen Weisheng pull out another piece of paper towel and continue wiping his clothes while giving him odd glances every once in a while. "I'm not washing it anyway," Yi Jiuyue thought vigilantly as he ate the ice cream. Shen Weisheng wiped for a long time and finally gave up messing with his clothes, raising his head to look at Yi Jiuyue. "Damn, how am I going to resolve this matter?" Shen Weisheng found himself stuck in a dilemma. "It was he who dirted it, I won't wash it." Facing Shen Weisheng's furrowed brows, Yi Jiuyue grew even more vigilant. In the midst of his troubles, Shen Weisheng sighed involuntarily. "If he asks, I'll suggest he goes to a dry cleaner's," Yi Jiuyue sincerely thought as he bit into the ice cream. Shen Weisheng stared at Yi Jiuyue for quite a while as he slowly chewed his ice cream with an expression of complete confusion while gazing at him, glanced around left and right, swiftly took off his mask, quickly moved closer and bit off the tip of the ice cream. From the side, after eating it for such a long time and keeping the tip unbroken all along, Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weisheng put his mask back on, frowning and spoke softly, "Too sweet, all sugar essence, eat less of these things, you always like junk food. Then give the tip back to me." Yi Jiuyue stayed silent for a moment, then said, "Oh. I don't know what your oh means," Shen Weisheng said. Yi Jiuyue, Shen Weisheng, are you doing this on purpose? Yi Jiuyue, yes. Shen Weisheng. This kid's becoming too cocky. His tail's showing. Shen Weisheng lamented deeply in his heart. He lost his temper inexplicably in the afternoon, now he ate the tip of my ice cream, and kept blabbing, expecting me to wash his clothes as well. Yi Jiuyue was somewhat displeased. The two stared at each other eye to eye, glaring at each other for a little while. Finally, Yi Jiuyue quickly finished the rest of the ice cream and spoke first, asking, "Is there anything?" Shen Weisheng, with determination akin to sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall, said, "Let's go back to the hotel." Yi Jiuyue didn't hear clearly because of his sudden lowering of tone by 100 octaves with a speed x4, "What?" Shen Weisheng again sped through his words, "Back to the hotel." Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weisheng, bearing humiliation heavily, slowed down his voice, "Back to the hotel." Only this time did Yi Jiuyue finally hear it clearly, somewhat awkwardly said, "No need, I will just stay near here for the night." "I've been feeling a bit stressed recently," Shen Weisheng suddenly complained. "I didn't read the new script smoothly, it's difficult to get into character, the pressure has been immense." Yi Jiuyue was slightly startled and immediately looked at him with a bit of sympathy. "Is it really due to the excessive stress causing emotional instability?" Shen Weisheng, who had seen and experienced the complexities of society, observed Yi Zhoujue's demeanor carefully and upon seeing an opportunity, continued with his sob story. Also, the company has been oppressing me. Yi Zhoujue looked at him in surprise. Aren't you the top star of your company? All show and no substance. Shen Weisheng frowned. They're actually all bullying me. Yi Zhoujue. Because they have support and backgrounds, while I have none, Shen Weisheng said calmly without any embarrassment. Many want to sexually coerce me, some I refuse and face no consequence, others harbor resentment and trip me up. While reading entertainment gossip, Yi Zhoujue had indeed come across such rumors and hesitated, further looking at Shen Weisheng with sympathy. No wonder he gets irritated so easily. So all those words this afternoon, consider them as if you never heard them, Shen Weisheng concluded. I wasn't trying to be angry with you, I've just been too stressed. Take that guy on today's flight for instance, don't think we're friends. He is one of those who tried to pressure me into sexual coercion but failed and has been tripping me ever since. He always wanted to package me. Yi Zhoujue. You don't believe me? Look at his appearance, it's not noticeable. That's why you students in the ivory tower don't know how treacherous people can be. In the future when you start working, you'll see everywhere are people who smile at your face but stab you in the back, Shen Weisheng said. Yi Zhoujue slowly countered, but he spoke many good things about you. Acting for the occasion, or else how could he deceive you into thinking he's a good person? Shen Weisheng said, that's why, though you may think I'm naive, you shouldn't doubt it. Yi Zhoujue. So, there's no issue between us, right? Shen Weisheng asked. Yi Zhoujue hesitated, wanting to say something but paused a moment before saying, but some words. I know, let's just maintain our previous relationship, at most I apologize to you. I shouldn't have sworn, Shen Weisheng quickly said, I won't curse you anymore in the future, you can curse me back if you like. That's not necessary, you didn't swear much at me. Yi Zhoujue felt something was off, but... I'm sorry, Shen Weisheng said, apologies. Yi Zhoujue remained silent for a long time, then said, but... Shen Weisheng, losing all dignity, whispered near Yi Zhoujue's ear, when we get back to the hotel, I'll apologize. Yi Zhoujue, question mark. Shen Weisheng whispered softly by his ear, I will give you, and $$ hashtag *@ end. Yi Zhoujue. Seeing the possibility of success, Shen Weisheng pressed on, continuing his whispers, and then *u and hashtag. * and hashtag. Listening to this, Yi Zhoujue's face flushed a little and became somewhat flustered. Damn, knew it. Why so bold? Does he like my face or does he like my dick? Or does he simply not like me as a person? Shen Weisheng felt bitter inside. But brother Shen is a smart man knows what should be prioritized at the right moment. Right now, the priority is to coax Yi Zhoujue back first, the rest can wait until later. Shen Weisheng thought deeply, he had indeed returned to the path of a playboy once again. He also thought deeply, those people in the group chat weren't wrong, when men lie, they do so fluently, without needing to draft anything beforehand, it's an innate skill. He then thought more deeply, sister's words were correct, birds of a feather flock together, near vermilion turns red, near ink turns black, he'd been influenced by those in the group chat. Though Yi Zhoujue was trying hard to remain calm, but... Shen Weisheng took off his glasses, suddenly bringing his face close to Yi Zhoujue's eyes, staring straight at him while lowering his voice, but what? Yi Zhoujue. Face is turning red. Damn it, does this guy even have principles? Shen Weisheng angrily thought. Brother Yi. Hold on. The face dog quietly attempted to move away slightly, but Shen Weisheng grabbed him around the waist cutting off any escape route. Yi Zhoujue. Shen Weisheng subtly scratched his waist tenderly. Yi Zhoujue. Shen Weisheng let out a muffled laugh, winking at Yi Zhoujue, sending flirtatious energy. Yi Zhoujue. HP, 100. Debuff, amnesia. Can't remember why we ended the fuck buddy relationship. No, hold on. As Yi Zhoujue turned his head to run away, Shen Weisheng acted swiftly, grabbing him quickly, twisting backward, swiftly spinning around himself and just in time, hoisting a staggering Yi Zhoujue onto his back, smooth as clouds floating. Yi Zhoujue. Before he could react, Shen Weisheng had already carried him and walked a few meters. The passers-by all turned to look, the return rate was extremely high. Yi Zhoujue, who usually had a slow temperament, was frightened by Shen Weisheng's actions, warning in a low voice, it'll be on the front page in a bit. Shen Weisheng said, I'm wearing a mask, hat, and glasses, the clothes are brand new. Yi Zhoujue worried, but what if I get exposed? Then will you come back to the hotel with me? Shen Weisheng asked. Yi Zhoujue gave up, alright, let's go back. Only then did Shen Weisheng put him down, stopping a taxi with a wave of his hand, get in. Yi Zhoujue hesitated between sounding the alarm where he stood and getting into the car, and finally chose the latter. Sigh. My phone is out of power. Shen Weisheng didn't stop fooling around in the taxi either, constantly holding Yi Zhoujue's hand. Yi Zhoujue looked out the window, his face cooled down a bit, but his mood became somewhat complicated. This is wrong. He thought. It's all an illusion. He thought. Shen Weisheng just wants to hook up. He thought. Yes, since it's like that, it's simple. He thought. Well, just a fuck buddy, not someone to marry, why bother so much, it's not like he hasn't enjoyed it, and there's no risk of pregnancy. Shen Weisheng is so handsome, it's not a loss, might as well sleep with him tonight. He thought. Chapter 29. The two returned to the hotel, entered the room, and didn't even have time to turn on the lights before Shen Weisheng pushed Yi Zhuoyue against the entrance and started feeling him up. Yi Zhuoyue was a bit puzzled and intermittently expressed that this process felt familiar, just like what happened earlier in the day. Shen Weisheng insisted it was different and proceeded to demonstrate the differences. This time he didn't even take off Yi Zhuoyue's pants, pulling them aside and entering directly, accompanied by various other acts which will not be detailed here. For Shen Weisheng, who typically only repeated basic actions when allowed to be proactive and was no different from a dead fish, this change was significant. Indeed, Yi Zhuoyue became excited, thrilled, and ecstatic. While Shen Weisheng performed his elaborate techniques, he harshly cursed Wendong, the backup reinforcement he secretly invited on their way back. Damn, what is Wendong always researching? Damn, Yi Zhuoyue actually likes this set of moves. Damn, how can Yi Zhuoyue be so unrestrained? Damn, why does Yi Zhuoyue look so obedient yet act so wildly? Damn, does Yi Zhuoyue really enjoy doing this kind of thing? Damn, will Yi Zhuoyue run off with Wendong? Damn, last time Wendong had a flirtatious exchange of glances with Yi Zhuoyue. Damn. Shen Weisheng's jealousy distorted his thoughts, specifically reflected in his actions, as he tossed Yi Zhuoyue around until 2 o'clock in the morning. After finally taking a shower, they continued endlessly. Shen Weisheng slept straight through until dawn. Normally, he shouldn't have woken up this early, but he did. He found an empty space in his arms. Shen Weisheng frowned, picked up a bathrobe from the ground, haphazardly slipped it on, and went into the living room where he saw Yi Zhuoyue curled up on the sofa. In his hand was a lit cigarette, awkwardly trying to smoke. Hearing the noise, he looked over, smiled slightly at Shen Weisheng despite seeming somewhat embarrassed but didn't extinguish it. Don't smoke. Shen Weisheng approached, forcibly took the cigarette from Yi Zhuoyue's hand, crushed it in the ashtray, then looked back at Yi Zhuoyue's face and continued, if you're unhappy, don't smoke. Yi Zhuoyue silently watched him without saying anything. Shen Weisheng knelt down beside Yi Zhuoyue on the couch, touched his face, and kissed him. Don't use smoking to ease your emotions. If something's bothering you, you can tell me. Shen Weisheng hugged Yi Zhuoyue, lightly pinching his shoulder as he gritted his teeth and said, after all, we're friends who relieve each other's stress. Shen Weisheng couldn't forget several hours ago when he took advantage of the moment after making Yi Zhuoyue feel good to test the waters about turning their friend relationship official. Yi Zhuoyue, whose pants were still unbuttoned, turned around furiously, it's all fake. Shen Weisheng. Yi Zhuoyue further added, they're all liars. Shen Weisheng. Yi Zhuoyue kept adding, I think it won't work. Alright, shut up, go to sleep, Shen Weisheng said expressionlessly. Yi Zhuoyue must have been sent by God to torture him. Shen Weisheng clenched his molars in thought. Yi Zhuoyue meant to stay at the hotel, play in the hot spring, but Shen Weisheng disagreed and insisted on bringing him to Professor Xiao's birthday banquet. But I don't know him, Yi Zhuoyue slowly questioned, why should I go? After dinner, we'll leave immediately. I'll be busy with some urgent matters, meeting the producer, and won't have time to rush back for you, causing us to miss our flight, Shen Weisheng explained. Yi Zhuoyue thought for a while and suggested, you can just not rush back. I can meet you at the airport. Shen Weisheng paused his motion of adjusting his collar, narrowing his eyes and asking, will you go or not? Yi Zhuoyue slowly responded, since we've already paid for the room and its expiration isn't until noon, I might as well soak in the hot spring. Do I make millions per movie, and you're still fussing about saving this single room fee? Shen Weisheng advised himself to maintain patience, turned around, and shoved Yi Zhuoyue onto the bed. He loomed over him and asked menacingly, will you go or not? Yi Zhuoyue wasn't very resolute in looking at him. Shen Weisheng leaned in a little closer, lowering his voice, his charm online, will you go or not? Yi Zhuoyue began to waver without too much principle. Shen Weisheng reached down, rubbed below, smirked evilly, will you go or not? I'll go, Yi Zhuoyue said, blushing. Humph, he doesn't want to know what he has become in Yi Zhuoyue's mind. Shen Weisheng's face darkened instantly. Rising, he resumed adjusting his clothes but soon became irritated. Hey! Yi Zhuoyue glanced up at him. What are you still lying there for? Can you do more? Shen Weisheng asked rather displeasedly. Yi Zhuoyue felt his mood was changing too frequently, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he simply said, I'm ready to go out and wait for you to finish getting ready. Are you really going out like this? Shen Weisheng, feeling utterly powerless to criticize, stopped adjusting his cuffs, turned toward Yi Zhuoyue, and earnestly said, Big brother Yi, I respect you as my elder brother, you are no longer a child, so please mind your public image a little. Yi Zhuoyue. He glanced down at his basic t-shirt and modified 9/8 leisure-style faux suit trousers and thought they were perfectly proper. As an assistant, he certainly wasn't ruining Shen Weisheng's reputation. Forget it, let's just go with this for now, Shen Weisheng sighed as if dealing with someone beyond redemption, shaking his head before adding, then, could you adjust my collar and sleeves? Yi Zhuoyue wondered, was there any logical connection between the two things? What are you spacing out for? Let me teach you how to fix them, so you can manage yourself in the future, Shen Weisheng reasoned. This reason made sense to Yi Jiuyue. Moreover, he had seen fans gossip about Shen Weisheng being one who often worried about those around him. It wasn't because of great enthusiasm, but more due to a natural habit of not being able to hold back on offering opinions. Of course, critics might call it arrogance. Yi Jiuyue couldn't understand the way of thinking of these critics. After all, their positions were different, and he viewed Shen Weisheng through an 8-centimeter lens, a metaphor for biased perspective. In his heart, Yi Jiuyue felt that Shen Weisheng's intentions were indeed good, so he got up to help adjust his collar and cuffs. It was actually a very simple matter. Actually, Shen Weisheng's actions weren't out of kindness, he was entirely plotting for his own benefit. Grinning happily, he watched Yi Jiuyue attentively straighten his clothes before quickly leaning over and planting a kiss on his cheek. The hand tucking in the shirt tail paused mid-motion as Yi Jiuyue raised his eyes to look at him. With that upward glance, Shen Weisheng clearly saw Yi Jiuyue's eye corner curl up slightly, his eyelashes quiver, and within his crystal-clear pupils reflecting himself. He suspected that Yi Jiuyue must have specifically trained to lure people, otherwise, why did even a single glance seem so meticulously planned? Instinct once again triumphed over reason as Shen Weisheng grabbed Yi Jiuyue's wrist and pushed him back onto the bed. Yi Jiuyue. What are you doing? Having you, obviously, Shen Weisheng mimicked his tone maliciously. Yi Jiuyue's speaking style must have been specifically practiced too, Shen Weisheng pondered. Although Yi Jiuyue's voice carried a pure youthful timbre, he spoke slowly and softly. During arguments, it was infuriatingly ineffective, as if hitting cotton, yet at certain moments, it felt like kitten claws lightly scratching your heart, causing no physical harm but making you itch to death or want to live forever, especially after floating sensations during intense experiences followed by exhaustion. A commercial spy, possibly trained by Liu Bei or whoever to counter me. Shen Weisheng doubted the world's humanity while simultaneously fanning his own flames. Lying half on Yi Jiuyue, he didn't resist but reminded Shen Weisheng, we need to hurry out. You could have sped up then. Shen Weisheng showed no intention of taking charge, only wanting to tease Yi Jiuyue. Even though he wasn't clear about his motives, he simply wanted to fool around. As Shen Weisheng played, he stared at Yi Jiuyue with malice, continuing to mimic his speech cadence, or do you plan to leave half aroused? For Yi Jiuyue, who usually kept his temper, this moment brought some embarrassment as he protested mildly, don't imitate how I speak. I'm not imitating you. Shen Weisheng couldn't suppress a laugh after finishing his sentence. Though talented at mimicking others due to his acting background, he found his own imitation weird-looking while listening to Yi Jiuyue remain naturally appealing. I won't imitate anymore. Shen Weisheng licked Yi Jiuyue's earlobe and whispered softly, you're the one who makes it sound good when you say it. Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weisheng chuckled softly, whispering near his ear, do you enjoy hearing me say such words? Yi Jiuyue didn't respond. How about this, your body tells me something far truer than your mouth. Shen Weisheng asked. Yi Jiuyue blurted out unthinkingly, I don't want that phrase. So what would you like to hear from me? Shen Weisheng questioned. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Yi Jiuyue slightly turned his face away and asked softly, why are you so talkative today? Shen Weisheng had rarely spoken so much in bed in the past. He was silent and even appeared more serious than in daily life. Shen Weisheng persisted and chased close, continuing kissing, because you haven't talked much today. Since you've already monopolized all the talking. Yi Jiuyue silently complained inside. Chapter 30. Professor Xia's early interpersonal relationships were not very good. He was a child prodigy, always cherished by his parents and the school, almost to the point where nothing could disturb him. Moreover, he frequently skipped grades, which made it difficult for him to associate with people of his own age, leading to some deficiencies in social interactions. As an adult, he fell out with his family over personal matters in quite a big way. It was almost a case of everyone turning against him. It wasn't until later when he married Mrs. Xia that she helped mediate and resolve the old grievances, enabling Professor Xia to reconcile with his family members. Hence, today's birthday boy is Professor Xia, but after guests wished him a happy birthday, most of them preferred chatting with Mrs. Xia instead. Mrs. Xia was perfectly capable of handling such occasions. While making pleasant conversation, she couldn't help glancing at the door every now and then. Everyone chuckled, how long has it been since we last saw Xiaoqiu? Just look at how eagerly you're waiting. Mrs. Xia didn't deny it, laughing and grumbling, I'm still unhappy about letting him act because I get to see him so rarely throughout the year. After a pause, she joked, father and son are alike. Professor Xia quietly looked at her once, then turned away without a word. Just as everyone mentioned Cao Cao arrived. Xiaoqiu hadn't even stepped through the door when his voice came from outside, I heard someone talking bad about me out here. Mrs. Xia's eyes lit up, standing up immediately to meet him with a mock scolding gesture, didn't I say that you shouldn't gossip? Gossip? Of course not. Only my mom can talk, Xiaoqiu teased, putting on an apologetic face before hugging her and guiding her toward the seating area while greeting the relatives along the way. Finally, he said, Dad, happy birthday. Professor Xia had already turned his gaze toward him, unusually displaying visible joy on his face. I told your mother, just focus on acting well, no need to go out of your way to come over, it's not your actual birthday. Wei Xing already mentioned it, taking a day off when you're the main role causes delays for the entire team. You don't think you're that important, do you? That's only because you're famous, I'm not nearly as significant as you. Xiaqiu deliberately said this, earning a playful pat on the back from his mother, who laughed. Alright, where's Gushen? Wasn't he supposed to arrive yesterday? He did arrive yesterday, and even rushed over to help. But he said he had things to attend to, so instead of coming home to rest, he checked into a hotel nearby. It might be a bit further from here. Mrs. Xia added while checking the time again, but he should have been here by now. Xiaqiu, give him a call, in case there's any trouble along the way. Xiaqiu agreed, pulling out his phone just as the ringing of a phone sounded from outside. Shen Weiqing entered holding his phone, waving it in Xiaqiu's direction. Saved you some phone credit. He then respectfully greeted Professor and Mrs. Xia as well as other elders he knew. The appearance of these two celebrities caused a small wave of excitement, and some children at the banquet ran over to ask for autographs and selfies with them, creating a lively scene. Only after the adults announced it was time for dishes to be served did they take their children back, allowing Shen Weiqing and Xiaqiu a moment to relax. Seeing Xiaqiu sitting next to his mother, Shen Weiqing intended to sit next to Professor Xia, but stopped mid-step upon hearing Xiaqiu calling out to him, Gushen, come sit over here. Without showing any expression, Shen Weiqing walked over, sat down on the chair Xiaqiu pulled out for him, all while feeling a panic rising in his chest. This was the inevitable consequence of dating both people at the same time. Fun times lead straight to the crematorium. Shen Weiqing thought painfully. Though Shen Weiqing had managed to drag Yi Jiuyue out earlier, he didn't bring her along to Professor Xia's birthday party. Instead, he arranged for her to wait in the bookshop downstairs at the hotel, promising to pick her up after a quick meal. Yi Jiuyue seemed to not care whether he arrived early or late, diving right into the bookshelves, exuding a vibe that clearly asked him to leave so she could focus on reading. Humph. Throughout the day, Shen Weiqing tried reminding himself hundreds of times that it wasn't worth the effort to argue with Yi Jiuyue. Still, despite all that, Shen Weiqing felt somewhat guilty in front of Xiaqiu at this moment. Even though according to Xiaojing Dai, Shen Weiqing never truly stepped onto the boat represented by Xiaqiu, Shen Weiqing considered Dai's words unreliable due to his known reputation as a philanderer. Deep inside, Shen Weiqing firmly believed himself to be promiscuous. Alas, being a flirt comes with its own difficulties too, Shen Weiqing reflected sorrowfully. What was it you were so worried about last night? Mom just told me about it, Xiaqiu asked with concern. Shen Weiqing snapped back to reality, replying, it's fine, something happened to a friend. It scared her. Shen Weiqing smiled apologetically, changing the subject, what about you? Xiaqiu rolled up his sleeve to show him his arm, still applying medicine, doctor said it might leave a scar. Shen Weiqing zoned out slightly, unintentionally blurting out what he actually wanted to ask, I meant your shooting progress. Xiaqiu. Shen Weiqing quickly tried to patch up the conversation, things have priorities, let's talk about the shooting progress first. This injury is nothing to worry about, it won't leave a scar. Everyone gets minor injuries from time to time, it's no big deal. Xiaqiu. It would have been better if Shen Weiqing hadn't tried to patch things up at all, Mr. Shen. Xiaqiu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, revealing a little tiger tooth, looking completely unrestrained. If you keep this up, brother Shen, I think you're going to end up alone for life. Nonsense. Shen Weiqing was just about to change the subject when Xiaqiu cut in, saying, my mom said yesterday she extended her matchmaking hand toward you, right? Shen Weiqing smiled and played along, thanks to you, it was clearly on purpose to divert the disaster eastward. She even criticized your conditions, implying they could only attract a princess. I didn't, Xiaqiu looked at him, is brother Shen a princess? Shen Weiqing froze mid-action with his chopsticks ready to pick some food, and turned to look at Xiaqiu. Xiaqiu then added slowly, Mom told me that Dad regretted you couldn't undergo gender transformation. Hearing this, Shen Weiqing's heart jumped but settled back down as he resumed eating. Just after taking one bite, Xiaqiu started picking shrimps for his own bowl. Seeing this, Mrs. Xia laughed and gave Xiaqiu's back a light slap, you're always teasing brother Shen. You're an adult now, go peel your own shrimp if you want to eat them. Every time it's me who bullies him. He bullies me at the filming site, there he's a senior, a star. I can only bully him back now. Not really, though. Xiaqiu deliberately spoke this way, making everyone laugh again. Seeing everyone laughing because of him, Xiaqiu also joined in, turning around and telling Shen Weiqing, don't say I'm bullying you, I'm here to crack the crab for you. Saying so, Xiaqiu took a crab and began cracking it carefully. Shen Weiqing looked at him with complex emotions, bowed his head to peel the shrimp, feeling like his smile might not last much longer. When he had once lived with the Xias in the past, benefiting from their favor, young Xiaqiu had already been mischievous, loving to take shortcuts, wanting to eat shrimp without peeling it himself, and instead sweet-talking Shen Weiqing into doing it for him. Actually, even if Xiaqiu hadn't been sweet-talking, Shen Weiqing would still have helped him out of gratitude to his parents, such small matters weren't significant. But why is Xiaqiu so good at getting people to do things for him since childhood? Rather than merely sweet-talking Shen Weiqing into peeling the shrimp for him, Xiaqiu took a crab himself and claimed he'd help Shen Weiqing crack it. Of course, Shen Weiqing felt awkward about accepting such generosity, and after pretending to refuse and nibbling on a bit, ended up giving everything to Xiaqiu. As they grew older, Xiaqiu occasionally used this matter as material to tease Shen Weiqing. While absently peeling the shrimp shell, Shen Weisheng suddenly noticed Xiaqiu using a spoon to scrape crab roe into his small dish, prompting another glance in his direction. Xiaqiu seemed unable to speak seriously, imitating the tone of a child and nodding his head while saying, "I've grown up, I don't bully you anymore." Shen Weisheng chuckled at him and slapped him lightly on the head, "Don't use those elder-flattering tricks on me." This tap was just symbolic, but Xiaqiu exaggeratedly clutched his head, staring at him with wide eyes, then burst into laughter himself. Then he quipped, "I don't consider you an elder, stop trying to confuse generations." Shen Weisheng laughed and shook his head, placing the shrimp into Xiaqiu's bowl and pushing the small dish towards him, "You go ahead and eat it." "I'm serious." Xiaqiu's expression suddenly turned earnest as he pushed the small dish back and, with a normal tone of voice, said, "I really have grown up, to the point where I'm willing to share this crab with you." Shen Weisheng looked at him with a slight sense of astonishment, momentarily finding Xiaqiu odd but unable to pinpoint why. It was as if there was meaning behind his words, but what exactly did those words mean? Shen Weisheng felt a bit lost. Xiaqiu continued gazing at him intently, his expression earnest, yet his eyes sparkled with cheerfulness, his lips curling up into a crescent shape and exposing his dimples. Shen Weisheng thought he might be overthinking it. He hoped he was overthinking it. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to continue this drama. In the end, Shen Weisheng chuckled, brushing the weighty matter aside by saying, "That truly makes it the best birthday gift for the professor and Mrs. Xia, they'll be happy you've become sensible." Chapter 31. Xiaqiu laughed along and didn't dwell on the topic, "That's right. Hey, seriously, have some. I especially cracked this crab for you." Shen Weisheng coughed once, "I've been having a cold recently." Xiaqiu slowly nodded, saying with realization, "Oh, then you'd better not eat it. Crabs are considered cold in nature." He quickly changed the subject, "When are you going back? Can we change our tickets to the same flight?" Shen Weisheng countered, "When are you going back?" Xiaqiu said, "This afternoon." The only direct flight back this afternoon was already arranged, and Shen Weisheng decisively said, "I've got something to take care of, I can only go back tomorrow." "In that case, I'll go back tomorrow too," Xiaqiu said, "I haven't spent much time with my parents lately anyway." "You said you were going back today when you asked for leave, so just go back today." Shen Weisheng frowned, "The production team has everything planned out already, and now you're going to mess up everyone's schedule." "Here we go again." Xiaqiu's expression changed, pulling over Mrs. Xia beside him, "Mom, look, you wouldn't believe me when I told you, but Brother Shen at the filming site is exactly like this. Isn't he scary? And he doesn't even think so." Mrs. Xia humorously asked, "What did you do to upset Brother Shen?" "Not me. He started it." Xiaqiu made a funny face, "I think it's because he met someone else outside." Shen Weisheng felt a chill run down his spine and grew uneasy. "What does someone else mean?" Mrs. Xia inquired. Xiaqiu smiled mischievously and said, "A junior colleague, actually. Our company hired new staff and is considering having Brother Shen bring them into the industry. Since I've already been helped into the industry by him, there's no need for him to keep helping me. So now that he has new juniors, he doesn't want me anymore." "You talk too much, not even meals can stop your blabbering." Mrs. Xia helplessly laughed, "Brother Shen truly cares about you." Shen Weisheng could only force a smile and say some polite words. Just as they were managing the chatty Mrs. Xia, someone came over to toast. Of course, the birthday celebrant, Professor Xia, was toasted, but usually such events wouldn't exclude Mrs. Xia either. Seeing this, Xiaqiu hastily held up his cup and said he would drink on behalf of his parents. Shen Weisheng noticed how hurriedly and heavily Xiaqiu drank, swallowing nearly half the cup in one gulp, and reminded him somewhat surprisedly, "You still have a flight this afternoon. That's enough." However, the relatives who came to toast weren't the types to care too much. After hearing that, they became unhappy after drinking a few rounds. They threw sarcastic remarks at Shen Weisheng, saying things like, "Celebrities are different indeed." Professor Xia's face darkened. He rarely wanted to deal with these relatives anyway, and was even more unforgiving, wanting to retort but stopped by Mrs. Xia. Mrs. Xia smiled, pacifying Shen Weisheng a little, and then told Xiaqiu, "Brother Shen wasn't wrong. Drink less. Your meaning is received well enough, and your parents know you're filial." Her words carried weight, so those few relatives didn't feel comfortable persisting in pushing drinks any longer. They laughed and switched topics before returning to their seats after another sip or two. However, it wasn't just those people toasting, gradually others from various tables also came over, and Xiaqiu continued drinking without stopping as much, though he slowed down a bit. Unable to bear it, Shen Weisheng decided to help block the toasts. However, since he was ultimately an outsider, without much authority, the guests would rather let Xiaqiu drink on behalf of his father than let Shen Weisheng replace Professor Xia. Often after forcing Shen Weisheng, they turned back to continue pushing Xiaqiu. Mrs. Xia watched silently, a slight hint of puzzlement appearing in her heart, but not showing on her face at all. Actually, the relatives and friends present were all aware of Professor Xia's personality and alcohol tolerance, so they wouldn't have pestered her or even pushed Xiaqiu too much. Mostly, it was just teasing for fun, and she had handled such situations countless times in the past. Xiaqiu was very aware of this. Yet Xiaqiu, knowing full well about this, deliberately stood up to attract attention and drink. There must be some purpose behind it. She understood Xia Qiu better than anyone. Due to the close bond between mother and son, Xia Qiu was practically her replica, both in character and mind. If Xia Qiu suddenly began doing something seemingly impromptu, it would never simply be due to a whim. It must be aimed at achieving something. Still, she couldn't figure out what Xia Qiu's purpose was this time. It couldn't possibly be merely feigning intoxication to delay flying out and gain an extra half-day holiday, could it? Mrs. Xia's gaze slowly shifted to Shen Weixing beside her, who hadn't managed to fend off the drink successfully. Could it be related to Shen Weixing? But, what was the purpose? She knew that Shen Weixing liked Xia Qiu, and Xia Qiu himself was perfectly clear about it. When she privately mentioned this matter to Xia Qiu, he wasn't the least bit surprised, calmly saying that he already knew. As for how both of them found out, it wasn't important. What was important was how they could use this knowledge. Of course, she didn't want Xia Qiu to really develop any kind of relationship with Shen Weixing, and Xia Qiu also stated that he wouldn't cause himself such trouble. This was exactly where Xia Qiu most resembled her, knowing what situation was most advantageous for him. Thus, over the years, the two of them had always pretended not to know about this as they interacted with Shen Weixing. And indeed, Shen Weixing kept giving Xia Qiu green lights in his life due to this unspoken admiration. That was the purpose she and Xia Qiu shared. Shen Weixing was truly an easy person to understand. Outsiders might not realize it clearly, but they understood very well. Shen Weixing actually had a hint of inferiority complex, and his thinking was stubbornly straightforward. Such a person would remain steadfast forever if you simply kept them hanging, occasionally giving vague little rewards. He might even stay loyal for life. This, after all, wasn't unfair. Neither of them had harmed Shen Weixing. Everything Shen Weixing did was voluntary on his part. Perhaps he even enjoyed it more than facing a direct, cruel rejection that left no room for hope. Both Xia Qiu and she felt the same way. However, things seemed to have taken a slight turn recently. As Xia Qiu drank wine, he couldn't help glancing at Shen Weixing inconspicuously, feeling a touch of restlessness in his heart. Lately, Shen Weixing's behavior had felt strange to him. Besides work, Shen Weixing had become almost invisible, and when Xia Qiu questioned assistant Xiao Tang had stuttered awkwardly, obviously hiding something. Xia Qiu wasn't the type to give up easily, and naturally, he had ways to find out what he wanted to know. Ultimately, he learned of Yi Jiuyue's existence. When Xia Qiu first saw Yi Jiuyue's photo, his feelings were indescribable. He thought Shen Weixing must be out of his mind. Yi Jiuyue, by age, was about the same as Xia Qiu, their builds similar, but, find a body double at least resembling the person a little better. At least one who was attractive. Who were they insulting? Such a person would be destined to flop miserably before even debuting in the entertainment industry. What did Shen Weixing see in her? Xia Qiu just felt terrible. Especially as he noticed Shen Weixing's behavior becoming increasingly odd, his irritation turned into anger. In the past, although Shen Weixing hadn't been particularly proactive on the surface, his persistent solitude had felt different. Xia Qiu found it hard to describe the feeling, it was more of an instinct. If he had to explain, it had been a long time since Shen Weixing had reached out to him actively. In the past, Shen Weixing would sometimes adjust his schedule to visit Xia Qiu during breaks or even reschedule flights to walk together. Even at his busiest times, Shen Weixing would still contact Xia Qiu to care and ask about his well-being. All gone. It was like everything had vanished overnight, blown away by a northern wind. Xia Qiu wasn't willing to let go. He even thought, if the other person was Liu Bei, he would have accepted it a bit more willingly because Liu Bei was undoubtedly an outstanding figure, good looks, good family background, great acting skills, and lucky to boot. What was Yi Jiuyue even supposed to mean? Naturally, Xia Qiu got drunk. Professor Xia tried several times to get angry but was stopped each time by his wife until Xia Qiu, while smiling and chatting with people beside him, subtly kicked his mother under the table. Recognizing his intention, Mrs. Xia didn't intervene this time. Seeing Professor Xia about to lose his temper, the guests gradually became uneasy and eventually stopped insisting. After sitting a while longer, they started preparing to leave. Xia Qiu's drunkenness showed on his face, his delicate white face flushing red, his eyes slightly unfocused, but he still struggled to rise and see off the guests with his parents. Shen Weixing helped deal with some follow-up matters and was suddenly called over by Mrs. Xia. Weixing, you escort Xia Qiu to the upstairs guest room to rest a bit. His afternoon flight is still a few hours away, and this state might get photographed by journalists. Let him sleep and sober up. Shen Weixing nodded. Mrs. Xia smiled as she watched Shen Weixing take Xia Qiu away, then returned to see off the other departing guests. But there was a brief moment when she frowned slightly, an expression that quickly vanished. Shen Weixing took Xia Qiu to the guest room, ordered room service to bring a sobering tea, and then looked at Xia Qiu sitting dazedly on the bedside with concern and worry. Why are you drinking so much again? Didn't I teach you how to dodge these situations? Xia Qiu sat blankly, lifting his head slightly upon hearing Shen Weixing's words but unlike usual, didn't retort cleverly, seemingly disoriented from drinking too much. Seeing his state, Shen Weixing refrained from further scolding him and, hearing the doorbell ringing, pulled out a mask from his pocket and put it on to receive the sobering tea. Shen Weisheng placed the sobering tea on the bedside table and said, "Drink it and take a nap, set an alarm. I have something to do this afternoon, I'll go downstairs and say goodbye to Professor Xia and Mrs. Xia. Be careful of reporters at the airport." "What do you have to do?" Xia Qiu suddenly asked. Shen Weisheng replied, "Dai Xiaojing has a drama for me to discuss." Although he spoke casually, inside he was extremely excited. Shen Weisheng had received a call from Dai Xiaojing early in the morning. Dai said yesterday when reporting work to his father, he met some people and sketched out a movie concept, recommending Shen Weisheng for the role of the male supporting character, the antagonist. But if performed well, it would be an eye-catching part. The male lead was Liu Bei. Dai Xiaojing lured them with this: the popular road couple would automatically bring derived fans, online buzz could promote the show beforehand, saving tons of promotion costs. Besides, Shen Weisheng's looks were no less appealing than Liu Bei's, and his acting was decent, he just lacked an opportunity. Oh yes, his pay rate definitely wouldn't be high, Shen Weisheng would definitely lower his fee to play the role. In short, the deal was extremely cost-effective. Shen Weisheng disliked both Liu Bei and the road couple, but this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. He wasn't against cooperating with Liu Bei or even fetching shoes for him. East for 30 years, West for 30 years, who made Liu Bei superior? If he didn't agree, then what could he do but work hard to catch up? This afternoon, Shen Weisheng was scheduled to meet the director and Dai Xiaojing, rumor had it that Liu Bei was also there. The director actually hadn't decided on Liu Bei yet, being even bigger name than Liu Bei, the director wanted to meet both before making a decision. It was possible the director might find Liu Bei unsuitable, it was possible the director might find Shen Weisheng inadequate, or possibly feel that there was no tension between Liu Bei and Shen Weisheng as the male protagonist and the second male lead should possess. Many possibilities indeed. Shen Weisheng thought to himself, it was possible the director would think he was more suitable as the male protagonist. After all, daydreaming a little never hurt anyone. Chuckle chuckle. Is it really about Dai Xiaojing? Xia Qiu asked. Shen Weisheng, who was happily daydreaming, already imagining kicking away Liu Bei to become the male protagonist and achieving godlike status after one play, didn't quite hear Xia Qiu's question. What? Xia Qiu slightly tilted his face upward, gazing at him, and altered a sentence. Shen Ji, I feel a bit unwell. Shen Weisheng hastily said, since you drank so much, quickly drink the sobering tea, and take a nap, you won't feel unwell afterward. I mean I'm feeling uncomfortable mentally. Xia Qiu stated. Shen Weisheng. He instinctively frowned and asked, did anything happen on the set? Did someone bully you? Since Xia Qiu debuted, most times, he had joined production teams with Shen Weisheng. Even so, unpleasant things couldn't always be avoided, this circle was chaotic. Xia Qiu was naive, meeting people here felt like meeting elder relatives at home, overly friendly. But those old foxes would treat Xia Qiu as a junior they truly care for. A few times Xia Qiu almost got taken advantage of, but Shen Weisheng rescued him just in time. Later, behind everyone's backs, they spread rumors that Xia Qiu relied on Shen Weisheng. Xia Qiu also learned lessons and became more adept, better overcoming hurdles. Shen Weisheng knew clearly within himself, he couldn't protect Xia Qiu forever, so these past 6 months, he consciously released control and let Xia Qiu become more independent. Had something finally happened? Shen Weisheng instantly became terrified. If something happened to Xia Qiu, he thought he'd have no choice but to apologize by committing suicide before Mr. and Mrs. Xia. After all, Xia Qiu only initially ventured into entertainment due to his influence. Later, Mr. and Mrs. Xia entrusted Xia Qiu to his care. Should any harm come to Xia Qiu, it would be nothing short of deserving death. Xia Qiu suddenly became silent again. Shen Weisheng began pondering various ways to die while anxiously urging him to speak. Say it, what happened? Don't scare me, nothing serious happened, right? It's not that someone bullied me, Xia Qiu finally spoke, it's just something troubling my mind, I feel uneasy. Shen Weisheng immediately calmed down, you could have scared me to death. Glancing at the early time, he pulled over a chair and sat opposite Xia Qiu. Alright, tell me, what is it? In Shen Weisheng's heart, Xia Qiu was a person with no worries, unable to hide words. Whatever came to mind would be cheerfully voiced out, innocent and pure, which could be said was likely a result of being overly spoiled. Xia Qiu fell silent again. Such an abnormal state for Xia Qiu made Shen Weisheng increasingly curious, so, what exactly is it? I don't know. Xia Qiu, very rarely hesitating, glanced at Shen Weisheng, looking quite troubled, restlessly pulling the nearby bedsheet with his hands. I'm not sure, I don't want to say it too much. Shen Weisheng hesitantly looked him over for a while, then stood up and patted his shoulder, very considerately saying, if you don't want to say it, that's fine. Xia Qiu. If it's something troubling you, you can come to me for help. But if it's just something you don't feel like sharing, that's alright too, who doesn't have secrets? Shen Weisheng smiled at him. Xia Qiu stayed silent for a moment, then asked, do you have any secrets? Shen Weisheng thought to himself, my secret is that I have a hidden affection for you, although this might not be such a big secret anymore, quite a few people know about it already. But as long as Xia Qiu and his parents remain oblivious, it remains a secret, and one that will stay forever. With a tragic thought, Shen Weisheng replied aloud, I've got plenty of secrets, bank card passwords included, vast amounts of money. Xia Qiu chuckled slightly, indulging in Shen Weisheng's corny joke, but quickly grew melancholic again, gazing at Shen Weisheng for a prolonged time. Don't be upset, Shen Weisheng continued consoling him, life is full of difficult things, everyone encounters at least a couple, once you get used to it, it's all good. Xia Qiu. Damn. Lowering his head to fiddle with his hands, Xia Qiu started, Shenji, he paused and tried to speak several times without finishing. Shen Weisheng was patient, seeing Xia Qiu was gathering his thoughts, so he didn't rush. Instead, he turned around and fetched a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip since he had felt a bit thirsty after drinking alcohol earlier during the meal. Xia Qiu glanced somewhat helplessly at Shen Weisheng's back, then quickly ducked his head, hesitatingly asking, Shenji, there are many homosexuals in this industry. Director Shen almost choked on a mouthful of mineral water. Cough. Thankfully, Shen Weisheng happened to be facing a wall when drinking, sparing him from making awkward facial expressions. Still, Shen Weisheng wasn't easily surprised, it just took him aback unexpectedly. Shen Weisheng regained his composure and seriously asked, is this what's troubling you? In fact, among those who previously had ulterior motives towards Xia Qiu were some men. Back then, Shen Weisheng had told Xia Qiu how chaotic this circle was, so much so that even sexual orientation seemed irrelevant, only the pursuit of thrill and pleasure mattered. So Shen Weisheng didn't expect this revelation to make Xia Qiu suddenly upset. Then why did Xia Qiu seem troubled by it? Guilty conscience struck Shen Weisheng's heart, thinking Xia Qiu must have found out about his feelings. So Xia Qiu was so uncomfortable, hesitant to speak, uncertain, stammering like this. You regard me as your elder brother, yet I harbor feelings for you. Xia Qiu must be thinking this, Shen Weisheng panicked. He rapidly formulated a response to salvage some dignity, I don't lust after you. Not at all. I just want to protect you. Believe me. I'll be a dog if I deceive you. A short silence enveloped the hotel room. Then Xia Qiu asked, Shenji, what do you think about this matter? Unsure exactly what Xia Qiu intended to say, Shen Weisheng could only strive to save face, it's a personal choice, don't have any prejudice, those who indulge in promiscuity would do so regardless of gender, it's not because of orientation. I understand. Xia Qiu said. With an unperturbed face but secretly anxious inside, Shen Weisheng waited for Xia Qiu to continue. After another silence, Xia Qiu said, Shenji, I realize I discover that I have fantasized about you, someone I've always regarded as my older brother. Shen Weisheng finished the sentence mentally for him and immediately answered within himself, it's not true. No, believe me. Xia Qiu fell silent again, looking silently at Shen Weisheng with a teary expression. Shen Weisheng. Xia Qiu. After a long pause, Xia Qiu said, I'm starting to lose clarity in understanding my own feelings. Shen Weisheng blinked, taken aback. Shen Weisheng has starred in countless romance scenes, received numerous confessions or hints in real life, direct, implicit, roundabout. Often, words were not fully expressed, everyone being clever in this circle, leaving space for ambiguity, but the flirtation behind them could be sensed. The current state of Xia Qiu made him feel a sense of déjà vu. But this was just too unreal, right? Shen Weisheng pointed at the sobering tea, drink the tea first, it's cold already. As if not hearing this statement, Xia Qiu remained fixated, looking at him with a dazed expression, Shenji, I'm unsure. Shen Weisheng silently stared at him, gradually knitting his brows again. Finally, Xia Qiu displayed a defeated look, as though resigned to fate, and declared, Shenji, I think I might. You're drunk, Shen Weisheng interrupted him before he could finish. Xia Qiu shook his head, I'm not drunk. But I've had a little alcohol, which made me more impulsive than usual, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say it. Shen Weisheng softened his tone a bit and said in a babying manner, you're drunk, Xiao Qiu. Drink the tea to sober up, then get some sleep. I have something to do, afraid of traffic jams, so I'll go ahead. Is it because of my parents that you said that? Xia Qiu asked. Shen Weisheng shook his head, no. Xia Qiu asked again, then is it my fault? Do you not like me? Shen Weisheng. No. You are so good. There's no one who wouldn't like you. I like you. For many years. Shen Weisheng gently said, Xiao Qiu, you're really drunk. Xia Qiu asked, then why won't you accept me? Why wouldn't I? Shen Weisheng was stunned for a moment. That's right, why wouldn't I accept? Damn, I've been harboring secret feelings all these years, fearing that if my crush finds out, they'd be angry, disdainful, disgusted, or run away. Now, he says that he also secretly loves me. Who am I fooling to refuse? It's a happily ever after situation. Shen Weisheng quickly adjusted his mindset and seriously looked at Xia Qiu, since when? I don't know, Xia Qiu blushed slightly, probably over time, without even realizing it. The idiots in the group said guarding silently wouldn't work. Haha, see that? This is how it works, pure devotion brings magic results. A bond between gold can be forged through sincere intent. That's what my sister said. Shen Weisheng proudly thought. Seeing Shen Weisheng lost in deep contemplation, Xia Qiu stood up, slowly walking toward him, a bit shy and somewhat expectant as he looked at him. Shen Weisheng. For a long while, the two remained silent, locking eyes. Xia Qiu closed his eyes, tilting his face up slightly. He's waiting for me to kiss him, Shen Weisheng thought. Shen Weisheng thought again, how many people in this world are as lucky as me? The person I like, the person I assumed would never have any hope for me, actually likes me too. Shen Weisheng continued thinking, Xiaoqiu is an angel. Shen Weisheng thought, Xiaoqiu and I look perfect together, like golden boys destined for each other. Shen Weisheng thought, the Henglu CP is sold far better by 10,000 times. Liu Bei looks like a vampire. Why on earth should I waste my time rescuing a vampire? The fans of that CP surely have questionable taste and imagination. All I would want is to drive a crucifix straight into Liu Bei's heart to let him disintegrate sooner. Should I kiss him or not? Xia Qiu closed his eyes waiting anxiously, starting to feel neck pain. Finally, Shen Weisheng tentatively reached Xia Qiu's face, his thumb rubbing against Xia Qiu's lips. Xia Qiu slowly opened his eyes, shyly smiling at him. Infected and encouraged by this smile, Shen Weisheng showed a hint of a grin, tilting his head and leaning in to kiss Xia Qiu. Shen Weisheng's lips stopped at a distance equivalent to 2 thumb widths, silently staring at Xia Qiu in a daze. Something feels off. No, nothing's wrong, everything's perfect, even the light is just right, it's like a perfectly framed picture. If it were captured, it might even win the annual photography award. Regular idol dramas can't match its beauty. But there's still something off. Like forgetting something. As Xia Qiu saw Shen Weisheng remain frozen in place only an inch away, furrowing his brows and looking hesitant, Xia Qiu started feeling anxious. Shen Weisheng had a face that inspired envy, no matter what hardships he endured in the past, it seemed as if they left no mark on it. Especially Shen Weisheng's eyes, always praised with a 10-meter filter by fans writing essays about how his gaze was melancholic yet sincere, transparent and profound, exuding a compassionate aura. His eyes always held unconscious affection, making even pale, cold-blooded vampires fall under their spell and abandon everything, quoted from a small essay written by Henglu CP fan. Let alone all those descriptions, right now Xia Qiu clearly read obvious daydreaming in those eyes. Xia Qiu took the initiative to close the tiny remaining distance. Shen Weisheng instinctively dodged back a bit. Xia Qiu paused, advancing another centimeter. Shen Weisheng moved back 5 centimeters again. Xia Qiu moved forward another centimeter closer. Shen Weisheng retreated 5 centimeters further. Chapter 32. As Shen Weisheng watched Xia Qiu's eyes mist over with wateriness, he finally snapped out of it and hastily explained, Qiu, listen to me, not now. Xia Qiu asked sorrowfully, what do you mean? I need to deal with Yi Jiuyue first. Shen Weisheng thought anxiously. This was no longer the same as having a foot in 2 boats. Liking 2 people at once was already bad enough, but kissing 2 people on the same day? That was just too much, his lips weren't even wiped clean. He had to end things with Yi Jiuyue first before starting something with Xia Qiu. Shen Weisheng mentally laid out his plan and told Xia Qiu, little Qiu, go get some fresh air for now. Xia Qiu hesitated momentarily, confused. Shen Gu, what are you saying? I think you're drunk, Shen Weisheng said. On one hand, he needed to solve the issue with Yi Jiuyue. On the other hand, Shen Weisheng sincerely suspected that Xia Qiu was drunk. Xia Qiu had never shown any sign of being bent before. When facing Shen Weisheng, he always appeared naively treating him like an older brother. So why did he suddenly act this way? If Xia Qiu was just hiding well, Shen Weisheng didn't believe it. He doubted Xia Qiu could conceal himself so well because Xia Qiu's acting on set was genuinely unconvincing. Therefore, Shen Weisheng's first thought after snapping back from his surprise was that Xia Qiu was indeed drunk. So, on one hand, he would resolve the Yi Jiuyue situation first, and on the other hand, wait until Xia Qiu sobers up before discussing anything further. Shen Weisheng believed he was making a very rational decision, exemplifying the demeanor of a mature man. The mature man Shen sidestepped Xia Qiu, walked over to fetch a cup of detox tea, thrust it into Xia Qiu's hands, earnestly and affectionately saying, drink this first, take a nap, and remember to set the alarm. I have something urgent to deal with right now, I'll handle it quickly. Once you're sober, we'll find another time to talk about this in detail. Shen. Good boy, listen to me. Shen Weisheng rushed toward the door, quickly putting on his mask, sunglasses, and cap, glancing cautiously around after stepping outside to ensure there were no reporters nearby, then disappeared without a second glance. Xia Qiu watched as the guest room door closed softly with a soft click. It took him a while to snap out of it, his face filled with complex emotions. He gritted his teeth as he drank the damn hangover tea while answering the phone. Mom. I'm fine. Shen Gu has something to do and left first. Yes, don't worry, I have my own thoughts. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qiu finished the tea and sat back on the bed, throwing the pillow irritably. Fuck. Did Shen Weisheng take the wrong medicine or something? The extent to which the events had derailed made Xia Qiu increasingly uneasy. He loathed this feeling, the sense of a prey they'd teased for so long suddenly running away. And there was Yi Jiuyue, ha. Xia Qiu suddenly felt like he'd met his match. Shen Weisheng almost forgot to bid farewell to Professor Xia and his wife, quickly changing the elevator plans and heading upstairs to say goodbye. Then, he hurried downstairs to the bookshop to find Yi Jiuyue. Throughout the journey, he frantically organized his words to placate Yi Jiuyue. After all, these days youths were hard to read, and mishandling this could create problems for everyone. To be honest, I actually have a secret crush. Today, he reciprocated my feelings, and we are going together, so let's end our relationship. It wouldn't be fair to you, me, or him otherwise. No, don't involve Xia Qiu in this, it's unnecessary. Here's some money. Yi Jiuyue didn't seem like someone who cared about money, and talking money might hurt sentiments, not good. Students should focus on studies. Study hard afterward and strive to contribute to human civilization. That sounded kind of hypocritical. While walking, Shen Weisheng thought, yet all ideas vanished the moment he saw Yi Jiuyue, leaving no trace. He spotted Yi Jiuyue standing by a bookshelf, side onto his view, flipping through a book held in his hands, extremely focused and serene, seemingly isolated from the world. Shen Weisheng stopped, slightly entranced looking at Yi Jiuyue several steps away. Xia Qiu maintained a lean figure by fasting frequently to look good on camera, resulting in extreme thinness, but it was worth it for his efforts. His face lacked a hint of extra flesh due to slimness and looked more endearing because of it. But Yi Jiuyue was different. There was no need for him to consciously maintain his physique. He ate when he wanted to, and even after 7 p.m., eating high-calorie snacks was entirely unacceptable, causing him to carry a bit more weight everywhere, though not the burdensome type. Compared to ordinary people, he still counted as slim. But compared to actors, he displayed textbook baby fat on his face. Shen Weisheng thought to himself, people really are different from one another. Xia Qiu was so good-looking and had a normal way of thinking. There was no need for pretense now, he would just confront Yi Jiuyue. After all, Yi Jiuyue wouldn't care anyway, as she only viewed their relationship as an ordinary hookup. Just telling Yi Jiuyue, we're over, would suffice, why bother overthinking it? After making up his mind, Shen Weisheng lifted his foot to go forward but paused once more. Yi Jiuyue was reading her book when she suddenly smiled faintly, mouthing silently at the text in the book. Shen Weisheng noticed the sign on the bookshelf, it was a section dedicated to language tools books. Apparently, Yi Jiuyue was learning a foreign language. If there was anything Shen Weisheng and Yi Jiuyue shared in common, it might be this love for dabbling in various fields. Yi Jiuyue usually liked to try out little things here and there. Today studying something new, tomorrow trying another thing, claiming that it was all about having fun during her spare time, not seriously studying, just finding amusement in it, much like someone who finds making games more enjoyable than playing them, though she'd abandon the pursuit after a couple of days. She truly was a top student who loved exams and competitions deep inside. At that moment, Yi Jiuyue was casually learning from a Japanese textbook when she suddenly heard someone approach her, speaking Japanese. Looking up, she saw 2 unfamiliar young women, stylishly dressed and adorable, with one smiling and speaking fluent Japanese to her. Sorry, I need subtitles. Yi Jiuyue wore an awkward yet polite smile, pondering whether to answer her in English, sorry, I don't speak Japanese. However, before she could reply, another voice in Japanese interrupted beside her. It was familiar, and turning his head, she saw Shen Weisheng fully disguised saying a few words to the girl. The 2 girls then apologized and left. Yi Jiuyue only understood the word, sorry. Though the bookstore wasn't crowded, Shen Weisheng was still cautious, asking Yi Jiuyue to follow him outside first. They walked down the stairs together. Shen Weisheng hesitated, unsure how to break the ice, when he heard Yi Jiuyue ask, what did those people say? They were hitting on you, Shen Weisheng replied. But don't get cocky, it wasn't because you're handsome. It's because they have bad taste, which suits your type. Yi Jiuyue. With a furrowed brow, Shen Weisheng said, they definitely have questionable aesthetics. Even if their orientation didn't match, Yi Jiuyue still felt a touch of vanity after being hit on by girls. Thus, he didn't want to hear Shen Weisheng talking incessantly, changing the subject, you've learned Japanese too. That's pretty impressive. I remember you mentioned that your English communication skills are solid. Shen Weisheng had indeed mentioned self-studying English while on a program, but not Japanese. In fact, Shen Weisheng only knew some basic daily phrases, picking up a few sentences during his work interactions with Japanese staff out of curiosity during breaks. Just now, he hadn't fully understood what the 2 girls were saying, catching a bit of key phrases, guessing they were hitting on her, and thus simply responded with, this is my friend, he's not interested, sorry. Still driven by vanity, Shen Weisheng coldly nodded, implicitly acknowledging his prowess, then declared, Yi Jiuyue, I have something to say to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiuyue looked at him attentively, waiting for him to speak. Shen Weisheng turned away slightly uncomfortably, gazing at the wide road instead, why are you staring at me? Haven't you seen enough? Yi Jiuyue logically replied, you have something to say to me. Blocked by his own statement, Shen Weisheng retorted indignantly, why can't you sound more assertive? Do you think you're a delicate girl or something? Why do you always speak in such a soft tone with yeah endings everywhere? How many men talk like that? After saying that, he immediately regretted it, his heart pounding as he didn't dare turn around to look at Yi Jiuyue. Actually, Yi Jiuyue's speech wasn't that soft, it was just slow, always gentle in tone, and Shen Weisheng liked listening to him, however. But once Shen Weisheng listened to Yi Jiuyue's gentle tone, he found it hard to bring himself to say break up, or rather, end this relationship. With this realization, Shen Weisheng became anxious. Yi Jiuyue was baffled by Shen Weisheng's comments, feeling somewhat confused momentarily. People from the hometown of his adoptive parents, regardless of gender or age, mostly spoke in a similar, soft manner, neither hurried nor rushed, and since Yi Jiuyue lived with his adoptive parents during his childhood, he adopted the same way of speaking. Later, he never consciously tried to change it. However, Yi Tianwen was born after the family moved elsewhere and didn't develop this kind of speaking habit. Yi Jiuyue had often been teased or ridiculed by classmates for his way of speaking. Even Sui Dong and Yi Tianwen, despite the fact that their father spoke softly as well, mocked Yi Jiuyue, saying he sounded effeminate. Sui Dong never actually said it in such a way, he thought he was sweet-talking Yi Jiuyue, mentioning how he sounded like a girl, jokingly suggesting Yi Jiuyue could wear a dress to meet his parents and pretend to be a girl. Yi Jiuyue disliked being spoken to this way by Sui Dong or anyone else. He didn't think there was any significant issue with his speech pattern and found no fault in himself in other aspects. He considered those who made jokes at others' expense to be lacking in politeness. Of course, Yi Jiuyue wouldn't take the time to seriously refute each person's comment. He only told Sui Dong once that he didn't like being talked about this way, which slightly curbed Sui Dong's teasing, though occasionally Sui Dong would still bring it up, until the two eventually drifted apart. As for Shen Weisheng, after a moment of bewilderment, Yi Jiuyue felt a faint trace of annoyance brewing. He found this strange because he was fully aware of his own personality, he could lose his temper, but not easily for long periods. In the past, when people criticized his tone, he'd feel upset but wouldn't really become angry about it, as it seemed like a waste of time and energy without much meaning. However, Shen Weisheng's sudden comment made him angry. Shen Weisheng's emotions were all over the place, they could shift from calm to stormy in an instant. Yi Jiuyue hadn't been upset earlier when Shen Weisheng teased him about his tone, since Shen Weisheng had no ill intentions then and even made it sound somewhat playful. But now, Shen Weisheng's words clearly came off as venting frustration on someone else. Standing under the eaves waiting for the car, neither of them spoke for a while. Shen Weisheng couldn't hold back after half a minute, sneaking a peek at Yi Jiuyue, only to see Yi Jiuyue already silently walking several meters away. Did he leave me again? Shen Weisheng hurriedly ran after Yi Jiuyue, grabbing his arm, you're quite something, just leaving like. He froze mid-sentence. The reason? Purely because Yi Jiuyue looked back at him. Though Shen Weisheng wasn't sure why Yi Jiuyue's glance stopped him from continuing, Yi Jiuyue neither cried nor got mad, maintaining his usual stoic expression. There might have been some subtle difference, but Shen Weisheng didn't have the presence of mind to dwell on it. After a few seconds, Shen Weisheng lowered his voice and quietly said, don't cause a scene on the street. What if I'm recognized? We'd both end up on the front page. Yi Jiuyue responded earnestly, I'm not causing a scene with you. Alright, then first get in the car with me. The car should be here by now. I mentioned this as a great opportunity, I don't want to be late, can we talk inside the car? Shen Weisheng asked. Yi Jiuyue hesitated, thinking for a moment before saying, okay. Since they used an app to call the taxi, speaking along the way turned out to be even more inconvenient than on the street, resulting in a silent ride to their destination. Shen Weisheng kept stealing glances at Yi Jiuyue's expression throughout the ride, but he couldn't read anything. Yi Jiuyue remained peaceful, gazing out the window at the passing scenery. This gave Shen Weisheng a tiny bit of hope. He thought, Yi Jiuyue generally lacked temper. Even in the past when Shen Weisheng acted poorly, Yi Jiuyue didn't hold grudges, maybe he didn't even give it a second thought. With that in mind, Shen Weisheng regained his confidence, making light-hearted jokes as they walked toward the hotel where Dai Xiaojing and others awaited them. After hearing the joke, Yi Jiuyue smiled at Shen Weisheng as usual without further comment. Shen Weisheng straightened up even more, hey, you might find our meeting boring. This hotel has hot springs too. I'll mention it to Dai Xiaojing, you can grab a card and enjoy it for a while. I'll call you when we're done talking. It's uncertain when today's discussions will finish. If it gets late, don't worry, we'll come back tomorrow. You only have class the day after tomorrow. Yi Jiuyue nodded. All the tension inside Shen Weisheng finally disappeared. Smiling, he ruffled Yi Jiuyue's hair, sorry earlier. I had something on my mind and somehow lost control of myself, sorry. Yi Jiuyue shook his head and smiled gently, do your best in the talks. Shen Weisheng grinned even wider, it's a sure thing. Yi Jiuyue, Shen Weisheng took Yi Jiuyue to the room Dai Xiaojing had booked, where no one else had arrived yet. Just as Dai Xiaojing was about to engage Yi Jiuyue in some warm conversation, Shen Weisheng quickly intervened and isolated Yi Jiuyue, then forcibly demanded a room card. Dai Xiaojing, what for? Shen Weisheng, we'll be busy discussing things while he's got nothing to do, so let him go enjoy the hot springs. Dai Xiaojing, let's chat first before heading there. People haven't all arrived yet anyway, and we three aren't strangers. Shen Weisheng retorted, you are a stranger. When he kept nagging and refused to hand over the other room card, Shen Weisheng simply pulled the one plugged at the door and handed it to Yi Jiuyue, saying, go ahead, if you can't find the place just ask the attendant. Yi Jiuyue nodded slightly toward Dai Xiaojing and told Shen Weixing, do your best. Shen Weixing grinned slyly, definitely. Yi Jiuyue smiled lightly and left with the card. Shen Weixing stood by the door watching him step into the elevator, then glanced at the next elevator when its door opened. Shen Weixing noticed Liu Bei and instantly lost his smile, coldly turning back to the room before Liu Bei could see him. Inside the room, Dai Xiaojing also had a cold expression and pulled out another key card, tossing it at Shen Weixing. Damn. There's been a power outage. Plug it in. Later, Liu Bei and the director arrived. They exchanged pleasantries for a bit before getting straight to business, enjoying friendly discussions. The director seemed satisfied with both Shen Weixing and Liu Bei, speaking candidly without any pretense. Basically, this meeting already finalized the matters. Later Dai Xiaojing would send formal contracts to everyone to fine-tune the details. After wrapping up the main discussions, the group continued with some polite chit-chat. However, Shen Weixing didn't have either the mood or the interest to make idle talk with them. His mind raced every second imagining Yi Jiuyue in the hot springs. Given Yi Jiuyue's usual style, he might even turn the hot spring experience into something straight out of a manga, and perhaps it was leaning dangerously close to Eki territory. Hee. Inadvertently, Liu Bei eventually helped Shen Weixing out. It's too late, I'm about to miss my flight. Liu Bei glanced at the time apologetically. I've an early magazine shoot tomorrow that can't be postponed. Sorry, maybe next time I'll treat you all to dinner to make up for it. Neither the director nor Dai Xiaojing minded, standing up together to see Liu Bei off. After escorting Liu Bei away, the director asked Shen Weixing, are you free? Let's go eat. Dai Xiaojing, always ready to help, smiled and said toward the director, he's got things on his mind, he brought along family. This director was a senior veteran in the industry, having seen everything under the sun, neither curious nor surprised upon hearing this, instead smiling and inviting casually, call them to join us, it's not like there are outsiders here. Unlike Liu Bei who acted fearlessly, Shen Weixing still wished to maintain good relations with this director personally. Besides, the director was quite decent, thinking it would benefit Yi Jiuyue to come down and get some exposure. Shen Weixing said, alright, I'll call him. Shen Weixing went to the restroom to call Yi Jiuyue, who quickly picked up. Did everything go smoothly? Shen Weixing, almost confirmed. Come upstairs to the restaurant for a meal, just me, Dai Xiaojing, and the director. The director is very laid back, don't worry. You only need to show up and eat, no need to say much, and there will be no drinking. Yi Jiuyue remained silent for several seconds before saying, I'm on the way to the airport. What? Shen Weixing paused momentarily, doubting if he heard correctly. Yi Jiuyue said, I've placed the room card at the front desk. Please pick it up for me. Shen Weixing furrowed his brows, puzzled, asking, why? We've said to switch to tomorrow if needed. Air tickets aren't expensive either. Did something suddenly come up at school? Could you at least tell me? Yi Jiuyue replied, I don't want to affect your discussion. How could this affect anything? As Shen Weixing spoke these words, an uneasy feeling started to brew inside him. Reality proved that his intuition wasn't entirely wrong. Next, Yi Jiuyue said, let's not meet again. Shen Weixing froze once more. Chapter 33. It's fitting, to end it here. It feels quite ceremonial. Yi Jiuyue rarely joked with him like this. But Shen Weixing couldn't find it in him to laugh at all, and instead asked with a hint of confusion, what's wrong now? Yi Jiuyue explained slowly, I'll leave the apartment keys and other things inside the apartment. You can go over and take stock when you have time. I won't disclose your privacy to anyone, so you can rest assured. Not so fast. Wait. Shen Weixing stared wide-eyed, what's wrong with you? Just breaking up like that? You should at least give me a reason. Yi Jiuyue paused for a moment, then clarified, this isn't breaking up, it's just that from now on, I don't want to make plans with you anymore. Then who do you plan to meet? Sui Dong. Shen Weixing blurted out, then suddenly had an epiphany, did you return because of Sui Dong? Did he injure his leg or suddenly fall ill? Does he need you there to get up from the ground? What is this terrible plot? It has nothing to do with Sui Dong, and he hasn't contacted me, Yi Jiuyue said patiently. This is my decision. Shen Weixing slammed his fist on the sink countertop and stared at his speechless reflection in the mirror, then give me a reason, everything was fine this morning, wasn't it? Yi Jiuyue fell silent again, then asked hesitantly, since we're not in a relationship, do we even need a reason? Damn, after mocking Sui Dong for days, only to realize that Sui Dong at least had the title of ex-boyfriend, but he didn't even qualify for a legitimate reason for breaking up. Suddenly realizing how much lower he became compared to Sui Dong, Shen Weixing slammed the sink again, gritting his teeth and saying, I want one. From the other end of the phone came a light sigh from Yi Jiuyue, then she softly said, I don't like being mocked for my way of speaking, people where I'm from all speak this way. You fucking psycho. Shen Weixing asked incredulously, just because of that? No, that's only one of the reasons, Yi Jiuyue replied. Shen Weixing wasn't sure if he should be relieved or not, and simply urged her on, then tell me, why else? Yi Jiuyue sighed again lightly and said, I don't like doing housework, so why am I still doing housework? Shen Weixing said somewhat helplessly, then stop doing it. I never forced you to do it. There's not much that needs to be done anyway. Can't you just pretend to do some work to humor me? All I asked you to do was pretend. If you really dislike it, then don't do it anymore. Hire a housekeeper, there's nothing significant to clean anyway. Yi Jiuyue continued, I also don't like cooking, and if I cook, you complain it tastes bad. Shen Weixing quickly offered, I'll cook, from now on, alright? After pausing for a moment, Yi Jiuyue went on, you used to be impatient with me. Struggling for survival, Shen Weixing said with difficulty, at that time, well, we weren't close yet. Well, tsundere. Yi Jiuyue, does anyone actually admit they're tsundere? Yes, exactly. That's what it is. Aren't you my fan? You must know, that's my character. Shen Weixing brazenly lied and forced Lan Bei's official persona onto himself. Yi Jiuyue fell silent again for a short while, then turned to say, your emotions change too quickly, and I'm a little afraid. Afraid of what? Shen Weixing felt slightly confused, do you think I'm some kind of psychopathic murderer? That wouldn't be accurate, Yi Jiuyue responded, it's just that I'm not good at dealing with such situations. Shen Weixing hurriedly added, there's been a lot of pressure lately, it won't be like this going forward. Yi Jiuyue sighed once more. Shen Weixing anxiously waited for her response. In her unhurried tone, Yi Jiuyue finally said, I don't like being bullied, certain things make me feel disrespected by you. We were just hookups, equals. That doesn't mean you can treat me unfairly. I haven't bullied you, don't exaggerate things, Shen Weixing tried defending himself, feeling both gloomy and guilty, well, maybe just a bit in the past. Haven't I been much better recently? As I already said, before, we weren't familiar. No matter what, Yi Jiuyue stated, I've arrived at the airport. I'll stop here. Thanks for your care during this period. Wish you a successful career and high box office sales. I will continue supporting you. To hell with your career success and box office hits, who wants your damn support? Shen Weixing also flared up, I'm not talking about it with you right now. Let's discuss this face to face when I return. If you dare to have sex with me against my will, I'll call the police, Yi Jiuyue said cautiously. Shen Weixing. Yi Jiuyue added, just because I agreed to a casual hookup doesn't mean anyone, including you, can force me into having sex. It also doesn't mean I should be disrespected. Shen Weixing. Shit. He had been caught. Wen Dong and others had clearly said before that after a lover's quarrel, just having sex would make everything fine. They were all liars. Grinding his teeth, Shen Weixing asked, then what do you want? Yi Jiuyue replied, I don't want anything in particular. Yi Jiuyue went on, I just hope there won't be any more private contact between us in the future. Whatever. Shen Weixing abruptly ended the call, almost throwing his phone as well. He endured the anger boiling inside him and hit the bathroom countertop again. Still unsatisfied, he looked around and grabbed a towel from the rack, fiercely whipping it against the sink. What a goddamn rare bloom was Yi Jiuyue. Just like that, they split up, and she erupted without giving any early warning. Wait a second, this situation seemed familiar. As Shen Weixing whipped the towel, Sui Dong suddenly came to his mind. Sui Dong had mentioned how Yi Jiuyue always appeared soft-spoken and seemingly devoid of a temper, but behind the scenes, she secretly recorded all her grievances in a notebook until one day she exploded and broke up with him. Shit. He suddenly felt some sympathy for Sui Dong. Shit. What's wrong with understanding Sui Dong? Why should he even sympathize? Shen Weixing forcefully shook his head, trying to drive away the empathy and sympathy for his rival. No, this is different. Not only did Sui Dong bully Yi Jiuyue, but he also found another girlfriend, cheated on her. The word cheat reminded Shen Weixing of something he'd forgotten. That thing was Xia Qiu. Shen Weixing. Although he hadn't found another girlfriend, he was about to have a boyfriend-to-be. Shen Weixing. That wasn't right. He originally planned to find Yi Jiuyue and break up, end this relationship. How come it turned out that Yi Jiuyue initiated it? Anyway, it didn't matter who started it. The point was. At the critical moment, Shen Weixing suddenly realized that he didn't want to end this relationship. More importantly, he seemed to have some hidden desire to take this relationship further. No, impossible. Never ever could that happen in this lifetime. The person I like is Xia Qiu, not Yi Jiuyue, that weirdo. Shen Weixing worked hard to correct his identity and thoughts. Yi Jiuyue was just an accident, and anyway, he had been quite troubled about how to broach the topic, even fearing that Yi Jiuyue might become emotionally unstable. Now it was perfect, Yi Jiuyue took the initiative, so it saved him the trouble. He should feel happy, yes, celebrate this situation. Shen Weixing stared at himself in the mirror and managed a forced smile which quickly fell apart. What was there to laugh about? What was there to be happy about? Yi Jiuyue inexplicably dumped him. Was Yi Jiuyue being irrational? No way. She obviously never cared about him at all, sleeping with him, getting enough from him, then tossing him aside like a used tissue. Him, Shen Weixing, the star worth millions per drama, a top-tier, high-traffic celebrity, and the future movie king, had been used like a massage stick by a mere fan who wasn't a resource emperor, rich second generation, or big benefactor. Now, he'd been casually discarded. Damn. No one would believe such humiliation if he ever told it. Shen Weisheng violently whipped the towel once more. Dai Xiaojing had been eavesdropping with her ear pressed against the door for a long time. After realizing there had been no voice for quite a while, she finally spoke up, "Satellite, are you alright? I've sent someone to bring the director to the restaurant. It's just the two of us here. If you have something to say, speak up." Shen Weisheng didn't respond. Dai Xiaojing pushed open the door and immediately saw him, shocked. "Fuck, if you're going to argue, argue already, why are you crying?" Shen Weisheng was sitting on the toilet cover in a daze. Hearing her words, he lifted his head to look at her and retorted, "It's you who cried. Your eyes are red. Don't move, just stay still." Dai Xiaojing hastily took out her phone and snapped a picture, saying, "Wow, so cute. Later I'll Photoshop some ears onto your face." Shen Weisheng. Fake friend. No, no longer. Plastic, all plastic. Dai Xiaojing saved the photo, put her phone back, and continued to comfort him, "Don't cry, Satellite. Come on, let brother give you a hug." "Get out." Shen Weisheng was almost speechless. "I just got hit in the eye with a towel. I didn't cry." "Close enough to crying, look at our Satellite's aggrieved face." Dai Xiaojing forcibly pulled him into her arms and patted his back. "Was that Zhou earlier? How did you two break up?" Shen Weisheng. That eavesdropping was so blatant. Dai Xiaojing couldn't hide her gossip-hungry expression as she urged him on, "Tell me quickly, say it out loud, big brother will give you some advice, I've been through plenty of battles." "Xia Qiu confessed to me today," Shen Weisheng suddenly said. Dai Xiaojing froze, staring at him for 3 seconds. "Did Yi Zhou see that? Is she jealous?" "No. He doesn't know," Shen Weisheng said. Dai Xiaojing asked confusingly, "Then how is Yi Zhou breaking up with you related to Xia Qiu?" Shen Weisheng originally intended to say, "No," but when the words reached his throat, he suddenly hesitated, thought carefully, and uncertainly said, "Maybe, there is a connection." Dai Xiaojing slapped his thigh, "See? Xia Qiu must be playing tricks. I told you, you didn't believe me before." "It's not related to Xia Qiu," Shen Weisheng frowned, "don't slander him just because you have an excuse." Dai Xiaojing glared at him, "You said it yourself, it's related to him." "This matter is complicated," Shen Weisheng said. "Simply put, I definitely have to accept Xia Qiu's confession, so I need to end things with Yi Zhou first. But I found it kind of annoying how to bring up the topic to Yi Zhou, then I complained about Yi Zhou a little bit, then he..." Dai Xiaojing. "Then he broke up with you." Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng, shut up. Dai Xiaojing gently patted his head, "Satellite, I don't even know what to say to you anymore." Shen Weisheng, "Then shut up." Dai Xiaojing really shut up for quite a while without saying a word. Shen Weisheng prompted again, "Why aren't you talking?" "There's nothing left to say," Dai Xiaojing sighed, "what am I supposed to tell you? You're already this stupid. Would you even listen if I said something?" "Go screw yourself," Shen Weisheng said, "listening or not is my business." Wasting my breath, Dai Xiaojing said that, but still added, "Alright, big brother will ask you this first, what are your plans regarding Xia Qiu? By your account, you definitely intend to accept Xia Qiu's confession. You're also not the type to have 2 girlfriends at once, so you would need to break up with Yi Zhou anyway. So why are you acting so agitated now? Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Didn't you always complain that Yi Zhou loved you too much and wouldn't leave you voluntarily?" Shen Weisheng felt his face hurt. Loving a ghost. Probably not even as much as Yi Zhou loves her salted cheese milk tea. Dai Xiaojing continued, "Of course, if you just feel humiliated about being dumped, that's easy to handle. Just call Yi Zhou and dump him. I'm sure he won't care too much, both of you are men, you can understand each other, it's all about saving face." Shen Weisheng. What kind of nonsense is this? So since everything is so easily resolved, summing up, why are you so worked up? Dai Xiaojing finally asked. Shen Weisheng's gaze flickered, staying silent for a long time. Dai Xiaojing grinned, seeing through everything, or could it be, someone just doesn't want to break up with Yi Zhou? The person in question. Then there are 2 options, step on 2 boats at the same time, or step on Xia Qiu and go find Yi Zhou to reconcile. Dai Xiaojing acted perplexed, but Xia Qiu is your idol, your years-long wife who finally became a housewife. Although I have no idea why he stopped dragging you along, I seriously suspect he's planning to trick you into donating your kidney or bone marrow next. Anyway, step on 2 boats then. No worries, we won't despise you for it. Wen Dong has stepped on countless boats, and we've never despised him. Actually, you don't even need to ask Wen Dong, big brother can help you with that, it's easy. Shut up, Shen Weisheng interrupted him when his nonsense grew increasingly off topic, I'm not doing that. What do you plan to do then? Dai Xiaojing asked. Shen Weisheng hung his head in thought for a long time. Sometimes he thought of Xia Qiu, sometimes of Yi Zhou, and most of the time he thought about Yi Zhou again. Unable to resist, he muttered, but the person I like is Xia Qiu. Dai Xiaojing originally intended to rush a couple of words at Xia Qiu and earnestly analyze again that what they shared wasn't actually love, but reconsidered and swallowed the words back, simply patting Shen Weixing's shoulder. Human feelings change. Satellite, just because you liked Xia Qiu before doesn't mean you have to like him for a lifetime. It was he who made you hang around all these years. This has nothing to do with what happened to your sister. You and Xia Qiu never even started anything, while Xia Qiu always pretended to be oblivious, treating you as an ordinary friend only. So it's perfectly fine that you later developed feelings for Yi Jiuyue. This isn't abandoning someone halfway through, nor is it Yi Jiuyue being an intruder. Strictly speaking, I would say it's Xia Qiu who's interfering now, as he's the one who came after Yi Jiuyue. Satellite, you should carefully consider what I've said. Shen Weixing mulled over his words back and forth for a while, then said, let's go eat first. Dai Xiaojing nodded, good. Shen Weixing stood up and followed him out, meanwhile pulling out his phone to text Yi Jiuyue, watch out on the road. Dai Xiaojing glanced back at him, looking also at the phone, asking, who are you contacting? Shen Weixing didn't answer him. Yi Jiuyue did not want to owe Shen Weixing money-wise, but since the round-trip flight had already been booked, and cancelling would have been wasteful, he took the first-class seat again and calculated how he could pay Shen Weixing back in installments. As he thought about this matter, someone sat down beside him. Yi Jiuyue paid little attention, unconsciously glancing once and withdrawing his gaze, lowering his head to rub his eyes, feeling like an eyelash had gotten in. A wet tissue was presented before him. Yi Jiuyue thanked, yet didn't take the wet tissue whose origin was unclear, cautiously opening one eye and glaring at it. The person removed their sunglasses, nodding courteously at Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue. No wonder first class was so expensive. Yi Jiuyue thought. Because you get to meet big celebrities. Liu Bei. Yi Jiuyue expressed thanks, taking the wet tissue but still having no intention of using it, continuing to manually rub his eyes. Although Liu Bei had a certain social status, Yi Jiuyue maintained a degree of vigilance. Sometimes he felt he guarded against others too much, but it was habit. When living with his adoptive parents, he had often been bullied by Yi Tianwen, fearing it deeply. Yi Jiuyue had also heard adults say that Yi Tianwen was just acting childish, wouldn't do anything truly harmful, and that children forget grudges overnight, etc. Hence, Yi Tianwen took advantage of this point, becoming sweet and amicable shortly after blowing up in Yi Jiuyue's face. But the moment Yi Jiuyue softened, Yi Tianwen turned hostile again and used it to play tricks. Yi Jiuyue truly feared such unpredictable people, and thus couldn't continue anymore with Shen Weixing, whose mood recently became increasingly inconsistent. If Shen Weixing were to stubbornly persist like he did at the start, that might have been better, but lately, Shen Weixing vacillated so wildly that it reminded Yi Jiuyue of the fear instilled by Yi Tianwen. Thus, even if Shen Weixing were to descend from heaven as an immortal, there was no way Yi Jiuyue could keep going. Liu Bei had an aloof face, his voice matching well with it, somewhat cool, but one could tell that he was genuinely polite. I'm Liu Sinan's older brother. I saw you in his high school graduation photo, you were standing next to him. And you visited my home a few times when I wasn't there. He told me you two got along well, thank you for looking after him. Yi Jiuyue. He responded, coming to his senses, no, it's he who looked after me. Liu Bei didn't dwell on this topic, nodding again, putting his sunglasses back on, and saying no more. Yi Jiuyue turned to look out the window, catching the faint reflection of Liu Bei's outline on the glass, thinking, wow, really good looking, so pale, really gave off a vampire vibe, and very elegant. He decided upon returning home to review the classic MVs fans had cut of Liu Bei, forgetting the time when Lu Xuanan mocked him crying hysterically inside trying to change his name from Lu Dongbei during middle school. Chapter 34. Shen Weixing, along with Dai Xiaojing, accompanied the director for dinner and also invited some people from the entertainment circle nearby. It turned out to be a pleasant gathering filled with lively chatter as everyone exchanged information on what they were currently working on. After eating, drinking, and talking their fill, someone suggested they go sing karaoke. Dai Xiaojing was always game for anything, so he definitely wanted to go. However, knowing that Shen Weixing never indulged in such activities, he made an excuse for him and whispered afterward, you do what you want, Satellite. I won't join you. If you're still feeling upset, you can stir up trouble in the group chat. Shen Weixing coldly laughed, so you guys are mocking me now? Hey, why are you suddenly becoming aloof? Was this hit really that bad? Dai Xiaojing patted his head affectionately and said, fine, do what you want. You're all grown up now, Dad can't manage you anymore. Go cry into your pillow in your room. Go to hell. Dai Xiaojing left behind the words, take care even when heartbroken, and quickly departed. Did we play with Satellite today? Is Satellite finished today? Dai Xiaojing, Satellite is ethane. Dai Xiaojing, this is the second time I've said it. Dai Xiaojing, he's really done. Wendong. Dai Xiaojing, I won't deceive you or anyone else's red envelope. There's something I need to attend to soon, but to cut it short, Satellite and Yi Jiuyue have broken up. Boss D. Boss F, don't leave, Brother Jing. It's unethical to leave a gossip halfway through. Boss F at Dai Xiaojing. Dai Xiaojing, if you want to know more, go and ask Satellite yourself. All I know is what he told me. You understand his thought process better than I do. Dai Xiaojing, according to my intel, Dee confessed her feelings to Satellite, who got stuck in indecision about whether to break up with Joyue. Maybe he unintentionally said something impatient or Joyue sensed something. I didn't see this part myself, I don't know exactly. Again, you understand Satellite's brain better than I do, who knows what he actually said or did to Joyue. Then Joyue called and broke up with him. Hua Lin, shit. Hua Lin, is Xiaqiu trying to scam Satellite into donating a kidney? Dai Xiaojing, shit. How could I possibly agree with you? But I am suspicious too. Boss D, who in this group wouldn't suspect the same thing? Stop forcing yourselves to be a CP. There's no chemistry anyway. I support Xiaojing and Wendong, a lack of propriety between us makes it the drama of the year. Dai Xiaojing, screw off. Wendong, hit by friendly fire angle. Hua Lin, wishing those upstairs 100 years of happiness, please stop bothering me. Dai Xiaojing at Wendong, if you give me medicine and stand up for me when my dad scolds me, I'll submit to you. Wendong, still no, you're being too humble. We're not compatible socially, and I don't deserve you. There will be no good ending. You're a good person and deserve better. Boss A, ha 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 ha. Wendong is clearly experienced here in refusing gracefully. Hua Lin at Dai Xiaojing, you do need to take your medication on time and see a doctor. Treat early, treat well. There will be a doctor who loves you instead of your mom. Hua Lin, let's get back to the point, don't deflect, talk about Satellite. Hua Lin, will T really try to trick Satellite into donating a kidney? Boss A, can you stop calling things in such a disgusting way, Hua Lin? Hua Lin, I've been practicing asceticism lately. Calmness, harmony, love for all. Don't misdirect. Dai Xiaojing, I already said I don't know, at Wendong, go extract details. Wendong, me again. Boss F, your brother Shen loves you the most, hurry up. Wendong, angle, why do you keep teasing me like this, I'm not your brother Shen. Boss A, just tell the truth then. There's no Satellite in this group, so you're at the bottom of the food chain. So if someone says you should go, then you should go. Wendong. Boss A, these kids these days always make people say everything plainly. Sigh, how hurtful. Wendong. Fine, I'll go. Shen Weisheng no longer felt like wandering far away, so he booked a room at the hotel nearby to spend the night. After parting ways with Dai Xiaojing and the others, he sat on a bench in the square near the hotel wearing a cap and mask, absent-mindedly watching the children running around and the sweet couples holding hands. Shen Weisheng watched for a while, then took out his phone hesitating over whether he should send another message to Yi Joyue, perhaps asking if she had returned to school safely. Since he had taken her out, it would be natural to ensure her safe return, making this inquiry not strange at all. But what if the system replies with, message failed to send, you are no longer each other's friend? What then? Shen Weisheng's fingers hovered over the screen for a long time, the phone dimming as he hesitated. Not until the phone suddenly vibrated did his eyes light up and he quickly unlocked it. Xiaqiu, brother Shen, are you there? Shen Weisheng, Xiaqiu, I'm sober now. Shen Weisheng, Xiaqiu didn't respond further. Shen Weisheng, not thinking much, returned to Yi Joyue's chat page, and his eyes brightened again. He noticed that Yi Joyue had changed her profile picture. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Joyue hadn't deleted him as a friend. Sherlock Shen swiftly sent a message, have you arrived at school? Yi Joyue usually spoke slowly and responded to messages even slower, so Shen Weisheng didn't expect much, but at this point, any response from Yi Joyue would be great. Unable to control himself, Shen Weisheng started bouncing his foot before quickly suppressing the movement. Irritated, he transferred his phone from his left hand to his right, then back again. Every second, he pressed the screen on button. Come on. Reply to me. Shen Weisheng was nearly losing his mind. Just before Shen Weisheng lost it completely, a call request popped up. Excited, he looked, it was Xiaqiu. Shen Weisheng. He answered with mixed emotions. From the phone came a rustling sound, like clearing a throat or sniffing, before Xiaqiu finally said, Brother Shen. Shen Weisheng adjusted his tone and furrowed his brows. Is something wrong? Your voice sounds strange. Xiaqiu's voice was low and nasal. I'm fine. It obviously didn't sound like he was fine. Concernedly criticizing, Shen Weisheng said, I told you not to drink today. Are you feeling unwell? Drink more hot water and rest early. Xiaqiu coughed twice and said, Brother Shen, I'm fine. Shen Weisheng replied, still, drink more water and rest early. Don't neglect your work. Xiaqiu fell silent for a moment and asked, are you changing the subject? Realizing what he meant after pausing for a moment, Shen Weisheng said awkwardly, no, don't overthink it. Rest if you're not feeling well. Xiaqiu was silent again, then replied, all right, rest early too, good night. Wait. Shen Weisheng called him back, then hesitated. Never mind, you rest first. Xiaqiu responded obediently, all right, then hang up first. Okay. Shen Weisheng bluntly hung up and immediately checked if Yi Joyue had replied. Xiaqiu stared at the phone screen for 10 seconds, then slammed it onto his bed covers in frustration. Shit. Did Yi Jiuyue reply in that 1 second? No. Did Yi Jiuyue reply in the next second? Still no. As time ticked by, Shen Weixing grew more and more anxious. Could something have gone wrong on the way? Perhaps Yi Jiuyue wasn't feeling well. Perhaps Yi Jiuyue still secretly loved him but broke up with him for unknown reasons, such as being coerced by mysterious forces or dark organizations, or due to lack of confidence. The more Shen Weixing thought about it, the more it made sense. If Yi Jiuyue felt unwell, she would easily drift off into a daze. And when distracted, who knew what might happen? The more Shen Weixing thought, the more nervous he became. He anxiously switched his phone from left to right hand again and refreshed Weibo. The pages showing Yi Jiuyue and Sui Dong's peaceful updates gave him no peace of mind. He turned to check her moments. Yi Jiuyue rarely posted on her moments, leading Shen Weixing to suspect that he might have been blocked. But upon occasionally checking her phone, he found that though she had indeed blocked him from a few posts, it wasn't targeted, mostly due to favors requested by acquaintances while forwarding ads, which most people were also blocked from. Shen Weixing crazily refreshed her moments until finally seeing something. More precisely, just her photo. And this photo wasn't posted by Yi Jiuyue herself. This photo was posted by Liu Bei. For a moment, Shen Weixing thought he had seen incorrectly and zoomed in on the picture. No mistake, it was Yi Jiuyue wearing today's outfit. He backed out to check the ID. Correct, it was Liu Bei. Shen Weixing thought the system might have glitched. Upon closer inspection, the person beside Yi Jiuyue in the photo was definitely Liu Bei. Liu Bei randomly encountered a fan, a high school junior, and my younger brother's good friend. Group photo.jpg. She's not your fan. Yi Jiuyue is my fan. An agitated Shen Weixing almost smashed his phone on the floor. Equally agitated, Liu Sinan in the dormitory quickly messaged his elder brother, "Holy crap, how did you meet Yi Jiuyue? Why did you post a group photo?" Liu Bei soon replied, "Caring about your social circle." Liu Sinan, "Why should anyone care?" Liu Bei, "I don't need a reason to care for my younger brother." Liu Sinan, "Then give me pocket money." Liu Bei, "Humph." Liu Sinan, "Humph." Liu Sinan thought, what a hypocritical plastic brotherhood. Liu Bei, "Looks like Yi Jiuyue isn't one of those people trying to scam you for money." Liu Bei, "You can continue to hang out with him. Big brother officially approves." Liu Sinan, "Do I need your approval on who I hang out with? And no one has ever scammed me for money." Liu Bei, "Scamming meals, drinks, game recharges, and asking for new clothes or shoes is still a scam." Liu Sinan, "I'm happy to buy stuff for people and treat friends, it's none of your business." Liu Bei, "Did you earn the money yourself?" Liu Sinan, "Mom and Dad gave it to me." Liu Bei, "Humph." Liu Bei, "They won't do that anymore." Liu Sinan, "What?" Liu Sinan, "Say that again." Liu Sinan, "Liu Bei, we're breaking off all relations." Liu Bei, "Humph." At this moment, Yi Jiuyue was washing up in the dormitory after a tiring journey, feeling somewhat weary. Climbing onto his bed, he checked his WeChat carefully and started replying one by one, until he came to Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing had sent 3 messages in total. The first, "Be safe on the road." The second, "Have you arrived at school?" The third, "How did you meet Liu Bei and take a group photo with him?" Yi Jiuyue paused for a moment and replied slowly, "I've reached the dormitory, thank you for your concern. I met Liu Bei on the plane." In fact, after the plane landed, Liu Bei forcibly took Yi Jiuyue with him in the car, chatting about Liu Sinan's life and studies all the way. He dropped Yi Jiuyue off at the school gate and suggested they take a selfie together. Yi Jiuyue wasn't very enthusiastic about taking selfies with celebrities, but when the other party initiated it, as a casual fan of Liu Bei, he wouldn't refuse, and happily made a V sign toward the camera. It must be said, although Liu Bei looked aloof, he was actually quite down to earth. After glancing at Yi Jiuyue's V gesture, Liu Bei also made a V. Yi Jiuyue was secretly delighted inside, thinking how much Liu Sinan talked ill of his older brother. His elder brother was actually kind-hearted and cared deeply about his little brother. Finally, Liu Bei proactively added Yi Jiuyue on WeChat, earnestly expressing his desire to maintain contact, gain more understanding, and communicate regarding Liu Sinan's prolonged rebellious phase, his lifestyle information, and academic status. Holding the phone, it wasn't until this moment that Yi Jiuyue came back to reality, scanning Shen Weixing's profile picture, then Liu Bei's, thinking, wow, this could be explosive. He didn't know why he found it so amusing, but he couldn't help enjoying himself quietly for 2 minutes. Once his mood settled, he became calm, aware of Shen Weixing's meaning, pondered for a bit, opened Liu Bei's friend circle, and saw the just uploaded group photo. Feeling quite embarrassed, Yi Jiuyue stared at the photo for half a minute. Wow, this could be explosive, echoed repeatedly in his mind for 15 seconds in a rhythmic tone, then he calmed down. Yi Jiuyue right-clicked to save the photo. For a passerby fan, this was truly an unexpected encounter. Miracle Jiuyue seriously considered buying a lottery ticket tomorrow while finding time, then noticed there were 2 replies under this photo. Shen Weixing, he's my fan. Liu Sinan, I'm not your younger brother. Yi Jiuyue. Ignoring the rebellious Lu Sinan who always resisted being associated with his brother, what was Shen Weisheng up to now? Yi Jiuyue was surprised to think. He even helped the reporters lurking in Liu Bei's friend circle prepare their tomorrow's headline. Shocking. Why are Liu Bei and Shen Weisheng publicly vying for a mysterious fan? Fortunately, within half a minute, that reply mysteriously disappeared, probably deleted by Shen Weisheng. Yi Jiuyue sighed in relief. At this moment, Yi Jiuyue would not have imagined that Shen Weisheng had done something even more suffocating, sending Liu Bei the photo he had forced Yi Jiuyue to take with Shen Weisheng's human billboard advertisement at the mall. Liu Bei's entertainment with his younger brother always ended fixedly with him being blocked countless times by Lu Sinan. Satisfied, he closed the page just to see Shen Weisheng send him a message. This was a fresh thing. The reason both of them added each other on WeChat before was due to official matters and social courtesies, there wasn't any private relationship. Liu Bei disliked Shen Weisheng's hardcore fans who boasted he was better than Shen Weisheng only because of family background. Is that the sole reason? Of course not. Isn't the key reason that Shen Weisheng, the idiot, refuses to switch companies? It's rumored that it's because of someone named Xia Qiu, a clue from Dai Xiaojing's complaints. Liu Bei found this quite amusing. He had once met Xia Qiu backstage at an event. She was lazy, sweet-talking, scheming, good at manipulating situations, and had too many petty thoughts. Shen Weisheng had a filter 100 meters thick and hadn't figured it out yet. It was very astonishing. Don't blame society for being stupid, nor should your loyal fans hate me just because I'm against you. Liu Bei thought. Moreover, why does the B ending of the Xinglu CP always end with my spectacular death? Can't Shen Weisheng's dog get dragged down instead? Aren't Shen Weisheng's fans doing the editing? Spicy vegetables, they must follow their master closely. Liu Bei opened his phone to see a withdrawn message. He thought about it and sent a polite question mark in return, judging whether Shen Weisheng had sent the message to the wrong person. Shen Weisheng replied, photo. Liu Bei. Shen Weisheng, I just sent you a photo. Liu Bei, what kind of photo? Shen Weisheng, not telling you. Liu Bei. Is Shen Weisheng insane? Liu Bei wanted to block him. Shen Weisheng stared at the ellipses for a long time, suddenly realizing how crazy he sounded, so he tried to salvage his image. Shen Weisheng, the photo you posted on your friend circle earlier, that fan is my fan. Liu Bei. Is Shen Weisheng really insane? Is this really necessary to specially explain? Isn't he recently desperate for fans? Liu Bei even felt compelled to check if Shen Weisheng had lost a significant number of fans due to some recent scandal. After all, they were going to collaborate on a movie soon, openly hyping up the Xinglu CP, and Liu Bei didn't want to be dragged down by Shen Weisheng. As Liu Bei was thinking seriously, Shen Weisheng withdrew the sentence again. Liu Bei. Shen Weisheng thought that sentence was childish and thus withdrew it, but didn't know what else to say. It was just so annoying. Although he wasn't even entirely sure why he was annoyed. Thinking about it, Shen Weisheng got angrier, even venting his frustration on Yi Jiuyue. Damn, if it weren't for Yi Jiuyue, he wouldn't have made such an embarrassing scene right in front of Liu Bei. Liu Bei stopped bothering with this psycho and instead opened Yi Jiuyue's page as reminded. Liu Bei, cute, cute. Yi Jiuyue immediately froze in disbelief, quickly screenshotting and sending it to Lu Sinan, your brother. How can he be this cute? I'm now a fan. Lu Sinan, hell. Lu Sinan, you're not allowed to be his fan. Lu Sinan, all fake. He's a devil. Lu Sinan, don't you think his face doesn't match those cute expressions? Yi Jiuyue, difference cute. Lu Sinan, no way. Lu Sinan, don't become his fan. Lu Sinan, why don't you think I look difference cute when I send this expression? Yi Jiuyue, he's handsome. Super handsome. In real life, extremely handsome. Up close, wow, how can someone be this good looking? Drooling. Lu Sinan, you've described 100 celebrities like this. Lu Sinan, and how did you add his WeChat? How exactly did you two meet? Yi Jiuyue, on the plane, he sat next to me. Lu Sinan, he already mentioned that, but how did you end up in first class? Did you win the lottery? Then pay back my meal money quickly. Yi Jiuyue, that's private information, no explanation needed. Yi Jiuyue, I've already paid back your meal money, scroll up through the chat history. Lu Sinan, I smell some gossip. Man, spill it. Yi Jiuyue, I need to chat with your brother. Yi Jiuyue, happy. Yi Jiuyue, dreamy happiness. Lu Sinan, rats. Lu Sinan, happy like hell. While Liu Bei was waiting for Yi Jiuyue's reply, his younger brother's reply came first. Private chat. Lu Sinan, hell. Lu Sinan, stay away from Yi Jiuyue. Stay away from my personal life. Liu Bei, heh. Judging by this, Yi Jiuyue is indeed worth establishing a solid relationship with. Liu Bei, who was released from the blacklist by his younger brother in record-breaking short time, happily gave Yi Jiuyue more favorability points. Private chat. Yi Jiuyue, hello. Liu Bei, sorry, Southwest said you were unhappy about me posting our group picture without your consent. If it caused you any trouble, I apologize beforehand and will delete it. Yi Jiuyue, it's not that serious, I was just a little embarrassed. Liu Bei, that's good. I can't offend you because, thanks to you, Sinan got me off the blacklist faster than ever, just so I would stay away from you. Haha. Yi Jiuyue, haha. Liu Bei, if you're not resting yet, there's something I want to ask. Is Shuanan in an online relationship? Private chat. Zhang-san, I think we should talk again. I'll be able to arrive by noon tomorrow. Yi Jiuyue, okay. Zhang-san, get some rest early. Yi Jiuyue, Zhang-san, are you cheating on someone? Yi Jiuyue, who was climbing over Liu Bei's wall at that moment. Zhang-san, are you still my fan? Yi Jiuyue, whose foot was testing the waters of unfollowing. Shen Weisheng, sensing something fishy from the ellipses. Chapter 35. Today, I really wanted to strangle Xing Lu with my own hands. Shen Weisheng thought through gritted teeth. 2 minutes later, after Shen Weisheng saw Yi Jiuyue liking a WeChat post from Liu Bei's timeline, his plan escalated from strangling Xing Lu to directly killing Liu Bei himself. Zhang-san, did you add Liu Bei's WeChat? Yi Jiuyue, Zhang-san, you've never liked anything I've posted. Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue, for the things you post, I just don't want to like them. Shen Weisheng also sets groups for his posts on WeChat. He usually blocks family and friends for advertisements or face-saving matters. The posts visible only to Yi Jiuyue and his close friends are either complaints about those close friends or rants about Yi Jiuyue herself, things that Yi Jiuyue doesn't feel inclined to like at all. If there were an option to dislike, Yi Jiuyue might accidentally click it once or twice. Inwardly feeling desolate, Shen Weisheng thought, that girl who flits around chasing boys and men who've broken up with her are heartless indeed. Yi Jiuyue is so direct. And Liu Bei. That fox. How dare she have so many fans and still come to snatch mine. Yi Jiuyue and Liu Bei had discussed for over 10 minutes on the topic of whether Liu Sinan had any signs of starting an online romance. Liu Bei, aren't you going to rest? We can continue this conversation another day. Don't let me affect your rest. Yi Jiuyue, it's not tiring talking to my idol, I'm so excited. Liu Bei, haha. Liu Bei, then let's stay in touch. Yi Jiuyue, okay. Liu Bei, good night. Yi Jiuyue, good night. Private chat. Yi Jiuyue, your brother is truly such a good person. Oh my goodness, I'm becoming his fan now. Liu Sinan, TSK. Liu Sinan, anyway, you'll fall out with him within 3 weeks. Do as you wish, I've already accepted it. Liu Sinan, besides, you're always switching between these stars throughout the year, cooking old rice again and again, do what you want. Liu Sinan, but don't sell me out. Yi Jiuyue, no selling out. I maintain my integrity. He asked if you have been doing any online dating, and I said no. Liu Sinan, what? You should have said yes. Yi Jiuyue, ah. Liu Sinan, drive him crazy. Yi Jiuyue. Liu Sinan, you drive me crazy. I spent so much effort setting everything up just to drive him insane. Yi Jiuyue, sorry, I don't really understand how you guys brothers communicate. Yi Jiuyue, most importantly, I don't get you. Liu Sinan, I'll show you how he drove me crazy by sending you screenshots. Liu Sinan, chat screenshot. Liu Sinan, chat screenshot. Liu Sinan, chat screenshot. Yi Jiuyue, this godlike man is truly warm-hearted. He cares so much for you, even when you constantly argue with him, he's so pitiful. A loyal heart sent towards the bright moon, but the bright moon turns out to be full of youthful foolishness. This godlike man has suffered greatly. I want to hug him equals 3 equals. Liu Sinan, alright, I'm going to block you too, goodbye. So Shen Weisheng sat alone on the square, hugging his phone sorrowfully for 20 minutes. When he refreshed his WeChat moments, he saw Liu Sinan's latest post, which was a screenshot of the conversation between him and Yi Jiuyue. The name and profile picture of Yi Jiuyue had been edited out, but Shen Weisheng could instinctively tell it was Yi Jiuyue. Liu Sinan, chuckle. You fickle-minded flirt, you admire someone one day, and then someone else the next. Do you think you're his true love? No. You're just a pretty face. He won't even spend money on you. Chat screenshots with Yi Jiuyue, historical evidence of Yi Jiuyue's repeated betrayals, X9. Comments. Shen Weisheng, chuckle. Liu Dongbei, chuckle. Liu Sinan replied to Shen Weisheng, what are you chuckling at? I'm angry with my brother. Shen Weisheng replied to Liu Sinan, chuckle. Liu Dongbei replied to Liu Sinan, chuckle. Liu Sinan profoundly believed that most people in the entertainment industry have issues, like Liu Dongbei, or Shen Weisheng. Private chat. Zhang-san, I saw Liu Sinan's moments. Zhang-san, look at how you chat with Liu Bei, then check our chat history. Yi Jiuyue was about to go to sleep, but her mind wasn't fully functioning yet and misinterpreted Zhang-san's message. She fought to keep her eyes open and responded. Private chat. Yi Jiuyue, I don't have any chat history with you. Zhang-san, what? Yi Jiuyue, every time we talk, I clear the chat records. Rest assured, nobody will see them. Zhang-san. Am I farting here? Don't you have even a speck of reluctance for deleting our chat records? Shen Weixing killed himself from anger because of Yi Jiuyue, 100-100. Shen Weixing tossed and turned all night in the hotel, repeatedly wanting to seek solace in their friend group but held back. Those idiots would just queue up and laugh, ha ha ha. In the end, he decided to seek mysterious forces and thus opened his photo album to find a picture of his sister. He sincerely paid his respects and then began communicating with her soul. Shen Weixing had never told anyone about this, not a single person. He thought others would mock him as insane. But Shen Weixing truly believed he could communicate spiritually with his sister, or at least use this method to achieve peace of mind. He didn't even remember when he came up with this approach, probably during the lowest point in his career. There were many temptations, and much suffering as well. At that time, quite a few people from the entertainment circle approached Shen Weixing, many with inappropriate requests, both men and women alike. Some wanted casual sex, some offered to sponsor him, and there were those who brazenly tried to get him drunk or drugged. Shen Weixing watched helplessly as several newcomers, whose qualifications paled in comparison to his own, got many opportunities by going all out. It wasn't necessarily about sleeping around, it just happened far enough away from his sight. What Shen Weixing saw in front of him was how these newbies were treated like pets, teased and manipulated by middle-aged and elderly men with bad breath. Back then, he was still young and prone to radical thoughts, so he often recalled the title, actor, and the more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, but he didn't dare say too much. Later, on one banquet table, Shen Weixing met Liu Bei. No one forced Liu Bei to drink alcohol, and everyone spoke to him politely. The occasional jokes were always appropriate. Throughout the dinner, Liu Bei maintained a composed demeanor, occasionally excusing himself when someone came over to toast him. Since Liu Bei's family included several powerful figures in the entertainment industry, they had mentioned that although they wouldn't intentionally provide resources for Liu Bei, other arrangements and protections were necessary. The young Shen Weixing, full of youthful idealism back then, wondered why there was such a disparity between people. He didn't have a powerful family behind him, he only had his sister, but now she was gone. That night, after Shen Weixing returned home, he cried. He clutched the toilet bowl, vomiting while crying. Afterward, he wiped his face, went outside, and retrieved a photo of his sister, where he cried again. After growing up, Shen Weixing rarely cried in front of his sister because he didn't want to make her worried or burdened. But even though he listened and obeyed, she still chose to leave him behind. Crying while holding his sister's photo, Shen Weixing complained about how the entire world mistreated him. And just like that, he cried himself to sleep. Then, in his dream, he saw his sister. He cried, wanting to embrace her, just like when he was young and naive, but this time his sister didn't hold him. Instead, she told him he had grown up and from now on, he must walk his path alone. Shen Weixing used to wish fervently that he could grow up faster because being an adult meant helping his sister earn money and letting her take it easy. But now, he wished he hadn't grown up, staying forever in childhood. Later, Shen Weixing woke up crying hard from his dream, right at dawn. The window was faintly bright, and he sat there dazed for a moment, his mind unusually clear. He felt his sister was still there, perhaps standing beside him with a concerned yet worried look, with a broom or slipper in hand. He didn't want her to worry, and definitely couldn't stray and be beaten by her. Thus, he pulled himself together. A rejuvenated Shen Weixing treated every opportunity seriously, small roles were fine, he would act them diligently, small advertisements were acceptable, he would shoot them earnestly, chaotic banquets were no problem either, as long as he kept a grip on himself. People are polished through such experiences. How many are naturally calm and composed? That's the privilege of someone like Liu Bei, which Shen Weixing lacked. Still, his luck was decent. Gradually, he managed to make a name for himself. After that, whenever he faced difficult decisions, he would secretly chat with his sister. But he didn't do this often, he didn't want to bother her with too many trivial matters. Dai Xiaojing said this was different from what happened to him. How did he know what I was thinking? Shen Weixing stared at the photograph, silently communicating telepathically with his sister in the photo. Forget it, regardless of how he figured it out. But I was convinced by him. I think it makes sense, this matter is indeed different. I never told Xia Qiu that I liked him anyway, he probably doesn't even know. So technically, we've never started anything, meaning I haven't cheated on Yi Jiuyue. But previously, I have always liked Xia Qiu. He is such a good person, very pure and without ulterior motives. And both teacher Xia and his wife have been kind to me. It's not certain for Yi Jiuyue. He looks pure, but doesn't talk much. Who knows what he's thinking? Every time he speaks, it makes me furious. Why didn't he tell me when he was upset? If there's something wrong with here or there, why not say it straight? Keeping quiet all the time, then suddenly gets mad and breaks up. That's exactly how things went with his ex-boyfriend, it's a flaw in his character. Oh, wait, he might have mentioned that. Shen Weixing thought seriously for a moment, and it seemed Yi Jiuyue had indeed complained about the things Shen said before, long ago, like not wanting to do housework or cook, as well as not wanting Shen to post photos of meals on social media, criticizing his cooking skills and so on. That's his fault too. Shen Weixing explained earnestly to his sister. It really is Yi Jiuyue's fault. You don't know how he talks, impossible to tell when he's mad. I thought he was being cute, so I took him out to buy a car afterward, but he didn't want it. Tell me, isn't this person strange? Not because of liking me nor taking advantage of the situation, yet letting me take advantage of him without resistance. It wasn't like I planned to take it from him anyway. Tell me, what does he seek? He's truly peculiar, who knows what he's thinking. Off topic, let's continue with Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu is just so good. Why am I always thinking about Yi Jiuyue? Could it be because we had a physical relationship? Shen Weixing tried hard to imagine having a physical relationship with Xia Qiu, but found himself unable to picture it. He hadn't fantasized about doing that with Xia Qiu. Firstly, it felt improper, and secondly, at all, anyway he hadn't thought of it. His past self-pleasure moments were scarce because he'd been too busy to have the time or energy. Even during those rare instances, they were mostly done half asleep, merely satisfying his physiological needs absent-mindedly. Following this train of thought, Shen Weixing couldn't help but start daydreaming about Yi Jiuyue. Realizing this, he abruptly snapped back to reality, apologized to his sister's photo, and then forcefully locked these thoughts away deep inside his brain, continuing his mumbling until falling asleep. Shen Weixing was woken up by his phone alarm and sorrowfully discovered that he caught a cold, feeling a bit heavy-headed and stuffy-nosed. He must have been infected by Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue should never do any good. Shen Weixing thought angrily. Shen Weixing ordered room service, ate a little in his room, took some medicine, and fully geared up to head to the airport. He had to see Yi Jiuyue as soon as possible and let him know how detestable this mischief-maker was. On the plane, Shen Weixing was still ruminating over how to blame Yi Jiuyue for infecting him with a cold, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice, "Brother Shen." Shen Weixing was startled and turned around. Xia Qiu saw fear in Shen Weixing's eyes for a moment. No, that's not possible. Chapter 36. Xia Qiu blinked, glanced again, and indeed Shen Weixing's expression was back to normal. So, he sat beside Shen Weixing and smiled, what a coincidence. Shen Weixing asked curiously, didn't you go home yesterday? I didn't mean to, but I got drunk severely. Later, I fell asleep and had a terrible headache along with a slight fever, Xia Qiu said sorrowfully. I'm so sorry. I've apologized to the director already. This morning, I rushed back here as soon as I could. He's really kind, kept telling me it was no big deal. All my scenes are in the afternoon. Shen Weixing frowned slightly and said, don't overdo drinking next time. Xia Qiu nodded. Shen Weixing added, I've caught a cold. Don't sit near me, go to the other side. It's fine. Xia Qiu smiled sweetly and innocently gazed at him, I don't mind if you infect me. Shen Weixing. But I do. And I also can't understand why the hell I'm afraid of anything. Anyway, Xiao Qiu, wake up. Have you encountered something strange while filming? If you tell me, I can help resolve it. Shen Weixing desperately wanted to grab Xia Qiu's shoulders and shake some sense into him but couldn't do that, so he silently put on his sunglasses and said, all passengers are boarding now, let's not talk anymore. Xia Qiu, okay. After all the passengers boarded and the flight attendants completed their checks, and as the plane was preparing for takeoff with no one else in the first class, Shen Weixing took off his sunglasses but kept his mask on, ready to pretend he was dead to the world and sleep when he heard Xia Qiu quietly say, Shengu, you said you'd tell me after I sobered up. Shen Weixing. The unavoidable still came. That hotel probably served fake alcohol yesterday, which was too unethical and would surely get reported sooner or later. Xia Qiu looked at Shen Weixing with an innocent yet serious gaze, I'm sober now. I can tell you this, I remember every word I said then, and they were all from my heart. Shen Weixing paused momentarily, blurting out, you're still not fully sober. Xia Qiu furrowed his brows a bit sadly, why don't you trust me? Because, you never gave any indication before, and this sudden revelation shocks me, Shen Weixing carefully said, Xiao Qiu, did you experience something upsetting recently? Has anyone bullied you within the production team, or is there something else? Tell me, and I will help resolve it. Don't be afraid. Or did you meet some bad influences? The entertainment industry is too messy, many people have ulterior motives, and they deceive you easily. You mustn't fall for that. Don't think this is cool, it's not cool. He earnestly urged, don't stray onto the wrong path, don't be led astray. You're in your rising phase right now, and definitely, some people will envy you and try to deceive you into behaving recklessly. Whatever happens, don't give them a handle against you. Xia Qiu thought he had issues and interrupted him, no one has corrupted me. I just like you. Shen Weixing awkwardly asked, how did you suddenly figure that out? How about you? How did you suddenly realize? Xia Qiu asked. Shen Weixing paused momentarily. Xia Qiu realized he almost gave himself away, so he quickly added, what I mean is, haven't you ever liked someone before? How did you know you suddenly liked someone? Shen Weixing thought seriously for a moment, I can't exactly explain it either. Neither can I. Xia Qiu said. Shen Weixing felt exasperated, stared at Xia Qiu for a long time, and painfully said, Xiao Qiu, I'm sorry, I don't want to hurt you, but I am not as good as you imagine. I don't deserve you. Wen Dong once said that rejecting someone shouldn't be too straightforward unless you intend to become enemies afterward. If you don't wish to become enemies, you should try the universal lines: you're too good for me, I don't deserve you, you deserve much better. Shit, what the hell does Wen Dong study all day? After getting such advice, even Shen Weisheng wanted to roll his eyes and feel speechless. Xia Qiu said sorrowfully, it's me who doesn't deserve you. Shen Weisheng hurriedly said, no, not at all. Look at how wonderful you are, you'll meet someone better, much more suited for you than me. Xia Qiu looked at him teary-eyed, I don't care about who matches whom, there's no need to overthink it. I just like you. Sigh, young people are so impulsive, driven by hormones. Shen Weisheng couldn't help but sigh. Then he stiffened abruptly. Shit. Yi Jiuyue is around Xia Qiu's age, so Yi Jiuyue might truly be driven purely by excess hormones causing sexual impulses, therefore just treating me as a massage stick. Shen Weisheng was absolutely fuming. Shen Gu. Xiao Qiu, I'm seeing someone, Shen Weisheng finally blurted out. Xia Qiu was taken aback and asked, who? Someone outside the entertainment circle. I'll introduce her to you, teacher, and your mom when the time is right. But Shen Weisheng thought to himself that the chances of such a moment coming were slim. It was quite possible that after getting off the plane to confront Yi Jiuyue, he would be so angry with her that he might die on the spot. Xia Qiu, looking hurt, said, you don't have to make up excuses to reject me, are you worried about my parents? But society today is very open-minded, my parents aren't the kind of people who cling to outdated ideas, they won't find it hard to accept. It's really not, Shen Weisheng said with difficulty. Xiao Qiu, what I say is true. Xia Qiu's eyes were filling with tears, did you never like me even a little bit? Shen Weisheng, well. How could he explain this? Without Yi Jiuyue, if the timeline rewound 3 months ago, he would have been over the moon by now, right? The problem was there were no ifs in life, and now things had become what they were. Last night, Shen Weisheng wrestled with himself until midnight. He dreamt repeatedly about Liu Bei cheerfully putting his arm around Yi Jiuyue, walking back and forth in front of him while Yi Jiuyue dropped an insult at him. They all say you're fake, so I still prefer Liu Bei's natural look. No. I'm not fake. I'm also pure and natural. In his dream, Shen Weisheng wanted to shout out loud but found no sound came out of his mouth. When he turned back, Wen Dong solemnly held up an empty glass and said, Brother Shen, you've finally been poisoned mute. Shen Weisheng didn't have time to deal with Wen Dong or that glass. He reached out to grab Yi Jiuyue, only for Liu Bei to suddenly smirk and say, you've got the second male lead script, I'm the main lead here. Why don't you go memorize your lines properly? One day, you might not even get to play that role. Yi Jiuyue slowly added on the side, yeah. What does, yeah, mean? No, it's wrong. Shen Weisheng felt like he was going to explode with frustration, his chest hurting as if he couldn't breathe. The alarm clock rang at that exact moment, pulling him from this nightmare. But Shen Weisheng remained downcast long after waking up from this nightmare. Dreams do carry premonitions. In ancient times, there was Zhou Gong Jia Meng, now, there's logical reasoning. Shen Weisheng reasoned logically. Even if it's not Liu Bei, what if Sui Dong takes advantage of the situation? Perhaps Lu Sinan also has ill intentions. It's also possible that Yi Jiuyue and her 3 roommates are all hiding their feelings, planning to protect her quietly, then seeing an opportunity to take over her affections instead. And disregarding those people. Even if Yi Jiuyue hasn't been lured away by them, she's not letting herself be lured either. Recalling Yi Jiuyue saying she wouldn't eat second leftovers, Shen Weisheng became even more anxious. Is Sui Dong considered second leftovers? And am I? No. I'm not. Shen Weisheng gritted his teeth and thought, Yi Jiuyue always saw him as a friend with benefits, meaning they were never officially a couple, so he didn't reach the status of second leftovers. Meaning he did not fall under the category of second leftovers. Shen Weisheng barely consoled himself for a moment before suddenly becoming wary again. With Yi Jiuyue's bizarre way of thinking, who knows how she would categorize things. Damn it. Shen Weisheng thought about how in the future he might not be able to get close to Yi Jiuyue anymore. With her tendency to ignore past relationships, she might not even greet him on the road. His chest felt particularly heavy again, just like in the dream, it felt uncomfortable and unbearable. Damn it, sooner or later someone will get intimate with Yi Jiuyue again. At the thought of Yi Jiuyue flirting with others, Shen Weisheng felt suffocated. He pondered back and forth and suddenly experienced an epiphany. He didn't think he was one of those people often mocked online, emotionally inept people whose social IQ is perpetually lacking. He wasn't a fool, he was a mature, successful adult capable of understanding matters clearly. The facts were laid bare, and there was only one truth. Shen Weisheng realized that damn it, he'd fallen for someone else. Just like that sister years ago who didn't become his sister-in-law, he too became a scum man who abandoned his original love for another. Right now, Xia Qiu was like his fiancée, and Yi Jiuyue was like his older sister. Shen Weisheng painfully confronted this fact. Back then, in a similar situation, his sister chose to end the entire thing and let everyone return to their respective lives. But Shen Weisheng didn't want to do that. He thought he should choose like his sister did. But he also thought, I don't want to make that choice. I'm sorry, Xiao Qiu. Although, upon careful reflection, Shen Weisheng couldn't immediately pinpoint how he'd wronged Xia Qiu specifically, procedurally speaking, there was still a hint of guilt buried in this situation. After all, he had liked Xia Qiu on his own accord, and then shifted his affections elsewhere without her consent. Now, Xia Qiu suddenly confessed to him. This predicament was utterly despicable, and Shen Weisheng wondered, why did I, who have never harmed anyone, deserve to face such despair? Could it be that I am simply destined to play the role of the second male lead? No, I won't believe it. Shen Weisheng thought with suffocating frustration. After recovering from yet another bout of breathlessness, Shen Weisheng wrestled painfully with his emotions for a while and came to a decision. A man can't keep making mistakes, can't remain indecisive. A true man must act decisively and swiftly cut ties when necessary. It's better to cause short-term pain than endure prolonged anguish. And indeed, without remorse, you wouldn't qualify as a man. At least, no matter what, things have already come to this pass. Before I develop any real relationship with Xiao Qiu, I need to set her straight again. Xiao Qiu has lived over a decade being heterosexual, suddenly becoming gay doesn't make sense, so it should be easy to guide her back. How great it is to just be a straight man. Yes, let it be this way. Anyway, once the heart changes, it changes, and I've already become that scumbag halfway through. There's no turning back now. It's unacceptable to leave Xia Qiu hanging while actually pining for Yi Zhuoyue, right? I cannot be a scumbag and yet feel sleazy about it at the same time. Shen Weisheng reflected carefully. Therefore, Master Shen Weisheng had everything clear in his mind. No matter what happened before, all that matters is he wants to be with Yi Zhuoyue more right now. So the only option is gritting my teeth and becoming even more of a scumbag. To live in this world, one inevitably becomes a scumbag once in a while. If I'm going to be a scumbag, let me be one openly. With that realization, Shen Weisheng solemnly persuaded Xiao Qiu, don't cry. What if someone takes your picture? Pay attention to your image. Moreover, you're an adult. Xia Qiu's voice was already hoarse from sobbing, saying between choked breaths, it was my own foolishness, I thought you liked me, but even though you didn't, you were nice to me anyway. Slowly, I started misunderstanding things. Truthfully, I originally didn't like men. Shen Weisheng stared at her, surprised. Did I bend her? Shen Weisheng felt himself teetering on the brink again. This responsibility was immense, bending someone and not taking responsibility for it was a serious offense. Xia Qiu bowed her head, her frail shoulders quivering slightly, accompanied by muffled sobs occasionally heard. Shen Weisheng panicked and glanced around frantically, thinking about jumping out of the window. No, there's still time to save the situation. In a crucial moment, Shen Weisheng suddenly remembered Sui Dong. Even though Sui Dong was nowhere near Xia Qiu's caliber, he could serve as a temporary example. Most importantly, Shen Weisheng would use Yi Zhuoyue's method of approach. Thus, clever Shen Weisheng spoke gently, many people are good to you, Xiao Qiu. Everyone likes you because you're pure-hearted and cute. Everyone treats you well. Xia Qiu sniffled and said, that's not the same. There's no difference, Shen Weisheng kindly responded. Your mom always asked me to take care of you, giving you the wrong impression. Moreover, from your words, I see that it was merely a misunderstanding, you mistook my kindness for affection and interpreted it as love. But actually, you're straight, Xiao Qiu. To deepen his brainwashing, he repeated it, you're straight, Xiao Qiu. He nodded seriously after affirming with a soft, My existence is a mistake. Sister will probably kill me tonight. Let her beat me, maybe it'll ease my conscience somewhat. But even if she beats me to death, I won't change my mind. Why am I so cunning and deceitful with smooth words and unrepentant resolve? Is it the entertainment industry that shaped me into this person? Yes, it is. Shen Weisheng mourned internally. Xia Qiu. Be straight, my grandpa. Xia Qiu felt that things were getting increasingly off track. He began doubting whether all these years he'd misinterpreted Shen Weisheng's feelings for him. Could it be that Shen Weisheng truly harbored no other intentions towards him, and everything was merely a misunderstanding? However, it made no sense. If Shen Weisheng wasn't secretly in love with him, then was he really doing all of this just to repay the debt owed to Xia Qiu's parents? That seemed impossible. And furthermore, if Shen Weisheng had been aware of Xia Qiu and his mother's subtle hints and guidance, it also seemed unlikely. Shen Weisheng didn't strike Xia Qiu as someone capable of hiding such significant matters. That left only one possibility, Shen Weisheng had fallen for someone else. Xia Qiu didn't quite trust this either since he knew what kind of person Yi Zhuoyue was, other than decent academic performance, she didn't possess much else worth mentioning. Shen Weisheng might admire knowledgeable individuals, but it certainly wouldn't be enough to make him switch feelings like this. Moreover, Shen Weisheng and Yi Zhuoyue shouldn't have known each other for long either. There's no reason for them to develop feelings over time. If Shen Weisheng had gotten together with Liu Bei, Xia Qiu might find it easier to believe. So he didn't trust this story and wasn't willing to let it go just like that. There must be something strange going on here. If he could figure out the key point, there would still be a chance for him to win. But Xia Qiu didn't elaborate further. He was indeed worried that if these rumors got out, they might become news, and pressing too hard might backfire, so all he could do was sniffle a few more times and then stop speaking. Shen Weisheng also fell silent. The atmosphere became awkward for a while. Finally, to avoid calling the flight attendant for water in case she saw Xia Qiu crying, Shen Weisheng swallowed his cold medicine dry, turned toward the window, and closed his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, in his mind, he cursed Yi Jiuyue who had infected him with her cold. Yi Jiuyue is such a troublemaker. Shen Weisheng thought, nearly choking on the cold medicine. When the plane landed, Xia Qiu's emotions had stabilized somewhat, but his gaze toward Shen Weisheng remained deeply sorrowful. Shen Weisheng also felt quite uneasy and embarrassed, with a hint of guilt, unsure what to say. Since there had been no indication of anything happening between them in the past, and Xia Qiu had always acted straight, Shen Weisheng had never imagined a day like this. When that day actually came, he felt utterly lost and even started to panic upon seeing Xia Qiu. Though he wasn't sure why he was panicking, he barely managed to analyze himself. Though he was a scoundrel, he still retained a shred of conscience. Why didn't Xiao Chan come to pick you up? Shen Weisheng tried to make small talk. Xia Qiu replied softly, it's fine, I'll go back to the set myself. You go take care of your business. However, given Xia Qiu's current state, Shen Weisheng couldn't possibly feel at ease. After some thought, he said, wait. Then he called Xia Qiu's assistant Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan, are you busy right now? Xiao Chan, who had been ordered by Xia Qiu to hide and not show up, squatted in a corner of the airport lobby and responded awkwardly, Big brother Shen, I'm busy, I can't come over. Shen Weisheng was slightly displeased, your job is to take care of Xia Qiu. Today isn't a day off. Xia Qiu is kind to people and doesn't put on airs, but you should still fulfill your responsibilities. Forever bearing the brunt, Xiao Chan was used to this, sorry, there's an emergency, and Big brother Xia gave me a day off. Alright. After Shen Weisheng hung up, he gestured to Xia Qiu, who was about to speak, and continued searching for someone, Xiao Tang, are you available? Come to the airport and take Xia Qiu back to the set. After arranging everything, Shen Weisheng told Xia Qiu, Xiao Tang is nearby. It'll take him around 10 minutes to get here. Xia Qiu looked at him silently, then smiled with a touch of self-deprecation, do we really need to keep our distance this much? If you don't want to send me off, then don't. Are we never going to see each other again from now on? Is my confession to you so repulsive? Shen Weisheng quickly said, no, I'm truly in a rush and can't send you back to the hotel. Don't overthink things, little Qiu. Our relationship hasn't changed, nor will it ever change. Let's pretend nothing happened this time, and neither of us will mention it, alright? This is your first lead role, focus on shooting, and shoot well, put your heart into it. Feeling Xia Qiu's sad stare, Shen Weisheng gradually ran out of words and sighed, planning to clarify the situation further, little Qiu, Don't say any more. Xia Qiu shook his head and cut him off, sorry, brother Shen, I was being reckless again. Sorry, I won't act like this anymore. Shen Weisheng was stunned. That's what you said, we'll pretend as though none of this has ever happened. You're not allowed to remember how embarrassing I've been, Xia Qiu smiled, a bit embarrassed, we'll stay the same as before. You're not allowed to deceive me. Shen Weisheng quickly said, of course. Xia Qiu extended his pinky finger toward him. Unable to help it, Shen Weisheng was amused by him, are you still a kid? Want to pinky swear? Will you pinky swear with me or not? Xia Qiu teased him. Helpless, Shen Weisheng was just about to pinky swear when he suddenly paused. Xia Qiu had mentioned on the plane that it was because he had been too kind to him in the past, causing him to misinterpret things. That made perfect sense. All my fault, Shen Weisheng thought regretfully. It's all my fault, I've been too kind to little Qiu, leading to these misunderstandings. I can't let him continue misunderstanding. He should live happily and normally among everyone's normal expectations as a straight man. In the future, he should marry a great girl, have 2 children, and enjoy a large family. I need to stop him from walking down the wrong path. I need to make him regain clarity. This is my responsibility and mission, and it's also my repentance for my past mistakes. I can't be nice to him anymore. That's what's truly good for him. So, Shen Weisheng said, no pinky swearing. Xia Qiu. Shen Weisheng was afraid the effect wasn't strong enough, so he added, you're almost 20, don't act like a child all day long, you're not that young anymore. Xia Qiu. He will never understand my earnest intentions, but I don't want him to know either. As long as he can return to the right path, it's fine if he ends up hating me, it's my debt to him. Shen Weisheng thought with determination. Xia Qiu fell silent for a moment, then said, Big brother Shen. Shen Weisheng waited for Xia Qiu to continue, but he stopped and again became silent for a bit. He retracted his hand, pursed his lips, and nodded, alright, I'll wait in the rest room for Xiao Tang to arrive. You go take care of your business. Don't run around aimlessly. If anything happens, contact me, or Xiao Tang. Shen Weisheng paused briefly after some consideration and couldn't help adding, Xiao Chan seems diligent when people are watching her, but behind the scenes, she always causes problems. You'll have more work in the future, so it's better to find a more reliable assistant. Sometimes this industry isn't about how good you are to others, you need to strike a balance. Being too soft is only going to give yourself trouble. I'll communicate with Xiao Chan, Xia Qiu replied obediently, sorry, brother Shen, I've caused you trouble. It's not causing trouble for me, but trouble for you. Shen Weisheng shook his head, that's all. Handle it on your own first. Let me know if something really can't be handled, and I'll ask Xiao Tang to help you find someone, he knows a lot of reliable friends. Alright. Shen Weisheng nodded, then I'm leaving. Shen Weisheng drove to the parking lot to retrieve his car from earlier and headed toward the apartment while contacting Yi Zhouyue. I'm back. Let's meet. Yi Zhouyue took quite a while before replying, I have class. Jean-san, aren't Sundays off from classes? Yi Zhouyue, accompanying classmates to trial lessons at an interest course. Jean-san, you schedule the time, tell me when it's convenient for you. Yi Zhouyue, sorry, but I think we shouldn't meet. Jean-san, I won't hurt you. Relax, we'll just talk. Yi Zhouyue, it's not that. It's just, awkward. Yi Zhouyue, I went by the apartment this morning and cleaned up everything. The card and ledger are on the coffee table. The card password is 6 6s. Verify the accounts and let me know if there's any issue. Jean-san. Shen Weisheng parked by the side of the road, calming down for a long time, but couldn't help punching the steering wheel. Jean-san, do you have to be so absolute, Yi Zhouyue? Yi Zhouyue, I didn't do anything. Yi Zhouyue. Jean-san, are you scared I'll create trouble at your school? Yi Zhouyue, not scared. Jean-san. Damn. And truthfully, he definitely wouldn't do that. Shen Weisheng took a deep breath. Jean-san, Yi Zhouyue, let's become official. Yi Zhouyue. Jean-san, I like you. Let's start dating. Yi Zhouyue nearly swallowed a whole piece of chocolate, though he managed to stop himself in time. Unfortunately, he still got choked by saliva and ended up coughing for a very long time on his desk. Lu Sinan looked at him coldly with an air of elegance, so agitated chatting with Lu Dongbei. No, Yi Zhouyue responded between coughs, continuing to cough. Lu Sinan resumed looking at him coolly, I won't speak to you until you block Lu Dongbei. Yi Zhouyue laughed at him, you initiated the conversation. Saying you'd accompany me here for the trial lesson balances it out. Lu Sinan humphed and turned away, ignoring him. Yi Zhouyue looked back at his phone and hesitated for a bit before asking, hacked account? Jean-san, no. Jean-san, a selfie holding a receipt he found in the car, showing a hastily scribbled note saying, Yi Zhouyue, I like you plus signature. Yi Zhouyue. Jean-san, how about it? Yi Zhouyue, not interested. Shen Weisheng suddenly felt that this dialogue seemed eerily familiar, as if he had heard something similar somewhere before. Rui Dong's ghost really clings around. Shen Weisheng snorted coldly. Jean-san, will you believe me if I go to your school and chase you? Yi Zhouyue, no. Jean-san, then let's each step back. Let's meet up and chat. Yi Zhouyue, I don't like your style. Shen Weisheng froze, pressing his thumb on the screen for a long time without typing any words. You see, Yi Zhouyue always speaks this way, so nonchalantly that when someone hears, I don't like your style, they generally won't take it too seriously, nor think the consequences will be severe. They might even consider it a pure act of coquetry under Yi Zhouyue's tone. And then unknowingly, they'll end up being blacklisted by Yi Zhouyue. Shen Weisheng helplessly thought. Yi Zhouyue also fell silent. Shen Weisheng remained quiet for a long while, irritably throwing his phone onto the passenger seat, raking his hair, and then picking the phone back up. Private chat. Big brother Shen, I've been dumped. Wendong. Big brother Shen, previous message retracted. Wendong, I saw it, Big brother Shen. Big brother Shen, shut up. Big brother Shen, the method you taught me is completely useless. Now I suspect it was the method itself that had problems. Wendong. Big brother Shen, it made me seem totally unserious, so he ran off. Wendong. Big brother Shen, are you doing this intentionally? Wendong, Big brother Shen, do you realize how insane you are? I said you're crazy, crazy, crazy. Wendong, last message retracted. Big brother Shen, I saw it. Wendong, my mom just grabbed my phone, with a smile. Did you take Satellite out to play today? Have you finished playing with Satellite today? Wendong, can the bosses lend me 3 million yuan? I'll pay back what I owe Big brother Shen and cut all ties with him. Hua Lin, no loan. Dai Xiaojing, no loan. Boss F, no loan. We'll keep the connection between you and Satellite intact, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to conveniently order you to entertain Satellite in the future. Wendong, then I'll take my 10,000 yuan savings to Macau, gamble until I win 3 million, stop immediately, repay what I owe him, and sever all connections with him. Hua Lin, calm down, can you still afford gambling? Be careful, or it'll be double Satellite X2, ruining your entire life forever. Boss A, seriously, stop joking around about this matter, Wendong. If Satellite knows, no one will prevent him from beating you up. He's currently heartbroken, he might seize the opportunity to retaliate and settle personal scores. Wendong, alright. Wendong, he's now asking me how to win Yi Zhouyue back. Hua Lin, great. Help him get her back, and I'll pay off 30,000 for you. Dai Xiaojing, I'll contribute 50,000 for you. Boss F, taking on 30,000. Boss A, contributing 70,000. Private chat. Wen Dong, big brother Shen, let's meet up and chat thoroughly. When Shen Weisheng returned to the apartment and opened the door, he immediately felt a chill of icy air rushing toward him, penetrating deep into his bones and heart. He walked over to the coffee table where the account book, bank card, keys, neatly stacked invoices held by a clip, and IOU were placed in an orderly manner. The IOU even included a carefully and meticulously written plan for installment repayment. Shen Weisheng. Yi Jiuyue truly is a one-of-a-kind prodigy like no other. Shen Weisheng crumpled the IOU into a ball in anger, silently cursing in his mind. Meanwhile, the world-renowned prodigy Yi Jiuyue felt somewhat nervous at the moment. He nervously finished the class, nervously dismissed class, nervously walked towards the cafeteria, nervously watched all around, and nervously perked up his ears listening to every sound from different directions. Lu Sinan noticed something unusual. What's wrong? Yi Jiuyue laughed it off. Nothing, just order the dishes, I'll treat. Of course, you should treat. Otherwise, I won't forgive your despicable betrayal of our steadfast friendship. Lu Sinan indignantly ordered food from the small window. Yi Jiuyue reminded him, we can't finish all that. If we can't, invite others to eat. Call everyone from your dormitory and mine to join us. Lu Sinan smirked. Despite not having financial worries to that extent, Yi Jiuyue did save some meal expenses dining with Shen Weisheng recently. Even now, treating both dormitories for cafeteria stir-fried dishes was manageable, so he nodded and really called his roommate in the group chat to come have dinner together. After Lu Sinan ordered piles of dishes, he habitually intended to pay but stopped, snapping his fingers. Swipe card. Yi Jiuyue handed over his card. Lu Sinan was in a great mood. Damn, it feels pretty good to have others treat. In general situations, only he usually treated others. After swiping the card, Yi Jiuyue unconsciously looked around anxiously once more. Lu Sinan frowned at him. What's wrong with you? Is there a ghost or something? Even if it wasn't as terrifying as a ghost, if Shen Weisheng impulsively showed up here, things would get complicated. Only now did Yi Jiuyue start feeling terrified retroactively. Blinded by lust. Yi Jiuyue severely condemned himself. How could he agree to such a thing 3 months ago? Even though it was Shen Weisheng, he shouldn't have agreed. After all, talking about this kind of thing would still cause quite a bit of trouble for Shen Weisheng, and the same for himself too. Although his own troubles might not be especially severe, he would inevitably still face strange looks from others, right? They would probably look at him with that cheap kind of gaze. His college life was going to be pretty hard to endure. Sigh. One misstep and he'd regret it forever, unable to resist the test of temptation. Who could have expected Shen Weisheng to be like this? What on earth was Shen Weisheng thinking? Moreover, the phrase used to criticize Shen Weisheng, when men get carried away by lust, they really do anything, could now be applied to himself. It was truly karma coming back around. One shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. Yi Jiuyue shook his head in deep regret. Chapter 37. September. Yi Jiuyue snapped out of her daze and greeted the roommate who had rushed to join her for dinner. Then she saw Rui Dong standing next to her roommate. The roommate chuckled nervously. We bumped into each other on the way. Rui Dong smiled at Yi Jiuyue. Yeah, we met on the way. They said you're treating us to dinner, so I'm here to mooch a meal. Hope you don't mind. Yi Jiuyue replied, Rui Dong decided to interpret this as not opposed. Lu Sinan snorted. There he goes again, stealing Jiuyue's meals. Rui Dong felt a twinge in his knee. As everyone else went to claim a table, he whispered to Yi Jiuyue, Jiuyue, I didn't know before, but I won't anymore. Yi Jiuyue nodded. Rui Dong asked again, didn't you go out the other day? You just got over your cold, why aren't you resting more? This reminded Yi Jiuyue about Shen Weisheng's potential trouble, which made her feel a bit down. She only said, I'm better now, thank you for helping me return my backpack. Remembering the circumstances surrounding his delivery of the backpack, Rui Dong winced again. Oh, no problem. Yi Jiuyue stopped talking and walked over to sit down waiting for the food to arrive when she heard Lu Sinan loudly say, just eating? I want some milk tea. No need for you to treat me, I'll buy it. Lu Sinan handed over his meal card to Yi Jiuyue, go grab it. Rui Dong protested unhappily, if you want to eat, buy it yourself. What are you blabbering about? Jiuyue hasn't even spoken yet. Lu Sinan gave him an annoyed glance. What's it got to do with you anyway if I enjoy joking around with him? You're clearly bullying him, Rui Dong said. 6 roommates nearby exchanged uneasy glances and tried to smooth things over. No, Lu Sinan was just making a joke, that's his personality. Rui Dong, don't get too upset. Yi Jiuyue took Lu Sinan's meal card and said softly, it's fine. I'll go get the milk tea. With that, Yi Jiuyue walked toward the canteen's exit. She was still worried about the situation with Shen Weisheng and didn't notice that Rui Dong had followed her. As Rui Dong trailed behind her, he muttered complaints quietly, that Lu Sinan also bullies you, how come you're still hanging out with him? He was just joking around, Yi Jiuyue explained, he usually helps us buy things. Rui Dong hastily used this opportunity to explain himself, back then, I was also just kidding with you. Yi Jiuyue paused in her steps. Rui Dong stopped too, anxiously looking at her. Rui Dong, stop clinging to me like this, I don't like it, Yi Jiuyue said seriously, Lu Sinan and you are different kinds of people. He and I are best friends, and we joke around like this, but I am not like that with you. The situation is fundamentally different. Rui Dong looked at her sorrowfully, I like you, September. That's what you think, not what I think, Yi Jiuyue said, your parents wouldn't agree, and I don't want to cause any trouble for my parents either. You misunderstood them, they were just trying to understand the situation back then, Rui Dong explained eagerly, that's normal. When someone sees me kiss you and tells my parents, they naturally have to ask, they can't pretend they didn't see it. They didn't do anything else, and now I've already talked things through with them. They won't. I was napping that time, I didn't even know what you did, Yi Jiuyue slowly said. We had already confirmed our relationship back then, I just kissed your hair, Rui Dong continued to explain, it's not like I bullied you, right? At that point, we had already broken up, after thinking it over, Yi Jiuyue said, all of that has passed, Rui Dong. I really don't like this kind of behavior from you. For the rest of their walk, Rui Dong stayed quiet. He simply helped Yi Jiuyue carry the milk tea back and remained pretty calm during the meal. A few other classmates noticed the awkward atmosphere and started teasing Lu Sinan, creating a boisterous and lively scene that managed to cover everything up. After the meal, Yi Jiuyue said she was going to the library, and Rui Dong quickly claimed he had plans to go there as well. Since the legs were on him, Yi Jiuyue couldn't prevent him from coming along. She pretended not to know and focused on reading a book inside the library. Rui Dong sat across from her, opened a book too, but after half an hour or even an hour passed, the pages hadn't been turned. His eyes continuously fixed on Yi Jiuyue. Though Yi Jiuyue had tried hard not to pay attention to Rui Dong's burning gaze and the curious looks of the other students around, she still felt somewhat restless and uncomfortable. He felt like he might have to give up infatuation from now on, or change his preferences for men because, somehow, his ex-boyfriend was much more clingy than Lu Sinan's ex-girlfriend. Even the previous hookup buddy was somewhat difficult to deal with. So maybe he should try liking girls. While Yi Jiuyue was lost in these random thoughts, her phone suddenly vibrated. She pulled out her phone and checked it. As expected, one should not talk about people during the day, especially mentioning the ex-hookup partner, because just then, a message from the ex-hookup came. To Yi Jiuyue's surprise, Shen Weixing sent her a very long text. If you don't like me, it's fine. Sorry, I didn't really intend to show up at your school, so please rest assured. But I do genuinely like you, take your time to consider. I just received notice from the company that yesterday's movie discussions went smoothly. Thanks for understanding my emotions and not bringing up the breakup earlier, otherwise it might have affected my state. My contract hasn't been officially signed yet, but the director wants me to quickly enter the role, so I have to undergo relatively closed special training to practice physical combat skills. I need to leave right away. I'm not sure how long it will take, maybe straight into filming after the training, and for how long exactly. Sometimes, we'll be in areas without signal, making communication difficult. Letting you know beforehand. I'll focus seriously on the shoot and contact you afterwards. Please don't delete me as a friend. If you don't want to talk further, it's alright. I won't harass you, but I still like you. I do have some flaws, but I also have plenty of good qualities. Consider when you're free. It's my first relationship, so I may not know exactly how to proceed, forgive my rudeness if any. Shen Weixing wasn't satisfied with his own writing, as he differed from Wen Dong. Although Shen Weixing hadn't attended an essay class in 800 years, due to his past experience in character analysis for roles in films, he held it blind confidence in his creative ability. However, this message to Yi Jiuyue disappointed him no matter how he looked at it. He revised it many times before reluctantly sending it over. He wondered how Yi Jiuyue would react after reading it. Shen Weixing even thought it would be better to send a selfie, considering Yi Jiuyue seemed to prefer his face. Or perhaps the view of his lower body. Shen Weixing pondered seriously between these two possibilities, and using the last shred of his rationality, persuaded himself not to go ahead with such ideas. Clutching his phone, Shen Weixing waited anxiously for a while until he finally received Yi Jiuyue's reply. Yi Jiuyue, Best Supporting Actor this year, next year's Emperor of Film. Surprised, Shen Weixing smiled. Zhang San, alright, I'll give you the trophy later. All my future movie awards will be yours. Yi Jiuyue stared at her phone screen, feeling slightly flushed and involuntarily smiling. Yi Jiuyue, keep it up. Afterwards, Shen Weixing didn't say anything else. Yi Jiuyue read through his little composition twice, feeling relieved yet having some vague feelings she couldn't quite define. Turning off her phone, Yi Jiuyue focused back on her book, and as she read, she couldn't help but smile. 3 seconds later, Yi Jiuyue heard a screeching sound as a chair scraped against the floor sharply. Startled, like others around her, she looked up to see Rui Dong who had caused the noise. Rui Dong looked upset. His hands gripped the table tightly as his lips pressed together firmly. He stared fixedly at Yi Jiuyue for several seconds before turning and leaving the library. Yi Jiuyue silently watched him walk away, then after a moment, shifted her gaze back to her book, continuing to read. For a period afterward, everything remained calm and peaceful, as though returning to the beginning. Naturally, Yi Jo-yue focused on her studies and part-time work, continuing her carefree star-chasing activities. Meanwhile, Shen Weixing devoted himself fully to training, leaving his Weibo account to his agent for management, forwarding official announcements or advertisements for endorsed brands every few days. Other than sending holiday greetings and exchanging pleasantries with Yi Jo-yue occasionally, Shen Weixing barely contacted her. Since the day Rui Dong left the library, he stopped trying to get close to Yi Jo-yue again, embracing university life comfortably, and even starting a business venture. Although Rui Dong's exam scores weren't as high as Yi Jo-yue's, he excelled in other aspects and came from a reputable family, which strongly supported his endeavors. Of course, being classmates in the same school, Rui Dong and Yi Jo-yue were bound to encounter each other from time to time. Rui Dong appeared oddly open-minded all of a sudden, warmly greeting Yi Jo-yue when they met, behaving like a regular old classmate. Yi Jo-yue found this comforting. As for Xia Qiu, he managed to smoothly finish his first TV series as the male lead. The director had some private connections. Even before filming was completed, the drama was sold to a prime satellite channel. After finishing filming, the director hurried the post-production team and sent it to the station quickly to fit in the broadcast schedule. Taking advantage of the leftover buzz from the celebrity travel show that Shen Weixing took him along to, and also using the hype of Shen Weixing's cameo role, the first episode of this low-budget production actually garnered very high viewership ratings. Though Shen Weixing's appearance was minimal, his looks were impeccable, so both real fans and buyable ones focused on those few scenes he appeared in, giving the TV series waves of exposure. Without Shen Weixing in the following episodes, the ratings did drop a little but not catastrophically. With the unfolding of the plot, they slowly rose again. In the end, the show gained a minor popularity. Both leads, Xia Qiu and Zhong Yi, reaped quite a lot of new casual fans. Xia Qiu x Zhong Yi, Shen Weixing x Xia Qiu, Shen Weixing x Zhong Yi, these three CPs all spawned numerous fan videos. The company swiftly secured Xia Qiu another similar genre TV series male lead role, a variety show appearance, and 3 advertisements, making his position among rookies look quite promising. Additionally, since Shen Weixing was in semi-closed training and couldn't meet Yi Jo-yue, Xia Qiu's mood during this time was pretty decent, and he had temporarily forgotten about the annoyance caused by Shen Weixing before. During this period, the person with the worst mood was undeniably Shen Weixing's agent, Ms. Wang. To be honest, she really disliked Shen Weixing taking this film role. This movie obviously gave Liu Bei an opportunity for domestic emperor of film glory. It was clear that this film aimed to elevate Liu Bei's career trajectory towards the pinnacle domestically. The entire storyline revolved around a competition for a mysterious martial arts scripture. Under what could only be described as a silent human disaster almost universally agreed upon by all martial sects, 2 young brothers lost their families at an early age, leading them to take diverging paths. Liu Bei portrayed the younger brother who seemed intelligent, wise, brave, kind, and sincere but was actually naively adorable, skipped 10,000 words of praise and cuteness. Regardless of the many traps encountered in life, he always held hope and justice in his heart, overcoming difficulties through sheer power and eventually earning the sincere admiration of the hypocritical martial sects, making them bow down and confess their mistakes, resulting in a happy ending. On the other hand, Shen Weixing played the antagonist, the older brother, who was obsessive, deranged, malicious, greedy, treacherous, skipped 10,000 words of negative traits. Apart from passively saving his younger brother from an enemy attack when their family fell apart, there wasn't a single good deed throughout the film, not to mention being anything close to protective over his sibling. Instead, out of jealousy, he went so far as to ruin his younger brother's reputation, and he even raped the female protagonist, ultimately getting ambushed and killed by her and the hero. Of course, such a villainous role isn't without its own potential for gaining fans, but here's the catch, it depends on the looks. For handsome villains, one might pity how life has twisted their path or feel empathy for their plight. As for ugly villains, it's just plain, fuck off, you disgusting freak. Shen Weixing's evil is both truly ugly plus evil. Except for the childhood actor whose face looked normal, once Shen Weixing stepped onto the scene, he was already disfigured, half his face covered in serpentine scars. Coupled with the script's requirement for a sinister and twisted expression, plus the absurdity of someone so hideous still dressing as a nobleman, it simply lacked any charm expected of a fan-enticing villain. All one would think is, why can't we just smash his head in? Ms. Wang negotiated covertly with the director for a long time, asking if Shen Weixing could have a half mask to cover up the scars while boosting the fashion quotient. After all, the other side of his face was still handsome. The director outright rejected her suggestion, stating it was necessary to create a strong contrast and visual impact between the protagonist and the antagonist, because after all, the 2 brothers represented embodiments of the dualities of good and evil. Come on. In short, you're just trying to highlight Liu Bei's stunning beauty. Inside, Ms. Wang trampled countless fish, yet her smile remained on her face. However, there was nothing she could do. Shen Weixing had insisted on taking the role, saying it was a rare opportunity. The script was great, the director excellent, the supporting team fantastic, and despite her reluctance to admit it, the male protagonist was also outstanding, and being a male secondary lead, the screen time nearly matched the main characters, meaning in practical terms he practically was the main character too. Watching Shen Weixing gleefully hugging the screenplay for this hideous villain role, Ms. Wang felt particularly heartbroken. It's your child you cherish the most. Over the years, she had brought up Shen Weixing and thought everything about him was fine except his fate. Oh, and maybe his judgment was a bit lacking too. Otherwise, he should have jumped ship a long time ago instead of letting himself be used as stepping stones for Liu Bei. Fine, let him act. After the film releases, I'll just hire more online trolls to spam Shinuing's handsome pictures and brainwash the audience. Ms. Wang consoled herself this way. But before she could finish consoling herself, she realized another issue: this role wasn't only unlikable but also grueling to play. In the early stages of the movie, both brothers endured hardships. However, Liu Bei's suffering was to highlight his flawless good looks. Even if there were a few wounds on his face, it would be seen as makeup art. Every whip crack across his chest merely accentuated his collarbone. Falling into dirt in his white clothes actually highlighted his lotus emerging from mud yet remaining pure beauty. With Liu Bei's stunning features, his character was utterly heart-melting. As for Shinuing, the villain he portrayed rolled around in muddy swamps one day, dove into piles of snakes the next, whose fangs had been removed, then faced explosions the following day, and after that jumped off cliffs so many times his body ended up as nothing more than a mess of blood and flesh. By the time Shinuing's character started going crazy and scratching at his already battered face, making it look worse, Ms. Wang couldn't help but scream internally, "Is this graceful or not?" She began to doubt humanity itself, like whether this was all part of Liu Bei's plan to make Shinuing lose fans massively. Looking back at Shinuing happily memorizing his lines, she felt her heart turn sour. Today's scene was an important exchange between Shinuing and Liu Bei. In the plot, Shinuing lured Liu Bei into a trap using the female lead, attempting to bury him alive inside a cave. The female lead only had a brief appearance, yelling insults at Shinuing before quickly stepping aside to avoid danger because a major explosion scene followed. The director preferred real effects to CGI, saying they looked fake. Though claiming that the explosion would be genuine, no one could afford responsibility if anything went wrong. Therefore, only weak explosives were used with the majority of the effect to be added post-production. Despite Liu Bei and Shinuing having done action scenes numerous times, the action director still seriously reiterated their positioning to ensure they stayed within safe boundaries. Both listened attentively and confirmed with an okay gesture. However, an accident still occurred. It wasn't the explosives' fault but a problem with one of the supporting actors. According to the script, during the explosion, Liu Bei and Shinuing exchanged blows. For cinematic effect and continuity, Liu Bei's sleeve caught fire while the evil Shinuing, who feigned fairness in combat, secretly arranged for a henchman to ambush Liu Bei. The mishap happened with the extra playing the henchman. Liu Bei's sleeve was truly on fire, but his hands were protected with fire-resistant materials, and these moves were shot separately to ensure safety. However, the extra actor misstepped his position. This misstep caused the fire on Liu Bei's sleeve to transfer onto the actor's clothing. Startled, the actor instinctively tried tearing off his burning outfit. But ancient costumes aren't easy to take off quickly, and he panicked, unable to remove it in time. Thankfully, buckets of water were prepared just in case. Staff hurriedly grabbed them and drenched the actor, extinguishing the fire. Relieved, everyone blamed the actor for forgetting his cues and nearly causing an accident. Ashamed, the supporting actor nervously scratched his head and apologized profusely to everyone, especially Liu Bei, since he'd been the closest one. If anything had gone wrong, Liu Bei might have gotten burned too. At this point, mindful of his reputation, Liu Bei restrained himself despite his annoyance, merely reminding the man to be more careful next time without further comment. However, Liu Bei's assistant interjected a few words, speaking on behalf of what Liu Bei couldn't directly say. The actor understood well that he had offended Liu Bei and became increasingly flustered, mumbling apologies and retreating backward. Then, misfortunes never come singly, he tripped over a long power cord on the ground. The set situation was already complicated, made worse by the earlier commotion. As the actor staggered several steps forward, panic-stricken and hearing gasps from the crew around him, his heart sank when he saw what was happening. This particular power cord was attached to numerous props scattered everywhere. Suddenly, all the objects connected tumbled over. A large metal lighting rig collapsed straight toward Liu Bei, who stood nearby talking with the prop master about adjusting his fire-resistant material. In that instant, Liu Bei reacted half a second late, looking up with alarm and immediately turning away. The situation was dire. As a result of the chaos, the prop master moved in the wrong direction, and Liu Bei quickly turned around to pull her, wasting precious time. The heavy and rough iron frame was looming over them, leaving almost no time for any other reaction. In the nick of time, Shinuing swiftly stepped forward and pushed Liu Bei and the prop master out of the way with all his might. Chapter 38. Shinuing had grown up enduring hardship since childhood, so his basic physical condition was quite good. Over the years, unlike most domestic celebrities who neglected exercise, he loved sports and had participated in a lot of action scenes. His body's instinctive reactions were fast enough. After pushing Liu Bei and the prop master out of the way, he fled as well. However, time was running out, and he was still hit head-on by the iron frame. The scene turned into an uproar, with gasps and screams mingling together. The director on-site reacted first, shouting for the medical staff accompanying the team to come over, given that these fight scenes carried a certain level of danger, and considering that both were top-tier stars insured for millions, the production crew had hired medical personnel just in case, not expecting them to actually be used. To hell with it, they didn't want to use it at all. Damn, what's that supporting actor's name? Is he a spy sent by some other company? While Shen Weixing cursed in his heart, he let out a painful groan and instinctively tried to cover his injured face but was stopped by Liu Bei's quick reflexes. Don't move. Medical personnel had already gathered around, nervously wiping the blood off Shen Weixing's face, examining where exactly he was hurt to decide how to further treat him. If the injury was serious, he would definitely need to be rushed down the mountain to the hospital. Wang, Shen Weixing's agent, standing on the fringes of the crowd, grew even more tense. Her voice was taut like a pulled string as she continuously asked loudly, didn't injure the eyes, right? The eyes are okay. Little Tang, her assistant, quickly pulled her away. Sister Wang, don't look, it's all bloody, a bit terrifying. Don't faint from seeing blood. Terrifying my ass, I've been watching pigs get slaughtered since I was 3. Wang pushed him impatiently and then asked again, are the eyes all right? Liu Bei pressed Shen Weixing's hands, trying to prevent his restless movements, glanced toward Sister Wang who was making a racket, and said firmly, there should be no problem, stop affecting the medical treatment. Only then did Sister Wang calm down slightly. She tiptoed and frowned, continuing to crane her neck to peer at Shen Weixing in the center of the crowd, occasionally stealing glances at Liu Bei, feeling a deep sense of displeasure inside. She thought, not adding fuel to the fire would have been decent, but at that moment, why did he have to act heroically? He saved Liu Bei after all. It seemed like Shen Weixing's mind would never clear up, with such a spirit of altruism, how could he possibly survive in the entertainment circle? How about going to Africa for aid work instead? What a fool. It wasn't the first time Shen Weixing had done something like this. In Sister Wang's view, this was purely the sign of an implicit foolish saint. Helping friends every 2 or 3 days would have been fine if they were really friends, but some of them didn't even qualify as friends. Not jumping ship despite having the tempting offer of Xia Qiu nearby was also understandable because Xia Qiu's parents truly helped Shen Weixing a couple of times in the past, yet relatives distantly related, especially Shen Weixing's step-parents and half-siblings, kept finding excuses to claim kinship and money. Every time Wang thought of this matter, she wanted to burst into rage several times. Though Shen Weixing didn't like talking about his suffering, he also didn't hide his background. A little research would reveal the ins and outs of why he and his sister were forced to leave home. All due to the mischief caused by his biological father and stepmother. Ultimately, his only close relative, his sister, died from the hardship. Finally, after years of effort, Shen Weixing was finally on a smooth path to success. Unexpectedly, his father and stepmother had the nerve to bring their younger brother straight to the company entrance. They had the audacity to demand that Shen buy academic real estate in the city for their son. Demand that they live in a villa. Demand money for their old age pension. At that moment, Wang smiled sweetly on the surface while inwardly cycling through a barrage of foul language, cursing 18 generations of Shen family, excluding Shen Weixing, his sibling, and biological mother. What Wang did not expect was that Shen Weixing actually gave his father 2 million yuan for retirement and bought a central city school district house for his stepbrother. If it hadn't been for the fact that Shen Weixing was fully insured, Wang would have wanted to strangle him until he regained his senses. What the hell kind of holy father was this? Had his brain been waterlogged? If it were her, just letting go of revenge after not hiring thugs to break their legs would already be considered an act of merit. Shen Weixing noticed Wang's dissatisfaction but didn't say much. He only promised that he wouldn't endlessly subsidize his father in the future. This time was a one-off to prevent unnecessary trouble for the company and all sides. Nowadays, it was hard to predict how many bystanders might feel that no matter what parents had done, children shouldn't be too unfeeling. Anyway, the Chinese concept of, among all virtues, filial piety comes first, was deeply ingrained and developed to the point of being almost impossible to reason with. Shen Weixing further explained, when the public opinion erupts, it wouldn't matter much that his face would look bad, what was serious was that it might affect his relationship with bystander audiences, impacting both his works and the brands he endorsed. All of this would be very troublesome, so why bother making things complicated? This time, after giving them money, if they caused trouble again, Shen Weixing believed he would at least have a plausible excuse to give externally. After all, how many people would dare to say openly that 2 million yuan and a house weren't enough for retirement? Besides, this could also somewhat be considered as repaying his father who, despite everything, had at least passed down the good looks on his face and given him half a life. Regarding those reasons stated for business considerations, Wang reluctantly accepted them. But for the latter part, she thought, go screw yourself. People always say the son resembles the mother, maybe it was his mother or her 18 generations of ancestors who passed down his good looks, what did his father have anything to do with it? Back then, his father didn't even specifically intend to have him, it was just for his own pleasure, and it was Shen Weixing's mother, not his father, who gave him life. Yet she didn't actually voice these words out loud. These were Shen Weixing's personal affairs, and she maintained her boundaries quite well. Even regarding Xia Qiu's interference with Shen Weixing's career change, she only touched upon the matter slightly and never got involved in whether Shen Weixing should help support his biological father. Even if Shen Weixing went back on his word later and continued subsidizing his father endlessly, there was no way she could tie Shen Weixing's hands to stop him from transferring money. She was merely an agent. Moreover, Shen Weixing's analysis about spending money to eliminate disaster was indeed correct during such critical moments. Still, every time she thought about it, it made her furious. For the 100th time, Sister Wang glared at the bandaged Shen Weixing lying on the hospital bed. Although the medical team accompanying the production crew checked and confirmed that Shen Weisheng's eyes were uninjured, the rest of his wounds weren't minor. After a brief treatment, Shen Weisheng was immediately transferred to the hospital at the foot of the mountain. The hospital in the city wasn't top-notch, so Sister Wang didn't trust it. She wanted to transfer Shen Weisheng to a bigger city hospital for better treatment, but they ended up arguing over it. Shen Weisheng's view was that since it wasn't a fatal injury, just some scratches on his face and body from the iron frame, a bit of fracture, some bruises, and a little internal bleeding, and since this hospital had already handled it, there was no need to make a fuss about the transfer. He insisted that he could recuperate for half a week and then quickly return to continue filming. Sister Wang fumed. What to film? Still filming. I won't say anything else. Do you want to destroy your face? Aren't you going to look in the mirror again to see your current state? Your entire face is wrapped in bandages except for your eyes and mouth. Do you think you're shooting a bandage monster? Agitated by her nagging, Shen Weisheng also started feeling annoyed, furrowing his eyebrows and muttering, it wasn't supposed to be so exaggerated. You're the one who told the doctor to wrap me like this for sympathy, and I was worried the wound wouldn't breathe properly. Anyway, my character's supposed to have scars all over. Is that even relevant? Oh right, you also need special effects makeup. Are you trying to tell me you don't care about your face anymore? Why don't you just stab yourself twice? Sister Wang placed her hands on her hips and asked angrily. Do you think my sympathy tactics are wrong? That's not sympathy, that's actual misery. She wasn't usually like this. In fact, she spoiled this money-making tree and her quasi-child quite a lot. However, this incident terrified and infuriated her more than the event of Shen Weisheng giving his father money and a house. After all, that was just throwing a bit of money to ward off misfortune. But now, Shen Weisheng's entire career was at risk. As an actor, especially one labeled as a young idol rather than a versatile performer in television dramas, if his face was ruined, he would basically have no choice but to retire. To put it more brutally, if Shen Weisheng had stashed away $1 billion and decided to quit to travel the world and enjoy life, Sister Wang would have been fine with it. But Shen Weisheng, the fool, earned a lot but spent extravagantly, acting like a philanthropist. Whether it was urgently helping friends or playing around with investments led by his friends, she once dreamed of nightmares where Shen Weisheng suddenly went bankrupt and returned to poverty. Shen Weisheng still frowned but softened his tone slightly, saying, I don't have many scenes left anyway, so let me finish before leaving. Here's what I'll do, I'll pay privately for doctors you trust to come and oversee my condition. This will put you at ease, won't it? Or I can directly hire the doctors from Hualin. It's not overly expensive. But this play must be completed. At most, I'll ask the director to adjust the schedule. Liu Bei has already mentioned that he'll help think of ways. Helping? That's exactly what he should do. Sister Wang spat resentfully and glared at him again. What are you thinking? Shen Weisheng sighed irritably, not thinking much. What can you think in a moment like that? Saving lives. Sister Wang hesitated, her eyes darting back and forth. Shen Weisheng warned her, don't send out an announcement about this. Let it slide this time. It's not like the director would approve anyway, and I certainly don't want this look to be all over the headlines, it'll cause me to lose fans. Do you think I told the nurse to wrap you up tightly so you could cosplay? Of course, it will make it to the headlines. You'll top the hot search list, along with various news notifications in tow. I guarantee the whole world can admire your stunning beauty at this very moment. Seriously, you look better all wrapped up than the costume from that movie. This might also serve as your preview rehearsal, since you can endure even that terrible costume. Sister Wang sneered, as for what your director thinks, I couldn't care less. When he designed your outfit without considering my feelings, why should I care about his? Shen Weisheng knew she had harbored resentment over his minor role and unflattering costume in this movie, but never expected her bitterness to last till now. He attempted to salvage himself, I'm serious, I don't want this look on the news. Go ahead with the announcement if you must, but don't include my current photos. Next, the appearance-focused fans are going to leave me. That's nonsense. Do you believe I can snap a picture of you right now that people will still love? Besides, it's much better looking than your costume in the movie, maybe we can even gain some random, newbie fans, who are attracted by your looks. Anyway, the key is, without the photos, there won't be any convincing evidence, and our haters will just say this is hyped-up marketing, Sister Wang refused flatly. Shen Weisheng lost his temper, this really is hyped up right now. My injury isn't that bad. Haha. Sister Wang chuckled. Shen Weisheng. He lamented sadly, only sisters in the world are truly good, but Sister Wang doesn't quite fit the bill. She's missing the real family part. After besting Shen Weisheng, Sister Wang took a brief moment to release her anger, ordering him to lie down and rest before hastily stepping out into the corridor to call around for arrangements. Shen Weisheng was the #1 star of their company, so once this incident occurred, she reported it immediately. Now, she called again to update the company on Shen Weisheng's condition, which wasn't too severe, requesting they organize trending topic announcements and official press releases accordingly. Next, Sister Wang reached out to Hualin politely, explaining Shen Weisheng's situation and inquiring about the cost of hiring professional doctors and nurses for a month-long tour. Once the medical arrangements were taken care of quickly, Sister Wang flipped through her notebook and began calling other collaborators. For those media platforms she didn't feel inclined to integrate into formal collaborations, she made contact personally, aiming to maximize the tragic story and turn it into effective publicity. The event had already happened, so failing to expand its reach would be a missed opportunity. After finishing a phone call with a well-connected V-blogger, microblogger, she blurted out, what were the conditions for being selected as one of China's most touching figures? The small V-blogger responded dryly, Sister Wang, you're overdoing it. Sister Wang humphed once. In an instant, the internet exploded with activity. It started with a Satellite Support Club's fan leader posting a tweet saying she had initially come for a set visit but witnessed Shen Weixing saving Liu Bei and the props master in a righteous act. Then, the Xinglu CP, couple fandom, leader followed up, claiming she was present at the scene as well and posted blurry footage. Her post conveniently omitted the props master entirely, focusing solely on highlighting Shen Weixing's heroically saving the damsel, Liu Bei. Subsequently, famous influencers jumped on the bandwagon. At first, no pictures of the bandage-covered Shen Weixing surfaced, leading to mixed opinions. Some skeptics and certain passers-by questioned whether this was merely another marketing stunt or exaggeration, sparking fierce debates between opposing camps. What? Another promotion stunt? Can Shen Satellite survive without constantly stirring up controversy? Floor above, please go die. Shen Weixing has been quietly and modestly doing charity work for years, he's never hyped anything. Company, say something. What exactly happened here? Is this promoting the movie? Can't movies focus on being filmed properly anymore? Why does there always need to be drama-based promotions? Does Liu Bei's movie need such low-level promotion? Or is it Shen Weixing's personal move to stir up hype? Isn't Shen Weixing binding himself too closely to Liu Bei? How cheap of him. Poor Liu Bei. Liu Bei probably thought MMP, expletive. Damn, I'm, sun emoji, doge emoji, smile emoji, dot. What do you mean? Didn't you see Shen Weixing save Liu Bei? Are your eyes blind? How can you say these things and have no guilt? I feel no guilt. I've put up with you all for so long. Can your Shen Weixing stop stealing attention from Liu Bei? If I wasn't already a hater of Shen Weixing, I'd be forced into it. Why do these exclusive fans refuse to believe that Shen Weixing and Liu Bei share true love? Equals, smiley face. Because I think Liu Bei and Zhou Emperor are the real deal, that's proper pairing within the same circle. Movie stars together, television actors stay out. I also think that Liu Bei's fans are always dragging us satellite people into their business. Stay in your noble film circle and drag the melon there, can you leave the satellites alone? I don't want to be part of your aftermath. Only after the internet had already heated up a bit did Shen Weixing's company belatedly issue an announcement. The company's announcement was relatively formal. It stated that after confirming the incident with the staff on set, they drafted this notice, briefly recounting the event. It seemed aimed at calming the satellite fans, but it subtly and vaguely implied that Shen Weixing's injury wasn't minor, instantly stirring the pot among the fan groups who condemned the production team for lacking safety measures and demanded that the supporting actor leave the crew, etc. Besides the topics bought by the company itself, many fans voluntarily initiated related discussions. Shen Weixing wasn't idle either, he leaned against his hospital bed, keeping track of how things were developing. As a matter of fact, Shen Weixing himself was pretty annoyed by that supporting actor. That supporting actor originally was just an average extra, scuffling around various filming bases for years. His acting skills were mediocre at best, but over time, he managed to gain a little influence in interpersonal relationships, living comfortably off of these connections. Not only could he occasionally mix into important supporting roles in TV series or even movies, but he also formed small factions within some filming bases, attempting to monopolize communication between the production teams and lower-level extras to siphon profits. Of course, such phenomena weren't rare, nor unique to this particular supporting actor. Shen Weixing disliked it but didn't care too much about intervening. However, this accident was entirely due to this supporting actor. Shen Weixing only learned from Sister Wang afterward that this actor cared more about networking than actually doing a good job in acting. Knowing he had fighting scenes scheduled the next day, the night before, he still ran down the mountain with the casting director to sing and drink until dawn, returning half-conscious for filming. Even worse, judging from Sister Wang's words, this guy might have been high. This explained why this person single-handedly caused a series of stupid accidents during the incident. At the moment, watching fans brush away opinions on letting that supporting actor leave the entertainment industry, Shen Weixing felt pretty satisfied, and under an alternative account, cursed along with them, significantly improving his mood. Just as Shen Weixing prepared to switch another anonymous account, condolences poured in from all sides. He had no choice but to first respond to all those condolences, but he used strategy. For close friends like Chef Group, Xiaqiu, and Mrs. Xia, he eagerly assured them that he was fine. But towards acquaintances, he almost completely chose not to reply. After all, lying was exhausting and wouldn't help save face for the company, silence and pretending to be dead seemed better. Cook with me. Shen Weixing, I'm fine, really fine. If you see my bandaged monster picture, blame Sister Wang. She forced the nurse to do it. Wen Dong, big brother Shen, it's good that you're okay. Hua Lin, your agent contacted me. I've arranged for someone to come follow up with your care, don't worry. They won't skimp on spending for you and won't let you keep scars. If I find time, I'll go see you. Boss A, sigh, what a disaster-prone child, come here, let dad hug you. Shen, no way. Boss F, seriously, satellite, didn't you disfigure? Shen, no. Dai Xiaojing, you guys just don't get it. If he had been disfigured, his company would not just play sad stories, they'd have other moves. Boss D, what happened? Was it an accident or intentional harm? Dai Xiaojing, I'm investigating. I asked the people on site from our company. Originally, it was aimed at Liu Bei, but Satellite saved her. Our company will investigate further. Don't worry, Satellite, I'll give you closure. Shen, Sister Wang said this person was still buzzing from drugs and drunk without recovering. Dai Xiaojing, huh? Dai Xiaojing, I'll let him know what real excitement feels like, I'll make him explode with joy. Wendong, that's right, big brother Shen, don't forget the time when someone tried to poison your vocal cords. This might not be accidental, but rather intentional. Shen, you mentioning it brought it all back, ugh, now I feel traumatized again. Hua Lin, you should feel traumatized, because if you don't grow a heart, showbiz is truly chaotic. Dai Xiaojing, go to hell, are doctors' circles any less dramatic with oxygen tubes being unplugged and injections laced with air? Or hypnotic suggestions in medicine? Hua Lin, get out of here. Haven't you watched too many dramas? Dai Xiaojing, anyway, I will check. Regardless of whatever condition that junkie has, I'll clarify everything for him. Satellite, don't bother yourself with this, focus on recovery. Reach out if you need anything. Shen, okay. After confirming that Shen was fine, the atmosphere in the group gradually relaxed and jokes began to re-emerge. Cook with me. Wendong at Shen, brother Shen, there's something I'm not sure if I should say right now or not. Shen, did you take the wrong medicine? Wendong, I won't say it then. Dai Xiaojing, say it. If you don't want to tell Satellite, you can tell me. Wendong, telling you wouldn't make much sense. Wendong, brother Shen, did Jiu Yu send any condolences your way? Shen, get lost. Did you take Satellite out to play today? Is Satellite done for today? Dai Xiaojing, obviously, no. Chapter 39. Let's learn to cook together. Wendong, brother Shen, the key target for sympathy is here. Don't worry about your fans anymore, go sell it to Jiuyue. Boss F, I'm not satisfied with your Jiuyue. How could he not care at all about such a major event involving the satellite? What an unfeeling person. Dump her, I'll introduce you to someone more considerate. Boss A at Boss F, don't suddenly act like this, I almost threw my phone into the river. Hua Lin at Boss F, dear, you're not a mother, you're a mama-san. Hua Lin, but Satellite, I also find it strange. Didn't he ask even once about you? Did you take Satellite out to play today? Is Satellite finished today? Hua Lin at Wendong, why do you suddenly mention Yi Jiuyue? Wendong, it's because you bosses told me to bring them together no matter what. Now we're in the classic emotional brewing period. Hua Lin, I think you're just trying to get us to help you repay that money. Wendong, smile. Boss F, honestly, I'm not too optimistic about Satellite and Yi Jiuyue. Isn't it clear she hasn't looked at Satellite? At least she should send some greetings, right? Boss A, stop imagining people as so malicious. Think positively. Yi Jiuyue might not know about this yet. She's a student, a scholar, busy studying. How can she be online all the time? Do you think she's like you? Boss D, let's think positively. Maybe she's already on her way, ready to give Satellite a surprise by flying over directly. Boss F, do you really believe that yourself? Boss F, I'm afraid next will come Xia Qiu number 2. You all know Satellite's constitution well. As long as some effort is made initially to deceive him, then you'll have a 24-hour full-function ATM. A real ATM needs card reading and verification each time it withdraws money, but not with him. Wendong, when you say that, I feel very awkward angle. Boss F, not talking about you. You are hopelessly mired in gambling and high-interest loans. Satellite saving you is accumulating merits by reforming lost youth. Wendong. Boss F, what's wrong with Satellite? He doesn't have high requirements for partners now, why can't he find someone who sincerely cares about him? One takes him as a big fool, and I don't know what the other takes him as. Perhaps they don't even consider his existence. Hua Lin, the other probably considers Satellite as a one-night stand friend, roughly. Boss F, WTM, I start to suspect whether it's a problem with Satellite. Boss A, you should have suspected there was a problem with Satellite earlier. Boss F, so what's wrong with my wife's classmate's cousin? Perfect for home and family life. Definitely someone who'd be a good wife. Boss A. Dai Xiaojing, wow, private goods. Boss D at Boss F, are you still thinking of your cousin? I'm laughing so hard. Your cousin is not someone to be a wife, he's what we call an obsessive fan, everyone hates them. I remember, didn't your cousin install surveillance outside Satellite's house? Boss F, drop it. Once they hook up, these issues vanish. Boss D, treat satellite better. With green tea, manipulative types, and crazy fans as comparisons, I feel Yi Jiuyue has an angelic halo above her head. Boss D, what kind of physique does satellite have? Hua Lin at Wendong, hurry up and guide satellite to seize this classic emotional brewing period. Hua Lin, if we really can't save the situation, then let's think of other ways. Also think if there are any reliable matches we can introduce to satellite. I feel he is really going through puberty restlessness. If nothing works, let's prepare for arranging blind dates for him. Dai Xiaojing, the child is still my child, not yours, Hua Lin, so you don't understand. Blind dating is impossible. Still think about how to help him win Jiuyue back. Dai Xiaojing, go on at Wendong. Wendong. Private chat. Wendong, brother Shen. Shengu, shut up, stop bothering me. Wendong. Shen Weisheng is indeed accustomed to handling things himself, so originally, he never thought that there would be a chance for a Yi Jiuyue consolation mission. Unexpectedly, Wendong touched on his sore spot, which reminded him. The more he thought about it, the less happy he became. Indeed, Yi Jiuyue hasn't sent him any consolations yet. It has been a day since the incident started, it's impossible that Yi Jiuyue hasn't seen the news. No. Private chat. Shengu, the news just came out, and you guys saw it recently too. Yi Jiuyue probably hasn't seen it yet. Wendong. Shengu, that's enough, stop talking. Wendong. Shen Weisheng gripped his phone and waited another 3 minutes. Private chat. Shengu, then how do you suggest I subtly remind her? Shen Weisheng had originally intended to directly sell his misery to Yi Jiuyue. But after reconsidering, he felt such an act would be pretentious and embarrassing. So he deleted the 6 characters, I got injured filming, from his conversation with Yi Jiuyue and fell back into deep thought. Sigh. She doesn't care about me at all, this indifferent fan is worse than a hater. Shen Weisheng pitifully poked at Yi Jiuyue's enlarged profile picture. Suddenly, he heard the door sound, looked up, and was stunned in surprise. Xia Qiu arrived in a rush, probably having walked hastily all the way. She was still catching her breath, her face slightly pale. Seeing Shen Weisheng, she almost burst into tears, are you alright? Shen Weisheng snapped out of it and hurriedly asked, why did you suddenly come over? From the time this matter was made public until now, it had only been a few hours, and Xia Qiu had already consoled him for half a day. He thought that was all, but he didn't expect her to actually show up. Xia Qiu stumbled to the bedside, stretching out her hand as if wanting to touch Shen Weisheng's face, but hesitating to do so. Her eyes filled with mist, ready to cry any moment. Shen Weisheng quickly said, I told you, I'm fine. It's all Ms. Wang exaggerating the situation, it's not that serious. I came here right when I saw the news, Xia Qiu grabbed his hand, saying sorrowfully, I almost got scared to death. Shen Weisheng uncomfortably pulled his hand away swiftly, pretending to turn around to grab some fruit, you can pour yourself some water. Tang went with Ms. Wang to deal with things. There are fruits and snacks there. Oh, did you eat yet? Xia Qiu. Shen Weisheng asked with concern again, do you have no schedule on you? I already said I'm fine. You don't need to rush over. I like you, I care about you, I worry about you, I am nervous for you, and I want to see you. Xia Qiu pouted like sulking, asking, are these reasons enough? Shen Weisheng found it very unnatural. He has secretly loved Xia Qiu for years, but Xia Qiu never gave him any reaction outside the scope defined by brothers or friends. Suddenly, why does she appear so deeply affectionate? It's really impossible to get used to. It feels strange, particularly strange. So strange that Shen Weisheng's heart always feels a little uneasy, even though he can't figure out why temporarily. Yi Jiuyue indeed failed to spot Shen Weisheng's news in the first moment because he was inside the police station taking down a statement. It was a criminal case basically unrelated to him, a classmate had poisoned another roommate in their dormitory because the two were competing for a girlfriend. The poisoned classmate was saved temporarily, but he was still in the ICU, making it hard to determine the final outcome. As for the one who committed the poisoning, while the police had obtained certain evidence, the suspect still refused to admit it and kept shouting about hiring a lawyer. Yi Jiuyue and other classmates were called to the police station to take statements and provide more details. After finishing, the group sighed heavily over the matter, went to a small restaurant to eat and talk about it. Everyone was quite saddened, naturally forgetting to pay attention to entertainment news. Finally, it was only after Yi Jiuyue returned to the dormitory, took a shower, sighed again with roommates over this poisoning incident, and confirmed that there were no hidden grudges among the 4 roommates, that he returned to his bed to browse through his phone before sleeping. At this moment, Yi Jiuyue learned about Shen Weisheng's severe injury. Instantly shocked, he clicked through one leak after another, trying to figure out the truth, such as exactly what extent Shen Weisheng was hurt. After reading for a while, Yi Jiuyue opened Shen Weisheng's WeChat and typed, "How are you?" But he hesitated and didn't send the message. How should he put it? The relationship between them felt a bit awkward at the moment, with their history of a purely physical relationship followed by Shen Weisheng's confession which Yi Jiuyue rejected. It just made everything feel awkward. Pretending it's just normal friendship is self-deception. Shen Weisheng has plenty of friends, wouldn't this one sentence of condolence matter much anyway? Yi Jiuyue hesitated and thought this. He felt strange himself. In principle, this shouldn't be a complicated decision, send or not to send, but why does it suddenly seem so complex? However, the fact is, it suddenly became complicated. Feeling perplexed, Yi Jiuyue thought for a long time and started talking to himself in his mind with translation lingo. Cheer up, Mr. Yi. Just as friends, there's no problem. A friend is still a friend, and within the 4 C's, everyone can be a friend. What a mess. Yi Jiuyue covered his face with the corner of the quilt, unable to look at himself straight. Finally, he sent it anyway. Yi Jiuyue gripped his phone, feeling his cheeks heat up, not sure why. Maybe it was embarrassment making his face hot. He thought that the interpersonal social world for adults was truly complicated and hard to handle. Inside the hospital, Shinuing yawned for the 3rd time and couldn't help but take the initiative to say, Chiyo, let Tang take you to the hotel to get a room and sleep for 1 night. If you have things to do tomorrow, there's no need to stay with me, go back and deal with your business first. You're in the ascending period now, don't make any mistakes, otherwise, it's easy to be bashed as acting diva-like. Besides, reporters will come over these 2 days. It's also hard to explain if they snap a picture of you. Xia Qiu nodded, stood up, showed more concern with several words, then followed Tang out. Shinuing yawned again, drowsy from the painkillers and the fatigue of his injured body. Seeing nothing else happening, he waited with his phone in hand for Yi Jiuyue's belated condolence, gradually falling asleep. Xia Qiu followed Tang to the hospital entrance and suddenly said, I forgot my phone. Tang was hailing a taxi while looking down and heard this, I'll go fetch it. Xia Qiu smiled amicably, no problem, you hail the car here. It's late, it seems inconvenient to call a taxi here, don't worry about missing the car after it arrives. Tang found it reasonable after hearing this, and nodded. Xia Qiu turned back to the ward to pick up her phone. She softly called out a couple of times, Big Brother Shen, only to find Shinuing had fallen sound asleep, very deeply so. Therefore, she didn't say much either, just adjusted the blanket around him. At this moment, the quiet ward rang with a vibrating sound. It was Shinuing's phone. Xia Qiu casually glanced at it. Although Shinuing's phone was locked, a certain amount of information would still be displayed when a WeChat message arrived, such as who the sender was, Yi Jiuyue. Xia Qiu froze, lifting her eyes to look at the sleeping Shinuing, who hadn't stirred at all. After hesitating, she softly called out again, Big Brother Shen. Shinuing gave no response whatsoever. Xia Qiu's eyes darted around, then tentatively extracted the phone from Shinuing's hand and leaned closer to unlock it using Shinuing's thumb. Successfully unlocked. Xia Qiu's heart couldn't help but beat faster, yet she wasn't particularly flustered. Instead, she remained calm and alertly glanced at Shinuing before opening WeChat and seeing Yi Jiuyue's latest message. I saw the entertainment news, it sounded serious, how are you doing? Xia Qiu squinted her eyes, scrolled down, looked upward to see Shinuing's conversation history with Xia Qiu, and fixed her gaze on the long confession Shinuing had sent to Xia Qiu. Her cheeks twitched slightly after reviewing it a few times, finally settling into an ambiguous smile. So, it turns out the other party hasn't agreed yet? Xia Qiu tightened her grip on the phone until her fingertips turned white. Losing to Yi Jiuyue had been humiliating enough, which could only mean Yi Jiuyue got there first with some cunning moves. But the real kicker was finding out Shinuing was still pining away in love. Why does Shinuing keep getting involved in unrequited loves? Zhang-san, it is quite serious, I'm in immense pain. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, I want to see you. Yi Jiuyue, you should see a doctor, if it's serious, transfer hospitals quickly. Zhang-san, arrangements are being made, but I want to see you. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, don't play dumb, you know what I mean, right now I feel terrible. The doctor says my whole half-face might be ruined, I may be completely disfigured for life. Yi Jiuyue, calm down, modern medicine is advanced, it won't be this bad. Zhang-san, regardless, I hope to see you. Would you come to keep me company? Yi Jiuyue, but I have my final exams coming soon. Zhang-san, so it seems I'm going to lose my looks. Isn't it good that I've still got money? What else could you possibly be after? Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, in short, are you coming or not? If not, we will unfriend each other forever, that's it. Yi Jiuyue, aren't you the real person? Zhang-san, do you want to see a video? Yi Jiuyue, sure. Zhang-san, sure, what exactly? Sure your ass. Zhang-san, humph. Zhang-san, screw off. Zhang-san, will you come or not? Good friend has sent you a video invitation. Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu chose to decline. Zhang-san, what are you doing? Yi Jiuyue, you said you wanted to video chat. Zhang-san, are you nuts? Yi Jiuyue, no. Yi Jiuyue, who are you? Zhang-san, do you know who I am? Yi Jiuyue, Shinuing's WeChat is linked to his bank account, and other apps on his phone are also linked to various cards. Given the special nature of his identity and the fact that his friends are all wealthy, I must warn you that identity theft, asset transfer, or causing indirect financial loss to others beyond a certain amount constitutes a criminal offense, with a minimum sentence of 3 years and a maximum penalty of death. If you've stolen his phone, it's best to return it to him immediately. I'll ensure he won't hold it against you. Yi Jiuyue, I've already enabled the phone's GPS tracking, so removing the SIM card will be useless. Yi Jiuyue, I'll give you 1 hour. If I haven't contacted Shen Weisheng himself within an hour, I will report this to the police. Chapter 40. Xia Qiu instantly wanted to throw her phone on the ground. Zhang San, Yi Jiuyue, are you crazy? Zhang San, do you want me to explain clearly how I slept with you? Yi Jiuyue, I've called the police. Zhang San, stop it. Are you insane? Do you want the whole world to know that I slept with you? Yi Jiuyue, you might as well say in court that I am actually an alien trying to steal secrets from the United Nations. An angry Xia Qiu. A shocked Xia Qiu. Speechless Xia Qiu. Shen Weisheng suddenly mumbled something like in a dream. Xia Qiu didn't hear it clearly, but her hand shook and she instinctively squatted down, cautiously watching Shen Weisheng's movement by the edge of the bed. Seeing that he was still asleep, she swallowed and quickly typed. Zhang San, please don't tell anyone, I was just temporarily blinded, I'll return the phone immediately. Yi Jiuyue, a nurse? Zhang San, I work at the hospital, but I'm not a nurse. In any case, please don't tell anyone, otherwise if found out, I'll lose my job. It was just a temporary whim, I'm a satellite, I saw your chat records, I was jealous, so I wanted to piss you off. Yi Jiuyue, that's fake. Shen Weisheng and I are good friends and screenwriters. He wants to plan his own drama, but hasn't had any ideas so far. Some of the previous chats were about us role-playing to find our groove, and some were because we've known each other for over 10 years and joked around without restraint, don't misunderstand. Xia Qiu. What a lousy reason. This Yi Jiuyue wouldn't really think she could get away with this, right? Yi Jiuyue, hope you won't spread it around, it would be troublesome for everyone, including Shen Weisheng and yourself, if there's any collateral damage. Zhang San, okay, I understand. Yi Jiuyue, return the phone to Shen Weisheng immediately. Zhang San, okay. But you really shouldn't tell him, okay? Yi Jiuyue, okay. Feeling a thin layer of sweat on her back, Yi Jiuyue thought all the bath she just took was wasted. Her heartbeat was a little fast, and she stared at the phone for a long time, feeling somewhat uneasy, wanting to call Shen Weisheng right away but fearing that he might not have returned the phone yet. If he became angry after receiving the call, refused to return the phone, and exposed those chat records, both Shen Weisheng and herself would be in great trouble. I should have asked Shen Weisheng to delete those records earlier, at least the flirtatious ones. Sigh. Shen Weisheng just wouldn't listen. Yi Jiuyue wasn't sure she could completely deceive the other party. The situation happened too suddenly, and he hadn't dealt with anything similar before. She was a bit panicked and could only bluff by making up some excuse on the spot, hoping the other person would half believe her and, in any case, return the phone first. Xia Qiu deleted her recent chat records with Yi Jiuyue, put the phone back under Shen Weisheng's pillow, and felt somewhat uneasy. But since there was nothing else she could do, she decided to deny everything if questioned, even shifting the blame to the nurses or caretakers or other patients here. Or perhaps, relying on Yi Jiuyue believing in the excuse she fabricated, hoping she wouldn't heartlessly expose this incident to ruin the career of a repentant Shen Weisheng fan. Worriedly, Xia Qiu left the hospital and checked into a nearby hotel room accompanied by Xiao Tang. After helping Xia Qiu check into the suite and leaving her there, Xiao Tang went away. Xia Qiu couldn't calm down for a long time inside the room. She sat on the edge of the bed and held the phone while reflecting. She did act impulsively at the hospital and shouldn't have acted rashly. Just seeing those chat records between Shen Weisheng and Yi Jiuyue made her furious in a flash. Xia Qiu knew Shen Weisheng liked to take care of others. In the past, Shen Weisheng didn't just take care of her, but also newcomers in the company, assistants, and set staff members. Whenever he saw someone in need, he would lend a helping hand, seemingly unable to stay idle. But when Yi Jiuyue sprained her ankle, Shen Weisheng asked Yi Jiuyue's roommate to record the class for her. It's not like she lost a limb. Damn, when I got injured filming and bled, he told me that some seniors continued shooting the next day after stitches. Not to mention that long confession at the end. Xia Qiu took a deep breath. The top priority now isn't to dwell on these thoughts but figure out how to cover up the mess. That Yi Jiuyue is definitely not someone who plays fair. There's no trust in her, she probably already rushed to Shen Weisheng to distort the truth and complain. Shen Weisheng will certainly investigate who touched his phone tonight. Private chat. Xiao Qiu, Mom, are you resting? Mom, I'm just getting ready to rest. What's up? Xia Qiu directly called her. Mrs. Xia rarely received a call from him this late at night, so she worriedly asked, What's wrong, Xiao Qiu? Xia Qiu recounted what happened just now and urged anxiously, Mom, how should I cover it up? Mrs. Xia was silent for a moment before replying, Xiao Qiu, do you even realize what you're doing? Xia Qiu held the phone in one hand and smashed a pillow on the bed with the other hand while saying irritably, I know. I have limits, I'm not really going to do anything like that with Big Brother Shen. Mrs. Xia unhappily said, You've already lost your sense of propriety. You didn't want to talk about that incident at your father's birthday party last time, but I think we still need to discuss it. Do you actually plan to have an affair with Weisheng? I'm not. Xia Qiu rolled her eyes, but her tone softened as she coaxed, Mom, I'm just playing with him, he won't dare do anything to me. Weixing is an adult man, so are you. He likes you, and you've confessed to him, yet you genuinely believe he won't try anything with you next. Mrs. Xia sighed angrily, Xiao Qiu, I'm not Weixing. Playing these tricks on me is useless. Xia Qiu muttered grumpily, Mom, when the time comes, I'll just say I'm scared, he can't possibly force me. As they say, if you don't risk losing a child, you can't trap a wolf. In the worst case, let him kiss me once. I shoot kissing scenes all the time anyway, so it's no big deal. Before her mother could interject again, Xia Qiu hurriedly continued, Mom, I'm definitely not into men, don't worry, I'll find you a daughter-in-law and give you a grandson, alright? Let's talk about tonight first, it's more urgent. What if Shin brother finds out through checking who secretly used his phone? Mrs. Xia chuckled softly, when you got carried away sending those messages, did you not think about this possibility? Xiao Qiu, it's Weixing who likes you, not you liking him. Don't get the script wrong. Xia Qiu snapped, then stopped meddling. With that, she hung up the call and opened an app to play games. Sure enough, not long after, her mother called back. Xia Qiu declined several times before answering, whining, didn't you say you wouldn't bother with me anymore? Who else will care about you if not your own mom? Relying on your dad. Mrs. Xia sighed, next time, don't act impulsively. Think thoroughly before making any moves, or you'll be the one to suffer. Tell me, are there surveillance cameras around Shin Brothers' ward? Xia Qiu thought for a moment, there aren't inside the ward, nor by the entrance, but there's one at the end of the corridor. Mrs. Xia asked, can it capture within a certain range? It seems, Xia Qiu frowned for quite a while, it should be able to capture Shin Brothers' ward in trance, right? In other words, it can show that you returned, Mrs. Xia said. Xia Qiu complained, even if it doesn't show, Tang knows I went back once to grab my phone. If Shin brother wants to investigate, he'll start with the surveillance footage, Mrs. Xia questioned again, are you sure only you entered during this period? Xia Qiu grew even more frustrated, it was just me inside then. All Yi Jiuyue has to do is present the chat record timestamps, precise to the second, why go through the hassle of verifying the exact time frame? Mrs. Xia helplessly explained, because the phone thief had taken the phone prior to the indicated time, responding to Yi Jiuyue's messages elsewhere. By the time you returned, his phone was already gone from the ward. Xia Qiu argued, that's impossible. Between the first time I left the ward and went back, Shin brother had clearly checked the phone already, meaning the phone wasn't stolen beforehand. Well, let me think about it further, Mrs. Xia said slightly troubled, by the way, did you take a screenshot of the chat records? Xia Qiu replied, no. Why would I need to? She hesitated, not like I really intend to expose them, that'd ruin Shin brother completely. I merely told you to capture it, not to expose it, Mrs. Xia instructed, think more thoroughly next time. Having control of something like that might not be useful right away, but eventually will come in handy. Xia Qiu said, alright. Did Weixing hire a caregiver? Have you met him? Mrs. Xia asked, is there anything unusual about him? Be detailed. Or is there anyone among the nurses who's a fan of his? Xia Qiu recalled, the nurses seem normal. The caregiver, I've seen him. When we were talking, the caregiver came in, it was an auntie. She has a high school daughter who's Shin brother's fan and even visited the hospital with her mom. The girl is pretty introverted, so she didn't dare enter the room and just peered through the doorway. Later, Shin brother invited her in, chatted with her for a while, and gave her an autograph. Then she left. What were you and Tang doing during this time? Were there any other people? Xia Qiu continued to recall, Tang had something to attend to outside, making a call in the corridor with Sister Wang. In the ward, it was just me, Shin brother, that fan, and the caregiver. What does the caregiver look like? Xia Qiu replied, just an ordinary auntie, quite diligent. But she also talks quite cunningly. Shin brother said her family's financial condition is not good, her husband's health is poor, and her daughter is still in school. After a moment of deep thought, Mrs. Xia said, I see. If Weixing asks about this matter tomorrow, whatever happens, don't let anything slip. Just say you know nothing. But. Let me finish. Mrs. Xia said solemnly, then, you go and bribe that caregiver, give her a sum of money, and make her confess if someone questions her, saying it was due to her daughter's ardent star-chasing behavior that caused her to sneak back into Shin Weixing's ward at night. The person who communicated with Yi Jiuyue was actually that high school girl. The little kid thought Shin Weixing's girlfriend had sent those messages, so acted out of jealousy and made a fuss. Later, due to Yi Jiuyue's show of strength, the high school girl got scared and ran away. Got it? Xia Qiu hesitated and asked, but what about the surveillance? Mrs. Xia said, in today's news, when incidents occur, the surveillance cameras always suddenly break down. Do I really need to tell you how to handle this? Xia Qiu said, alright, I understand. I'll go find a security guard on duty in the surveillance room right now. But what if the guard doesn't listen? Xiao Qiu, Mrs. Xia suddenly smiled, always remember this point, in this world, no one can't be convinced. If you can't convince them, it's because you haven't chosen the right incentive. Like ancient emperors obsessed with immortality, they blindly trust sorcerers. Nowadays, the caregiver needs money, so you offer her money. Shen Weisheng lacks family, so you give him the feeling of home. Since he didn't have time to reciprocate his sister's feelings, he poured that enthusiasm onto others. You and I are the ones who can satisfy his missing pieces. No one lacks nothing, people will go crazy for their urgent needs, or even become fools. As long as you can find that spot, you can make everyone listen to you, not just being sweet-talking as usual. That's something kids use. You're grown up now, and your circle has become more complicated. Xia Qiu was silent for a moment, nodding. All right, I understand. Thank you, Mom. Be careful, change your outfit, don't expose yourself. Be more meticulous in your actions and think critically. Mrs. Xia sighed. Xiao Qiu, please don't worry, Mom, okay? I can't protect you forever. All right. The next early morning, Yi Zhouyue called Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng was eating breakfast when he heard the ringing sound, glanced at the phone, and nearly jumped off the bed. He hastily answered, hello. Yi Zhouyue's voice remained unhurried. I saw the news that said you got injured, quite severely. How are you holding up? Shen Weisheng momentarily forgot about his current standpoint and sniffed. If it were serious, I wouldn't be able to answer your call by the time you reach out now. Yi Zhouyue calmly said, I asked you last night, via WeChat. Shen Weisheng didn't believe it. Why didn't I see it? Yi Zhouyue calmly replied, because someone stole your phone. Shen Weisheng paused, startled. Ah. Yi Zhouyue spoke slowly, that person impersonated you and read our chat records. I can't be sure if I managed to bluff them by saying I was a screenwriter using an alternate account to roleplay characters. Besides, I also can't be sure if they used your phone to transfer assets or defraud your friends. Please check everything and report to the authorities promptly. Shen Weisheng was shocked. Ah. Yi Zhouyue sighed. Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng warily asked, are you just playing with me, Yi Zhouyue? Yi Zhouyue sighed again. Shen Weisheng grew even more suspicious. You're definitely playing with me, right? Yi Zhouyue said, no, why would I play with you? Anyway, I'll send you a screenshot of my chat with that person from last night. Saying that, Yi Zhouyue hung up and sent Shen Weisheng the screenshot of last night's conversation. Shen Weisheng. Shit. Who could be this heartless? While Shen Weisheng was furiously condemning the thief of his phone, extending his line of thought to obsessive fans, he suddenly saw a message from Yi Zhouyue. Yi Zhouyue, you can consider me female. Zhang San, ? Yi Zhouyue, it's easier to suppress the YP incident. The key is, it helps that I'm not a guy. Zhang San, don't worry, I'll handle it. Besides, there isn't much personal information about you up there anyway. No matter what, I won't involve you. Yi Zhouyue, I know. Zhang San, . Yi Zhouyue, I'm talking about you. Zhang San, do you care about me? Yi Zhouyue, I suggest you clear your chat records often. Smiley face. Zhang San. Zhang San, Yi Zhouyue, you're really making me mad right now. Yi Zhouyue, really? Zhang San, yeah. Yi Zhouyue, then how about the shooting schedule? Shen Weisheng hesitated for a moment, then said after some thought, still negotiating. I think I can finish shooting in a few days. There isn't much left, but my agent is worried about my physical condition. Yi Zhouyue, know your limits. Zhang San, what you just said might as well be nothing. If you were to directly tell me, what do you think I should do? Yi Zhouyue, know your limits. Zhang San, is identical to sigma, omega, go away. Yi Zhouyue. Yi Zhouyue, I think you'll insist on finishing the shoot, so it doesn't really matter what I think you should do. Shen Weisheng was startled again, and staring at these words for a few seconds, he felt an itch in his heart as if kitten's claws gently scratched him, yet it also felt quite pleasant. He seems like a true fan now. Just as Shen Weisheng was feeling satisfied about this, Yi Zhouyue sent another message. Yi Zhouyue, besides, you never listened to advice. Oh, I told you to delete the chat records before. Zhang San. Zhang San, is identical to sigma, omega, go away. Yi Zhouyue, delete them. Zhang San, I don't want to delete them. I cherish those messages too much. Zhang San, if I delete them, they'll be gone forever. Yi Zhouyue. Zhang San, why don't you create a new account and add me? That way, even if someone finds out, they won't link it back to you. Yi Zhouyue, it's not me who would get into more trouble, it's you. Zhang San, then let's both open a small alternate account. Yi Zhouyue, but the problem is with our old chat records. Zhang San. Yi Zhouyue, question. Zhang San, I've died. You made me die. Yi Zhouyue, . Zhang San, alright, I'll delete them. Will you stop deleting me as a friend then? Yi Zhouyue, Zhang San, can I export them and store them somewhere else? Even without my account, others wouldn't be able to retrieve the chat history. Yi Zhouyue. Yi Zhouyue, whatever. Zhang San, are you upset again? Yi Zhouyue, no. Zhang San, if you are, just say so. Yi Zhouyue, delete. Zhang San. Zhang San, screenshot. Zhang San, deleted. See. It's blank. Nothing exported. Yi Jiuyue, Yi Jiuyue, sorry, I just think it's safer this way. What if it happens again like last night? Oh. Zhang-san, I understand, I'll deal with it. Don't worry. I'm fine. Deleting the record is fine too, but could you send me more posts on your moments section, like Facebook status updates, please, */omega*, brother Jiuyue? Yi Jiuyue, I have class. Zhang-san, oh. Sister Wang brought her long-stewed soup to visit her wobbling money tree and saw money tree Shin humming little tunes while browsing on a tablet. Don't watch those battles between fans and haters. They're all the same. Rest more, getting worked up during such times won't help with wound recovery, Sister Wang said casually. I'm not watching, I'm shopping, Shin Weisheng said. Sister Wang poured the soup into a bowl and glanced sideways, immediately fixing her eyes on it. Then she looked at Shin Weisheng with a strange expression, you're buying this? Shin Weisheng turned his head and quickly flipped the tablet down, face down, onto the blanket, alertly glaring at her, don't look at my screen. At that moment, Sister Wang suddenly had a déjà vu of catching her son looking at porn websites. She shook her head to throw off this image and continued to look at Shin Weisheng with an odd expression. Shin Weisheng was certainly not looking at porn websites, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so shocked. After all, he'd been an adult for many years already. The issue lay in the fact that Shin Weisheng skipped straight past the porn websites and was directly buying lubricants and condoms online. She vaguely felt she saw something else too, like other products sold alongside the ones mentioned above in the same shop. Worried she might spill the soup if she accidentally shook her hand, Sister Wang quickly placed the bowl back on the bedside cabinet, gazing at Shin Weisheng, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Shin Weisheng calmly looked back at her, looking perfectly upright as if nothing had happened. After half a minute, Sister Wang said, have your soup first while it's hot. After you finish, I have something to talk to you about. Shin Weisheng was very compliant in many things, for instance, due to work factors, he would eat whatever he was asked to and never picky about food. At that moment, he immediately picked up the bowl and started drinking the soup with elegant posture. Sister Wang pulled over a chair and sat beside him, watching him eat with complex emotions. Sister Wang had been taking care of Shin Weisheng for quite a few years. She watched him grow from a still green young man into his now mature and composed appearance in front of others. Though she didn't overstep in private matters, she considered herself pretty familiar with him. At least, she knew Shin Weisheng wasn't someone who loved playing around. This loves playing is, of course, placed within quotation marks. Shin Weisheng had his own circle of friends. That group wasn't made up of just any old people, none of them were amateurs, and they weren't too different from other celebrities in enjoying eating, drinking, having fun, and socializing, all within quotation marks. However, Shin Weisheng's joining them in their eating, drinking, fun, and socializing only occurred on a literal level, without any quotation marks. Outsiders might not know this, but Sister Wang clearly understood that Shin Weisheng had never shown any interest in any woman. At that time, she strongly suspected his orientation. Later, when Shin Weisheng introduced Xia Qiu to the company and entrusted Sister Wang with an especially serious request, a certain thought struck her, so she began secretly observing. Adding on to some later events, Sister Wang vaguely guessed Shin Weisheng's feelings toward Xia Qiu, though she never asked or tried to break through this unspoken barrier. She feared Shin Weisheng might react negatively under pressure. After all, such melodramatic scenarios where, if you don't leave, I'll stay here to protect you, are utterly cliché, let alone anything more dogmatic when forced. As an agent, she liked Xia Qiu because he was indeed relatively suitable for the entertainment industry. His words were sweet, he was good at handling situations, spoke appropriately according to the person or situation, showing a clever little mind of his own. The only drawback was that Xia Qiu was a little too cunning, and for unknown reasons, even though he could charm everyone off-screen, once filming started, he completely lost all sense of acting ability as if possessed by a ghost. As a personal opinion, however, Sister Wang disliked Xia Qiu. This was very natural. As an ordinary person, she simply disliked lazy people with many ulterior motives, especially given her long experience in the entertainment circle, where all kinds of demons and monsters abound. The intention behind Xia Qiu's deliberate delay regarding Shin Weisheng was obvious to her even with her eyes closed. Shin Weisheng requested her help in taking care of Xia Qiu, which wasn't entirely following the rules since in the company, she only managed first-line and second-line artists, and had long ceased dealing with new talent whose evaluation value wasn't particularly high. However, considering how rare it was for Money Tree Shin to make such a request and reflecting on it, it seemed reasonable. She took on the task, putting a lot of effort into it. Unfortunately, Xia Qiu was incredibly fussy. He wasn't happy with small roles, poor costumes, bad characters, needing wires, being rained on, getting wet, playing vegetative states, and portraying corpses, among other things. And this was only during Xia Qiu's early days in the business. Even without much hope for future opportunities, he'd already started nitpicking. Eating a simple meal on set could send him complaining of stomachaches in the middle of the night. However, Xia Qiu was very articulate and never outright voiced his discontent. Instead, he spoke around issues subtly before behaving as if everything was fine afterward. Shin Weisheng's relationship in the industry was decent, with a good reputation, so people knew Xia Qiu was under Shin Weisheng's protection. Moreover, Xia Qiu was eloquent and good at making connections, thus making everyone glad to give face and extend minor favors towards Xia Qiu that wouldn't harm anyone significantly. As such, what could she do? She resigned herself to thinking the company had assigned Xia Qiu as a partner to Shen Weixing. Given the cost converted to cash spent on Xia Qiu wasn't exorbitant, it seemed like giving Shen Weixing an end-of-year bonus. Considering how much profit Shen Weixing had brought to the company, it was all to keep him happy. Sister Wang knew that Shen Weixing didn't fool around externally. Young men of this age naturally had physiological needs, and indulging with Xia Qiu was better than causing trouble outside. The issue lay in the fact that she soon discovered indirectly that this definitely wasn't Shen Weixing's romantic interest. Shen Weixing hadn't gained a thing from Xia Qiu, purely being taken advantage of. Even worse, he couldn't even hold Xia Qiu's hand afterwards but remained fully satisfied, seemingly unaware of anything amiss. For a while, Sister Wang doubted whether she had misunderstood, whether Shen Weixing genuinely saw Xia Qiu as a younger brother. Quietly observing for quite some time, she eventually gave up. Based on her experience and intuition, no matter what Shen Weixing was thinking, all that could be done was wait for him to awaken one day. Advice wouldn't work and might even make him rebellious, though she wasn't sure what Shen Weixing's rebellion would look like. That said, what was up with the lubricant, condoms, and other unspeakable things? Sister Wang stared intently at Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing finished a bowl of soup under his agent's gaze, calm as ever, thinking to himself about the deductions he'd been making all morning. Yi Zhuoyue showing concern plus Yi Zhuoyue joking around with me plus Yi Zhuoyue sending emoticons equals we'll get back together soon equals time to start stockpiling supplies. So, he began stockpiling furiously. All he needed to do later was clear his shopping cart in one click and the items would be delivered home. Smart, mature, composed. As the saying goes, opportunities are always for those who are prepared. Sister Wang cleared her throat. Weixing, I heard Xia Qiu came to see you yesterday. Shen Weixing replied, yeah. Is he still here? Sister Wang asked. Yes, Shen Weixing said. He planned to come over this morning but I was worried about reporters so I had him stay at the hotel. Sister Wang sighed, it'll be worse if reporters catch him coming over at night. Shen Weixing said, true, I know. I'm going to persuade him to go back soon. Sister Wang thought it over and decided to cut straight to the chase. Over the years, she found it better to be straightforward with Shen Weixing. She didn't have Xia Qiu's talent for indirect tactics to hit Shen Weixing's soft spots. Being indirect with Shen Weixing would only leave her tangled in his peculiar logic. From this perspective, Xia Qiu was exceptionally gifted. Chapter 41. What's going on with the stuff in your shopping cart? Sister Wang affectionately looked at Shen Weixing. I know you're not a playful person. Is this about making friends? Shen Weixing said modestly, yes. After pausing for a few seconds, he added, it won't affect my work. I'm not saying it affects your work, there's no such rule in the contract either, and it won't cause problems if it doesn't get leaked. Sister Wang asked kindly, is it someone in the industry? Do I know them? Shen Weixing replied, no. Sister Wang was stunned, not. She originally thought Shen Weixing had finally managed to connect with Xia Qiu, but it wasn't that. Shen Weixing modestly gave another, yes, sound, then after 15 seconds, couldn't hold back and added, still in school. Sister Wang, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, what kind of schooling? Shen Weixing tried hard to suppress his smugness. University, a key undergraduate program. The nature of the institution didn't matter much, whether public or private made no difference, as long as the other party wasn't a minor high school student. Sister Wang's tension eased slightly as she relaxed a little. Then she asked again, how did you meet? Shen Weixing ambiguously answered, we met through a previous show. Hearing this, Sister Wang became tense again. Weixing, is this person not one of your fans? The issue of dating fans could vary in seriousness, from minor when handled well to severe if mishandled by a particularly troublesome fan. Even though everyone in the industry knows such temptations can be difficult to resist, once it gets out, it looks bad anyway. And especially considering Shen Weixing's lack of experience, Sister Wang was afraid that some fan might be taking advantage of him instead. After carefully pondering whether to admit Yi Zhuoyue's pseudo-fan status, Shen Weixing recalled the conversation between Yi Zhuoyue and Lu Sinan and gritted his teeth, saying, no, it's a fan of Liu Bei. Sister Wang. What kind of move is this? How did he end up with a fan of Liu Bei? You hate Liu Bei, I hate Liu Bei too, but revenge isn't done this way. Come to your senses. F***K. It wouldn't be possible that he slept with the leader of Liu Bei's fan base, would it? Shen Weixing fell silent for a few seconds, noticing Sister Wang's nuanced expression, hurried to explain, no, technically they don't chase stars, just a casual fan who likes whoever. Sister Wang. Suddenly curious about this individual based on personal thoughts, she wondered how such a casual fan got together with Shen Weixing. After half a day's pause, Sister Wang asked, is it a guy or a girl? Shen Weixing glanced at her and stopped speaking. Sister Wang thus didn't press further, merely contemplating aloud, Weixing, I'm speaking to you from a personal standpoint, listen well. Shen Weixing nodded. You're a good kid. I've been in this line of work for many years, led quite a number of people, popular or otherwise, and it's not because you're a cash cow that I say these things. Shen Weixing nodded again. In these years, you've matured quite a bit, managing social gatherings effortlessly, but in some aspects, you still seem rather naive to me. Sister Wang smiled, got up to clear away the soup bowl, while continuing, that's not a bad thing, but you must protect yourself properly. This circle is a place of fame and fortune. You may be innocent with good intentions and have a sense of justice towards others, but not everyone shares the same values. Don't expect gratitude, it's already considered benevolence if others don't retaliate against you. I've said these words before, I know you might not fully believe them. I do. Shen Weixing said, I've heard them loud and clear. Alright. Sister Wang tidied everything up, pulled out a tissue to wipe the table clean, sat back down, and looked at Shen Weixing, at your age, I won't interfere with your romance. If the company finds out, I'll even help you handle it. But you must see the person clearly. You're not a playboy, and you've never dated before, so I'm quite serious about this. Don't think I'm overreacting, I really don't feel completely comfortable yet. Shen Weixing nodded again, I understand, Sister Wang. You're like my sister. I get it. Suddenly sweet-talking me makes me a little uneasy, Sister Wang chuckled, would you mind sharing his background with me? Shen Weixing said, he's pretty ordinary. His parents are both working within the government system, and he has a younger brother. Sister Wang asked, what about the person himself? What kind of personality does he have? The person's character is weird, their life goal is to make me furious. This is what Shen Weixing was thinking inside but refused to acknowledge out loud, instead saying firmly, very obedient, whatever I say goes. Sister Wang. With Xia Qiu's previous precedent, she highly doubted the reliability of whatever I say goes for Shen Weixing. In Shen Weixing's eyes, Xia Qiu seemed compliant to his every word, but in reality, it was more like Xia Qiu always getting her way. F***K, Xia Qiu number 2. And an upgraded version 2. Sister Wang's inner alarms were ringing again as she tactfully said, if you don't mind, bringing the person out for a meet sometime would be good. Get to know each other a bit. If this is serious for you, sooner or later I'll have to deal with him too. Upon hearing this, Shen Weixing fell silent. Sister Wang asked curiously, what's wrong? Shen Weixing just suddenly remembered that he and Yi Jiuyue hadn't even gotten close yet. After a while, he finally said, alright, if there's a chance. If there was a chance to clear the shopping cart, then there might also be a chance to introduce him to Sister Wang. Shen Weixing looked down at the tablet gloomily. Sister Wang. Why does this feel strange? Hopefully, it's just a wrong impression. After being melancholy for 3 seconds, Shen Weixing suddenly remembered something important and looked up at her again, asking, how's it going with the director? You reported my injury in the production group, they probably won't be happy about it, so handle it properly. Don't worry, I know my limits, Sister Wang scoffed lightly, we have a completely reasonable position in this matter. Who dares not agree? This isn't me comforting you. If it wasn't for you this time, Liu Bei would have been the one in trouble, likely more seriously hurt than you are now. Then they truly wouldn't have had a way out. You've saved them. Sister Wang paused for a moment and added, besides, Liu Bei came to see you before but didn't mention it to you directly when he left. He communicated with me later, saying he'll take responsibility too, so don't worry. Shen Weixing nodded. To think positively, this time you weren't completely clueless, Sister Wang smiled, Liu Bei is really grateful to you. Take advantage of this opportunity, establish a good relationship with him if you should. Don't get hung up on trivial matters that don't affect things much. His resources are excellent, and now everyone in the domestic film industry is promoting him as a rising star. If you can ride his coattails and share some success, it will be much easier for you. Weixing, this circle works like that. It's already quite simple promotion strategy. Don't resist it. Shen Weixing gave her a faint smile, I'm not a newbie anymore, I understand. Sister Wang patted his hand, since we're here, I'll ask you another thing. Shen Weixing said, go ahead. Sister Wang said, I won't be too straightforward about this either. Just one sentence, since you've got someone outside the entertainment industry now, can we talk further about switching companies? Shen Weixing was stunned. Shen Weixing and Liu Bei almost debuted simultaneously, and their natural conditions were actually similar. Their looks were equally remarkable, difficult to compare directly, in terms of acting, they each had their strengths. Liu Bei, having graduated from a professional school, had additional advantages, whereas Shen Weixing was naturally talented and worked harder than average. The reason why their career trajectories differed so vastly despite all this lies mainly in their family backgrounds and Shen Weixing's own choices. Domestically, the film and TV industry is actually already facing a shortage of talent, where seasoned veterans dominate the scene but young talents capable of carrying big roles are scarce. There aren't many within reach who could handle such heavy responsibilities. In the industry, people often joke half-heartedly about not being able to hire these talented young actors due to packed schedules, they don't want to appear in multiple shows concurrently, making coordination even more challenging. So what's the solution? Promote. Promote new stars. Actually, apart from Liu Bei's strong family background, he has genuinely earned the attention and special favor from the movie circles because of his exceptional qualities. As for Shin Wei-shing, being a top-line actor in the TV industry, he naturally appeared on the coveted young talent list in the movie circles. Many large companies rich in film resources had extended offers wanting to poach him over, but Shin Wei-shing refused them all, simply because Xia Qiu was unwilling to switch companies with him. Shin Wei-shing worried that without him in the company, Xia Qiu, the newcomer whom he brought into the industry, would end up awkwardly neglected and unprotected. To Sister Wang, this reason seemed absurdly funny. Not only did Shin Wei-shing refuse to join a bigger company, but the current company he belonged to was relatively small-scale indeed. Small-scale also meant short-sighted management. This company, thanks to their luck in signing Shin Wei-shing early on, had reaped tremendous profits. With that success under their belt, the higher-ups grew rather complacent and began to sign numerous rookies indiscriminately, relying entirely on Shin Wei-shing to individually train them all into fame. Of course, Shin Wei-shing didn't have such boundless goodwill and energy, it was already hard enough to bring out a few. Thankfully, the company didn't overly care about this. After establishing its reputation through Shin Wei-shing's name, it carved out a decent place for itself in the TV world, no problem filling male supporting roles everywhere. But the issue lied in the fact that the company became addicted to making money off TV dramas and deemed movies unworthy. Here's the thing, though movies are usually seen as classier and more prestigious than TV dramas, if you just look at actor salaries, many current TV series pay multiples higher than movies, especially award-targeted films which might even rely on main actors lowering their own fees out of love for art. The starting points for these two industries are fundamentally different. For Shin Wei-shing's current company, it's a sheer loss for him to act in those prestige-aimed yet money-losing movies. The top brass genuinely feel that Shin Wei-shing has enough class already and doesn't need to risk betting on movies to enhance his image. How great it is for him to just stay comfortably as the top guy in the TV world. Besides, if Shin Wei-shing were to take on those high-class movies, the company wouldn't be able to fit other young actors they signed into those projects. It'd only mean losses all around. On the flip side, the profitable yet trashy films are willing to offer high salaries and allow the company to insert additional actors, but Shin Wei-shing simply refuses to act in them. This stalemate continues, and eventually, Shin Wei-shing just doesn't get to act in movies anymore, occasionally only appearing in small roles in movies through guest appearances for the fun of it. Sister Wang knows that Shin Wei-shing values emotions deeply and will definitely bring her along when switching companies. Therefore, she fearlessly plans his career with all her heart, having suggested strongly ages ago that he jump ship. But alas, Shin Wei-shing refused, just because of Xia Qiu. Sister Wang had this to say, king be starred, if you actually had someone, I'd let it slide, but what have you gained from this situation? My dumb satellite. She didn't find it convenient to say it bluntly. Having mixed in the circle for long, she knew some truths were better left unspoken, so she tried not to cross that line unnecessarily. But things are different now. Now Shin Wei-shing suddenly revealed an outsider as his partner, looking like the feelings were mutual judging by how many lubricants and condoms he bought. Meaning, Xia Qiu shouldn't hold too much leverage over him anymore. She felt she was one step closer to her goal of becoming the ace manager of a future film emperor. So, one must strike while the iron is hot. She hastily wanted to revisit the old topic with Shin Wei-shing. Shin Wei-shing fell silent for a moment before saying, why bring this up all of a sudden? I've been thinking about this every day, it's not, all of a sudden, Sister Wang replied seriously, Liu Bei's company head Dai Zong is quite close to you privately and eager to poach you. If you go, first off, the combination of you and Liu Bei would spark 2 months of trending discussions, not to mention the subsequent resources. Of course, if you don't want to be under the same label as Liu Bei, no problem. Many companies have been reaching out to me, offering very good terms, basically, as long as you nod and sign the deal, breaking your current contract isn't something you need to worry about. And upon signing their artist contracts, you'll also sign agreements for major movie productions, all with excellent teams and well-rounded characters. After testing the waters, I believe based on your talent, it won't be long before stable male lead opportunities come rolling in. I've analyzed the domestic movie industry many times with you, right now there's an urgent need for new faces, the entire industry will rally behind the young talents. Your conditions are highly looked upon by everyone, stepping in now guarantees success. Shin Wei-shing once again lowered his gaze at the tablet without saying anything. Not wanting to directly bring up Xia Qiu, Sister Wang had to hint at it indirectly, Wei-shing, are you serious about dating this person outside the entertainment industry? Shin Wei-shing thought, what's this nonsense about serious or not, I'm still at the stage where I can only look at shopping carts, and any early purchase feels like it may go bad before I even use it. Sister Wang wanted to suggest that now was the time to not consider Xia Qiu anymore. Seeing he wasn't picking up the cue, fearing his thought process wouldn't connect properly either way, she reluctantly broke down the wall slightly, speaking subtly, Sis knows you're a man of deep bonds and righteousness. Xia Qiu's parents did have graces on you, and you used to help take care of Xia Qiu mostly due to them. But now, Xia Qiu is also out in the limelight. Recently you've been busy shooting attentively, but Xia Qiu's TV drama has pretty good ratings, increasing his fanbase significantly, resulting in a minor breakout. The company negotiated quite a few good resources with him, and moving forward, he's practically secured the leading male role positions. However, the contract with Nai, a fresh male idol, is almost expiring, and I heard Nai has no intention of renewing. So the company will inevitably bench Nai temporarily, and Nai's resources will be distributed among several rising male idols. Xia Qiu caught this good wave, and the company will surely mold him well. You can put your mind at ease now. Shen Weixing frowned. Xia Qiu was brought into the company by me. Would the company really bench him if I leave? It's not the same with Nai, since he wants to leave on his own, so the company puts him on hold. But if you go, it has nothing to do with Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu will stay. Xia Qiu isn't leaving. The company hasn't gone mad, losing both of you, and that coming would have them pulling out all stops to support the ones left behind as quickly as possible, so there's no way they'd free Xia Qiu, Sister Wang said. Even if both of you were to leave, it'd be a great opportunity for Xia Qiu to rise higher. The resources you two leave behind would naturally need someone to take over. Shen Weixing thought about it for a moment, and it seemed Sister Wang had analyzed it quite correctly. Thinking further, Xia Qiu wasn't new to the entertainment scene anymore. He'd been helping and mentoring him for a while now. This time, Xia Qiu took the leading role, and the feedback was reportedly good. Gradually, Xia Qiu could handle things independently. And thinking some more, after that incident, Shen Weixing felt it might even be somewhat awkward for both of them to remain in the same company facing each other. Shen Weixing hesitated for a second and somewhat waveringly said, Xia Qiu is young and still needs supervision nearby. The entertainment circle is too chaotic, and he's too innocent. If he got hurt in any way, I wouldn't be able to face his teachers and parents. Sister Wang smiled. I don't think he'll get hurt. What I mean is, you couldn't watch him 24/7 anyway, nor keep an eye on him at all times. It'd be better to find him a reliable and experienced assistant afterward. Shen Weixing hurriedly replied, his current assistant, Xiao Chan, isn't very dependable, and problems arise every few days. Is that right? I've trained Xiao Chan before. She seems pretty sharp to me, and also hardworking. Sister Wang subtly smiled, I'll talk to her again sometime soon. Shen Weixing said, yeah, it'd be best if you have a chat with her. Let's talk about our side first. How do you feel about it? Sister Wang asked. Shen Weixing didn't respond again. Sister Wang sighed softly, there's no rush. Think it over yourself. Alright, Shen Weixing thought for a moment, then asked, when can I return to continue shooting the remaining scenes? Sister Wang chuckled helplessly, you should rest well. No way this week. The crew has already adjusted the schedule, focusing on other shots first. Don't be anxious. But I can't afford to wait, Shen Weixing frowned again, they'll end up cutting my scenes. It's actually better that more of your scenes get cut, it might preserve your fans if fewer scenes show up. Sister Wang thought silently to herself. Shen Weixing urgently said, don't assume I don't know what you're up to. Since I've already shot this far, losing scenes would be a loss. Sister Wang had to say, alright, I'll fight fiercely for you, ensuring none of your scenes get cut. Rest well, okay. Eat more, sleep more, discharge early, and start acting that ugly role. Shen Weixing sneered at her, when I win Best Supporting Actor, you won't call that character an ugly monster anymore. Sister Wang rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand, fine, I'm going back now to argue on your behalf. By the way, who's going to handle Xia Qiu's matter, me or you? My arranged reporter is supposed to come later, I don't know when reporters not arranged by me might appear. They might write something wrong, which could be bad for everyone. Shen Weixing frowned again, what can they randomly write? That deep bond between junior brothers visiting Xia Qiu while sick. Since you're lifting Xia Qiu so high, rumors spread like wildfire in this industry. Don't assume nobody will accuse you of abusing power for his favor. Sister Wang said, even Liu Bei, with his family background, had people speculate he traded evil favors with his company director. Shen Weixing gave her a disdainful glare. Sister Wang smiled gently, of course, it's all just jokes, and your fans probably wouldn't believe such rumors either. But maybe someone might. Shen Weixing puzzled, who? Sister Wang smiled gently, your boyfriend. Shen Weixing. Sister Wang thought this mysterious boyfriend appeared at just the right moment. Not taking advantage of the situation would almost be unforgivable, so she added one more line, he's from outside the industry, and a student too. Who knows, he might believe those whispers. After all, he's young, easily influenced, and even if he appears generous on the surface, he'd likely still have a grudge somewhere inside. Shen Weixing. Of course, I don't really know who your significant other is, nor how far your feelings have progressed. Perhaps you aren't that concerned, so consider my words null and void, Sister Wang sighed, but having dated a lot during my youth, I understand a little more than you do. At least, I know how my former lovers became my former lovers. Shen Weixing. Sister Wang smiled and stopped talking, carrying the thermos flask and clicking her heels as she left the hospital room. In fact, she did have a bit of confidence saying that. Although she really didn't know who Shen Weixing's partner was, nor was she sure how far their relationship had developed, she knew Shen Weixing well. Shen Weixing wasn't a player at all, rather, he could be described as single-minded in matters of the heart. Back when Shen Weixing didn't even have much to work with regarding Xia Qiu, he'd been so fixated for so long. Now, he'd actually admitted to having someone special, which meant it must be serious. For that reason, Sister Wang hadn't planned to stop Shen Weisheng from pursuing his feelings just yet. At least until she met this mysterious person herself, she figured she might as well use this situation to maneuver Xia Qiu into a better position. In a daze, Sister Wang felt like she was producing a palace drama, which left her with mixed feelings. She quickly shook her head to dispel these thoughts. Chapter 42. Shen Weisheng deeply considered what Sister Wang had said, feeling that she might have a certain, even quite substantial amount of sense. Although currently he and Yi Jiuyue were still at a stage where lubricant wasn't necessary, there would inevitably come a day when it would be needed. On that day, if Yi Jiuyue found out about his past with Xia Qiu, what would he do? Of course, he certainly hadn't done anything untoward with Xia Qiu as the rumors suggested, but the fact that he had once harbored unrequited feelings for her was undeniable. If Yi Jiuyue ever found out, she'd definitely get jealous. Would Yi Jiuyue really get jealous? Shen Weisheng fell into a new contemplation. He thought for a while and picked up his phone to send a message to Yi Jiuyue. Private chat. Zhang-san, I need to confess something to you. This time, Yi Jiuyue replied fairly quickly. Private chat. Yi Jiuyue, what is it? Zhang-san, why are you replying so fast today? Yi Jiuyue, Zhang-san, what does mean? Yi Jiuyue, it doesn't mean anything. Do you have something to say? Zhang-san, I once had a crush on someone, I just want to let you know. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, now we're even since you dated Sui Dong too. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, that's fair now, isn't it? Yi Jiuyue, alright, though I don't know why, but you're the patient, so you get to decide. Zhang-san, remove the parentheses. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, let's agree not to bring this up later. Yi Jiuyue, of course not. Zhang-san typing, be a good girl. Yi Jiuyue, but I never agreed to talk about this. Shen Weisheng bit back the urge to vomit blood and silently deleted the word good. Zhang-san, I'm sick, please don't upset me. Yi Jiuyue, better to speak clearly. Zhang-san, you even used a wavy line. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, actually, my previous statement that it wasn't serious was a lie, I didn't want you to worry. Since you're not worried at all, I'll tell you the truth, it's actually quite serious. Zhang-san, selfie of bandagemonster.jpg. Yi Jiuyue, request video call. Shen Weisheng accepted Yi Jiuyue's video request and coolly looked into the camera, saying, I told you, did you think I was lying? The background behind Yi Jiuyue showed her dormitory room, with the other 3 roommates absent, which is why she was bold enough to video call Shen Weisheng. But instead, all she saw was a bandaged-up mess looking pretty pathetic. Yi Jiuyue's expression appeared rather concerned. It looked severe, what did the doctor say? Shen Weisheng had been momentarily pleased seeing how worried Yi Jiuyue was, but then noticed her frowning, and instantly stopped exaggerating his condition. Don't worry, it's not serious, the agent was just scaring people. Yi Jiuyue said unhappily, you first said it wasn't serious, then you said it was serious, and now you're saying it's not serious again. Shen Weisheng hurried to explain, I said it wasn't serious because I didn't want you to worry, but then I feared that you wouldn't care about me at all, so I said it was serious. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Jiuyue asked, is it serious or not? Shen Weisheng pondered hard for a moment before saying, if you cared a little more about me, it wouldn't be serious. Yi Jiuyue asked, how should I care for you? Shen Weisheng was caught off guard by the question and gazed at her for a moment dumbfounded, saying, I don't know. Never mind, I don't want to disturb you, let's hang up. Shen Weisheng felt somewhat disappointed waiting for Yi Jiuyue to end the video call, but unexpectedly, she didn't, continuing to stare at him through the camera. They stared blankly at each other for a while, and then Yi Jiuyue said, get more rest, drink plenty of hot water, follow the doctor's advice, and watch your diet. Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but it seemed like Yi Jiuyue's face reddened slightly in the video, quietly explaining, I don't know how to express concern. Shen Weisheng lowered his voice as well, muttering, then how did you express concern toward Sui Dong? Yi Jiuyue furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Shen Weisheng immediately realized he had said something wrong again and hesitated whether to turn off the video and pretend the connection was lost, but then he heard Yi Jiuyue softly say, I never expressed concern towards him. Shen Weisheng immediately became disgruntled and pointed out, you're lying outright. If you cared about him before, you could have just admitted it, I wouldn't feel jealous about things from the past. Am I that kind of person? It has nothing to do with you, Yi Jiuyue said sheepishly. But let's not talk about him anymore. Yi Jiuyue sincerely felt that Sui Dong and Shen Weisheng had misconceptions about her. And it wasn't just Sui Dong and Shen Weisheng. As a matter of fact, quite a lot of people had misconceptions about her. She didn't know why, but many people always thought Yi Jiuyue was an especially gentle and virtuous person. However, Yi Jiuyue herself clearly knew she wasn't like that. Take Sui Dong as an example. The reason Yi Jiuyue consistently refused to reconcile with him wasn't only because of their previous reason for breaking up. More importantly, Yi Jiuyue discovered that Sui Dong seemed to love a Yi Jiuyue existing in some alternate dimension. The Yi Jiuyue who merely resided in Sui Dong's imagination almost resembled the ideal, oriental princess figure, soft, cute, virtuous, and deeply infatuated. This Yi Joyue could be the best candidate for humanitarian medical staff when necessary, or an ideal housewife otherwise. Feeling troubled, Yi Joyue reflected on where exactly she might have given Sui Dong this illusion, yet she never figured it out. It couldn't be her appearance, right? Surely, she wouldn't want to practice accelerating her daily speech rhythm or scowling at the mirror or lifting weights to build muscles just for this reason. Yi Joyue sighed lightly, snapped back to reality, and looked again at Shen Weishing's phone screen. I'm not the way you think I am. Shen Weishing, huh? The small screen Yi Joyue blushed a little more, her eyes wet, her voice slow and hesitant as she said, actually, I am a very cold person. Taken by surprise, Shen Weishing couldn't help but burst into laughter, pooh. Frowning, Yi Joyue said unhappily, you laughed. Shen Weishing put on his poker face and said, no, you must have heard wrong. You laughed, Yi Joyue insisted. No, you must have heard wrong, Shen Weishing reiterated. Unwilling to get hung up on this point, Yi Joyue returned to the main topic and seriously said, really, I'm extremely cold and indifferent. Unable to hold back his natural reaction once more, Shen Weishing let out another burst of laughter, pooh. Yi Joyue. With utmost seriousness, Shen Weishing explained, it's the phone issue, it needs replacing. You continue, you were saying you're cold and indifferent, and then? Are you actually an emotionless killer? Extremely annoyed, Yi Joyue replied, never mind. Don't stop. Shen Weishing quickly interfered. I wasn't laughing at you, at least not mocking you, you're adorable. Shen Weishing found himself becoming a little red in the face as he spoke, lowering his tone while still finishing, I find you incredibly adorable, and I like you. When you said those things, I just couldn't help myself, it was irresistibly cute. Yi Joyue's face grew even hotter, and after a long pause, she finally muttered slowly, I just look like this, but I'm neither soft nor virtuous. Who says you're soft and virtuous? Shen Weishing asked in astonishment, countering, you irritate me every day, are you serious? Yi Joyue. Shen Weishing realized he might have said something wrong again, quickly trying to mend the situation, I just like how you annoy me, it makes me happy. You're actually really cute. Yi Joyue. Shen Weishing sighed mentally, he thought dating was so difficult. But for the sake of getting a partner, he had to push through the challenges. So he awkwardly tried to steer clear of this dangerous topic, then who said what about you? I did, Yi Joyue answered. What? Shen Weishing responded, surprised. I don't know how to care for others, nor do I enjoy doing so, Yi Joyue clarified. Shen Weishing paused, astonished, just for this statement. Yi Joyue nodded. Shen Weishing furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, though I don't fully understand your line of thinking, if you were truly a killer, caring for me wouldn't contradict anything, would it? Yi Joyue hesitated to reply. Shen Weishing suddenly grasped something, wait, do you think I view you as a nanny or caregiver? Yi Joyue remained silent. Shen Weishing remembered the words Yi Joyue had once told Sui Dong. Objectively speaking, Sui Dong had indeed taken advantage of Yi Joyue to some extent by mistake, like making her wash clothes for him or stealing her food, but there were plenty of people who wouldn't react as sensitively as Yi Joyue did. In fact, some lovers would even see such actions as the natural mode of interaction between couples. Even if they weren't so head over heels, they certainly wouldn't feel as repulsed as Yi Joyue did, or reach her level of sensitivity and alertness. After broadening his thinking, Shen Weishing started to connect the dots. He also recalled Yi Joyue's frequent quibbling over expenditure details with him. Yi Joyue kept a very clear calculation of every single expense exchanged between them, surpassing even the scope of being noble and uninterested in petty advantages. This made Shen Weishing feel as if Yi Joyue was extremely unwilling, and perhaps even afraid, to owe him anything or become entangled with him. With this thought in mind, even Yi Joyue's insistence on being merely casual friends seemed to carry hidden significance. This time Shen Weishing wasn't being conceited, he truly made an effort to think beyond his own perspective and consider the whole matter from an objective standpoint. Known facts. 1. Yi Joyue was appearance-oriented, and Shen Weishing's looks fit her preferences. 2. The physical relationship between Yi Joyue and Shen Weishing was highly harmonious. 3. Shen Weishing could be considered a high-net-worth individual with no bad habits. 4. Yi Joyue did not come from a prominent family, just a regular household. 5. Previously, Yi Joyue dated Sui Dong and now only wanted to be a friend with benefits with Shen Weishing, so she wasn't secretly gay. 6. Yi Joyue, allegedly, was a fan of Shen Weishing, which indicated that she liked him to some extent. Conclusion drawn. From a normal perspective, Yi Joyue had no real reason to reject becoming official, and yet she did it so cleanly and thoroughly. There must be more to the story. Seeing Shen Weishing lost in thought for quite some time without speaking, Yi Joyue said, then you should rest, I'll hang up. Wait, Shen Weishing came back to reality, speaking earnestly. Yi Joyue, I want to ask you something. Yi Joyue nodded. Ask away. Shen Weishing questioned, why won't you accept me? Yi Joyue started. Maybe our beginning gave you the wrong impression, but I really am not the kind of person who sleeps around. Our first encounter was unexpected, I know it might be awkward explaining all the ins and outs here, but truly, I haven't deceived you. I really don't sleep around with just anyone. To be honest, thinking back, I might have been love at first sight with you. Yi Jiuyue muttered quietly, I don't believe it. Shen Weixing coughed slightly. Alright, maybe love at first sight sounds a bit too mystical. But at least after our first time together, when I sought you out again, partly I wanted to test your feelings to see if you were hoping for me to take responsibility. Additionally, I already had a good impression of you. Sigh, don't ask me why, I don't know either. Anyway, if I truly didn't like you, I wouldn't be bothering you so much, right? Yi Jiuyue didn't respond. Shen Weixing continued, so, to summarize, my conditions aren't bad. I can't understand why you're so against us becoming official. Sure, my attitude might have been poor before, but I've promised to improve and have apologized for losing my temper those few times because I was overthinking. You also mentioned that you weren't bothered by those instances and didn't hold grudges. So I'm wondering, is there some other reason why you still refuse to accept me? Yi Jiuyue, I'm serious, I truly am serious, it's not a game, I seriously want to be with you, stay with you, marry, and live life together kind of serious. Of course, I'll treat you exceptionally well. My family situation you probably know about, but I've long severed ties with my father. It'll just be the two of us, and no one will bully or harass you. Frankly speaking, maybe I'm being narcissistic, but I do feel that you aren't completely disinterested in me. So I really can't understand why you are so unwilling to accept me. You agreed to be just friends with benefits, why don't you want to officially be together with me? After hearing him out, Yi Jiuyue fell silent for a moment before saying, sorry. Shen Weixing froze. Follow the doctor's advice, get plenty of rest, I have some things to handle, let's not talk anymore. Yi Jiuyue said politely before decisively ending the call. Shen Weixing. Clutching her phone tightly with its black screen in her hand, Yi Jiuyue sat on the chair and stared blankly into space for quite a while, unsure what thoughts were swirling aimlessly in her head. She only felt her heart pounding wildly, seemingly jumping uncontrollably out of her chest. After a considerable period of time, she slowly laid her face down on the desk, burying it in her arms. How should she respond? Should she tell the truth? Because through many experiences of her past 18 years, she understood a simple truth. Never expect too much, and then you won't be too disappointed, don't stand too high, and then the fall won't hurt as much. Her parents were such examples, Yi Tianwen and Sui Dong were alike too. Shen Weixing was no exception, especially since Shen Weixing was a celebrity, an idol at that. The entire situation was far too unrealistic, exactly as unrealistic as being with Sui Dong. Therefore, she couldn't allow herself to develop any further relationship with Shen Weixing, otherwise, it would be too easy for her to take things one step further, get carried away with success, and become too deeply invested. And the fall from that height would hurt immensely. He only wanted to protect himself. After all, there was no more strength left in him to face disappointment. Yi Jiuyue once again remembered the incident during high school when she and Sui Dong faced their parents. It wasn't like those dramatic scenes on TV full of shouting and chaos. On the contrary, Sui Dong's parents were very composed and polite, courteous, and amiable. They kindly told Yi Jiuyue that Sui Dong was an exceptionally outstanding child, as was Yi Jiuyue, so the two should not ruin each other. Yi Jiuyue didn't know what to say, in fact, he wasn't even the first or second person to know that Sui Dong had kissed a strand of his hair in the classroom. At that time, he was sleeping on his desk when Sui Dong kissed his hair, which someone saw and spread around like wildfire. Details about how they interacted in private were then analyzed in depth, and eventually, their secret hand-holding romantic relationship surfaced. Then they were summoned by the parents. Sui Dong's parents requested the presence of Yi Jiuyue's guardians. Yi Jiuyue's adoptive parents both held small jobs in governmental offices, completely stunned at the scene, nearly unable to speak coherently, hurriedly explaining it was all a misunderstanding, just the children fooling around, and that they'd teach him well when they returned home. Sui Dong stood silently behind his parents, never uttering a word throughout the whole ordeal. Yi Jiuyue hadn't planned to say anything either, but when everyone was focusing all their attention on convincing him, he couldn't help but explain somewhat irritably, Sui Dong confessed to me. Moreover, last month I had already broken up with him. More precisely, Sui Dong had blocked Yi Jiuyue inside an empty teaching building after school, demanding a birthday gift. When he received none, he insisted on a kiss as a present or else demanded that Yi Jiuyue agree to date him as his gift. Although Sui Dong had a bit of a bullying nature, Yi Jiuyue had never been in a relationship before and had always harbored vague feelings for the handsome and outgoing school idol who was taller than him. In that fleeting moment, he felt a flutter of excitement, thought it wasn't such a bad deal, and thus smoothly went along with it. However, they didn't stay together for long. Once they had established a relationship, they grew awkward in private settings, especially Sui Dong, whose behavior seemed off. He became less clingy than before and rumors even spread that he was getting cozy with the class beauty next door. Based on facts, Yi Jiuyue judged this gossip might actually be true and proposed a breakup. Sui Dong explained that he was just confirming his sexual orientation. Yi Jiuyue could understand this mindset and empathized while still continuing to part ways. Then, this happened again. Yi Jiuyue's thoughts were simple, shouldn't people advise Sui Dong as well? It was bizarre to act as if the entire situation was entirely his fault, as though Yi Jiuyue had single-handedly coerced or lured Sui Dong into anything. Upon hearing this, several others in the office paused for a few seconds, expressions varying. His adoptive parents whispered, "Joyue, don't talk back." Sui Dong's parents' polite smiles contained an indescribable hint of something. The homeroom teacher also looked rather awkward. Sui Dong glanced at Yi Joyue, wanting to say something, but a single glance from his parents made him lower his head again. In that instant, Yi Joyue felt extremely uneasy. He even felt like crying in that moment. It was hard to describe that feeling. It felt as if everything really was his own fault. But in reality, it wasn't. Teen romance involved both parties. Why was all the responsibility placed on him? Besides, they had broken up long ago. Thinking more about it, Yi Joyue got angrier. Just as his hot-headedness pushed him to keep explaining, his adoptive parents pulled him aside, warning him with a look. Yi Joyue immediately calmed down, hesitated for a moment, looked at Sui Dong, then back at Sui Dong's parents, and softly said, "I'm sorry." These 3 words brought universal relief, allowing everyone in the office to escape the tension. Sui Dong's parents warmly repeated, "Children being immature, it's no big deal. Everyone goes through a process of growth." Yi Joyue's adoptive parents and the homeroom teacher quickly echoed agreements. In that moment, Yi Joyue felt amused. He even couldn't grasp the meaning of the entire episode. In this enclosed space with only these few people, didn't everyone already know whether he had coerced or seduced Sui Dong? Wasn't it all clear? With only these few people present, they had to force out a false resolution just for show. Afterward, Sui Dong explained that he was afraid of his parents losing control if he said anything, which might affect Yi Joyue's adoptive parents' jobs and Yi Joyue's college entrance exam preparation. Yi Joyue chose to believe his explanation and rationally suggested to him that they should end it here, without further ado. Later on, Yi Joyue discovered that some classmates often looked at him furtively when whispering, as if he were a monster. But nobody ever gave Sui Dong that kind of look. That wasn't fair. Yi Joyue thought to himself. Why were things in this world so unfair? While daydreaming, Yi Joyue dozed off with his head on the desk. Just as he was about to fall asleep completely, his phone vibrated suddenly in his hand, startling him awake. Private chat. Zhang-san, I'm sorry, I promised not to bother you, but I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. Please don't block me. I won't ask any questions. But let me explain, this isn't because I think of you as a babysitter or a nursemaid, whatever your thoughts are. I just want you to care for me a little bit. I'm being needy and asking for affection, I guess. I don't even know what I really want from you either. Actually, you don't need to do much. You already made me happy by letting me drink warm water and video chatting with you. It's not even about caring for me. I just want to talk to you, but I can't find other excuses except this. I miss you. When I'm acting, it's fine since I focus on shooting. But whenever I have spare time, I start missing you again, worrying that one day you'll delete me out of nowhere. The more I explain, the more confusing it sounds, but I really don't want you to misunderstand me. I like you, it's not because you're easy to take advantage of. You're not. I like you. I want to take care of you. I love taking care of you. I'm very good at taking care of you. Zhang-san, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Yi Joyue, Chapter 43. Private chat. Zhang-san, if you're busy, just go ahead and don't worry about me. We can chat when you have time. Yi Joyue, Zhang-san, I don't know what your means. Yi Joyue, I'm studying. Zhang-san, alright. Yi Joyue, you should rest more. Zhang-san, amazed face, Yi Joyue stared at the phone screen for a moment, watching it dim gradually until it went completely black, reflecting a face that appeared lost and indifferent. He suddenly snapped out of it, flipped his phone over on the table, and picked up a textbook from the desk to start reading. In this world, no one is as reliable as oneself. Only oneself will never harm oneself, and only oneself will always support oneself. So one must study hard. The knowledge gained belongs to oneself, the achievements obtained belong to oneself, and the things acquired through achievements also belong to oneself, not given by others, thus cannot be taken away by others, and will not be lost. Shen also stared at the phone screen for a while, noticing that Yi Joyue really didn't plan to respond anymore, so with some disappointment, he exited the page. At this point, he received some material sent over by Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang, there's progress regarding the stolen phone matter. I'll confirm everything and tell you later. Don't worry for now, there's been no news yet, so it's not too bad. But you must pay attention in the future, when sleeping outside, remember to turn off your phone, use passwords to lock it so others can't easily access it. And clear certain chat records if you can. Weisheng, cleared. Ms. Wang, okay. Ms. Wang, also, think about what I mentioned before. These are recent conditions discussed privately by several companies. You can reference them during your free time. Weisheng, alright. Weisheng skimmed through the materials, then suddenly remembered something else unfinished, feeling utterly exhausted. Xiaoqiu, Weisheng called Xiaoqiu for a video call, are you still in the hotel? Xiaoqiu said, yeah, since you didn't let me go to the hospital, I didn't dare leave. If reporters see me and write something random, it would affect you. It won't affect me, everyone knows my relationship with the teacher. Shen Weisheng explained, but it might affect you. If elaborated further, Shen Weisheng worried reporters might claim Xiaqiu was flattering or seeking favors. Before, Shen Weisheng protecting Xiaqiu while helping her debut once caught journalists' questions. He had answered straightforwardly saying Xiaqiu's parents had helped him before, which is why he looked after Xiaqiu. This answer easily shut down the journalists. However, from Xiaqiu's perspective, journalists could criticize her for having ulterior motives. Xiaqiu said with passion, "I'm not afraid of any impact. I am. With how much randomness exists online now, it's best to avoid suspicion." Shen Weisheng said seriously. Previously, he hadn't cared about such etiquette. After all, Xiaqiu showed absolutely no interest in him, and he wouldn't expose his feelings either. Even if journalists wrote articles, he'd simply view it as promoting Xiaqiu's news heat. After all, Shen Weisheng helped people gain exposure every 2 or 3 days. But now, the situation was different. It's possible that Xiaqiu got obsessed because of all the CP rumors online, became immersed in them, and got tangled in her own thoughts after drinking fake liquor. Shen Weisheng thought deeply. Today, he had to do his utmost to set Xiaqiu straight. Shen Weisheng resolved confidently. Of course, Ms. Wang mentioning that Yi Zhouyue seeing the news might get jealous was very important. Shen Weisheng pondered seriously. Maybe Yi Zhouyue was calm on the surface, but considering how few words she usually spoke, her mental activities must be complex, liking to hide things. As Shen Weisheng quickly wove a script in his mind, he heard Xiaqiu say unhappily and discontentedly, "You just said we could act like nothing happened last time, and now you're avoiding suspicion." That's right. When there's nothing happening, you shouldn't rush to say those things either. Not saying those things allows us to pretend like nothing happened. Shen Weisheng felt a headache, thought about it, clenched his teeth, and said profoundly, "Xiaqiu, let me be honest with you. Actually, mainly, it's because my wife likes to be jealous." Xiaqiu. She was just making a fuss moments ago. Shen Weisheng became more and more excited as he spoke, daydreaming happily, stressing seriously with a heavy tone, "She cries, makes a scene, and threatens to hang herself. It gives me such a headache, I'm supposed to be resting quietly, alas, I simply can't let her keep throwing tantrums." Xiaqiu. Shit. You son of a bitch. Do you think I don't know how hard you're pining? What's wrong with you? Xiaqiu pretended to change the angle, moving the phone camera slightly away. She covered the microphone and took several deep breaths before continuing to adjust the phone angle and followed Shen Weisheng's words, "Sister-in-law, what has he misunderstood? Is he in the hospital?" "People are temporarily not there, but Xiao Tang is one of his people." Shen Weisheng's tone grew heavier, "He always knows whatever I do." Xiaqiu gritted her teeth, feeling upset and concerned as she asked, "How can he act like that? What kind of person is he?" Shen Weisheng sighed deeply, hesitated a bit, then said after a while, "There's nothing we can do about it. It's hard to tell who's right or wrong when it comes to a couple's affairs. Get used to it. This industry is really chaotic, so it's normal for him not to be at ease. In short, it's all my fault and sorry for troubling him. Alright, no more talk on this. Not wanting to say anything to you in the first place. What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiaqiu clutched her phone with one hand, and with the other, gripped the edge of the bed out of the camera lens. She tried hard not to destroy Shen Weisheng's figure on the phone screen, who had apparently entered another dimension. "In short, I took advantage of Xiao Tang's absence to quickly tell you. Everything is fine here. You've come to see me, now go back quickly. Sister Wang said you still have several announcements for your TV drama. Don't skip them. Even though the first round of television broadcast is over, and it seems like there are no important announcements left, you should finish what you started and show your attitude. Next time their team gets work, they will consider you first. After all, doing familiar jobs is better than new ones." Shen Weisheng sincerely advised. Xiaqiu complied, "Alright, since you've spoken, I'll go back first. Take care of your wound properly, let me know if anything happens. You're not a doctor, there's no point telling you," Shen Weisheng said, "focus on your work. You're in your ascending phase now, seize the opportunities." Shen Weisheng gave a few more pointers about publicity during promotional periods to boost popularity, then ended the call. But he stared at Xiaqiu's note on his phone for quite a while, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Initially, he never imagined Xiaqiu would suddenly confess, nor did he expect her to remain unclear-headed even after everything was clearly stated last time at the airport. Now she had even come over, looking completely enmeshed. Sigh. If this continued, Xiaqiu would get hurt, and he would feel awkward later. He wouldn't have the face to explain to Professor Xia and Mrs. Xia either. Time to use harsh measures. Hua Lin once said, putting oneself in a desperate situation may bring rebirth. If you hesitate to use harsh medicine, you cannot save someone. Now, he might as well say he secretly got a marriage certificate with Yi Zhouyue, and Xiaqiu would likely stop misbehaving, thinking further entanglement meant being the third party involved. Xiaqiu isn't such a person, she won't do this. Plus, after I stop involving her like before, she will soon snap out of her delusion. Shen Weisheng pondered deeply. Although feeling hurt at first may be inevitable, waking up early enough ensures early awareness and timely damage control, very good indeed. That's how it is, we must maintain this. In the hotel guest room, Xiaoqiu threw her phone onto the blanket, the obedient expression gradually turning into annoyance. Leaning against the headboard, she thought for a moment, then chuckled mockingly. Picking up the phone, she called her assistant, Xiao Chan, find someone to leak to the journalists that I visited Xingu. Then I'll go to the airport, let the journalists lie in wait there. Assistant Xiao Chan, okay. When will you come back, brother Qiu? Xiaoqiu, let's see. Xiao Chan thought for a while and said, Sister Wang just contacted me, urging you to catch up with the announcements. While you're having this opportunity, continue attracting fans. She has made an agreement with Zhong Yi's agent. The CP of both of you is quite popular now. Try promoting it more, and if everything goes well, we'll bind you together for the next play. That's great. I'll hurry back, also not to make things difficult for you. Xiaoqiu said amicably. After making arrangements, Xiaoqiu hung up, took a shower, changed into low-key clothes, and with a shoulder bag resembling a school backpack, left the hotel, hailing a taxi towards the airport. Though not much older, Xiaoqiu just turned 19 after the Lunar New Year. Wearing a tidy pair of jeans, a sweatshirt, and white sneakers, along with a mask and large backpack, he looked no different from any regular university boy, thus attracting no attention from the taxi driver. Xiaoqiu was only in high school when he began causing trouble at home, demanding to enter the entertainment circle, leading to fierce opposition from his family. But spoiled by everyone around him, he kept raising a fuss, until finally, his parents couldn't bear it anymore and entrusted Shenweishing to look after him. To speak of it, though Xiaoqiu's academic results were always mediocre, entering university was mandatory, regardless of entering the entertainment circle, it couldn't disrupt his college entrance examination. This was the sole requirement his parents stuck to till the end. Thus, Xiaoqiu continued his high school studies while making his debut in the entertainment industry and eventually got accepted into a non-art-focused ordinary university that wasn't top tier but also not too bad. Given the university's positioning, it wasn't very strict with students and was quite willing to give Xiaoqiu vacations to shoot films. Xiaoqiu arrived at the airport, quietly walked around for a bit, found a corner seat, and sat down, lowering his head to ask Xiao Chan how the arrangements were going. Xiao Chan quickly replied, everything is ready. Xiaoqiu sent Xiao Chan pictures of his outfit and approximate location before getting up to proceed toward security. Xiaoqiu was successfully intercepted by journalists just in front of the security checkpoint. He gave an helpless yet harmless smile, put his hands together as if praying, and pleaded with the reporters, let me off this time. If Sister Wang finds out, she might beat me. The reporters who had privately received some hints didn't know those hints actually came from Xiaoqiu himself. And given Xiaoqiu's usually approachable and warm-hearted big brother image, coupled with signs that he was about to rise in popularity, they actually liked him. At this moment, they smiled and joked with him as if they were old acquaintances. But after a few pleasantries, one reporter eagerly cut to the chase, how are Shenweishing's injuries? Xiaoqiu hesitated a bit, a little awkwardly laughing, I really can't comment on this. Please let me off, you need to ask Sister Wang and the company. That's the company rule, don't make things difficult for me. After a few rounds of maneuvering where he refused to divulge any information, the reporters understood and switched to other questions. When did you come here? Is it specifically to visit Brother Shen? Xiaoqiu modestly smiled, avoided answering, and glanced at the time, I need to get through security, I still have a job to rush to. Just a few more questions, quick Q&A style, we will definitely not make it hard for you, the reporters grinned, teasing him, you made your debut under Brother Shen's wing, it's normal for your relationship to be good, which is a positive thing. Nowadays, everyone in the industry slams each other. What's there to be scared about? Xiaoqiu hesitated again, somewhat hesitant yet innocent, saying, but, I've heard people talking trash about Brother Shen using me. He appeared distressed and pitiful, sincerely stating, my issues have already been resolved. I don't want Brother Shen to be affected by me. 2 hours later, the headline of the entertainment news updated, Xiaoqiu visited Shenweishing overnight at the hospital, showing up low-key at the airport. In the news, Xiaoqiu was described as dressed casually and unpretentiously, looking clean and simple, and his attitude when conversing with the journalists was very calm, like the boy next door. When talking about Shenweishing, he appeared earnest and sincere, worrying that he might cause misunderstanding about Shenweishing among the public. He expressed that all he wanted was to focus on improving his acting skills and proving himself through his work, asking the audience to pay more attention to his performances themselves, and so on. Planet giving candy. Why eat? Stunned. Wow, it's real. I originally thought this was a publicity stunt by the agency. But suddenly, I feel like it might be real. Last time something similar happened when someone fell off a horse during filming and her girlfriend secretly visited her. Friends, this isn't a publicity stunt. The fake couple that the trash satellite tied up was with satellite lie, and they didn't succeed. Planet's love is true heartfelt affection. You'll be hooked just by taking a look. At Planet is sweet today. Explosion for anyone else tying up satellites again. Explode on the spot. Let me tell you all a joke, Xiaoqiu fears dragging Shenweishing into trouble. Laugh, all of you laugh. No future bundling. It's 8012 AD now and there are still future couple fans. It's such a farcical and embarrassing pairing. They have officially endorsed it countless times. These two, who privately don't even have each other's phone numbers, still have fans. How do you survive? Which era are we living in that no phone number matters? Also, what phones store inside? Only the parents' phone numbers. No Shinweishing's either, normal, right? Muttering under my breath, heard mom forces him to save everyone's number. Our brother comes off as arrogant, ha 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 dot. Then Lai has autism, right? Can baby milk stop seeking existence under Xiaoqiu's news? Truly, fans follow their idols. Steamed buns steal Xiaoqiu's role while their fan sees heat dot. Rumor spreading will explode here. The male lead of a major annual drama tribute show, who was nominated for Best Actor within 3 years of entering the industry, who TF would care for your 360 lines character whose first leading role took almost 2 years of being overjoyed every day searching hashtags. We wouldn't accept it for free. Both belong to the harem of Shin Satellite, coming out under the same star, what's there to argue about? A competition for favor within the harem? Top floor speaks the truth. Go to hell, Liu Bei fans, don't muddy the waters. At least switch to a new account to stir things up, right? Does the Empress need to change her account? WTMXS. If Liu Bei doesn't die, then what about Lai and Xiaoqiu? Just quietly eat the sugar even if there are glass shards in it. So how is Satellite Shin's injury really? Don't drag others into this, that's too out of context. This is Planet Xiaoqiu's main stage. Did you all not finish reading? Look at the photos, will you? Photos don't lie, Xiaoqiu's expression made me truly believe he and Shin Weishing have something going on. All actors, don't be so overly ZQSG, referring to being overly idealistic. No, I genuinely believe because Xiaoqiu's acting in the TV series makes me feel like he couldn't fake this kind of authenticity. The comment above is pure sarcasm. Only I noticed Xiaoqiu has an injury on his hand. Can Garbage Crown focus more on artist safety? Xiaoqiu wasn't injured 2 days ago when he attended the event. I heard Shin Weishing got distracted due to worry for Satellite Shin, rushed over, and got hurt as a result. Planet Rio. Scram. Wild chickens just adding drama. Let me repeat 10,000 times, stop using Satellite Shin to hype Xiaoqiu. From debut until now, you've finally managed to make him popular through such antics. Why not change to another person already? Satellite Shin's popularity has dropped, leave him alone. Laughing at your arguments, did you all forget why Shin Weishing was injured in the first place? Watch you all tear each other apart. You're all concubines. ITM only care about the truth of Satellite Shin's injuries. When will they give us an exact statement? Sister Wang had witnessed the whole process, staring at the pictures of Xiaoqiu at the airport taken by journalists for 10 seconds. She deeply pondered, why does Xiaoqiu always break character during filming? She thought professionally for 3 minutes and decided she would take a look later at whether Xiaoqiu's scripts contained any roles suited for him. There were indeed actors who could only deliver standout performances in specific genres. Perhaps Xiaoqiu was one of them. Sister Wang, committed to her profession, contemplated deeply. Private chat. Xiaoqiu, Brother Shen. I didn't expect the reporters to intercept me at the airport. Xiaoqiu, oh. Shengu, it's fine. Shengu, focus on your work. Xiaoqiu, they are bickering again. QAQ. Shengu, just get used to it. Shengu, what happened to your hand? Xiaoqiu, nothing. Shengu, alright, remember to change the dressing frequently, be cautious, and concentrate on your work. Xiaoqiu, yes. QAQ. Private chat. Shengu, what do you think, should Yi Joyue and I go with Starry Night or Deep Night for our CP name? Wendong. Shengu, for our couple pairing name. Wendong, breach of contract. Shengu. Wendong, gastric juice. Shengu, go away. Wendong, wake up, dude. Seriously, you've totally changed your vibe recently. Haven't you noticed? Shengu, you told me to pursue him. Wendong, I didn't tell you to daydream one-sidedly here. Shengu, he wants to study, I can't keep bothering him. Anyway, you asked me to report updates anytime, and here I am reporting. Everything depends on you anyway, what exactly are you thinking? Wendong. Alright, it's my fault. Have you two made any progress? Shengu, he replied to my WeChat and reminded me to drink more water and rest. I think this shows potential. Wendong, keep going, next step is marriage. Shengu, I think so too. Wendong, buddy, I'm being sarcastic. Shengu, be kind, I still remember where I kept the IOU you wrote. Wendong, my mom was using my phone earlier, did she say anything again? Shengu, go away. Yi Jiuyue finally took a break from studying, asking her roommate to bring back a bowl of wonton noodles on the way, and opened Weibo to scroll through. At once, she saw Xiaoqiu's trending topic. Shin Weishing and Xiaoqiu seem to have a really good relationship, Yi Jiuyue casually thought without much sentiment. As a bystander, Yi Jiuyue skimmed through the comments and clicked on the trending topic, at a Today Planet is still sweet, to watch a 30-second fan-made MV. She objectively felt that it lacked rhythm, storyline, and even accurate color correction. The faces in the video were nearly blurred into flatness, and its quality was far inferior compared to any of those produced by professional artists such as Xing Lu and Wei Lai. She quickly lost interest in this CP pairing, returning to the original post's comments. She then clicked on @Nilai's Weibo account to browse some high-quality photos of Nilai, followed by another click leading her to Liu Bei's Weibo, where she ogled his face for a while. Finally, she returned once more to the original post and clicked on Shen Weixing's Weibo, staring at his high-quality photos for 10 seconds. Unable to admire further, she hastily exited Shen Weixing's Weibo homepage as if fleeing for her life. After quite some time, Yi Zhouyue's face was still burning hot. She subconsciously licked her lips. It wasn't anything particular, just the sudden memory of the feeling of kissing the real person himself. Yi Zhouyue involuntarily swallowed a lump in her throat, feeling a slight weakness in her hands, like they had gone numb. Her heart was also beating erratically. She lightly tapped the table with her hand, covering her face in deep self-reflection. Stay calm, Yi Jun. It's just that someone confessed to you, don't let it control you so easily. Be composed. Stay calm. Keep steady. Don't fantasize, be rational. Be realistic. The rational and pragmatic Yi Jun took a deep breath and laid her face on the desk, rolling it from left to right, trying to disperse the heat. Just as her roommate walked back to the dorm carrying the wonton noodles, she glanced over for a few seconds, looking at the open computer screen and asked, "Did you find true love again?" Yi Zhouyue's penchant for beauty was no secret. When she first entered university, Yi Zhouyue used to keep her obsession fairly under wraps, only secretly indulging online. Later, thanks, or not, to Sui Dong, Yi Zhouyue effectively came out of the closet. By then, all three roommates already knew about and fully accepted her orientation with utmost kindness. Thus, Yi Zhouyue stopped being secretive in the dormitory and openly enjoyed gazing at handsome men to replenish her daily dose of late-stage face dog energy. Her roommates didn't think much of this behavior either. Taking an extreme step back, they reasoned that Yi Zhouyue's preference for male idols meant she wouldn't have designs on them 3 straight men. However, they noticed one thing: Yi Zhouyue tended to be particularly passionate, heartless, fast to switch affections. It was hard to describe. Today, if you ask Yi Zhouyue who she likes, she'll say Nilai, because he's especially handsome. Tomorrow, if you bring up news about Nilai, she'll reply that now it's Liu Bei's world. The day after, mention Liu Bei, and she'll apologize saying, "Who's Liu Bei?" as she now belongs to World Emperor Zhou. After a few days, World Emperor Zhou would no longer exist in her mind since Shen Weixing has become irresistibly endearing. The roommates had given up trying to understand Yi Zhouyue's inner workings long ago. After all, 3 staunchly straight men found it incredibly challenging to comprehend the inner world of a star-chasing otaku gay individual. Moreover, whenever Yi Zhouyue detached from the internet or couldn't see any good-looking faces, she'd rapidly return to normalcy. This normal Yi Zhouyue single-handedly supplied the entire dorm with study notes, homework answers, and quiz test results, making her an untouchable deity. So Yi Zhouyue stopped rolling her face, turned around, and took the wonton noodles while paying, thanks. The roommate stuffed the change into her pocket, glancing at Yi Zhouyue's computer desktop as she started it again. "Who's this?" "Zhao Liao," Yi Zhouyue replied, "plays esports, Russian-Chinese mixed heritage." The roommate looked puzzled. "How did your claws reach the esports circle?" She glanced at the poster signed by Shen Weixing that hung directly opposite Yi Zhouyue's bed, looked down at the Shen Weixing endorsed commemorative mobile phone version water cup beside Yi Zhouyue's bed, and then saw Shen Weixing's book sitting on the shelf. "What happened to Shen Weixing? You're no longer following him." Yi Zhouyue's feelings instantly became complex, but she evaded the question with a vague "mm." That poster was sent by Shen Weixing via express delivery after their one-night stand ended. The water cup and the book were also gifts from Shen Weixing. Throwing them away seemed impolite, but keeping them took up space, so Yi Zhouyue decided to put them to practical use. As a result, her roommates assumed that this time she'd definitively chosen Shen Weixing. After all, it was rare for Yi Zhouyue to seriously pursue a star, so the entire dorm had tried their best to buy products endorsed by Shen Weixing to please her, mainly to curry favor with the scholar. Sui Dong, upon hearing about this, specially entrusted someone to send Yi Zhouyue a Q-version eggbox figure of Shen Weixing. Once again, thanks to Sui Dong and her roommates' efforts, even the girls in the class now knew that Yi Zhouyue was chasing stars, specifically Shen Weixing. Yi Zhouyue's popularity among the girls skyrocketed again. Since the satellite industry is unified, regardless of differences, everyone joined together to praise satellite Shen. Yi Zhouyue. For a considerable period, she had been subjected to the mental conditioning of satellite-related mantras, which made her feel as though she were living in a different era every time she communicated with Shen Weixing on WeChat. It didn't stop there. Most of the satellite-obsessed girls in the class were content with brainwashing Yi Zhouyue into following Shen Weixing. However, one girl had gone rogue, her thoughts were wilder, her actions more aggressive. Likely suffering from loneliness for too long, she was the sole member of the All Shen faction in their and neighboring classes. Others either solely supported Shen Wei or were mommy fans, or part of the Shen as the lead male faction. This girl made a bold decision. Clenching her teeth, she took a risky move, luring unwitting rookies into the fandom. Thus, Yi Jiuyue had already come across the girl's so-called accidental insertions in the books lent to him or mixed among study materials, Shinwei's fanfiction. These included, but were not limited to, Shinwei as an authoritarian warlord paired with a tragic actor, Liu Bei x Shinwei, as a cold prince coupled with a speechless tragic mute, and the Liu Shin Abo version, a Liu Bei taking Shin O. All these were clean versions. Yi Jiuyue. Once might be coincidence, twice could be an accident, but 3 times. That was a deliberate conspiracy. Yi Jiuyue understood the girl's intention, yet pretended not to. Because, if forced to choose a side, he wanted to stand on the side of Omi. Mary Sue Jiuyue thought painfully. Moreover, Shinwei really did act as the lead character. He had no interest in cross-dressing, nor did he have a preference for strawberry cake. He preferred mango cake, though only sparingly. After drinking some red wine, his face wouldn't redden, nor would he act differently. And why were the villains who separated lovers always Dai Xiaojing? Regardless of these, in short, Yi Jiuyue fell into a vicious cycle. The more Shinwei merchandise accumulated on Yi Jiuyue's desk, everyone assumed Yi Jiuyue was crazily following Shinwei. The more Shinwei merchandise people sent him, everyone assumed Yi Jiuyue was crazily following Shinwei. Side Yi Jiuyue. Chapter 44. The roommate had actually returned, with a mission. Leaning on the ladder by Yi Jiuyue's desk, he continued chatting with Yi Jiuyue. In the middle of their conversation, he suddenly asked, "Haven't you been on any dates lately? Are you still seeing your boyfriend?" Yi Jiuyue originally intended to reply, "We broke up," but then, remembering that there was a somewhat sinister deal between his roommate and Sui Dong, he changed his answer to, "He's been busy with work lately, and I've been studying." The roommate was a little disappointed that they hadn't broken up yet, but it wasn't convenient for him to say it outright, so he continued joking around. "By the way, does your boyfriend get jealous?" Yi Jiuyue responded with a, The roommate pointed at Shinweishing's poster plastered on the wall and said, "Like this celebrity worship stuff you do." Being a straight guy who didn't understand the gay world, all he knew was that if he pursued a female star, his girlfriend would mock him. If he mocked her for chasing male stars, she'd hit him. Incredibly honest, Yi Jiuyue replied, "No, he likes Shinweishing more than I do." The roommate exclaimed in surprise, "Ah." Yi Jiuyue nodded again to confirm what he just said, "Yes, really." The roommate jumped to the wrong conclusion and suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Shit. You're chasing Shinweishing because your boyfriend also chases him, right? That explains why you suddenly started following celebrities too." "Not exactly, it's more like both of you are chasing Shinweishing and putting all Shin's merchandise on my desk. Meanwhile, Shinweishing is being mind-controlled by aliens into currently pursuing me." Yi Jiuyue quietly pondered. The roommate added, "We all thought your boyfriend would be someone really mature. Turns out he also follows celebrities. Your gay world is truly hard to understand." Silently, Yi Jiuyue ate his wontons. Looking at him eating, the roommate bit his lip and said, "Hey, listen, it's Sui Dong's birthday. He invited everyone to dinner and karaoke on Sunday. Are you coming?" Swallowing a mouthful of wonton, Yi Jiuyue replied, "No." The roommate tried to persuade him, "It's just a meal, everyone's going." "Hey, I know about your relationship with Sui Dong." "Wait, no, what I mean is, both of you are part of the student council, and you work together at least." Yi Jiuyue looked confused and asked, "But I'm not even on the student council." The roommate confidently retorted, "You at least joined the chess club, which falls under the student council's jurisdiction." Yi Jiuyue stared silently. The roommate continued persuading, "I'm serious, stop joking. Give him a chance." Slowly, Yi Jiuyue questioned, "Why should I?" The roommate shot back, "What do you mean, why? You're saying no without even asking when it is." Calmly, Yi Jiuyue responded, "Whenever I don't have class, I always have something else." Surprised, the roommate blurted, "What else do you have?" Yi Jiuyue lied without blinking, "My boyfriend is sick, I need to take care of him." The roommate. Sincerely, Yi Jiuyue nodded to affirm his excuse. Dryly laughing, the roommate said, "But you just said he was busy working and couldn't find time to date." Serious, Yi Jiuyue replied, "He worked himself sick." The roommate. After some time at his own desk, the roommate lifted his head and asked, "Jiuyue, when do you have free time?" Silently turning to look at him, Yi Jiuyue remained quiet. With a sigh, the roommate confessed, "All right, let me tell you straight. Whenever you're free, that'll be Sui Dong's birthday celebration. Your boyfriend will recover eventually. Really, there's no need for this. If it were just a random gathering, I wouldn't insist, but this is his 18th birthday. Just give him this favor. He's had a tough time." Startled, Yi Jiuyue asked, "He's only 18. The roommate was equally surprised, "Didn't you know?" Shaking his head, Yi Jiuyue replied. "You two weren't classmates in high school?" the roommate asked. Innocently, Yi Jiuyue said, "That's why I thought he was already 19. The roommate began doubting if Sui Dong's recollections of their passionate love in high school were accurate. Anyway, regardless, disregarding everything else and focusing on the task at hand, the roommate persisted, "Sui Dong is turning 18, and that's why he specifically wanted to invite everyone he could. Think about it, 18 is such an important milestone. Just give him this respect." Because Yi Jiuyue started university early, he turned 18 only after starting classes in college. He never expected that Sui Dong would be younger than him. As the roommate continued persuading Yi Jiuyue suddenly remembered something else. His 18th birthday was spent with Shen Weixing. Yi Jiuyue's birthday happened not long after the start of the semester. He had just met his 3 roommates and wasn't very familiar with them yet, so the only acquaintance he brought along that day was Lu Sinan. However, Lu Sinan had arranged a significant online battle for his gaming guild that night, one he couldn't miss. Therefore, he left his buddy Yi Jiuyue behind after celebrating by having lunch and exchanging gifts, rushing back to the dormitory to join the game. It didn't bother Yi Jiuyue much, he just thought about treating himself well on his 18th birthday, marking it as a new milestone in life, whatever it might be. So he calculated his living expenses, set aside a budget, gritted his teeth, and went to dine at a nearby starred hotel. Before heading to the hotel, Yi Jiuyue also stopped by a bakery on the way. He hesitated between ordering a birthday cake and eating a big meal, almost succumbing to the allure of the cake instead of choosing the feast. Inside the bakery, they were holding a small birthday party for a little child, with parents bringing a group of kids laughing and playing, handing out birthday hats. Out of envy, Yi Jiuyue stared at them for a while until one little child came over kindly and offered him a piece of cake. Have some birthday cake. Embarrassed, Yi Jiuyue declined, thank you, no need. Uninhibitedly, the child said, but you look like you really want to eat it. Ah, no, I'm envious because you're having a birthday party. I've never had one. Feeling sympathetic from the child, Yi Jiuyue chuckled slightly, bent down to explain, it's not that I want to eat cake. It's my birthday today too, but I'm envious that you can play with your mom, dad, and friends. Upon hearing this, the child felt even more pity for Yi Jiuyue and asked concernedly, don't you have any friends? Yi Jiuyue. No, I do have friends. I'm not that bad off. And I have parents too. The child must have swallowed the question, where are your parents? Yi Jiuyue tried to explain, but the child had already made up their mind that he was pitiful and kept trying to push the plate of cake toward Yi Jiuyue's hands. Politeness wouldn't win over action. Thus, Yi Jiuyue accepted the plate, saying, thank you. Wait. The child ran back and returned with a birthday hat, placing it on Yi Jiuyue's head and happily wishing him, happy birthday. Yi Jiuyue paused, then smiled, feeling the slight sadness in his heart slowly dissipate. He started to feel like sunshine was everywhere, and humanity was full of warmth. Thank you, and happy birthday to you too, Yi Jiuyue said cheerfully. After finishing the birthday cake, Yi Jiuyue played with the children for a while before leaving since he was just a passerby. He exited the bakery and continued walking towards the hotel. Coincidentally, Shen Weixing, who had just finished filming the military training show, was also dining there with the production crew. Yi Jiuyue deliberately chose a quiet corner, waiting anxiously for his luxurious meal that cost him an arm and a leg when he spotted Shen Weixing and the program team moving to a private room further inside. Yi Jiuyue didn't pay much attention, glancing briefly and thinking casually, oh, I ran into Shen Weixing again. What a handsome man, and resumed waiting for his expensive birthday dinner which cost 2 weeks' worth of food expenses, contemplating whether to visit a bar or karaoke after the meal. He had never been to a bar, and he was curious but also somewhat worried, not knowing what kind of environment awaited him. Well, then how about going to the KTV? Group buying offered all-night packages for just 68 yuan, including free mineral water and popcorn. Given that most of his budget was already spent on the fancy meal, and the plan for a birthday cake cancelled, he was already regretting it slightly. He should have bought a birthday cake with this money, it would have been a better deal. Even though he'd eaten cake earlier, it was someone else's cake, not his own. Heartbroken, Yi Jiuyue thought. What Yi Jiuyue didn't expect was that he would still end up eating his own birthday cake. Halfway through his meal, the restaurant suddenly delivered a birthday cake to him, not a big one, but very delicate. Yi Jiuyue asked, is this part of a promotion? The restaurant had an event where those who could prove their birthdays with their ID would get discounts, so Yi Jiuyue registered his ID initially, figuring it was probably another hotel promotion involving a birthday cake. The waiter, however, smiled and said, no. This surprised Yi Jiuyue greatly, then why? Before the waiter could explain, he gestured silently with a smile, inviting Yi Jiuyue to look behind him. Turning around, Yi Jiuyue saw his idol Shen Weixing's calm and gentle smile, happy birthday. Yi Jiuyue. One of Shen Weixing's companions, not accomplices, explained, we happened to hear it was your birthday. Shen heard you're his fan, so haha, surprise. Surprised, Yi Jiuyue asked slowly, where did you hear that from? Shen Weixing's assistant Xiao Tang blurted out, ah. What a first reaction. Does it matter? Still, Xiao Tang replied, on the way from your school to here, didn't you stop by a cake shop? We had business there too, perhaps you didn't notice us. Yi Jiuyue paused. Seeing his silence, Shen Weixing pointed at the cake, mango flavor. Do you like it? Thinking in his heart, who cares about mango, I'd even love coriander-flavored cakes. Oh right, I'm not allergic to coriander anyway. No, what's important is, Shen Weixing sent me a birthday cake. My god, is this a dream? I like it, Yi Jiuyue said hurriedly, thank you. Shen Weixing already held up the candle confidently, how old are you? Yi Jiuyue answered, 18. Shen Weixing initially didn't know Yi Jiuyue's age, but Xiao Tang had everything prepared ahead. He ordered candles for the numbers 1, 7, 8, 9, 2, 0 just in case because college freshmen rarely deviate far from those ages. Shen Weisheng stuck the 2 candles labeled 18 on the cake and smiled gently, make a wish. Still dazed as if in a dream, hearing these words jolted Yi Jiuyue back a second before he understood. Aha. He closed his eyes mechanically to make a wish, but after closing them, his consciousness gradually returned, feeling something strange. Unable to resist, he peeked with one eye. Caught red-handed by Shen Weisheng. Sitting across from him, Shen Weisheng was already watching him kindly and smiled again when he caught Yi Jiuyue's glance. Yi Jiuyue. At this moment, he almost felt his scalp tingle, gazing dumbfoundedly at Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng asked, done making your wish? Yi Jiuyue came to his senses, yeah. Blow out the candles. Shen Weisheng reminded him. Yi Jiuyue nodded, blowing out the candles in one breath. Shen Weisheng smiled toward him, happy birthday. Feeling a bit heated in the face, Yi Jiuyue said, thank you. You're welcome, Shen Weisheng continued, I can't eat too much sugary stuff, cut me a small piece of cake. Only then did Yi Jiuyue remember to cut the cake, busy slicing some pieces. He handed a smaller portion to Shen Weisheng and gave an average-sized slice to Xiao Tang nearby. Hesitating, he glanced at the open private room behind him and looked at Shen Weisheng tentatively, asking, would you invite others to share? Shen Weisheng laughed, no worries, enjoy yourself. They're drinking. Besides, it's your birthday. Without insisting, Yi Jiuyue cut himself a slice of cake, hesitated a bit more, and stole another glance at Shen Weisheng and Xiao Tang. For a brief moment, Yi Jiuyue felt somewhat ashamed for being suspicious. Because he dared not easily eat this cake. The origin of this cake was unclear. When the child at the bakery handed him the cake earlier, Yi Jiuyue had also doubted it. In fact, for a short while, he suspected it was a prank cake. If he took a bite, it might be a joke, and the child would probably burst into laughter pointing at him saying ha ha ha. Back then, he thought such dark thoughts and acted on darker impulses. He naturally fed the child a forkful of cake first, waiting until the child ate it without hesitation before he himself dared to try. That fleeting instant, he believed he didn't deserve their kindness. Just as he didn't feel deserving of Shen Weisheng's goodwill now. Slowing down 100 times to pick at the cake, Yi Jiuyue continued peeking at Shen Weisheng and Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang swallowed most of the large piece in one go, very happily eating through it in 2 or 3 bites. Shen Weisheng also took a small bite, seeing Yi Jiuyue hadn't started yet, and concernedly asked, if you're allergic to mango, don't force yourself. Yi Jiuyue slowly shook his head, hesitated a bit, and cut another piece of cake in a different direction, shoveling it towards Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang smiled, it's your birthday, you eat. Softly, Yi Jiuyue said, I can't finish either. Xiao Tang thought about it and found it reasonable, so he took the piece and kept eating. Only then did Yi Jiuyue start eating the cake in front of him. As he ate, he thought, everyone is so nice. Only I am a petty person. Chapter 45. September. Her roommate, seeing Yi Jiuyue's prolonged silence, urged her. How about it? Yi Jiuyue snapped out of her thoughts, smiled, and said, sorry, I'm just too busy. The roommate. This refusal reeked of insincerity. But Yi Jiuyue put on a very sincere expression and explained, I also have to work part-time, study for exams, it's nearly the end of the semester, and I need to take care of my boyfriend. The roommate made one last attempt, then don't go sing, just eat a meal. You'd be eating anyway, right? With heartfelt reluctance, Yi Jiuyue refused, it's probably best not to. Alright. Having given up, the roommate lowered her head and reported the whole thing to Sui Dong. After that, Yi Jiuyue no longer spoke. She finished eating her dumpling noodles, tidied up the table, scrolled through some forums, and then started reviewing her textbooks. The matter of Shen Weisheng getting injured on set was still ongoing. As many people were questioning whether this incident was staged for publicity, Liu Bei retweeted his company's official Weibo post along with 2 words, thank you. Due to the highbrow persona his company had crafted, Liu Bei's personal Weibo account usually had few posts. He mostly shared advertisements or promoted his works, rarely divulging private information like Shen Weisheng, who frequently engaged in attention-grabbing antics. Therefore, at this point, Liu Bei's simple 2-word post didn't come across as dismissive. In conjunction with the video footage leaked by fans during a visit where Shen Weisheng had allegedly protected Liu Bei and got injured in the process, these 2 concise words from Liu Bei left a lot for people, mainly CP fans, to speculate about. Whether it be a scenario where the hero saves the beauty while they're in a passionate romance, leaving the heroine deeply moved, or if their relationship had fractured before, with this act bringing them back together, or even in an ambiguous state leading to an offer of commitment, either way, there was love involved. Ahem, setting aside the overly romanticized speculations from CP fans, Liu Bei's own fanbase also joined the fray. As one of the most acclaimed and promising actors in China's film industry currently, Liu Bei comes from good family background, has relatively clean public records, the couple marketing is mostly confined within smaller circles and isn't often noticed by the casual audience, each successive work is better than the last, making him well liked by the public, and with fans distributed widely. In fact, the number of fans for the Liu Bei, Shen Weixing pairing only constituted a very small portion, especially after Liu Bei soared to fame in the film world. Most Liu Bei fans were quite disdainful towards Shen Weixing tagging along, deeming their statuses mismatched and accusing Shen Weixing of overstepping for undeserved exposure. Thus, when news broke about Shen Weixing's injury on set, the leaders among Liu Bei's fan groups quickly jumped into action, controlling the narrative, urging everyone to stay calm and observe the situation further in case it turned out to be another publicity stunt involving Liu Bei. However, it wasn't long before Liu Bei himself officially responded. His management privately hinted to a few fan leaders that this time around, Shen Weixing truly did save Liu Bei in earnest. Of course, there were voices questioning whether Shen Weixing could be pulling off some self-directed drama to win favors from Liu Bei. But after careful analysis, it seemed unlikely for a TV heartthrob like Shen Weixing, whose career heavily relied on his looks, to take such risks that could jeopardize his bread and butter. Regardless, gratitude wouldn't quite cover it, considering how much their idol has suffered due to unwarranted pairings before. However, why did Liu Bei almost get hurt on set? This was still unfinished business. Following Liu Bei's statement, his fan base ignited one after another, sparking fierce online arguments. From the crew's official Weibo account, the culprit supporting actors page, to the directors and casting directors' social media, even Liu Bei's agency and Xiao Jing received backlash, criticized for being profit-driven and inadequately protecting Liu Bei. As for Liu Bei, he never restrained his fans. At least, that's how it appeared publicly. Regardless of what went on behind closed doors, Liu Bei maintained a specific image externally, limited Weibo updates and keeping his distance from his fans, unlike Shen Weixing, who casually engaged with his fans or chatted warmly with them on the streets, sometimes treating them to food. Not only that, Shen Weixing often popped into his fans' group chats unannounced. One famous instance was late night after a night shoot when he logged into a chat and shared several articles regarding the health risks of staying up all night, including a teenager dying suddenly from gaming and the transformation of a once blooming girl addicted to late nights. The group, previously lively, filled with dozens of ellipses and quietly shifted to a new hidden group for nighttime activities without his knowledge. This carried both pros and cons. On one hand, Shen Weixing demonstrated care worthy of admiration, but on the other hand, whenever something occurred in his satellite fan community, netizens would relentlessly tag him, demanding he assume responsibility for control and damage control, which was undoubtedly stressful. Yet Liu Bei did not follow suit. His attitude was very clear: fans are fans, I am me. It doesn't matter to me how they act. If they praise me, I don't bother with it. If they scold you, it's none of my business. In the end, their actions have nothing to do with me. You can come to me for my affairs, and their affairs, go to them. That's how cold, after all, Liu Bei is portrayed as an aloof celestial being. As for what the company does behind closed doors, that also has nothing to do with Liu Bei. For Liu Bei, it's a relatively unique ecosystem, yet there were still many who bought into his image, thinking it matched his personality, and they loved this icy aloofness. However, this time, Liu Heavenly Immortal Bei not only retweeted a Weibo post to express his stance but also, 3 hours after the fan groups erupted in discussion, liked a comment from a fan demanding the production crew thoroughly investigate whether the supporting actor had maliciously targeted Liu Bei by attempting foul play. This like remained for half an hour until the world was about to explode, at which point Liu Bei belatedly realized and cancelled this like, breaking convention by issuing another original Weibo post. Liu Bei v. Fat-fingered click, heh. I believe this wasn't a fat-fingered click. I buy it now. The protagonist got injured, Liu Bei flew into a rage for a blue-eyed beauty. Corrupt brains need some discipline. This is about a thorough investigation. Isn't this tantamount to attempted murder? I don't believe in accidents anyway. There are no accidents in the entertainment industry. Doesn't anyone remember when Shen Weixing was poisoned at the start of his career? Poisoning again is what? No one will believe it. After all, I heard it from my relatives. You take it or leave it. My relatives used to work at the television station. They said when Shen Weixing first became famous through a singing competition, someone poisoned the tea he drank backstage during a show. Fortunately, Shen Weixing had great fortune. The first time he prepared to drink, workers were moving things around, so he set the cup aside and helped. The second time he prepared to drink, someone knocked him over. The third time he went to prepare to drink, something came up, and he put the cup aside where a child from the adjacent program recording room saw it as something good and sneaked to drink it. The child was taken to the hospital and suffered no serious harm except for vocal injury, but it didn't matter because the child didn't sing anyway. My relative thought Shen Weixing might be protected by divine forces, so he respectfully requested Shen Weixing's autographed photo and posted it on his car as a talisman. That's why it left such a deep impression on me. My satellite starts to make stuff up again. Keep fabricating. How else can your satellite keep going? All of the entertainment circle seems to only have your tragedy most uniquely displayed. Shen Weixing is truly pitiable, why sell it more? No fandom owns everything. Liu Bei never gets involved. This must be a real problem, right? Thorough investigation required. Can we sue that idiot? Malicious harm. If there's forgiveness, let it be. Who wouldn't experience an accident? It may not necessarily be intentional. From what I've seen, Liu Bei Fairy is hard to offend. Fans are power, justice. Some people force even minor characters off Weibo. Now do we want them out of the entertainment circle or the whole world? Bullying the less famous stars. No need to bring up a rhythm. Go at Boylove today is also pursuing the truth. This blogger has just revealed that supporting actor wasn't involved in an accident. Read more yourself, words fail to describe it. Hordes of fans followed this response link, leading to a regular blogger whose initial following numbered only dozens, but due to one lengthy Weibo post, rapidly skyrocketed to several 10,000 followers. Boylove today is also pursuing the truth. MJD, I am neither a Liu Bei nor a Shinuing fan. I watch programs but don't chase stars, purely a passerby, and my parents live in Chaoyang district. Here's what happened. I recently traveled down to the mountain where Shinuing and Liu Bei filmed. I accompanied a client to a KTV, coincidentally encountering at Wang Yi, the person responsible for the series of incidents in their recordings, the night before they shot that scene. I sang with the client until past 2 o'clock in the morning, seeing Wang Yi on the way out, clearly drunk and pretty lively. Since I'd watched some of his performances before, I thought meeting a famous actor was rare and took a few glances, so his appearance stuck in my mind vividly. Later, I returned to work, just coming online to learn about this incident, and here I'm sharing my experience, you can believe it or not. It's not any shocking revelation, but I just want to say this, right before they were set to shoot an explosive scene, they were drunk late into the night. I left earlier so I don't know specifically when Wang Yi walked out, without considering safety. The rest is open to personal interpretation. Subsequently, Liu Bei's fans promptly located the clues given in this Weibo post, somehow obtaining the surveillance footage inside the KTV, editing and blurring faces before uploading it onto Weibo. In the video, Wang Yi, a supporting actor, together with the casting director and several others, entered the KTV at around 7:30 p.m. Occasionally, they went in and out of the private room a few times, presumably to use the restroom. Alcohol kept being delivered into the room, and at the same time, many young and pretty girls came in and out. According to the timestamp on the surveillance footage, Wang Yi was visibly drunk each time he went to the restroom, until around 3 a.m. when he left affectionately holding a girl, his steps unsteady and staggered. If it weren't for the girl supporting him, he would have crashed right into the wall. Liu Bei's fans were incredibly resourceful, not only acquiring this section of the KTV recording but also managing to find the footage of Wang Yi leaving the KTV with the girl and entering the adjacent hotel, editing it all together. Wang Yi and the girl checked into a hotel room and didn't come out until 6 a.m. the next morning. Has Liu Bei posted anything today? At Wang Yi, don't threaten me behind the scenes. I haven't even obtained any footage of what you did in that hotel room with her, but who knows if some expert might get their hands on it. It's always better to leave room for reconciliation in life. Smile. Anyway, this is the truth. As for whether there's a shocking conspiracy involving paid attempts to harm Liu Bei, I don't know and won't speculate. But even if it was purely an accident, it was still a human error. I hope that Mr. Wang Yi can exhibit more professionalism. Shooting explosive scenes at 10 in the morning after drinking till 3 in the morning and fooling around until 6, aren't you feeling exhausted? Don't try to tackle jobs you're not qualified for, and stop whining. Also, if this really was just an accidental mishap, that's fine. However, Mr. Wang's resume raises some eyebrows. For those interested, feel free to investigate further, I'll refrain from elaborating. Regardless of whether it's fans or casual observers, everyone started following up on these clues. By the end, they discovered Wang Yi's extensive history of unsavory incidents. He had been lurking in film production bases for years, forming cliques, manipulating situations, misleading newcomers, especially those who were extras, and fans pursuing stars. Cheating them out of money was one thing, but sometimes it escalated to even worse exploitation. Many of the extras and fans were either recent graduates or still students, sheltered at home or in schools, thinking that the entertainment industry was as clean and shiny as it appeared, without ever considering guarding against seemingly kind evildoers. Wang Yi gained recognition through appearances in various productions. He exploited this by pretending to help introduce extras to the crew, or bring fans close to idols, naturally making many yearn for his supposed connections. Then, Wang Yi would delay matters while taking these people out for drinks and introducing them to various crew members, cut from the same cloth. He put on airs, bragging about his vast network. After a few rounds of praise and alcohol from the seasoned players, swindling money was trivial, and inappropriate touching became even more disgusting. On occasions, some were directly taken away to hotel rooms. Those easily deceived were often naive. Later, after being manipulated and intimidated by Wang Yi, a worldly-wise schemer, they dared not expose him and could only swallow their grievances. Occasionally, someone unable to contain their frustration would vent anonymously online, but wouldn't dare share too many specifics. This time, thanks to Shinuing's injury and Liu Bei's situation, Liu Bei's fans unearthed everything, comparing, contacting the original posters, organizing clues like detectives brought back to life. In the end, they even dug up Wang Yi's records from 3 years ago of drunk driving and fleeing the scene, 7 years ago of domestic violence due to intoxication, and 10 years ago of involvement in illegal lending. The question stands, are you convinced? But many things happened too long ago. The victims, who had been taken advantage of, were unwilling to come forward again. Therefore, from a legal standpoint, these black marks couldn't impact Wang Yi much. Still, Wang Yi had no way of continuing in the industry. Both ethically and reasonably speaking, no production team would dare hire him anymore, at least not within the next 2 years. Hiring him would not only provoke netizens' resistance but would also offend Liu Bei and Shen Weixing, currently at the height of their fame, along with the large group of influential figures backing Liu Bei. Even the Actors Guild, under such widespread public indignation, was forced to issue an announcement, reminding all actors to focus on moral cultivation, urging the crews to screen personnel strictly based on conduct, and striving to create a generation of virtuous artists, responding to the government's call for creating a harmonious society. As for 2 years later, in 2 years, as long as Liu Bei and Shen Weixing still have followers, and as long as Wang Yi dares show his face again, we can simply dig up these posts and cause another stir. Actually, the more astute insiders in the industry could all tell that the uproar this time wasn't solely stirred up by Liu Bei's or Shen Weixing's fans, it was obvious what Liu Bei's stance was. An accident on set that didn't result in fatalities, one that could have been smoothed over quietly, was turned into a nationwide scandal by Liu Bei. Now, Wang Yi would struggle to even set foot outside without fear of being recognized and ridiculed, let alone continue working in the entertainment industry. Wang Yi had completely offended Liu Bei, and Liu Bei intended to destroy him. Liu Bei stopped managing the flood of online outrage, shutting off his computer to focus on reviewing scripts again. It began with Shen Weixing's injury, already the filming schedule was disrupted with rearranged scenes. Now, compounded by fans focusing their criticism on the crew, the production was forced to dismiss Wang Yi. All of Wang Yi's scenes would need to be red-hot with a replacement actor, adding another layer of complexity to an already challenging situation. The production team needed to act quickly on damage control or risk the film being doomed before it even finished shooting. In no time, everyone involved was scrambling to halt all ongoing production work. After studying the script for a while, Liu Bei heard the doorbell and peeked through the peephole before opening the door, calling out indifferently, "Mr. Dai, Director Chu." Indeed, the visitors were Dai Xiaojing, who had just flown in, and Director Chu Yibiao, looking frazzled. Director Chu, who was in his 50s with uncolored white hair but a well-maintained appearance, glanced at the script on the table, sighed, and said to Liu Bei, "When there's room for leniency, grant it." "I don't quite understand your point, Director Chu," Liu Bei responded calmly. Director Chu hesitated before saying, "This incident has caused significant losses for the production, finding a new actor, reshooting scenes, and wasting so much valuable time. Unfortunately, sometimes these things are unavoidable," Liu Bei said evenly. "Do you really think I don't know your parents? And that Mr. Dai hasn't been monitoring you? Do you need to treat me like this?" Director Chu chuckled instead. "I'm speaking candidly because I want to understand. What did Wang Yi do to make you so enraged? Your actions this time aren't small. Personally, I have no vested interest here. But as I must account to the investors and producers, cooperation is crucial later. Also, these people aren't amateurs, they have connections. If they can't compete openly with you, they might try to strike back in private ways. You know how messy a movie set can get. In the future, if they target you, how will you respond? I'm only concerned about you." Liu Bei remained silent for a moment, then said simply, "I have nothing more to say, this is my position." Director Chu locked eyes with him for several seconds before nodding. "All right." As Liu Bei escorted Director Chu to the door, he cast a glance at Dai Xiaojing still comfortably seated with no intention of leaving. Closing the door behind them, a flicker of disdain crossed his face, a dismissive eye roll. "Mr. Dai, aren't you going to check on your precious satellite? Jealous?" Dai Xiaojing smirked back teasingly. Speechless, Liu Bei countered, "Just a reminder, you're rare as someone who can play along with me in pairing drama and actually take the submissive role. Don't push too hard. Being submissive when necessary, who cares about those empty titles? Besides, why are you suddenly bringing up stereotyping? That's your fault." Dai Xiaojing accepted an orange Liu Bei tossed at him, peeled it as he grew slightly serious, asking, "Was this whole thing intentional on your part?" Liu Bei also picked up an orange and started peeling it while leaning against the desk. Glancing at Dai Xiaojing, he raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any objections?" "No objections. Relying on Brother Bei to bring in the money and keep me flying high, I wouldn't dare object," Dai Xiaojing replied. "I'm going to see the satellite now. Are you coming?" "Already saw him, no thanks." Liu Bei declined curtly. Dai Xiaojing didn't seem particularly invested in the question, munching on the orange while rising to leave. When Dai Xiaojing reached the doorway, Liu Bei suddenly spoke up. "Could you pass on a message for me?" Dai Xiaojing halted, hand on the doorknob, turning around to look at Liu Bei. "What is it?" "Tell him to recover properly. Shooting here has been paused temporarily, so he'll get some extra days to rest." Liu Bei explained. Dai Xiaojing exclaimed, surprised. "Wow, you're acting like this is all for the satellite's sake, I could easily misunderstand." Ignoring him, Liu Bei added, "I recommended Na Lai to replace Wang Yi. Na Lai has starred in major celebratory series and always maintained a positive image, capable of offsetting some of Wang Yi's negative impact while showing the crew's commitment to improving standards." Director Chu agreed. "I contacted Na Lai, asking him to delay joining the production, which means Shen Weixing has more recovery time. So, please tell him not to rush his discharge." Dai Xiaojing stayed quiet for a while before saying, "Let me tell you something, Satellite already has a partner. Back off." Liu Bei looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Dai Xiaojing, can you use your brain for once? I'm just kindly giving you a heads up, Dai Xiaojing said with feigned drunkenness. My kid is loved by all, flowers bloom when he appears. And you? Saved by him like a knight in shining armor, falling head over heels, it wouldn't be impossible. You need a reality check. Liu Bei said weakly. After the insane Dai Xiaojing finally left, Liu Bei hesitated for a moment, then logged into his Weibo alternate account on his phone and opened the page of a blogger he followed. It was an ordinary person's very ordinary account, filled with both original posts and reblogs, but with few followers, replies, or forwards. Most of the time, it seemed to serve merely as personal entertainment. The last post was from a year ago. Chu Chi, I got hired. Setting off tomorrow. Baggage.jpg. She was Liu Bei's fan since the beginning of his career until she graduated and applied to become an intern assistant at Liu Bei's studio. Liu Bei didn't really know her personally, he had only glanced at her resume when the studio recruited people. This girl was particularly vivacious, just reading her resume could tell that she was a chatterbox. She wrote a 3,000-word essay detailing how she would contribute to Liu Bei if she was hired. At the time, Liu Bei and others thought she was amusing, so they selected her. It turned out this girl was indeed amusing, hardworking, honest, mindful of her position so as not to cause trouble for Liu Bei. She even stopped posting star-chasing content on her main Weibo and created a new small account. In everyday interactions, she was lively like a whirlwind, quickly blending in with everyone on the film set. Then, one day, she suddenly became quiet, like a flower losing all its moisture overnight. She was gloomy all day, forgetful, and distracted. The other staff around Liu Bei tried talking to her multiple times, but nothing came out of it. And then, she quit. Liu Bei didn't bother trying to retain her, nor did he really care much about it. Although she was fun, the turnover in the studio wasn't small. The entertainment industry never lacked transient workers, most of whom were fans coming full of enthusiasm to apply, only to realize their dreams shattered, or even finding out that their idols were no big deal, then they lost interest and resigned. Liu Bei figured this girl was no different. On the day she left, Liu Bei had business outside and caught a distant glimpse of the girl struggling with someone in a secluded corner by the river at the film base. Taking a closer look, the person arguing with her turned out to be Shen Weixing. Though Liu Bei always thought Shen Weixing was an imbecile, he hadn't expected him to be foolish enough to have a public argument with a girl in broad daylight. Film studios were never short of cameras, within moments, Shen Weixing could have made headlines. Just as Liu Bei was thinking this, the girl suddenly burst into tears while hugging Shen Weixing. Liu Bei's expression grew colder. This obviously seemed like some sort of romantic dispute. He didn't think Shen Weixing would not only be stupid but also a scumbag. Shen Weixing whispered something to the girl for quite a while. The girl would calm down and then suddenly become agitated again, occasionally trying to jump into the river, which terrified Shen Weixing and his assistant. They each grabbed one of her arms and held her back. Finally, after the girl calmed down somewhat, they couldn't hear what Shen Weixing said, but somehow he led her away. Liu Bei snorted and went about his own business. Half a year later, Liu Bei discovered that the makeup artist who had been following him for many years hid in a corner crying on her phone. Assuming there was a problem at home, Liu Bei casually asked her about it. The makeup artist said that she was close friends with the girl who resigned half a year ago. They'd been in touch these past months, but recently, the girl went missing. After reaching out to her parents, they learned that she had attempted suicide. Liu Bei's first reaction was that Shen Weixing had caused trouble. But the makeup artist, overwhelmed with sorrow, couldn't help spilling the whole story. Only then did Liu Bei learn that the truth was entirely different from what he had imagined. Back then, that girl thought she blended well into the team, believing that they were all one big family, but it was nonsense. She simply couldn't imagine how chaotic the entertainment industry was, or how hypocritical people could be. After all, everyone in the circle either acted daily or watched others act daily. Naturally, they developed acting skills that weren't bad at all. On the surface, they were laughing and joking, but behind closed doors, chaos ensued. Thinking she shared her innermost feelings with them, she believed Wang Yi, this elder figure, truly cared for her as if she were his junior. When invited to dinner gatherings by Wang Yi, she earnestly poured drinks for him without any hesitation, then. She didn't dare make a fuss, not even speak of it. The makeup artist only found out because they shared the same room and noticed abnormalities. After relentless questioning, she learned the truth, but the girl begged her not to reveal it. Later, the girl resigned. When she left, she couldn't think straight and decided to jump into the river. She was barely persuaded otherwise by Shen Weixing and his assistant who happened to pass by. Shen Weixing, unaware of the truth, thought the girl had fallen victim to unrequited love or had been fired by Liu Bei, so she became despondent. He gave her a long pep talk, took her out for hot pot, and finally instructed his assistant Xiao Tang to escort her home and hand her over to her parents. The girl managed to endure for half a year with the encouragement from Shen Weixing, but in the end, she couldn't go on anymore. Liu Bei looked through the private chat records between the makeup artist and this girl. Private chat. Chu Ci, he doesn't know what happened to me, but he said no matter what happens, we must keep living well. He said in cartoons it's always mentioned that as long as you live, something good will definitely happen. As long as you live, there's nothing that can't be overcome because people are the toughest creatures in the world. He added the last part was what his sister said. I believed him and tried my best to live well. But I'm so afraid I can't hold on anymore, I feel terrible. I try not to think about it, but it always comes back. I can't do anything, I can't work, eat, or even interact with others. Sister, I feel so bad, so regretful. Why was I so stupid? Liu Bei also thought she was pretty foolish. Maybe she would have been better off being a fan of Shenweishing, like attracts like. But the one who was wrong wasn't her, it was Wang Yi. And the one who deserved to die wasn't her, it was Wang Yi. Chapter 46. When Dai Xiaojing entered the ward, Wang Jia was guiding reporters to pretend they were sneaking shots of Shenweishing under bandages. He waited for a while until the reporters got their scoop and left before slipping in from another side. The bandaged freak was still lying there. Alright, the reporters are gone, Dai Xiaojing said as he slapped his back. TSK, I really am injured, Shenweishing groaned. You should buy lottery tickets with that luck of yours. You hit my wound. Dai Xiaojing awkwardly pretended nothing happened, pulling a chair beside the bed and said, I just came by to check on you. How are you? About the same as what was discussed in the group chat, Shenweishing replied. No big deal. Did your face get disfigured? Dai Xiaojing glanced at his face. No, Shenweishing said. Liu Bei asked me to give you a message. Oh, by the way, have you seen the latest developments online about this incident? Dai Xiaojing suddenly asked. Shenweishing countered, what developments? I only managed to follow Liu Bei's retweet of our company's official thank you tweet before I had to deal with those reporters non-stop. You've missed so much then, 38 episodes worth. Dai Xiaojing couldn't stay idle even when sitting down, peeling a banana from the fruit basket. He continued, let me tell you, later on, Liu Bei's fans dug up that surnamed Wang guy's dirty history. Holy hell, that bastard wasn't human, he was a tumor. Scamming people out of money was one thing, but drugging and raping women? That's sick play. Shenweishing furrowed his brow. What? You'll see for yourself later. Haven't you mentioned before that some crew members scammed new extras for money? That's tame compared to what's happening here. Dai Xiaojing took a bite of the banana and added, anyway, let's not talk about this anymore. Liu Bei told me to inform you, Wang Yi's role has been given to Na Lai, who will join the production shortly. Na Lai will arrive after a delay and start by catching up on all the missed shoots first. Due to the scandal, the production team is currently handling PR and the police have stepped in to investigate upon receiving reports. Allegedly, Wang Yi's gang might be involved in prostitution organization and drug use. It's chaos. Anyway, it's suspended, and filming has stopped altogether for now. You can rest well during this period. Don't rush back. Avoid any complications. Shenweishing frowned again, Na Lai. Why does Wang Yi's role go to him? If you can play the disfigured villain, why can't Na Lai act as your henchman? Dai Xiaojing chuckled. Wasn't he originally cast to play the younger sibling roles when he first started? Back then, he specialized in playing your junior henchman roles. Don't worry so much about him when you're still recovering yourself. No one forced him to come, he agreed himself. After your company learned that he didn't plan to renew his contract, they froze him out and left him at home idling. Shenweishing pondered for a moment but still said, he has already moved toward serious mainstream dramas. Wait, did you recruit him? Na Lai refusing to renew the contract was not exactly a secret within the company. Both Wang Jia and Shenweishing knew. However, Na Lai's agent and Wang Jia maintained an average relationship and were quite tight-lipped. As such, Wang Jia never managed to find out which company recruited Na Lai. Now, Shenweishing instantly realized something. If it was Liu Bei personally asking Na Lai to participate in a project seemingly unrelated, then Na Lai must have been recruited by Dai Xiaojing. Dai Xiaojing raised an eyebrow, if I can't recruit you, why shouldn't I be able to take Na Lai? Shenweishing laughed helplessly, do you have a grudge against our company? Na Lai's rise had been rapid over these past 2 years, and he could practically be considered the number 2 of Chuangguan Entertainment, second only to Shenweishing. Primarily because Shenweishing had been influenced by Wang Jia's subtle persuasion earlier. His mind was wavering, discussing potential resignation secretly with Wang Jia, listing Dai's entertainment company as a key consideration target. At this point, discovering that Na Lai would also jump ship to Dai's company made Shenweishing begin to suspect if Chuangguan's boss would hire someone to splash paint outside Dai's office later. Dai Xiaojing had no idea about Shenweishing's wavering heart and continued speaking freely, it's not about having a grudge, but your company is easy prey. Let me leave you aside for now, I reckon you'll probably end up as the Emperor of Vision if you stay there forever. And Na Lai is also annoyed. The man wants to stick strictly to serious drama and take the mainstream route, but guess what your company did after he starred in the Central TV New Year Grand Drama as the second male lead? They made him star opposite Xia Qiu in a dual male lead drama involving yaoi elements. Honestly, do you think everyone shares your unwavering loyalty to Xia Qiu? Ha! As soon as Shenweishing heard Xia Qiu's name, he became panic-stricken and sharply shut him up, shut up. Dai Xiaojing, having missed Shenweishing's inner monologue for the past 50 episodes, only thought he was upset about his bashing of Xia Qiu again. Patting his thigh and laughing, Dai said, alright, I won't bash your Xia Qiu anymore. Speaking of which, how's Jiu Yu doing? Shen Weisheng, pretending with difficulty, replied, "Great, she's asking me every day if I've rested well, anxious that I don't get enough rest. If it weren't for the final exams, she'd be here now. Keep boasting, keep going, blow it louder." Dai Xiaojing, who had already gotten some insider gossip from Wendong, teased Shen Weisheng a bit more before suddenly remembering something else. "Hey, wait, I have to tell you." Dai Xiaojing hesitated for a moment, looking at Shen Weisheng a few seconds with a bit of hesitation before waving his hand and saying, "Never mind, it's nothing." Shen Weisheng gave him a look like he was watching a lunatic. "What is it? Again trying to leave me hanging?" "I'm not Hua Lin, I'm not begging you to tell me." "No, there's really nothing. I'm not leaving you hanging this time," Dai Xiaojing deflected. "Let's talk about other things. Keep talking about our Jiu. This time, he wasn't intentionally stopping halfway just to tease Shen Weisheng. He realized suddenly that some things didn't need to be told to Shen Weisheng. He had been about to say, Xia Qiu's resources recently were suspiciously good. And he wanted to say that he heard through backdoor rumors that Xia Qiu was getting very close to a female senior executive at Chuangguan Entertainment, close enough to seem romantically entangled. While some people said this was because Shen Weisheng and others intended to switch companies, prompting the high-level executives at Chuangguan to promote someone else, Dai Xiaojing knew all too well that this cause-effect relationship was incorrect. First off, Shen Weisheng the idiot never thought of switching jobs. As for Na Lai, originally, he hadn't made up his mind to leave either, until Chuangguan Entertainment forced him to take on too many random dramas to mentor newcomers, especially forcing him to work with Xia Qiu, thus being pushed to breaking point, leading him to finally decide to leave. Na Lai disliked Xia Qiu, and that was an open secret. They debuted practically one after another, Na Lai and Xia Qiu forming a contrast, cold versus warm, still versus lively, and quite CP-worthy. Chuangguan had always enjoyed pairing a rising star with the more established star to generate momentum, so they decided to make Na Lai work alongside Xia Qiu in multiple dual male lead dramas to attract CP fans who might later convert into personal fans. But Na Lai refused completely. He wouldn't even pretend camaraderie or act any sibling scenes, let alone stand on the same stage, showing blatant disdain. Apart from the brainwashed CP fans imagining a struggle over Shen Weisheng, Dai Xiaojing thought a more plausible reason stemmed from a single group photo. It happened during the annual year-end gathering of Chuangguan Entertainment. Xia Qiu had just signed with the company but had yet to officially debut, so her place in the company group photo was assigned to the last row, a corner spot. It had been planned perfectly clearly, but Xia Qiu suddenly walked toward Shen Weisheng in the front center row, saying, "Shen Gu, my mom called. She wants to know if we'll go home together for dinner these days," managing to push aside the number one actress beside Shen Weisheng. At that moment, Shen Weisheng was distracted. After hearing her voice, he quickly turned and noticed the number one's expression. Panicking, he immediately commanded, "Talk about it later, go back to your place." Sending Xia Qiu back to the last row. But no one expected how far things could escalate as someone captured this moment on camera, spreading the photo online. The death glare on the face of the number one actress who had been shoved by Xia Qiu almost killed everyone with laughter. Even more hilarious, the company's second and third actresses, standing on Shen Weisheng's other side, were laughing like maniacs with pure schadenfreude. Right at the center of the whirlwind, Shen Weisheng was also impressive. At that instant, behind him stood an extra performer, appearing extremely affectionate while adjusting his collar. Yet Shen Weisheng himself looked absent-minded, gazing afar towards some unknown space beyond the lens. He later explained he'd been watching the circus clown invited for the company year-end party performing improvised acrobatics, and that clown truly had skills. Hashtag who is Xia Qiu hashtag. Hashtag death stare of Gao Jia hashtag. Hashtag the relationship between Shen Weisheng and Xia Qiu hashtag. Hashtag Gao Jia and Jing Chu Chu hashtag. Hashtag winner in the harem Shen Weisheng hashtag. Hashtag Chuangguan harem legends hashtag. Hashtag Shen Weisheng, that clown was incredible hashtag. By the end of that year, this photo provided endless laughs for many bystanders, healing numerous hearts broken over final exam results or yearly bonuses. And Xia Qiu precisely because of this picture climbed from a nobody pre-debutante to the top of the hot search rankings for the first time, with her Weibo followers skyrocketing from hundreds to millions. Moreover, after the fact, Xia Qiu managed to innocently tag all famous red name actors present in the picture, apologizing and saying she hadn't thought much about it, unaware of the rules, believing it was just a simple group photo, merely seeking Shen Weisheng to convey urgent news. The top-ranking artists and others involved had been in the business for years, each weighing the situation in their own hearts. First off, Xia Qiu was rumored to be Shen Weisheng's benefactor's son, and when Shen Weisheng first joined the company, he treated everyone to dinner and asked for future guidance. Secondly, even without Shen Weisheng, they still had to maintain face for appearances since Chuangguan was hyped up as a harmonious big family all the time. Thirdly, it was necessary to give themselves an excuse for their previous inappropriate behavior. As such, everyone responded magnanimously that it was all a misunderstanding, and were forced to forward Xia Qiu's Weibo posts with kisses or comforting words, portraying an image of a harmonious, warm big family. Thus, Xia Qiu managed a grand, star-studded debut without any promotion costs, continuously riding on the image of being the youngest protégé at Chuangguan who was adored by all senior figures. It was hard not to admire her. Dai Xiaojing thought Xia Qiu was incredible. Occasionally, from his professional standpoint, he even admired her a bit for going all out to make a name for herself. Back then, while still in middle school and newly entering the entertainment industry, Xia Qiu had already pulled off such a move, which could truly be called a gift. Oh, as for how that group photo and Na Lai's dislike for Xia Qiu were related, well, on the surface, there wasn't much connection. At the time, Na Lai was just starting out, 100-level nobody, standing at the edge of the back row in the photo, zoning out looking at the ceiling. However, after dealing with Na Lai over the past few years, Dai Xiaojing discovered that Na Lai was a very straightforward person. People like Na Lai disliking someone like Xia Qiu was perfectly natural, no reason needed. Recently, Xia Qiu's resources had visibly skyrocketed far beyond what his actual capabilities warranted. Xia Qiu's acting skills were terrible, but in this era, one didn't need acting skills to be an actor, so let's set this aside. What mattered most was that Chuanguan Entertainment had many potential talents, and Xia Qiu was really not at an advantage. Even though protected by Shen Weixing, the big sponsor, Shen Weixing's plan for Xia Qiu started him in small roles to hone his acting, clearly intending steady progress instead of forcefully accelerating Xia Qiu's development, always worrying about when Xia Qiu would improve in his abysmal acting. Yet Xia Qiu suddenly landed the male lead role in a TV series, which wasn't arranged by Shen Weixing, nor brokered by his agent Wan. Instead, it was handed down from a certain married high-ranking female executive within Chuanguan, a suspicious transaction worth contemplating indeed. Following this, Chuanguan had already held special meetings to devise a strategy to promote Xia Qiu, consequently offering Na Lai that infuriating script. The reason why that script didn't go to Shen Weixing was probably due to the large gap in fame between Xia Qiu and Shen Weixing. The company feared that making a double male lead project too obvious would result in massive backlash from internet trolls targeting Shen Weixing. Meanwhile, Na Lai's fans weren't as easily stirred up as those of Shen Weixing. Then the company belatedly realized that although Na Lai's fans didn't get worked up easily, Na Lai himself tended to explode rather lazily, packing up and planning to switch jobs, unable to be dissuaded, likely foreseeing something unsettling about the matter and deciding that leaving sooner would mean freeing himself earlier. Dai Xiaojing had originally intended to gossip with Shen Weixing about this incident, but reconsidered and didn't mention it. He thought, let Xia Qiu play recklessly, the more reckless the better. An old saying goes well, God will drown you on the beach, but he'll let you jump high first. Shen Weixing naturally didn't know what Dai Xiaojing was thinking. He simply followed Dai's lead, awkwardly countering, what's there to talk about? Regaining his senses, Dai Xiaojing looked at Shen Weixing indifferently and said, if there's nothing to say, fine, I'll go then. After saying that, Dai got up to leave. Shen Weixing hesitated to stop him, holding back words. Dai Xiaojing walked 2 steps out, turned around, and glanced at Shen Weixing, asking, I'll give you another chance. Is there anything you'd like to confess? Skip the fantasies if you want. Shen Weixing held on for a few seconds, couldn't hold back anymore, and said dejectedly, well, there's nothing good to say. Really? Dai Xiaojing sat back down, concernedly asking, didn't you just say he consoled you before? Dai and the rest had been forced to watch Shen Weixing boasting proudly and cryptically for hours in the cooking chat group. Later, everyone moved to the satellite discussion group and complained endlessly about how they almost didn't know where to begin complaining. Shen Weixing replied, oh, yes. And that was that. Dai Xiaojing sat back down, teasingly asking, then what? Nothing else. Shen Weixing said expressionlessly, then I went to deal with the journalists, and he went back to studying for his final exams. Hey, don't be discouraged. A top student like him has to prioritize studying for his finals, Dai Xiaojing consoled him. You focus on recovering from your injury. Shen Weixing replied indifferently, oh. At that very moment, the top student of September was secretly sneaking back into the apartment Shen Weixing rented. He really didn't want to attend Sui Dong's birthday party, so he insisted that these few days he had to take care of his boyfriend and thus had no time. For this reason, he had to temporarily pretend to rush off right after class. Although he wasn't particularly against openly declaring that his spirit had left his body and the person sitting there wasn't him, still. Proper smoothness that doesn't exceed the bottom line is quite necessary, it can save a lot of trouble. Of the 10,000 words Shen Weixing had spoken, Yi Jiuyue remembered this sentence and thought it made perfect sense. Shen Weixing must have deeply felt this way to say such things. Yi Jiuyue thought while fumbling for the spare key under the doormat of the apartment. Chapter 47. There was no spare key before, but after breaking up, or rather, severing the hookup relationship, Shen Weixing did not return this apartment. He hid the spare key under the carpet and even told Yi Jiuyue about it via a text message on his phone. Considering that most residents in the neighborhood were wealthy, the property management was excellent, with strict theft prevention measures. There was 24-hour surveillance and rigorous entry and exit inspections, so forgetting to lock the door for a while didn't matter much. Even if a cleaner saw the key, they wouldn't tamper with it. Although the original intention of Shen Weixing leaving the spare key was to let Yi Jiuyue stay here whenever she had time, Yi Jiuyue felt somewhat embarrassed. After entering the house and closing the door, she put her hands together as if praying to the empty air in the living room. After praying, Yi Jiuyue thought it seemed a little strange. She considered it for a moment, put down her hands, and self-deceived, I'm just a housekeeper, exchanging labor for hourly room rent. But there wasn't really any housework to do in the apartment where no one lived. Yi Jiuyue thought again, went into the bedroom, and pulled open the wardrobe door, intending to help iron Shen Weisheng's clothes. When he opened the wardrobe door, all the clothes were neatly hung up, classified and organized from light to dark colors, from shirts to pants, all very neatly pressed. Yi Jiuyue. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yi Jiuyue silently recalled the scene of Shen Weisheng pressing clothes. The steam iron was something Shen Weisheng bought online. Back then, Yi Jiuyue was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV, while Shen Weisheng squatted beside her unpacking the delivery and assembling the steamer. Once assembled, Shen Weisheng threw a bunch of clothes onto Yi Jiuyue who was sitting on the sofa. Buried under the clothes, Yi Jiuyue quietly poked her head out and watched Shen Weisheng standing by the coffee table pressing clothes. Shen Weisheng criticized Yi Jiuyue while ironing, saying that she didn't know how to live life and couldn't make life poetic. The relationship between pressing clothes and poetic living was truly a mystery to Yi Jiuyue. In the end, overwhelmed by Shen Weisheng's incessant talking, Yi Jiuyue turned off the TV, walked over, unplugged the iron's cord, and dragged him off to sleep. The best method is sleeping. Only sleeping can make Shen Weisheng shut up immediately and effectively. Thinking about that incident made Yi Jiuyue laugh. Shen Weisheng's private character differed too much from what was seen on TV. The Shen Weisheng on TV was so mature and perfect, whereas the Shen Weisheng in real life was so annoying and ordinary, just like any random passerby on the street. Regaining her senses, Yi Jiuyue slapped her face lightly, closed the wardrobe door, watered the green plants inside the house, and then went to the living room to review the textbooks she brought along. The scholarship for the final exam still needed to be won, even though the plan for an overseas trip had been cancelled. The debt of 2 first-class flight tickets owed to Shen Weisheng hadn't been repaid yet. She should have insisted on taking economy class back then. No one knew her, and there was such a small difference between first class and economy class, yet the price gap was extremely wide. Yi Jiuyue thought painfully. Reviewing until the sun set in the west, Yi Jiuyue looked at the time, patted her stomach, and went to open the fridge for food. There were still some foods with longer shelf lives left in the refrigerator. Yi Jiuyue took out 2 packs of vacuum-sealed egg dry cuts, and cooked them with noodles in the pot. Seeing it look a bit monotonous, she picked up ketchup, aged vinegar, and chili sauce and added them in. Thinking again, she once more opened the fridge, searched through it, took out a pack of chocolate, ate some as she put 2 pieces into the pot. Nanshan Osmanthus finally tweeted. Nanshan Osmanthus, delicious. Devil Abyss Darkness Cuisine.jpg. Reply. September into winter. September into winter, your bento boxes used to not be like this. September into winter, where are you? Let's eat out. I am Lao Lu Sinan, holy crap, why do I feel I see oatmeal? Are you not dead yet? Nanshan Osmanthus replies to I am Lao Lu Sinan, trust me, it tastes good, oh. I am Lao Lu Sinan replies to Nanshan Osmanthus, I trust my brother when he said you're not trying to cheat my money, but you want my life. Private message. Zhang San is your who, throw it away. Zhang San is your who, I washed bowls for 3 hours. Crying. Nanshan Osmanthus. Nanshan Osmanthus, who are you? Zhang San is your who, what do you think? Zhang San is your who, bandage monster selfie.jpg. Zhang San is your who, can't you just order takeout? Nanshan Osmanthus, delicious, */omega**. Zhang San is your who, it will kill you if you eat it. Zhang San is your who, are you still at the apartment? I'll order you some food. Nanshan Osmanthus, no need, I've finished eating. Nanshan Osmanthus, sorry, I borrowed the apartment for something and didn't tell you. Zhang San is your who, just stay there. I originally wanted you to live there. A house left empty easily invites ghosts, it's good that you're staying there. Nanshan Osmanthus. Zhang San is your who. Nanshan Osmanthus, I'll go back to my dormitory instead. Zhang San is your who, Wyatt. Nanshan Osmanthus, bye. Zhang San is your who, there are no ghosts. I just gave you an excuse because I thought you'd feel awkward. Zhang San is your who, keep all the lights on. Zhang San is your who, why do you fear ghosts so much? Zhang San is your who, where did you go? Nanshan Osmanthus, I went back to my dormitory after washing the bowls. Shen Weisheng lay back on the sickbed with a defeated expression. He suddenly felt despair for himself. Maybe he wouldn't find a partner anymore. After a while, Yi Jiuyue finally reached out to Shen Weisheng again, this time on WeChat. Private chat. Yi Jiuyue, screenshot. Zhang San, yes, it's me. Zhang San, if you're scared of ghosts, ask Lu Sinan to stay over with you. As long as he has internet access, let him bring his computer. He won't mind sleeping on the couch, and there's air conditioning too. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang San, what does the question mark mean? Could you say more than 2 words? Yi Jiuyue, never mind. Zhang San, you can just tell Lu Sinan it's your friend's place. Yi Jiuyue, bad idea, he'd ask questions. Zhang San, then just say it's mine. Yi Jiuyue, no. Zhang San, fine, suit yourself. Zhang San, did you really eat that stuff? Can you really eat that kind of thing? You usually cook fairly normal meals. Yi Jiuyue got inspired. To be honest, it wasn't very good. I shouldn't have added bitter chocolate. Zhang-san. That's the only problem. Yi Jiuyue, but still edible. Zhang-san, is your logic alright? Yi Jiuyue, edible is fine. Zhang-san, aim higher in life, please, I beg you. Yi Jiuyue, depression. Zhang-san, you compromise on everything, but why can't you make a little compromise to date me? Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, think about it, even if we end up breaking up, at least you'd have had it. And you wouldn't lose anything, right? If it doesn't work out, return within 7 days, no postage required. Real win-win situation. Yi Jiuyue. Zhang-san, put it aside, isn't that reasonable? Yi Jiuyue, indeed. Zhang-san, so. Yi Jiuyue, drink more water and rest well, I'm going to watch TV. Zhang-san, wait, #oh. Zhang-san, don't you have to study? Yi Jiuyue, I'm going to study. Zhang-san. Go ahead then. Yi Jiuyue lied, she didn't go to study. Instead, she buried her phone into the crevice of the sofa and placed a cushion over it. She observed silently for a long time, then thought deeply for another long time. Seemed like, Shen Weixing wasn't wrong either. It wasn't a loss, it was a profit. He had been behaving much better recently, reaffirming his commitments every few days, making sure not to relapse like last time. The Shen Weixing scene in public wasn't like before. The Shen Weixing buying cakes wasn't like that either. He had also explained many times why he turned out that way at the time. But, should she trust him? Can she trust him? What if he falls back into his old habits? What if Shen Weixing only wants to sleep with her? Men, to get in bed, can do anything and say anything. Shen Weixing would do this, so would she. They were both men, and some things were mutually understood without speaking. So, how about restoring the casual hookup relationship they used to have with Shen Weixing? Then neither would need to hesitate. No, don't think nonsense, what nonsense is this? Why should it be restored? She doesn't owe him anything, and she didn't need to worry anyway. Yi Jiuyue slapped her face again, calming herself down. She dug out the phone sealed in the gap of the sofa and started browsing through pictures of other idols' high-definition photos. Occasionally, she even checked Shen Weixing's unedited live concert photos and even some ugly shots to try to restore the clarity lost by almost becoming a superficially blind follower once again. The more she looked, the more Yi Jiuyue abruptly shoved the phone back into the gap between the sofas. Rising, she walked into the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, hugging the pillow while burying her face in it. Not even black photos could affect her judgment now. It was already a pretty harsh photo, obviously edited to look uglier on purpose. But Yi Jiuyue had just stared at the blackened photos for a full minute, and strangely, all she could think was, cute, I want. Somehow, Yi Jiuyue couldn't even see what was in the darkened pictures, her eyes were filled with images of Shen Weixing himself, as she'd seen him in person countless times. His style was different from most people's, whether it was his face or his thinking process, he was unique in his own special way. He swore it wouldn't be like that time again. He said it, just give it a try, if you're not satisfied, you can return it within 7 days no questions asked. Yi Jiuyue fell for this line before when she bought a Kindle. The customer service rep was so gentle, saying, don't worry, buy it and play around with it. If you don't like it, you can return it no questions asked. She should have realized then that the customer service rep was sure she wouldn't return it. In fact, once she opened it, she loved it right away, why would she return it? No way. She wanted to keep it. So she worked an extra part-time job to cover the cost. Reflecting on her self-sabotaging shopping experiences, Yi Jiuyue grew wary and decided to retreat. But then, she suddenly saw the Rubik's Cube on the bedside table. This cube was bought during one of those nights they hung out late at a night market while hooking up. After buying it, Shen Weixing struggled endlessly to learn how to solve it properly. Yi Jiuyue couldn't figure out how Shen Weixing couldn't get it even with the formulas. That night, they both stayed under the covers, leaning against the headboard, persistently teaching each other for over half an hour. To be precise, Shen Weixing was leaning against the headboard, and Yi Jiuyue was leaning on him, lit only by a small desk lamp, their two hands fiddling with the single Rubik's Cube back and forth. Eventually, Yi Jiuyue got frustrated but didn't say it outright. She almost suspected Shen Weixing was pretending to be slow on purpose, how could he not understand something so simple? And why did he care so much about mastering it? But when she turned to look at him, Shen Weixing still wore the expression of amazement and curiosity he'd shown for the past half hour. He sighed, do you think this is related to intelligence? No, probably not much. And do you realize how that sentence made you dig your own hole? Yi Jiuyue silently thought. In the end, Yi Jiuyue ended the mutual torment by using the sleep spell technique. The next morning, Yi Jiuyue woke up comfortably and found Shen Weixing gone. Without overthinking it, she left the bedroom and saw Shen Weixing sleeping on the couch, still holding the fully solved Rubik's Cube. Beside him, the standing desk lamp was still on, and she could only imagine how late he stayed up playing with it. Yi Jiuyue went into the bathroom to wash up. Just after brushing her teeth and wiping her face, she noticed Shen Weixing come in through the mirror reflection. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders from behind, proudly holding a newly scrambled Rubik's Cube in front of her. While turning it, he excitedly said, "After you fell asleep, I looked up videos online." Yi Jiuyue. Are you a kid? Still, for some reason, Yi Jiuyue always remembered how animated Shen Weixing looked in the mirror that day, so vivid. So easily satisfied. So very ordinary. Holding the Rubik's Cube now, Yi Jiuyue suddenly forgot what she'd been obsessing over. Shen Weixing truly was a devil, one who brainwashed. How could simply learning how to solve a Rubik's Cube, staying up half the night doing it, wash my brain so thoroughly? Yi Jiuyue couldn't figure it out, so she sat there deep in thought, unmoving for a long time. Eventually, she heard the silence in the room broken only by her heartbeat accelerating from thump 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 to boom boom boom, echoing loudly in her ears. It must be because people who are good-looking break too many rules. Yi Jiuyue thought enviously. Chapter 48. Then, Shen Weixing, who was good-looking, briefly, went out of touch with Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue posted a status on her social media, focusing on reviewing for exams, but Shen Weixing wasn't sure if this was visible only to him. After all, he knew that Yi Jiuyue wasn't as obedient as she seemed and sometimes lied to get rid of trouble. Huh? Am I the trouble? No, it doesn't exist. Shen Weixing rejected this thought. 2 more days passed, and Na Lai flew over to join the team. He went to visit Shen Weixing at the hospital first. Given his usual personality, Na Lai didn't expect much talk from Shen Weixing, just showing up was enough. Afterwards, Na Lai spent a day memorizing the script. Wang Yi's character, though a supporting role, was the most capable lackey of Shen Weixing, the villainous male number 2. He had quite a bit of dialogue and played a significant role in the story. Besides, some of the sets had been dismantled already and couldn't be rebuilt, and some actors had finished filming and left. It was impossible to reshoot all the scenes featuring Wang Yi alongside others, so deletions, additions, and revisions were necessary to adjust for Na Lai's solo appearances, minimizing production expenses. Therefore, Na Lai had to quickly memorize new lines while being notified at any time that certain scenes might be scrapped and revised entirely, forcing him to relearn new dialogues. Luckily, Na Lai was well known for being hardworking whenever there was justification, even though he normally wouldn't utter a word unless pried open by force. Now, facing changes in the script, he remained silent and compliant without complaints. Finally, Na Lai managed to fill in the gaps for Wang Yi's character, and the production team adjusted the shooting sequence, shooting everyone else's parts first before getting to Shen Weixing's. Although Sister Wang still worried about Shen Weixing's not fully healed injuries, she knew persuasion was futile. Shen Weixing followed instructions when he wanted to, but once he had his own plans, nothing could stop him, so she decided to let him go. Director Chu suddenly became conscientious while revising the supporting actor Wang Yi's and Na Lai's roles and specifically assigned Shen Weixing additional scenes. Additionally, given that Shen Weixing's face needed heavy prosthetic makeup with plenty of adhesive, which would further irritate his wound, Director Chu compromised on the damaged face makeup effect and finally allowed Shen Weixing to wear the half-face mask that Sister Wang had long desired. Compared to the grotesque previous look, Sister Wang almost cried at the sight of the mask. Stylish. Cool. Fashionable. At least the fans would have something worth editing. Once the movie came out, the Roadxing CP couldn't simply reuse Shen Weixing's old TV drama shots because they'd clash with the film's aesthetics. Now, there would be cohesive scenes available to edit. It truly showed how much effort she put into it. The subsequent filming progressed rather smoothly aside from handling the issues related to Wang Yi. They also rooted out a casting director and a few staff members whose minds weren't always focused on their jobs, which significantly improved the atmosphere within the crew. Everyone returned to their responsibilities, working diligently to patch up the cracks. Shen Weixing's scenes were nearing completion, yet he remained vigilant. Even during breaks, while sipping water, he earnestly observed Liu Bei and the female lead on set. Liu Bei had graduated from a prestigious performing arts program and was an outstanding student, having topped the entrance exam. On the other hand, Shen Weixing started acting later in life and learned informally through workshops and self-observation rather than following a formal system. Cut. Director Chu slapped his hands together, giving an okay sign, then gathered Liu Bei and the female lead around the camera lens to discuss the current shooting and plan for the next scene. Shen Weixing listened quietly nearby, ready to learn anything useful. While Shen Weixing was seriously trying to pick up tricks, he suddenly saw Liu Bei look up and meet his gaze. With a mutual exchange, Liu Bei smiled unexpectedly. Shen Weixing. Just after finishing an elective final exam, Yi Jiuyue had another one next week, so she indulged herself for half an hour online after holding off for so long. She opened her phone and immediately noticed a trending post on the homepage. Today, did Roadxing couple ship release any sweetness? Yes. 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 Picture, Liu Bei and Shen Weixing smiling across a short distance on set. Deathbed confession. A lifetime of mixed meat and vegetables in devotion. Liu Bei initiated it. Liu Bei made the first move. Who still thinks this is a one-sided affection? Heroic deeds touch the heart of the unattainable flower. Give me sugar. This is absolutely real. After turning off her phone in a composed manner, Yi Jiuyue headed toward the cafeteria. Alongside her was Lu Sinan, who kept rambling incessantly about the news they both came across. Holy crap, they've started another promotion campaign. Let me tell you, 9 months, these showbiz people just love creating buzz, it's ridiculous. Look at Lu Beigno, referring to Lu Bei, it's all intentional. I know his routine too well, he's really good at this stuff. After collecting their meals, Yi Jiuyue suddenly asked, do you know if Shen Weixing has recovered from his injury? Lu Sinan took a bite of his dish and replied, how would I know? Yi Jiuyue, oh. Surprisingly, Lu Sinan followed up with, wait, you're still into him? For so long. Yi Jiuyue murmured vaguely, aha. Instantly realizing something, Lu Sinan quickly pulled out his phone, I'll ask for you then. No need, Yi Jiuyue hurriedly said. Lu Sinan then recalled, right, you could also ask my brother directly. He scowled suspiciously, did you and Lu Beigno have any secret contact behind my back lately? Yi Jiuyue shook her head, no, he's been busy shooting the entire time. Lu Sinan's expression softened a bit, that's more like it. Just stay away from him. But if you don't want me to bother my brother on your behalf, that's fine too. Yi Jiuyue shook her head again, don't trouble your brother. Lu Sinan didn't take it seriously and put his phone back while continuing to eat. Lu Sinan finished his meal quickly and started playing on his phone as he waited for Yi Jiuyue, getting bored out of his mind. Suddenly, he remembered that there was no need to specifically consult Lu Beigno, he could just ask Shen Weixing directly since they were already WeChat friends. Although Shen Weixing's relationship with Lu Beigno was complicated, he got along fairly well with Lu Beigno and Lu Sinan's dad. They had worked together several times, Shen even went over to Lu Sinan's house for dinner. Between them existed a subtle but mutual understanding, they shared a disdain for Lu Beigno. After today's filming ended, Shen Weixing returned to his hotel room for a shower and some rest. During the hospital stay, due to excessive nutrition intake, he looked slightly plumper. Also, unable to do intense exercise temporarily, he began to cut down on food. That night, he didn't join everyone for dinner, instead returning to the room to gnaw on an apple while opening his phone. Private chat. Lu Sinan, how's your injury? Shen Weixing, your reaction time could wrap around the earth. You're just finding out about my injury now. Time to wake up from your gaming world. Lu Sinan, go die. I knew it earlier, alright? I even asked, but you never responded. Shen Weixing, oh, maybe I missed it. During that period, my WeChat was blowing up every day. Lu Sinan, save it. I'm asking on behalf of a friend. This friend of mine is your fan, extremely worried about whether you fully recovered. Shen Weixing nearly bit his tongue, immediately straightening his back and brightening his eyes. Private chat. Shen Weixing, which friend? Lu Sinan, what's it to you? A fan of yours. Shen Weixing, which one? Lu Sinan, out of all your fans, are you seriously questioning which one? It doesn't matter. Shen Weixing, so interested in me, I'd like to meet this person. Lu Sinan, are you delusional again? Shen Weixing, is it that friend your brother mentioned in his WeChat post last time? Lu Sinan, holy crap, how did you guess? Shen Weixing, guesswork. Or perhaps you should buy lottery tickets with your brains. Yes, it's that person. Shen Weixing, isn't that your brother's fan? Lu Sinan, don't get excited. Though this person seems to be crawling toward your side right now, they'll crawl back sooner or later. Shen Weixing. Lu Sinan, but for now, they're still your fan. Just recently, they made me check through my brother about your injuries. Shen Weixing, why not ask your brother directly? Lu Sinan, my friend doesn't want to bother him without my knowing. Shen Weixing, red packet. Lu Sinan, received red packet. Lu Sinan. Lu Sinan, why send me a red packet randomly? Shen Weixing, then give it back. Lu Sinan, no way. Enough with the nonsense. Did you recover completely or not? Shen Weixing, why don't you just ask your brother? Lu Sinan, you're being so talkative today. Can't I avoid talking to my brother? Besides, my friend told me not to disturb my brother. My friend is rather introverted, reluctant to trouble others, especially since we're not close to my brother anyway. Shen Weixing, tell your friend I'm almost fully recovered, nothing major. There's no need to worry. My shoot will soon be over. Wish your friend to ace their final exam and wear warmer clothes as the weather turns colder. Lu Sinan, okay, got it. Shen Weixing, transfer. Lu Sinan. What's with this again? Shen Weixing, treat my fan to a meal. Don't say it's from me, say it's from you. Eat well, it's cold outside. Lu Sinan, I'm your fan too, why don't you treat me to food? Shen Weixing, if you leave a comment on your brother's moments 3 times saying you're my fan, I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Sinan, you nasty peasant, you're trying to kill me. Shen Weixing, ha 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 ha. Lu Sinan, receive transfer. Lu Sinan, holy crap, this much. What am I supposed to eat, abalone? Shen Weixing, have a few meals, not all at once. Lu Sinan, OJBK. Lu Sinan, when I run out of money, I'll just be your fan for real. Yi Jiuyue finished her meal leisurely, placed down her chopsticks, and was about to get up when she heard Lu Sinan from across the table say, "I've just directly asked Shen Weixing for you. He said it's nothing serious, he'll be fine soon, don't worry. His filming will be over soon. He wishes you ace your final exams and wear more clothes as it's getting cold. How does it feel to be blessed by your idol? Don't thank me too much." Yi Jiuyue. He used to think that Lu Sinan was his best friend, putting it in a cheesy way, the kind of friend he could trust with his back. Now he thought, Lu Sinan was definitely a traitor, a treacherous one. To ensure Yi Jiuyue didn't doubt him, Lu Sinan held his phone in front of her face, nearly shoving it into her nose. "This is really Shen Weixing's WeChat. But I can't casually hand it over to you. Just look, alright? Yi Jiuyue. Get away, you traitor." Lu Sinan recalled the dinner invitation matter and quickly withdrew his phone, asking, "Are you full? I'm treating, do you want some spicy hot pot?" Yi Jiuyue paused for a couple of seconds and said, "I saw the transfer, it was Shen Weixing asking you to treat me on his behalf." "Damn. Aren't you nearsighted?" Lu Sinan glared at her. "At this distance, I can still see clearly," Yi Jiuyue said slowly. "If I couldn't see, it wouldn't mean I'm nearsighted, it would mean I'm blind." Furious and embarrassed, Lu Sinan asked, "Well, are you eating or not?" After thinking for a moment, Yi Jiuyue said, "Let's eat later. I'm full now, I can't eat anymore." Thus, Shen Weixing, seeing the new friend circle post of Lu Sinan right before bed, fell silent. Lu Sinan, money falling from the sky, enjoying skewers with a good buddy hhhh. A bunch of bamboo skewers plus Yi Jiuyue facing the camera with left hand holding a milk tea and right hand holding skewers, smiling happily and contentedly plus Lu Sinan / straight man angle looking up photo.jpg. Shen Weixing checked the time again, 11 p.m. Not a family member, no entry. Lu Sinan was indeed unreliable. What spicy hot pot at midnight? And drinking milk tea. Shouldn't they eat some fruit and yogurt instead? Even if they had to eat junk food, why not have it during mealtime? It's what time now? Shen Weixing was overly concerned but dared not complain. Forget it, occasional indulgence is fine. Shen Weixing self-deceived himself. 5 minutes later, Shen Weixing brushed through and found another new post on his friend's circle. Yi Jiuyue. The milk tea is so tasty w. Milktea.jpg. Comment. Lu Sinan, obviously, because it's paid for by someone special. Lu Bei replied to Lu Sinan, "You." Lu Sinan replied to Lu Bei, "Aren't you shooting? Besides, I blocked you from my moments. How did you even see it?" Lu Bei replied to Lu Sinan, "Humph." Lu Sinan replied to Lu Bei, "Shit. Did you create another account and follow me? Which one is your alternate account?" Yi Jiuyue saw Lu Bei's comment without giving much attention, assuming it wasn't meant for her so she didn't reply. But Shen Weixing, upon seeing Yi Jiuyue's moments and Lu Sinan's comments, suddenly became alert. Many people like to post food pictures on their moments, but obviously, Yi Jiuyue wasn't among those types. She posted a tweet about black cuisine before just for fun, it made sense. But now, this plain ordinary milk tea deserves the precious slot of 1/10 of her yearly moments posts. Sherlock Shen went into deep brainstorming. Private chat. Shen Weixing, there's something I should probably mention. Lu Sinan, say. Shen Weixing, eat whatever you want, but don't take this opportunity to flirt with my fans. Lu Sinan. Lu Sinan, are all of you actors delusional? Shen Weixing, why are you reacting so strongly? Lu Sinan, fine, shut up. Shen Weixing, at first, I was just throwing it out there casually, but now you're starting to look guilty. Lu Sinan, okay, I'm about to block you. Shen Weixing, red packet. Lu Sinan, received red packet. Lu Sinan, I accept your apology. Shen Weixing, that's buying you off not to chase my fans. Lu Sinan, your fan's a guy, haven't you realized yet? It's obvious. Shen Weixing, what's wrong with guys? They can be cute too. Can you flirt with them? Lu Sinan. Lu Sinan, you've definitely had too much to drink tonight. I haven't hit on your fan or flirted with him. I'm straighter than you. Shen Weixing. Lu Sinan, even though you're being too controlling, but since there was a red packet, I promise I won't chase your fans. Shen Weixing, red packet. Lu Sinan, received red packet. Lu Sinan, I accept your apology. Shen Weixing, that's me bribing you not to chase my fans. Lu Sinan, your fan is a guy, haven't you realized yet? It's obvious. Lu Sinan, although you're overstepping a bit, but considering the red packet, I'll assure you I won't chase your fans. Shen Weixing, red packet. Lu Sinan, received red packet. Lu Sinan, seeing how sincere you are, let me tell you, he's going to be thrilled. He didn't react this way when I treated him to food in the past. He's showing favoritism toward others over friendship. Shen Weixing, does he know it's not from you? Otherwise, why so suddenly happy? Lu Sinan, My phone got accidentally seen by him, but he's very tight-lipped, don't worry. He won't bother me for your WeChat. Shen Weixing. Lu Sinan, I didn't expect that a blind man like him would suddenly have such sharp eyes. Is this a bonus of chasing stars? Shen Weixing, if he knows it's me who treats him, he'd be this happy. Lu Sinan, of course, he'd be glad. Someday I'll show you his dorm, it's full of stuff related to you. The other day, he kept sitting with the girls in our class listening to them talk about you. I almost got struck by lightning. Shen Weixing, red packet. Lu Sinan, received red packet. Lu Sinan, looks like you're not thinking clearly today, better send one more. Shen Weixing stopped replying to Lu Sinan and went back to the friend circle page, staring at Yi Zhouyue's post just now. His mind gradually became clear, and he felt a little sweetness creeping up inside. He couldn't help but smile. Yi Zhouyue. The milk tea is so tasty w. Milktea.jpg. Comment. Zhang-san, Omega. 1 minute later. Upon seeing Zhang-san's comment, Yi Zhouyue thought, Omega. Seeing Shen Weixing's note commented by someone named Shen Satellite, Lu Sinan reacted, confused face. Seeing Shen Weixing's reply from the comment section, Liu Bei was stunned. A moment later, as if transported back to an ancient time, the day they met Yi Zhouyue and took a photo together, Shen Weixing blurted out a bunch of random words, leading to the current scene. Liu Bei felt like he discovered some kind of secret. Liu Bei murmured to himself, clutching his phone, holy shit. A minute later, Yi Zhouyue made her previous moments visible only to herself. Indeed, talking too much often leads to mistakes. She hoped Lu Sinan and Liu Bei didn't see Shen Weixing's comments. She hoped even if Liu Bei saw them, he wouldn't overthink it. She hoped there wasn't a third person among her and Shen Weixing's mutual friends. She wished Shen Weixing could use a bit more tact. After swallowing all the sugar before, Yi Zhouyue suffered in front of the lamplight, wishing silently. Chapter 49. At the same time. Did you take Satellite out to play today? Is today the end of Satellite? Dai Xiaojing, Yi Zhouyue's WeChat moments plus Shen Weixing's comment screenshot. Dai Xiaojing, look. Wendong, what does it mean? Dai Xiaojing, the background is too complicated. To make a long story short, simply put, from thousands of miles away, Satellite invited Zhouyue to have milk tea. Then Zhouyue posted on her WeChat moments, and Satellite replied, full of love and sweetness, pledging eternal love. In 3 years, they'll have 2 kids, and I'm about to become a grandfather. Dai Xiaojing, everyone should prepare red envelopes. My kid will get married after the new year. You can directly transfer the gift money to my account. Transfer as much or as little as your heart desires, I just plan to list it on my WeChat moments for a month afterward. Boss A, holy cow. Boss D, didn't Wendong say that Satellite's 8 characters, horoscope compatibility, were thrown away? Hua Lin, damn, when did you add Zhouyue's WeChat? Last time, wasn't it said that you didn't add her successfully? Dai Xiaojing, I used Liu Bei's phone to take the screenshot. He added her. And speaking of which, you might not believe this, but Liu Bei's younger brother and Yi Zhouyue are close friends. Truly, it takes a kindred spirit to enter one family, and organizing their wedding banquet will be very easy. Dai Xiaojing, but now Zhouyue has already deleted that post. She must have been afraid of exposing Satellite. Satellite was really brain dead. Luckily, I acted fast to take a screenshot. If I had waited even a second longer, it would have been too late. I am so clever. Boss A. Boss F. Xiaojing. Hua Lin, now I don't want to know about the relationship between Satellite and Zhouyue anymore. Boss A, +1. On behalf of the entire group, I ask you, what are you doing with Liu Bei so late at night? Why can you use his phone to take screenshots? Dai Xiaojing, would you believe that me, him, and Nalai are discussing scripts in the hotel room? Hua Lin, I almost believed you. Dai Xiaojing, it's true. Boss D, I really want to believe it. Boss A, there's even Nalai. The 3 of you, my goodness, you're animals, Dai Xiaojing. Dai Xiaojing, should I show you a picture of them too? Don't always look at me with the eyes you use to look at Wendong. I'm career-oriented. Rabbits don't eat grass around their burrow. Wendong, _angle_boss, I didn't say anything. Hua Lin, come on, at Dai Xiaojing, you probably want something you can't get. Dai Xiaojing, screw you. Private chat. Lu Sinan, what's going on? Did you add Shen Weixing? When did you add him? How did you add him? Then why don't you ask him yourself? Yi Zhouyue. Lu Sinan, don't pretend to be naive, I've seen everything. Yi Zhouyue, you saw wrong. Lu Sinan, impossible. Don't give me that crap. Yi Zhouyue, you saw wrong. Lu Sinan, will you believe if I cut off our friendship? Yi Zhouyue, no. Lu Sinan, cutting off our friendship for real. Yi Zhouyue. Lu Sinan, 3, 2. Yi Zhouyue, 1. Lu Sinan, holy cow, do you still remember that year under the grapevine in the drizzle, we swore to each other that we would forever remain the best of friends? Yi Zhouyue, that never happened. Lu Sinan, alright then, our friendship is over. Yi Jiuyue, the situation is complicated, I'll explain later. Let's log into the game where I'll act as your companion for 2 hours. Lu Sinan, 5 hours. Don't just focus on defeating monsters, you need to interact with me. If my teammates ask, you mustn't expose us. Occasionally send cute emoticons. Yi Jiuyue, 1 hour, to be fulfilled during winter break. Lu Sinan, deal. The most confused person that entire night was actually Nalai. He was discussing with Liu Bei and Dai Xiaojing about the first movie he'd participate in after switching jobs to Dai Entertainment, produced by Liu Bei. In the middle of their conversation, he went to the restroom, and upon returning, found Dai Xiaojing collapsed on the couch, slapping her thigh while laughing uncontrollably, furiously tapping on her phone. Liu Bei was leaning against the other side of the couch, drinking honey water with a deep and complex gaze. Nalai silently glanced at the door. Shen Weixing woke up the next day looking refreshed after dreaming all night of emptying his shopping cart. Like usual, he went early to the set to review the script and wait for makeup and costume changes. After being injured previously, his character in the movie was allowed to wear a mask, saving a lot of special effects makeup effort. Otherwise, it would have taken several hours every time just to apply makeup, starting before dawn to avoid affecting the overall production schedule. But Shen Weixing still habitually arrived earlier than the makeup artists to quickly eat a steamed bun, because once makeup started, it wouldn't be convenient to eat anymore. And fruits or milk weren't options either since they'd likely need to visit the bathroom after changing into costumes, which would be quite inconvenient. So he could only dryly munch away. While Shen Weixing reviewed the script, munching on the bun, he finally finished. Just as he placed his hand down, another bun was shoved into his mouth. He looked up and said to Tang who was feeding him, I'm done. You eat the rest. Tang coaxed him like a kidnapper, just one more, brother Shen. This bun is really good. Smell it. Shen Weixing replied helplessly, I'm full. Sister Wang said you've lost weight, Tang said sympathetically. I should be losing weight, Shen Weixing asked a question of humanity while pushing the bun back into Tang's hand. In the last scene of this movie, my reputation will be ruined, I'll be castrated, women will leave me, and I'll watch as the male lead reaches the peak of his life while I die. If I don't lose weight now, am I still human? He added, after finishing this scene, I'll take you out for hot pot. These past few days, he had been on a diet not just because of gaining weight from staying in the hospital. Even if he hadn't been hospitalized, at this point of filming, he needed to drastically reduce his weight for his character. After all, nearing the end of the plot, the antagonist role he plays needs to appear very haggard and disheveled. Tang sighed, every time we eat hot pot with you guys celebrities, it makes me feel like an animal. All you do is take a couple photos of the food for your social media accounts and then we get to eat everything. It gets worse when some people want to eat but can't eat much, so they purge after eating, which is incredibly scary and could easily result in anorexia or other diseases. But unfortunately, that's how it is. Maintaining shape is part of their professional ethics as celebrities, and not everyone has the constitution that won't gain weight from eating. Shen Weixing was somewhat better off than others. In normal situations, he wouldn't go on extreme diets because he relies on exercise. However, many stars have no time or interest in working out and can only rely on starving themselves. Ignoring Xiao Tang's muttering, Shen Weixing wiped his hands with a damp towel and continued reading through the script. If there were no surprises, today would be his wrap-up scene. It was actually pretty simple. Shen was conned by the hero, Liu Bei, and the heroine together into a trap, with his minions turning traitor and being influenced by the hero to betray him as well. It ended in total isolation, where Shen tragically ends his twisted existence alone, much to the satisfaction of the audience. And yes, his death was quite miserable. Shen checked the time, just about to ask Xiao Tang who was squatting nearby having breakfast why the makeup artist hadn't arrived yet, when the door opened. The makeup artist entered smiling, apologizing. Sorry brother Shen, Director Chu called me before, so I came a bit late. No problem, Shen put down the script, stood up, and said, I'll change first. The makeup artist nodded, helping him change costumes and apply makeup, taking quite a while. Even though Na Lai joined the crew late, he proved to be quite talented and hardworking. By the time they filmed here, he already had established a good rapport with the main actors. Not to mention the male lead Liu Bei and the female lead naturally went without saying. With Shen also preparing thoroughly, the final few scenes were shot smoothly. In torrential rain, Liu Bei, dressed in white, knelt in blood and mud, sorrowfully looking down at Shen Weixing lying there, saying after a long pause, between us. Liu Bei didn't continue. Shen's eye had been poked out earlier by the heroine, half opening the other lifelessly as he gazed at Liu Bei. For a while, he tried to speak. That's right, no lines. The last page of the script indeed didn't have any dialogues written. Later, the heavy rain sound would be amplified during post-production to give the impression that they spoke but the audio was deliberately blurred. This was a clever trick by the director. He believed this unsaid feeling conveyed particular emotion, leaving the audience to imagine what the two brothers ultimately exchanged, thus promoting discussion as a topic. Shen paused silently as rain washed away the blood stains on his face, revealing the ghastly scars. His hand hanging by his side moved slightly, shaking as it struggled, slowly raising up. In close-up shots, his lips gradually curved downward, forming a grotesque angle. The one remaining functional eye suddenly widened, his arm burst forth powerfully, fingers claw-like, reaching for Liu Bei's neck. At the same moment, the female lead and Na Lai screamed in alarm, but Liu Bei remained unmoving, continuing to gaze upon Shen compassionately and mournfully. Almost instantaneously, Shen's entire meridian system reversed, his mouth spewed blood, his hand went limp, dropping just before touching Liu Bei's neck, hopelessly pulling at Liu Bei's sleeve. On the white sleeve, a messy, blackish-reddish mark was left behind. These two brothers were born of the same flesh, suffering the same hardship in childhood. Since then, however, they embarked on vastly different paths. Shen Weisheng had not upheld the glimmer of light in his heart. He allowed the worms to gnaw at his soul and, driven by desire, became a despicable man for half his life. He hid in the dark caves of shadows, envying all who lived under the sun, coveting everything that wasn't his. And for this, he repeatedly tried to kill the last person on earth who truly cared about him, his younger brother. Ultimately, he was killed by his own brother's hand. Then, with his one remaining eye still open, he died. During post-production, a background score would be inserted at this point, as the camera slowly pans toward Liu Bei's sorrowful expression before cutting to his figure rising and walking towards the future. Shen Weisheng would fade into insignificance, replaced by the music guiding the audience through scenes of Liu Bei's childhood, the suffering, humiliation, and confusion, but above all, his eventual triumph over the darkness within him. He defeated his enemy, banished the shadows, conquered weakness, and grew into a powerful individual. Cut. Director Chu shouted, "Cut," first, and then the staff around the set clapped their hands. This was also a way to mark the actor's completion of filming. Everyone knew it was Shen Weisheng's final scene, and considering the previous on-set accident where Shen put himself in danger to save Liu Bei and worked diligently afterward, the crew appreciated him for being cooperative and likable. They approached enthusiastically, congratulating him, "Mr. Shen, you've worked hard, congratulations, Mr. Shen," on wrapping up. Liu Bei and Shen Weisheng were still maintaining their positions from earlier. After half a minute, they broke free from the emotions of the scene. Their assistants had already arrived with towels, quietly reminding them of what to do next. It was Liu Bei who regained composure first. Rising, he smiled and extended his hand to Shen Weisheng lying on the ground. Shen Weisheng returned the smile and took Liu Bei's hand to stand up. Both assistants quickly draped dry towels over their shoulders, leading them to the nanny car on the side to change out of wet clothes so they wouldn't catch colds. Even though Na Lai had conflicts with Crown Media, because of his contractual obligations, he wasn't outwardly rude toward Liu Bei, let alone Shen Weisheng. Therefore, Na Lai climbed into the same car as Shen Weisheng, covered with a dry towel. His outfit was much simpler than Shen's elaborate costumes, so he got ready quickly, accepting a bowl of ginger tea from his assistant and pouring a small cup for Shen Weisheng. In the car, Shen Weisheng changed out of the wet costume, dried off his body, and put on casual clothes brought by Xiao Tang. Just as he accepted the ginger tea, someone knocked on the door of the nanny car, "Mr. Shen." Xiao Tang lowered the window slightly and drew back the curtain to ask the assistant director, "What's the matter?" Director Chu wants Mr. Shen ready to come down again since additional scenes will be shot. "Afraid Mr. Shen has other commitments, but there's still time early in the morning, so let's get these done now," the assistant director explained. Inside the car, Shen Weisheng paused briefly, about to ask what new scenes were added when suddenly Na Lai beside him silently chuckled. Surprised, Shen Weisheng asked, "Why are you laughing?" Na Lai's daily expressions were extremely limited, rarely offering anything to human emotion. The last time Shen Weisheng saw him smile was when he kept watching a video loop of a big cat kicking a kitten down the stairs. No wonder people say Na Lai is a bloodless assassin. How can you laugh for 5 minutes after watching a poor kitty being kicked down the stairs? You've no heart, Shen Weisheng thought at the time. Carrying this mysterious smile given by Na Lai, Shen Weisheng went to see Director Chu, puzzled, asking, "Director Chu, what scenes need to be added?" "Oh, just a few short ones, no lines, don't worry." Director Chu explained, "I plan to shoot them tomorrow, but today went especially smoothly, we're ahead of schedule, and I'm worried about delaying your itinerary. Let's finish these while we have the chance. Do you have any problems?" Shen Weisheng replied, "No." "Alright, then go change into your costume," Director Chu said. Shen Weisheng naturally assumed he'd be changing back into the antagonist male role suits, but once he reached the makeup room, he realized his mistake. The makeup artist worked hard to remove the scar makeup from his face, then presented a fresh set of clean costumes. "Mr. Shen, please change into these." Shen Weisheng recognized immediately, "Isn't this Liu Bei's costume?" "It's been washed, it's fine." The makeup artist assured him. Shen Weisheng wasn't bothered by whose costume it was, whether it belonged to Liu Bei or an extra. If it wasn't washed, he'd wear it when necessary. He was merely confused about what these added scenes meant. Director Chu had only briefly mentioned it earlier. It was about cutting a flashback, having him stand on the set and strike a few poses, which would be enough for that scene. Shen Weisheng didn't ask much more after that. He put on Liu Bei's pure white costume and was then forced by the makeup artist to change his headpiece as well. The new headpiece looked incredibly familiar too, seemingly one used by the male lead. Then the makeup artist began applying Shen Weisheng's makeup. This time it was an abnormally normal makeup, no scars, no masks, just an ordinary look like those purely for enhancing good looks in other dramas. Looking at himself in the makeup mirror for quite some time, Shen Weisheng sighed inwardly, alas, I am still so handsome. It is said that being too handsome easily leads people to underrate one's acting skills, alas, this is also a kind of worry. Of course, the makeup artist had no idea what Shen Weisheng was thinking with his composed expression. After finishing, she said, "Okay, Mr. Shen." Shen Weisheng thanked her and stood up to leave. Indeed, there was nothing special next. Just striking a few poses, mimicking the expressions and actions of the main male character Liu Bei towards the camera, a show of charm came easy for Shen Weisheng. It wasn't difficult for Shen Weisheng to copy someone since he had been observing Liu Bei closely on set after finishing his own scenes recently. After Shen Weisheng finished reshooting this part, director Chu explained, "Post-production will cut these few shots of yours into the film." Curious, Shen Weisheng asked, "Wasn't I supposed to be ugly throughout?" "I suddenly found that meaningless," Director Chu said seriously, "the final ending needs a slight adjustment, highlighting the male lead's feelings for you. Relying heavily on portraying the male lead even in death." Shen Weisheng was speechless. Director Chu continued earnestly, "At the moment you die, it shouldn't be that simple. Let the male lead actively recall how close you two were when you were young. Then, he'll imagine that without the family massacre, if the two of you grew up normally, you wouldn't have become a bad person but instead might have grown into someone better than or equal to the male lead. Of course, this is all imagined out of brotherly sentiment, essentially, you're still a villain." Shen Weisheng remained silent. Director Chu continued, "So, by making you mimic the male lead, it creates a sense of, you in him, and him in you." Shen Weisheng. Listening to this train of thought, didn't you secretly watch Xinglu CP's MV? Shen Weisheng wanted to ask this question desperately. But it didn't matter anyway since it wasn't necessarily a bad thing either. Telling Miss Wang later would definitely make her ecstatic. Thinking this way, Shen Weisheng verbally thanked the director again for providing a few more elegant and handsome moments for his character. Since the main roles still had some scenes left to shoot and would need to transfer elsewhere for filming, they couldn't throw a grand celebration feast specifically for Shen Weisheng, the secondary male role. So the core team members simply had a dinner among themselves. Shen Weisheng, Director Chu, Liu Bei, the female lead, Nai Lai, and a replacement Xiao Jing were all present. None of them were outsiders, and during the meal, everyone ate and joked around without the usual formality experienced while dining with sponsors. There wasn't even any requirement for toasting. In the entertainment industry, terms like regular actor or golden partnership are often thrown around, but fundamentally, it boils down to working with familiar people rather than strangers. Whether from the actor's perspective or directors, if cooperation once reveals mutual trust and understanding, that one person is more reliable compared to others, then it's preferable to stick with that individual for future projects to avoid risks. Shen Weisheng is known for being hardworking, cooperative, and diligent in television circles, with an acting style that, while slightly more TV series-like, is not problematic on the big screen. The adjustments required were minor, and director Chu, Liu Bei, and the female lead had noticed this and appreciated Shen's quick action to save Liu Bei from danger with the props master before. Naturally, during dinner, Shen became the center of conversation, and both explicitly and implicitly hinted that they hope to collaborate again on their upcoming projects. Of course, words spoken at a dinner table can't always be taken too seriously, but neither of them were prone to idle chatter either. At least, that intention existed. Xiao Jing instantly perked up upon hearing, betraying his own company momentarily and switching sides to transform into Shen Weisheng's father, or rather, his agent, and cheerfully jumped into conversations with Director Chu and the female lead. Finally, the dinner concluded, and since there were scenes to shoot the following day, everyone quickly headed back to their hotels to rest. Shen Weisheng was tired from the whole day, taking a shower and falling into bed to doze off almost immediately. Just as he was drifting off, a phone call from Ms. Wang who returned to the company days ago woke him up. "Weisheng, did the filming wrap up?" Propping himself up, Shen Weisheng replied, "Yeah." Ms. Wang asked, "What's your plan moving forward?" Shen Weisheng countered, "Does the company have any plans for me?" Sister Wang said, "There's a magazine cover and inside pages to shoot next week. I also secured you an ad job, scheduled for the same week. I've sent all the specific time and location arrangements to Tang Xiao. Ask him about them." Shen Weisheng replied, "All right. You still have some days off in between. Are you going home to rest or?" Sister Wang paused for a moment, then asked, "Go see your partner?" Shen Weisheng, who had been lying to Sister Wang that he already had a partner when in fact he didn't, was momentarily silent. Sister Wang noticed Shen Weisheng hadn't answered after a long pause and asked again, "Are you listening?" "I'm listening," Shen Weisheng replied. "What's wrong?" Sister Wang asked keenly, "Is there any problem?" Shen Weisheng denied it, "No problem at all. I'm just wondering if I should go see him. He's very busy preparing for his final exams right now. He's a real scholar, so focused on his studies, and I don't want to disturb him because he needs to win a scholarship. Did I tell you? He was this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam." Sister Wang. Shen Weisheng added insincerely, "It's not much, really. Just another college entrance exam." Sister Wang. Shen Weisheng went on, "Studying is supposed to be serious, isn't it? Otherwise what's the point of reading books, right?" Sister Wang. Shen Weisheng prompted her, "You're not saying anything. I do not want to reply to you with, 'Wow, amazing, your boyfriend is so talented.' Should we buy a trending hashtag Shenweishing boyfriend is a scholar hashtag? I feel like you're getting too full of yourself lately. With no expression on her face, Sister Wang thought as she hung up the phone. 3 minutes later, Sister Wang decided that she needed to find an opportunity to meet Shenweishing's partner in person soon. It was quite unsettling. Shenweishing had never acted like this before. When he liked Xiaqiu, though it was one-sided affection, he still acted and spoke normally. Now why does it seem like a high school boy has taken over? You know, the kind of guy who says things like, ugh, it's embarrassing to even mention that I only ranked second in the class this time. What on earth did that scholar do to my money tree, Izai, or rather, what did he do to Shenweishing? Chapter 50. Yi Jiaming, who had just climbed into bed, sneezed. He alertedly fell silent for 10 seconds, threw off the quilt, climbed down from the bed, and pulled out the medicine box to take some pills. His roommate, having just finished bathing and passing by, deftly pounced on the medicine box and said, "You guys help. He wants to take medicine again." Yi Jiaming was pressed down tightly and had no choice but to explain, "I sneezed. Prevent cold." "You can't do that. Jiaming. Calm down." Another roommate also pounced over, "You really don't have a cold." Yi Jiaming insisted, "In case it's like last time. Really, you shouldn't eat medicine if there's nothing wrong. How much do you fear getting the same fever as last time? Don't randomly eat medicine, aha." Yi Jiaming struggled to say, "Then I'll only drink banlangen, as prevention." "What happened to you, Jiaming? You need to snap out of this. What's going on with you?" the roommate questioned. Yi Jiaming fell silent for a moment and decided to compromise, "I won't take the medicine." After saying that, he glanced at the medicine box wistfully. Seeing the firmness of his roommate, he finally gave up and silently climbed back into bed. It was actually not serious. He was just afraid that catching a cold or fever would affect his performance in the final exams. He wanted to get a scholarship, pay off Shenweihang's money early, plan for living expenses, and save the rest for the travel fund. Lying under the quilt, Yi Jiaming took out his phone, opened a travel app, and reviewed the information about discounted overseas trips once more. Not as expensive as expected. He thought. He suddenly wanted to go around everywhere. The world was so vast, people were so insignificant. The only things comparable to the greatness of the world were vision and heart. But this required money. Slowly saving up then. Yi Jiaming looked at his account balance again via his mobile bank app and sighed silently. Then he received an angelic summon from his buddy. Private chat. "Lu Sinan, if there is money to earn, will you come?" Yi Jiaming. "Lu Sinan, I remember you said you wouldn't go home during winter break, right?" Yi Jiaming, Lu Sinan, my brother needs someone, who calls himself as assistant, but actually it's a general hand. His assistant has to return home for marriage and gets a 1-month wedding leave. I've already asked him, just for a month following my brother, but without heavy workload either. My brother mainly returns home to spend the New Year holiday, it's just that there might be emergencies requiring a helping hand. Normally, at home, you could basically just hang out with me. 3,000 for a semester holiday work. Not a lot, but my brother still gives red envelopes and welfare to employees every New Year. Lu Sinan, mainly since he plans to bring you home, so my brother doesn't fully trust anyone random found outside. I mentioned you, and he thinks well. Yi Jiaming, if it works, of course it's good, but I haven't done anything before, what if I screw something up for your brother? Lu Sinan, that won't happen. He said there's no major work this year, it's just that he got used to having an assistant beside, after all, he's a full-fledged baby. Yi Jiaming. Yi Jiaming, alright. Lu Sinan, okay, let me tell him, so let's decide for now. Yi Jiaming, okay. Praising Lu Beibei. Lu Sinan, shit. Lu Sinan, it's a job I find for you. And don't call him with such disgusting titles. Let's break up our friendship. Yi Jiaming, Yi Jiaming, praising Southwest brother. Lu Sinan, that sounds better. Yi Jiaming thought, Lu Bei isn't wrong, Lu Xian indeed is pretty fun when teased angle. Private chat. Lu Xuanan, decided. Lu Dongbei, good. Lu Xuanan, Yi Jiaming is just assisting you, don't mess with him, otherwise I will beat you up. Lu Dongbei, huh. Lu Xuanan, come on, seriously, are you even gay? I've heard among you entertainment circle, 8 out of 10 are homosexual. Seriously, don't mess with my friend. Or I'll cut ties with you. Lu Dongbei, you're the one who recommended him, I only said I needed an assistant, smiley face. Lu Xuanan, who knows if you suddenly fancy him? You're dating Shenweishing too. Do you entertainment folk have any moral codes? I've even heard stories of Group P. Lu Dongbei, stop surfing the internet so much and read more books instead. Lu Xuanan, huh. Lu Dongbei, huh. Private chat. Lu Bei, boss Dai, give me the red envelope. Dai Xiaojing, damn, you're really taking Jiuyu at home. Lu Bei, Dai Xiaojing, how are you going to drag the satellite back to your place? Lu Bei, huh. Dai Xiaojing, don't give me that, crap. Your brother hates you because you often reply with a chuckle. Liu Bei, haha. Liu Bei, boss Dai, did you have a childhood? Did you ever catch sparrows as a kid? You put some rice on the ground and put a basket over it, waiting for the sparrows to enter before pulling the string. Dai Xiaojing, are you kidding? My childhood was so hard, I didn't even think about catching sparrows. Do you even remember how terrible my childhood was? Need I remind you again? Liu Bei, forget it. Stop talking. I don't want to talk either. Dai Xiaojing, no, come on, keep going. Dai Xiaojing, sends cute heart image. Liu Bei, chops heart image to pieces. Liu Bei, red envelope. Dai Xiaojing, sends red envelope. Liu Bei, receives red envelope. Liu Bei, get the script ready. When I tell Yi Zhuoyue to rehearse at my place for the New Year festival, Shen Weisheng will surely come along. The key is in your script, whether or not we can attract Shen Weisheng depends entirely on it. Everything else is just preparation. Liu Bei, as long as Shen Weisheng sees the value in this play, he'll want to act in it. But if he doesn't jump ship to us, then no role for him, haha. Dai Xiaojing. Dai Xiaojing, are you sure this will work? Haven't I tried using this trick on him before? Liu Bei, of course not, it's got to be me. Dai Xiaojing, so you're going to use the beauty trap, huh? Ha 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 ha. Liu Bei, yeah. Dai Xiaojing, you're serious? Liu Bei, seriously, screw you. Liu Bei, am I wasting 3,000 yuan to buy myself a beauty queen for this? Haha. Liu Bei, deal's done, boss Dai, I'll help get Shen Weisheng for you, and you must do what you promised. Dai Xiaojing, relax, I'm on it. What did Wang family do to piss you off so badly? Why go after his entire family like this? Liu Bei, haha. Liu Bei, save some oxygen. Liu Bei, too much garbage and the earth will explode. A day passed, and taking advantage of the dark night, Shen Weisheng, fully equipped, quietly appeared on the university campus by the lakeside. He paced around there for a while, turning his phone on and off so many times that it nearly started smoking from overheating. Things were going well with Yi Zhuoyue earlier, the conversation progressing smoothly. Telling him straight, I've wrapped up my shooting, and I'm at your school now. Want to grab some spicy hot pot, should work since he loves these kinds of snacks. Shen Weisheng thought this while pulling out his phone and opening Yi Zhuoyue's chat window. But Yi Zhuoyue had firmly refused to meet before, and he hadn't budged during this time on meeting offline. What if this stubborn streak kicks in, wiping all previous goodwill? Thinking this, Shen Weisheng switched off the screen and shoved it back into his pocket. On the other hand, the mood seemed to be shifting positively. Yi Zhuoyue might be wavering. Seize the moment, show him your face, and the deal would be done, he's so lust-driven. Shen Weisheng pulled out his phone again, switching it to selfie mode. Wen Dong said not to sell your face. Thinking this, Shen Weisheng blacked out the screen and shoved the phone back. Why am I listening to Wen Dong, that dumbass? Why can't I monetize my looks? Shouldn't they serve any better purpose than washing? He picked up the phone again. Because Wen Dong already changed partners 7 times this year alone. And Shen Weisheng put the phone back down. No, wait. Maybe Wen Dong changes partners frequently because everything he preaches is wrong and leads to him getting dumped constantly. That's nothing to envy. I shouldn't listen to him. He took out his phone again. But still, he gets 7 people to change. Putting the phone back again. Wen Dong's too promiscuous. Pathetic. Quantity over quality. Miserable. We're different. He pulled the phone out again. What makes us different anyway? Everyone's single right now. Putting the phone back down again. Then 2 lyrics began looping infinitely in his mind, we're different, different. What makes us different? Shen Weisheng. Shut up. He told his overly active brain cells. It's better to cool down first with some fresh air. Stay calm, don't act rashly. Shen Weisheng thus pondered. Tonight, Yi Zhuoyue was locked in an intense review session inside the study room, preparing for tomorrow's professional exam. His phone was silenced and sitting idly on the table, untouched until it was almost time to close the study room. Only then did he gather his textbooks and head out with the others, checking the WeChat groups as he went. The class group was eerily quiet tonight, but there were quite a few private messages. Private chat. Zhang-san, final exams coming up soon, huh? Zhang-san, study hard. Zhang-san, I've wrapped up filming. They added more scenes, it's definitely going to be a good show. Zhang-san, what I mean is my costume looks good. Zhang-san, it's all dramatic nonsense, they keep selling me and Liu Bei together. Don't believe it, it's just for promotion. Nowadays, promotions love this kind of thing. But in reality, Liu Bei and I aren't very close, we're just colleagues. All those rumors are fake, they're colleagues as well. Zhang-san, so, do you like me more or Liu Bei? Zhang-san, pretend I didn't ask that. Zhang-san, this message has been retracted. Zhang-san, it's getting really cold lately, make sure to wear more clothes so you don't catch a cold. Zhang-san, go to the apartment to take a shower and do laundry. It's warm there, the washing machine is clean, you can also cook some food, and it's quiet, it's convenient if you want to study. Jong-san, my agent got me an ad for snow boots. I haven't shot it yet, but they sent several pairs ahead of time. I can use them myself or give them out as gifts. There's one size that I remember fits you perfectly, do you want to try it on? It doesn't cost anything anyway. That's how shooting ads works, they often send free samples. If I leave them sitting there, they just go to waste. Like razors, I already have enough for 10 lifetimes. Come over to my place whenever you're free. I live alone, and I'm not home very often. Jong-san, there are quite a few books at my place that you might like to read. Jong-san, I probably won't have any work during the new year. Yi Jo-yue. He went through each line of these messages, which were random, scattered, nonsensical attempts to start a conversation with obvious hints, and couldn't help but smile a little. Private chat. Yi Jo-yue, what was the retracted message? Jong-san, I don't even remember. Yi Jo-yue. Jong-san, O degree omega degree O, I thought you wouldn't be checking your phone with exams coming up. Yi Jo-yue, I need to keep an eye on it in case there are changes to the exam locations. Jong-san, sure thing. Jong-san, when does your exam end? Will you be free right after? Are you heading back home afterward? The winter night was bitterly cold, and this school campus felt vast and windy. Yi Jo-yue, who hated the cold, decided to rush back to his dormitory for warmth and took a shortcut by the lake instead of staying with the group. Although it was windier along the lake, it cut the distance considerably and there wasn't anyone around. Yi Jo-yue figured he could jog back to the dormitory quickly. After running just a couple steps, he slowed down, surprised to see someone sitting on the bench by the lake. How brave, being out here braving the chilly night winds in the middle of the night. Performance art at midnight? While Yi Jo-yue speculated, he decided not to interrupt whatever performance art it was and walked quietly along the path while continuing to text Shinuing. Private chat. Yi Jo-yue, I still have 2 weeks of exams left. Jong-san, so many exams. Yi Jo-yue, they're spread out separately, this semester's finals are very sporadic. After sending the message, Yi Jo-yue noticed the artist at the lakeside had their phone light up, and they were now typing away before looking back up at the moonlight shimmering across the water. Just then, Yi Jo-yue received a reply from Shinuing. Glancing at the shadow of the mysterious person again, Yi Jo-yue suddenly recalled something, but he wasn't quite sure because every time he'd met Shinuing before, it had been in summer or fall attire. He hadn't seen Shinuing's silhouette dressed in winter clothing. On impulse, he sent an emoji to Shinuing, then looked up almost immediately, only to notice that at the exact same moment, the artist had bent down to respond to their phone again. And within seconds, he got a reply from Jong-san. Yi Jo-yue paused briefly without sending another message, and neither did the figure check their phone. No way. Stopping in his tracks, Yi Jo-yue scrutinized the silhouette 3 meters away. For less than 5 seconds into his examination, a breeze blew by, freezing him to the core. Deciding observation wasn't going to get him far enough, he opted for a more direct method, initiating a video call. And just as soon as the call went through, the performance artist seemed jolted as if burned by the phone. They grabbed their ringing device cautiously with both hands, first making frantic adjustments to ensure their hat remained intact, pulling the brim back, adjusting their scarf, smoothing their sleeves, even clearing their throat. Once the call ended, the entire body language of the mysterious person slumped noticeably, tapping aimlessly on their silenced phone screen. Private chat. Jong-san, what's wrong? Shinuing had been momentarily excited seeing the video request, but when Yi Jo-yue ended it quickly, he deduced that it must have been an accident. Sigh. As he was contemplating how to subtly hint at Yi Jo-yue, someone suddenly poked his shoulder, and he immediately turned off the screen of his phone before turning around with a warm and friendly expression. Before coming, he had thought it through. On such a cold night, students would be in a hurry to walk, generally not paying attention to him. Even if they did notice him, he could just say he came to campus for a stroll because he was restless after eating too much, which would at most spark another wave of news about how he yearned for campus life, nothing serious. But when he turned around, he saw Yi Jo-yue. More precisely, he saw Yi Jo-yue's eyes, more accurately speaking, his glasses. Yi Jo-yue was wearing glasses, bundled up in a slightly bulky down jacket with a large hood attached to the clothing, wrapped in multiple layers of wool scarves covering most of his face. At that moment, he held a canvas bag that probably contained textbooks, resembling an inflated penguin, staring at Shinuing in surprise. Really is you, Yi Jo-yue didn't get to finish his sentence. The composed and collected Shinuing that doesn't exist had already pulled him into an embrace. To hell with Wendong, having so many partners, what's so great about it? None lasted more than 3 months, and I don't even know who those people were. I must have been crazy to listen to him, it's too unreliable. Shinuing thought. Yi Jo-yue stood silently in Shinuing's embrace, only speaking after a short while, very humanely asking a question, are you not cold? Shinuing continued to hold him and said, not cold, next sentence. Yi Jo-yue responded with an, oh, and then said, I'm cold, the wind is strong by the lake, easy to catch a cold. Shinuing said, oh. He's rejecting my hug. Shinuing sentimentally thought. I'm cold means his heart has cooled, Yi Jo-yue is still upset about the past. The wind is strong by the lake is a metaphor for the turbulence between me and Yi Jiuyue. He's still mad at me. Easy to catch a cold implies that he's afraid of getting hurt by being with me. He's still saddened by the last incident. Shen Weixing gloomily reflected. Chapter 51. Calm down. Stay cool. Alexander Dumas once said, human wisdom is hidden in 5 words, wait and hope. Count Shinsong released his grip and calmly followed Yi Jiuyue as they retreated from the lakeside. Yi Jiuyue thought that at this time of day, there were many students around the school who had just finished evening study sessions and were out looking for food. Shen Weixing's attire was quite unique, almost like a, look at me, kind of statement, although Yi Jiuyue considerately didn't say it out loud. To avoid exposing Shen Weixing's whereabouts, they might as well talk in Shen Weixing's car. As they walked, Shen Weixing said, I'll drive you to your dormitory entrance later. No need, Yi Jiuyue replied. Shen Weixing secretly observed Yi Jiuyue's attitude with peripheral vision and quietly explained, sorry, I didn't mean to, I wasn't planning on affecting you when I came here. I just wandered around and sat without intending to talk. Yi Jiuyue showed concern, you'll catch a cold. No, I always dress like this in winter. I even have heating patches. Moreover, this clothing may look thin, but it's specially designed to keep warm, it's something I endorsed. I've got a few more new ones at home, I can bring one for you to try next time. The ever-dedicated endorser Shen Weixing threw in a spontaneous product promotion. No thanks, Yi Jiuyue declined. Alright, Shen Weixing pretended insincerely, anyway, if you have other plans, don't worry about me. You should go back to your dorm. It's not early anymore, isn't your exam tomorrow? Yi Jiuyue paused in her steps, looked at him, and said, then I'll head back. Alright, Shen Weixing responded. As Yi Jiuyue turned and walked towards the dorm direction, Shen Weixing hesitated for a second before rushing over, pulling at her arm and asking, are you really going? Even 10 minutes of chatting would be nice. Caught off guard, Yi Jiuyue stopped, turned around, and gave him a sudden smile. Damn! Are you doing this on purpose? Playing with me? Shen Weixing exclaimed. Yi Jiuyue quickly reminded him, lower your voice. Shen Weixing immediately lowered his tone, stared at him for a moment, then reached out to pinch his waist. Yi Jiuyue was ticklish. But Yi Jiuyue had evolved. The newly evolved September Penguin was no longer afraid, and watched Shen Weixing nonchalantly as he squeezed his puffy jacket for a long while until finally giving up in frustration. Yi Jiuyue, you're getting bad. I've always been like this, Yi Jiuyue replied. Shen Weixing thought about it and agreed, Yi Jiuyue used to love upsetting him before too. Thus Shen achieved some kind of psychological balance from a possibly hard-to-understand sharp angle and even felt a little bit pleased. Let's go, let's continue talking in the car. The slightly elated Shen Weixing pulled Yi Jiuyue toward the parking spot. After taking a few steps, Yi Jiuyue said, wait a sec. Shen Weixing stopped, what now? Are you hungry? Yi Jiuyue asked. Not really, are you? Shall we get something to eat? Shen Weixing asked back. Yi Jiuyue shook her head, wait here, I'll be right back. Yi Jiuyue quickly walked down a small street nearby and returned shortly with a roasted sweet potato, offering it to Shen Weixing, do you want some? I can share a piece with you. She added, there was only one left. The aroma of a hot roasted sweet potato in the winter chill was truly tempting even to deities, and Shen Weixing silently swallowed the saliva that instinctively rose in response but firmly said, I shouldn't eat this, I'll be shooting a magazine cover in a couple of days and have an ad shoot. Oh, though unsure how much impact one bite could really make, Yi Jiuyue didn't inquire further. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, she placed the sweet potato in her canvas bag. Shen Weixing questioned curiously, just eat yours. Don't feel weird eating alone. Yi Jiuyue nodded. Eat it while it's hot. Later it won't taste good anymore, Shen Weixing urged her, I'm fine, I'm used to it. When I was with you before and ate normally, it was because I was resting between jobs. During working periods, I often eat watching others like Xiao Tang. Be it hot pot or barbecue, those flavors are heavier than this. Sometimes I smell it and consider that as eating, it's not bad. Yi Jiuyue. Is it really that tough? Eating like burning incense. Being a star must be difficult. But they earn a lot too. Sigh, money isn't easy to earn either. As Yi Jiuyue sympathized, she got into the car and still kept the roasted sweet potato in the canvas bag. Shen Weixing helped close the passenger side door for her, went around to the other side, got into the car, and called out again. Seeing that Yi Jiuyue truly had no intention of eating at that moment, he didn't urge further. Then, the two fell into a brief silence. Recently, Shen Weixing and Yi Jiuyue had been chatting quite naturally on the phone. But now that they suddenly met in person, Shen Weixing had no idea where to start the conversation. He certainly couldn't keep talking about those gifts from advertising endorsements, could he? He should have known better than to talk about all the fun things from the film set over the phone. There weren't that many interesting stories anyway. More importantly, this person lacked confidence and therefore felt guilty. Previously, for some reason, Yi Jiuyue had broken up with him, and both of them were well aware of it. Therefore, Shen Weixing didn't know what Yi Jiuyue was thinking right now. Whenever they chatted on the phone, no matter from which angle Shen Weixing brought up the topic, Yi Jiuyue always replied with, or, oh, and so he didn't dare to say more. But then, so, what exactly did this, mean? And what did that, signify? Half a minute later, Shen Weisheng started an awkward conversation. It's pretty cold these days, huh? Yi Jiuyue said, Shen Weisheng, wear more clothes, don't catch a cold. Yi Jiuyue, I'm wearing more. Shen Weisheng, put the heating patches on your thermal underwear, don't stick them directly on your skin. Yi Jiuyue. I know. Shen Weisheng, do you even wear thermal underwear? Yi Jiuyue, yes. Shen Weisheng, I bet you do. Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue quietly lowered her head and took out the roasted sweet potato from her canvas bag, starting to peel it. Let him smell it, Yi Jiuyue thought. When Yi Jiuyue was eating her third bite of the roasted sweet potato, Shen Weisheng found a new topic and spoke again. You haven't answered me yet, do you go home on vacation? Yi Jiuyue answered, no. Shen Weisheng assumed she wouldn't rush home after the holiday break but didn't think much about it since she wasn't planning to go back at all. Overjoyed, Shen Weisheng quickly asked, what do you plan to do then? Stay in the school dormitory? Are they not closing? Live in the apartment. Live in the apartment. Live in the apartment. Shen Weisheng shouted in his heart, trying to influence Yi Jiuyue's decision using invisible brainwaves. Yi Jiuyue explained, I have a part-time job during the winter break. I'll be staying at my employer's house. Liu Bei being a famous celebrity, his popularity also brought controversies. Although it was only for a short time during the spring festival holidays to hire an assistant who happened to be a close friend of his younger brother, necessary instructions still needed to be given clearly. After confirming this work opportunity, Liu Bei's assistant made time to contact Yi Jiuyue and informed her about some key precautions ahead of time, among which the most important one was, confidentiality, confidentiality, confidentiality. She had to keep confidential everything related to Liu Bei's private information, schedule, etc., and it was best to also keep the work itself under wraps to avoid unnecessary troubles. After all, Yi Jiuyue was a student and not someone like Liu Sinan who would respond with something aggressive if provoked. If other classmates kept pestering her with questions, saying would bring trouble while not saying would make her look weird. Though Shen Weisheng might not have any interest in Liu Bei's schedule or secrets, Yi Jiuyue decided to maintain fairness on this matter and keep work and personal life separate. Shen Weisheng asked curiously, what kind of work? Do you have to live in their house? Is it tutoring? Yi Jiuyue shook her head, I can't tell you, don't ask. Okay, Shen Weisheng muttered dejectedly, just don't stress yourself too much. Rest when you should. With your excellent grades, tuition fees shouldn't be too much pressure, right? Actually, there wasn't much financial pressure regarding tuition, but she had to repay Shen Weisheng for the airfare money and save up a travel fund as well. Yi Jiuyue smiled but didn't explain anything further, just nodding and saying, Once again, they fell silent. Half a minute passed, and Shen Weisheng asked, is it not the kind of job where you have to pay a deposit? Yi Jiuyue said, no. Shen Weisheng wanted to say something along these lines but hesitated, trying hard to steal glances at Yi Jiuyue. Could it be a pyramid scheme? Nowadays, pyramid schemes specifically target university students. They promise food and lodging. Such news is broadcasted every day. No, 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 Yi Jiuyue is so smart, she wouldn't fall for the same trap other students have fallen into. She even suspected me at first, so surely it'd be very difficult for her to be scammed by a pyramid scheme. But no, I'm not in a pyramid scheme, and those involved definitely know how to deceive people. Yi Jiuyue, although intelligent, is still a student who doesn't know how dangerous the outside world can be. It's easy for her to be deceived and defrauded. Shen Weisheng pondered deeply, carefully choosing his words before speaking, have you been keeping up with the news lately? Yi Jiuyue looked at him in confusion, what news? Deciding to gently remind Yi Jiuyue from another angle, Shen Weisheng said, a few days ago, I accidentally came across a piece of news. It was about how many students from a certain school got tricked into joining a pyramid scheme. Students are simple-minded and don't realize how evil outsiders can be. Yi Jiuyue fell silent for a moment, then passed the roasted sweet potato to Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng asked in confusion, why are you giving it to me? I really don't want any. You eat it. Yi Jiuyue slowly said, let you smell it. Shen Weisheng, ah. Yi Jiuyue slowly said again, I'm not joining a pyramid scheme. Shen Weisheng, oh. Yi Jiuyue pulled the roasted sweet potato back and explained, it's legitimate work. The person is an acquaintance, not a scammer, not what you're thinking. Shen Weisheng, oh, that's good. Yi Jiuyue added, but still, thanks for your reminder. Shen Weisheng smiled, in fact, I thought someone as smart as you wouldn't get scammed. But sometimes, being smart doesn't guarantee immunity from scams. Nowadays, scammers use all kinds of tricks, it's hard to guard against everything. Yi Jiuyue nodded in agreement and reminded him, same goes for you. I've been around for years, I'm different from you, Shen Weisheng said with great confidence. Yi Jiuyue watched him as she ate the roasted sweet potato, feeling his current expression was quite blindly self-assured. Well, Yi Jiuyue thought, he's handsome, so let him be confident, it makes him even more handsome, hey. The roasted sweet potato wasn't big, and in no time Yi Jiuyue had finished eating it. The next second, she saw Shen Weisheng's hand extending toward her, holding a wet wipe. Thank you. Yi Jiuyue took the wet wipe to clean her mouth and hands, then took out her thermos from the canvas bag to drink water steeped with goji berries and red dates. Shen Weixing continued making small talk. You're really well prepared. Yi Jiuyue drank the water, put the lid back on, and suddenly asked, are you completely recovered from your health issues? No lingering symptoms, right? No, Shen Weixing quickly said, I'm in perfect shape. Still, take good care of yourself, Yi Jiuyue advised. Shen Weixing laughed, do you care about me? Yi Jiuyue responded easily. Seeing how readily she admitted it, Shen Weixing felt both delighted and smug. Blinded by confidence, he swiftly thought that he should clear his shopping cart tonight and replied immediately, actually, I was supposed to keep applying some medicine for a few more days, but now that you care, I feel instantly cured. If you show me more concern, I'll be fully healed. Yi Jiuyue calmly said, care about you, care about you. Shen Weixing wasn't satisfied, superficial. Yi Jiuyue gave her characteristic superficial answer, Shen Weixing. Got used to it. I've gotten used to it. Carefully considering it, she's still very cute. Shen Weixing successfully brainwashed himself and handed over his gloves to Yi Jiuyue, here, borrow them. Yi Jiuyue looked at him in confusion, what for? I just think your gloves aren't warm enough. Mine will keep you warm. Use them first, don't let your hands freeze during exams when writing becomes difficult and you lose points on presentation. Shen Weixing said. Yi Jiuyue explained, there's no deduction for handwriting. There is. They'd give you 10 points, but if your handwriting isn't good, they'll only give 8, Shen Weixing insisted. Yi Jiuyue further explained, I have a hot water bottle. Quickly stop using it. What if it explodes? Shen Weixing exaggerated. Yi Jiuyue. After several seconds, Yi Jiuyue said, I also worry about explosions, so I use a water-filled hot water bottle, not a rechargeable one. Shen Weixing further exaggerated, what if it leaks? Yi Jiuyue paused for a while before saying, I also worry about leaks, so I wrapped it in several layers of cling film and covered it with a wool sleeve. Shen Weixing. Yi Jiuyue. Feeling disheartened after his exaggerations failed, Shen Weixing asked, why do you always overthink things like this? Can you trust this world a little more? Because life is too important. That's what Yi Jiuyue thought inside. Ultimately, Yi Jiuyue was forced to borrow Shen Weixing's gloves. She tried them on right there and couldn't help yawning. Don't talk anymore. I'll send you back to the dormitory and let you rest early. Anyway, your roommate already knows you have a boyfriend who works. At this point, Shen Weixing hesitated and secretly asked, you haven't already told them that you broke up with your boyfriend, right? Yi Jiuyue shook her head. Damn. There's still hope. Stay calm. Finding renewed confidence and hope from an incomprehensible angle, Shen Weixing quickly straightened his posture and falsely said, then take a nap. I'll see you off at the dormitory entrance. If anyone sees us, and you don't want to say it's your boyfriend sending you back, just tell them it's your cousin or older brother who happened to pass by. Having already been studying late into the night and feeling sleepy, after eating a roasted sweet potato and being warmed by the heater in the carriage, Yi Jiuyue became lazy all over, nodded her head, and leaned against the backrest of the seat, almost falling asleep within seconds. Shen Weixing glanced at Yi Jiuyue, hesitated for a moment, quickly leaned over to fasten her seatbelt. Once done, he couldn't bear to move back to his own seat but stayed close, observing her up close for a while. Damn it, I want to kiss her. It's been so long since I last kissed her. Kissing feels so comfortable. Yi Jiuyue's face is a little chubby, kissing it would be so soft and fragrant. Shen Weixing couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. No, I must restrain myself. Because I'm a gentleman. Mainly because I haven't had a girlfriend yet, and this might deduct all the good feelings built up recently. Shen Weixing, gentleman afraid of deductions, more afraid of having no points left, was wrestling with his thoughts when he suddenly saw Yi Jiuyue open her eyes again, silently looking at him. Feeling drowsy, Yi Jiuyue noticed Shen Weixing was very close and showed no signs of moving away. Instinctively, her face turned a little warm, and she opened her eyes to see Shen Weixing truly so near. The two maintained such a pose for half a minute, during which Yi Jiuyue didn't react much, making Shen Weixing feel more hopeful. He tentatively edged closer by a millimeter towards Yi Jiuyue. Neither detecting the millimeter distance nor opposing it, she continued not speaking or moving. So quietly, he inched another millimeter closer. If you keep going in one direction, you can circle the earth. If you slowly inch closer by a millimeter, eventually, you'll get together. Go Shen Weixing. Men shouldn't back down. Shen Weixing encouraged himself. At that moment, Shen Weixing's phone rang. What the hell? What the hell? This broken phone should have figured out how to turn itself off by now. How does an almost one-year-old phone still act so ignorantly? Shen Weixing felt about ready to die from frustration. He grabbed the phone and noticed a change deep inside his heart. Yi Jiuyue originally had no intention of checking Shen Weixing's incoming call, but, having eaten enough, drunk enough, and exhausted her brain reviewing all evening, sleepiness combined with the allure of beauty made her hazy, unconsciously following the sound with her gaze. Caller, Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu. Yi Jiuyue faintly remembered who Xia Qiu was. Xia Qiu is Shen Weixing's good friend, quite entertaining in that previous variety show, and the recent TV series they were in was also popular. Shen Weixing, ever sensitive, noticed Yi Zhouyue's movement, quickly glancing at her, then following her gaze to check the incoming call display, and once again looked back at Yi Zhouyue, setting off level 1 alarms in his heart. What the hell? Hell, hell, hell. Though unsure why there's hell to curse, but anyway, it's really hell. Will Yi Zhouyue misunderstand? Will she jump to wrong conclusions? What if she asks me why Xia Qiu calls me in the middle of the night? What if she questions why Xia Qiu often calls me at odd hours? Speaking of which, come to think of it, Little Autumn does frequently call me in the dead of night, doesn't she? People become less clear-headed in the middle of the night, so could Little Autumn have developed some auditory illusions due to too many midnight calls to me? I'm utterly confused. Shen Weixing felt as though he couldn't breathe. Unaware of Shen Weixing's thoughts, Yi Zhouyue only saw his sudden look of shock and assumed Xia Qiu had some secret matter to discuss. She yawned again, unbuckled her seatbelt, prepared to get off the car and go back to the dormitory on her own, not eavesdropping on their secrets as stars. Seeing Yi Zhouyue getting ready to leave, Shen Weixing felt uneasy for reasons beyond guilt, shivering down his spine, and began feeling a chill creep over him. He hurriedly pulled Yi Zhouyue back. What are you doing? Yi Zhouyue said, you take the call. I'll take my call, why are you getting out? Shen Weixing asked cautiously. Yi Zhouyue calmly explained, you seem nervous, perhaps it's inconvenient to talk on the phone in front of me. No. Shen Weixing denied furiously, you're making things up. Yi Zhouyue thought he was acting strange, hesitated for a moment, and asked, then will you answer the call? Shen Weixing was just about to speak when the phone stopped ringing. Relieved for a second, Shen Weixing's phone rang again. This uncooperative phone must be replaced. He indifferently thought. Do you not want to take the call? Yi Zhouyue reminded him again. Shen Weixing really didn't want to pick it up. It was rare for manager Wang and Tang Xiao to contact him in the middle of the night precisely because they didn't want to disturb his rest. But exactly for this reason, he also doubted whether Xia Qiu had encountered some emergency situation calling him at such an unusual hour. Although, upon careful reflection, Xia Qiu had previously called for matters that weren't particularly urgent, one could never be sure of the what-if scenarios. What if this time it was truly an emergency, a matter of life and death? The entertainment circle is unpredictable. The night is when the most dangerous situations arise. Perhaps Xia Qiu encountered trouble at a dinner or drinking party or even a KTV event and needed help. It's no joking matter. Previously, the company's top star, Gao Jie, had sought Shen Weixing's assistance for a similar issue. She thought she was just accompanying a sponsor to sing some songs and would exit unscathed like always, but the other party had resorted to despicable tactics by drugging her drink. After only 2 sips, she realized something was off, quickly retreated to the restroom, and with her waning consciousness, managed to call Shen Weixing. Luckily, Shen Weixing happened to be nearby attending an event and promptly came to rescue her. Shen Weixing figured he'd have to find a way to deal with this situation later, but first, he had to stabilize the present moment. Holding on to Yi Zhouyue's hand firmly, Shen Weixing said, I'll just take the call. Don't leave, it's not something you can't hear. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhouyue didn't insist and leaned back, closing her eyes to continue sleeping while waiting for Shen Weixing to finish his call and escort her back to the entrance of her dormitory. Staring at Yi Zhouyue who had already fallen asleep quickly, Shen Weixing noticed his phone was still ringing, so he answered it. What is it? Sorry to disturb you so late, Xia Qiu asked. It's disturbing. I almost kissed her. There's no way Yi Zhouyue will remain unfazed after such a kiss. Though internally feeling this way, Shen Weixing didn't express himself so bluntly. Realizing from Xia Qiu's tone that it wasn't an urgent, life-threatening matter, he simply repeated, what is it? Xia Qiu fell silent. Speak up, Shen Weixing urged, still keeping his gaze on Yi Zhouyue. Then Xia Qiu finally spoke, Sister Wang suddenly took Xiao Chan away from me. Brother Shen, Xiao Chan has always been with me. I requested Sister Wang to change things, Shen Weixing interrupted. Xia Qiu was stunned, why? Xiao Chan keeps messing up, so I decided to replace her. When I'm not at Chuanguan anymore, Xiao Tang will follow me. I can no longer clean up after her mistakes. Don't worry, Sister Wang will assign you an experienced assistant. Shen Weixing spoke swiftly. It's very late, there's no need to rush this conversation, we can talk about it during the day. Xia Qiu hastily responded, wait. What do you mean you're not staying at Chuanguan? Can you explain? Shen Weixing sighed, it's very late, if it's not an urgent matter, let's discuss it later. But you should get some rest. Xia Qiu had always been skilled at discerning Shen Weixing's tone. Shen Weixing cut him off, intensifying his tone as he decisively ended the call without further discussion. Xia Qiu gripped his phone tightly, his voice still compliant, oh, all right. Shen Weixing hung up immediately. In a semi-drowsy state, Yi Zhouyue vaguely thought in her heart, wow, I just heard some news, Shen Weixing might switch companies. Yi Zhouyue. Yi Zhouyue wanted to keep sleeping, but Shen Weixing kept calling her name softly yet persistently in her ear, repeating it again and again. By the 22nd time Shen Weixing called her name, Yi Zhouyue struggled to open her eyes. What? The person I told you I had a crush on before, it was Xia Qiu, Shen Weisheng said seriously. Yi Jiuyue. Wow. I've completely forgotten what the previous piece of news was. Yi Jiuyue's eyes widened slightly. Shen Weisheng took a deep breath. He had once thought about not divulging this completely, since it was something from the past, and furthermore, nothing substantial ever developed between him and Xia Qiu. He estimated that Xia Qiu herself probably still had no idea about this unrequited infatuation. But Xia Qiu's earlier phone call caused Shen Weisheng to suddenly change his mind. He still wanted to confess this to Yi Jiuyue. Something that when Dong and Dai Xiaojing knew, Yi Jiuyue also deserved to know. Actually, she was the most deserving to know. Besides, if one day when Dong or others let slip this information, and Yi Jiuyue hears it from them, who knows how she would react inside. A wise person understands the importance of eliminating all unstable factors that may jeopardize the safety of marriage and family relationships early on. Moreover, there's another critical reason. Shen Weisheng felt he must let Yi Jiuyue make a clear choice. Chapter 52. Shen Weisheng looked seriously at Yi Jiuyue and said, Yi Jiuyue, the person I love now is you. I don't know what you think, but I'm serious. My pursuit of you is not for fun. Regarding the last incident, perhaps you didn't take it to heart, or you prefer not to mention it, but I still want to clarify. During the 2 days we attended Xia teacher's birthday together, I got angry with you because I always thought that I liked Xia Qiu, but I also liked you. I felt quite inadequate and troubled, I didn't know what to do, so I couldn't control myself. Yi Jiuyue silently looked at him. Shen Weisheng paused before continuing, there's something I haven't told anyone else. My sister met a person similar to me. That person already had a fiancé, and when he met my sister, he started pursuing her. Actually, I knew that he genuinely liked my sister. But after my sister found out about his infidelity, she still rejected him. So when I realized that I was also in a similar situation, I really felt quite torn. Yi Jiuyue remained silent. Shen Weisheng said a bit uncomfortably, my friend advised me not to tell you these things, but I think it's still better if I tell you. Otherwise, when you find out someday, it would bother you. Now that you know, if you wish to reject me, just say it. I don't want to deceive you, if you refuse me because of this discomfort, I will never bother you again. Truly, I respect your choice. Yi Jiuyue continued to silently look at him. Shen Weisheng did not rush her, though his heart hung in suspense, somewhat nervous yet completely calm, like a student who has finished an exam and is waiting for the results. After a long while, Yi Jiuyue finally spoke, slowly asking, which friend? Shen Weisheng, huh? Yi Jiuyue asked, why did your friend suggest you not tell me this? Shen Weisheng wondered how Yi Jiuyue even managed to pass her exams, especially in Chinese language, it doesn't matter. It may not matter, but it seemed odd indeed. Yi Jiuyue, perplexed, said, oh, then asked another question, have you been engaged to Xia Qiu? What are you thinking? Shen Weisheng exclaimed in surprise and panic, of course not. Yi Jiuyue calmly replied with another, oh, and then asked, do I resemble Xia Qiu? Not really, no resemblance at all. Shen Weisheng's survival instinct was extremely strong as he quickly added, aside from both being male and of the same age, there is no similarity whatsoever. If I lied, may I turn into a dog? Yi Jiuyue thoughtfully reflected for a moment, then asked again, when you went out with me, what was your relationship with him? Did he know you liked him? Shen Weisheng honestly replied, I believe he didn't know. He always just saw me as an older brother. I've never confessed to him because he has always been straight, and I never thought about trying to change that. What were you planning to do? Yi Jiuyue asked. Shen Weisheng hesitated for a moment, considered it carefully, and then seriously replied, I plan to maintain the current status. I truly never thought about having anything more with him, nor would I tell him, meaning there would be no further development between us in this lifetime. It was because of this reason that I later agreed to go out with you. At that time, I didn't associate myself with cheating either, I just thought that there would be no possible future between me and him, whereas going out with you was purely mutual consent as adults. However, later, I realized you liked me, later I realized I liked you, and... As Yi Jiuyue watched him grow increasingly uneasy, she interrupted and asked, did you ever give any ambiguous physical or verbal hints to the party involved? Shen Weisheng was startled, ah. Yi Jiuyue coughed once, I'm referring to Xia Qiu. Shen Weisheng, ah, no. Through this conversation, despite feeling drowsy to the point of almost nodding off again, Yi Jiuyue vaguely felt there might be a logical pitfall somewhere in this chain of events. Yi Jiuyue turned her head, yawned, and tears nearly welled up in her eyes. So tired. Yet, seeing an incorrect problem lying before her, she would struggle to sleep well if it wasn't corrected. Mr. Yi, who maintained strict self-discipline on certain matters, was in great distress. The pain of desperately wanting to sleep yet unable to due to this distress made her slightly irritable. In a state of mild irritability, Yi Jiuyue accelerated her questioning rhythm, in other words, you can confirm that the party involved had no knowledge of your romantic feelings towards them before the incident occurred? Brought into a certain atmosphere by her phrasing and the suddenly sharp tone of voice, Shen Weisheng unconsciously straightened up a little and earnestly said, I am certain. Yi Jiuyue asked, can you provide examples to illustrate this? Shen Weisheng paused for a moment, thinking hard for a while before saying, I don't know how to provide specific examples. Every time he said, "Brother Shen, you're so nice to me, you're just like my real older brother," does that count? If he knew, he definitely wouldn't have said that. Hearing this, Yi Jiuyue suddenly paused, became a little more alert, and squinted her eyes as she thoughtfully said, "Repeat that." Shen Weisheng looked at her without understanding and repeated it. It seemed there was more than one pitfall in this matter. Yi Jiuyue calmed down, reflecting deeply for a few seconds. "Two questions," Yi Jiuyue said, "please answer them seriously after considering. Each of your answers will not lead to criminal liability, but I hope you can honestly confess." Yi Jiuyue held up her index finger. "The first question, my previous phrasing was the parties involved prior to the incident. Your response confirms without doubt the existence of an incident. Could you clarify what exactly you mean by this incident? Are you referring to the situation where both you and the involved party have confessed feelings toward each other? Please elaborate specifically on the facts." Afterward, she raised her second finger. "The second question, when the involved party says, 'Brother Shen, you're so good to me,' emphasis on each time, what specific events are referred to? Why each time, emphasis again? How many times? And what did you do to make him say this?" Shen Weisheng stared silently. After a long pause, he asked, "Are you exhibiting a split personality because you're sleep deprived? Should we talk about this another day? Please answer the question seriously and truthfully, and stop questioning the judge," Yi Jiuyue said. Defendant Shen Weisheng asked suspiciously, "Aren't you supposed to be a lawyer? Did you secretly promote yourself to judge?" He then took a deep breath and replied, "Well, not really confessed either. As I mentioned earlier, last time I lost my temper because, Party Xiao," stumbling over his words, abruptly confessed to me. "It was something I've never expected, so I was completely shocked and frozen. It's definitely not due to any hints I gave, I didn't do anything, yet he suddenly acted that way. I suspect the involved party drank fake alcohol, truly, I mean it. So, I immediately sent him off to sober up and went to pick you up from the bookstore afterward. But the more I thought about it, the more disordered my mind became, cough." He continued, "For the second question, well, there were quite a number of instances, asking me to recall a specific example all at once. For instance, he wanted to join my production team. Given my current status now, within the industry, it's understood that I could usually bring along decent supporting actors into the projects, and if it was appropriate, I brought him along too. There were some minor instances as well, for example, when he messed up the teacher's materials and was scared, I claimed responsibility instead. Does that count? Or occasionally teaching him acting skills and introducing him to some insiders in the industry. These are all typical exchanges, what kind of look is that?" Shen Weisheng asked vigilantly. Yi Jiuyue retracted her subtle gaze, made a shushing gesture, and closed her eyes to recall the travel variety show she had watched featuring Xia Qiu and Shen Weisheng. Seconds later, Yi Jiuyue stated the name of the variety show and asked, "In the program, was your interaction with the involved party deliberately adjusted according to the script, or was it just as normal?" Shen Weisheng replied, "There was a script, but only in a general direction. My interaction with the involved party was almost exactly the same as usual, we didn't act. At the time, I simply considered it a relaxing vacation." Yi Jiuyue fell into deep thought again. In that variety show, Shen Weisheng had the largest stature and highest popularity, naturally serving as the central figure for the scriptwriting. His character was set as the capable, top-notch leader, while Xia Qiu was the youngest member who naturally played the part of a sweet-talking, baby-faced youngest sibling, often casually pushing tasks onto elder brother, Shen Weisheng. While a small segment of viewers labeled him a spoiled child after watching, most casual watchers found him rather adorable since he didn't cause any trouble otherwise. Yi Jiuyue also fell under the impression of the majority of the audience back then. After all, she was just watching a variety show, and all she cared about was whether the stars were entertaining and humorous, she didn't dwell on it much further. But recalling things now with a hint of suspicion, Xia Qiu's performance in the show, and Shen Weisheng's behavior while interacting with Xia Qiu. Everything seemed to conflict greatly with Shen Weisheng's account. Whether Shen Weisheng's own claim of romantic affection towards Xia Qiu or his assertion that Xia Qiu regarded him as an older brother appeared more like fabricated statements after being hypnotized. To hear that phrase, "Big brother Shen, you're so nice to me. You're just like my real older brother," seemed a lot like the exaggerated dialogue from a drama where the female lead pretends not to know the male second lead's feelings to keep him around and doing her bidding, something from a decade-old show. Yi Jiuyue mused with complicated emotions. Then again, it might be too hasty to jump to conclusions since this was between men, perhaps Xia Qiu did indeed think of Shen Weisheng as an elder brother from the perspective of the same sex. But still, this line was What was the catalyst for the party's confession? Yi Jiuyue asked. Shen Weisheng frowned and said, "I've already said it. I truly have no idea, except that he must have drunk fake alcohol. Don't disbelieve me, it sounds mystical, but it could be possible." In fact, Shen Weisheng wanted to elaborate further on how Xia Qiu's recent behavior appeared increasingly erratic, as if his mind was clouded by some supernatural influence, which wasn't unheard of in the entertainment circle where jealousy led to sinister actions such as hexes or voodoo dolls. There had been tales of mystical happenings within the industry, not just baseless rumors. For example, one well-known actress fell victim to a possessed fox spirit she kept, while a certain actor was rumored to practice yin-yang cultivation, thus maintaining his evergreen career. Such supernatural stories couldn't be ruled out entirely, given Xia Qiu's sudden rise to fame coinciding with peculiar occurrences, making it all seem fittingly strange. But Shen Weixing ultimately decided not to mention any of this. On one hand, he thought it inappropriate to discuss such things behind people's backs, lest Yi Zhuoyue perceive him as a man who gossips maliciously. On the other hand, what if Yi Zhuoyue adhered strictly to scientific reasoning and dismissed him as ignorant and superstitious? That would be burdensome. Yi Zhuoyue resolved to stop focusing on the defendant with clouded judgment and began analyzing matters logically from her own perspective. Yet, the defendant wasn't content without more lines to say, shifting toward a more scientifically plausible angle. Really, I was utterly shocked, no premonition at all. That wine must have been poisoned, I'm quite sure. Yi Zhuoyue. Stop talking. Do not interfere with the judge or face charges for disrupting the court. As soon as Yi Zhuoyue focused her thoughts, various seemingly scattered pieces of information started emerging from the recesses of her memory. She suddenly recalled how entertainment news once reported Xia Qiu rushing to the hospital late at night to visit the injured Shen Weixing. Right after that very night when someone tried to steal Shen Weixing's phone and caused a ruckus. Thinking about it, Yi Zhuoyue's gaze became sharper once more, fixing intently on Shen Weixing for quite a while, making him uncomfortable and defensive. What's going on? Was the issue with the person who stole your phone resolved? Yi Zhuoyue asked. Shen Weixing blinked in surprise. How did the topic shift here? Yi Zhuoyue vaguely responded, just thought of it. Oh. Sister Wang handled it. She investigated, turns out it was done by the nurse aide's daughter, one of my fans, who got mixed up and snuck into my ward while I was sleeping. My phone happened to ring, so she unlocked it quietly thinking I wouldn't notice, then assumed you were my non-industry girlfriend and acted jealous. Shen Weixing explained, the nurse confirmed it too. Considering her tough situation, I let it go. Sister Wang gave her an extra month's pay before firing her and arranged a new nurse for me. Yi Zhuoyue hesitated and asked, did you check the surveillance? The surveillance camera outside my room just happened to be broken, Shen Weixing replied. This world does not have surveillance cameras that break conveniently right during an incident, it only has broken human hearts. Yi Zhuoyue thought coldly, ruthless as ever. Did you meet the nurse's daughter afterward? Yi Zhuoyue asked again. Nope, the nurse said she beat her daughter up and confined her at home to reflect on her actions. Why would I bother seeing her if I'm fine? Shen Weixing countered. What exactly are you getting at? Yi Zhuoyue sighed, resuming her usual expression, dragging her words slowly, I almost lost my sleep over this for a moment. Shen Weixing, huh? Yi Zhuoyue faltered, leaving something unsaid. When Yi Zhuoyue first became a fan of Shen Weixing, she had watched many interviews of him, mostly recent ones because her obsession primarily revolved around his looks, and years ago Shen Weixing still had a hint of innocence and hadn't grown as handsome as he was now. And though Shen Weixing's recent interviews had covered acts of kindness, they weren't nearly as detailed as those when he just entered the industry. After all, rehashing the same old stories for 10 years felt awkward even if he didn't avoid the topic, the program producers leaned toward fresher material. Therefore, Yi Zhuoyue's understanding of Shen Weixing's benevolent deeds was rather shallow. It was only recently, after being brainwashed by satellite girls, that she learned more about Shen Weixing's specific ties with Xia Qiu, or more accurately, Xia Qiu's parents. Professor Xia Qiu's father, was once the benefactor who saved Shen Weixing and his sister. Not just any fan but someone who literally saved their lives. Back then, Shen Weixing and his sister had run away from home and found themselves wandering in the city. Both still young, they were clueless about what to do next. Sitting by the roadside, they stared blankly at the towering buildings and streams of people, feeling utterly bewildered and intimidated. But the two siblings stood out even in a world obsessed with appearances, so much so that even when begging, they managed to collect more than others. This attracted the attention of local thugs who controlled beggars and forced them into exploitative situations. They forcibly claimed the siblings as their own children and tried to drag them away. Shen Weixing and his sister struggled to explain themselves, but their heavy regional accent made them almost incomprehensible to passers-by. Seeing this, the thugs boldly lied to the crowd, claiming that the siblings were born with mental disabilities. At first glance, it did seem plausible. But Professor Xia overheard them. With his extensive travels for research, coupled with an impressive linguistic talent, Professor Xia could navigate both foreign languages and regional dialects, if not fluently, then at least proficient enough to connect the dots. In his mind, every phenomenon followed certain patterns. Once you grasp the pattern, understanding expands naturally. Without hesitation, Professor Xia intervened, rescuing the two nearly abducted siblings while simultaneously explaining their cries for help to the onlookers. However, this enraged the thugs, who slashed him with a knife in retaliation. Fortunately, Professor Xia's companion arrived just in time, scaring off the gang and preventing further tragedy. Originally, Professor Xia planned to take the siblings to the nearest police station, but fearing repatriation back to their home, they resisted fervently, pleading their case. Understanding their situation, Professor Xia empathized with their plight. He presented his credentials to assure everyone he wasn't malicious, then took the siblings to a research institute where they could bathe and eat, before eventually bringing them home. Later, Shen Weixing's sister felt extremely uneasy about staying and insisted on moving out. Mrs. Xia helped her find work and arranged Shen Weixing's schooling accordingly. Thus began the bond between the two families. After entering the entertainment industry, whenever Shen Weisheng recounted these events on TV programs, he consistently referred to the Xias as his and his sister's greatest benefactors. Never mind. Yi Zhuoyue thought to herself. The evidence isn't yet conclusive enough for definitive conclusions, only preliminary deductions can be drawn at this stage. Further observation is required. Hasty judgments should be avoided, and nothing ought to be said prematurely. When Yi Zhuoyue remained silent for an extended period, the defendant became anxious, urging her, "Speak up, your silence leaves me guessing." "Aha," Yi Zhuoyue murmured indifferently. This vague response only heightened Shen Weisheng's anxiety. "Your cryptic replies have me completely in the dark." Suddenly, Yi Zhuoyue sighed and patted Shen Weisheng's shoulder, saying, "I understand." "What do you understand?" Shen Weisheng asked perplexedly. Yi Zhuoyue solemnly stated, "It would serve the defendant well to stop fabricating scenarios wherein I am unintentionally implicated in your affairs with others." Shen Weisheng immediately panicked. "No. That's not what I mean, you're definitely not interfering. All this mess is entirely my fault, it's me." Coolly and decisively, Yi Zhuoyue cut off this chaotic line of reasoning. The court is now adjourned. Unless the defendant presents new evidence, the judge will no longer accept one-sided claims. Let's drive back to the dormitory. Shen Weisheng. What even was all that? Had Yi Zhuoyue become unhinged under the stress of final exams? Such breakdowns weren't unheard of in students cramming for tests. As Shen Weisheng drove back to the dormitory, he occasionally stole glances at Yi Zhuoyue sitting beside him, seemingly dazed. Feeling the strangeness herself, Yi Zhuoyue explained, "Actually, I've been engrossed in a drama series I was recently following." Ah, Shen Weisheng understood. Years ago, there was a legal drama filmed which featured an aloof, justice-driven judge clashing with a similarly aloof lawyer whose early elite ideals morphed into ruthless pragmatism before being reformed later. The collision of these two icy personalities proved both intriguing and entertaining. Unfortunately, due to its niche topic, the show remained shelved unsold until recently, when such genres saw a resurgence and gained unexpected popularity. Young people today really dive headfirst into their roles, Shen Weisheng mused. Recalling the courtroom scenes where the lawyer clad in suit and tie delivered impassioned speeches, leaving opponents utterly speechless, Yi Zhuoyue couldn't help but admit, what a vision of male perfection. For him, she vowed to revisit and thoroughly review her country's current laws and regulations. At this moment, Yi Zhuoyue found herself once again standing beneath the banner of that very drama. Chapter 53. Shen Weisheng drove as slowly as he could, but it wasn't long before he pulled up in front of the dormitory building. Yi Zhuoyue thanked him and was about to get out of the car when Shen Weisheng called her back. Seeing that he seemed a bit hesitant, he finally asked after a long pause, "Does your dorm have a microwave?" Yi Zhuoyue replied, "No." Shen Weisheng then asked, "What about an electric rice cooker?" Yi Zhuoyue said, "Yes, my roommate has one." Shen Weisheng quickly said, "Isn't it prohibited for university dorms to have those appliances?" After a brief silence, Yi Zhuoyue counter-asked, "Then why did you ask me this?" Shen Weisheng hesitated, turned around, grabbed a bag from the back seat, and whispered, "I cooked some soup." With her usual hearing, Yi Zhuoyue couldn't catch what Shen Weisheng had just said. His volume dropped by 30% while speaking at x4 speed. "What?" Shen Weisheng slowed down his speech and repeated, "I cooked you some soup, fish head soup. It's good for the brain since you've been busy reviewing lately." Yi Zhuoyue didn't like eating fish heads because they didn't have much meat. Of course, she couldn't possibly say something like that, she just stared silently at Shen Weisheng. "I didn't take it out earlier because I kept debating whether I should or not. If you feel we aren't at a level where you'd accept this, I'd be quite conflicted," Shen Weisheng chuckled. "But don't overthink it, it's nothing serious, just something." "Yi Zhuoyue, what is the first something and what is the second something?" "If you don't want it, it's fine. I'll keep it and cook noodles for myself tomorrow morning," Shen Weisheng added hastily upon seeing her silence. Yi Zhuoyue. Seeing her continued silence, Shen Weisheng quietly placed the bag back on the rear seat, saying, "Then I won't get out and open the door for you either. Your classmates might see." Yi Zhuoyue once undid her seatbelt and got out with her backpack. Shen Weisheng exhaled a deep sigh of relief. He had no idea why he even came tonight. As he watched Yi Zhuoyue circle around the car door, she suddenly moved towards the rear seat, opened the rear car door, picked up the bag, closed the door again, walked back to the driver's side window, and tapped lightly. Shen Weisheng hurriedly lowered the window, sat straight, and looked through the window. Holding the bag containing the thermos, Yi Zhuoyue smiled at Shen Weisheng, saying, "Thank you." "No need to thank, no need to thank." Shen Weisheng rushed to reply. Yi Zhuoyue added, "If there's too much, it might spoil. Can I invite my roommates to share it?" Shen Weisheng immediately replied, "It's so cold, it won't spoil." Yi Zhuoyue. Shen Weisheng corrected himself. "Eating alone isn't good either. Share it with them, it's not ideal if it sits for too long. After you're done, I can cook more. I don't have work until next week, so I'm free these few days anyway." Yi Zhuoyue. "You should go inside now, it's cold." Shen Weisheng urged her. Yi Zhuoyue nodded but hesitated. She reached into her down jacket pocket and pulled out something to hand to Shinuing. When Shinuing took it, he saw that it was a walnut. Shinuing's smile gradually froze. What does this mean? Yi Jiuyue paused briefly, looking at him uncertainly, then freeing one hand, she seriously patted his shoulder, carefully considering, Shinuing said earnestly, I really don't know what your every means, and I suspect you deliberately say it each time. This time it wasn't deliberate, Yi Jiuyue thought. This time it was because I really didn't know what to say. Come on, Yi Jiuyue eventually said. Shinuing looked confused, what? No, explain it clearly. What do you mean by, come on? Staying up to stew the soup. Pursuing you. Shooting scenes. Yi Jiuyue said, come on, drink more of the fish soup yourself. Shinuing, ah. That drama you mentioned, I recommend it. It's very interesting, Yi Jiuyue slowly said. The cases in it are highly representative of real-world issues. Shinuing, ah. I'm going inside now, see you. Yi Jiuyue turned around and went inside the dormitory building. Though unclear, these matters could be left for later contemplation, after all, Yi Jiuyue hadn't started making sense overnight. As Shinuing watched her enter the dormitory building, he suddenly tapped the steering wheel and muttered a small, yay. There's work to be done after going home. Clear the shopping cart. Tomorrow, I need to visit the market. And temporarily add another task, asking Na Lai for the script of that drama he mentioned. There's a lot to do. When Yi Jiuyue returned to the dormitory, her 3 roommates were still awake, frantically cramming over the key points Yi Jiuyue had highlighted for them. Hearing the door open, they turned around and asked, Jiuyue, how come you're just getting back now? Didn't the study room close early? We were about to call you. I had something to do, Yi Jiuyue replied. Her roommates didn't ask further and went back to their studies. Yi Jiuyue returned to her desk, placed her bag filled with books on it, and took out the thermos from the bag. She stared at the lid for 3 seconds before suddenly asking, are you guys hungry? Already had instant noodles, one of her roommates said without turning back. In fact, Yi Jiuyue already knew that when she entered the dormitory, after all, even in the cold winter nights, with only a slight crack open for ventilation, the smell of instant noodles was still strong in the air. Still, she just wanted to ask. Seeing no curiosity or anyone turning back, Yi Jiuyue stopped talking, turned on her desk lamp, pulled out a bowl and spoon from the cabinet, unscrewed the thermos, and poured half a bowl to start drinking. The thermos worked great, as the white, milky fish head soup was still warm, fresh, and flavorful. Holy crap, hoarding all the food. Roommate A exclaimed as she stood up to go to the bathroom. Yi Jiuyue calmly said, I asked you guys. You didn't say there was soup. Holy crap, smells amazing, the roommate leaned down to sniff, instinctively swallowing her saliva. Did you buy it? Yi Jiuyue shook her head, no. The way the roommate looked at her changed instantly. First reaction, straight guy brain holy crap, did Yi Jiuyue meet a girl? Second reaction, holy crap, wasn't Yi Jiuyue supposed to be into girls? Third reaction, no, wait, this midnight soup thing is just plain weird. Yi Jiuyue paused for a moment, then smiled at her roommates and countered with another question instead of answering, do you want some? Attracted by this, the other 2 also gathered closer, leaning their heads together, smelling hungrily, yes. Get bowls. Give me some. Holy crap, leave some for Jiuyue. Where did it come from? Jiuyue, you haven't told us yet. Watching them pour the soup, Yi Jiuyue's calm demeanor faintly revealed a suspicious hint of vanity, my boyfriend cooked it. Roommate A. Roommate B. Roommate C. Suddenly, the soup felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Cold-blooded killer Yi Jiuyue sincerely added more details, he said, last time we talked with you guys, he thought all of you were pretty cool. When exactly did you talk? What was it about? Roommate A. Roommate B. Roommate C. When exactly did you talk? They remembered the only instance, when Yi Jiuyue had a fever, her boyfriend used her WeChat account to excuse her absence in the dorm group chat and warned them not to try prying her wall with Sui Dong again. Considering their recent behavior helping Sui Dong undermine things once in a while, had Yi Jiuyue not been sipping her soup so calmly, they'd have started suspecting if her boyfriend put poison in the soup. Meanwhile, Yi Jiuyue continued to drink her soup calmly. After Shinuing returned to his apartment, he kept hyping himself up for quite some time. Eventually calming down, he prepared to scroll through social media and go to sleep when he saw Yi Jiuyue's latest post. Yi Jiuyue, fish head soup is really good happy face. An empty thermos.jpg. Comments. Lu Sinan, holy crap, where did it come from? Hoarding all the food means you'll be short for life. Yi Jiuyue replied to Lu Sinan, I'm as tall as you. Lu Sinan replied to Yi Jiuyue, visual illusion. Lu Bei replied to Lu Sinan, did you gain weight again? Lu Sinan replied to Lu Bei, WOC. Shut up. Learning from past experiences, Shinuing quickly switched to another account of a new friend he'd added and commented. Comments. Fly me to the moon, cute emoji. Yi Jiuyue replied to fly me to the moon, cute emoji. Fly me to the moon replied to Yi Jiuyue, cute emoji, cute emoji. Yi Jiuyue replied to fly me to the moon, cute emoji, cute emoji. Fly me to the moon replied to Yi Jiuyue, cute emoji, cute emoji, cute emoji. Yi Jiuyue replied to fly me to the moon, good night. Eek. Feeling uncomfortable, Shen Weiying scratched his face but quickly consoled himself, this time I responded twice in a row. Next time, I'll triple it. Many students have the habit of comparing answers after exams, but neither Yi Jiuyue nor Lu Sinan had this habit. For Yi Jiuyue, since junior high school, comparing answers had not been particularly meaningful because his answers often differed from the majority. Most people usually made their own mistakes, while Yi Jiuyue was generally right. Or more drastically, they would all meet the same end. As for Lu Sinan, he rarely remembered the answers after finishing an exam. Alright, stop comparing answers. It's over now, and even if you find out you were right, you can't sneak into the grading room to change them. Lu Sinan complained to his roommate. Can we talk about something else? I barely survived the cramming before this test, and I need to reset my mood urgently. The roommate also frowned at him, then flattered by turning to another side and saying, with Jiuyue helping to highlight the key points, we've saved a lot of time. Professor Deng's emphasis on outlines really pushed us to our limits. That's humanly possible. Lu Sinan despised him even more, I'm ashamed to be in the same school as someone like you. The roommate also showed disdain and replied, Lu brother, you need to accept one thing, after this exam, there will still be next semester, and if nothing goes wrong in between, we'll have to continue being roommates for 3.5 years. And if something does go wrong, I'll be the one taking care of. A nearby classmate tapped him on the shoulder, cautiously whispering, say something better. Don't joke around like that. Last time, when the poison incident happened in another dormitory, the investigation eventually revealed everything clearly. The poisoned student was rescued but suffered lingering effects. As for the poisoner, the sentence was pending, and it certainly wasn't a pleasant matter. Thinking about this topic made everyone uncomfortable, so Lu Sinan quickly changed the subject. Hey, we've got 3 days before the next exam with no classes in between. Didn't you guys say last night you wanted to relax? I'm almost insane from studying. I don't care, I'm going out. Who wants to join me? I'll treat you. I'd be an idiot to miss Lu brother's treat. Not like him, Lu brother, it's because it's rare for you to leave your computer willingly to go out. I'll risk my life to accompany you. Because Lu brother's computer is locked up, and none of us knows where the key is, ha 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 ha. Although late-stage internet addict Lu Sinan had to endure the pressure this final exam would have on whether or not he'd face ridicule during the winter break, the heroic figure who had reluctantly locked himself away felt extremely heartbroken, clutching his chest speechlessly. The group continued walking and bickering while discussing where to go. Finally, they decided that if the weather was good 2 days later, they'd climb a mountain, if it was too cold, they'd go karaoke singing. Yi Jiuyue quietly listened to their conversation. Reflecting on the upcoming elective course test in 3 days, which was pretty much guaranteed, he agreed to go. It could be good to switch moods. Then they met Shen Weiying shooting a magazine cover on the mountain. Among the climbing classmates, several girls noticed the commotion and joined in. Upon realizing it was celebrity Shen Weiying taking photo shoots, their feet seemed glued to the spot. You keep climbing, I'm tired, Girl calmly said. The scenery here is unparalleled. I'm suddenly inspired with poetic sentiments. I'll stay here. Girl B profoundly stated. She has lost her humanity in favor of male company, not me, Girl C sincerely said, out of respect for her gender, I'll stay behind to look after these two. Male classmates. You didn't come to climb mountains purely out of pure love. This was supposed to be a bonding opportunity to mingle and potentially start relationships. What kind of nonsense are you pretending to play now? Half an hour ago, you clearly wanted to understand each other and develop something. Shen Weiying won't form any relationship with you anyway, it's meaningless. Of course, some male classmates really took the chance to meet potential dates, so they couldn't abandon the girls alone to climb higher. Only loners did that sort of thing, they weren't interested in loneliness. Thus, the entire group stopped to watch. Yi Jiuyue. Slightly mixed feelings emerged, complicated from all perspectives. Suddenly, things turned into a situation where the girls surrounded the filming crew enthusiastically watching the star, while the boys sat on nearby rocks and chairs playing with their phones indifferently. Shen Weiying's cooperating photographer favored natural landscapes. He specially chose a nice day and hauled everyone up the mountain. Originally, he expected that since it was a non-holiday period, plus the cold weather approaching New Year's, few people would choose to climb here. However, they still encountered some random visitors. Fortunately, unlike previous years, people could see stars yet remain fairly calm. They mostly excitedly stood on the outskirts, not becoming overly aggressive, thus ensuring the smooth progress of the shoot. Shen Weiying was very cooperative too. He had already changed into 3 outfits, none of them thick, and one even included short sleeves. Shooting summer outfits in icy weather and wearing thick coats under scorching sun is something one gets used to after experiencing it multiple times. Anyway, the ideas of photographers, or the fashion industry, are hard for ordinary people to comprehend. Just listen and comply. But as he kept shooting. What the hell? Following the photographer's direction, Shen Weiying looked elegantly into the distance, only to spot Yi Jiuyue sitting on a bench far away. For a moment, Shen Weiying thought he was hallucinating due to intense yearning. But objectively speaking, there's no reason for a hallucination to conveniently include Lu Sinan. Ah. Oh. Suddenly, the fans observing started to get excited, startling the guys who all looked up together. The truth was that during his break, Shen Weiying had smiled kindly at the fans and waved briefly. The guys gritted their teeth and returned to playing with their phones. No one knows how much time passed before they heard an enthusiastic voice, "Would you like some milk tea?" They looked up again to see a young man smiling and offering them several cups of milk tea, accompanied by 2 workers from a nearby milk tea shop who were also carrying plenty of cups. The young man introduced himself politely, "I'm Shen Weiying's assistant. Boss Shen asked me to offer you all milk tea. They're all hot since the weather's freezing. Stay warm." Lu Sinan knew Xiao Tang well and didn't refuse. "Oh, sure." Yi Jiuyue instinctively glanced back toward the filming crew but couldn't find Shen Weiying. "Brother Yi, do you want some?" "I specifically got your favorite flavor," Xiao Tang said to Yi Jiuyue. Boss Shen might be changing clothes again. It was Shen Weiying who rented that apartment through Xiao Tang, and the birthday cake Shen Weiying invited Yi Jiuyue to eat was arranged by Xiao Tang too. So Xiao Tang found out about the relationship between Shen Weiying and Yi Jiuyue almost instantly. Of course, there were slight discrepancies between Shen Weiying's version and Xiao Tang's version of the story. Xiao Tang is a boy very concerned about his boss, hoping for more pay, so he observed closely. Ever since renting that apartment, boss Shen Weiying always rushed to it with various gifts after finishing shoots or announcements, refusing to leave until the next work day. In daily life, whenever he saw something interesting, he secretly snapped pictures on his phone, which he never did before. Such behavior can only mean one thing, falling in love. So, Xiao Tang assumed Shen Weiying and Yi Jiuyue became lovers right after their first meeting and have continued being a couple ever since. That's why Xiao Tang called Yi Jiuyue Big Brother Yi with particular sweetness, perfectly ignoring the age difference. It's not easy working outside, and pleasing the boss's wife is all part of making a living. Yi Jiuyue turned back and nodded at Xiao Tang, accepting the cup of milk tea, "Thank you." However, being called Big Brother Yi felt a little awkward, especially since Xiao Tang seemed older. Yi Jiuyue thought silently. With many years around, Xiao Tang didn't say much more and went off to distribute the milk tea to others. But as soon as he turned away, a neighboring classmate came over, surprised. "What the heck? What did he call you? Big Brother Yi? Why is Big Brother Yi out here?" "Yi Jiuyue." Another classmate added casually, "Isn't Jiuyue the lead fan of Shen Weiying? And isn't that person Shen Weiying's assistant?" "Yi Jiuyue. No, I'm not. I haven't done what you're insinuating. You don't even know what lead fan really means and are talking nonsense here." The classmate suddenly understood. "Oh. Right, yeah. Almost forgot, last time when I visited Big Brother Ye's dormitory, wow, it was completely filled with Shen Weiying merchandise. My girlfriend chasing stars wasn't even this crazy. Probably because your girlfriend does it alone, while I'm practically doing it for 3 other roommates as well. Your girlfriend gave away Shen Weiying's merch last month after jumping the wall, and I even received a signed bracelet from her." Feeling somewhat guilty after getting labeled as a lead fan just for freebies, Yi Jiuyue pondered. "Oh, now I get it. My sister said lead fans often engage in shady transactions with staff close to celebrities." The classmate spoke with conviction. "You don't get it." Giving up on processing any external information, Yi Jiuyue lowered his head and focused on drinking his milk tea seriously. Standing not too far away with his back turned, Xiao Tang had been eavesdropping half-heartedly for quite a while and couldn't resist sneaking a glance backward. "Wow. Oh. Ha. TSK TSK TSK. Chapter 54. Finally, the male comrades lost interest in discussing the dark transactions between brothel owners and celebrities, sipping their milk tea and returning to their phones, occasionally exchanging a few words. "Are they not done watching yet?" "Not yet. Is it really that good?" "Doesn't seem so." "Is Shen Weixing handsomer than me?" "You still need some shame." "Screw. In that case, you let Shen Weixing bring you food from now on. Can you stop being unreasonable?" "Shit, who is sleeping in the same bed with you? Are you saying I'm unreasonable for speaking up for him?" "Shit, my bed's just connected to yours. Can you stop adding unnecessary drama?" "I don't care, you choose." You. Okay, I choose you. A. Kiss. Yi Jiuyue, who was forced to watch this group of idle straight men go at it. "Are you guys crazy?" Southwest Brother rolled his eyes skyward, tugging Yi Jiuyue by the arm and dragging her. "Let's continue climbing the mountain. Anyway, you're not interested in seeing Shen Weixing in person. Later, I'll give you this magazine with his signature." Just as Yi Jiuyue was about to speak, she caught sight of someone appearing from the slanted slope ahead. Today, Yi Jiuyue wore glasses when she went out, both to shield against the wind and enjoy the scenery. So, she first saw Shen Weixing, and now she saw, coming slowly along the nearby slanted path, a vast crowd of people. Apart from the closely following security guards, most of the other men and women were wearing work suits, smiling and surrounding the leading figures. The protagonists of all the attention were three individuals. One was Mayor Sui Ingchuan of the city, looking no different than usual appearances on the news, dignified with steady steps, both amiable and authoritative. Another one was actually also a celebrity but didn't often appear on TV, mostly, his name was seen in various National Project Working Group core member lists, or mentioned in posts related to star Shen Weixing or Xia Qiu. Xia Wenji. Xia Qiu's father and Shen Weixing's benefactor, usually referred to as Professor Xia. Despite being over 40 years old, Mayor Sui looked well preserved, rather gentlemanly, not like some officials who appeared overweight. Still, he couldn't avoid showing a bit of wealthy fullness. Professor Xia Wenji, however, was different. Professor Xia Wenji was especially thin, not tall, just under 6 feet, and wore a pair of wire-framed glasses, making him look very scholarly and intellectual. As fans would describe it, he had an air of abstinence. Nearly 40, he looked more like he was around 30-something. Previously, fans, after casually researching Professor Xia based on Shen Weixing's comments, expected to find a kindly old man but instead stumbled upon a photo taken years ago. That discovery almost sent them spiraling into wild speculations down a heretical path. There were even a few reckless fans who boldly wrote fan fiction about doubles, only to be quickly educated by the stark differences between photos of Xia Qiu and Professor Xia. We'll leave out the details here, but could you take a close look at these two supposed doubles? Doubles where? DNA and chromosomes perhaps. In any case, Professor Xia didn't seem affected by the cold winter, carrying his coat over his arm while wearing merely a woolen sweater over a shirt. His face was pale due to the biting wind, but his elegant features carried a faint indifference, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor as he conversed with Mayor Sui beside him. Indeed, Professor Xia didn't need to flatter Mayor Sui. To be more precise, Mayor Sui was the one trying to court Professor Xia. The situation was this. A national-level planning department had a major project to implement, and whichever city it landed in would reap a tremendous windfall, improving GDP, political achievements, and prestige immeasurably, a rare and sought-after opportunity. Professor Xia, as a key figure in the project team, had been evaluating and examining potential cities during this time. This is why Mayor Sui personally accompanied him, hoping to secure the project for his own city. As for the third individual, Sui Dong had been specially arranged by his father, Mayor Sui, simply because his son was in university now. Having him participate in these events and expand his social circle wouldn't hurt. Though Sui Dong himself wanted to start a business venture, Mayor Sui had always opposed it and wanted his son to follow in his footsteps. Even though Sui Dong felt aggrieved by this, he figured that expanding his network might help the company secure a contract later, so he came. Now Sui Dong was walking alongside his dad and Professor Xia, chatting. He absent-mindedly looked up, paused, and instinctively murmured softly, "Zhou." Sui Dong's voice wasn't loud, but his father, Mayor Sui, still heard him and instantly felt a tinge of familiarity. He glanced over and immediately recognized who this Zhou was, yet his expression remained unchanged as he casually asked, "Did you see a classmate?" Sui Dong snapped back to reality at his dad's question and replied, "Aha. Should you go say hello?" Mayor Sui smiled and asked. "No need," Sui Dong answered. Mayor Sui didn't press further on the matter, turning instead to Professor Xia. "Xia. Professor Xia." In the brief moment, Professor Xia's face had become even paler, devoid of any color, though his eyes suddenly brightened like a torch igniting in silence, deep and intense. Following his gaze, Mayor Sui looked towards Yi Zhou's direction. "Mayor Sui. Why Yi Zhou again?" Mayor Sui was slightly surprised and instinctively wanted to ask if Professor Xia knew Yi Zhou, but he restrained himself. At his level, he well understood the sage advice that less talk is often smarter than more. To hide it, he acted as if nothing happened and merely stopped along with Professor Xia, then cheerfully pointed toward the distant valley to the crowd around. "They say that area becomes filled with flower seas in spring. I've promised to take Sui Dong and his mom for a picnic there since his middle school days, but we've never gone. Either his mom has work or I can't make time." Alas. Around him arose a chorus of flattery, saying things like, "Mayor Sui handles countless matters daily," or "sacrificing his family for the greater good." Sui Dong. "Never mind, I'm used to it." Yi Zhou had only glanced briefly at first. When he realized who they were, he quickly turned away. Not only that, but he also set aside his almost finished milk tea, took off his glasses, wrapped them carefully with a tissue, and slipped them into his pocket. Eyes are not meant to be irritated. Being nearsighted is already unfortunate. Count my life as an apology to them. Yi Zhou thought desolately. After putting away his glasses, Yi Zhou turned to grab his milk tea and said to Lu Sinan, "Let's continue climbing the mountain." Before he finished speaking, he was accidentally bumped by a male classmate next to him who was just engaged in some neck wrestling. His grip loosened, and the milk tea cup dropped onto the ground. It rolled down the slope toward the group of people including Mayor Sui. Yi Zhou. The heavens want me dead. But what have I done wrong? Feeling utterly helpless, Yi Zhou glared at the classmate who had bumped into him, only to find that the two were so absorbed in their scuffle that there was no space for him to intervene. Lu Sinan was a high school classmate of Yi Zhou and Sui Dong, aware of certain details here and there. Seeing the situation, he patted Yi Zhou's shoulder confidently. "You stay here, I'll go pick it up, hey." Hey, forget it, no need to pick it up. Following Lu Sinan's gaze, Yi Jiuyue saw the wool sweater-clad man with a stark contrast from the other officials bend down and pick up the milk teacup that had rolled to his feet. Afraid that Yi Jiuyue would come pick it up and meet his father again, Sui Dong initially intended to rush over but was beaten to it by Professor Xia. Sui Dong didn't think much of it, simply letting out a sigh of relief and hastily offering, "Professor Xia, let me throw it." However, Professor Xia ignored him completely, walking straight over to Yi Jiuyue with the milk teacup in hand. As this person approached, Yi Jiuyue momentarily felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Yours." Stopping in front of Yi Jiuyue, Professor Xia neither showed warmth nor coldness in his tone as he asked, "Do you want it back?" Shaking his head, Yi Jiuyue replied, "Thank you, no, I don't need it." Without another word, Professor Xia turned to the side and tossed the milk teacup into the trash can. Yi Jiuyue assumed that would be the end of it. But after throwing the cup away, Professor Xia walked back to him and somewhat abruptly introduced himself, "I'm Xia Wenji." Yi Jiuyue paused, then suddenly remembered. He remembered who this was. Xia Wenji, Shen Weixing's benefactor, Xia Qiu's father. He had once seen this person's ID photo in some fan-bashing posts. Fans of Xia Qiu always mocked how she didn't inherit a single ounce of her father's grace or intelligence, yet managed somehow to get those exam scores without giving her father a heart attack, a likely case of Mr. Wang next door. After a brief silence, Yi Jiuyue said, "Hello." Xia Wenji continued scrutinizing his face closely, a look hard to interpret, definitely odd. Yi Jiuyue felt an uncanny alertness and looked back at him cautiously. After about 10 seconds, Professor Xia asked, "May I know your name?" Yi Jiuyue had initially intended to just get through the situation without revealing his identity, but when the other party pressed for more, he reasoned that sharing just his name shouldn't cause any trouble. So, he replied, "Yi Jiuyue." Professor Xia was taken aback for a moment, "Jiuyue?" "Yi Jiuyue, Professor Xia seemed momentarily saddened, then slowly a faint smile emerged on his face as he said, "Jiuyue is a good month. Was your name chosen because of a September birthday?" "Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue, question mark. My son also has a September birthday." Professor Xia smiled and continued, "I don't know if you know him, his name is Xia Qiu." "Yi Jiuyue, Again, Professor Xia meticulously examined Yi Jiuyue's face, as if lost in some different dimension. "Yi Jiuyue. This is so weird." After closely witnessing the strange exchange between them, Lu Sinan quickly intervened, "All clear. Let's keep climbing the mountain, Jiuyue, it's getting dark." Yi Jiuyue immediately responded, "Sure." As he was about to escape with Lu Sinan at light speed, he was stopped once again, "Yi Jiuyue." Upon hearing this voice, Yi Jiuyue's heart skipped a beat. "Are you Yi Jiuyue?" "I'm Sui Dong's dad." "Sui Dong is an excellent child, and of course, according to your homeroom teacher, you're also a good student. Kids can be reckless sometimes, they all need to grow up. I don't mean to scold you, but since you're young and immature, I, as an adult, should patiently explain things to you. I actually like you too, but boys should be like Sui Dong, outgoing and lively. The homeroom teacher mentioned that you prefer avoiding physical activities during PE class to read books instead. Boys should have a boyish demeanor. Mayor Ingchuan is right, we've been busy working and haven't paid enough attention to our kids. As parents, even if we are busy, we cannot neglect our children. They are the next generation." Yes, Mayor Ingchuan speaks wisely. Lu Sinan quietly brainwashed Yi Jiuyue, "Didn't hear, didn't see, we're blind and deaf now. Let's go." Yi Jiuyue instantly accepted his friend's brainwashing and continued his tactical retreat. Only to be blocked by some unknown official in work attire who casually positioned themselves right in the way. Southwest whispered under his breath, "Shit, what shameless people." September, equally blinded deafened, worriedly advised him, "Don't say such things openly. They are all officials." Southwest angrily retorted, "What, being an official makes them so special?" September gravely nodded, "Yeah. The person blocking their path. It's the two of you pretending we're blind and deaf. Then why speak conspiratorially at a volume I can hear? Are you two doing this on purpose? How cynical are you two?" Chapter 55. Mayor Sui had already walked over, greeting Yi Jiuyue warmly, "Jiuyue, it's been a long time." He then introduced her to the person standing beside him, "This is Sui Dong's classmate from high school and the top student in the city for the college entrance exam." People around them immediately chimed in with a round of flattering pleasantries. Seeing there was no way to avoid the situation, Yi Jiuyue resignedly responded, "Hello." Mayor Sui asked kindly, "What a coincidence, are you here climbing with friends?" Yi Jiuyue briefly replied, Mayor Sui made small talk, "It seems that Sui Dong is your classmate again." Yi Jiuyue carefully corrected, "We're in different departments." Mayor Sui laughed as he turned towards Professor Xia, "This is Professor Xia." Yi Jiuyue, Don't mind him, our Professor Xia is like this." Mayor Sui became even more casual, speaking as though chatting at home. Professor Xia doesn't talk much and needs a translator, those unfamiliar with him often misunderstand his meaning. You see, these past years Professor Xia has wanted to take on students, but good prospects are hard to find. When I came through the other day, I just happened to remember you and recommended you to him. But since you were just taking exams, I didn't say anything yet. Isn't it lucky, we've met today, so the professor wanted to come and greet you. These words were naturally all fabricated on the spot. Mayor Sui had no idea what was behind Professor Xia's sudden awkward behavior. Xia Wenji was notoriously emotionally inept, aloof, and difficult to get along with, but Mayor Sui had never actually heard rumors about him having romantic interest in men. People said that Xia Wenji only cared about academics, research, and projects. Even though his wife was admired by many for her domestic skills and beauty, he was uncharming, rarely returning home throughout the year, and showing no interest in any woman, let alone any man. But regardless of how things went back and forth, who cared what the situation really was? Mayor Sui, being an adept politician, thought to himself that helping smooth things over and make introductions definitely wouldn't be wrong, it would at least buy him some goodwill. Professor Xia listened intently, knowing Mayor Sui was making up stories. In the old days, 20 years ago, he might have exposed such lies immediately, but now he didn't bother responding, simply coming back to reality somewhat hesitantly. He looked at Yi Zhou again, unaccustomed to saying what most people considered ordinary polite remarks. You're the top student in the city's college entrance exam, and your grades are excellent. You're very impressive. Yi Zhou. It depended on the person. If Shen Weixing had said this, she could understand, but hearing this from Xia Wenji, who skipped grades and was directly recommended for study overseas without needing to take exams, it felt strange. What Yi Zhou didn't know was that this was the first time in Xia Wenji's life, until this moment, that he had ever consciously and insincerely flattered someone. Xia Wenji had only ever complimented someone twice. The first time was when he told someone, "You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen." This was something he truly believed deep down. The second time was when he told Yi Zhou, "You're the top student in the city's college entrance exam, your grades are excellent, you're very impressive." This was a lie he told. Xia Wenji had only ever lied twice in his life. The first lie was telling others that Xia Qiu was the son of his current wife, because Xia Qiu's biological mother died in childbirth, and he didn't want Xia Qiu to feel sad about not having a mother. The second lie was praising the top student in the city's college entrance exam for being excellent because this student looked almost exactly like Xia Qiu's biological mother. Xia Wenji had never imagined that he would be so stunned just by seeing a face that bore a striking resemblance. He was fully aware that fundamentally, people were different. In modern society, one's appearance could be completely altered through plastic surgery, but it held no real significance. Yet in that split second, in that fleeting instant when he saw Yi Zhou, he couldn't help but feel a heavy impact to his heart. He was an atheist, he didn't believe in souls or reincarnation nonsense. He clearly knew that this teenager before him couldn't possibly have any connection to Xia Qiu's birth mother. Yet, he couldn't explain the confusion and astonishment welling up from deep within. Shen Weixing had just finished changing into his clothes when he heard the photographer arguing irritably with the scenic area director. "Look, we rented out this place early and paid for it. There's only a few shots left to finish, and we haven't caused any pollution or loss for the scenic area. What do you mean kicking us out right now?" The scenic area manager explained, "Your crowd is too large. There are steep slopes and forests nearby. If there's a crush and fans get overexcited, accidents could happen. We'd be held responsible, it's too risky. Moreover, government officials and journalists are around. If anything happens, they'd be the first to witness it. Please understand us. It's not that we don't want you to shoot here, you can come another day without extra charges. This isn't about the venue fee." The photographer almost lost his temper. "Your venue isn't as expensive as Shen Weixing's." Shen Weixing. "Actually, I have no major engagements these days. Changing a day wouldn't matter." But Shen Weixing didn't say this right away. In the entertainment circle, one must remain kind to others, yet sometimes shouldn't be overly so. Especially now, he shouldn't actively intervene unless the situation worsens, and the photographer asks for his help in rescheduling. The nuance here was quite subtle. Moreover, Shen Weixing couldn't be too presumptuous. The photographer likely used him just as leverage against the scenic area manager. After all, even the photographer's time schedule was precious. While the photographer and the scenic area manager were negotiating, it wasn't clear when or if a resolution would come. Such situations weren't rare, but unsurprising. Shen Weixing simply returned to interact with the onlookers, chatting and signing autographs, while deliberately avoiding glancing at Yi Zhou. Although deep down, he really wanted to see more, no matter how many times. At this moment, however, there were just too many people around, especially among the staff. Every single one of them was sharp-eyed. Not to mention, Yi Zhou hated drawing attention even for being the top scorer of the national exams. If she became the center of attention right now, she might just disappear into thin air like snow melting away. Of course, while things were said like that, occasionally sneaking a peek should be fine, right? And who says those occasional glances at the scenery or the landscape aren't allowed? Having justified himself perfectly, Shen Weixing took a sly look towards the crowd, and noticed something odd. There were a group of new people outside the crowd, all with an official-looking demeanor. The leading middle-aged man looked familiar. He was smiling and talking to Yi Zhou. And the dumb guy next to him was even more familiar, Sui Dong. Oh, seeing Sui Dong reminded Shen Weixing who the middle-aged man next to Sui Dong was. Sui Yingchuan, Sui Dong's father, the mayor. What the hell? What does Mayor Sui have to talk about with Yi Zhuoyue? Is Sui Dong trying to pressure her through his father after failing to woo her himself? Forced marriage, kidnapping citizens. Is Sui Dong the scion playing dirty? Shen Weixing felt uneasy all over. Shen Weixing quickly thought of an excuse to go over and check the situation, then heard Xiao Tang mutter, "Big brother Shen, isn't that Professor Xia?" Through Xiao Tang's perspective, Shen Weixing spotted the slim Professor Xia partially blocked by Mayor Sui. Xiao Tang truly deserved a raise. Shen Weixing gave a profound pat on Xiao Tang's shoulder, stood up, and rushed forward as swiftly as an arrow from a drawn bow. "Teacher." Shen Weixing greeted warmly as he navigated through the narrow path created by the surrounding fans. What a coincidence. Yes, an absolutely perfect reason. Shen Weixing even had a hunch that this was such a striking coincidence that someone could win the lottery right then and there. People turned their heads toward this newly joined participant of the peculiar meeting. The guards were most annoyed, entering high alert, not guarding against the familiar star Shen Weixing but against the horde of fans behind him, who had little understanding of the situation. A classmate of Yi Zhuoyue watching the entire process muttered, "Holy crap. Classmate B, did we forget to check the almanac before leaving today? Classmate C, why are there so many people? What's going on now?" Lu Shining deeply remarked, "Don't look at me. I honestly don't know what's going on. I actually plan to climb the mountain." Lu Shining deeply believed that outdoor activities might indeed not be suited for him, maybe it was destined. Thus, a new twist in events began. Shen Weixing appeared to be warmly conversing with Professor Xia but kept his attention on Yi Zhuoyue. Professor Xia seemed uninterested in exchanging pleasantries with Shen Weixing at this moment but still focused on Yi Zhuoyue. Sui Dong was utterly clueless but also fixed his gaze on Yi Zhuoyue. Yi Zhuoyue hopelessly searched her mind for spells that would make her instantly vanish. She cursed that Lu Shining chose today to climb the mountain, she cursed the student who spilled her milk tea, she cursed Shen Weixing for making Xiao Tang buy that milk tea, she cursed this hateful sky and earth. In short, she cursed. To ingratiate himself with Professor Xia, Mayor Sui insisted on carrying the favor through to the end, making small talk and laughing as he pretended to check his watch. The secretary beside him, sensing the unspoken cue, stepped forward and said, "Professor Xia, Mayor Yingchuan, it's getting late. Why don't we go have lunch? I just checked the weather forecast, a sudden snowstorm may hit, making it dangerous to descend from the mountain." Mayor Sui looked around at the crowd with genuine concern and said, "Yes, there are so many students here. Everyone should be informed to go down the mountain now and visit another day. Safety first." His underlings, of course, followed orders promptly and started dispersing the crowd after announcing the weather change. Mayor Sui smiled at Yi Zhuoyue. "Zhuoyue, if you're free, why don't you join us for lunch?" Yi Zhuoyue responded in a small but firm voice, "Thank you, but I have something else to do." "What is it?" Mayor Sui asked, smiling. "Sui Dong mentioned you have no exams these next few days and are on vacation." Sui Dong, muttering, "I didn't." Yi Zhuoyue paused for a moment and slowly replied, "My boyfriend is sick. I need to cook for him." "Shen lover." Mayor Sui. Sui Dong, damn, hasn't he died yet after being sick this long? Sui Dong, damn, didn't I make soup for her just the other day? And she even posted it on WeChat Moments. Was that to provoke me on purpose? The secretary, clearly adept at reading people, wasn't bothered by the lack of details. As long as they followed the mayor's intentions, it sufficed. He quickly interjected with a hearty laugh, "No problem, no problem. Classmate, just give me her address, and I'll order food delivery for her. This is such a rare opportunity, surely, your girlfriend would understand. I can explain everything to her." Yi Zhuoyue remained calm, "Delivery isn't hygienic. He doesn't eat delivery food." The secretary kept a straight face, "Of course, it will be clean. We'll pack the dishes we're eating right now." Yi Zhuoyue changed tactics to decline, "I'm not hungry." The secretary couldn't help but feel exasperated by this seemingly immature or stupid student but maintained a smile. What a good opportunity to have lunch with Professor Xia. It's not common, you know. Even becoming one of Professor Xia's students could be an aspiration many wouldn't dare dream of. Chatting a little more with him would offer priceless advice. Why are you shying away like this? People around echoed in agreement. At this point, Yi Zhuoyue confirmed that Sui Dong was undoubtedly Mayor Sui's biological son. She even began to suspect that the secretary and everyone nearby might also share the same bloodline. Although Shen Weixing didn't fully grasp what happened between Yi Zhuoyue, Sui Dong, and even Sui Dong's father, Shen sensed from Yi Zhuoyue's tone something severely off-key. After a brief reflection, he suddenly spoke up, saying moderately loud, "Teacher, are you planning to take Zhuoyue as your student?" Professor Xia looked slightly surprised at Shen Weixing and asked, "Do you know her?" "I'm a fan." Shen Weixing laughed lightly and placed a friendly hand on Yi Zhuoyue's shoulder, saying openly, "Yi Zhuoyue is a friend of a junior friend of mine, which is how I got to know him. Turns out, he happens to be my fan." Yi Zhuoyue's classmates were electrified again. Female student A, "Holy crap." Female student B, "Holy crap, Zhuoyue, that's unfair." Female student C, "Lu Shining, speak up." Recalling a certain best friend who had once been tenderly close yet whose heart now felt hard as steel, Lu Shining became irritable because he hadn't yet received any reasonable explanation as to why his buddy secretly added Shinwei instead of informing him. Shit, stop asking me, I have no idea. Male student calmly continued spreading rumors, why so worked up? Just a head fan, right? My sister says celebrities often invite top fans to gatherings for exclusive benefits, it's nothing strange. You've been chasing stars for so long, yet you lack basic knowledge. Shinwei turned back to Professor Xia, saying, he's very introverted. The last time he asked me for a signature, he couldn't get a word out for half an hour. With all these people, it might not be suitable for him, I guess he wouldn't even dare drink water. Yi Jiuyue, asterisk I did not. It was you who sent your signed poster and book to me hesitantly for half an hour while explaining, the back can be used as scrap paper. Asterisk. Professor Xia prioritizes objective facts over human relationships, so he didn't anticipate things escalating this way. After Shinwei words, Professor Xia suddenly realized it appeared as if he were forcing Yi Jiuyue to have lunch, which truly wasn't his intention. Besides, since Shinwei knew Yi Jiuyue already, matters weren't urgent. Though Professor Xia wasn't entirely sure what this matter referred to, it was purely intuition. Then, Professor Xia nodded and straightforwardly said to Mayor Sui, he doesn't want to go, so don't force him. Mayor Sui. Here he is. The legendary Professor Xia who makes you want to kill him on the spot. In the past few days of interaction, Professor Xia seemed pretty normal, just a little quiet with fewer expressions. Suddenly displaying an unappreciative hidden trait, Mayor Sui felt a bit irritated inside. Is this Professor Xia simply book-smart but dumb in social matters, or has he been praised too highly from childhood? Not even a hint of common sense when it comes to human relationships. Although Mayor Sui couldn't lash out, he smiled without speaking. The secretary rushed to save the situation. What are you saying, Professor Xia? Aren't you looking for students? We're just worried that student Yi might miss such a rare opportunity. Such opportunities falling from the sky won't come twice, student. Don't miss it because of shyness, that would be too regretful. Shinwei also stepped in, teacher doesn't mean it like that, he's just joking. Thank Mayor Sui for helping find his students. However, we can't force things. Thanks for everyone's good intentions. Let's leave it to fate. Professor Xia wanted to say something but stopped. Whatever he intended to say, it was definitely necessary to stop him. Because it surely wouldn't be good words. With experience, Shinwei quickly said, wasn't it mentioned earlier that the weather will change soon? The roads might not be safe afterward. The secretary sneakily glanced at Mayor Sui's expression, understanding what to do, and followed up, that's right. The mayor's intentions were good. Alas, it's all about fate. If student Yi has something else, let it be then, people have different aspirations. If there's destiny, another opportunity will arise. Through their combined efforts, the situation was salvaged. Although Mayor Sui maintained his composure, inside, he was already growing impatient with Yi Jiuyue for being so disrespectful. Turning his attention instead, he invited Professor Xia back down the mountain to eat. Seeing that Professor Xia still hesitated as if unwilling to leave, Mayor Sui led the group towards the young people standing nearby, kindly asking, are all of you students from nearby universities? As for Sui Dong, after some hesitation, he decided to follow his father. This left Yi Jiuyue, Shinwei and Professor Xia behind. Professor Xia, who usually didn't pay much attention to others' thoughts, finally realized his inappropriate behavior had embarrassed Yi Jiuyue. His pale face flushed slightly as he apologized, sorry. Yi Jiuyue shook her head and said nothing. We'll meet again if destined, muttered Professor Xia, someone who rarely used phrases like that, stiffly said. Better not. Yi Jiuyue thought inwardly. You seem weird. Thus, Yi Jiuyue, who had once more gone into deaf and blind mode, did not respond. Professor Xia just stood there staring at her. For 10 seconds, they stared at each other until Shinwei softly prompted, teacher. Professor Xia continued gazing expectantly at Yi Jiuyue. Having no choice, Shinwei turned to Yi Jiuyue and whispered an explanation, he's waiting for your reply. Yi Jiuyue could only answer Professor Xia accordingly, oh. At that moment, Professor Xia breathed a sigh of relief as if relieved, politely nodding at Yi Jiuyue, goodbye. Yi Jiuyue replied, adieu. Professor Xia paused briefly before repeating, goodbye. And Yi Jiuyue echoed again, adieu. Shinwei looked confused. Then, with unwavering persistence, Professor Xia declared, goodbye. Firmly, Yi Jiuyue responded, adieu. Shinwei, is there a difference? Changing his angle, Professor Xia said, see you soon. Likewise adjusting her stance, Yi Jiuyue said, farewell. Shinwei. This Professor Xia is not serious. Alertly, Yi Jiuyue formed a judgment in her mind. Shinwei casually joked, teacher and Yi Jiuyue must be separated father and son for years. Chapter 56. Today's mountain climbing trip was a complete waste of time for the boys, they just ended up playing on their phones in a different location. For Yi Jiuyue, it felt more like someone had stomped on his phone and smashed it into pieces. The girls, however, were the clear winners. But the little interlude at the end still sparked heated discussions among the group as they made their way back down the mountain. Naturally, the topic revolved around Yi. After all, their Yi brother had really shown today, first being called Brother Yi by Shinweishing's personal assistant, then having Shinweishing himself put an arm around him, then being approached by Professor Xia who wanted to take him on as a student, and finally being personally invited to dinner by the mayor. The most bad no, the coolest part is that our Brother Yi turned them all down. Classmate A slammed the table passionately. This is what we mean when we say wealth can't corrupt and power won't bend one's will. This is Yi brother, unfazed by authority. Classmate B asked dreamily, next time, Yi brother, can you bring us along when you show off? I haven't even eaten a meal paid for by the mayor yet. Don't you realize how ridiculous that sounds? Lu Sinan snorted coldly, at a time like this, do you think they'd treat you to anything good? Maybe they'd take you out for a bowl of noodles, and then make you go on TV praising their integrity and care for the people. You'd be lucky if you got that much for your appearance fee. Yi Jiuyue didn't join in their conversation. He subconsciously pulled out his phone for a quick glance. Sure enough, someone was looking for him. Private chat. John San, are you alright? Yi Jiuyue, I'm fine. John San, wow, replying so quickly today. Yi Jiuyue, underscore. John San, underscore. Yi Jiuyue, thanks today. John San, no need to thank me. John San, still, I have to explain, the teacher doesn't mean any harm, he's just like that. Doesn't know how to socialize properly, does whatever comes to mind, which often leads to misunderstandings. Yi Jiuyue, John San, but I don't know what's going on with him today either. He's never been like this before. I just asked him, but he wouldn't tell me. Yi Jiuyue, John San, auto reply. Yi Jiuyue, John San, do you like me? Yi Jiuyue. John San, dancing JPG. John San, had fun teasing UW. Yi Jiuyue, hammer hitting head. John San, for some reason, from this expression, I can tell you're pouting at me. I'm doomed, it's all your fault. You're responsible now. Yi Jiuyue. Sorry. John San was typing, I was joking, don't take it seriously. Yi Jiuyue, maybe you're just dumbstruck because I hit your head too hard with the hammer. John San silently deleted the sentence, I was joking, don't take it seriously. Private chat. Yi Jiuyue, obedient JPG. John San, Yi Jiuyue, my heart is beating really fast. You must be flirting with me. I hereby declare unilaterally that you're trying to flirt with me. John San, seriously, I'm not lying. My heart is racing right now. Yi Jiuyue, aren't you supposed to keep working? John San, still dispersing the crowd. The scenic area manager said that filming can only continue once everyone is gone, afraid of any accidents. Yi Jiuyue, John San, want to have some soup tonight? Yi Jiuyue, no need. John San, alright then. How about seeing me? Yi Jiuyue, not interested. John San, alright then. Yi Jiuyue couldn't exactly explain why, but he was slightly annoyed when John San so easily gave up on persuading him to drink soup or meet up. What the hell is wrong with you, Yi Jiuyue? Why are you suddenly so sentimental? It's disgusting. Yi Jiuyue despaired as he questioned himself inwardly. Lu Sinan looked back at Yi Jiuyue who was lagging behind, staring at his phone, and slowed his pace irritably, watch where you're walking. Yi brother, you're about to crash into a utility pole. Yi Jiuyue instinctively looked up and didn't see any utility pole, so he turned around irritably to glare at Lu Sinan. Lu Sinan was even more irritated, shit, you told me that you only claimed to have a boyfriend to get rid of Sui Dong, but I knew you were lying to me. Yi Jiuyue, how close are we? Did I ever hide anything from you? You didn't tell me when you added Shinweishing, fine. Now you've quit the team without telling me. Who knows, maybe one day you'll tell me that you've actually been seeing Lu Northeast behind my back. Yi Jiuyue, you're getting closer, almost there. People always stop just short of the truth. Sigh. Say something. Lu Sinan demanded. Yi Jiuyue replied with brutal honesty, every time you leave the group, I didn't want to know, but you insisted on telling me. Lu Sinan exploded as if someone had stepped on his tail, you didn't deny it. You really hooked up with Lu Northeast. I'm going to kill him, then you, and then myself. To prevent the completely illogical family tragedy, Yi Jiuyue sincerely said, no, I just think there's no need to refute a baseless idea. How can there be someone like you? Lu Sinan angrily said, alright, you shut up. I am very angry now. Next week during your English exam, remember to keep the answer sheet aside properly. Yi Jiuyue. Did you play with Satellite today? Is Satellite finished for today? Hua Lin. Sigh. Hua Lin, pitiful. Pitiful, cute. Dai Xiaojing, what are you being flirtatious about this time, Hua Lin? Hua Lin, get lost. Hua Lin, is this group dead? Haven't you noticed something's off? Is Satellite still alive? Without Satellite, life has no meaning. Hua Lin at Wendong, at Wendong, at Wendong. Wendong, boss, I'm seriously working. It's almost the new year, and I need my year-end bonus, heavy hints. Hualin, when was your year-end bonus ever decided by work performance? Wendong. Hualin, any news from Shen brother these days? Wendong, dad, I've been busy with restaurant stuff these past few days. Wendong, sorry, I meant boss. Embarrassed. Boss D, ha 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 ha. Boss A, Hualin, stop bothering Wendong. After all, he is the last one in this group still striving to maintain the restaurant operations. Hualin, alright then. Hualin, I'm just bored, since the new year is coming, and recently there haven't been many surgeries. All of you have things to do at the end of the year. In the past, only my satellite would come to play with me. Now that he's got a girlfriend, he doesn't visit me, this lonely old man, anymore. Sigh, raising children for support in old age isn't reliable. Dai Xiaojing, take your meds. Dai Xiaojing, no time to play with you. My dad is coming to check the accounts later. 10 minutes later. Did you play with satellite today? Is satellite finished for today? Hualin. 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 Dai Xiaojing, what's wrong with you? Why don't you take your own meds every day instead of telling me to? Tell you what, stop blowing up the group chat, my dad will be here soon. I've already taken quick relief heart pills twice. I don't have the mood to play with you. Hualin, shut up, damn it, karmic retribution, someone just arrived right after I mentioned it. Hualin, satellite's teacher. Xia Qiu's father. Dai Xiaojing. Dai Xiaojing at Hualin, what happened with Xia Qiu's father? Dai Xiaojing at Hualin, finish speaking. Don't use this thing to blow up the group chat, even Xia Qiu's father isn't worth messing around like this. Dai Xiaojing, where is he? Really? Dai Xiaojing, if I die today, it'll be because of this idiot Hualin. The police will definitely find this as my final message. What Hualin said was true, and an emergency rescue was immediately initiated. Although Hualin and his friends always joked that his place was a private clinic family workshop, it wasn't actually the case. The Hua's private hospital enjoyed a reputation nationwide and had been passed down through generations. Since they made a lot of money, their scale was larger than most public hospitals, with better locations, backed by green mountains and facing clear waters, where land was highly valued and the scenery was unmatched. So Professor Xia, who got injured at the scenic area, was sent here nearby for emergency treatment. Here's what happened. After the mayor and his entourage went down the mountain, Professor Xia seemed like he'd seen a ghost all the way. His foot slipped, and he ended up rolling down the neat steps, unable to be stopped by those nearby. They could only watch helplessly as he rolled and suffered serious injuries. After reaching the hospital, although Hualin did not personally handle the surgery, he closely followed the process while others urgently saved Professor Xia. Only after confirming his recovery did he breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless of Professor Xia's status, saving lives remained the hospital's single greatest goal. Now let's split into two stories. Yi Zhuoyue and the classmates left, so did Professor Xia and the mayor's group, but Shen Weixing's group had not yet departed. The filming crew managed to persuade the onlookers to leave, thus resuming the current shoot. Once finished, to avoid conflicts with the mayor's group, Shen Weixing and the staff took a different route down the mountain, unaware of Professor Xia's accident. Afterward, they dined at a nearby hotel, exchanged "thank you for the hard work" greetings, and dispersed. Shen Weixing, considering Professor Xia must have important matters, didn't dare disturb him. And regarding Yi Zhuoyue, Shen Weixing planned to contact him later without pressuring him too much. Hence, Shen Weixing returned to his apartment first, showered, ate, and studied the latest award-winning films both domestically and internationally. But a day of filming was also tiring, and as Shen Weixing watched movie after movie, he fell asleep on the couch. When Shen Weixing woke up again, it was already dark outside once more, and his phone light kept flashing. Shen Weixing opened his phone and saw a message from his troublemaking friend from last night. Private chat. Hualin, Professor Xia rolled down the mountain. He's been sent to my place. Just saved him. Are you nearby these days? Want to come over? Shen Weixing paused for a moment, glanced at the time, and quickly replied. Private chat. Satellite, what happened? I'll come right away. Is the teacher okay? Hualin, anyway, there's nothing you can do to help. I didn't call you because I thought you might be busy. Hualin, no problem. The critical period is over. He has some concussion but is okay, don't worry. I'll tell you the rest when you come. Hualin, oh, by the way, Zhuoyue came yesterday too. Hualin, actually, I feel like I should mention this to you. Satellite initiated a voice call. Hualin picked up and said first, don't get worked up yet, listen to me. Zhuoyue's fine, I asked him to come. Shen Weixing paused, what happened? Hualin explained, Professor Xia's blood type is rare, and we just ran out of it here. At that time, we allocated from the city blood bank, but I was afraid it would take too long, so I contacted Zhuoyue. Remember last time when you brought Zhuoyue here for his fever? We did a blood test then, and his blood type is quite rare, so I remembered and tried contacting him. Shen Weixing sighed in relief but gradually sensed something odd, are both their blood types rare? If that was all, Hua Lin wouldn't have brought it up specially. Right, Hua Lin hesitated, frowned, and slowly said, this is what I want to tell you. Shen Weisheng's heart skipped a beat, speak clearly, don't keep me in suspense. I think although they have the same blood type, Zhou Yue actually can't directly give blood to Professor Xia. Hua Lin looked down at the report in his hands with a complicated expression, not like you just give blood whenever, as a precaution, my colleague did a test on them first to make sure there wouldn't be any rejection. Then something strange was discovered. So I decided, since I had nothing better to do and wanted to stir things up, to do a paternity test on them. Shen Weisheng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Hua Lin continued, Satellite, can you guess what the result was? Shen Weisheng. This is why I informed you mainly, Hua Lin said, I was shocked too. Did you know before that Zhou Yue and Professor Xia are father and son? Shen Weisheng. No, what ghost? After ending the call, Hua Lin sighed deeply and struggled hard to press his right hand. He pressed it for half a minute but couldn't resist and grabbed his phone. Did you play with Satellite today? Is Satellite finished for today? Hua Lin, you will eat a big bombshell. Hua Lin, but I won't say now. Hua Lin, year-end drama, unforgettable. Hua Lin, my goodness. Hua Lin at Boss D, how can your industry hold on to news for 10 or 15 days without releasing it? Too ruthless. What haven't you guys done? Nothing. You're terrifying, I'm scared of you. I won't play with you anymore. Don't find me anymore. Delete each other. Boss D. Boss D, Dai Xiaojing hasn't shown up since yesterday. He might already be dead. Now you're coming for me. At Wendong, entertain our Hua boss a bit, don't let him bother us. I'll give you a raise in your bonus at year-end. Hua Lin, with your new sense, one day you'll regret it. Chapter 57. After Yi Zhou Yue finished another final exam, she stepped out of the classroom and saw Rui Dong rushing over. Zhou Yue. What a coincidence. Rui Dong stopped abruptly and grinned, I was just taking an exam in the next room. Yi Zhou Yue gave a casual, and tried to leave, but Rui Dong blocked her way, saying, I didn't want to disturb your studying. I waited until you were done before coming to find you. I just want to say a few words. Yi Zhou Yue stopped in her tracks and said, Rui Dong apologized, that day my dad didn't mean anything by it. He saw that Professor Xia seemed to have a good impression of you and with your great grades, if you could interact more with Professor Xia, maybe he'd even take you as his student. Yi Zhou Yue looked at Rui Dong silently for a moment and said, oh. I didn't realize it would embarrass you. He asked me to apologize on his behalf, Rui Dong continued, it was pretty chaotic at the hospital that day. He had something urgent from his department and couldn't stay long. It was all very disorganized. Oh. Yi Zhou Yue asked, are you done? Rui Dong. I've got other things to do after you're done, Yi Zhou Yue calmly said, excuse me. Having said that, she turned around and walked in the opposite direction. If one path doesn't lead anywhere, try another. All roads lead to the cafeteria or the dormitory. Rui Dong hurriedly followed Yi Zhou Yue, whispering along the way, I've passed on what my dad said. Next are my own thoughts. Zhou Yue, listen to me. I heard that Professor Xia is actually decent, don't misunderstand. I'm genuinely concerned about you this time. Even though I don't know why Professor Xia looked at you strangely that day, he's not gay, he wasn't implying anything. You should seize this opportunity. If he really accepts you as his student, it will be a good thing. He has many projects in hand and he's still young, not like those unscrupulous mentors. I'll help pave the way for you. Rui Dong. Yi Zhou Yue stopped and sincerely said, thank you, but it's unnecessary. I'm not trying to pursue you because of this matter. Consider it as compensation for the hurt I caused you in the past, alright? Rui Dong looked sorrowfully at him, you won't owe me anything for this. I'm the one who owes you. I just want to make up for it, think of it as repaying a debt. Yi Zhou Yue remained silent for a moment, then suddenly kicked Rui Dong's left knee not too hard but not too softly. Rui Dong. Yi Zhou Yue lifted her foot again and kicked his right knee. Rui Dong. Passers-by looked back in surprise. Yi Zhou Yue kicked Rui Dong again. Rui Dong. After finishing, Yi Zhou Yue said in a soft tone, I don't want compensation, I just want to vent. Now I've vented, we're even. Goodbye. Rui Dong. Yi Zhou Yue turned and walked away. Realizing what happened, Rui Dong shouted from behind excitedly, this is also acceptable. Whatever you say, it goes. Yi Zhou Yue thought calmly. Although Shen Weisheng lurking around the corner didn't hear their conversation, he did see the entire sequence of actions clearly. Rui Dong was pestering Yi Zhou Yue again, then inexplicably got kicked a few times by Yi Zhou Yue, who maintained a calm face the whole time. Rui Dong ended up completely stunned and muttering something incomprehensible under his breath. In any case, as long as Rui Dong gets upset, it's fine. Shen Weisheng cheered silently in support of Yi Zhou Yue despite not knowing the full story. But then, Shen Weisheng fell into deep melancholy once again. He'd been feeling gloomy for several days now. Ever since he rushed to the hospital, snatched the paternity test results from Hua Lin's hands, went through them 10 times, and used every trick to confirm its authenticity, Shen Weisheng had felt perpetually depressed. This gloom came from a complex mix of emotions and a tangled heart. Shen Weisheng hadn't told Professor Xia about this matter, let alone Yi Jiuyue. He didn't even know how or where to start talking about it. Summer Madam had arrived swiftly, and even Xia Qiu had come, both staying in the hospital to accompany Professor Xia, who was kept for observation. Because of this, Shen Weisheng hadn't dared go to the hospital, feigning work commitments while only letting little Tang deliver fruit baskets and flowers. As for Shen Weisheng himself, he had been quietly lingering within 300 meters of Yi Jiuyue for several days. Regarding this matter, Shen Weisheng had made 100 different guesses in his mind. For example, a very ordinary affair, Yi Jiuyue's mother might have had a relationship outside her marriage with Professor Xia. Or, for example, Yi Jiuyue's mother and Professor Xia were first loves, but something must have happened that kept them apart, and when Yi Jiuyue's mother married his father, she might not have known about this connection. Or, for example. But actually, none of these 100 guesses were important. What mattered was, how would Yi Jiuyue feel if she knew about this matter? Does Yi Jiuyue know that he is not her biological father? How will Yi Jiuyue react after finding out? Should Yi Jiuyue be told about this? Shen Weisheng didn't have an in-depth understanding of Yi Jiuyue's family, just a few basic details during the hookup phase. Yi Jiuyue's family appeared quite ordinary on the surface, middle class with humble backgrounds. Both her parents had minor roles within governmental bodies, and she had a younger brother. So how did his mother get connected to Professor Xia? Shen Weisheng pondered over this. Shen Weisheng also thought about the odd look Professor Xia gave Yi Jiuyue that day. Could it be because Yi Jiuyue looked so much like her mother? Such a plot twist had indeed occurred on TV shows. No, these things weren't important either. Shen Weisheng watched melancholically as Yi Jiuyue entered the fruit shop for a moment, then came out carrying a bag of fruit. Shen Weisheng continued trailing her melancholically. Carrying a bag of fruit, Yi Jiuyue took a shortcut back to the dormitory when she spotted a familiar car parked by the roadside. Private chat. Yi Jiuyue, I saw your car. Zhang San, Sigma. Yi Jiuyue, where are you? Zhang San, I said there's no parking spot left at the apartment building, so I parked here at your school. Do you believe me? Yi Jiuyue, no. Zhang San. Zhang San, I'm not a stalker. After seeing this message, Yi Jiuyue thought for a moment and looked behind her, only to see Shen Weisheng fully camouflaged behind a tree trunk trying to hide himself dozens of meters away. Yi Jiuyue. She wasn't sure whether the intensified patrols on campus or the dorm warning of, watch out for suspicious people since year-end thievery has become rampant, might be related to Mr. Shen. This couldn't continue, otherwise, he'd likely be stopped by security guards for ID verification. Yi Jiuyue pictured the scene in her mind and felt suffocated. Half a minute later, Shen Weisheng, who was dragged out from hiding, tried desperately to salvage the situation. I'm not some pervert. I didn't mean to follow you. This is a special circumstance, I really have something. Yi Jiuyue calmly replied, all right. I won't tail you anymore, Shen Weisheng swore by raising his hands. Yi Jiuyue asked, what special circumstances? Shen Weisheng immediately stalled, it's so special that I don't even know where to start. Yi Jiuyue didn't pursue the question and kindly picked an orange from the plastic bag and handed it to Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng warily asked, does eating oranges help improve brain function? Don't think you're mocking me without my knowledge. I just won't argue with you about this. Yi Jiuyue responded, it's merely a treat. Stop imagining I'm petty. Oh, I don't think that way, you shouldn't misinterpret me. Shen Weisheng hesitated and then asked, are you going back to the dorms, or? Yi Jiuyue didn't respond. Shen Weisheng. Yi Jiuyue stayed silent in place. Shen Weisheng looked at him quizzically. Yi Jun, come on. Just say what you're thinking. Either tell him to leave or let him stay. Don't suddenly act shy, it's nauseating. Yi Jun is trying her best. You give it a shot. Yi Jun was having an internal conflict. While Yi Jun was still conflicted internally, Yi Sang slowly said, the school has tightened its crackdown recently, so don't come over. With your current appearance, it's easy for the security guards to check you. Shen Weisheng obediently nodded, alright, understood. Yi Jun was still striving and hadn't given up. But Yi Jun was still conflicted and hadn't reached any conclusion. Then Yi Jiuyue passed the entire plastic bag to Shen Weisheng, indicating he should take it. She then grabbed the orange from Shen Weisheng's hand, took off her gloves, and silently peeled it while looking down. Shen Weisheng quickly snatched the orange back and said, I'm not hungry yet, I'll eat later. Are your hands not cold? Yi Jiuyue hesitated briefly and put her gloves back on. Well, I won't disturb you then, Shen Weisheng said insincerely, go about your business, ignore me. Yi Jiuyue paused in silence for a few seconds before asking, have you eaten dinner yet? Shen Weisheng enthusiastically responded, no. Yi Jiuyue showed concern, then go eat quickly. Shen Weisheng quickly became disheartened. Yi Jiuyue lazily added, let me treat you. Shen Weisheng grew excited once again. Why does Yi Jiuyue tease me so much, Yi Jiuyue is truly mischievous, The excitement of falling in love is so stimulating, Shen Weixing quickly opened the car door and escorted Yi Zhouyue inside, then went to the driver's seat, closed the door, and asked, "Where do you want to eat?" Yi Zhouyue mentioned the name of W's restaurant. Shen Weixing. Was Yi Zhouyue really so fixated on this high-calorie fried fast food? Lu Sinan is collecting gifts from combo meals. Yi Zhouyue, sensing Shen Weixing's silent act of unwillingness through every cell in his body, explained, "Last time you left a message that he saw, and I haven't given him a reasonable explanation yet. You can tell him anything." "Anyway, he won't say it to anyone," Shen Weixing said. Yi Zhouyue didn't reply. "Alright, you decide," Shen Weixing quickly shifted the topic. "Check where the nearest store is nearby and set the navigation on the map. But there are always too many people there, I can't go inside to eat. Can you take out? I'll take you somewhere else." "Yes." Yi Zhouyue said, "I know you don't like eating those kinds of things. Let's go have something else. You and Lu Sinan really get along well." "I'm truly envious," Shen Weixing said very insincerely. Yi Zhouyue glanced at him. Shen Weixing put on an innocent, simple, and righteous face. "You and he also get along pretty well," Yi Zhouyue slowly said. "This month you've already sent him a 2,000 renminbi red envelope." Shen Weixing. "Whoa, what the heck? What's wrong with that idiot Lu Xiunan anyway?" Yi Zhouyue took off her gloves again and calmly peeled the orange under the car's heater. He liked peeling oranges rather than cutting them, it was less troublesome. "Don't send him any more," Yi Zhouyue softly said while peeling the orange, "he's so worried that you want to pursue his brother or him. He's even afraid to talk to you." Shen Weixing. Does Lu Sinan have a hole in his brain? I wondered why he never replies after receiving the red envelope. I thought he was just busy studying. Come to think of it, he should have refused it, right? Almost every time he instantly grabbed it. What the hell is this guy? Chapter 58. Shen Weixing helped Yi Zhouyue, who was peeling an orange with her head down and at a leisurely pace, fasten her seatbelt. He then buckled his own, and while driving off, gritted his teeth and said, "Don't listen to what Lu Sinan says. Recently, I started promoting with Liu Bei. It's about the movie we filmed earlier which is set to premiere after the new year. The promotion will be more aggressive then, but all this is fake, it's just hype." Yi Zhouyue pulled out a napkin, spread it on the dashboard in front of her, and placed the orange peel on it before eating. Shen Weixing waited patiently for a long time. Seeing that Yi Zhouyue had almost finished eating the orange without any intention of feeding him, he pretended to cough loudly. Yi Zhouyue calmly replied, "You're wearing a mask, you can't eat. But last time when you fed me a pancake, I was also wearing one. It didn't stop you." Shen Weixing retorted. Back then, things weren't thought through so much, it depended on specific circumstances, Yi Zhouyue thought to herself. After all, there were still two emotionally agitated Yi Jun arguing with each other. Even Yi Sang alone putting forth great effort to handle the situation couldn't expect too much. Without hesitation, Yi Sang put the last slice of orange into her mouth. In the end, Shen Weixing never got to taste the orange and sat gloomily in the car waiting for Yi Zhouyue to go down and buy a combo meal and get gifts to coax silly Lu Sinan. Not long after, Yi Zhouyue returned to the car with the meal and asked, "What would you like to eat? Can I say that I want to return to the apartment and cook dinner for you?" Shen Weixing boldly ventured, feeling too disheartened. Yi Zhouyue paused, "Do we have enough time?" "You could always eat the hamburger first as a snack," Shen Weixing said, "I'm not that hungry yet." "Alright. It's fine, Shen Weixing is capable. Try your luck once, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle." Shen Weixing silently gave himself 100 thumbs up but kept a calm appearance on the surface. Yi Zhouyue hadn't been to the apartment for a while, especially since Shen Weixing came back. As they entered the living room, they noticed some changes, new furniture and decorations had been added, and some items were rearranged. Shen Weixing explained, "These past few days I've been idle, so I made some changes to refresh the place." Yi Zhouyue nodded. "You watch TV, I'll cook," Shen Weixing offered. Subconsciously, Yi Zhouyue wanted to respond, "Let me help," but stopped herself right away. She never used to think about offering help before. When they were casual flings, Yi Zhouyue never expected Shen Weixing to help with cooking when she prepared meals, and later when Shen Weixing started cooking, Yi Zhouyue didn't consider helping either. Because it was simply their turn-by-turn arrangement, quite fair. Now inexplicably, it felt polite, strange indeed. How did turning from a hookup to a romantic relationship instead result in politeness? Something wasn't quite right here. Furrowing her brows slightly, Yi Zhouyue was a bit troubled. Of course, Shen Weixing had no idea what was going on in Yi Zhouyue's mind and busied himself in the kitchen to start cooking. After being stuck in the living room for a while, Yi Zhouyue picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. At first glance, she saw the latest episode played on the recommendation list, the legal drama she recommended to Shen Weixing, now nearing its conclusion. That inexplicable, complex emotion crept up again. It was very strange, an indescribably bizarre feeling. "Yi Jun, hold on. Give strength, courier brother." Shen Weixing simultaneously shouted in his heart. He peeked through the glass door of the kitchen at Yi Zhouyue watching TV, holding a spatula in his left hand and a phone in his right. He checked the delivery progress that should have arrived yesterday evening but remained unupdated. Brother, come on. The courier station is less than a kilometer away. They could have walked it over. Shen Weixing considered texting the courier to see if he'd be willing to pay extra to have the package delivered within half an hour. No, remain steady, stay stable. Capture the stomach first. Wen Dong said not to rush into things. Shen Weixing took a deep breath and went back to stir-frying. Just as Yi Jiuyue was watching TV, she suddenly heard the video call ringtone. She stood up to answer it and saw someone holding a bouquet asking on the screen, "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Yi?" Yi Jiuyue countered, "And who are you?" "I am the delivery personnel from XX Flowers. Security won't let me in. Could you come down to sign for it?" The other side replied, "Sent by Mr. Zhang San." Yi Jiuyue. "Don't you find it strange that Mr. Zhang San sent flowers to Mr. Yi?" "Hold on a sec." Mr. Yi hung up the phone and walked to the kitchen door, asking, "Did you order flowers?" Shen Weixing turned around and said, "They're here already." "How could the florist be so fast?" "I placed the order just half an hour ago, and it's been delivered already." "Why hasn't the package been delivered?" Shen Weixing thought in despair but kept calm on his face. Shen Weixing gave his charming, mature smile, saying, "I'll go get them." "I'll go," Jiuyue said once she confirmed the flowers were ordered by Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing didn't stop her. Eating too much and being lazy to move around isn't good for one's health. It'd do him good to walk a bit more. That was what Shen Weixing thought with all sincerity. Jiuyue sneezed as he signed for the flowers at the gate post, thinking if he should take some medicine to prevent catching a cold. After giving back the receipt to the delivery man, Yi Jiuyue thought for a while and didn't head upstairs immediately. Instead, he took the flowers to the rear entrance of the neighborhood where there was a courier station selling daily necessities to residents, intending to ask if they had any cold medicine. If not, it wasn't a deal breaker. After all, he didn't want to walk far just to find a pharmacy. "Sorry, we can't sell medicines," said the auntie at the station smilingly. "It is forbidden to sell them arbitrarily." Yi Jiuyue nodded in acknowledgement and was about to leave when he heard a young man from the station counting newly arrived parcels and saying, "Hey, Zhang San, don't go yet, there's your parcel." Mr. Shen used to buy items online which he couldn't collect personally, thus let Yi Jiuyue collect them on his behalf, making people at the courier station mistake Yi Jiuyue for Zhang San. Therefore, when Shen Weixing happily served the dishes onto the dining table, he froze momentarily upon seeing Yi Jiuyue struggling slightly to hold the bouquet of flowers and a large courier box. "Hold on," Shen Weixing urged himself mentally to keep composed. Usually, such stores wouldn't dare scribble openly on boxes. Yi Jiuyue put the flowers and the express box temporarily on the cabinet beside the entrance hall, feeling a mix of emotions while changing shoes. Yi Jiuyue's roommates recently bought essential items during the Double 11 promotion from this official shop. Unfortunately, the store shipped the wrong size. Now, they needed to return or exchange the items. They worked together. Roommate A read out the address for returning the item from their phone, while roommate B copied it down on the courier form. Jiuyue, sitting aside eating noodles, overheard the conversation. Human memory can sometimes be mysterious like that. Especially, the more books one reads, the better one's memory becomes. It's true. Shen Weixing casually glanced at the courier carton by the entrance. Perfect, quite professional, no description at all. Why was this cardboard box bigger than the 3 items purchased by the roommates bundled together? And also heavier. Yi Jiuyue looked at Shen Weixing discreetly and vigilantly. "Eat first," Shen Weixing said calmly. Yi Jiuyue replied solemnly. "Do you like the flowers?" Shen Weixing asked steadily. Thank you," Yi Jiuyue responded earnestly. "Do you like the dishes?" Shen Weixing questioned firmly. Yi Jiuyue said quietly. In the magical atmosphere after dinner, Shen Weixing quickly handed the remote to Yi Jiuyue and rushed to wash the dishes. Yi Jiuyue felt that the subtle, peculiar sensation was becoming increasingly severe. He sat on the sofa for 10 seconds, then stood up and said, "I'll wash the dishes." "No." Shen Weixing quickly blocked him at the kitchen door, cautioning, "Don't think you have to wash the dishes because you're dating me, or else you won't date me anymore." Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weixing has deep psychological trauma, leave all the housework alone. "I'll do it." Yi Jiuyue argued in a low voice, "You shouldn't imagine me to be that lazy. It's not about being lazy. If you don't like washing, then don't wash it. I love to wash anyway." Shen Weixing turned back and continued washing dishes. Yi Jiuyue stayed at the door and exposed his lie, "No one likes washing dishes." "But I actually enjoy washing dishes," said Shen Weixing differently, "just depends on who it's for. Why am I washing? For what inside that cardboard box?" Yi Jiuyue silently mocked through everything. "I don't remember how much money per bowl I washed back then." Shen Weixing continued, "But I was happy anyway because it was rare that I could help my sister. I was small back then, many shopkeepers feared getting into trouble with child labor issues, only the job of washing dishes could hide me in the back kitchen, and that boss dared." Yi Jiuyue startled. Shen Weixing took a clean plate and put it aside, then picked up another one and put it in the basin to wash, laughing as he said, "Thinking about it now, I was afraid of being more of a hindrance back then. Afraid of not washing properly or breaking something, I washed very slowly. In fact, I didn't wash that many. But at the time, I was particularly happy, feeling like I'd helped a lot and made quite a bit of money. Yi Jiuyue was silent for a moment, then said, "You really did help a lot, your sister was very happy." She wasn't happy. She got very annoyed when I followed her around doing things. She just wanted me to focus on studying. She said there is a difference between someone who has studied and someone who hasn't. Look at us now, she was absolutely right, Shen Weixing said with a sad yet funny tone. But there's nothing to be done, I simply don't have the talent, or maybe my foundation was too weak, or both reasons are to blame. Anyway, my grades wouldn't improve. I feel sorry for her. That was the one thing she expected from me, and I didn't listen to her. Yi Jiuyue didn't say anything. Neither did Shen Weixing, and he continued washing dishes. Shen Weixing, you're not cut out for this. The line after, "It all depends on who it's for, why am I washing," should have been, "If I'm washing dishes for you, I'd be happy to do so. I'd happily wash dishes for you my entire life. Would you give me your lifetime supply of dirty dishes? Why did you start rambling about irrelevant stuff? Director, cut, can we redo this?" Shen Weixing inwardly criticized himself severely. Chapter 59. After a while, Shen Weixing put the washed bowls in the drawer, took off the plastic gloves and hung them up. Then he heard Yi Jiuyue say, "You've read a lot of books lately." "It's still different, she wants me to go to college," Shen Weixing laughed. "I don't count on this university, but I should be able to enter a worse one. But then I wasted time, and dragged it out so much that I eventually let it go." He took off his apron and put it away, wiping the countertop as he went, changing the subject, "Let's sit in the living room for a bit. I'll send you back later. There are too many people on the road right now." "Okay." Yi Jiuyue said, but he still stood at the kitchen door without moving. Shen Weixing gestured for Yi Jiuyue, who was blocking the door, to go to the living room, but Yi Jiuyue didn't budge. Shen Weixing looked at him, puzzled. Yi Jiuyue kept staring at him. After some time, Yi Jiuyue stepped forward, grabbed Shen Weixing's arm, and quickly kissed his lips. "Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing." Seeing no reaction from Shen Weixing, Yi Jiuyue kissed him again. "Shen Weixing." Yi Jiuyue kissed him once more. Finally, Shen Weixing reacted. He whispered softly, "Don't kiss me anymore." Yi Jiuyue just stood there awkwardly. "I won't hook up with you," Shen Weixing said. Yi Jiuyue. It was very awkward. Yi Jiuyue thought to himself. People really shouldn't act rashly. Awkward to the max. Can pretending like nothing happened and turning around to watch TV salvage the situation? Shen Weixing didn't know what Yi Jiuyue was thinking. All he knew was, at this moment, his heart was surging yet strangely calm. Before Yi Jiuyue could pretend to act as if nothing had happened and head to the living room to watch TV, Shen Weixing grabbed his arm instead, looked into his eyes seriously, and said earnestly, "I want to seriously start this relationship with you. If you're not ready, I'll keep pursuing you. You don't need to rush. Don't think that because I appear competent on the surface, everything comes easy to me. In fact, a lot of things don't go smoothly for me. It takes me longer than others, so I'm used to it. It's fine, stability is pretty good. Therefore, if you haven't decided whether to start a serious relationship with me, I won't get intimate with you. Even though I want to, I won't do it. Yi Jiuyue, I can't explain to anyone, including you, why we initially got together. But regardless of whether you believe me or not, I am actually quite conservative. I don't want to continue making mistakes, I just want to formally and seriously begin this relationship with you." Yi Jiuyue silently stared at him for a long while. Shen Weixing wasn't sure what Yi Jiuyue was thinking. He felt that it might be hard to guess Yi Jiuyue's thoughts, probably difficult for anyone to figure out, like that dumbass Sui Dong. Yi Jiuyue wasn't overly talkative, but he wasn't completely silent either, rather intermittent, purely depending on his mood. When his mood was good, he would speak more. When his mood was bad, he would feign deafness. Calling Yi Jiuyue introverted isn't entirely accurate, neither is extroverted. Being cold-hearted definitely isn't correct, nor is being warm-hearted. It was just hard to guess, impossible to know his line of thought. For example, Shen Weixing didn't understand why Yi Jiuyue simply wanted to be with no interference, and he also couldn't comprehend why Yi Jiuyue stubbornly refused to formalize their relationship, which was contrary to normal logic. Shen Weixing always used the most bizarre reasoning to guess Yi Jiuyue's thoughts. He thought, maybe Yi Jiuyue was just thinking, "Oh, the vibe's here, let's hook up." Maybe Yi Jiuyue would actually do that since they'd done it before and neither party would lose out. But Shen Weixing thought this would disadvantage both of them. Things had finally progressed this far, they couldn't revert. Of course, it was also possible Yi Jiuyue was thinking, since it's like this, let's just break it off. After all, today's already been tough, thereby leading to another harsh winter, having to start from scratch. Damn. We'll see about that later. On the surface, Shen Weixing remained calm, but inside, he was panicking. Then, Yi Jiuyue's hand gradually loosened its grip on Shen Weixing's arm. Oh my god. Shen Weixing suddenly screamed in his heart. Carefully considering it, an appropriate level of intimacy might be okay after all. They've hooked up before anyway. No one loses out. Is it too late to regret it now? Yi Jiuyue let go of his hand, but leaned forward slightly with the upper body, as if testing something. He first lightly touched his forehead to Shen Weisheng's chest in a stiff manner, then gradually added more weight. Shit. What is going on? Shen Weisheng was confused. Anyway. Stay calm, Shen Weisheng. This is your chance to finally not be single anymore. Shen Weisheng suddenly became alert and tentatively placed his hand on Yi Jiuyue's back, carefully caressing it. Yi Jiuyue reacted. His arms circled around Shen Weisheng's waist, bringing them closer together. Shen Weisheng felt as if he could hear fireworks exploding, equivalent to the background music when Mario successfully passed a level. Still, he must stay calm, ultimate victory hasn't been achieved yet. Shen Weisheng very gently stroked Yi Jiuyue's spine, fearing that using too much strength might wake him from this daze. In any case, while Yi Jiuyue seemed lost in thought, he should take advantage and get Yi Jiuyue agrees to start dating Shen Weisheng, signed, X. Then he realized Yi Jiuyue was shaking. The indoor heating was strong, so both were only wearing light clothing. At this moment, Shen Weisheng pressed his palm against Yi Jiuyue's spine and clearly felt his slight trembling. He couldn't immediately determine if it was due to cold or another reason, but he quietly abandoned the idea of taking advantage of the situation. Yi Jiuyue wanted to say something, but swallowed back what almost slipped out several times. He didn't know what to say, feeling that anything at this moment would sound overly sentimental and wouldn't mean much anyway. When a person's mouth opens, all kinds of words can come out, but they are easily refuted. Yi Jiuyue, Shen Weisheng was the first to speak again. Yi Jiuyue neither moved nor responded. Shen Weisheng continued to gently stroke his back and said softly, I'm really nervous. I don't dare to speculate about what you're thinking because I'm often wrong. So can you tell me directly what you're thinking? Not just now, but in the future too. Tell me what you want and don't want. I haven't had much proper schooling, not as smart as you and your classmates. Something you can learn in half an hour may take me the whole day and still not fully understood, but I'll spend more than that half day working hard to understand it. If half a day isn't enough, I'll try for another half, and keep trying until I succeed. I truly want to treat you well. That I've bullied you before, it's my fault. But in the future, I absolutely won't bully you anymore, and I won't allow others to either. I'll treat you extremely well, so will you believe me? Even if you make me guess, give me more time to figure it out. Tell me right now what you're thinking, okay? Yi Jiuyue opened his mouth after a long pause, then finally spoke, his tone soft but firm, I want to have sex. Shen Weisheng. This is very awkward. I want to have sex with my boyfriend, Yi Jiuyue quickly added before Shen Weisheng got angry. Shen Weisheng paused mid-motion. Yi Jiuyue took a deep breath, lifted his eyes to look into Shen Weisheng's eyes, seriously expressing his desire, I want to have sex with my boyfriend Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng. Seeing that Shen Weisheng wasn't speaking, worried that the atmosphere might turn awkward again, Yi Jiuyue asked bluntly, are we doing it? Shen Weisheng bent down and kissed him. Do, if you say do, then let's do it. Whatever you want, do as you wish. Shen Weisheng gave up on himself. It wasn't their first kiss, not their first intimacy, and certainly not the first time they tangled limbs at the kitchen door like uncontrollable animals. Previously, Shen Weisheng always felt Yi Jiuyue was truly toxic, making him feel aroused at the slightest provocation, a process which was definitely pleasurable, but afterward came deep self-reflection. Reflecting on why he behaved this way, how unlike himself it was, utterly OOC, even less consistent than what fan theories guessed about couples. That's terrifying, not as good as the sad, altruistic vampire character fans speculated about Liu Bei. Worse still, despite all this, Yi Jiuyue firmly denied intentionally luring him constantly. That's not you deliberately seducing me, but me taking aphrodisiacs myself. How come I didn't react this way to others? Shen Weisheng became extremely irritable. He once didn't know how to explain his feeling, or rather emotion towards Yi Jiuyue, and could only interpret it as Yi Jiuyue being highly skilled and very calculating, deliberately enticing him with the strategy of feigning indifference, until Yi Jiuyue, pants not even on properly, firmly declared, we're really just fuck buddies, all you're thinking is nonsense. Actually, I like you less than I like sea salt cheese, damn it. Shen Weisheng didn't overestimate himself either. Nonetheless, that Yi Jiuyue could so easily make him become different from his usual self was truly, extremely infuriating. It even resembled a sense of crisis. A subconscious sense of facing an important, incredibly significant change in life. This wasn't the kind of change like making more friends, suddenly finding a great drama, or having a large sum of money added to the account, those were merely ordinary things in life. Yi Jiuyue was different. Yi Jiuyue might change everything. It's like when earthquakes or typhoons are about to happen, some animals feel instinctive unease. Because they're about to face a new world after the original order is destroyed. Shen Weisheng had such intuition, but the problem was that Yi Jiuyue hadn't realized this yet. Who could not be irritated? So, it's pretty irritating. Shen Weisheng reluctantly left for a second and then kissed back, feeling this was truly fatal. This night was likely going to end fatally as well. Yi Jiuyue always went all in once excited, having that everybody will die anyway, better die happy attitude. The situation could only be barely managed by Shen Weisheng's last ounce of struggling determination, yet today's situation seemed out of control. Forget it, everybody dies one day. Rather die happy. Shen Weisheng thought in despair. After another half an hour, Shen Weisheng finally managed to drag Yi Jiuyue from the kitchen door past the dining table and sofa back to the bed in the bedroom. With his head and other organs heating up, he still managed to open the drawer of the bedside cabinet and fumble around in it. Shit. I clearly remember there being half a bottle of lube left. Shen Weisheng thought in distress. Yi Jiuyue pulled his hand back, kindly clarifying, I threw it away. When? Shen Weisheng asked in shock, why did you throw it away? When our fuck-buddy relationship ended. Yi Jiuyue explained nicely, it was bought by me. Why do you have to go so far? What would have been wrong with leaving half a bottle of lube behind for me? Even keeping it as a souvenir. Yi Jiuyue nudged him, calmly reminding, there's some at the entrance, go get it. I'll go. Shen Weisheng hurriedly buried him back under the quilt, got up and put on his pants haphazardly before rushing out. Shen Weisheng tore open a package at the entrance with his bare hands quickly, picked up the item to return to the bedroom, then paused momentarily, grabbed the phone on the coffee table, and removed the main SIM card. As Shen Weisheng was about to perform this series of actions, Yi Jiuyue was also nearing breakdown, go and get it yourself. Chapter 60. The reason Shen Weisheng didn't directly turn off his phone was that he feared an emergency. There was still a secondary SIM card in his phone, and currently, only his assistant Tang knew this secondary number. Shen Weisheng had already discussed with Tang before, in the future, there was a high probability he would remove the main SIM card at night. He planned to set up call forwarding, so if anyone called him at night, the calls would be directed to Tang. Tang would then assess the urgency of the matter. If it could be handled by Tang, he would deal with it himself. Only if it were truly urgent would Tang call Shen Weisheng's secondary number. Of course, Shen Weisheng wasn't going to pressure Tang. If Tang wasn't willing, he could just say no. But as long as Tang agreed, every month Shen Weisheng would unconditionally give him a base, night standby overtime fee, of 3,000 yuan. Additionally, if any real emergencies occurred requiring Tang's immediate handling, bonuses would be calculated per task, all subsidized personally by Shen Weisheng. Tang immediately vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly for brother Shen. Forget answering some mysterious midnight calls, maybe they existed, maybe not, even if those midnight calls were from ghosts, he wouldn't hesitate, truly embodying the saying, money makes man and ghost grind together. You shouldn't talk about ghosts in the middle of the night. Talking about ghosts brings ghosts. When Tang heard his phone ring at 11 o'clock at night, seeing the caller ID, his emotions were mixed as he answered, Brother Chiu. Xia Qiu's voice was surprised, Tang. What's wrong? Brother Chiu, what's the matter? Tang took a deep breath, Shen doesn't rest well at night, so he transferred his calls here. Do you have an emergency? Xia Qiu remained silent for a few seconds before hesitating to say, I'm worried about my dad's situation. Tang responded with concern, Brother Chiu, don't worry, the doctor said Professor Xia is fine. Xia Qiu asked with concern, is Brother Shen okay? Perfectly fine. Once he takes out his SIM card, he has no issues, everything disappears, Tang responded bluntly. Xia Qiu. Go F*** your grandpa. Continuing enthusiastically, Tang said, Brother Chiu, if you have anything, come directly to me. Brother Shen has too many things on his plate and can't catch up. Xia Qiu, nothing major. You rest. No, want me to go to the hospital right now? The long night stretched ahead, and anyway, his girlfriend wasn't around either, so he was just sitting around picking at his toes. In order to earn the overtime pay, Tang's work enthusiasm could be described as extremely high. No need, don't trouble yourself. Xia Qiu quickly cut off, that's all. See you. Alright, Brother Chiu, contact me next time. Don't disturb Brother Shen. He's very busy, no time for trivial matters. I don't mind being bothered, but he does. Tang earnestly instructed. Find someone to F*** your mother. Xia Qiu hung up the phone harshly. Screw you. Just because you're always busy with nonsense. If garbage like salary increases isn't going to happen anytime soon, why don't you just wait by yourself? I finally found an excuse to quit with Shengu and Wang Jie. Sister Wang says they'll get me at least a 30% raise. Feeling refreshed and generous, Tang ordered a late-night takeout for himself. Through the long night, while some made love, others hurried through annual reports, and yet another person was Hua Lin. While some were cheerful, others became irritable, and again, one of them was Hua Lin. Hua Lin sat in the office, facing a new report under the desk lamp, once more lost in thought. He felt that perhaps he had the talent to change careers. Did you play with satellite today? Is satellite done today? Hua Lin. Dai Xiaojing, get lost. Hua Lin, sigh. Dai Xiaojing, go take your meds. Hua Lin, sigh. Hua Lin, can any of you find satellite? I can't find him. Xiao Tang said his SIM card is pulled. What does that mean? At Wendong, do you know what's going on with your Shingu? Wendong, no idea, I'm working on the restaurant's annual report. There are many things to handle. Why don't you learn cooking instead? Wen Dong at Shen Weisheng, at Boss A, at Boss D, at Boss Dai Xiaojing, at Hua Lin, at Boss E, at Boss F, at Boss G, the time for the restaurant shareholders meeting and the year-end party has been decided, along with various arrangements. Details can be seen in the group announcement. Please confirm each of the boss's travel plans beforehand, and elect one person to deliver a speech to all employees and present bonuses, assisting with hosting the year-end party throughout. Boss A. Boss D. Dai Xiaojing, everyone, vote for Brother Hua Lin. Don't split the votes. Boss A, I vote for Hua Lin. Boss D, I vote for Hua Lin. Boss E, I vote for Hua Lin. Boss F, I vote for Hua Lin. Boss G, Hua Lin. Hua Lin, screw off. Why don't you vote for Wen Dong? Dai Xiaojing, you're a beast. Wen Dong is almost rebelling from overwork. You're just free and bored, looking for nothing to do, so we give you something to keep you occupied, we're all busy. In a fit of idleness, Hua Lin angrily turned off his phone and looked back at the new paternity test report. He really had nothing to do, so he dropped whatever little moral baggage he had left and obtained another paternity test between Xia Qiu and Professor Xia. Then he discovered how infuriating it was to know an earth-shattering piece of news yet be unable to tell anyone. If he didn't find Shen Weisheng soon to talk about this matter, he'd go crazy. No, he couldn't let himself go crazy, he needed to find something else to distract himself. Hua Lin strained to look around the desk for something new to occupy his time. 3 minutes later, Hua Lin decided to try to obtain Mrs. Xia's DNA to match it with Xia Qiu's. After all, this would determine whether this big drama was about mistaken identities at the hospital or royal imposters. Why am I so capable? Hua Lin painfully held his forehead. Shen Weisheng and Yi Jiuyue had already stared at each other for 5 minutes. It started when Shen Weisheng woke up halfway through their slumber, wanting to gaze tenderly at Yi Jiuyue for a while. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that Yi Jiuyue had already been staring at him. All right then. Shen Weisheng gazed lovingly and kissed Yi Jiuyue, asking, why are you awake? Aren't you tired? Yi Jiuyue shook his head and continued to stare at him. Shen Weisheng blushed under such an intense stare. Did you realize I'm handsomer? Yi Jiuyue didn't answer that but leaned in for a kiss instead, whispering devilishly, Moyagai. I shouldn't have woken up. You were just waiting for me to wake up so you could ask for Moyagai. How many times have we done it already? Other people's scripts always include deep romantic kisses afterward and heartfelt confessions. Every single time, the group doesn't believe it's Yi Jiuyue who makes the first move, they're idiots. Shen Weisheng feigned ignorance. What does that mean? Yi Jiuyue switched systems, one more time. Shen Weisheng acted confused. What does that mean? Yi Jiuyue changed to using body language to express his request, flipping over to sit on Shen Weisheng's waist and started messing around. Shen Weisheng. Brother Yi, let's negotiate. Calm down first. Let's talk without using your hands. Shen Weisheng tightly grabbed Yi Jiuyue. It's not my fault. Stop asking if it's my problem. It's yours. Yi Jiuyue stubbornly said, I don't have any issues. How can you not understand the concept of sustainable development? There's no reason for you not to know it. Shen Weisheng tried to persuade him, stopping with your hands is good, but please don't start using your feet now, alright? Yi Jiuyue asked sincerely, how about using mouth? Fuck. Shen Weisheng flipped Yi Jiuyue back onto the bed, sat up with great authority, took a deep breath, and quickly faltered. He leaned down and kissed him lightly. I've used my mouth on you now. Yi Jiuyue looked at him silently. Shen Weisheng kissed him again. I know you're happy, and I'm very happy too. We've worked out our physical relationship, let's get closer emotionally, shall we? Let's talk. I think there's an issue with your mindset since you're not working hard enough. Yi Jiuyue thought silently. Is it still possible to pretend to be asleep? Yi Jiuyue questioned himself again. Are you going to work during the new year? Shen Weisheng began to inquire. Yi Jiuyue answered briefly, yes. Shen Weisheng asked again, for how long? The entire winter break. Shen Weisheng was surprised. What kind of work requires you to work throughout the entire winter break? What about spending the new year? I'll spend it at my employer's house. What exactly is this job? Shen Weisheng asked curiously, is it being a nanny? After comparing the roles of assistant and nanny, Yi Jiuyue figured the implications were probably similar, so he said, more or less. Shen Weisheng paused for a long moment before slowly explaining, let me say this clearly, I'm not forcing you not to do it, but my point is, it's unnecessary to work so hard. Before, it was normal that you didn't want to use my money, but given where we stand now, it's all normal. I'm not lying, Xiao Tang and his girlfriend are the same, it's perfectly normal. Yi Jiuyue thought for a bit and said, I want to take things slow. Alright, Shen Weisheng kissed him again, but don't overwork yourself. Focus on studying when you should. I don't mind you working hard for revision, but as far as work goes, though I dare not oppose either, I still have to remind you not to neglect the priorities. Yi Jiuyue nodded. Prompted by this, Shen Weisheng suddenly remembered a very important thing that had almost been forgotten, and instantly became cunning. He pulled Yi Jiuyue, who was determined to spread out like a pancake, into his arms while using tender affection to smooth things over and guided the topic, then you won't go home for the new year? Yi Jiuyue nodded. Won't you go back to see your parents and younger brother? Shen Weisheng asked. Yi Jiuyue vigilantly replied, I don't want to tell them about us. That's not what I mean, Shen Weisheng said, I'm just asking. Yi Jiuyue hesitated while explaining, it's not, because of you. It's my personal reason, the situation is a bit complicated, so I won't tell them. But it doesn't affect anything else, my family doesn't meddle in my affairs. Shen Weisheng moved, saying, are you afraid I'll think too much? Yi Jiuyue did not respond to this question. This didn't stop Shen Weisheng from continuing to be touched. After Shen Weisheng finished spouting his touching words, he shook Yi Jiuyue, who was pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed. Don't pretend. I know you're faking it, your eyelids are still trembling. Can you stop ignoring me every time we're done? Your behavior is terrible. Don't try to say you're shy, how come you weren't shy when you were messing with me? I didn't mention it before, but now we're dating, don't you feel embarrassed? What's embarrassing about this? Yi Jiuyue was forced by Shen Weisheng's prying fingers to look at him. Well, let's not talk about that then, let's talk about something else. Shen Weisheng struggled to find a new topic. He should figure out how much money we need to retire, taking inflation into account. There might also be a global economic crisis. Yi Jiuyue. Do you like children? Yi Jiuyue. Do you want to use the bathroom? Yi Jiuyue suddenly asked. Shen Weisheng said, no. You do, Yi Jiuyue declared firmly. Shen Weisheng firmly stated, no. Are you trying to take advantage of me going to the bathroom to run away? Yi Jiuyue calmly buried his guilt, you don't trust me. Ha. Shen Weisheng made a sound, saying, I won't talk anymore. Let's sleep a little longer. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Until Shen Weisheng heard Yi Jiuyue's voice from his embrace, did you enjoy yourself? What? Yi Jiuyue said, we were chatting, right? Shen Weisheng suppressed his feelings as he asked, can we discuss something more heartwarming? Yi Jiuyue fell silent. After another long pause, as Shen Weisheng was about to fall asleep, he heard Yi Jiuyue's small voice, I like when you kiss me and hold me. Shen Weisheng started, looking down at Yi Jiuyue. Saying this made Yi Jiuyue feel a bit shy, his face heating up. But then he thought about all the intimate things Shen Weisheng had said earlier, and decided there was no real reason to be shy, so he flushed and leaned in to peck Shen Weisheng on the lips, closing his eyes and tilting his face toward Shen Weisheng, gesturing for him to reciprocate. Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng couldn't describe the feeling, it was as if a small animal had scratched his heart, making it tingle a little, sting a little, but then again, it was also very comfortable, causing his heartbeat to thump and his face to heat up red. He decisively kissed back, then. One more, Moyagai. Since Yi Jiuyue had gone so far to achieve his purpose, Shen Weisheng would prove he's a man. He would teach Yi Jiuyue a lesson with action. Caught off guard, Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weisheng began fluctuating erratically again. Yi Jiuyue thought to himself. He had clearly said they needed a sweet, romantic atmosphere, and Yi Jiuyue had already entered that state for him. Alright, it works. Let's humor him for a bit. After all, he is, oh my gosh, so handsome. Oh. What's going on? How am I even dating Shen Weisheng? Holy crap. Shen Weisheng. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Nan Shan Guehua posted a Weibo update. Nan Shan Guehua, Sigma. Chapter 61. Shen Weisheng also hadn't figured out how to bring up the topic of the paternity test with Yi Jiuyue today. He felt it wasn't really his fault, mainly because Yi Jiuyue refused to cooperate. Every time he barely touched upon Yi Jiuyue's parents or younger brother, Yi Jiuyue became extremely alert and had countless ways to stop him from continuing. Shen Weisheng was very troubled. After all, he couldn't just jump into saying something like, Yi Jiuyue, would you like to take a look at this paternity test with Teacher Xia? Actually, your biological father is Professor Xia. Even in the extreme case, even if such a stunning statement was necessary, it should wait until after Yi Jiuyue finished her final exams. Currently, the long period of the end-of-term exams wasn't over yet, and there were priorities to be handled. The paternity issue wasn't something that required immediate attention, otherwise, even if Yi Jiuyue appeared calm, she might still be affected. In summary, this whole thing was quite bizarre. Shen Weisheng himself was already feeling restless thinking about it, and Yi Jiuyue, as the most directly involved party, could react in many unpredictable ways once she knew. After comprehensively considering, Shen Weisheng decided to stay calm and focus on preparing a nourishing soup first. Yi Jiuyue was too tired studying. She needed to be replenished. After arranging the pot for the soup, Shen Weisheng finally thought about his quiet phone and opened WeChat to check. The first thing he saw was Hua Lin's bombardment. Private chat. Hua Lin, satellite, come over here, I have something important to tell you. What are you doing? Can't find you. Are you alive? Hua Lin, it's really important. Hua Lin, 2 days have passed. Were you kidnapped? Hua Lin, if you were kidnapped, say something so we can gather money for your ransom. Hua Lin, Xiao Tang doesn't work. I think you should fire him. I have issues with him deciding whether something is important enough to contact you without hearing what it is first. How can I tell him something this important? Hua Lin, let me warn you, Shen Weisheng, if you don't show up soon, I will die, and you will be my killer. Satellite. Satellite, what is it again? Satellite, Yi Jiuyue has exams and is reviewing. I'm simmering some soup for her now. Students these days face too much competitive pressure. She's been studying so hard, usually not taking care of herself, only eating noodles or wontons to get by. Her nutrition isn't keeping up, which might make her grow shorter. Hua Lin. You're not the satellite I sent out. Goodbye. Hua Lin, at his age, wanting to grow taller. You might as well go straight for leg lengthening surgery. Thanks. Satellite, nonsense. I grew taller when I was 20. Hua Lin, you're special. Your brain didn't need nutrition, so your body had to compensate. Satellite, go away. Did you play with the satellite today? Is the satellite done today? Hua Lin. Dai Xiaojing, whatever you want to say, scram. Hua Lin, farewell. Feeling ill-timed, Hua Lin believed he was nearing the brink of collapse. But he wouldn't give up, he would fight against fate. Private chat. Hua Lin, Shen Weisheng, act normal. I have something truly important to tell you, as important as last time. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Holding a spoon in one hand and a phone in the other, Shen Weisheng paused for a moment, glanced through the glass door at Yi Jiuyue who was hunched over the coffee table studying hard, thought for a moment, turned down the fire slowly, then went out of the kitchen while saying as he returned the SIM card to his phone, I'll go grab something from the car. I may buy something nearby along the way. Do you need anything? Medicine for colds. Yi Jiuyue replied without raising her head. All right. Shen Weisheng reminded, if I'm not back in half an hour, turn off the stove, the soup will be ready. Okay. With that, Shen Weisheng grabbed his phone and keys and left. Shen Weisheng rushed downstairs to the parking lot and got into the car before calling Hua Lin. Speak. Hua Lin, almost suffocating from holding back, said lifelessly, is September nearby? I'm in the car, no one is around me. Shen Weisheng asked, what is it now? The situation is complicated now. Jiuyue is Xia Wenji's son, there's no genetic relationship between Xia Qiu and Xia Wenji. Xia Qiu has a blood relationship with Xia Wenji's wife but not in the mother-son sense, probably they're close relatives. In a rush, Hua Lin blurted it all out, leaving no suspense, feeling relieved afterward, and asked, do you understand? Shen Weisheng, ah. This relationship was easy to understand, but this matter was just. You must have taken the wrong medication. Rest more. Shen Weisheng asked. I thank you. Hua Lin rolled his eyes, I'm bored to death. If I wasn't so idle, I wouldn't do such a thing. Anyway, now I've finally told you this matter. I can sleep soundly now. This is your business to decide what to do with it. I'll just wait for the first-hand updates and don't forget me. Wait, that's not true. Shen Weisheng asked, bewildered while processing this latest news, are you sure this isn't some kind of joke? Please trust in science, Hua Lin said, and also trust in the professional competence of my hospital. If you don't believe me, look back at the invoice from last time when you requested nursing care from us. Shen Weisheng struggled to find an entry point. Did you possibly place the wrong sample or something during the DNA testing? Or was it the comparison samples? It's possible. I cannot be 100% sure, Hua Lin admitted, except for Xia Wenji's samples which I could obtain easily through excuses any time. Yi Jiuyue's were more straightforward the last time, but for Xia Qiu and his mother, I had to use every trick I knew to get them. Her hair found by someone cleaning the trash, and Xia Qiu's chewed gum. There might have been mix-ups along the way. Hua Lin added, if I have the time, I'll run the test again. Shen Weisheng sighed genuinely, Hua Lin, you really are so idle. Yes, indeed, Hua Lin replied calmly, I am very idle. When I'm free, I like stirring up trouble. Alright, I get it. Let me think about it. Shen Weisheng was ready to hang up the phone when he was called out by Hua Lin, satellite. Why don't you come over to the hospital? Hua Lin proposed, eager for drama, Xia's wife and little brother are there as well. Shen Weisheng responded, shut up. No, don't. The ever-curious Hua Lin continued provocatively, I'm really curious to see how you two interact. Shen Weisheng remained expressionless and remarked, if you're free, why not take on more surgeries? Otherwise, unemployment awaits you eventually. Nah, being the only heir in 3 generations, born with a jade, who cares about unemployment? Just drift around for a bit. When my parents tire of working, they will naturally pass the hospital management to me. If I can't manage, I'll hire professional managers and I'll keep slacking off. Those years spent studying were the toughest period of my life, ha ha ha. Do you think I'm like you? Do you think I'm like the dumbass Dai Xiaojing? Hua Lin laughed arrogantly. Shen Weisheng. Indeed, whenever Dai Xiaojing saw Hua Lin, the urge to hit him wasn't groundless. After having indulged in enough words, Hua Lin briefly explained the current state of Professor Xiao. There were no significant issues, he just needed rest. After listening to this, Shen Weisheng felt slightly relieved. After hanging up this call, he paused for a moment and then called Mrs. Xia, Auntie, it's Weisheng. Mrs. Xia's tone was gentle, is there anything? Listening to this familiar voice, Shen Weixing felt extremely conflicted. Though Hua Lin didn't assure that the two reports concerning Xia Qiu and Mrs. Xia were absolutely reliable, there was still this matter before their eyes. Moreover, at least the credibility of the report between Yi Zhuoyue and Professor Xia was relatively high. There were two extremes to this situation's outcome. One, if only the identification between Yi Zhuoyue and Professor Xia was trustworthy, and the other two were unreliable, then one explanation would be for Yi Zhuoyue's identity. Another case would be if all three identifications were reliable. Shen Weixing had a vague premonition, the second scenario was more likely. If merely Xia Qiu wasn't Professor Xia's son, Shen Weixing could speculate it as a mix-up at the hospital. But then Hua Lin mentioned the blood relationship between Xia Qiu and Mrs. Xia, this. Unless Yi Zhuoyue's present parents and Mrs. Xia were relatives, creating a mix-up among family members' children, otherwise Shen Weixing couldn't come up with another less intense truth right away. The development of this matter had already gone off the rails. Just checking on Teacher Xia. Shen Weixing, amidst countless plots in his mind, casually exchanged pleasantries without leaking any details. I've been busy these past few days and haven't had the chance to visit Teacher Xia, please don't hold it against me. As long as you have heart, Mrs. Xia stated mildly, you've indeed been busy, as Xiao Qiu said, we couldn't contact you during this period. Shen Weixing laughed it off, how is Teacher Xia doing? Mrs. Xia paused momentarily. Shen Weixing didn't dare hurry her either, thinking that once she finishes speaking, he'd relay Hua Lin's professional judgment to her and reassure her, although things had veered off track and many speculative directions seemed bizarre, but as long as the facts weren't set in stone, Shen Weixing temporarily didn't want to reveal anything, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Though he didn't know exactly what this unnecessary trouble might be, a gut feeling told him it was best to pretend nothing had happened right now. Although Hua Lin might be off-key verbally, his academic credentials and career history were indisputable. Born into a family with deep roots, as the sole heir of 3 generations, the claim that the school years were the hardest wasn't baseless. Everyone felt that Hua Lin represented an extreme case, someone pushed too hard in academics resulting in this peculiar personality now. In short, there was no question about Hua Lin's professional capabilities. Shen Weixing planned to casually mention to Mrs. Xia next time about his acquaintance with Hua Lin, to put her more at ease. Given human nature, people tend to feel safer when they know someone who works at the hospital. The reason for this approach was because of one simple fact, Xia Qiu didn't know Hua Lin at all. Though Shen Weixing once took Xia Qiu to meet entertainment industry veterans to build recognition, he never actively introduced him to his own group of close friends. At the time, Shen Weixing thought their social circles barely overlapped, so there was no need to make such introductions intentionally. Because of this, except for Dai Xiaojing who was in the same line of work, and Wen Dong who worked daily at the restaurant, others had only occasionally met by coincidence during various events. Shen Weixing hadn't taken special steps to formally introduce them. As a result, later on, those in his chat group commented about Xia Qiu without having even met him properly. Shen Weixing couldn't figure out why, and could only assume it stemmed from some kind of bias toward Xia Qiu. In light of this inexplicable prejudice toward Xia Qiu, Shen Weixing certainly wouldn't bother introducing either side to each other unnecessarily. Thus, Xia Qiu and Hua Lin, two people completely unrelated, had never formally met. Xia Qiu didn't know that Shen Weixing knew Hua Lin, nor did he know that Hua Lin held shares in the restaurant. While Shen Weixing was pondering these things, he suddenly heard a different voice on the phone, Brother Shen, it's me. Xiao Qiu. Shen Weixing paused. Xia Qiu said, Mom went to take care of Dad. Shen Weixing asked with concern, did you hire a nurse? My father's temperament, you know him, he doesn't like strangers touching his things. Xia Qiu's voice sounded particularly downcast, I've been so scared lately, what if something happens to him? Shen Weixing hurriedly said, don't worry, the teacher is fine. How can he be fine? He has to stay in the hospital continuously, Xia Qiu said. Did the doctor tell you that? Shen Weixing advised him, you should trust what the doctors say. Xia Qiu sniffed, the doctor said his condition wasn't good. Shen Weixing froze, did the doctor say that? Which doctor exactly? Although Hua Lin wasn't responsible for Professor Xia's situation, his conclusions couldn't contradict those of the other doctors, right? Xia Qiu keenly questioned back, do you know any of the doctors here? For some unknown reason, Shen Weixing decided impulsively not to reveal his connection with Hua Lin and replied, no, I just heard it from Xiao Tang, wasn't he substituting for me at the hospital these days? He said the doctor mentioned there was nothing seriously wrong with the teacher. Did he get it wrong? Xia Qiu stayed silent for a few seconds, then changed his tone, maybe Mom and I are worrying too much, but seeing Dad lying in the hospital bed, regardless of what the doctors say, they're not the ones whose father is injured. That's true, Shen Weixing, amidst jumbled thoughts, wanted to hang up and think through things. He casually said, but you should try to console Auntie. Be mature, don't follow her into random thoughts. You need to comfort her. When I have time, I'll visit the teacher. Gotta go. Kai brother, Xia Qiu abruptly interrupted him, asking, were you turning off your phone these past days to avoid me? Shen Weixing found this difficult to define. His goal was to avoid middle-of-the-night calls disrupting his rest, and generally, apart from Xia Qiu, no one else made such calls. I'm not just avoiding you with the power-off thing, Shen Weixing responded tactfully, it's equal treatment. Xia Qiu continued, then why have you suddenly started doing this? You didn't have much work to do recently anyway. Mom was really worried that you'd neglect your health due to being busy. It was all thanks to me defending you. Shen Weixing saw this as another opportunity, subtly implying again, Xiao Qiu, I am indeed very busy, though not necessarily with work. You're still young, not married yet, so you wouldn't understand. Xia Qiu retorted, neither are you. Yes, point taken. Shen Weixing, unable to suppress his inner excitement and agitation, hurriedly agreed. Xia Qiu. Shen Weixing added sarcastically, that's why I turned off my phone. It has nothing directly to do with you. Don't overthink it. Xia Qiu relented and changed the topic, so, when you said you weren't in Chuanguan anymore, was it also because of what he told you? Shen Weixing thought for a moment, worried that saying too much might lead Xia Qiu to form a prejudiced first impression of Yi Zhuoyue. Although Xia Qiu's current status was somewhat awkward, Shen Weixing still couldn't let Xia Qiu think of Yi Zhuoyue as the kind of femme fatale who could bring ruin to the country. That would tarnish her image too much. So he said, it's not that. This is my own judgment. I've always wanted to take on movies. Chuanguan doesn't have good resources, and staying there wouldn't offer me any development. Xia Qiu instantly stumbled. He had originally expected Shen Weixing to follow up by blaming Yi Zhuoyue, which would give him an opening to embellish more, but instead Shen Weixing suddenly stated it was entirely for his career planning, leaving Xia Qiu with nothing else to say. After all, at this point, even if Xia Qiu were to try persuading him further, it would make himself appear selfish. Damn it. No matter what he said, Xia Qiu felt shut out every time, so he maintained his last shred of patience and said, alright, rest assured, I won't tell anyone. Actually, Shen Weixing didn't care about this. Even if the upper management at Chuanguan found out early that Shen Weixing intended to switch companies, it wouldn't matter. After all, they had been suspicious that their top talent was being poached all along. Moreover, this situation was different from that involving Nai Lai. Nai Lai's senior management had been furious because they believed they had made her famous, and when she decided to jump ship, they saw it as betrayal of their kindness. Meanwhile, Shen Weixing was a money-making tree for Chuanguan, that wasn't an exaggeration. To say that Chuanguan became one of the leading agencies in television thanks to Shen Weixing would also not be overstating it. Claiming that Shen Weixing was dragged down by the company was also true. In fact, these past 2 years, Wang's sister occasionally swallowed her pain and released some press statements like, not forgetting old mentors after becoming famous, or, a deep bond. Thus, suppressing Nai Lai due to her defection could still be seen as justified, but oppressing Shen Weixing? Unless the heads of Chuanguan lost their minds. But Shen Weixing didn't feel the need to explain things fully, mainly because he didn't see any reason to go into it. He had soup simmering on the stove anyway. So after exchanging a few words, he hung up the phone, quickly drove to the nearest pharmacy to buy cold medicine, then brought back a cake. When he returned, he saw Yi Zhuoyue sitting in front of the coffee table eating spicy snacks. Upon hearing the sound of his arrival, Yi Zhuoyue paused her biting action momentarily, raising her eyes to meet Shen Weixing's gaze. 3 seconds later, Yi Zhuoyue pretended as if nothing happened and continued eating calmly. Shen Weixing felt a deep sorrow growing within him and started scolding slightly, if you're hungry, drink the soup. I told you to eat less of this stuff, at least eat cookies if you can't resist. Yi Zhuoyue acted as if she hadn't heard and stubbornly swallowed the snack. Shen Weixing despairingly said, fine, I'll act like I haven't seen anything. Though Shen Weixing dared to comment now, he couldn't go on and on. Because if he did, Yi Zhuoyue would actually threaten to stop pursuing relationships altogether, it was such a potent threat. Ha, quite capable of threatening people. But indeed, Shen Weixing was effectively held back. Sooner or later, it will happen. Eventually, fate will turn around, and I'll regain the upper hand. With clenched teeth, hope-filled, and naively ambitious, Shen Weixing set down his grand goal. Under the corridor of the Hu family hospital courtyard, Xia Qiu clutched his phone that had been hung up on, standing there motionlessly for a while. Standing beside him was Xia's mother, Qin Shi. Her gaze slowly returned from the scenery and turned toward Xia Qiu, asking calmly, are you giving up yet? Annoyed, Xia Qiu vented his frustration at her, you'd love that. You'd be thrilled to see me angry. Qin Shi sighed, Qiu, everything I do is for your good. Well, then tell me, what should I do now? Xia Qiu grabbed her arm. Qin Shi helplessly said, you shouldn't continue clinging to Weixing anymore. He's avoiding you to the point where he doesn't answer your calls. If you keep this foolishness up, you might not even see his face again. But Qin Shi cut off his excuses, because of your impulsiveness, you're now caught in a passive situation. This is a lesson for you, remember it well. Xia Qiu nodded reluctantly, afraid to flare up again. But after a few seconds, he couldn't help but ask, so now, am I supposed to completely ignore Shingu? It's him ignoring you right now, it's not your turn to ignore him. Qin Shi couldn't help but criticize a little, feeling a headache coming on. If you had consulted with me before going rogue earlier, things wouldn't have escalated this far. This is just helping someone else tie the knot. When will you grow up, Qiu? How am I supposed to feel at ease when you act like this? Stop nagging me. Xia Qiu quickly said, what I mean is, what should I do next? Next, you should take care of your dad properly. She glanced at him. I'll tell you one last time, if you stop interfering with Shen Weishing's affairs, things might still be salvaged. If you can make your father happy, Shen Weishing won't ignore you completely, right? Xia Qiu complained, Dad wouldn't help me say anything good to Shingu anyway. You even said it yourself, relying on Dad is like leaning on a tree. She couldn't help but pinch his arm, are you stupid? As Xia Qiu dodged, his phone rang. He quickly made a pleading gesture and pulled out the phone to see who was calling, then his eyes flickered as he smiled at his mom, Mom, I need to take this, Mom. She had already snatched the phone, plugged in the headphones, and wore one while Xia Qiu got the other. Then she pressed the accept button and signaled for him to speak. Xia Qiu reluctantly said, hello. Are you still watching your dad? Came a woman's voice from the other side of the phone. Xia Qiu briefly answered, Is he okay? Xia Qiu replied, he's fine. If he's fine, come back. The woman sounded dissatisfied. Before Xia Qiu could say more, he rushed, alright, I'll arrange it right away, I'll contact you once everything is set. After 2 more sentences, the woman hung up. Xia Qiu held onto the phone, feeling like he was holding a scorching hot yam. She took off her headphone and asked calmly, who was that? Xia Qiu hesitated and said, my agent, Ms. Wang. She looked at him. Xia Qiu furrowed his brows, seriously. Now that you're grown enough to fly away, don't expect me to clean up your messes every time, she said indifferently. Mom! Xia Qiu exclaimed. The voice of your agent isn't like that, and you didn't even dare to save her number in your contacts. She felt another headache coming on. Xia Qiu, don't distance yourself from your mother. To me, you're the person least likely to harm you. Why are you hiding things even from your own mother? All I do is help you. Xia Qiu hesitated for a moment before muttering softly, my girlfriend. She fell silent for a bit, then asked, how old is she? Xia Qiu remained silent. Answer me. Xia Qiu stayed quiet. She changed her question, is she divorced or involved in an extramarital affair? Mom. Xia Qiu blurted out. Xia Qiu, I'm warning you now, cut off this relationship immediately. She felt like she was choking, are you short of money, maternal love, or connections within the circle? You have none of these needs yet you insist on digging your own grave? Xia Qiu looked quite upset and snapped irritably, I don't know what you're talking about. What am I talking about? Her voice sounds older than mine, and you guys are making such a big secret out of it, thinking I'm foolish? She took a deep breath, resisting the urge to slap him, I won't harm you, Xia Qiu. You must break off with her. If this gets out, you'll be ruined. Xia Qiu hesitated for a long time and whispered softly, Shingu doesn't talk to me anymore, I have to find my way by myself. Does this way of yours make you feel like your life is too good? She massaged her temples, if you want to play around in the entertainment industry, go ahead, I didn't count on you earning money through this anyway. My and your dad's money will all be yours in the future. As long as you don't cause trouble, there won't be any problems at all. But if you keep this up recklessly, sooner or later something bad will happen. This isn't about money. Xia Qiu emphasized, it's about being popular or not. Popular? Your head has probably gotten so full of nonsense that you've lost your brains while growing up. She felt a heart attack coming on. Did you take Satellite out to play today? Is Satellite done playing today? Boss D, oh, hey. Boss D, hey. Boss D, wow. Agent Xiao Jing, what the hell is wrong with you again? Did Hua Lin hack your account? Boss D, there's some juicy gossip to enjoy. Agent Xiao Jing, are you having some kind of gossip feast? Hua Lin, what juicy gossip? Yours definitely won't be bigger than mine. Agent Xiao Jing, suddenly sounding lewd. Hua Lin, Agent Xiao Jing, go die. Boss D, not yet, it's not time. Agent Xiao Jing, waiting for Monday morning to reveal. Something to do with Satellite. Don't you dare sell Satellite or Juyue. Boss D, even if I were selling someone, it wouldn't be Satellite. Agent Xiao Jing, has nothing to do with Liu Bei and my other artists, right? Boss D, stop guessing randomly, just sit tight and wait for the food to come. Hua Lin, Lu Chang'an, you're obviously trying to provoke me, seeking revenge against me, and you probably don't even have any real juicy gossip. I won't fall for it or beg you. Boss D, your reverse psychology only works on Xiao Jing. Boss D, Lu Chang'an, the imposing CEO of a top-tier domestic media group, leaned back against the sofa with an air of authority. He pressed his phone with a serious expression, staying silent for a long time. This made the magazine editor in the office extremely anxious. Don't panic. Stay calm. The year-end inspection by Boss Lu is a good thing. How populist. How friendly. How warm. Our entertainment weekly is newly founded, so Boss Lu personally visits and oversees things, no other department has this privilege. The magazine editor successfully brainwashed himself and continued flipping through the recent celebrity gossip delivered by the paparazzi team while pretending to be composed and sharp, giving instructions over the phone as a way to show off. Liu Bei shopping with his dad. What's worth reporting about that? Let me know when he shops with Shinweishing. The picture of film Emperor Zhou and Jing Chu, are you taking me for a fool or the reader's blind? Aren't there many other people nearby? You cropped everyone else out leaving just them. It looks like you lost your mind. Gossip like this that gets debunked in seconds lowers the magazine's standard. You, go away. Zhong Yi. I know she usually likes sitting in the park eating bread and daydreaming, but the fans don't know that. This news itself isn't much to report on, so we've been ignoring it. But now since she's been put on ice, why not link the two events together to create some pity hype? Lu Chang'an put down his phone, making a soft sound as it hit the coffee table. The editor immediately stopped talking and looked at him carefully. Lu Chang'an pointed at the phone. The editor hurriedly said, "Get back to work, we'll talk later," before hanging up. Did you see anyone following Xia Qiu and Gao Feng? Have you seen any other media doing the same? Lu Chang'an asked in a deep voice. The editor quickly replied, "No, it should be exclusive." Gao Feng is quite good at hiding, though getting this tip was coincidental. Her husband hired a private detective, which led to the discovery. Lu Chang'an raised his hand to signal that he didn't want to hear too many details. I just need exclusivity. We can release it soon then. Otherwise, if we wait too long, others may catch on, the editor said cautiously. Lu Chang'an furrowed his brows slightly. The editor quickly redirected, however, our current information is still limited. Perhaps we can take a dual approach, prepare the article first. If other sources also catch on, we'll rush to publish, otherwise, we stay quiet. Lu Chang'an nodded. Tell the team monitoring this lead to be careful. Don't startle the fish prematurely. Make long-term preparations. Got it. And regarding Gao Feng's husband, you can start preliminary groundwork. Lu Chang'an said while indulging in some entertainment, but still issuing serious orders regarding company matters. Gao Feng's husband already hired a private detective, so he might take action on this. His background is complicated, and this won't be resolved easily. If we succeed in securing the scoop, Gao Feng's husband will move immediately once we publish. At that point, use his reaction as the focal point and report incrementally. By the time the other outlets scramble to cover it, you'll already have the advantage. Even better, you can contact Gao Feng's husband for cooperation right away. Lu Chang'an paused and added, this magazine is still in its initial stages, neither hot nor cold, and each issue's news isn't significantly different from others. This is an opportunity to make a name for ourselves. If all goes well, we can capitalize on this. The editor nodded but had some reservations, but Xia Qiu isn't particularly famous either. Gao Feng works in the upper management of Crown Company, and her husband isn't even part of the entertainment industry. Fans aren't overly familiar with her, Boss Lu. I think the news might not have much of an impact. Lu Chang'an countered, so, do you have any ideas? The editor hastened to say, I'm just seeking your opinion. I'm uncertain whether my thoughts are feasible. Enough chatter. Lu Chang'an frowned. Don't waste my time. Understood. The editor quickly responded, I thought of hyping Xia Qiu and Zhong Yi's romance first. Heat it up a bit. Their companies have been deliberately promoting their pairing, gaining more and more coupling fans who would be highly interested. That would increase the buzz around Xia Qiu and Gao Feng's story. Lu Chang'an gave a cold laugh. Does Zhong Yi mean anything to you? Why help her build her sympathy angle and boost her popularity? The editor chuckled nervously. Not at all. The idea's okay. You're proving my faith wasn't misplaced. But remember to reach an agreement with Zhong Yi's side. Don't do good deeds anonymously, Lu Chang'an said. The editor smiled. Of course. Zhong Yi is currently rising, I believe she could become one of the top celebrities. Helping her now ensures future collaboration between her and our magazine. Stop babbling, Lu Chang'an stood up. I'm leaving. I'll escort you. Lu Chang'an walked to the door, stopped, and patted the editor on the shoulder. The company didn't have an entertainment division before, but now that we've sent you here to blaze a trail, it's both a test and an opportunity. Be cautious and put in more effort to seize it. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me immediately. It's completely normal to communicate more with me about this new field, and no one will blame you. The editor nodded excitedly. Chapter 62. Shinweishing, who hasn't yet caught a break in terms of feng shui, has caved to Yi Jiuyue's influence, hypnotizing himself to forget about spicy noodles. He put the cake in the fridge, went to the kitchen to turn off the fire, lifted the lid, served 2 bowls of soup, and placed them on the coffee table. He then sat cross-legged on the floor and ate 1 bowl with Yi Jiuyue. The magazine cover shoot is over, the ads are finished, and Shinweishing is currently on vacation. Primarily due to Ms. Wang's considerations regarding Shinweishing's contract with the company nearing its expiration, after the new year, he will likely be looking for a new job, so she temporarily doesn't want to give him too many other tasks, avoiding potential contract disputes down the line. That is to say, recently he can eat properly and even indulge in snacks occasionally. Yi Jiuyue held the bowl and sipped the soup, glancing at Shinweishing while drinking. Shinweishing didn't mind being stared at by him. These past few days, Yi Jiuyue had reverted back to the state when they first met, finding any opportunity to look at him intently, unlike before when he became immune and needed repeated calls just to get a calm glance from him. Shinweishing felt a tinge of sorrow. But this comparison wasn't entirely accurate. It seems there were subtle differences now compared to that time. For instance, at that time there was occasional feeding but still formal, not like how Shen Weisheng would actively reach out with his spoon and feed him now. Shen Weisheng took a bite from Yi Jiuyue's spoon, and reciprocated by ladling a spoonful back to him. Yi Jiuyue shook his head, then ladled another spoonful to feed Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng could only put away his own spoon and continue eating what Yi Jiuyue fed him. After taking a few more bites, Shen Weisheng suddenly realized and helplessly exclaimed, "Hey!" Yi Jiuyue looked at him innocently. "You don't do this again. Eat your own leftovers," Shen Weisheng said angrily. Unfortunately, his reaction gets faster each time. Yi Jiuyue regretfully sighed. Yi Jiuyue liked to drink the soup and also eat the meat in the broth. Aside from that, everything else inside was deemed as unnecessary, claiming it has already lost its flavor during the cooking process and isn't worth consuming anymore. Shen Weisheng earnestly told him that whether or not something tastes good should not matter, primarily because it contains nutrition. But Yi Jiuyue, who adores all kinds of unhealthy high-calorie junk food, at least up until now has not accepted this truthful but unpleasant advice, arguing logically that all the nutrients are in the soup, leaving the leftovers meaningless. This was a conceptual issue. Shen Weisheng believed the leftovers contained more nutrients, referencing various online articles to validate his point. Yi Jiuyue immediately pulled up various articles stating that the soup was more nutritious to counter his argument. Shen Weisheng thought this situation wouldn't work. Thus, Shen Weisheng cunningly picked up a piece of yam, using his charm to entice, "Want me to feed you?" Yi Jiuyue hesitated. Shen Weisheng took it further by biting into the yam himself and indicating for Yi Jiuyue to follow suit. Yi Jiuyue struggled repeatedly. Shen Weisheng moved closer slightly, and rather despicably gave a suggestive wink. Yi Jiuyue quickly leaned over to bite. Throughout his life, he once strove diligently and had an iron resolve, but in the end, it all fell apart because of his greed for beauty. Yi Jiuyue tragically thought. Through persuasion and coercion, Shen Weisheng managed to feed Yi Jiuyue all the ingredients in the soup, feeling quite accomplished as he thought the little demon of spicy noodles won't last much longer in the emperor's heart. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the emperor lay sprawled out on the couch, completely relaxed after having eaten his fill. Corrupt official. Though corrupt, the official was actually doing something important. The official was contemplating life. Yi Jiuyue stared at the snow-white ceiling, aimlessly daydreaming, until he noticed a striking face within his sight. He locked eyes with the person for several seconds, then lazily raised his arm, pinching the other's nose. Shen Weisheng continued staring at him, saying nothing, making no attempt to evade. Then Yi Jiuyue became enthusiastic, releasing his hand, sitting up and pushing Shen Weisheng onto the sofa, straddling him and kissing him. Shen Weisheng. Yi Jiuyue was undoubtedly the person who embodied the phrase, "When full and warm, thoughts turn to lust," most thoroughly, questionably. Of course, he couldn't exclude his lack of exposure, but Yi Jiuyue really did. Shen Weisheng embraced Yi Jiuyue's back, lightly patting him and returned a kiss, sincerely saying, "Big brother Yi, right after eating is bad for the stomach." Mr. Yi stopped his actions, lying on his shoulder silently, continuing to contemplate life. Frankly speaking, Mr. Yi hadn't come to any particular realization until now. "What are you thinking about?" Shen Weisheng understood a bit. As he held him tighter, he tilted his head and tenderly kissed Yi Jiuyue's cheek and neck. Previously, Yi Jiuyue did say something heartfelt. He enjoyed being kissed and hugged by Shen Weisheng. This sentence truly turned out to be a breakthrough. After less than 48 hours of clinical trials, Shen Weisheng had also instinctively expanded the use of this prescription, affection. Yi Jiuyue especially liked displays of affection, including but not limited to physical contact and verbal teasing. Even if Shen just poked him without reason, he was delighted. Previously, Shen Weisheng did an experiment where he rhythmically poked Yi Jiuyue for 3 minutes, and each poke made Yi Jiuyue laugh. Each poke elicited a laugh until Shen Weisheng himself got carried away by Yi Jiuyue's laughter and ended up in bed with him. 3 hours later, after pulling his pants back on, Shen Weisheng deeply felt that Yi Jiuyue's thought process must be very mysterious. Thinking about the next subject I'm going to take the exam for, Yi Jiuyue murmured into Shen Weisheng's shoulder, "Different teachers marking the papers will have slight differences in scoring subjective questions." Shen Weisheng. Indeed, his thoughts were very mysterious. After answering, Yi Jiuyue fell silent again. He hadn't lied to Shen Weisheng, he really was pondering over this question. But at the same time, he was thinking about two things, just that he didn't mention the other one. The other thing he was pondering was, why did they suddenly start dating? Things happened too quickly. Yi Jiuyue merely went to university, only to end up somehow being involved with a major TV star. When he came to his senses, this big star was already pointing at property listings on a tablet asking which type of housing he preferred, villas or apartments. Whether he liked kids. "Whether you like me or not, we can't produce them right now. Is surrogacy legal now?" By Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue felt there was a temporal discrepancy between him and Shen Weisheng. For example, Shen Weisheng's sense of time seemed to be on fast forward. But upon reflection, it didn't seem to pose any serious issues, so Yi Jiuyue didn't bother bringing it up. Just full and warm, with lust somewhat satisfied, it still meant something needed contemplating. However, no conclusion came from his contemplation, and at such times, he really didn't want to think much. Mr. Yi has fallen, Mr. Yi never learns from his mistakes. It wasn't the first time Mr. Yi succumbed to beauty, yet he couldn't help himself with his myopic eyes. Alas. After condemning himself, Mr. Yi noticed Shen Weisheng was still kissing him, and he felt a bit heartache, like being teased with feathers. There was also some faint electric current running through indirectly, hard to describe. In short, it felt good. He stole a glance at Shen Weisheng's face and thought, the ancient emperor sure had it tough. If I'm this way with just one person, how do those emperors manage with 3,000 beautiful concubines in their harems? Wow, being an emperor really tests human nature. Are you done thinking about your exams? Shen Weisheng persistently asked again. Done. And what are you thinking about now? Yi Zhuoyue said, not thinking about anything. Shen Weisheng, with impure motives, said, then let's chat about something trivial. Yi Zhuoyue firmly said, I'll give you 5 yuan, please stop talking, okay? Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng always believed that his life could keep upgrading against all odds due to luck, looks, kindness of the world, and his willpower. With stubborn willpower, Mr. Shen tirelessly continued the conversation even though it held no meaning. So generous, did you win the lottery? Yi Zhuoyue found this topic boring and refused to continue. You're quiet again, Shen Weisheng sighed, never mind, I won't rush you to speak. We'll talk tonight. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhuoyue immediately became alert. Although Yi Zhuoyue didn't want to say it, Shen Weisheng was truly annoying. There's no one to appeal this case to. Last night, when it mattered most, Shen Weisheng suddenly stopped to have a heartfelt conversation, which wasn't something humans normally do. Recalling this tragic incident, Yi Zhuoyue endured the shame and asked, what do you want to talk about? Shen, policies at top levels and countermoves below. Satellite pretended not to laugh out loud and quietly said, other couples always talk about things I don't know. This is the first time I've ever dated someone. Yi Zhuoyue didn't want to pretend he hadn't heard Shen Weisheng laughing, silently recalling his last relationship. He slowly replied, talk about how many goals you scored today, future ambitions. Alright, shut up, Shen Weisheng interrupted himself hastily, starting now, we'll pretend as if Rui Dong doesn't exist in this world. Yi Zhuoyue thought he acted particularly childish sometimes, like at this moment. But it didn't stop Yi Zhuoyue from saying, okay. They fell silent again. In fact, Shen Weisheng had secretly requested outside help, such as from his assistant Tang. He asked Tang what topics he usually discussed with his girlfriend to start conversations. Tang said that he and his girlfriend often discussed the cost of living, like how to optimize their monthly spending structure in order to speed up buying a house, or which stores offered the best deals. Shen Weisheng thought he and Yi Zhuoyue didn't need to discuss these issues, since he was rich after all. Shen Weisheng then asked Ms. Wang. Although Ms. Wang found it exasperating, she still gave her answer, saying that she usually discussed children with her husband, as well as matters concerning both sets of parents and relatives. Shen Weisheng had no parental or relative matters to talk about. Yi Zhuoyue refused to discuss his parents, and currently, they didn't have any children yet. This path also led nowhere. Shen Weisheng turned to examples nearby, seriously screening the models of loving couples he had seen, and naturally thought of Professor Xia. Carefully reflecting on the dynamics between Professor Xia and his wife, this reflection made him feel something wasn't quite right. He hadn't felt this way before, once thinking how wonderful it was for the couple to respect each other so much. But now, not knowing whether it was a psychological effect, Shen Weisheng just thought things were strange. It seemed like those two rarely communicated positively, let alone exhibiting affectionate attitudes toward each other in front of Shen Weisheng. They only acted like a married couple when discussing Xia Qiu, or rather, compared to being like a couple, they acted more like parents. They simply behaved like parents. Professor Xia was a kind person, otherwise, he wouldn't have saved Shen Weisheng and his sister. But Professor Xia wasn't exactly an energetic person. He wasn't only unskilled at socializing but could even be said to have actively given it up. The only person for whom Professor Xia would express extraordinary passion and patience was Xia Qiu. Considering Professor Xia's temperament, his treatment of Xia Qiu basically equaled indulgence. Shen Weisheng hadn't pondered deeply on this before, mainly because there was no comparison or experience, assuming that the good relationship between Professor Xia and Mrs. Xia led to extra love for their only son Xia Qiu. Thinking back now, it circled back again to the same starting point. Yi Zhuoyue's background. Shen Weisheng abruptly snapped out of the dazed state brought on by love and continued pecking at Yi Zhuoyue's cheek, calling him softly, Zhuoyue. This time, after calling several times, Yi Zhuoyue didn't respond, and turning his head, Shen Weisheng saw that he had already fallen asleep resting on his shoulder, looking especially innocent. Shen Weisheng stared for a long while, feeling an inner peace, as if all other tumults and disturbances didn't exist, as if the messy things represented by the 3 paternity tests didn't matter anymore. The only thing that existed was Yi Zhuoyue sleeping soundly in his arms right now. He knew too little. He didn't know if Yi Zhuoyue wanted to know about Professor Xia, nor did he know how Yi Zhuoyue would feel if he told him everything. All he knew was that he wanted Yi Zhuoyue to be happy forever. Actually, Yi Zhuoyue was pretty easy to please, eating and drinking every day made him happy, and sitting on the sofa watching TV could also make him laugh stupidly along with the programs, seeming extremely content. Yet Shen Weixing couldn't stop remembering Yi Jiuyue's past demeanor, once standing by the roadside eating ice cream and watching a family of 3 passers-by, with a look of happiness mixed with sorrow. Recently, this memory came up even more frequently. He couldn't determine why Yi Jiuyue would show that expression. He even linked it to recent paternity appraisals and made a bold assumption: was Yi Jiuyue lying? Did Yi Jiuyue fundamentally lack a family? Otherwise, why avoid the topic of parents and younger brother whenever it came up? Why not go home during the New Year holiday? This was completely abnormal. Each time the shocking guess surfaced in Shen Weixing's mind, Yi Jiuyue is actually an orphan, he wanted to strangle it. Because he couldn't think that way. Once he thought like this, his heart felt squeezed hard, making it hard to breathe. Shen Weixing himself had experienced a bad childhood and absolutely didn't want Yi Jiuyue to have gone through similar hardships. It didn't matter much for him since he could bear and fight through anything, but Yi Jiuyue, what if Yi Jiuyue? It was impossible to think about. As soon as he thought about it, Shen Weixing almost had a heart spasm. Shen Weixing had even considered hiring a private detective to directly investigate Yi Jiuyue's background instead of waiting for Yi Jiuyue to reveal it personally. However, he eventually abandoned this idea. He didn't want to secretly hire someone to investigate Yi Jiuyue, not only because this action disrespected Yi Jiuyue, but also his primal instinct warned him that doing so might lead to long-term singledom. No, regardless, Yi Jiuyue definitely has loving parents, an adorable younger brother, and a warm family. There's no other possibility. Shen Weixing forcibly steered the speculation in another direction. Although the effect of self-deception wasn't particularly good. In short, the more Yi Jiuyue seemed easily satisfied nowadays, the more Shen Weixing found himself not easily satisfied. Shen Weixing even wondered if there was something wrong with his psychology, as he should have been happy too, but instead felt inexplicable discomfort because of how easily pleased Yi Jiuyue appeared. That's really twisted. Shen Weixing thought. What kind of psycho gets uneasy just because someone is easy to please? They have no grudges between them. But indeed, that was exactly how he felt. His mood was quite complicated. Alas, Yi Jiuyue's toxic charm never faltered. Shen Weixing thought. But he still wanted Yi Jiuyue to be happier. Learn cooking with me. Shen Weixing, ask one question: what do you talk about when you're dating? Boss G. Dai Xiaojing, haven't dated, so I don't know. Boss A, are you pretending to be pure, Dai Xiaojing? Hua Lin, he's not pretending, I believe he hasn't dated before either, he just fumbles around. Just look at Wendong who didn't bother to reply, they're aware on their own. Dai Xiaojing, Hua Lin, you better shut up, or else I'll think you're disabled for not speaking. Shen Weixing, I'm serious, answer my question earnestly. Wendong at Hua Lin, boss, I was busy with my phone earlier. But yes, I've had serious relationships. Wendong, Shen Gu, you can talk about future plans together. Shen Weixing, already talked about it, ages ago, we discussed this long before now. Wendong, talk about it again, every conversation brings new insights. Shen Weixing, no way, Yi Jiuyue would simply respond with, we've already talked about this before. Wendong, _angle, then why not ask him about school life? Any new developments? Shen Weixing, ask that too. High school doesn't have much to discuss. Asking about high school only made sense when I was full and bored since his ex was from high school. There's nothing recent to say about now either, I already know everything. Wendong. Shen Weixing, forget it, none of you 3 are answering, at Boss A, at Lu Chang'an, at Boss E, at Boss F, at Boss G, how do you chat? Boss A. Work topics. Lu Chang'an, discuss cooperation. Boss G, discuss kids. Shen Weixing, you're doing it all wrong. This is dating we're talking about. Put some effort into it. Boss G, after marriage, it differs from newly dating. Boss A, exactly. Shen Weixing, don't just agree. It's about maintaining freshness in a relationship. Whether married or not, love remains important. Can't let it die after getting married. Boss G, over time, love transforms into family affection, you'll understand eventually. Boss E, agreed. Shen Weixing, why do you keep agreeing? Shen Weixing, brothers, let's organize an event where we have a different theme each day, we all need to apply it to our partner. It's trending online with challenges like 30 days. Get excited. I'll start by saying, I love you, every morning. If you're apart, say it via video call. Boss A. Boss E. Boss F, how much for the fine if we don't speak? Name a number, I'll pay monthly. Hua Lin. Dai Xiaojing, go screw yourself. Shen Weixing, it's fine if you don't speak up, anyway you have no partner, hence you're single. Dai Xiaojing, screw off. Did you take Satellite out to play today? Is Satellite done playing today? Boss E, I don't want to play with Satellite anymore, he's insane, right? Boss F, remove the question mark. Hua Lin, I mentioned early in this group that this satellite isn't the same one we launched originally, yet you refuse to believe me. Lu Chang'an, I didn't expect his ideas could get this wild, it's unbearable. Boss F, when Hua Lin and Dai Xiaojing live-streamed feeding medicine to him, we should have foreseen this. Wendong, Brother Shen is new to romance, might be temporarily overexcited, things will calm down later, probably. Boss A, actually, I am seriously considering what he said, don't you think there's a point to it? Lu Chang'an at Boss A, wake up. Dai Xiaojing, do you guys think it's still feasible for me to switch to satellite engineering now? If my parents had the insight your friend does, my childhood wouldn't have been so tragic. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I got another half-brother this year. Life feels pointless. Hua Lin, Dai Xiaojing, you really need a psychological evaluation, I'm willing to cover the costs. Dai Xiaojing, are you being gentle with me because you love me? Hua Lin, not really, I care about the satellite. I'm worried you might mess it up. Chapter 63. Not until Yi Zhuoyue finished all her exams did Shenwei still not find a proper chance to pry open her mouth and talk about her parents and younger brother. Mainly because Shenwei also didn't dare to be too obvious, after all, considering Yi Zhuoyue still had exams, don't want to affect her mood. Finally, Yi Zhuoyue finished this long final exam. The department held a lengthy meeting, mainly announcing the vacation and start time, reminding everyone to pay attention to safety during the spring festival holiday, and to return to school on time after the new year. There were also summaries of this semester and expectations for the next one, and so on. Shenwei took this time to visit the hospital. Before going, he cleverly let Tang go and scout the path, confirming that Mrs. Xia and Xia Qiu, the mother and son pair, were not there. Otherwise, it would have been really awkward. In fact, Shenwei now felt awkward just looking at Professor Xia, his head full of those 3 identification reports. But he still had to steel himself and continue to spy undercover, since he couldn't find out anything from Yi Zhuoyue. When Professor Xia saw Shenwei come, he neither warmly welcomed nor coldly rebuffed him. He greeted him casually, continuing to lean against the bedhead reading a book. Shenwei didn't know if it was his psychological effect, but at first glance, he thought Professor Xia's posture was very similar to Yi Zhuoyue's. Oh no, Yi Zhuoyue was actually like Professor Xia. This can't go on. But again, he couldn't blurt it out rashly. Shenwei fell into a dilemma. In the end, it was Professor Xia who looked up to see Shenwei sitting idly by, lost in thought, and said, if you're busy with things, you don't need to come here, and if you've nothing better to do than bother me, you don't need to come either. Shenwei quickly responded, I haven't come to see you for a while. You're not a doctor. Professor Xia bluntly said. Shenwei knew his character was like that, so he didn't care, only saying, it's my sincere gesture. Don't worry about me, I'll just sit for a while. Professor Xia really ignored him then, lowered his head and continued reading for a bit, suddenly remembering something, asking, Xiaoqiu said you two quarreled recently. Shenwei was startled, no we didn't. He said he upset you, and you're ignoring him, but when asked why, you refused to say. Professor Xia seriously told Shenwei, you usually indulge him, so if you're mad at him, it must be something significant. Xiaoqiu is spoiled, but if he caused trouble for you, I apologize on his behalf. Shenwei found it strange, how could Xiaoqiu's issue be brought up continuously, even to the teacher? Key point was, where was the quarrel? They always talked things through clearly, the atmosphere was normal. How did it become exaggerated as a fight? But Shenwei didn't have time to think much or explain the discrepancies with what Xiaoqiu said, as he was currently preoccupied with Yi Zhuoyue's background. Hearing this, he immediately seized the opportunity and cleverly followed up on the topic, no big deal. But, I truly envy Xiaoqiu. He wasn't afraid to play the pity card, teacher, you and mother are so loving towards Xiaoqiu, I envy that. In the past, every time Professor Xia mentioned Xiaoqiu, his stern expression softened considerably. At this moment, somewhat distracted, yet relaxed a little. Shenwei intentionally continued, the relationship between teacher and mother-in-law is also good. Professor Xia lowered his head and continued reading, not speaking. This was normal, as usually Professor Xia was rather individualistic. If he didn't want to respond, he just wouldn't, and most polite phrases he would ignore. Leaving Shenwei to perform solo. Shenwei racked his brains trying to figure out how to make Professor Xia talk. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to slap his own thigh, this sense of déjà vu. He was getting confused whether it was due to psychological factors making Professor Xia look increasingly similar to Yi Zhuoyue, or whether there was objectively such a similarity. In the end, Shenwei decided to take a risk and directly named someone, teacher, Yi Zhuoyue. He deliberately spoke slowly, closely observing Professor Xia's reaction. When Professor Xia heard this name, his hand holding the book moved unnaturally, and he quickly looked at Shenwei, waiting for him to continue. At the critical moment, Shenwei utilized his professional skills as an actor, asking sincerely and innocently curious, that day, why was teacher so attentive to Yi Zhuoyue? As no information came from Shenwei, but instead led to another question, Professor Xia went back to reading his book. Shenwei. This attitude of stubbornly pretending to be deaf when unwilling to talk. So familiar. Sigh, whether related by blood or not, the test results were already there, no need to cherish it any longer. Now, the crucial matter wasn't the conclusion, but the process and handling method. Shenwei tried hard to remain calm. At this point, Professor Xia suddenly asked, how old is Yi Zhuoyue? Shenwei was surprised for a moment before answering, 18. Professor Xia confirmed, did she just turn 18 this year? Is her birthday in September? Shenwei nodded and said, yes. Which day in September? Shen Weiheng gave a number. Then Professor Xia fell silent again, his eyes fixed on the book without turning any pages. Shen Weiheng felt that at this moment he wasn't actually reading but lost in thought. The silence in the ward continued for quite some time until Professor Xia made an astonishing statement. Weiheng, do you know who are Yi Zhouyue's family members? Shen Weiheng was startled for a second, but didn't show it and asked back cautiously, why do you suddenly ask this? Professor Xia did not answer his question but continued asking, do you know? Shen Weiheng hesitated for a bit and said, not very clear. Can you help me find out, said Professor Xia. Shen Weiheng counter-asked, what exactly is going on? Once again, Professor Xia fell silent. Just when Shen Weiheng thought he wouldn't get an answer this time either, he heard him say, I've seriously considered this for a long time and referred to a lot of information, but I still don't believe in the nonsense about reincarnation. Shen Weiheng, ah. Do you believe how much coincidence there could be in this world? Professor Xia seriously asked. Shen Weiheng, ah. Professor Xia didn't care about his reactions or answers at all, answering himself, there's no such thing as coincidence in this world, all coincidences are inevitabilities based on probability. Shen Weiheng. There's something I can't tell you right now, Professor Xia looked at Shen Weiheng and solemnly said, but I hope you can do me a favor. What could Shen Weiheng say? He could only say, sure, what do you need me to do? Professor Xia raised one finger, first, do not let anyone else know about every word I say to you, absolutely no one else, do you understand my meaning? Shen Weiheng nodded, I understand. What you mean is, not even Mrs. Xia and Xiaoqiu. Professor Xia paused for a moment, seemingly a bit surprised, and modified his question, why would you say that? Shen Weiheng feigned ignorance, what? You said including any third person, so I guessed you probably meant this, hence the question. Professor Xia scrutinized him. At critical moments, the survival instinct of an actor could indeed be useful. Shen Weiheng naturally and innocently stared back. Professor Xia stopped scrutinizing him, raising another finger while continuing, secondly, help me investigate Yi Zhouyue's background, including his birthplace and family circumstances. Shen Weiheng nodded, all right. Professor Xia went on, thirdly, Weiheng, tell me what you know. Shen Weiheng feigned ignorance once more, what? I don't understand what you're talking about. Why don't you doubt or question these things I suddenly told you, but instead accept them smoothly? Professor Xia asked. Shen Weiheng replied, I have never doubted what you say. I am indeed curious why you pay special attention to Yi Zhouyue, but I've asked many times, and you haven't answered yet. Professor Xia froze, recalling it was true. He had been overly sensitive. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be so sensitive or think like this, but once some habitual thinking patterns were decided to be overturned in an instant, everything would go haywire. When a suspicion arose, countless others followed. Before meeting Yi Zhouyue, who looked identical to his deceased wife, Xia Wenji never doubted his current nominal wife, Chen Shi, who was Xia Qiu's stepmother. Naturally, he wouldn't suspectlessly question Xia Qiu's identity. Xia Wenji watched Xia Qiu being born. To be precise, he witnessed Xia Qiu's mother, Qiu Chuyan, passing away due to childbirth complications. Back then, they had a tough life. No one understood or even respected their union with each other because the reason was rather trivial. Xia Wenji was brought under the mentorship of Qiu Chuyan when he first entered the institute. Thus, in name, Qiu Chuyan counted as his teacher and was 9 years older than him. That's all. Xia Wenji met Qiu Chuyan at 17, confessed his love at 18 but was rejected. Nevertheless, he persistently chased her for over a year, trying every trick in the book, caring attentively, catching fireflies, giving little rabbits, playing violin, writing poems, love letters, singing, drawing portraits, burning the kitchen, making dolls, running after and following her around. As long as Qiu Chuyan glanced at him one extra time, he'd be secretly happy for days since he heard from others that there were people who chased Qiu Chuyan before, but she never spared them a glance. In this way, he reckoned he had more advantages than others. Even if he suspected that Qiu Chuyan looked at him like, you've got a problem with your brain. Something was wrong, and it was a big problem. If not for this, how could I be so passionate? How could my heart no longer belong to me? Excerpt from Xia Wenji's love letter. Qiu Chuyan's reply only contained a series of ellipses. Whenever others wrote love letters to Qiu Chuyan, she never responded. In any case, she treated me differently. After staring at the 6 dots for 3 hours, Xia Wenji came to this conclusion. Xia Wenji had always been a bit arrogant since he was young, thinking that talent was more useful than so-called effort. However, it was only when he finally made efforts to pursue Qiu Chuyan that he realized the importance of effort. To put it bluntly, when Qiu Chuyan took the initiative to kiss his cheek, Xia Wenji truly heard fireworks going off all around the world. However, other people started causing trouble. The family strongly opposed, the workplace could not accept, and even the leaders worked behind the scenes one by one, but these people couldn't give a single reasonable reason. Besides, Qiu Chuyan is your teacher, much older than you, / you are Qiu Chuyan's student, younger than her, / your relationship is against moral order, there was nothing reasonable, and in this era, the very existence of these two sentences made no sense. If we really talk about reasons, Xia Wenji could help them state the actual cause behind their fierce opposition. Age issues were just an excuse. The real reason was that the institute director at the time wanted to marry Chiu Chuyen, and the daughter of a vice mayor working at the institute wanted to marry Xia Wenji. That was all. The only thing disrupted was the false concept of moral order those people fantasized about. Xia Wenji directly laid out these words, and not just once, which incited even fiercer opposition from these people. After all, many people are like this. Once their dirty little secrets are exposed, they can't help but get angry and lash out. Back then, Xia Wenji was still very young, said to have an unlimited future ahead of him, yet after all, his opinions carried little weight due to his position. Neither did Chiu Chuyen have any background or family. Eventually, these people resorted to straightforward and common tactics, transferring Chiu Chuyen under the guise of official work to a remote area where it would take at least 3 to 5 years to return, or perhaps wouldn't allow her back even after 5 years. After finishing a resignation letter that scolded every involved person to the ground, Xia Wenji chased after her. The country had spent many years cultivating Xia Wenji, and wasn't going to let him quit just like that either. After much ado, upon learning the truth, the higher-ups were speechless, reluctantly issued a marriage freedom directive opinion, resolving the matter. But Chiu Chuyen had already taken over a project and couldn't go back easily at the moment. The authorities simply transferred Xia Wenji as well. This border research institute was severely understaffed anyway, the conditions were too harsh, no one wanted to come here. Generally speaking, various research institutes wouldn't forcibly transfer anyone unless there was deep hatred. In Chiu Chuyen's case, some people were really upset and using public resources for personal vendettas. Before Chiu Chuyen arrived, the few rare individuals in this research institute were locals filling up numbers. So when Xia Wenji agreed to stay, the leadership above was quite pleased with this decision, possibly even approving a marriage on the spot in ancient times. Anyway, the couple spent a few years there, got married, and had a child. Then, Chiu Chuyen passed away during childbirth. All these years, Xia Wenji had always felt guilty towards Xia Qiu because it wasn't until Xia Qiu was nearly 1 year old that he forgave Xia Qiu, admitting he had such a son. At first, he didn't even want to see Xia Qiu, obsessively believing that if this child hadn't been born, Chiu Chuyen wouldn't have died. Dazedly dealing with Chiu Chuyen's aftermath, dazedly passing a long period of time, Xia Wenji finally regained his strength but retreated into the laboratory to work day and night researching the incomplete data between him and Chiu Chuyen. He didn't know what else to do besides this. He even attempted to study what he had previously viewed as absurd, temporal reversal. If time could reverse, he would stop chasing Chiu Chuyen, she wouldn't die then. During this time, Chen Shi, the daughter of a colleague, was taking care of baby Xia Qiu. Chen Shi was a local, younger than Xia Wenji, and at that time was just a girl who occasionally brought meals to the institute and met Chiu Chuyen, thus often trailing behind Chiu Chuyen, sweet-talking her as sister this and sister that, asking about the outside world. Chiu Chuyen wasn't someone who liked making friends, but found something touching about Chen Shi's thirst for knowledge, gradually treating her like a younger sister. In the end, it was Chen Shi who rushed into the lab, dragging Xia Wenji out, hitting and scolding him until she broke down in tears, imploring him to look at his child with Chiu Chuyen. That was Xia Wenji's first time holding Xia Qiu. Chen Shi's words made Xia Wenji suddenly snap out of it. This was his and Chiu Chuyen's child, the continuation of Chiu Chuyen's life. If something happened to this child, Chiu Chuyen would be in great distress. However, Xia Wenji did not know how to take care of a child. That place was almost isolated from the outside world, and the local women had an incredibly tough style of raising children. Fortunately, there was Chen Shi. Chen Shi had always been helping to look after Xia Qiu with great dedication. He was very grateful to Chen Shi. Later, when Xia Qiu learned to speak, he kept calling Chen Shi mommy every day. Xia Wenji tried several times to explain to Xia Qiu that his real mother was named Chiu Chuyen, but each time he was stopped by Chen Shi. Chen Shi said that children wouldn't think too much about such details, they would only feel sad, growing up solely in the pain of not having a mother. Moreover, when Xia Wenji returned to work elsewhere, others would learn that Xia Qiu was the child of him and Chiu Chuyen, and no one could tell how much gossip it would bring against Xia Qiu, which would harm Xia Qiu's development greatly. Afterward, as Xia Qiu reached school age, Xia Wenji decided to apply for a transfer back, since the educational environment here was terrible for Xia Qiu. Despite being young, Xia Qiu could already express himself clearly. When he heard about separating from his mommy, he immediately sat on the ground and cried bitterly. Chen Shi also cried. The two hugged and sobbed for over half an hour. Xia Wenji got a headache from their crying. After Xia Qiu cried until he fell asleep, Chen Shi proposed a fake marriage to Xia Wenji. She said she was willing to accept such an arrangement. She had never thought of replacing sister Chiu Chuyen, and she didn't care about those things. All she wanted was to take good care of Xia Qiu. She had already considered Xia Qiu her own child. Besides, she also had selfish reasons. She wanted to move into the city through this marital relationship and get away from this remote area. She longed to see the outside world. Xia Wenji gazed at Xia Qiu, who occasionally called out for mommy even while sleeping. He pondered all night, and finally struck this deal with Chen Shi. Over the years, Chen Shi lived up to her promise and truly treated Xia Qiu like her own child. Furthermore, Chen Shi was smart, and with the news being tightly sealed off in that distant research institute, she managed to twist the story around so everyone believed that Xia Wenji had broken up with Qiu Chuyen at some point and later married Chen Shi, giving birth to Xia Qiu. And now, Yi Jiuyue's appearance made Xia Wenji begin re-examining the whole matter from the start. He did not believe in coincidences, only in probabilities. He also believed in a statement Qiu Chuyen once made. She said, people rarely suspect something out of thin air, so when it happens, instead of just speculating, it's better to verify directly. He sent his and Xia Qiu's DNA test samples to a reliable place, but the results weren't coming back quickly. He was waiting for this result. Chapter 64. Shen Weixing returned from the hospital, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Yi Jiuyue had already come back to the apartment after the holiday meeting. Hearing the door opening, Yi Jiuyu, alertly, turned the camera of his raised phone in another direction and gave Shen Weixing a meaningful look. Shen Weixing realized that he was on a video call with someone, somewhat surprised, but still quickly reacted and slipped into the room by sticking close to the wall. Yi Jiuyue sighed in relief and explained to his adoptive mother on the phone, I just heard the door, it might have been someone who got the wrong door. Since he started university, his adoptive parents occasionally still contacted him, and during holidays, he would also take the initiative to send blessings and talk about recent developments. When his adoptive mother sent him a message on WeChat, Yi Jiuyue thought it was like usual, a casual exchange, but unexpectedly, she suddenly initiated a video call after learning that he was on vacation. Yi Jiuyue had no reason not to answer, so he did, and lied saying this house was arranged by his employer for the spring festival period, while also wanting her to feel a little reassured. Due to Yi Tianwen, this troublemaker, Yi Jiuyue's adoptive parents were somewhat relieved that he wasn't going home for the new year, but on the other hand, they were still a little conflicted. Unlike the older generation in their family, Yi Jiuyue was their first child they raised by their own hands, even though he wasn't their biological child, they cared deeply for him. Both adoptive parents were quite astute people. When they initially adopted Yi Jiuyue, they went through great efforts. They didn't want to buy children from human traffickers, nor did they wish to adopt distant relatives' unwanted children, fearing complicated entanglements in relationships and interests later on. But most children waiting for adoption at orphanages had congenital defects, or were abandoned female infants due to gender discrimination, or were older children, none of which met their requirements. Eventually, upon hearing news, they rushed to another city, fought fiercely with others to adopt, and managed various ways to snatch up the healthy, smart, and adorable Yi Jiuyue. During the years when Yi Tianwen hadn't been conceived yet, they doted on Yi Jiuyue as if he were the apple of their eyes. Although Yi Jiuyue didn't remember much of his childhood, fragmented memories and old photographs at home that hadn't been destroyed by Yi Tianwen reminded him. So even considering the issues in high school, he tried to understand the difficulties of his adoptive parents and was unwilling to let one matter overshadow the other. In a melancholy way, there weren't many good things to begin with, so he was reluctant to give them up randomly and decided to hold on to them. At this point, upon receiving a video call request from his adoptive mother, Yi Jiuyue felt a flicker of joy. The adoptive mother smiled on the phone screen and said, "It's been a long time since we've seen you. I had planned all kinds of things to say, wanting to tell you that you seem thinner, but it came out that you seem a bit fatter." Yi Jiuyue shyly smiled, "I've gained weight recently because of late-night snacks due to reviewing. How is everyone at home?" "They're fine, all good." Shen Weixing listened carefully in the room. However, Yi Jiuyue was especially vigilant and stood up to walk toward the living room balcony after only a few words. The adoptive mother asked again about his studies and life details, reminding him about cold prevention, then inquired whether he would return for a New Year's Eve dinner. Yi Jiuyue answered each question and excused himself, saying that he had already promised a classmate for the New Year's Eve dinner, ensuring her that there was no need to worry. The reason he didn't use work as an excuse was that it might make him seem pitiful, which would cause his adoptive mother unnecessary worry and sadness. It was unnecessary anyway, since he indeed wouldn't go back to the Yi family for the New Year's dinner, which was better for both sides. With this give-and-take conversation, Yi Jiuyue thought it was pretty good. He thought, maybe for many years in the future, it would be like this, and that was perfectly fine too. After all, when others grow up and start working away from home, the mode of communication with their parents would be similar, not significantly different. Then the adoptive mother said, "Jiuyue, Sui Dong has come to see us." The smile on Yi Jiuyue's face hadn't even dissipated when he hesitated and asked, "What's the matter?" The adoptive mother said, "He told us not to let you know that he was the one who said it, he didn't want to affect your mood. But you are a capable adult now, and you have your responsibility. Your father and I discussed it, and decided to tell you everything completely, without hiding a thing." "Thank you," Yi Jiuyue said, "please continue." "He said that a Professor Xia highly appreciates you, and he hopes you can seize this opportunity. However, you have some misunderstanding towards Professor Xia, so he specifically visited the professor several times, clarifying that they were all misunderstandings. The adoptive mother expressed her concern, "He is also acting in your best interest, he has shown Professor Xia your previous resume, and even came to us to obtain more information." Suddenly, Yi Jiuyue felt a cramp in his stomach or intestines, a slight pain, but it passed within a few seconds. He smiled at the phone camera and said, "I want to finish my university studies step by step without rushing things. The adoptive mother advised, it's not about not letting you finish university, but opportunities can be missed and might not come again. I understand, I will contact Sui Dong, Yi Jiuyue said. The adoptive mother hesitated again and said, but you and Sui Dong. There's nothing between him and me. I have a boyfriend now, and we're doing great, Yi Jiuyue bluffed boldly, we might go abroad to get married and settle down in the future. The adoptive mother. Yi Jiuyue looked at her calmly. Of course, Yi Jiuyue was lying. He hadn't yet made any such agreement with Shen Weixing. But since he had been forced to come out in high school, his adoptive parents were neither overly liberal nor excessively conservative, so they let him be as they saw it. Saying this now was actually also to give them an impression that someone is taking care of him, hoping they would feel more at ease. After a brief pause, the adoptive mother came back to her senses, clearly saying, oh, very good, reluctantly, unable to help asking, who is he? Not mentioning anything about bringing him home for a visit or the like. Good person, nothing special, quite ordinary, but really good, kind to me, steady income, has house and car. Yi Jiuyue gave general platitudes, essentially dodging deeper discussion. The adoptive mother also heard the underlying meaning, thought for a moment, did not pursue it further, only saying, as long as the person is good, treats you well, everything else is negotiable. Don't pick the wrong one, protect yourself, if there's anything, always remember to find dad and mom, and we'll help wherever we can. Yi Jiuyue nodded. Perhaps shocked by this news from Yi Jiuyue, the adoptive mother became distracted, mumbled a few more words carelessly, and ended their meeting this time. Yi Jiuyue turned off the phone and stood on the balcony for a while to clear away his negative emotions before returning to the living room and sitting on the sofa playing mobile games. Shen Weixing's endorsed mobile game used the gimmick that Shen Weixing also registered an account and played it himself, with a contract requiring online play time. Since the requirement wasn't strict, Shen Weixing didn't completely hand it over to his assistant. Occasionally, he played a bit himself, and these days, when Yi Jiuyue noticed his better equipment, he occasionally borrowed the account to level up for him. A while later, Shen Weixing realized the background music was from the game and meowed twice from inside the room. Only then did Yi Jiuyue remember and quickly said, nothing serious. Shen Weixing came out and looked at him hesitantly. Seeing his expression, Yi Jiuyue asked, how much did you hear? Shen Weixing was annoyed, how much could I hear? You went all the way to the balcony so I wouldn't hear, mysterious much. I just caught a couple sentences, the voice, your mom. Yi Jiuyue nodded, sorry, she suddenly sent a video call. No problem, Shen Weixing sat next to him on the sofa. Yi Jiuyue moved a bit to the side, and Shen Weixing followed him, trying to sit close together, making Yi Jiuyue laugh, rolling his eyes at him softly, immature. This immature Shen Weixing stole a quick kiss, then stared at him smiling. Yi Jiuyue couldn't help but laugh too under his gaze, and after laughing, he flipped his face, evaluating somewhat disdainfully, like two fools. Shen Weixing leaned in to kiss his lips again. Yi Jiuyue mysteriously kissed him back, then after finishing, asked, what's wrong? Shen Weixing was still fretting. Previously, it was because he was worried about affecting Yi Jiuyue's exam, so he held back, didn't dare to reveal any strange behavior. Now that the exams were over, damn it, this was hard to bring up. But if he didn't say it, it seemed impossible. Hell. He even went looking for Hua Lin out of desperation, carefully considering it akin to treating a dead horse as if alive. Hua Lin, who lacked a sense of urgency, simply said, say it straight. He has parents now, Shen Weixing said. Hua Lin said, they're not his biological parents. Haven't you also suspected that Yi Jiuyue doesn't have a good relationship with his current parents? He isn't going home for the new year either. Dai Xiaojing is going home to celebrate the new year with his parents. That's true, Shen Weixing worried so much he wanted to smoke, but without any prelude, Yi Jiuyue might not even want to know who his real parents are. Telling him might instead become a burden to him. You don't have a fiancé, so why care? Hell. Hua Lin couldn't help but threw a folder at him, talk normally. You gay freak, just you being overly sentimental, I think Xiao Jiuyue isn't as sentimental as you. You wouldn't understand since you don't have a partner, Shen Weixing, at this moment, unconsciously revealed a bit of superiority in his melancholy demeanor that could make fans scream, I really don't want him to get involved in things like this, whether it's recognizing his biological father or anything else. It's bound to influence his life and mindset. If we're right, Yi Jiuyue is actually an orphan, adopted by his current parents, then regardless of the reasons why teacher Xia lost 9 months back then or whether this incident has anything to do with mother-in-law. Shen Weixing paused awkwardly several times before saying, factors. These are not important to me now. What matters is how Yi Jiuyue feels. What if he doesn't even want to forgive his father? What if his old wound has already healed, but my actions tore it open again? Brother Lin, my experiences are different from Yi Jiuyue's, but I believe many human emotions are universal. When it comes to parents, very few people can remain indifferent. Just look at Dai Xiaojing. We know his personality, he's such a carefree person, but even now when he talks about his parents after drinking, he cries like a child. Hua Lin became silent after hearing what Shen Weixing said, and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Shen Weixing took a deep breath, his eyes also turning red, I am the same way. Others may not know, but you do. When my dad came to ask me for money, I gave him the money, I told Sister Wang it was no big deal, but I He stopped there. Hua Lin understood as well. But he wasn't really fine either. Shen Weisheng isn't made of iron, though he can ultimately be philosophical about things, it doesn't mean he immediately accepts them all the time. Back then, just when his career was finally picking up, the pain of losing his sister had eased, and his life was about to turn a new page. His deadbeat father came with his stepmother and half-brother to the company, stirring up old accounts, shamelessly asking for money and housing. Shen Weisheng understood better than anyone how these scoundrels worked. Shen Weisheng also wanted to see these people less than anyone else. But more than anyone, Shen Weisheng couldn't show it. Internally, he couldn't let his agent and team worry or become shaken. Externally, he couldn't let his father's family seize on any weaknesses. So, he had to appear calm and composed as he dealt with the matter, giving them the money and property, subtly hinting at everything without giving them a chance to argue, while also finding himself a good exit strategy. Not many people could bear this quietly, and Shen Weisheng couldn't either, but rationality demanded he do so. Still, Dai Xiaojing had the most reliable information and summoned Hua Lin and Wen Dong to Shen Weisheng's house overnight. The four of them drank until the middle of the night. Shen Weisheng, whose alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, got drunk alone. He didn't act wildly when drunk, instead, he hugged his sister's photo and sat there in a daze, looking like a child who'd been wronged and had nowhere to vent. Dai Xiaojing acted wildly, cursing from Shen Weisheng's father to his own, and even to the father Wen Dong had never met, quoting classics, citing references widely, emotionally rich, touching, cursing for an unknown length of time until he successfully made Shen Weisheng cry. Hua Lin and Wen Dong were tormented by Dai Xiaojing's craziness all night, having to hold him down while also consoling Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng cried very reservedly, tears streaming down his face but staying silent, his expression not distorted, exceptionally obedient and quiet. Yet, the quieter someone cries like that, the more it makes your heart ache. Dai Xiaojing became even more enthusiastic, hugging him like a son and sobbing loudly, saying something along the lines of, "Screw those bastards, Dad, and you should live together." Hua Lin and Wen Dong were infected by Shen Weisheng's sorrow and felt like crying themselves, but were also driven to laughter and anger by Dai Xiaojing's madness. In the end, the four of them tumbled and collapsed to sleep. The next morning, when the sun rose, Hua Lin woke up second and saw that Shen Weisheng was already awake. He had changed clothes, cleaned up the garbage all over the floor, and was cheerfully making breakfast for them. Seeing Hua Lin's hesitating look, Shen Weisheng smiled at him. Hua Lin said nothing. But Shen Weisheng isn't a god, isn't made of steel, isn't a perfect being. His reconciliation with the past is forgiving himself, but it doesn't mean he has no shadows or soft spots anymore. Precisely as now, when talking about Yi Zhuoyue's parents and possibly being abandoned as a child, it's hard for him not to think of many things, even thoughts of himself. Shen Weisheng sighed again, looking at Hua Lin, and bitterly laughed, saying, "Maybe you're right, Yi Zhuoyue isn't as sentimental as me. He's driving everyone crazy everywhere every day, hasn't encountered anything or anyone that can truly upset him yet." After a brief pause, he added, "But as long as there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance, I'm still scared he might get hurt." "How old is Dai Xiaojing? How old am I? And Yi Zhuoyue is only 18. I don't know how to say it, do you understand what I mean?" Hua Lin nodded. Hua Lin understood his meaning. The storms he had endured, the pain he had witnessed Dai Xiaojing endure, were things he did not want Yi Zhuoyue to experience. This had nothing to do with whether Yi Zhuoyue was fragile or not, it was human instinct. Falling in love with someone made one want to protect that person, even if they clearly knew that person was strong. They would still seem vulnerable and in need of protection everywhere, full of contradictions, but genuinely heartfelt. "Satellite, but you have to think about this, even if Yi Zhuoyue is as sentimental as you are, he's still different from you," Hua Lin said to him in the end. "Back then, you only had yourself, now Yi Zhuoyue has you." Hua Lin said, "Think about it, if you had Yi Zhuoyue back then, wouldn't you have been a lot better off?" Brothers and friends were different from lovers. No matter how much they stood by each other, friends could never intertwine their souls like lovers did, the most intimate existence in the world. Friends could share pain, but lovers could heal it. This was the reason why Hua Lin and others had been trying hard to help Shen Weisheng and Yi Zhuoyue get together. It wasn't just for entertainment, but because they noticed Shen Weisheng had changed a lot after meeting Yi Zhuoyue. Privately, he got annoyed more often, acted more childish too, and his whole demeanor could be described as pitiful, regressing right back to the big class in kindergarten. But Shen Weisheng had never attended the big class in kindergarten. So they hoped he could make up for those lost times. Finally, Shen Weisheng said to Hua Lin, "I understand." Then he returned to the temporary home he shared with Yi Zhuoyue, squeezed onto the couch with Yi Zhuoyue, struggled for a while, and slapped his thigh, "Yi Zhuoyue." Yi Zhuoyue looked at him guardedly, unsure what Shen Weisheng was up to again. "I still feel it's not good enough." Though Shen Weisheng seemed to be talking to Yi Zhuoyue, he was actually muttering to himself, "Give me 2 more days, no, just 1. Yi Zhuoyue emitted a confused sound. "What shall we have for dinner?" Shen Weisheng decided to confront Professor Xia the next morning. He still couldn't bring himself to let Yi Zhuoyue find out first. He needed to go and find Professor Xia to fully understand everything and determine the direction of this entire matter. If the direction turned out to be bad, he would try his utmost to negotiate with Professor Xia. Without removing all potential problems beforehand, he would never hand over this stick to Yi Zhuoyue. Let whoever wanted drama go ahead, but there was no way Yi Jiuyue would get tangled up in it. Yi Jiuyue said, I was just about to tell you, I've agreed with my classmates to have a farewell dinner tonight. Just because of winter break you're having a farewell? Shen Weixing responded instinctively. It's just a name, it doesn't matter. Yi Jiuyue said. Shen Weixing said, oh. Shen Weixing said, good. Very good, this allowed him to sneak off to the hospital shortly. Chapter 65. In the evening, while Yi Jiuyue returned to school for a farewell dinner with Lu Sinan, Shen Weixing sneaked into the hospital again to meet his Xia teacher, suspected to be Mr. Taishan. Upon seeing him again and noticing no progress on the investigation of Yi Jiuyue's background, Xia teacher, suspected Mr. Taishan, looked at him twice with an inscrutable expression. Deleted, to be honest, sometimes Xia Wenji felt that Shen Weixing was too eager. Deleted. Shen Weixing thought, perhaps I take responsibility too seriously, or maybe I'm just too accustomed to self-reflection, or it could even be my delusion, struck out, or maybe I feel guilty, struck out. It seems like my teacher's gaze says, you can't even handle this little thing, you don't deserve to be with my kid. This must be an illusion since he doesn't even know yet that I'm already with his kid. But he'll find out sooner or later. Will the teacher kill me? Even if he hits me a few times, it won't be worse than what my father has done. Would the teacher hit Yi Jiuyue? That cannot happen. What if the teacher scolds me, saying that he saved me and my sister, but now I've messed around with his son, what should I say? I'll just tell him, since things have come to this point, you might as well accept it. Will that anger him? Still, I need to use a more tactful way. Yet, there are two rules. 1. He cannot hit Yi Jiuyue. 2. He cannot break up Yi Jiuyue and me. Shen Weixing carefully arranged all subsequent steps while avoiding Xia Professor's gaze nervously. But even professional actors make mistakes sometimes. Shen Weixing lost his composure momentarily and caught Xia Professor's eyes once again. Speaking of which, haven't you also lost your own child? The whole situation got chaotic because of you, and I can't figure out how you managed to lose your own kid. Why are you staring at me like that? Would you dare to look at Yi Jiuyue like that? Try it and see if he'd choose me or you. Reaching an extreme of guilt and tension, Shen Weixing rebelled inwardly at these thoughts. But anyway, I wasn't counting on much from him in the first place. While Xia Professor thought silently, putting down the resume of Yi Jiuyue sent by Sui Dong and opening the private detective's newly sent data. Yi Jiuyue is an orphan adopted by her current family. In the harsh winter, she was abandoned outside an orphanage in the neighboring province of where Qiu Chuyen passed away. Xia Wenji's gaze returned to Yi Jiuyue's photo. That face identical to the one of his lifetime love. Shen Weixing barely pulled himself back from the edge of sin and hesitated repeatedly before speaking, teacher. I have something to do. You go first, Xia Wenji said. Shen Weixing was startled, teacher. Xia Wenji repeated coldly and displeasedly, I have something. Shen Weixing knew his temper, hesitated briefly, and then left, closing the door behind him. Lowering his head, Xia Wenji's fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against Yi Jiuyue's photo on the screen. He couldn't confirm it with 100% certainty yet. But he had already made peace with the possibility. For quite some time, Xia Wenji bent over with pain, repeatedly caressing Yi Jiuyue's photo, his tears blocked in the eye socket, unable to fall and unable to retreat. What have I done? He kept asking himself repeatedly. The most foolish thing anyone could do in this world. He answered himself in this way. Shen Weixing didn't leave, he stood outside the ward door, straining to listen for any sound inside, but it took a long while before he heard Xia Wenji speak, though he still couldn't make out the words clearly. Xia Wenji took a deep breath and picked up the ringing phone. He had regained calmness, almost unnaturally so, listening quietly as the other side announced the results of the DNA test between himself and Xia Qiu, then replied, thank you. Outside the ward, Shen Weixing's voice carried, mother-in-law, you've come. Chen Shi asked, why are you standing by the door? I just saw the teacher and was about to leave when I met you, mother-in-law. I've been busy lately and haven't had time to check on you, so I wanted to talk with you for a bit. Shen Weixing flattered her. Instinctively, Shen Weixing felt Xia Professor's reaction was abnormal, and he even suspected the other man already knew a lot but didn't understand why he had suddenly rushed someone out earlier. So, better cover for the teacher and give a warning to Xia Professor inside. Chen Shi was used to Shen Weixing's friendly nature and didn't think much of it, replying, I know you're busy. Xiao Qiu mentioned it. Shen Weixing followed up smoothly, speaking of Xiao Qiu, where is he? The teacher is still hospitalized, and I heard from Xiao Tang that he flew off again. There doesn't seem to be anything pressing calling him. Don't open wounds that aren't ready to heal. Just the mention of this matter was enough to make Chen Shi furious. That day, she had outright demanded that Xia Qiu immediately cut ties with a high-ranking woman in his brokerage company. However, Xia Qiu used his charm and procrastination tactics on her, and later that night, he fled under the pretense of going to personally break off relations with the woman. Chen Shi snorted inwardly but maintained a composed expression, I don't understand him either. Lately, you haven't been keeping an eye on him much, and now he's completely out of control. She even let out a sigh. Shen Weixing didn't react to her words as he normally would have, thus, he naturally didn't rush to promise anything about monitoring Xia Qiu more closely as he had in the past. He merely replied smoothly, things are indeed complicated in the entertainment circle, mother-in-law. You should tell me more about him. She realized Shen Weisheng was no longer reliable to depend on fully, yet she gave nothing away and simply smiled while pushing open the ward door. Shen Weisheng hurriedly followed inside and saw Professor Xia reclining on the bed reading. She asked how he was feeling, but Xia gave minimal response. However, she was accustomed to it by now. She set down her bag, picked up some food that had grown slightly cold, and went outside to find a microwave. Once she left, actor Shen Weisheng dropped his disguise and anxiously looked at Professor Xia. Professor Xia seemed all the more normal, which made the situation all the more abnormal. Xia Wenji also knew he couldn't easily get rid of this sticky person, so he signaled with his eyes. Shen Weisheng peeked out the door to see Chen Shi's figure disappear around the corner, like they were in a spy movie, then mysteriously said, she's far away now. Xia Wenji indicated for Shen Weisheng to leave the door ajar before whispering softly, from now on, don't mention Yi Zhou to anyone, don't let Chen Shi see him, and stop coming here to test me. Act as if nothing happened. Shen Weisheng stared at Xia Wenji in surprise, not because of his words, but because of his expression. He hadn't expected to see despair and madness intertwined on Xia Wenji's face, with slight twitching of his cheeks. Xia Wenji wasn't an actor, and such expressions weren't common for ordinary people. Worried about causing a huge mess, Shen Weisheng steeled himself and asked, Teacher, what exactly is your relationship with Yi Zhou? Xia Wenji countered, didn't you already know that when you came to test me? Feeling awkward, Shen Weisheng admitted, I don't know much. You don't need to know too much, Xia Wenji replied indifferently. Shen Weisheng hesitated for a moment and said, I do need to know. I must protect Zhou Yue, and he agrees with me. Xia Wenji was startled, pausing for a few seconds before looking at Shen Weisheng with both confusion and probing. Shen Weisheng braced himself and hinted, Teacher, you're intelligent enough, you must surely know what I mean. I will protect him from now on, and he has consented. Xia Wenji refused to answer. Shen Weisheng noticed a change in his teacher's gaze. Being an actor, Shen Weisheng frequently observed and analyzed human expressions, and Xia Wenji's skeptical and scrutinizing look stood out clearly. It wasn't distrust of Shen Weisheng's claim of having a special relationship with Yi Zhou, it was more suspicion whether Shen Weisheng might be in league with Chen Shi. Shen Weisheng didn't know why he jumped to such conclusions almost instinctively. The situation finally had a direction among 100 possible guesses. This matter had something very unpleasant to do with mother-in-law, Chen Shi. And the teacher hadn't intentionally abandoned Yi Zhou. Shen Weisheng thought back to those 3 medical reports and Hualin's dramatized theories after watching thousands of episodes of family dramas, palace intrigue shows, or domestic conflicts set during the Republican-era China. If Hualin kept doing this, he'd be ruined. Shen Weisheng thought privately. He decided he'd have to kick Hualin out of their group chat and organize a dating match for him soon. Having a partner cures everything, Shen Weisheng strangely thought. It brings peace to the mind and boosts confidence in everything. Alright, Shen Weisheng spoke first. I won't probe into your plans anymore, teacher. I don't know if my guesses are right or wrong, but regardless, please don't do something foolish. Shen Weisheng had never used such a tone with Xia Wenji. Over the years, he had always respected Xia Wenji as both mentor and father figure, and never imagined one day speaking to his teacher in a nearly commanding manner. It was highly disrespectful, but necessary. I don't know the specific reasons, Shen Weisheng continued, leaning against the railing of the hospital bed and slightly inclining his body forward to create an intimidating posture, warning Xia Wenji, but your earlier reaction was alarming, making me think you wanted to wreck society. The quietness in the room grew intense. Beyond the window, snowflakes danced lively amidst the noise outside. Shen Weisheng and Xia Wenji stared at each other, neither intending to give in, standing firm in a confrontation as 2 adult males. After a while, Xia Wenji said with some disdain, you've been shooting too many movies. The whole situation collapsed. Xia Wenji turned his head away completely, unwilling to look at Shen Weisheng anymore, and said, this is a society of rule of law. Do you think I want to do anything reckless? Shen Weisheng. At the thought of his relationship with Yi Zhou, Xia Wenji almost felt like choking in disgust. Xia Wenji had never considered himself as the benefactor of Shen Weisheng's sister. He always believed that back then what he did was something anyone with a conscience would naturally do. But in this moment, he couldn't help but think, I saved your life, and now you mess with my son. If I were a killer, wouldn't I have beaten you up first? Since Xia Wenji 20 has evolved with full doubts about human nature, Shen Weisheng had no choice but to prove he wasn't an undercover agent sent by Chen Shi. He leaned against a wall that didn't even look like it belonged to a hospital room and sent a video call request to Yi Zhou. After a little while, Yi Zhou answered and asked, what's the matter? Are you in the bathroom? Shen Weisheng started chatting idly. I'm in the southwest dormitory waiting for everyone to leave together, Yi Zhou replied tactfully. He reminded Shen Weisheng indirectly that because of his sudden video call which forced him to deal with Lu Xinan's comments, WTF are you secretly doing with your mysterious boyfriend, he had no choice but to hide there. Now, Shen Weisheng could still hear some classmates cheering outside the restroom. Yi Zhou's mood was quite complicated. Instead of immediately thinking, how embarrassing, or, what a boring play, he actually felt somewhat embarrassed. It was terrifying. In his inner world, Yi Jiuyue added an expression screaming in shock. The fact that he found this feeling so uncomfortable was indeed terrible. Shen Weisheng arched an eyebrow and smiled, saying, in the past, you just hung up. Now, you're deliberately hiding to answer me? Yi Jiuyue gradually got used to Shen Weisheng's self-sugaring behavior and said, oh. Then he asked, what's the real reason? I was wondering if you've decided where to eat yet and when you'll be finished. I'll pick you up, it's cold late at night, Shen Weisheng replied. Yi Jiuyue mentioned a 5-star hotel in the city and added, unexpected wealth, Lu Sinan's treat. Grandpa Lu's idea of money was very carefree, he easily spent whatever money he earned. Shen Tian ignored Yi Jiuyue's sarcasm and laughed haughtily, thinking to himself, after this meal, silly Lu Sinan won't get another red envelope from me ever again. Always taking Yi Jiuyue to eat spicy hot pot, then turning around and inviting others to expensive hotels, how ridiculous. Xia Wenji, who had been silently ignored, shot cold beams at Shen Weisheng with a piercing gaze. Immersed in their two-person world, Shen Weisheng finally remembered his purpose and quietly pinched the camera lens, tilting the phone screen towards Xia Wenji. Xia Wenji saw the person chatting affectionately with Shen Weisheng was indeed Yi Jiuyue. With an innocent look, Yi Jiuyue asked, why can't I see you anymore? Shen Weisheng twisted the phone back, released the lens, and said, there was someone, and I panicked, accidentally covering the wrong spot. Alright, I'll contact you when it's nearly time to meet up and pick you up. Oh, don't let Lu Sinan pay. He added rather dramatically, just take him to eat spicy hot pot, invite others to the fancy hotel. Shen Weisheng joked, because I like eating spicy hot pot. Smooth talker. Shen Weisheng countered in his mind. Having failed in the court intrigues, Shen Weisheng huffed, that's all then. Yi Jiuyue nodded and ended the call. Shen Weisheng didn't rush into talking about matters with Xia Wenji, who had already reached the verge of a new mental collapse. He exited the page, opened a private chat with Lu Xiuanan. Private chat. Shen Satellite, red envelope. 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 Shen Satellite, are you on break already? I'll visit you over New Year's. It's cold, eat more good food and have your fill. If you're short on cash, tell me. Who's holding back here, right? Of course, Shen Weisheng just wanted to give Lu Xiuanan some red envelopes as a subsidy, encouraging him to be more generous when treating guests, not intending to really make Yi Jiuyue go knocking on Lu Xiuanan's doors for money. But Lu Xiuanan read far too much into this. After agonizing for 3 seconds, unable to resist his out-of-control fingers, he surrendered to the evil charm of the red envelopes. Then, instead of reflecting on himself, he angrily opened brother's page. Private chat. Lu Xiuanan, don't let Shen Weisheng test me. Lu Dongbei, ? Lu Sinan, whatever, just don't mess with me. And don't expect me to speak for you to mom and dad. I'm already being nice by not stepping on you. Lu Dongbei, what have you done now? Lu Xiuanan, I hate it the most when you ask me this. Every time you screw up and then ask me this question, mom and dad beat me. Damn it. You're almost 30 now and still doing this. This time, I'd like to see how you shove it onto me again. Lu Dongbei. Lu Dongbei, what is it really? Lu Dongbei, it's stuff from over a decade ago, stop holding grudges like this. Lu Xiuanan, you're not holding a grudge. Lu Dongbei, alright, we're still brothers, carrying the same bloodline, cute. Lu Xiuanan, don't try to get close to me. Lu Xiuanan, leave me alone in the future, stay far away. Lu Dongbei, when are you coming home? Should I have the driver pick you up with your luggage? Lu Xiuanan, mind your own business. Never bother me again. Lu Dongbei, what's wrong again? You are no longer a friend of the other party. Please add them as a friend first. Because of the recent final exams, and the fact that New Year meant real-life gaming opportunities, Lu Dongbei had been behaving quite well online. Now he was inexplicably blacklisted by his younger brother again, and no matter what, he couldn't fathom the logic behind it. After much deliberation, he thought Dowdu might have been brainwashed by internet fanatics once more. He thus instructed his assistant to buy 2 more baskets of walnuts for the family's New Year goods. Though Shen Weisheng failed to drive a wedge between the "Our Road is Wild" duo, he clearly sowed discord between the Lu brothers. Putting down his phone, he turned to Xia Wendao and said, believe me now. Let's talk seriously. Xia Wendao looked at him silently, suddenly feeling something different about him. It's not that Xia Wendao hadn't taken Shen Weisheng seriously before. Not that they weren't close, it's just that Xia Wendao wouldn't stare at such a tall man with loving eyes, he would surely be insane to do so. Asking a few questions about his situation during festivals was already quite intimate. In the current context, looking earnestly, he suddenly felt tangled emotions. Rescuing Shen Weisheng and his sister was an accident. Back then, Shen Weisheng was young, emaciated with hunger, but his eyes were particularly lively, black and white distinctively divided, curious about everything. Whoever teased him, he smiled brilliantly to, completely unreserved. His words were a bit naive. Later, Shen Weixing grew up and always showed profound respect towards Xia Wendao, like a filial son from olden times, only lacking the act of lying on ice to catch carp or entertaining his parents in bright clothes. The sight gave Xia Wendao goosebumps, yet repeated corrections brought no change. This moment was completely different from all those times. At this very moment, Shen Weixing's gaze and posture carried caution and defiance, akin to a lion in nature deliberately showing its ferocity to invaders. Xia Wendao suddenly thought of himself from years ago. I also need to make a determination with Yi Jiuyue, Xia Wendao said. He has only made the determination between himself and fake Xia Qiu. Though he already had some ideas about the entire event in mind, out of habit, there needed to be some sort of order and method, making data absolute. Shen Weixing nearly blurted out, "Don't bother, I'll immediately give you 3 determination reports," but he restrained himself from betraying Hua Lin. After all, this matter involved significant moral shortcomings on Hua Lin's part, a stranger secretly conducting paternity tests for others' families, it was not something honorable. In fact, the matter is pretty much set. Shen Weixing said tactfully. This doesn't waste time, Xia Wendao's words held a peculiar meaning. Shen Weixing looked at him puzzled, then, "Teacher, what do you plan to do?" "Do I have to tell you?" Xia Wendao asked in return. Shen Weixing felt uncertain. After all, they are father and son by blood, whereas he didn't even register as an adopted son. On principles of propriety, being too assertive would come off as taking over. But, "Teacher, I'll be honest with you, actually I know nothing regarding September," Shen Weixing confessed openly, he refuses to discuss his present family with me. No matter what methods I used, he refused. And because of that, I've had many speculations, and ultimately, regardless of what happens, I decided to talk to you first. Seeing Xia Wendao remain silent, Shen Weixing pleaded earnestly, "You can choose not to say anything. I cannot force you, nor can I possibly pressure you. I've always regarded you as my father, and now knowing that you're Jiuyue's father, that makes you truly my father-in-law twice over." On Xia Wendao's vocal cords, the word, "get lost," hovered back and forth, undecided. He had never realized that Shen Weixing, usually respectful and humble, could be shameless to this extent. The entertainment industry indeed wasn't a good place. After years of scheming in the showbiz, Shen Weixing stubbornly positioned himself and said, "I'm asking you to collaborate with me now, teacher. Jiuyue cannot be hurt a second time." There were many people using the microwave at mealtime, so Chen-Shi had to wait for a while before her food was heated. On the way back to the ward, she felt her eyelids twitch several times for no apparent reason. Chen-Shi stopped in the corridor to call Xia Qiu, urging her to deal with the woman's issue as soon as possible. Then, she returned to the ward as if nothing happened and noticed Shen Weixing had already left. Xia Wenzi put down his book and silently ate his meal like he usually did. But inside, he was far from calm. He had just spoken with Shen Weixing and they agreed that in the next few months, this matter must not be mentioned again. They also decided to eliminate all chances of Yi Jiuyue meeting Chen-Shi. Furthermore, all of Yi Jiuyue's paper documents provided by Sui Dong were handed over to Shen Weixing for processing. As for the DNA tests between himself and Yi Jiuyue, there was no rush. No matter what the result would be, it was now clear, Xia Qiu was not biologically related to him. Xia Wenzi detected a meaning in Shen Weixing's words, he might not have meant to hint, but it wasn't hidden, that Shen Weixing planned to send the DNA of Xia Qiu and Chen-Shi for further testing. But something already so certain wasn't important, it was just going through the motions. What mattered was what Xia Wenzi intended to do next. He never revealed to Shen Weixing what he actually planned, only mentioning that it would take months to arrange everything before he could reunite with Yi Jiuyue. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shen Weixing's integrity, rather, because he trusted Shen Weixing too much, he didn't say anything. To counteract Chen-Shi, he couldn't tell Shen Weixing before succeeding. Even though Shen Weixing wouldn't help Chen-Shi, it would inevitably cause internal conflict. There was no need, as this matter was purely personal between Xia Wenzi and Chen-Shi. Xia Wenzi always had a good memory. He remembered how young Chen-Shi once followed Qiu Chu-Yen around asking questions innocently, filled with admiration for the bustling world outside. At that time, Chen-Shi looked somewhat similar to Shen Weixing's initial expression, but eventually they turned out differently. Shen Weixing showed curiosity and yearning, while Chen-Shi only exhibited envy. Later, Shen Weixing's curiosity and yearning transformed into hard work, passion, and gratitude, whereas Chen-Shi's envy evolved into jealousy. Jealousy led to destruction and appropriation, eventually taking over others' places. She and the unknown infant she brought occupied the place that belonged to Qiu Chu-Yan's child. Xia Wenzi said indifferently, "You don't have to stay here, go do your own business." Chen-Shi replied tenderly, "It's fine, I'd rather look after you." Chen-Shi ran a company which performed well, employing professional managers who mostly handled daily affairs without requiring her direct involvement. Still, outsiders often praised her competence. The initial capital for her company came from Xia Wenzi. Xia Wenzi was once grateful to her and felt somewhat guilty, so he was not particular about money as long as she treated Xia Qiu well. And she did treat Xia Qiu as her own child. That seemed enough. Xia Wenzi thought so until then. Everything was left for Xia Qiu, since Xia Qiu considered Chen-Shi his biological mother. Thus, it was natural for Chen-Shi to enjoy all these benefits. But now, Xia Wenzi intended to reclaim everything, including the jointly owned property between husband and wife, and the wealth gifted to Xia Qiu. All these things weren't for Chen Shi and her mysterious baby, they were for Qiu Chuyan's child. Xia Wenzi knew he wronged Yi Zhouyue and doubted whether he could gain forgiveness. When they met for the first time, Yi Zhouyue instinctively rejected him, likely unable to forgive subconsciously. It was justified, he deserved not to forgive him, a fact Xia Wenzi accepted without arrogance. If Yi Zhouyue refused everything, Xia Wenzi resolved to donate all of it or even throw it into the river. Anything was acceptable. Moreover, he would destroy everything Chen Shi craved for, including fame and profit. This required considerable time. He was urgent yet patient. He urgently wanted to embrace the biological child he had never held before but had infinite patience when plotting step by step against Chen Shi. Chen Shi was worldly wise and not foolish, handling her needed strategy. Xia Wenzi hadn't done such things before, not because he didn't know how, but because he disdained them. He despised hypocritical social interactions and the competition for profit. All he wished to do was sincerely conduct the research Qiu Chuyan loved and watch Qiu Chuyan's and his own children grow up healthily. But Chen Shi destroyed such hopes. For some reason, Chen Shi felt restless all day. She found an excuse to leave the ward and dialed Xia Qiu on the corridor. While waiting for the call to connect, she casually noticed a branch from the courtyard stretching over. In the sheltered spot, a spider web trembled uncertainly at the end of the branch, an unexpected sight for this time of year. The prey was still fresh, probably not expecting to hit a spider web in winter. But then again, the prey itself ventured out rather inopportunely, blundering right into an unforeseen trap. It struggled a few times but only got itself more tangled. Chen Shi's mind started to drift, until her eyelids twitched fiercely again and Xia Qiu's impatient voice came through the phone. "Mom, I said I'll handle it. It hasn't even been that long. Do you expect me to come by rocket?" "I just feel uneasy," Chen Shi frowned slightly. "Little Autumn, you need to trust my sixth sense." Xia Qiu rolled his eyes without comment. "Sixth sense? Yeah right, go shoot sanitary pad commercials." Chen Shi urged, "At the latest, by tomorrow, you must resolve the matter and come back quickly. But remember exactly how I told you to approach it, don't offend anyone." Xia Qiu replied offhandedly, "All right, I get it, you all." Chen Shi calmly asked, "What's wrong?" But she received no response from Xia Qiu, only hearing chaos from the other side of the phone. Perhaps, maybe to avoid a daily fine of 200 yuan, set by Wendong, Lu Chang'an, confused by some strange whim, had submitted himself to Shen Weixing's insane group chat challenge, to say, "I love you," every day for 30 days. After concluding some business cooperation on a video call with his boyfriend of many years who they had on and off again relationship status with due to post-honeymoon blues, he reluctantly uttered, "Oh, good collaboration. See you later. I love you." The other side didn't turn off the video call and calmly stared at him for a moment before asking, "Is there anything wrong with your company?" "Nothing," Lu Chang'an responded. Then the other party followed up, "Is there anything wrong with you?" "Nope, hang up." "Okay." The other ended the video call. 3 hours later, as Lu Chang'an opened the door, he was immediately shoved with a huge bouquet of flowers. He didn't even have time to sneeze before being lifted off his feet. Next came a series of events involving melting ice mountains and erupting volcanoes, a downright simpleton story if ever there was one. Believe satellites? Pain in the ass. Screw it. This satellite might as well be destroyed. Next month's gossipy magazine giveaway will feature Shen Weixing's unflattering photo posters, so arranged. When Lu Chang'an got turned from front to back like grilled meat, he thought indifferently about the entire ordeal. After finishing everything, while lying together affectionately, the couple continued discussing detailed terms of their cooperation. After all, Lu Chang'an's partner flew over by canceling 3 meetings. Suddenly, the phone rang. Though disgruntled, Lu Chang'an still answered for the business call. "Speak." The editor-in-chief of the tabloid urgently reported, "Mr. Lu, big issue. Gao Feng is in trouble." Lu Chang'an gestured toward his partner and leaned his head aside, holding the phone between shoulder and ear, sitting up to grab clothes while saying, "Tell me everything at once." The editor hurriedly relayed the situation. "Here's the matter, not too long ago, the editor received instructions from Lu Chang'an to have paparazzi discreetly continue following Xia Qiu, Gao Feng, and Gao Feng's husband. They had originally planned a long-term strategy but hadn't expected. Well, if there's cheating to be caught, do we really need to consult the calendar and purify ourselves before announcing to heaven and earth?" Apparently, Gao Feng's socially connected husband thought along those lines. Chapter 66. Before leaving the hospital, Shen Weixing visited Gu Chaohua again, chatted for a while, looked at the time, and then kicked the person away with cold cruelty before driving to pick up Yi Zhouyue for dinner. Although Yi Zhouyue was concerned about keeping things under wraps, Shen Weixing decided it was too dark in winter night, so there's no need to get out of the car. After all, according to Lu Sinan's information, Sui Dong that fool was also there. The 3,000 yuan red envelope wasn't given for nothing. However, Lu Sinan himself hadn't yet realized that he had completed another operation of selling out everyone. He put down his phone and continued to eat the hot pot. Yi Zhouyue lowered her head and finished battling Zhang San, who was gradually becoming arrogant on the phone. Unfortunately, she lost the battle. She looked up and asked Lu Sinan, who stood neutrally amidst the chaos, in despair, "What have you done?" Lu Sinan had an innocent and naive face. "How did I do anything?" "Never mind, it's nothing." Yi Jiuyue temporarily couldn't tell Lu Sinan about her relationship with Shen Weixing. Finally, she understood what it felt like to suffer in silence without being able to express one's grievances and felt that she was on the brink of parting ways with her best friend. "No, if you say it's nothing, then it's nothing." Today, Lu Sinan wouldn't stand for it. He put down his chopsticks and vented his anger, saying, "You explain clearly. What did I do to you? Why do you keep asking me this? Let me tell you, my brother Lu Xilon Gang Yasin really hates hearing people ask this question. I understand, it must be because you often did things that made your older brother choke in the past, so your older brother often asked you this." Unaware of the truth, Yi Jiuyue reaffirmed that Lu Beibei worked hard to raise her troubled younger brother. Just like until now, the parents of Lu Xilon don't know the whole story either. Yi Jiuyue was very familiar with the tactics, giving meat to Lu Xilon whose accent has changed. Lu Xilon was easy to console. With meat to eat, he focused on eating without any distractions, nor could he be distracted. Yi Jiuyue reopened her phone and planned to advise the former idol over there to come back to his senses. Suddenly, she became wary and turned off the phone screen when she saw Sui Dong laughing and talking happily with several classmates by her side. He was truly a troublesome person. Even-tempered Yi Jiuyue was deeply worried. Now whenever Yi Jiuyue saw Sui Dong, her left eye read, "trouble," and her right eye read, "maker." Lu Sinan threw him a disdainful glance after finishing his meat, leaning close to Yi Jiuyue's ear to whisper softly, "Wasn't the kick you gave him last time too light? Why can't we shake him off?" Yi Jiuyue responded rationally, "Kicking too hard might lead to punishment." "No, it's annoying, he's been ing the entire semester. Can't you solve it all at once?" Lu Sinan snapped, "Why does he always find excuses to tag along whatever we do? Seeing him every day. He's not even a beauty. When you see the flowers, you and the flowers are present together. When you do not see the flowers cease to exist." Yi Jiuyue explained spiritually to guide the lost lamb. Lu Sinan doubted, "Isn't your recollection of the original sentence flawed?" Heroine Yi Jiuyue, recently overly indulged in comfort zones, pretended to be deaf but not mute, slowly continuing to spread wisdom. "As long as the canteen fried skewer boss doesn't park his cart chaotically, would you care if you see him every day? Would you care about the green belt? What you care about is not the green belt and the fried skewer boss, but your own inner demons." Lu Sinan conceded, "Alright, Buddha still remains my brother Yi as Buddha, you may stop talking now." Rudely heard everything and yet forcing a smile, Sui Dong. Yi Jiuyue has changed. The Yi Jiuyue from high school was softer than girls, of the type where a touch would leave a red mark. Now she both kicks people and speaks decisively. Not long ago, she sent a message through WeChat, "I severely warn you to stop interfering with my personal affairs and contacting my parents. Please maintain some manners and respect my rights. I'm extremely angry, and if you continue this way, I will resort to violence." 20 exclamation marks, 10 very aggressive emoticons. After sending it, she immediately blocked me. Sui Dong reflected with sadness. This time, Sui Dong truly wanted to plead his case. His broken glass heart from the kicks by Yi Jiuyue a few days ago hadn't healed yet, then his father lectured him again. The pain of being threatened and blocked just hours ago was even greater. He didn't actually plan to make a comeback so soon, it was purely coincidental. His father was attending a project celebration banquet in the hotel, dragging him over while he was using his phone to search for bars in order to indulge in drunken melancholy, hoping to socialize and become acquainted casually. On his way to the restroom, he met Yi Jiuyue's classmates. Some clueless but highly excitable people forcibly brought him over. These classmates didn't mean much harm. They were simply egging on Sui Dong to treat them for fun, to save money for their friend Lu Xilon. "Please. Giving our wallets away is fine, let us go. Just be reasonable." Sui Dong was almost shouting like that. "No. Are we that kind of people? No, leave the wallet and let's eat and drink together." The classmates enthusiastically continued to persuade Sui Dong, dragging him along. After all, some people did have ulterior motives. After all, given the identity of Sui Dong's parents, and since he looked so easygoing, why not take the chance to build a connection? This was how things worked in their society where connections were everything. Upstairs in the hotel, Mayor Sui, who was flattered and toasted by various people at the banquet, looked happy on the surface but internally felt very upset. He had been maintaining such a state for several days already. There were many reasons. For instance, it was indeed a busy year-end season. Moreover, when Sui Dong came home from the scenic area that day, his face was red with anger as he shouted about not being supposed to trouble Yi Jiuyue or sell her off to Xia Wenji. Also, Xia Wenji was injured and still hospitalized, which forced the project investigation to be paused indefinitely. It wasn't clear yet what would happen next, but in the city's leadership meeting, some individuals had already subtly used this incident against him, insinuating that Xia Wenji's injury was his responsibility. Therefore, it implied that if the project didn't land in the city, it would entirely be his fault. Being a mayor seemed powerful, but in reality, everyone was checking each other, creating an atmosphere where you were always one step below others. You weren't truly the boss of the city after all. Anyway, it was just a run of bad luck. Upon closer inspection, all of this stemmed from Yi Jiuyue. Now, the secretary reported quietly that Sui Dong, using the excuse of going to the bathroom, had actually gone to look for Yi Jiuyue. What was going on with that Yi Jiuyue? Why was he everywhere? Wasn't he like a specter haunting? Mayor Sui wanted to spit blood. And indeed, he was almost spitting blood. Jiuyue. Finally, when the newly formed couple at the other side of the table got teased away, Sui Dong saw the opportunity and called out to Yi Jiuyue. Lu Sinan wore a completely disdainful expression as if saying, he finally showed up, then blocking Sui Dong and said, what do you want again? I've already been thinking about punching you. Don't there exist other flowers in the world? You. This is between Jiuyue and me. How come you keep sticking your nose in? Do you like him? Sui Dong was annoyed at Lu Sinan. Lu Sinan was even more irritated, replying, I am simply aiding justice when I see injustice on the road. What's wrong with that? Ask Yi Jiuyue if he minds you, if he wants me to stick my nose in. Yi Jiuyue implicitly agreed. Sui Dong's tone softened. Fine, okay, Southwest. Fuck, don't call me so familiar. Lu Sinan warned suspiciously. Sui Dong endured it, hesitated for a second, turned on his phone, pressed a few buttons, and showed it to Lu Sinan and Yi Jiuyue. Jiuyue, take a look. Yi Jiuyue glanced at the phone screen and was somewhat surprised. Lu Sinan also revealed a look of astonishment. They weren't amazed at the intimate photo of Sui Dong and a girl on the phone screen. Instead, they were astonished at why Sui Dong suddenly showed them this. A few seconds later, Lu Sinan understood, damn, you're not assuming Yi Jiuyue will get jealous are you? Have you been watching too much TV? Sui Dong gave him an annoyed glare and kept looking at Yi Jiuyue, lowering his voice, no. Jiuyue, she might become my girlfriend after this. It's not for making you jealous, I know you wouldn't feel jealous. She's the daughter of my mother's friend. You can understand it as an arranged meeting. Her family has good connections too. I've interacted with her for a while and think both of us could give it a try. Yi Jiuyue. Lu Sinan. What's the deal with arranging meetings during freshman year? Are they really that rushed? Questioning boys X2. It's rather awkward, Sui Dong bitterly smiled but persisted in finishing, I heard what you said earlier. I know you were intentionally speaking to me. There's no need to do so, you're not that kind of person. There's no need to act like that just for me, deliberately hitting me and deliberately saying those words. No, I wasn't intentionally speaking to you. Once I sent that WeChat message, I had already vented. I was just now seeing that Lu Sinan was extremely angry. Recently, I've done too many things to upset him. I needed to make up for it a bit. As for kicking you and sending those WeChats, it's because I was truly bothered and afraid. The creepy Professor Xia wasn't watching you, he was looking at me. I don't know what he plans to do. His son, Xia Qiu, already has issues, so perhaps Professor Xia has even bigger problems. Yet, you found my family. That's super embarrassing. Yi Jiuyue felt a little overwhelmed. Moreover, I really am this kind of person. What else do you want me to do to accept reality? I've already sent over Lu Sinan's most fierce expressions. He doesn't even dare to show those photos to anyone else. Since Sui Dong seemed to want to end this mistaken course at present, Yi Jiuyue chose to temporarily keep quiet. But if he persists in his delusion, I'll throw him a cup of cold tea in the face and scare him to death. Yi Jiuyue thought furiously. Lu Sinan also felt that the topic was taking a bright turn, so he cooperated fully, unusually quiet and motionless, for fear of scaring Sui Dong back to his old self. Can't Lu Sinan just walk away a little? Sui Dong endured Lu Sinan's intense gaze and continued, so you don't have to worry about me chasing after you anymore, there's no need to be nervous. I won't do it again. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiuyue quickly voiced his joy, Sui Dong gave a heart-wrenching smile and asked, then from now on, can we still be ordinary friends? Don't feel nervous when you see me, I'm actually just like Shinan. Roll. Don't drag me down with you. Lu Sinan's cooperative eyes suddenly turned repulsive. Yi Jiuyue kindly said, wish you happiness. Sui Dong took out their group photo and showed it to Yi Jiuyue, harboring a bit more fantasy and hope. Perhaps, some signs could be seen from Yi Jiuyue's expression. If Yi Jiuyue shows those signs, perhaps, very likely. Sui Dong thought that for Yi Jiuyue, he could disregard everything else and just be together with him. But Yi Jiuyue didn't show any sign. Sui Dong felt unprecedented failure, even anger, and then laughed through his frustration. He laughed, picked up a glass, filled it with wine, and held it towards Yi Jiuyue, alright, I understand. Cheers to you, sorry. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Yi Jiuyue silently watched him. Sui Dong filled another glass, held it up again, still sorry. He drank it in one go once more. Yi Jiuyue remained silent, watching him. Sui Dong lowered his head, filled yet another glass, his eyes rimming red, and choked, and wish you happiness too. Sorry. Yi Jiuyue still didn't speak. Lu Sinan, sitting in between, hesitated to speak, suddenly feeling a little wistful and awkward, pretending to fiddle with his fingers while lowering his head. Could Sui Dong hug him one last time? Sui Dong sobbed, asking. Yi Jiuyue hesitated for a moment, and then counter-asked, can Lu Sinan replace me? Sui Dong. Lu Sinan. The originally feigned Lu Sinan playing with his fingers turned in terror and looked at his suddenly traitorous buddy. What the hell do you mean by using your bro this way? You're not trying to dump Sui Dong, you're cutting ties with me, right? Wasn't it Lu Northeast who taught you that? I knew anyone who got close to Lu Northeast would no longer be human. Shen Weiheng started behaving weirdly after filming a movie with Lu Northeast, giving out red packets and asking if I had exam stress, telling me to share with friends and eat healthy fruits, yogurt, and other good things. Now you Yi Jiuyue are betraying me. Yi Jiuyue explained slowly to them, otherwise, it will be too awkward. The meaning gets conveyed, and that's enough. Go to hell with your meaning, Yi Jiuyue. No, calm down and think about it. Yi Jiuyue is quite focused on equivalent exchange, helping him in this situation allows him to raise the price afterward, making it embarrassing to negotiate. Lu Sinan decided to fight for his online gaming virtual romance at all costs and stood up, opening his arms toward Sui Dong. Sui Dong seriously and sadly looked at Yi Jiuyue for a long while, seeing Yi Jiuyue wouldn't change his mind, instead turning away laughing, but the laughter grew increasingly sour, until he finally hugged Lu Sinan tightly and buried his head without speaking for a long time. Lu Sinan. Damn, I knew windfall always comes with a price. But I already treated everyone to dinner. It's all Shen Weisheng and Lu Northeast's fault. The other classmates on the other side of the private room suddenly saw this scene, their faces full of confusion, unable to figure out what was going on. A minute later, Lu Sinan couldn't hold it anymore, and asked in a voice only the two of them could hear, are you alright, Sui Dong? Feed? I'm fine, Sui Dong said in a voice only the two could hear, how the hell could I be fine? Try being rejected by the person you like. Are you out of your mind? Roll. You reap what you sow, Lu Sinan whispered, enough already, or the news might get into your father's ears, and he may think you're trying to mess with me again. You're blind, he isn't, even if he were blind, he wouldn't think I am. Sui Dong whispered softly. Roll. Lu Sinan whispered, you're disgusting, I don't want to hug a guy. Have you never hugged Yi Jiuyue? Sui Dong asked in a low voice. Are you still suspecting that I slept with him? I already told you, we're just brothers. Now scram. Lu Sinan said in a hushed tone. You're blind, Sui Dong murmured softly. You're the one who's blind. I'm straight. Lu Sinan whispered furiously. Sui Dong remained silent for a moment, then whispered, I'm not blind, if I were, I wouldn't have liked him. It's just bad luck that I couldn't continue with him. Lu Sinan muttered, you should go. I don't want to talk to you anymore, it's too disgusting. You're more nauseating than acting. When you asked me for the WeChat ID of the school beauty in high school, you didn't think I was disgusting back then. Sui Dong asked softly. That wasn't disgusting. Later, when you started dating Yi Jiuyue but also saw another girl at the same time, that was disgusting. Lu Sinan whispered. Sui Dong fell silent again. Lu Sinan remembered the faint camaraderie from high school and felt a tinge of nostalgia, so he patted his back somewhat meaningfully, saying, alright, Sui Dong, let each other be. Sui Dong hugged him for a little longer before finally letting go of Lu Sinan, sniffing as he looked sorrowfully and reluctantly toward Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue was playing on his phone with his head down. Sui Dong. Lu Sinan. Although Lu Sinan still clearly remembered which camp he belonged to, he slightly felt a smidgen of sympathy for Sui Dong at this moment. Just standing from a man's perspective, it was really pitiful. No agreement with the enemy. Lu Sinan quickly adjusted his mentality. Just a second ago, Sui Dong thought he had let go, but now every ounce of his blood surged, his vision went black, and his brain exploded. Truly unable to suppress himself any longer, he asked, Yi Jiuyue, do you not care at all? Yi Jiuyue looked up, a bit surprised as he hesitated to say something. Subconsciously reaching some kind of minor understanding with the enemy, Lu Sinan lost some of his harsh edge and stopped him, whispering, Sui Dong, that's enough. Stop ruining yourself completely. In fact, after uttering those words, Sui Dong regretted immediately. He clenched his fists tightly, swallowed the almost spoken-out words back, softened his tone slightly, and murmured, Jiuyue, you are too passive. To be honest, I'm unsure right now whether our relationship could have developed further if I hadn't made those mistakes, if my parents hadn't interfered. Because honestly, this isn't how you date someone. You don't give a damn, is that why you're playing on your phone right now? Jiudong. Sui Dong cut off Lu Sinan's sentence, 9 Moon, if you truly think your current boyfriend is better than me, I hope you're happy. That's why I must say these words, I'll remember how I lost you, but you should also reflect on yourself. I mean it. The private room fell silent, the others exchanged glances and eventually cast sympathetic looks toward the innocent Lu Sinan caught in the middle. Lu Sinan began contemplating Buddhist principles like existence determining consciousness, thinking that he might as well cease to exist at this moment. Yi Jiuyue hesitated. Why do you blame me for your infidelity? Should I reflect on the fact that I didn't cry and ask you to choose between her and me? From the very beginning, I've tolerated everything, including washing your clothes. Never mind, he's drunk, and life seems tough for him. At such a young age, arranged dating has broken him. Yi Jiuyue thought. His girlfriend doesn't look as good as Shen Weihang either. In some strange way, Yi Jiuyue convinced himself of that. No man can tolerate such an unequal relationship. Right now, what I feel from you goes all the way back to the beginning. From the very start, it's always been me giving and you doing nothing. Even back in high school, we didn't need to get to where we ended up if only you took one step towards me voluntarily. But you refused to take even one step while all I did was walking forward. If you'd taken even one step forward, I wouldn't have doubted our feelings so much. Sui Dong grew more agitated as he spoke, his eyes reddening. Looking around left and right, he grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it against the ground out of frustration. Out of reflex, Yi Jiuyue tugged at Lu Sinan's sleeve, shivering slightly, but soon regained composure as the incident passed over him like a breeze over water, leaving no trace. Lu Sinan suddenly became angry, pushing Sui Dong aside. Damn it, rest somewhere if you've had too much alcohol. You dare to justify cheating on someone now? Do you want to fight? Let's go. Sinan. Yi Jiuyue stopped him softly. In fact, Sui Dong wasn't really that kind of person, it's just that earlier, the 3 glasses he drank in a hurry went straight to his head. Combined with Yi Jiuyue's indifferent attitude, he got dazed with anger. For a while, he was even scared by himself, and once he came to his senses, he mumbled, wanting to explain, but in the end, he only left behind one sentence, I will never meddle in your affairs again, before rushing off. As Sui Dong left, Yi Jiuyue couldn't help but look at his back twice, suddenly remembering Sui Dong from high school. He really was very handsome, that dazzling and confident kind of handsome, like sunlight. The whole person sparkled, and his smile carried a touch of mischief, yet he wasn't actually bad. He had good grades and excelled in all aspects. He was also warm and friendly to classmates. Oh, he played basketball well, kicked football skillfully, and sang nicely too. Just, exceptionally handsome, the kind of presence that made you feel warm from afar. How did that classic line go? No one wanted things to turn out this way. After Sui Dong left, everyone quickly snapped back into reality, calling the waiter over to clean up, then began shifting topics animatedly, exaggeratingly teasing the newly formed couple, deliberately diverting attention away from Yi Jiuyue. Lu Sinan thought about it for a moment and acted as if nothing happened, joining others in teasing their classmates. Yi Jiuyue sat there blankly for a little while before regaining consciousness. With a sense of melancholy, he went on Weibo and removed Fan Jiuyue as a follower to help Sui Dong move on. For Sui Dong's own good. Shen Weihang had hinted countless times about flaunting their affection using alternate accounts on Weibo. In case one day, driven by uncontrollable passion, agreeing to Shen Weihang's demands would make Sui Dong sorrowful upon seeing it, since Weibo doesn't allow blocking specific individuals without affecting other posts, and Shen Weihang being so exaggerated definitely wouldn't agree to posting exclusively within his friend circle. After all, they shared an unforgettable first love with some precious memories. With today's heated exchange, Sui Dong looked quite miserable. There was no need to be so harsh. Considerately, Yi Jiuyue thought. Chapter 67. When Shen Weihang arrived, Yi Jiuyue said she hadn't finished eating yet, so he parked the car and waited in the parking lot, chatting on WeChat at the same time. The actress from the last movie had privately asked Shen Weihang about his availability only on her personal behalf. She mentioned that she had a new film where the role of the male second lead was being cast, with a great script and production team. She wanted to recommend him to give it a try. Shen Weihang didn't rush to answer her. First, he checked with Wang Jia to confirm his schedule before talking with the actress. Though Wang Jia was currently avoiding giving him more work since they planned to job hop first, this was merely to bypass unnecessary troubles. Good opportunities in the film industry should still be seized. After some back-and-forth chats, the actress said she would talk to the director first, and if there were any chances, she would invite him out for dinner. Shen Weihang expressed his gratitude. The actress sent an emoticon back and didn't say much else after that. They waited for nearly an hour until Yi Jiuyue said she was done and would come down. Shen Weihang began fussing over himself by staring at the rearview mirror and adjusting his bangs, which were the only thing convenient enough to fix because it wasn't easy to remove his hat and mask in public. A system prompt or something would have been helpful right now, like how in Hua Lin's dating game, there are prompts for every upgrade in romantic progress. For example, upgrading from attracting someone through appearance to getting a marriage certificate. I'm fine, Yi Jiuyue said as she walked down to the parking lot while speaking on her phone. I'm not drunk. Do you think I don't know you're not drunk? Can you do a handstand right now? Yi Jiuyue replied, sure. Just as I thought, you're drunk. Her good buddy sighed helplessly. Yi Ji, you can't even do a handstand. The top student said, you could learn. Learn my ass. Even when you're sober, you're too scared of falling to death to learn anything. Yi Jiuyue, tired of his constant nagging, ended the conversation quickly, no problem. I've reached the parking lot, I'll get in the car, and everything will be fine. Don't worry. Her good buddy suddenly shifted his concern, why are you hiding your boyfriend? Can't I even see him once? I need to discuss this with him. Yi Jiuyue hesitated and said. Lu Xinan was confused, what's there to discuss? I just can't understand you. Yi Jiuyue was also troubled. He believed Lu Xinan wouldn't blabber things around, but considering Shen Weihang's side, he decided to deliberate carefully. Honestly speaking, agreeing to date Shen Weihang previously happened because he temporarily lost his mind. Anyone at that time would find it hard to reject Shen Weihang speaking with such an attitude, let alone Yi Jiuyue, who has always admired handsome faces. He tried to argue internally. But as he gradually came to his senses, Yi Jiuyue started wavering a bit. This was not a casual fling but a serious romantic relationship requiring far more responsibilities and commitments. The problem was that Yi Jiuyue was afraid of taking on responsibility, or even facing Shen Weihang's future, a very risky future. Everyone knew Shen Weihang's past, and how hard it was for him to achieve his current status. It was clear that he sincerely appreciated and loved this career and his fans. However, for a traffic-eating young actor like him, a romance was big news anyway, let alone a romance with another man. Fans might perform dramatic reactions, the internet could bombard them non-stop for a week, followed by losing film contracts, advertisements, endorsements, getting banned, ending up completely ruined, becoming the laughingstock of the world. Reality is not an idol drama, and Shen Weihang is not the male protagonist in an idol drama, people must face reality. If Sui Dong hadn't continued entangling him again and again, Yi Jiuyue actually didn't harbor much resentment toward him because that was probably the realistic response. Sui Dong was just an ordinary person, making the same choices many others would make. It was just that I wasn't practical enough. This was Yi Jiuyue's reflection. After all, I am such a cold person, other normal people in the world wouldn't be as ruthless and indifferent as me, they are social animals, I am not. Today, those final words from Sui Dong touched Yi Jiuyue somewhat. Why aren't you speaking? Her buddy was still chattering incessantly on the other end, didn't you fall? Nope, I got distracted. Sorry, Yi Jiuyue confessed guiltily. Oh, well, nothing much. Just curious why you're acting so mysterious, Lu Xinan said casually. Anyway, don't make it like high school all over again, you love watching guys' appearances. How does that saying go? Since ancient times, pretty boys have been heartbreakers. True diehard fans of handsome looks couldn't stand hearing this. An indignant Yi Jiuyue retorted, but isn't it worse if you get cheated on by someone ugly? Lu Xinan gritted his teeth, you almost convinced me. Can't you get your act together, Yi Jiuyue? This is like another version of Sui Dong, right? That's why you refuse to tell me. It's not that. It's just that you brought up this topic. Yi Jiuyue denied, besides, he also has a hard time. Don't mention him anymore. Which killer caused Sui Dong so much trouble today? Me. After finishing watching the high-definition documentary, the whole process of Mayor's only son being dead, Lu Xinan ignored him, we'll talk later. Have you got in the car? Almost, I see the car. Yi Jiuyue walked toward Shen Weihang's car, have you all got in the car? I seem to hear some sounds. Yeah, we took a taxi back to school. Lu Xinan glanced at the several classmates who were drunk out of their minds from the rearview mirror and continued lowering his voice, we will chat when you return. Alright. Yi Jiuyue turned off her phone. Shen Weihang went around the car after getting out and opened the door for Yi Jiuyue, offering her support. Had drinks? Beer. Yi Jiuyue murmured, everyone cheered us on to drink. I only had a little, others were blocked by Southwest. Shen Weihang hesitated for a moment and suspiciously questioned, is Lu Xinan straight? Yi Jiuyue became upset, he's my friend. What if he secretly admires you? Shen Weihang now perceived everyone as secretly loving Yi Jiuyue. He said unconsciously, even someone with self-control like me sees you and just wants to. Upon hearing that, Yi Jiuyue sighed suddenly and leaned against the backrest while looking at Shen Weihang who was fastening her seatbelt. Shen Weihang quickly reflected if he was too careless and advanced too much. But Yi Jiuyue also privately talks dirty. Why shouldn't I be allowed to say it? If I have superpowers, I would shut down the parking lot. Yi Jiuyue wistfully said, then we could do some car vibrations. Right now, I'm super excited. Shen Weihang. Shen Weihang. Shen Weihang, think again. Shut up. Shen Weihang, don't always say things like this just because of your face, Yi Ji. Eventually, either you'll split into multiple personalities or I will. What on earth does Yi Jiuyue think about all day? Definitely not only as a city Gaokao top scorer, right? Students mustn't get distracted. Once distracted, grades plummet instantly. Shen Weihang painfully thought. In fact, Shen Weihang could see that Yi Jiuyue was somewhat drunk, her face was red, her steps on the way here were unsteady. Shit, don't even know if it has anything to do with Sui Dong. Not a good time to inquire Lu Xinan either. Shen Weihang didn't add more words, after helping to fasten the seatbelt, he closed the passenger side door and returned to the driving seat. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and fed Yi Jiuyue, drink some water. Yi Jiuyue obediently held the water bottle, took small sips, paused occasionally, licked her lips lightly, sometimes even letting her tongue flick across the rim, creating an unusually subtle atmosphere. Anyway, it made Shen Weihang feel extremely awkward. After drinking for a bit, Yi Jiuyue turned to Shenwei Heng who had yet to start the car, tilting her head, looking completely pure and innocent, asking with confusion, shit. Shenwei Heng snapped back to reality, his face heating up slightly. He hesitated and said, your way of drinking water is a bit, his voice got quieter, that kind. Louder again, can you please not drink like this outside? Okay. Yi Jiuyue nodded holding the water bottle, looking very obedient. Satisfied, Shenwei Heng prepared to drive off. It was just for show, Yi Jiuyue slowly added, novels always write it this way, saying it works well for number 1. Screech. The car, which had just moved forward, was abruptly stopped by a sudden brake. Shenwei Heng clenched his teeth and turned to look at the culprit, Yi Jiuyue you. He froze. Yi Jiuyue looked like she found something incredibly funny and was laughing at Shenwei Heng, laughing radiantly. If it weren't for the seatbelt, she probably would have fallen backward laughing uncontrollably. Shit, Yi Jiuyue was thoroughly drunk. She seemed quite clear-headed earlier while on her phone and walking. But there are people who can appear normal but are actually very abnormal after having memory blackouts. Having seen much, Shenwei Heng mused over this and gently took the water bottle away from Yi Jiuyue's hand, tenderly saying, take a nap. Yi Jiuyue half closed her eyes, yawned, but shook her head, leaning against the seat, turning her head to look at Shenwei Heng and said, you're so cute. Shenwei Heng ignored him and drove off again, casually replying, you're cute. You're the cutest. Yi Jiuyue insisted. Alright, I'm the cutest. Now Shenwei Heng just wanted to quickly drive back to the apartment and deal with Yi Jiuyue once they were home. He impurely thought that if blackout Yi Jiuyue returned and kept on refusing sleep to pretend car vibrations instead, there might be an unexpected taste. Shit, all the useless thoughts that can't fit in Yi Jiuyue's head are damn crammed into my brain. Shenwei Heng seriously condemned Yi Jiuyue. So do you think I'm cute? Yi Jiuyue had closed his eyes for a long time, Shenwei Heng thought he had fallen asleep. But unexpectedly, he suddenly asked this question. Cute, very cute. Shenwei Heng said, you're super cute. So will you love me? Yi Jiuyue asked. Shenwei Heng froze for a moment. Seeing the traffic light ahead turn green, he stopped the car and turned to look at Yi Jiuyue. Yi Jiuyue didn't say anything else. He leaned back, closing his eyes again, breathing steadily as if he fell asleep. Jiuyue. Shenwei Heng tried calling out to him. Yi Jiuyue didn't respond. Shenwei Heng called again but still no response, so with the changing traffic lights, he started driving through the intersection. Not long after, Yi Jiuyue woke up like nothing happened and opened his eyes, asking, I love you too, could you also love me? Shenwei Heng. He silently increased the speed of the car a little. A while later, Yi Jiuyue asked, I'll do housework. Shenwei Heng. Yi Jiuyue said, I'll wash your clothes, I'll cook for you. Shenwei Heng. I can also knit scarves. Shenwei Heng. The car arrived at the apartment complex, Shenwei Heng helped Yi Jiuyue unfasten the seatbelt and let him out. Yi Jiuyue's feet touched the ground. Apart from being a little unstable, everything seemed normal. He even walked towards the elevator and pressed the right floor button on his own. Shenwei Heng still remained silent, making sure he didn't trip or bump into something. Upon reaching the floor, they got out, and Shenwei Heng fished out the keys to unlock the door. At that moment, Yi Jiuyue beside him suddenly said, actually, I know how to act cute, I'm particularly good at it. Shenwei Heng. No, your greatest talent is pissing me off. Don't try fooling me with your innocent face, drunk or sober, it doesn't matter to me. Shenwei Heng complained inwardly. Come inside. Shenwei Heng opened the door expressionlessly, pointing to the room. Yi Jiuyue obediently entered, took off his shoes, and switched to indoor slippers without any issue, then remembered there was still something he hadn't finished saying. Turning around, he asked Shenwei Heng, so can you? Shenwei Heng took off his hat, mask, and glasses, leaned against the door, and silently waited for Yi Jiuyue to finish speaking. As a result, Yi Jiuyue couldn't finish. Seeing Shenwei Heng reveal his full face, Yi Jiuyue suddenly paused mid-sentence, staring at Shenwei Heng silently as if at this moment, it wasn't Shenwei Heng who revealed his disguise but himself. Suddenly, he became clear-headed. Awake from the unrealistic dreamlike delusion before. Drunkenness ruins nations. Yi Jiuyue regretted it deeply, alcohol was drunk, and charm lay before him. Ask the drunken Yi Jiuyue who made those statements to take responsibility, not me, I have nothing to do with him, unfamiliar, don't know him. The sober Yi Jiuyue evaded reality in his thoughts. Damn. What about the promise to lose consciousness when drunk? Why do I remember so clearly? What have I done? Did I get possessed just now? The fail to escape reality. Yi Jiuyue looked at Shenwei Heng who was still watching him hopelessly. Dead, this time I'm really dead, Shenwei Heng is too enchanting. 10 seconds later, Yi Jiuyue softly accused, the hotel sells fake alcohol. Shenwei Heng. No, nonsense exists. Whether Yi Jiuyue can be adorable or not I don't know, but your skill of lying convincingly with an unchanged expression, without any transition, is crystal clear to me. You even use and magnify your accent advantage to enhance the persuasiveness of your lies. I see through you now. You have another side to you, huh? What the hell did Sui Dong do this time? Should I beat him to death? People who know their counterpart already has an official boyfriend yet persistently cling on to them have moral issues. Seeing Shen Weiheng not taking the bait, Yi Zhuoyue slowly raised his hands, slapped his thigh, and weakly said, "My head is so dizzy, I need to sleep." In short, when all strategies are considered, retreat is the best policy. With that, he turned around to run away. Shen Weiheng reached out and pulled the fleeing Yi Zhuoyue into his arms, supporting his waist and leaning in to kiss his lips. Fine, it's alright. One kiss and this whole thing will be over, otherwise it would get awkward. Yi Zhuoyue secretly rejoiced and became proactive. Unfortunately, Shen Weiheng didn't give him the chance. After a moment of kissing, he restrained Yi Zhuoyue's active movements and asked, "Can you do what?" Yi Zhuoyue played dumb, "Can I do what?" "Okay." Shen Weiheng answered himself. Yi Zhuoyue was stunned for a second. "I don't need you to wash my clothes, I don't need you to do housework for me, nor knit me scarves or act cute." Shen Weiheng kissed his forehead gently, "I only want you to love me." Yi Zhuoyue looked at him silently, forgetting all about his pretense of being cute. For just a fleeting moment, he almost forgot who he was. In a flash, Yi Zhuoyue nearly lost track of the question he had yet to finish asking. It wasn't as Shen Weiheng assumed, "So, can you love me?" Rather, it was, "Can you not abandon me like others? Can you not choose something else over me? Can you give me some time to learn how to be adorable? I learn things quickly if I put my mind to them." Of course, Shen Weiheng could never guess what Yi Zhuoyue was truly thinking, but he still insisted on finishing his sentence. He softly grazed Yi Zhuoyue's eyebrows with his lips and whispered, "Whatever you were about to ask, my answer is yes." No wonder Shen Weiheng wore so little when going outside. Because he himself is a heat source. Yi Zhuoyue thought. Shen Weiheng continued speaking. He said, "It's not because you love me that I love you. It's because I love you, and I hope you love me back too." As Shen Weiheng spoke, he released Yi Zhuoyue and dropped to one knee, looking up earnestly and asking, "Yi Zhuoyue, given everything I've said, will you marry me?" Yi Zhuoyue. Chapter 68. Yi Zhuoyue. Xiaodo Madai. Bridge bean sack. Who is drunk now? Ah, no. Who is possessed now? Could it be that Shen Weisheng drove all the way back drunk just now? Yi Zhuoyue rarely felt so disoriented, but he was quite confused at this moment. To be exact, Shen Weisheng always managed to do something unexpected. Let's talk frankly without any secrets. Honestly, I don't understand what you're thinking. You don't like to talk about your own affairs, but you look troubled, so I'm afraid one day you'll get upset and leave me again, making me look like an idiot. Shen Weisheng smiled, "Then why are you more worried about our breakup than I am? Is it because of my job? Am I a celebrity? Or is there something else? But no matter what, I think marriage can solve these issues." Yi Zhuoyue. "No, what exactly do you think marriage is? It's just a piece of paper. You might think I'm in a heat of passion right now and whatever I say may not count later, but I don't think so. For me, marriage is a big deal. I wouldn't mention it unless I've thought clearly, and once I decide, it won't change." Shen Weisheng tilted his head, pulling his hand to touch his chest. "I'm not impulsive. I've always wanted to start a family, though it sounds a bit embarrassing and overly sentimental. I've always wanted to have a home. I really envy others who have a home, but I don't. I am alone even though there are many good people around me. However, they all have their own homes, not mine." Actually, Shen Weisheng still hadn't taken off his coat, but Yi Zhuoyue could feel his heartbeat and the warmth of his heart through his clothes. "I previously asked you to pretend to do housework, not because I wanted you to do it, but because I sound funny, don't laugh at me. I deceived myself, playing house just like kids. Pretending this is my home, pretending we're married, pretending you are my wife doing housework, pretending I've just come back from work. Damn, talking about it makes it seem stupid." Shen Weisheng laughed while saying this, and although his eyes were moist, they shimmered with tears as he stared deeply into Yi Zhuoyue's eyes, "But I don't want anyone random. I don't know how to express it. It's not that I've just randomly said, oh, it's you. I want to do this with this person, I want to build a family with this person. I really don't know how to put it. I'm a bit excited now, my words are jumbled, do you understand?" Yi Zhuoyue remained silent for a moment, then slowly squatted down. He used his free hand to cautiously touch Shen Weisheng's face, hesitantly nodding, and summed up the main idea with one sentence, "You're proposing." Shen Weisheng despaired and said, "No, the point isn't the proposal, the point is that I truly love you." "You must be off topic in your essay." Yi Zhuoyue had his own persistence since he scored full marks on high school Chinese reading exams. "Whatever." Shen Weisheng gave up on himself. "Anyway, Yi Zhuoyue, would you be willing to trust me for a lifetime, to love me for a lifetime, and to support each other regardless of what happens? Actually, I wanted to say I want to give you a home, but when I thought about it, it seems a bit hypocritical. In fact, the truth is, I want you to give me a home. Or maybe not quite accurate, I think, let's build a home together." Shit, now I really don't know what I'm saying. My heart is pounding so fast, I'm so nervous. Yi Jiuyue looked at him for a long time before asking, what if others find out? Who? Shen Weisheng immediately betrayed himself in his tension. In fact, those who should know around me already know. My agent knows, Xiao Tang knows, my friends know, they helped me think of various ways to chase you, but most of them were bad ideas, I didn't use them much. There's basically no relationship between my father and me, you don't need to worry, he has no control over me either. Let me think, oh, there's also my sister. Actually, my sister knew too, I told her a long time ago, she was very happy. How do you know your sister was especially happy? Did you ask by divination? Yi Jiuyue looked at him with doubt but didn't ask out loud, only said, your fans and others. They constantly match me with Liu Bei, why can't I do the same for myself? Shen Weisheng said. Yi Jiuyue said, it's different. They are just joking, unlike you taking it seriously. I'm also joking. Shen Weisheng smiled, but hey, what era are we in now? Nobody will imprison us for this. Yi Jiuyue wanted to say something but held back. It's impossible to be imprisoned. But they can still protest, boycott, and use a lot of other methods. Just like the parents of Sui Dong back then, they didn't hit, didn't curse, or create any drama. They politely finalized everything with dignity. Shen Weisheng's current status wasn't easily gained, if he lost it all in an instant, it would be more difficult for him to bear than anyone else. Yi Jiuyue couldn't even determine just how heavy that weight might be. He even felt embarrassed comparing his own past bullying by Yi Tianwen with Shen Weisheng's struggles, it simply wasn't comparable. When Yi Jiuyue initially became a fan of Shen Weisheng, aside from his good looks, he truly thought Shen Weisheng was remarkable, so much so that Yi Jiuyue somewhat identified with Shen Weisheng personally, even idolizing him as a life role model. At the time, Yi Jiuyue had thought, this Shen Weisheng had gone through experiences so tragic that many people would have collapsed under such circumstances, giving up completely or, like himself, developed a closed-off sense of caution and distrust towards the world as a form of self-protection. But Shen Weisheng hadn't. He kept striving forward, showing gratitude, accepting pain, and looking towards the future with unwavering optimism and gentleness. Saying that Shen Weisheng's past fully transformed Yi Jiuyue's attitude toward life might be an exaggeration. But really, every time Yi Jiuyue thought about Shen Weisheng, he felt his own problems weren't that big a deal, given his better starting conditions compared to Shen Weisheng, which gave him a sense of courage. Strike, perhaps the best way to comfort oneself is indeed to find someone worse off than you, strike. Later, when Yi Jiuyue developed a closer relationship with Shen Weisheng and got to know him better, he realized that Shen Weisheng's attitude towards life was not only gentle but also filled with love, a passionate enthusiasm that seemed innate. Yi Jiuyue found it hard to understand how someone who'd been through so much could still retain such vitality. He wondered where Shen Weisheng continued to derive such spirit. Why could he remain as emotionally invested in things and people around him, appearing as though born into privilege? Isn't there a popular saying on the internet, may you return from years away, battered by trials and tribulations, yet remain a boy at heart? Though Yi Jiuyue's experiences were limited, among the people he'd met, Shen Weisheng had suffered the most and remained the purest embodiment of youth. This person is too good, Yi Jiuyue couldn't help but think. Like gold, when thrown into fire, perhaps temporarily melting but never disappearing, it would only become purer and brighter over time. Right at this moment, Yi Jiuyue even regretted being impractical and overly demanding. In reality, there shouldn't have been any need to bring up these issues to Shen Weisheng, it only caused difficulties for him. As it stood, both were happy together, it wasn't right to worry about potential issues in their distant future. It was truly unentertaining. Live day by day, minute by minute, it's not a loss. Thus, it fundamentally should not have ruined the mood like this, nor should it have brought up the topic suddenly and spoiled the atmosphere. Just unable to restrain himself. Today, Sui Dong had said quite a bit, and Yi Jiuyue only remembered the last words. He suddenly imagined what would happen if Shen Weisheng one day left, if this dream would wake, and felt particularly pained. Caught between choosing long-term suffering versus cherishing every additional day together, this indecision caused immense discomfort. He didn't recognize himself anymore, feeling possessed, strange, and restless. Yi Jiuyue disliked this side of himself. He detested the phrase, indecisive, because it seemed pretentious. Yi Jiuyue wanted to conclude the awkward subject that he himself had initiated. Alright, I believe. You don't actually believe, do you? Shen Weisheng interrupted, you're just trying to wrap up the conversation. Can you stop pulling this trick every time? Next, we go to bed, and this matter will pass, that's your plan, isn't it? You always follow this routine when handling our issues. Yi Jiuyue retorted stubbornly, nope. You've convinced me, and I trust you. What else is there to say? What are you evading? Shen Weisheng asked, I've wanted to ask for a long time. Anyway, don't you dare threaten me with breaking up. I must ask you today, why are you afraid to trust me when I love you genuinely, when I'm capable of loving you forever? Is it because of Sui Dong? Many people break up multiple times, yet they still believe in love. Why do you compare me to Sui Dong? It has nothing to do with Sui Dong, Yi Jiuyue slowly responded, it's just, going with the flow is good. Good my ass. Shen Weisheng was nearly driven mad, if you're so good at going with the flow, why don't you shave your head and become a monk? Yi Jiuyue replied earnestly, because I don't practice celibacy. Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng stared at him for 10 seconds, then suddenly lay down on the ground, lying stiff while looking at the ceiling. Dead. Done with talking. Shen Weisheng was utterly furious at Yi Jiuyue. What a liar, and yet so good at acting cute. Clearly he was very skilled at infuriating others. Yi Jiuyue's legs had gone numb from squatting too long, so he slowly changed into a sitting position, sitting next to Shen Weisheng. He looked down at his hands and said nothing. The two stayed like this for a while before Yi Jiuyue asked, "Are you angry?" "Yes." Shen Weisheng said. "I'm sorry," Yi Jiuyue said. "Doesn't matter," Shen Weisheng said. Yi Jiuyue hesitated, trying to persuade him, "I won't bring it up again." "Can you stop being mad, please?" "No," Shen Weisheng said expressionlessly, "when a problem arises, we solve it." "Why do you always run away when there's an issue?" "Because, it can't be solved," Yi Jiuyue explained slowly, "if it could be solved, I wouldn't run." "You haven't even tried, how do you know it can't be solved?" It was because he had tried, so he knew it couldn't be solved. Yi Jiuyue didn't say that out loud. When Shen Weisheng noticed him not speaking again, he couldn't help but sneak a glance. He saw Yi Jiuyue sitting there lost in thought, occasionally sneaking looks at him. There were no signs of tears, but this helpless and cautious demeanor seemed even worse than crying. Shen Weisheng felt as though his heart had been chopped to pieces, instantly forgetting his position. He quickly got up from the floor and hugged Yi Jiuyue, saying, "I'm not mad at you, I'm mad at myself. If only I had met you a few years earlier, you wouldn't have lost faith in love." Yi Jiuyue hesitated, replying, "But then you would have broken the law." Shen Weisheng despaired, "Yi Jiuyue, shut up. Don't speak, or I'll die, and you'll be my murderer." To avoid unnecessary jail time, Yi Jiuyue remained silent. Once sure Yi Jiuyue wouldn't utter another word, Shen Weisheng continued, "Your worries, I understand. And it's my fault too. Lately, I've been preoccupied with other things, so I didn't consider this enough and didn't properly discuss it with you. But really, the situation is not as dire as you imagine. At worst, if I get banned, big deal, I just won't act anymore. You forgot I own a restaurant. It actually makes quite a bit of money. My friends also helped me invest in other places, and I've saved a fair amount." Shen Weisheng almost took out his phone to show Yi Jiuyue the figures directly, but reconsidered, thinking it might seem vulgar. He carefully put the phone back and continued, "We might not earn as much as we do now, but it will still be enough for both of us to live comfortably. And anyway, it's not like they'll issue a specific document banning me. Can't I work behind the scenes? Can't I change careers? Do they have to chase me all over the country? Is our enmity really so strong?" Feeling suffocated by the tight embrace, Yi Jiuyue burrowed his head a little to breathe some fresh air. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Weisheng kissed Yi Jiuyue lightly, then continued, "If all else fails, we'll go abroad. Nainue, you know how I used to get by, at least millions of people know how Shen Weisheng survived back then. I didn't starve to death back then, do you think I'll starve now? What are you even worrying about? My sister once said, life only gets better, never worse. But you should seriously consider this, are you willing to run away with me for me?" Kissed by Shen Weisheng, Yi Jiuyue lazily curled back into his arms, remaining silent for so long that Shen Weisheng began to suspect he had fallen asleep due to the aftereffects of alcohol. Just as Shen Weisheng was about to sneak a peek, Yi Jiuyue suddenly said in surprise, "What you said makes perfect sense." Shen Weisheng lowered his head to steal a glance at Yi Jiuyue's expression, it didn't look like he was faking it. "Do you really find it reasonable?" Shen Weisheng asked cautiously. Yi Jiuyue nodded earnestly, "Yes, I do." "Then will you stop overthinking?" "Yes, I will." "So smoothly. How can I not believe this?" "It's not smooth, look, you ended up lying on the ground." The model child known as Yi Jiuyue remarked, "Only kids behave that way. When I was a kid, I never acted like that." "Were you like that when you were young?" Shen Weisheng said, "No, forget it." Yi Jiuyue, "All right." Shen Weisheng asked cautiously again, "Seriously?" "Serious, you just said mutual trust," Yi Jiuyue retaliated. Shen Weisheng restrained himself, "Right, I said that. What about the proposal?" Yi Jiuyue agreed readily, "Sure." Shen Weisheng felt entirely uncomfortable, did we really solve the problem so easily after all this talking? Yi Jiuyue thought he was seriously out of sorts, what more do you want? Shen Weisheng didn't know what normal people were supposed to feel in such a case, but anyway it seemed strange and bizarre. But then he considered, it wasn't the first time Yi Jiuyue's way of thinking was bizarre, he should have been used to it long ago. Then that settled, Shen Weisheng hesitated as he said, "We'll buy the ring later, right?" "Sure," Yi Jiuyue replied, "but you're not allowed to wear it. Can't I just enjoy the sight of it on my finger?" "Fine." Yi Jiuyue kissed him lightly. However, Yi Jiuyue had become content too quickly. Shen Weisheng, who hadn't yet unleashed all his pent-up tactics, wrestled with himself in deep thought. He suddenly stopped undoing his own belt and exclaimed, "Wait." Yi Jiuyue deployed his vocal seduction ultimate move, murmuring softly, "No waiting." "No, wait." Shen Weisheng insisted. Using his ultimate move of deliberately misunderstanding, Yi Jiuyue implied, "No need to wait, I'll speed things up for you." Just shut up. Shen Weisheng grabbed his hand, pondered, then said, alright, fine. But, Jiuyue, let's try something new. Jiuyue looked at him innocently. Something super new. Shen Weisheng grinned seductively at Yi Jiuyue and whispered hoarsely, I remember you once said that forceful roleplay could be really exciting. We haven't tried it yet. After careful reconsideration, it probably wouldn't be exciting, hence no thanks. A primal instinct warned Yi Jiuyue that this was an enticing trap, so he turned to get up and flee, only to be dragged by Shen Weisheng embracing his waist from behind. Bro Yi, don't run. Bro Yi sensed danger. Bro Yi had already reached understanding and let go of his overthinking. What else did you want? Don't take it too far. Lifting Yi Jiuyue onto the bed, Shen Weisheng alertly followed Yi Jiuyue's eyes wherever he moved. Shen Weisheng bound Yi Jiuyue's hands separately to the headboard with soft fabric, instantly shifting into a dark persona. He stepped on Yi Jiuyue a little in a devilishly beastly manner and coldly asked with a grin, feels good, huh? Yi Jiuyue. His face flushed, heated up, and every other part also heated up quickly. How dare Yi Jiuyue carry such a pure and virtuous face? Damn it. Inside, Shen Weisheng was collapsing mentally, but his professionalism carried him forward to continue the act. Although this chicken dinner play was clearly something that wouldn't pass censorship, Shen brothers' professional ethics were top-notch. And Yi Jiuyue was practically losing his mind. In ecstasy and torment. He even felt Shen Weisheng split into a second personality. Yet, the flavor of this situation was irresistible, and Yi Jiuyue decisively chose to yield to the darkened character. While we're here, let's talk. I'll give you my bank card passwords and insurance box passwords. Black and Satellite smiled, inching closer to the seemingly helpless September who appeared ready to cry, and you tell me your secrets. Are you okay? Why would you discuss this with me now? And why not with Liu Bei? I have zero interest in your passwords. Yi Jiuyue nearly blurted it out. Yi Jiuyue fell asleep with a touch of irritation, refusing to turn toward Shen Weisheng as usual, instead rolling over and cocooning himself in a blanket, forming his own small world. The more Shen Weisheng studied Yi Jiuyue's body language, the more he believed something was wrong. He pressed against Yi Jiuyue's back through the thick layers of blankets, reaching out to pull down the blanket covering Yi Jiuyue's head and whispered lowly, it's not good to sleep with your head covered. Yi Jiuyue didn't move, continuing to slumber like a silkworm cocooned up tightly. Shen Weisheng fumbled with the blanket, leaning in to check Yi Jiuyue's expression, unable to resist pecking his soft cheeks. Honestly, Shen Weisheng deeply regretted it. That mode had automatically switched on again, the one where he became confused and completely thrown off balance whenever it came to anything related to Yi Jiuyue, as if his brain had been confiscated. Before this, he had been stuck on investigating Yi Jiuyue's background, but each time he brought it up, Yi Jiuyue evaded the topic. Sensing Yi Jiuyue's reluctance, Shen Weisheng refrained from pushing further and also avoided secretly probing into Yi Jiuyue's bottom line on matters he clearly preferred not to expose. Shen Weisheng's own background had been thoroughly uncovered by various parties long ago, but as a public figure, he had gotten used to it. Nonetheless, no one truly enjoys being privately investigated about aspects they have explicitly stated they wish to keep hidden. Yi Jiuyue was naturally sensitive. But today, things had escalated suddenly to the level of a successful marriage proposal. Both of their hearts were now laid bare toward each other. Shen Weisheng, with blood rushing to his head, impulsively decided to ask the person himself. For unknown yet perhaps similar reasons, Yi Jiuyue didn't put up much resistance this time either. After a brief hesitation, he finally revealed the information. Orphanage-born, adopted for a few years before his adoptive parents gave birth to a younger brother. Relations between them were strained, and during high school, Yi Jiuyue was forced out of the closet, further worsening his familial relations until they tacitly reached an understanding. Upon entering university, Yi Jiuyue essentially cut off any ties and planned never to return home. His adoptive parents still provided financial support for tuition and living expenses, but Yi Jiuyue opened a separate bank account and stored all the funds in there. He intended to add more money into this account after starting work post-graduation as a way to repay the years of raising him, earmarked specifically for their old age care. The arrangement seemed clear enough. And that was all there was. Nothing else. Shen Weisheng didn't dare probe further. At that moment, he felt like he'd been brought back to the edge of rejection's cliff. Maybe once Yi Jiuyue woke up, he would pack up and leave. But that wasn't the point anymore. Shen Weisheng pulled Yi Jiuyue closer through the blankets, pressing his face against Yi Jiuyue's neck. He whispered softly, regardless of whether Yi Jiuyue was truly asleep or feigning it, I'm sorry. Naturally, Yi Jiuyue didn't respond. Shen Weisheng continued in a quiet tone, what I've been troubled about these past few days is exactly this, nothing else. Just this one matter, Shen Weisheng promised earnestly, I'll never do this again. Truly. I want to sleep, Yi Jiuyue finally muttered faintly. Shen Weisheng immediately stopped speaking. A few minutes later though, unable to resist, he parted the blanket slightly and leaned in to take a peek. He saw Yi Jiuyue lying there awake, staring vacantly. Shen Weisheng, at a loss for words, noticed Yi Jiuyue reaching out from under the blanket to grab some wet wipes from the nightstand. Quietly handling them, he then returned beneath the sheets. Shen Weisheng. Damn, things just went from bad to worse. One mistake led to another. It felt like when Dong, Xiao Jing, and Hua Lin, the eternal bachelors, were extending a welcome back signal towards me. No, I'm not going back there. It's only those three who deserve to stay cooped up forever. I'm different from them. Desperately clinging for life, Shen Weixing said, "Hey, wife." Yi Zhuoyue paused, silently glancing over at him. Shen Weixing tentatively called out again, his face heating up, unsure and bashfully asking, "I don't know what I should call you. Should I call you hubby? What do you prefer to hear?" Yi Zhuoyue's face grew warm too, as he silently turned away and continued wiping himself with the wet wipes inside the covers. "Forget it, let's just stick with names then." Shen Weixing gave an awkward laugh, "Otherwise, I could run water, take a shower." After pondering briefly, Yi Zhuoyue shook his head, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I'm not mad. It's not because I fear your anger, well, yes, maybe I do, but not exactly." Shen Weixing's speech turned jumbled as he embraced Yi Zhuoyue tighter, pressing his face against the soft hair at the back of his head and saying, "I'm afraid of making you upset, not because I fear the act itself, but because I can't bear seeing you unhappy. Just earlier, I promised never to bully you again, yet look how quickly I broke that vow." "Nope, I was just a little dazed by the thrill earlier." Yi Zhuoyue had already recovered, magnanimously consoling him instead. Mandatory role-playing was fun. "Let's just refine it a little next time." Only heaven knows how hard Shen Weixing had to restrain himself from shouting, "Shut up," right at that moment. He realized now that sometimes Yi Zhuoyue intentionally tried to deflect the conversation, purposefully veering into peculiar tangents. Yi Zhuoyue was avoiding direct conflict, evading all possible triggers for contention or confrontation. Shen Weixing, deliberately forgetting the countless times Yi Zhuoyue had driven him insane, concluded that it must be the result of having grown up feeling subordinate and overly cautious in the home of his adoptive parents. "Ah, my gray September, my mistreated gray September, only I can protect you, I must protect you." In his half-delirious state, Shen Weixing straddled Yi Zhuoyue with his long legs, wrapping around him octopus-like in an overprotective stance. Yi Zhuoyue. On a literal physical level, he was almost suffocating. Somehow, Shen Weixing had clearly misunderstood something. Yi Zhuoyue indeed wasn't very keen on talking about matters related to his adoptive parents, partly because he thought it unnecessary, and partly because he felt somewhat ashamed. Yet with their relationship at this stage, saying it was fine. There was no need to get angry over this. Why was Shen Weixing so sentimental? Did he remember his childhood? It didn't seem much like his own upbringing either, and Shen Weixing had looked in interviews as though he'd long since let go of any emotional baggage. So why did he suddenly become so sensitive? "The reason I didn't want to talk earlier was because I wanted to quietly savor the pleasure." Yi Zhuoyue couldn't help but reminisce once more after thinking about this. Here's how it happened. A few days ago, the film clips from Shen Weixing's movie with Liu Bei were released, and Shen Weixing even forwarded them. Yi Zhuoyue now quietly paid special attention to him, watching them several times through until he became completely immersed, and inadvertently went down a sinful path of fantasy. How could one perform as a disfigured villain yet still look so handsome? Oh! The villain's transformation was too mesmerizing. Fans promptly created an MV for the darkened Shen Weixing imprisonment play, which was beyond mesmerizing. After all, the usual mode of the road Shen couple, Shen Weixing movingly reforming vampire Liu Bei, had grown tiresome. Now there was a new model, twisted, depraved Shen Weixing imprisoning aloof Liu Bei, a thrilling experience. During peak hours, C Station was launching a new MV every 5 minutes, no exaggeration. Just thinking about it, Yi Zhuoyue grew so excited that he wanted to kick his legs. This kind of explosive pleasure involving an original character stealing away the original couple's thunder would have him lynched by the fandom if spoken out loud, impossible to share. Lost in thought, Mary Nine was almost suffocating herself. 5 minutes later, Yi Zhuoyue actually kicked his legs a couple of times, feeling weak as he said, "I'm being crushed." Octopus Shen silently drew back his legs. Yi Zhuoyue turned over to face him, gazing at his face for a while before opening a small crack in the blanket and gesturing for him to come in. Shen Weixing decisively crawled into the blanket. Finding a comfortable position to hold Shen Weixing, Yi Zhuoyue rubbed his face and sincerely said, "You're so handsome." Shen Weixing, who woke up every day admiring his own reflection, ? Yi Zhuoyue started digressing again. Sigh, he still held back. "It must be because I haven't given him enough security yet. Come on, Shen Weixing, you can do it." Shen Weixing silently crossed his legs again and embraced tighter. Maybe Shen Weixing was indeed fragile at this moment, reminiscing about his tragic childhood. Perhaps this posture made him feel secure, though the reason wasn't clear. Anyway, it didn't matter. Letting him stay on top wouldn't hurt either. It seemed somewhere there was a claim that people tend to feel mentally weaker and more dependent after. Yi Zhuoyue thought scientifically and sympathetically. Chapter 69. You are. Lu Sinan said wistfully, "My you are." His you silently looked at him. Lu Sinan sighed, and grabbed Yi Zhuoyue's hand. "I have read the 4 books and 5 classics but never heard of the color character with a knife above, you are." Yi Zhuoyue tried to pull her hand back. Lu Sinan wanted to say something but stopped, sighing repeatedly. The clock needed to be turned back 15 minutes. This is how it happened. Yi Zhuoyue had once agreed to work as a temporary assistant for Liu Bei during winter break. After Shen Weisheng's successful proposal, he turned into a house manager. The house manager insisted on sending people to the employer's house. This employer was none other than Lu Sinan. It was 8 o'clock in the morning then. Lu Sinan, who had just woken up, said innocently, "Hey. You two happen to meet here. What a coincidence. Come in. Satellite brother, you are looking for, whoa. Shit." Lu Sinan formally woke from the end of a dream, switching to an antagonistic attitude while yelling upstairs, "Lu Dong. Bei. Shen. Wei. Xing. Come here now." Shen Weisheng couldn't stop or explain it in time, so he could only let it go. "Since we're here, let's say hello." Lu Sinan coldly and elegantly let Yi Jiuyue and Shen Weisheng into the house. After finally calming down, he came out of the kitchen with 2 cups of hot tea, seeing Liu Bei wearing pajamas and slippers come out of the upstairs bedroom, followed by Dai Xiaojing. Lu Sinan almost rushed over to splash the 2 cups of hot tea onto Lu Dongbei's face. What good is this face anymore? The situation was quite out of control at that moment. Mainly because Lu Sinan lost control. He stared wide-eyed at Dai Xiaojing, then Shen Weisheng, and finally at Lu Dongbei. In truth, splashing all of it on Liu Bei's face wasn't entirely fair, but the 2 cups of hot tea in his hands couldn't be evenly divided between who deserved it. There was the ancient tale of 2 peaches killing 3 warriors, and today there were 2 teas destabilizing Sinan. Sinan was very troubled. Shen Weisheng and Liu Bei exchanged greetings, asking Dai Xiaojing, "How did you end up here?" "How did Dai Xiaojing end up here?" Dai Xiaojing was emotionally triggered after Shen Weisheng showcased their wedding plans, including booking school spots for their 2 kids with Boss Yi. Instead of seeing a psychologist, she came overnight to cling to Liu Bei and seek comfort. Hua Lin was away on business trips, and Wen Dong quickly found a partner, leaving her feeling left behind. Reluctantly, Liu Bei allowed her to stay over, having deep conversations late into the night. Last night, Lu Sinan had been gaming in his room, naturally unaware. As close friends, Shen Weisheng looked at Dai Xiaojing's expression and knew it was unnecessary to hide his relationship with Yi Jiuyue from Liu Bei. He was also generous, lifting Yi Jiuyue's heavy backpack, asking, "Where is he sleeping?" "I'll put it there directly." Even in front of Liu Bei and Dai Xiaojing, Yi Jiuyue still felt somewhat restrained and uneasy, glancing at Shen Weisheng a few times. "It's fine, among our own group," Shen Weisheng reassured him with a smile. "Is Liu Bei also one of them?" Surprised, Yi Jiuyue would have asked if the whole world already knew except Lu Sinan. Isn't Shen Weisheng too talkative? Whether Shen Weisheng was talkative was debatable. But perhaps in Shen Weisheng's private universe, it really was only Lu Sinan who didn't know yet. Of course, things have come to this point, the next second, Lu Sinan would find out. Lu Sinan isn't pure dumb either, his frown deepened, gradually reacting, saying, "Shit?" With helplessness mingled with affection, Liu Bei crushed a walnut for his younger brother to eat, but it was intercepted by Dai Xiaojing. Lu Sinan didn't want to accept this reality. But his objection made no difference. So there's no point in doing meaningless things. Yet he couldn't help sighing deeply to the moon. That pair of buddies bickered upstairs and interrogated each other, while Liu Bei gestured toward Shen Weisheng, "Sit." Shen Weisheng wasn't foolish either, sitting on the sofa, he directly asked, "What's going on?" "I need a temporary assistant, and Xuanan recommended Jiuyue." Liu Bei said lightly. Shen Weisheng wasn't close with him, so it wasn't appropriate to inquire further. He merely glanced at Dai Xiaojing. Dai Xiaojing chuckled, "I don't know anything." At first, Liu Bei invited Yi Jiuyue as an assistant to help Dai Xiaojing persuade Shen Weisheng, but unexpectedly, Shen Weisheng suddenly changed his mind and now his agent is negotiating conditions with Dai Entertainment. Dai Xiaojing shed tears of old age. And since Liu Bei valued his dignity, he hadn't dismissed Yi Jiuyue, even though she was no longer important. By this time, Yi Jiuyue had arranged the luggage and calmed the mood, starting her workday and descending the stairs to ask Liu Bei, "Brother Jia gave me breakfast arrangements. Should we make it now?" Liu Bei nodded and pointed, "The kitchen is over there." Dai Xiaojing first took pity on Liu Bei and accused him, "You just eat some cereal. Can't you pour yourself some hot water?" Liu Bei looked at him as if he were insane. Shen Weisheng smiled and said, "No problem, it's social practice anyway." There was no trace of the person who had screamed in the car 2 hours ago, being an assistant is so tiring. Now that I have you, I don't have to work so hard. I heard from Xiao Tang that Liu Bei likes making things difficult. Now that things had come to this, Shen Weisheng closed his eyes, thinking that there was no way Liu Bei would betray Yi Jiuyue, so he decided not to bother with it anymore, and changed the subject for a few greetings. Dai Xiaojing suddenly asked, "Hey, Satellite, where will you spend the new year?" "Still at Teacher Xia's house." "Teacher Xia? Let's not even talk about it." Whenever Shen Weisheng didn't have work on New Year's Eve, he usually went to Teacher Xia's house for dinner. After all, he had nowhere else to go, and spending it alone was too sad. His friends also had their own families. This year was different. "I'll spend it with Jiuyue if I don't have work," Shen Weisheng said. Dai Xiaojing smiled and said, "There's a job for you if you want it." Shen Weisheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What?" "The promotion for Xijing Light has started." The satellite channel New Year's Eve Spring Festival Gala invited Liu Bei and Bo Ru to perform. If you could join, it'd be perfect, Dai Xiaojing said. The station would definitely be happy to add you, as it makes good hype. Xijing Light was the movie Shen Weixing starred as a twisted male secondary character, while Bo Ru was the female lead of the film. Seeing that this was related to promoting the movie, Shen Weixing nodded, all right. After finishing the business matter, he turned to private matters. This year, none of us have gotten together. Take this opportunity to come back and let Wendong arrange something. Which day can we privately meet up? Dai Xiaojing immediately arranged it, bring Zhou Yue over too. I'll ask him later. Shen Weixing didn't agree right away. Although he wanted to introduce Yi Zhou to his relatives and friends, he still respected Yi Zhou's personal opinion. Dai Xiaojing made a sound of geek, and seeing Shen Weixing looking down at his phone, he very falsely asked Liu Bei, want to come along? What identity do I have in your private gathering? Liu Bei saw through his pretense immediately. Dai Xiaojing laughed and jokingly touched his thigh, as family. Liu Bei was used to his flowery talk and ignored him. However, he then heard a damn coming from above. Looking up, he saw Liu Sinan slamming the door and turning back into the room. Stay away from me. Liu Bei blamed Dai Xiaojing coldly. I have some stuff to do. Let's gather again next time. Shen Weixing finished replying to his WeChat message and said, I'll tell them in the kitchen. Liu Bei nodded, maintaining his usual aloof face, then I won't hold you back. Go ahead. Yi Zhou was quick-handed and chopping scallions in the kitchen. Liu Bei's parents were on a business trip, and the nanny took leave. Coming home, Liu Bei changed from precious to casual, eating only cereal for breakfast. When Liu Sinan came home, she changed from casual to being pampered, kneading noodles with fried eggs and vegetables, which also included Dai Xiaojing's portion. Watching Shen Weixing stand by the kitchen door for 3 seconds made him uncomfortable. Let me handle it. Why should you do it? This is my social practice, Yi Zhou declined. I don't want you doing it. Shen Weixing moved closer and hugged her from behind, whispering about his sinister plans. I want to spoil you until you can't do anything. Yi Zhou dragged her little tail to the fridge to grab some eggs. Shen Weixing gave her a peck on the cheek. There you go, laughing again. Don't do this at someone else's house. No one is watching. Liu Sinan, damn. Shen Weixing and Yi Zhou turned around to see Liu Sinan turning around and leaving the kitchen after slamming the door. Fine. Shen Weixing restrained himself a bit and said, my senior introduced me to the director, so I have to rush over. Afterward, it won't be convenient for me to come find you, so we'll keep in touch via messages. Okay. You shouldn't overwork yourself either, like cooking these kinds of tasks. You can leave them for Liu Sinan to develop her sense of independence. Shen Weixing nonsense destroyed his serious and diligent reputation. In society, you need to know how to take shortcuts. Don't be too honest. Don't instill incorrect values in me, Yi Zhou protested, then added, if I practice well, I can cook for you too. Shen Weixing immediately wanted to pull out his phone and write an 800-word essay titled, A Small Incident, Yi Zhou practicing diligently to cook for me. Shen Weixing didn't say much more. After saying hello, he left Liu Bei's house to meet Bo Ru. Bo Ru debuted at the age of 3 and is now 21. She was considered a great predecessor in the circle, but her background was quite tragic. Since she was young, her parents treated her as a cash cow. During her growth phase, they strictly restricted her diet and dressed her in mature clothes to attend dinner parties. When she returned home, she would often face beatings and scoldings. Later, Bo Ru fought a shocking legal battle for the custody rights of herself, which dragged on for over a year. Finally, she broke away from her bizarre parents but fell into depression and binge ate due to it. Only recently, she managed to regroup herself. If things had gone normally, at this point, Liu Bei's status wouldn't have matched hers. But showbiz is a dog-eat-dog world. Because of these experiences, Bo Ru truly lived up to her name. Her appearance was so fragile that people thought she might vanish in an instant, thanks to unclear statements from fans about her image. Yet, her personality was a contradictory mix of sharpness and decadence. Bo Ru's past scandals were known all over the internet, but she didn't care about her good girl image. She sat in the main hall of an old restaurant smoking with the director. Shen Weixing arrived hastily. Director Chen, Ru's sister, sorry. By age, Shen Weixing was older than Bo Ru, but because Bo Ru's actions and words were very worldly wise, everyone in the circle, big or small, called her sister. Even some experienced directors and producers joined in. It's fine. It was also just a sudden notice to you. Bo Ru patted the chair beside her indicating him to sit, then teased, what are we? Waiting around for Director Chen's schedule. I'll only be reminded once. Director Chen sighed helplessly yet found it amusing. Where dare I? Relying on Director Chen's favor, Bo Ru, holding a cigarette, lifted the teapot and poured tea for Shen Weixing. Doesn't Shen Weixing smoke except during filming? Besides shooting scenes, not much. Shen Weixing replied, I'll do it myself. No need to be polite with me. Bo Ru handed a cigarette to Director Chen, saying, Director Chen is such a busy person, let's skip pleasantries and talk business first, by the bill afterward. Hey. You Ru's sister, Director Chen wagged his finger toward her, turning to Shen Weixing with a more distant expression and playful curiosity. She doesn't show kindness often. Are you sleeping with her? Director Chen made many successful movies in his early years and showed a bit of arrogance when facing Shen Weixing, who belonged to TV drama's younger generation. How can I say, Director Chen does see me high, but Ru's sister hasn't seen me as anything more. Shen Weixing cleverly evaded. Bo Ru kicked Director Chen under the table. Hey! A joke, let's have hot pot. Director Chen exclaimed. Shen Weixing understood, probably there has been some sleeping involved. Even though Director Chen had a wife and son. The industry is too messy. Those selling their couple personas typically just sell them, the only difference is how long they manage to maintain it before the public catches on. These types of situations were common enough that Shen Weixing cared less about them now. After all, no one really cared what Shen Weixing thought anyway. 12 words for self-preservation: pretend ignorance, act dumb, guard your own path. Xiao Shen, your Ru sister truly sees potential in you. I looked up your previous works too. Initially, I wanted to set a formal meeting time, but today isn't my fault. No good news, I wouldn't call you out early in the morning. Shen Weixing responded humbly but jokingly, Director Chen and Ru's sister giving me an opportunity, I'd leap up. Director Chen waved a hand and asked directly, do you have confidence in taking on the leading role? Shen Weixing paused. The male lead, do you have the confidence? Director Chen asked again. Shen Weixing. Chapter 70. In the dead of night, Shen Weixing still spoke excitedly in the video call about this matter. I thought he was joking with me at that moment. Yi Zhouyue, unaware of the intricacies within the entertainment circle, said naturally, your acting is good, and you're dedicated, gold will shine eventually. That's not entirely true, I got lucky. Shen Weixing, agitated yet maintaining clarity, responded, this role was originally meant for Liu Bei. He got into a feud over this resource but then fought with Bo Ru over billing positions and screen time, and things fell apart. But the team had already been assembled, eager to start shooting. Suitable co-stars didn't want to take on what he rejected, so the director asked me for help. Yi Zhouyue. It suddenly sounded less classy. Word about Liu Bei filming this movie has been around for a while. Once I join the cast, there's bound to be a wave of negativity, either mocking me for getting lucky or accusing me of selling out and stealing his opportunity, Shen Weixing explained very knowledgeably, then my fans will counterattack, accusing Liu Bei for running away and needing me to save the scene, and CP fans will go wild. Yi Zhouyue comforted hesitantly, that won't happen. I'm fine, I just wanted to tell you beforehand, don't believe all the slander claiming I'm being exploited. Shen Weixing said. Yi Zhouyue replied, I never believed it before. Don't believe it in the future either, Shen Weixing said. Okay, Yi Zhouyue paused, couldn't resist saying, I don't want you to be criticized. Before, watching Star's fandom wars seemed like a mere pastime to her. She would view some strange rumors as novels, without taking them too seriously. But now that Shen Weixing was part of her family, she found it quite unsettling. Due to his looks and background, Shen Weixing had been claimed to have been taken advantage of by half of the entertainment industry's men and women, even involving in S&M. In this circle, everyone gets criticized, even Liu Bei gets criticism. Shen Weixing consoled him, I've been yelled at for accepting food from fans who think I feed them gutter oil. But those girls were actually eating street food. I just happened to pass by and paid the bill. Each time someone told him to let it go, he truly felt like retorting, how could one remain normal until today if they weren't letting go? Shen Weixing changed the topic, asking, are you still getting used to everything? Besides cooking, there's nothing much else, it's just letting Sinan play with me. They didn't play for long when Lu Sinan picked up an adorable little girl gamer in the online game. She immediately abandoned the fake relationship with September and focused on playing and buying equipment for the little girl. In the YY voice chat, she even sang for the little girl, soon kicking Yi Zhouyue back to the guest room to video chat with Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing and Yi Zhouyue indulged in affection during the video call, exchanging sweet nothings across the screen, reminding each other to dress warmly and drink more warm water. Suddenly, Shen Weixing heard a loud noise and quickly asked, what happened? Yi Zhouyue looked back, probably Sinan. Let me check. Leaving the guest room, Yi Zhouyue saw Lu Sinan kicking open Liu Bei's door and yelling, Lu Dongbei, are you abnormal or something? Liu Bei, with his bangs tied up like a pigtail's ponytail, comfortably sprawled on the bed, sipping coffee with one hand and holding a mouse in the other. On the laptop in his arms, an energetic and familiar little girl avatar was bouncing around. Faced with his irate younger brother, Liu Bei, thought himself, spoke lovingly with a cold tone, this is teaching you not to easily trust online relationships. Those beauties you meet who ask you to buy equipment are probably uncouth men rather than actual beauties, better than me anyway. Seeing Yi Zhouyue also there, Liu Bei gestured towards his cup and said, refill this for me while you're here. Refill your sister. Lu Sinan shouted, are you sick? As Yi Zhouyue refilled the cup, she lost hope in these male entertainment idols. Truly, one should stay far, far away from their idols' private lives. They all have personas, they're false, they don't really exist. Fortunately, I still have Na Lai. Yi Zhouyue silently thought. Na Lai would never falter. Na Lai's coolness went deep into the bone, impossible to fake through sheer effort. After refilling the coffee, Yi Jiuyue persuaded Lu Sinan back to her room, and returned to the guest room to find Shen Weisheng still on the video call, busy with his own affairs. Without reminding Shen Weisheng aloud, Yi Jiuyue lay on the table to observe. Shen Weisheng brewed a health tea, sitting on the couch drinking it slowly while reviewing the new movie script on his tablet carefully. The preliminary intention to cooperate was there, and there was mutual trust, so the script was sent early for familiarity. The tentative name of this movie was Era. The male lead's mother died early, his stepmother was harsh, and he made a living through thievery. The female lead was his neighbor, always quietly covering for him. They mutually admired each other, but neither dared to cross the invisible barrier. As the times changed, the young and fiery male protagonist decided to go out into the world and change his life. He stole 300 yuan from his home for travel expenses but was discovered by his brutal stepmother. In a heated argument, the protagonist accidentally killed her. Witnessing this, the female protagonist helped him create an alibi and sent him away. From then on, their lives diverged. Initially, they still communicated through letters, exchanging updates about their lives. But as the protagonist faltered several times in his journey, he became thoroughly corrupted, cutting ties with all relatives and solely pursuing profit. This brought him rapid success, and he severed all contact with the female protagonist. The female protagonist stayed in their hometown, leading a hard life, with each of her marriages ending bitterly. Later on, the middle-aged, successful male protagonist received a threatening letter from a mysterious person X, claiming to possess evidence of his past murder of the stepmother. If revealed, it would ruin his reputation. The protagonist was forced to return home, where he reunited with the female protagonist. Both were deeply moved. While dealing with the mysterious person, he also rekindled old memories with the female protagonist, only to find out after her death that she was the mysterious person. Based on the current script, it indeed appears that the male protagonist has more substantial role, which is why Liu Bei fiercely fought for billing positions. Shen Weisheng even suspected that other male leads refused the play not entirely because they didn't want to pick up what Liu Bei had missed, but also for the sake of billing position. He was eventually chosen likely because of his prominence in TV drama circle, yet being a newcomer in the film circle who wouldn't compete over billing positions, indeed a cost-effective choice. It seems Bo Ru really wants to make waves equals. Shen Weisheng pinched his temples, suddenly remembering the video call was still on, glancing at it and smiling. Why didn't you call me? I forgot while reviewing the script. It's fine, I review like that too. Yi Jiuyue also smiled. Then it doesn't affect you. No. Let's chat more, there's no rush here. I was just idle anyway. Shen Weisheng quickly said. Yi Jiuyue nodded, then, harboring deep skepticism of human nature, hesitated before asking tactfully, did you ask if Liu Bei really quarreled with Bo Ru for some specific reason? Although Yi Jiuyue enjoyed reading gossip in the entertainment circle, he wouldn't actively inquire about things he felt were internal privacy issues. When he asked this time, Shen Weisheng easily figured out he was merely worried about whether this movie project would harm him, feeling rather pleased inside. Don't worry, I'm not stupid, Shen Weisheng laughed. When Bo Ru first recommended me for the male supporting role, I had Xiao Tang investigate the script. Xiao Tang was highly capable and managed to find an insider from the production team. The crew of this movie was reliable. The quarrel arose genuinely because the new screen couple that the film industry intended to cultivate, Liu Bei and Bo Ru, privately clashed intensely. They cooperated in 3 movies. The first one, Shi Shi, a major female-oriented production, was forcibly leveled by Liu Bei. The second, Zhao Xijing, a male-centric production, was leveled by Bo Ru, and the third, Era, went crazy before shooting even started. Not sure what's wrong, same-sex rivalry aside, these days, even between male and female stars, competition emerges. In the previous 2 movies, the studios of Liu Bei and Bo Ru had secretly fought from pre-production to post-production, all for the issue of billing positions. Generally, these situations pushed the blame onto the studios publicly, but they were different. Each studio had held absolute authority, so neither was confused, disliking each other immensely. When they worked on the new play, the clash began even before filming. Both studios simultaneously sent 10,000-word opinions on the script to the production company. Liu Bei's studio believed the male lead had worse character traits than the female lead and needed changes. Bo Ru's studio thought that giving the female lead better traits than the male lead would make her image less complex and multidimensional, requiring revisions. The original screenwriter, how about gender-bending roles? If they must change, let's change. The original screenwriter adjusted the script according to this feedback, swapping the characteristics of the protagonists, perfectly meeting both studios' requests. Both studios then sent another 10,000-word opinion book, summarizing their demands. Bo Ru's studio found the modified female lead had worse traits than the modified male lead, needing adjustments. Liu Bei's studio believed the revised male lead was better than the revised female lead, thus resulting in less complexity and depth for the male character, necessitating revisions. Original screenwriter, F***CK off. The original screenwriter, having quite the status, replied, you fight it out first, whoever survives, I'll listen to, before shutting off his phone. Alright then, let's talk about something else. Liu Bei's studio delayed signing the contract, sticking to the billing order stipulated during production. But this time Bo Ru had a close relationship with director Chen, refusing to be at a disadvantage. Liu Bei had good resources and didn't need to persist on this film, so the deal fell through. After listening, Yi Jiuyue thought the situation was extremely complicated and asked worriedly, "You're about to transfer to Dai's company. Would it be awkward to take this drama alongside Liu Bei?" "It won't come to that. I've already let Xiao Jing from Dai know." Shen Weixing said, "Liu Bei and Bo Ru just have disputes over billing positions. It's not like a vendetta of some sort. Why would they vent their anger on me, a small nobody earning a living?" He seemed to completely shrug it off, not wanting Yi Jiuyue to worry unnecessarily. But in truth, Shen Weixing himself felt somewhat drained. Handling interpersonal relationships in this circle was far more complex than simply saying it. It was much more exhausting than hanging wires for shooting. The phrase, "a man's heart is an abyss," seemed tailor-made for the entertainment circle, but unfortunately, he was right in the middle of it, occasionally unable to avoid feeling desolate. This circle was becoming increasingly ostentatious and exaggerated. "Do you have any holidays?" Shen Weixing asked again. Yi Jiuyue replied, "Jiagu said generally there are no holidays, but we can ask Liu Bei for leave if something comes up. I'll arrange first. In a few days, if there's nothing on your end, please take some leave so I can pick you up." Yi Jiuyue asked, "What's the matter?" "I had Xiao Tang contact the apartment landlord. I'm buying this place and registering it under your name," Shen Weixing said. "Don't rush to refuse, hear me out. First, you still have 3.5 years left, and you will need a place to live. I often shoot here as well. We can cancel the hotel stays. Staying in our own house feels different from staying in someone else's. Second, this house is near the university, so its value will only appreciate. Third, it's joint property between spouses, don't hesitate." Yi Jiuyue. Shen Weixing couldn't help but laugh seeing how Yi Jiuyue was speechless. "What do you want to say? You've covered everything. I have nothing left to say. If you want it this way, then it's fine." Yi Jiuyue said slowly, "I just feel that you move really fast." Yi Jiuyue truly realized that Shen Weixing did everything with great speed, like how he used to hook up casually, later recognized his feelings, and quickly acted on them by pursuing him. Not even a month into their official relationship, he already proposed. The scariest part was, before coming to Liu Bei's house, Shen Weixing had already arranged all his assets. Yi Jiuyue couldn't forget how Shen Weixing told him with an expression akin to deciding, "Let's eat watermelon tonight," about managing finances. "I know my own nature. I earn a lot but spend fast too. Familiar people borrow money from me, and if it's not excessive, I can't help but lend it, nor do I feel right asking for it back. To tell you the truth, I am not a fool either. I know it's not ideal, especially since I have a family now. Of course, I should prioritize our family. However, changing is hard, like quitting a drug addiction. So you handle the money. When you have time, I'll get an asset advisor to tidy things up. The immovable properties and investments under my name will stay untouched, but all liquid assets will be managed by you. Just send me 10,000 yuan monthly as pocket money. Even if friends borrow, I'll stick to 10,000 at most. 10,000 cannot bring disaster or loss. If I try to get more from you, just firmly refuse. And I will never ask." Yi Jiuyue. These actions were suffocating. It wasn't just about spending fast, it seemed like money bit him. Anyone would start moving faster compared to him. Of course, Shen Weixing didn't dare say that aloud. Instead, he smiled across the screen and subtly advised in an elder manner, "If there's something to do, just do it. I don't like young people today making procrastination fashionable, it's a waste of time." The slightly procrastinating young man, Yi Jiuyue, rubbed his knee, trying to reclaim his pride, and countered, "You're too stupid and tall for your age. What if I run away with your money? If you really do that and still deceive me, then I deserve it, I accept my fate." Shen Weixing took this seriously for analysis. "Moreover, I just hold an old-fashioned idea. Back where I grew up, once married, money goes to the wife to manage, and I just receive pocket money." He pondered for a moment, and added, "Actually, I don't really have much money in my bank." Recalling the preliminarily calculated 3 million plus yuan in loose cash in his account, Yi Jiuyue almost wanted to throw up complaints. The entertainment circle was too extravagant. Wealth distribution was uneven. Even the slow-tempered Yi Jiuyue couldn't help but resent the rich. They chatted for a while longer, and it was quite late. Shen Weixing said affectionately, "You hang up the video first." Yi Jiuyue turned red-faced, "No, you first." Shen Weixing gazed lovingly, "No, you first." Hardly able to part, Yi Jiuyue urged, "You first." Shen Weixing. "Alright, I'll help Yi Jiuyue hang up." After watching the entire process of these two rookies dating, Liu Sinan walked over and clicked to end the video call, looking sickly pale and said, "Jiuyue, you must have water in your brain." Yi Jiuyue asked in return, "What's the matter?" "There's someone blocking my respawn point. I suspect it's Liu Dongbei's alternate account." A suspicious Liu Sinan shoved his laptop into Yi Jiuyue's arms and said, "You helped me beat him up properly. So this is your reason for ending the video call?" Yi Jiuyue glanced at him, wanting to say something but held back. Chapter 71. In the following days, Shen Weixing didn't rush about the house transfer thing, and he was also busy. People gather in groups, Shen Weixing was efficient in handling affairs, and so was his agent. Sister Wang was negotiating terms with Dai Entertainment while negotiating a termination contract with Chuanguan, aiming to end before the New Year's Eve, and sign anew after the New Year, starting a new chapter for the new year. Chuanguan had realized long ago that Sister Wang and Shen Weixing were pioneers of the company. There wasn't much they could do if they couldn't retain them. With only 1 year left on their contracts, the company chose not to argue too much and changed it into a theatrical agreement. The calculation was loud and clear. If Shen Weixing entered the film industry and did well, he usually wouldn't come back to debase himself by shooting TV series. By then, Chuanguan would use this theatrical contract and sentiment to recall Shen Weixing to promote newcomers. With such a gimmick, there's no fear of a bombshell not going off. Sister Wang and Shen Weixing saw through these little calculations at a glance, but after discussing it, they still agreed. After all, it was their old company. It could be said that they mutually achieved each other. A peaceful breakup was good as well. When Shen Weixing sat in the meeting room of Chuanguan signing documents, he felt a bit nostalgic. He capped the pen and handed over the contract to Gao Feng, the high-level person responsible for this matter, casually asking, "President Gao, you don't seem to be in great spirits." Gao Feng laughed evasively, "Our cash cow has gone to someone else's place. My being down is pretty normal." The truth was, earlier her husband had burst into her villa, catching her and Xia Qiu red-handed, causing a big scene. While she wasn't afraid of that ruffian, the problem was that Xia Qiu was terrified because it was recorded and he was extorting 10 million yuan. Gao Feng didn't want to give him a single cent, and there was a tug-of-war dispute with both sides. Naturally, her spirit was poor. "President Gao saying this makes me feel a bit awkward," Shen Weixing responded without further questioning, smoothly continuing the conversation. "Just joking around, don't take it to heart," Gao Feng said affectionately, adding superficial words of concern. "Chuanguan will always be your hometown, and we hope you develop better and better. When the younger generations from our school meet you, please take care of them." "Of course," Shen Weixing replied. Gao Feng continued, "The remuneration for your previous movie has just arrived, and the company is processing the accounts, with a lot to handle at year-end. Also, there are other remaining balances and miscellaneous payments, which may not be settled until after the new year." Although Chuanguan was stingy in the past, they wouldn't skip out on debts. Shen Weixing nodded and said again, "Thanks to the company over these years." Gao Feng thought he was speaking politely, replying insincerely, "The company should thank you more. They didn't say wrong outside either. If the company hadn't held you back, with your conditions, your development would surely have been much better than it is now." "One thing doesn't necessarily affect another," Shen Weixing seriously said, "I really am grateful to President Gao and the company." Shen Weixing jumped ship several times since his debut, staying at Chuanguan for the longest duration. Back then, when his sister passed away and he was in a low point, he struggled until the contract ended. Hai Feng signed him into Chuanguan and gave him a high appraisal value. She also assigned Sister Wang, the best agent of the company, to him. Jumping ship for broader prospects is the natural rule of society. Shen Weixing wasn't at fault, this was business, thus handled officially. However, privately, Shen Weixing always sincerely thanked those who helped him, even if helping him was an aside rather than the main intent. Gao Feng knew his personality well, and her smile grew slightly warmer with sincerity, saying, "Keep it up." At this stage, Gao Feng should have invited Shen Weixing for a farewell dinner, but because her mood was really bad, she didn't mention it. Shen Weixing and Sister Wang noticed she was distracted and left without saying much more. As they walked out of Chuanguan's office building, Shen Weixing couldn't help stopping and looking back at the two large characters of Chuanguan above. Sister Wang, the delighted star agent advancing towards becoming the top broker in the future entertainment industry, teased, "You've got a bright future ahead, don't look back at the wasted years here, brother Shen." Shen Weixing smiled and got into the car. He didn't say what he wanted to say. He believed every phase of life has its own meaning. The years spent at Chuanguan might have gradually confined and restricted him, but his career indeed turned around here, leading him to where he was today. Then, it was time to keep moving forward to the future. No spitting on the past, work hard in the present, and look toward the future. These 12 words were given to him by a senior from the circle he once collaborated with. Shen Weixing found them very meaningful. Next came the serious task of going to the television station for rehearsal for the New Year's gala. Quite naturally, he would encounter Yi Jiuyue, Liu Bei's follower. Yi Jiuyue first met Shen Weixing in person when he came to record a program during military training. Since then, they always interacted in private. Now, seeing Shen Weixing again under the spotlight was simply breathtaking, heart-like, jumping, rabbit. Oh my gosh, the long-lost male god. It's hard to describe the difference in aura, probably like the contrast on Weibo when ordinary people post pictures of themselves at work versus returning to their hometown for the new year, times 1000. From the rehearsal days until the eve of the New Year's gala began, Shen Weixing and Yi Jiuyue hadn't spoken a word to each other in person. Shen Weixing had barely even glanced at Yi Jiuyue. Tang was worried that her boss might be upset, so she quickly explained earnestly, "Relationships in the industry are like this, there's nothing we can do about it." Once, while filming a drama, Brother Shen's leading actress got married with the male lead off camera, but they didn't interact at all on set. The whole crew didn't even know until some paparazzi revealed it 2 years later. Yi Jiuyue wasn't bothered because Shen Weixing had already texted her in advance. Liu Bei and Bo Ru joined this gala as a team mainly to promote the movie The Glow of Shijing, scheduled for after the new year, singing its theme song as a CP duo. Later, Shen Weixing was added, still for a trio performance. For a three-person ensemble that seemed like an awkward battle of egos, the show producer randomly decided to throw a question at Shen Weixing, asking if he could bring another artist on board. Shen Weixing thought silently, what's the point in asking me? I don't have the decision-making power. Liu Bei standing nearby said directly, Na Lai doesn't sing. Okay, Liu Bei has the decision-making authority over Na Lai. After all, Na Lai, upon joining Dai Entertainment, became part of Liu Bei's studio. And me? I'm the man who's going to open his own studio. Thinking about it, Shen Weixing still felt a little excited. Previously, he hadn't started a personal studio, partly restricted by his contract with Chuanguan and their group-oriented operational style, and partly because the timing wasn't right, making it not worth the trouble. Now Dai Xiaojing treated him like a favorite son. Even before signing the contract, the studio staff had been prepared. As for the movie Shen Weixing accepted from Bo Ru, he also reported them to Dai Xiaojing. If there were any conflicts with Dai's resources, he would decline. But Dai Xiaojing suggested he take them. The movie was indeed very good, which is why Liu Bei's team fought tooth and nail to get it. Later, one could only say Liu Bei's resources were extravagant. Having Shen Weixing take over ensured that these resources stayed within the family. Afterward, steering public opinion in this direction would significantly reduce criticism and arguments from both fans and critics. Rehearsal and the start of the countdown gala went smoothly. Shen Weixing hadn't intentionally warmed up his voice for a long time, but once he sang, he did so without hesitation. Being popular from a singing competition certainly gave him an advantage over Liu Bei and Bo Ru, whose backgrounds were purely acting. Once the singing ended, the host kept them on stage for playful banter, using the opportunity to further promote the movie The Glow of Shijing and entertain fans. When it came Shen Weixing's turn, the host mentioned his hit song from the talent show he participated in and asked him to belt out a high note live. Shen Weixing obliged, taking the mic to deliver a short segment, igniting the first wave of excitement that evening. Sitting backstage, Yi Zhiyue couldn't take her eyes off the live broadcast on the wall. The Shen Weixing on camera was drastically different from the Shen Weixing in everyday life. In reality, Shen Weixing occasionally carried a sense of dignity but deliberately toned down his star aura to blend into the role of a regular person. He wouldn't let himself get weighed down by fame or lose sight of himself. He knew how to balance his professional and personal life, something many in the industry with higher status struggled to achieve. But in essence, both sides were connected. The real-life Shen Weixing looked younger than the screen Shen Weixing but had actually reached a state of refined simplicity. A fan like Yi Zhiyue couldn't help composing an epic 10,000-word thesis-style essay in her head praising Shen Weixing in every possible way. It was the first time she so strongly wanted someone, the kind where even if the person tried to run away, you'd stop them anyway. Whether it was some primal masculine intensity, domination, or even savage possessiveness, it boiled up in her chest unexpectedly and suddenly, belated though it was. As the clock struck near midnight, Tang suddenly pulled Yi Zhiyue out from behind the scenes to join the audience below the stage. All the present guests sang together in a grand choir, then lined up with the audience to loudly count down. Shen Weixing and Liu Bei stood respectfully on either side of an elder master, preventing him from falling due to excessive enthusiasm. 3, 2, 1. Confetti burst everywhere as fireworks ascended into the sky, accompanied by deafening cheers from the crowd, celebrating the peaceful end of the old year and the beginning of a new one. Happy New Year! All the best! Congratulations on your success! The celebrities on stage sent hearty blessings to their fans, while the fans shouted back their wishes to the stars. Shen Weixing was also waving to the fans with the elder master, finally casting his gaze in Yi Zhiyue's direction. Originally it was his idea to have Tang bring her there at the last minute, and he beamed like a young kid, shouting loudly, Happy New Year! Yi Zhiyue could feel the wave of emotion surging through her, and her heart began booming again. She turned into a bird, flying out from that confined, repressed, closed-off chest. Like other ecstatic fans, or perhaps even more wild and unrestrained, she cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Happy New Year! As if drunk, she absorbed the most fervent and genuine feelings in this world, and she jumped up, frantically waving and shouting toward the stage, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Shen Weixing saw all of it and smiled even brighter. She wanted Shen Weixing to smile even brighter. Once upon a time, she thought she was selfish for taking only the light from others, but right now, all she wanted was to sprinkle the sunlight she had taken from Shen Weixing into the air, wanting to share it with him. So Yi Zhiyue shouted louder with even more effort. Damn it, another one gone crazy. Lu Nanxi looked on with noble indifference, having been kidnapped by her psycho brother for New Year's Eve because their parents weren't home. Crazy, totally crazy. Yi Zhiyue has gone crazy. Chapter 72. The New Year's Eve gala came to a perfect end, and the celebrities chatted briefly backstage before they all prepared to leave. Liu Beichao said to Yi Zhiyue, I'm going back with Sinan. We'll head to the countryside early tomorrow morning. You go celebrate the new year with Shen Weiying, and we'll let you know when we're back. Yi Zhiyue had wanted to stay at her post until the very last second, but her heart was willing while her strength was not. She didn't have a driver's license and had come here in Lu Xiunan's car. She wasn't really needed for the return journey. Sorry, Yi Jiuyue apologized once more. No problem, Liu Beichao said, go ahead. Yi Jiuyue mixed among Tang's assistants, pretending as an assistant herself, and boarded the car with Shen Weiying. You worked hard tonight. The entire year has been tough on you, and you'll continue working hard in the new year, Shen Weiying laughed while handing out a red envelope to Tang. Happy New Year, good fortune to you. Tang gratefully accepted it. Shen Weiying teasingly cued Yi Jiuyue, boss needs one too. Startled, Yi Jiuyue looked at him, wondering if he was serious, but she hadn't considered this point and wasn't prepared with a red envelope. Brother Shen is bullying you, Tang quickly turned against the person who gave him the red envelope just seconds ago but added, after Brother Yi graduates and starts working, I will get my lucky money from him, ha ha ha. Yi Jiuyue smiled faintly, saying softly, sorry. Don't worry, Brother Shen is just joking. How can a student who hasn't graduated give me anything? Tang cheerfully responded. Next year then, since I am now a millionaire, and he still calls me Brother Yi, Yi Jiuyue proudly thought. Shen Weiying and Yi Jiuyue bid farewell to Tang downstairs, returned to the apartment room, closed the door without even turning on the light, and indulged in long embraces and kisses at the entrance. There had been a short period where they hadn't physically affectionate face-to-face, but somehow there wasn't any urgency for anything else. Just cuddling and exchanging tender words brought them satisfaction. In the end, Shen Weiying asked, almost forgot, are you hungry? It was hectic in the backstage today, no box meal either, and during those high notes performances, I was thinking about how you hadn't let me eat. Yi Jiuyue burst into laughter in his arms, finding everything amusing at the moment, yet immediately showed concern, so shall we order takeout? Or cook some noodles, or go grab some snacks for your stomach, and I'll prepare the New Year's Eve dinner, Shen Weiying interrupted, taking off his coat and handing it to her as he walked towards the kitchen. All ingredients were already bought. How could there be no New Year's Eve dinner on the 30th day of the 12th lunar month? Yi Jiuyue glanced at the time, it was past 4 in the morning. But she didn't stop him, neatly hung up the coat, peeled an apple, and went to bite together with Shen Weiying in the kitchen that was already bustling with activity. They finished the fruit sharing bite by bite and Yi Jiuyue proposed, let me help out. Then go set the dining table, lay out bowls, chopsticks, and bring glasses, Shen Weiying directed systematically while arranging dishes and putting them on the pot for steaming. Having completed those tasks, Yi Jiuyue hovered around in the kitchen again. Amused, Shen Weiying asked, didn't you dislike doing housework or cooking? I want to do it together with you, Yi Jiuyue gazed straight into his eyes, her tone gentle as usual but resolute, because this is our home. Smiling, Shen Weiying exchanged a brief kiss with her, alright, then go grind the meat and vegetables for frying the meatballs. They both worked diligently for quite a while, and the wall clock pointed to 6 o'clock in the morning. This did not deter Shen Weiying in the least, he remained enthusiastic and carried the final dish to the dining hall, only to see 3 sets of cutlery neatly arranged, with 1 glass of wine and 2 drinks poured. Yi Jiuyue shyly smiled, for sister. The smile on Shen Weiying's lips paused for a few seconds as his gaze fell upon the extra cutlery. For a moment, he saw that melancholic Shen Weiying. But soon, his smile returned. Laughing gently, his eyes started to tear up, wanting to say something, yet remained silent. Yi Jiuyue walked over and lightly held his hand. Following this gesture, Shen Weiying embraced her into his arms, after quite some time finally murmuring with a slightly nasal tone, Happy New Year, Jiuyue. Happy New Year, Yi Jiuyue responded. Happy New Year, my dear family. Shen Weiying and Yi Jiuyue almost simultaneously whispered this in their hearts. Sated and content, Yi Jiuyue finally broke free from her excited state and felt exhausted. Shen Weiying, however, was still awake, fiddling with his phone on the couch. Yi Jiuyue rubbed her eyes and asked, what are you still doing? I didn't have time last night to send New Year's greetings to family and friends, Shen Weiying, who valued the sense of ceremony, said. You go to sleep first, I'll finish this soon. Yi Jiuyue shook her head, sat by his side, leaned on his shoulder, and drowsily watched him sending blessings. Indeed, he finished very quickly, as no one was awake at this hour to reply. After finishing, Shen Weiying casually threw the phone aside, instantly feeling a disconnection from his energy, for he had been exhausted early on. He casually pulled over the sofa blanket to cover himself and Yi Jiuyue, and thus slept the entire morning of the first day of the new year on the sofa. When Shen Weiying woke up, Yi Jiuyue was curled up in his arms, staring at him with her eyes wide open. Given Yi Jiuyue's style, it seemed like she would say, let's doi, next moment. Shen Weiying became instantly alert. But with the renewed spirit of New Year, Yi Jiuyue just moved closer and kissed him, saying, you should sleep some more, yesterday was so tiring. Shen Weiying was indeed not fully rested, yawned, and returned to bed with Yi Jiuyue. It wasn't long before he woke again. The ritualistic man Shen Weiying felt there was still something left undone, so he turned on his phone and checked WeChat. His relatives and friends had come online and replied to his blessings accordingly. Shen Weiying exchanged a few sentences with some of them, picked up the remaining red envelopes from group chats, paused his fingers, and glanced at Yi Jiuyue sleeping beside him, then finally clicked open. Private chat. Shen Weiying, teacher, Happy New Year, all the best. Teacher Xia, red envelope, Happy New Year. Teacher Xia, red envelope, health, safety, happiness. Teacher Xia, transfer. The first, casual, red envelope was for himself, while the second red envelope and a considerably large transfer were intended for Yi Jiuyue. Shinuing scratched his face but accepted them nonetheless. It was too hard to give money to Yi Jiuyue, and he depended on Lu Xuanan, while Teacher Xia relied on himself. Shinuing's handsome face nearly looked dojified. Private chat. Shinuing, Jiuyue is still resting. Yesterday she went to the New Year's Eve gala, enjoyed herself quite a bit. Teacher Xia, Shinuing hesitated for a moment, then asked indirectly, how about you? Xia Wenji replied quickly, still arranging. Was divorce really that difficult? What exactly was being arranged? Shinuing frowned but knew Xia professor's character, even if he asked, there wouldn't be an answer. Yi Jiuyue was awakened by Shinuing's kiss. Dazedly, she hugged his neck and asked, do you want to? I just want to stay like this. Shinuing said, do you? I feel the same as you. That was what she said, and with Yi Jiuyue still under the influence of the intoxicated state, she obediently stayed still. It had been so many years since Shinuing felt this way. Ever since his sister passed away, the New Year holiday for him had always been tinged with regret. Beyond work, even when eating dinner at Teacher Xia's house, after enjoying the warmth of the reunion, he'd return to his own place, where the contrast made his home seem all the lonelier. He once deeply envied the three people in Teacher Xia's home, especially Xia Qiu, who was surrounded by paternal love and maternal care, with a complete family. He envied Xia Qiu, even her sweet words and tendency to be slightly lazy sometimes were enviable. He admired everything about her. Though he could never gain such experiences himself, he thought, perhaps, those were all side effects of growing up pampered, without setbacks, without enduring difficulties. So subconsciously, he followed Xia Wenji and Chen Shi to spoil Xia Qiu. This emotional shift was subtle, an admiration that did not carry envy, with a tinge of regret projected onto someone else. Now, the little hidden flaw in his heart was no longer projected outward, but rather filled in by Yi Jiuyue. He now had a complete family too, a deeply loving family. I'm so happy, Yi Jiuyue suddenly said. Shinuing was startled and looked at her. Whenever I celebrated New Year with my adoptive parents, I always felt out of place because many relatives knew I was adopted. Maybe they didn't think of me that way, but I overthought it. When they let me play with their kids, I felt like I was doing a nanny's job, Yi Jiuyue explained with flushed cheeks, somewhat embarrassed, yet determined to express herself like a newly articulate child. When they asked me to help with chores, I felt like I was hired help. That's why Yi Jiuyue was sensitive to being told to do housework, even developing aversion towards it. She didn't dislike housework itself, but her heart demon. Yi Jiuyue once felt shameful for having this heart demon within herself. He knew it was an overly fixated thought, and he didn't want to be like this. Yet such dark ideas kept springing up. So he yearned for the sunshine. With sunshine, one could dry out these damp corners. Now I finally don't think that way anymore, Yi Jiuyue said softly, thank you. Shinuing was a handsome sun knight who fiercely defeated the heart demon lurking in Yi Jiuyue's chest, releasing the little bird with soaked feathers that trembled in the corner. Shinuing smiled and gently kissed her. The winter sunlight streamed in through the window, casting their embracing shadows on the wall. Both of them felt wonderful, and everything in the world seemed perfectly beautiful. In the following few days, Liu Bei didn't summon Yi Jiuyue for a long time, yet she was quite proactive in asking him. What? Shinuing, dissatisfied, said, when I go back to work and you go back to school, we won't see each other for a long time again. Are you saying you don't value the present moments at all? Aren't you a fangirl? Why are you suddenly thinking about Liu Bei? Liu Bei, Yi Jiuyue slowly pleaded, gives red envelopes to his assistants during New Year's. He hasn't given me one yet. Shinuing criticized disappointedly, you're already a millionaire sitting on millions. Show some ambition. Yi Jiuyue shrewdly replied, it's our own family's money, it's different from earning from others. Hearing that, Shinuing's mood brightened instantly, alright, well said. You're right, we must claim what is due. I can see why he keeps avoiding it, probably still tight-fisted even after last year's earnings. Don't let him off, keep asking. Meanwhile, I'll go prepare lunch. Chapter 73. Yi Jiuyue said that although she might sound like a greedy person, she certainly wasn't one. She just didn't want to mess up her employer's affairs. When Liu Bei mentioned that his assistant Gu had returned and no longer required Yi Jiuyue's work, Yi Jiuyue felt relieved but was rather embarrassed for not being of much help. Liu Bei said, you've done me the greatest favor by sorting out the Southwest. Yi Jiuyue. Alright then. With no other matters at hand, the young couple cherished their remaining spring festival holiday time and snuggled on the couch watching TV. Suddenly, Xiao Tang called, saying he received a parcel that was specifically sent to Shen Weihang. But I haven't bought anything from your side recently. Shen Weihang was confused, even if I buy something, I write my name. Yi Jiuyue instantly became alert, bomb, poison, white powder, dagger, threatening letter. Shen Weihang. Hadn't they agreed to trust this world more? The words of men in bed cannot be trusted. Pretending not to hear, he asked Xiao Tang, was there no indication of where it was sent from? Sent by Xia Qiu. Xiao Tang replied. Shen Weihang and Yi Zhuoyue exchanged glances, expressions growing even more perplexed. Throughout the new year, until this very moment, Xia Qiu was practically absent from Shen Weihang's life. It was too awkward. First came Xia Qiu's sudden obsession and entanglement, followed by the paternity test incident. Shen Weihang found himself so awkward toward Xia Qiu that he could explode right on the spot. To put it frankly, Xia Qiu was bearable since back then he was merely an infant, but Chen Shi. Shen Weihang really didn't want to maliciously suspect Chen Shi, who had once taken care of him and his sister. However, the facts seemed almost certain. Shen Weihang's feelings were quite complex. He couldn't understand or accept how Chen Shi could do such things. Shen Weihang has always been willing to use maximum empathy to speculate on others' hardships. But this incident has already exceeded the scope of what he can rationalize. This had nothing to do with whether Yi Zhuoyue was swapped. It wasn't merely a moral issue, it was a crime against an innocent baby. But Xia Wen had instructed them to temporarily forget about the swapping and not to let slip any clues. Thus, Shen Weihang still made a call to Chen Shi, putting up his acting skills and warmly explaining that due to some issues during the new year, he couldn't visit his teacher and teacher mother. Chen Shi thought Shen Weihang was avoiding Xia Qiu's obsessive attachment and didn't take it to heart. Both parties exchanged pleasantries while harboring their own thoughts, without revealing anything. As for Xia Qiu, he only sent Shen Weihang a short blessing text message. Shen Weihang replied with a template message. They were both extremely superficial. But now suddenly there appeared a strange package. Shen Weihang was somewhat puzzled and first decided to ask Xia Qiu. Private chat. Big brother Shen, did you send me a package? Xia Qiu, no. Xia Qiu, what package? Shen Weihang immediately became even more suspicious. He instinctively held back his full questions towards Xia Qiu, joked about it, then had Xiao Tang bring over the package. Xiao Tang worked fast and brought the package within an hour. Upon opening it, Shen Weihang saw it was a USB drive. Just a minute before, Yi Zhuoyue insisted that Shen Weihang must wear plastic gloves to open the package. She now remarked, there's a virus. Shen Weihang. Compared to what was on the USB drive or who sent it, he was now curious about how exactly Yi Jiwen could be such a terrifying troublemaker. The shadow Yi Zhuoyue had was not at a level that could be dispelled by exposure to the sun for a day or two. Ultimately, the USB drive was inserted. There was no virus, but the contents inside shocked Shen Weihang in a second. They were indecent photos of Xia Qiu and extracted videos, where Xia Qiu was beaten until his nose and face were bruised, pleading pitifully. Shen Weihang's first reaction was that this was probably part of Xia Qiu's new drama and that his acting had dramatically improved. His second reaction was either Xia Qiu was playing a prank or something really happened, more likely than not, something truly did happen. Yi Jining, though cautious about potential viruses harming her laptop, not confidential but filled with new dramas, naturally also saw it and was surprised, isn't this, Xia Qiu? Shen Weixing considered for a moment, then said, I'll ask. He dialed Xia Qiu and directly questioned, what's going on with that video? Xia Qiu countered, what video? After Shen Weixing gave a brief explanation, there was a long silence from the phone on the other end. Speak. Shen Weixing's tone became severe. Xia Qiu choked up, I've been framed. On the phone, Xia Qiu sobbed and recounted his story of being framed by Gao Feng's husband, coerced into taking photos and videos, and blackmailed for 10 million yuan. Shen Weixing furrowed his brow tighter and tighter, while Yi Zhuoyue sat thoughtfully on one side peeling garlic cloves, occasionally glancing at the information on the courier bag on the table, and then looking at the computer screen. It was hard to say, Xia Qiu cried, my mom can't afford so much money. Those people know about your relationship with my dad, so they forced me to ask you for help. I refused them, but, then I didn't expect them to directly find you. Brother Shen, I don't want to drag you into this. Ignore me, I'll go down fighting with them. That's not possible. Shen Weixing said. Xia Qiu sniffled, waiting for him to continue, his eyes lighting up a little. Shen Weixing continued, did you keep evidence of their blackmail? Report it to the police. Xia Qiu. Shen Weixing, who had just finished watching a legal drama, said decisively, the amount of blackmail is huge and the circumstances are serious, punishable by imprisonment of 3 to 10 years. Xia Qiu. Shen Weixing continued, but it needs to result in actual damage. Listen to me, an amount over 3,000 yuan is considered significant, so if you pretend to give them 100,000 yuan, that should be enough to send them to prison. Remember, you must keep the transfer evidence. If they insist on cash, retain evidence of withdrawing money and call the police as you hand over the money, allowing the police to catch them red-handed. Xia Qiu, Don't be afraid, Shen Weixing said calmly, evil cannot overpower justice. Xia Qiu. Shen Weixing consoled him, you don't need to worry about the videos and photos. The police will handle them. There have been similar cases in the industry, handled properly, so far none have leaked out, you wouldn't even know. Never give them real money, blackmail has no end. They'll keep going as long as they know you're scared, don't be foolish. Xia Qiu almost couldn't keep up his pretense of crying anymore. He pinched himself hard and continued tremblingly, these people mix with gangs, if I report them, they'll. Tell me the truth, Shen Weisheng said calmly, was it Zhou Qi framing you or did something actually happen between you and Gao Feng? Xia Qiu froze, brother Shen. Tell the truth, Shen Weisheng said sternly. Xia Qiu clenched his phone tightly, his face turning pale then flushed, and finally became angry. What do you mean? I'm trying to help you. I know Zhou Qi, Gao Feng's husband, who comes from a complex background, but he's not a low-life thug. Shen Weisheng knowing Zhou Qi was also a coincidence. Back when Wendong got deeply into gambling troubles and nearly had his fingers chopped off by loan sharks, it was Zhou Qi, out of old gambling ties, who bought him time, which eventually led to Shen Weisheng rescuing Wendong overseas. According to gangster codes, after Shen Weisheng helped Wendong pay off his debts, he had to take Wendong to thank the middleman big brother, Zhou Qi and the loan sharks with a dinner. During the meal, Shen Weisheng learned that Zhou Qi was the spouse of high-ranking official Gao Feng, and they chatted a bit more. Zhou Qi indeed had strong gang habits, so Shen Weisheng and Wendong never came close again afterward. But Zhou Qi certainly didn't seem like the type who would make things up without cause or frame others randomly. What the hell? Do you know him too? Xia Qiu exclaimed, isn't he scum? He gambled and owed a fortune, and since Ms. Gao wanted a divorce, he wasn't happy and decided to frame me. You calm down, Shen Weisheng tried to reason with him, wouldn't it be better for him to blackmail me rather than you? Xia Qiu had just become popular, his contract royalties higher than Shen Weisheng's top-tier ones, and yet it was clear he wouldn't get much from either. You think I'm an easy target? Xia Qiu shouted unreasonably, then ignore me. Watch me die. Shen Weisheng frowned, whom are you learning from? Xia Qiu remained silent for a long moment, his voice getting softer, then began crying again, sorry, brother Shen, I'm panicking so much right now. Therefore, as I've said, first gather evidence of his blackmail, then report to the police. Shen Weisheng hesitated, glancing at Yi Zhuyue's silhouette pretending to be busy in the kitchen, lowering his voice slightly, really feeling humiliated discussing such matters. Other issues aside, it appears you cheated on him. The more I interfere prominently, the more people will know, and the angrier he will get. Knowing our connection through teacher Xia, he still acted this way, clearly refusing to save face for me. Therefore, you can only report this. Xia Qiu mumbled under his breath again, mostly defending himself. Shen Weisheng felt colder inside as he listened. Finally, he asked, why did you do this? Xia Qiu immediately fell silent. From your very first day in the entertainment industry, I've told you, I don't deny that some people can become famous by taking shortcuts. But that kind of fame is utterly meaningless, this hollow popularity serves no real purpose. For me, this is a job. For you, it's a dream. Be it a job or a dream, it's not worth compromising your principles for, Shen Weisheng earnestly said. You're already luckier than many newcomers. You can always go back home whenever you want. You still have me to guide you. What more do you want? It's tough being a newcomer in general, and you're still young. As long as you take every role seriously. You only know how to spout empty platitudes. Xia Qiu abruptly cut him off. Shen Weisheng froze, momentarily startled, and after a 3-second pause, his voice softened as he puzzled, how are these words fake and empty? These are life lessons I've accumulated over a decade. Shen Weisheng felt incredibly frustrated. What have you ever done for me? That tiny bit part with less than a page of lines? Xia Qiu had grown tired of hearing these clichés from Shen Weisheng before, but after suffering anxiety for several days and perceiving his reluctance to help, anger boiled over in his head, leaving him unable to suppress his indignation any longer. You didn't even give me a better role. That guy, the one who became famous, I told you I wanted that role initially. Why didn't you assign it to me? If I had it, I wouldn't be where I am today. Because you couldn't have pulled off his role, Shen Weisheng said, let me explain, it wasn't the role that made him famous, it was his excellent performance. His voice paused, followed by silence for a few seconds, before he suddenly asked, so, you've been harboring resentment over this all along? Xia Qiu realized he had said too much, hurriedly hung up the phone, and immediately started panicking, fearful and flustered. In anger, he threw his phone on the floor again, stomped hard on it multiple times, shattering the screen into pieces. Chapter 74. Yi Jiam in the kitchen drank a belly full of hot water, and hearing no sound of argument outside, she came out after a while. She saw Shen Weisheng sitting on the sofa lost in thought, his brows furrowed as if tied in knots, his expression like he was enlightened yet shocked, filled with anger. Outside of performances, Yi Jiu had never seen Shen Weisheng display such an expression. It was said that during Shen Weisheng's hookup period, he always picked and chose, but in reality, apart from being a bit noisy and clamorous, Yi Jiu considered it all through rose-tinted glasses as arrogant shyness. The worst was the incident in the mall, but at the time, Shen Weisheng was obviously putting on a show, and finally, he even talked himself into leaving. Yi Jiu felt that he was more embarrassed than angry at the time. After learning that he liked her, it was even clearer that what happened back then was just anger stemming from being caught off guard. Besides, in most cases, Shen Weisheng could maintain a good temper. All of this was different from now. The current Shen Weisheng seemed to have suddenly understood something that destroyed his entire worldview. That role that came in red is because I wanted. Shen brother, that lie has an issue with me. Don't talk about that to me. Shen Weisheng leaned against the armrest of the sofa, massaging his temples with disbelief and weariness. He had always thought that someone was sowing discord in front of Xiaqiu, which led to Xiaqiu misunderstanding Nai. This kind of thing was very common in the industry. Some people, either out of malice or pure boredom, liked to stir up trouble between others, and he himself had encountered such situations before. The result was that he had misunderstood Xiaqiu. Yi Jiu didn't say anything, nor did she touch him. Instead, she quietly sat beside him, sipping from her cup of water. Shen Weisheng felt the slight movement on the sofa, turned to look at Yi Jiu for a while, opened his mouth, but didn't know what he wanted to say. Yi Jiu simply gazed at him calmly. Shen Weisheng couldn't bring himself to say a word. Satellite, if you come to my side, I'll sign Xiaqiu over to you as well, alright? He doesn't want to switch jobs. He says he wants to take steady steps. Shit, do you really believe what he says? Dai Xiaojing, don't be so inexplicable. Why shouldn't I believe? It was exactly what I taught him to do. He listens to me very well. What have you brought me? Not even a one-page script of a mere extra. All you can say are these fake grand words. Shen brother, I thought you would take that travel variety show, I even envied you, you could work and travel at the same time. You can go by yourself when you're free too, filming that just wastes time. It's not that many days, just to relax. I haven't been abroad for years, I envy you so much. Weisheng, it's fortunate to have you watching over Qiuxia at the same company, otherwise, both me and your teacher would worry ourselves sick. The entertainment industry is so chaotic. Rest assured, mother-in-law. I will watch over Qiuxia carefully. Shen Weisheng was 8 years older than Xiaqiu, and one could almost say he watched Xiaqiu grow up. If there was a clear distinction between the relationship of benefactor and recipient between him, Professor Xia, and Chen Shi, then Xiaqiu made him feel the illusion of familial connection. Xiaqiu had always greeted him warmly since childhood. The only family portrait taken during Shen Weisheng's teenage years was with his sister and the Xia family of 3. When visiting the Xia family and encountering a family photo session, Xiaqiu enthusiastically pulled him and his sister into the picture. Shen Weisheng treasured that photo, as it truly looked like a real family. A stern father who was kind-hearted, a gentle and virtuous mother, a kind and beautiful sister, a lively and smart younger brother, and himself. Although he knew it was just an illusion, the truth of this illusion was now too embarrassing. Chen Shi selfishly and cruelly abandoned Yi Jiu. And Xiaqiu also became someone who seemingly was never truly known by anyone. Shen Weisheng once sincerely hoped that Xiaqiu's life would be smooth and happy, as Xiaqiu's life was the life he fantasized about having when he was young, a life where one didn't have to face society's dark sides forcefully, where one didn't have to learn to be worldly and cunning forcefully, and could remain simple. But now it seemed. So Dai Xiaojing really was mocking how stupid I am. Shen Weisheng suddenly smiled and blurted out this random sentence. At that time, he still thought that Dai Xiaojing was just criticizing him for pursuing unrequited love like some love sage, without intending to reveal it. Upon further reflection, Yi Jiu realized that none of the things that happened were what they had initially seemed to be. Yi Jiu felt extremely troubled, hesitating for a few seconds between whether she should make him drink more hot water or give him a hug. Putting down her cup, she squatted in front of him and gently smoothed out his involuntarily clenched hands. Then, she bent down and placed a kiss on his palm. Even first-rate traffic stars need to take care of their hands. Shen Weisheng's hands looked great on camera and were often admired by fans, but if one carefully examined the palms and fingertips, there were hard-to-fade calluses, things that didn't belong to someone his age. These were likely remnants from the years before he became famous. Yi Jiuyue wanted to say something, but didn't know what. After a long while, Shen Weisheng gently patted Yi Jiuyue's head and said, "I'm fine." Yi Jiuyue looked up at him. "Really, I'm fine. I'm not lying to you, don't worry." Shen Weisheng smiled. "I'll figure it all out after sitting here for a while, I usually find peace quite easily." Shen Weisheng didn't realize the problem with this statement, but Yi Jiuyue suddenly broke down upon hearing it, holding onto him tightly as though about to cry. What is Yi Jiuyue crying for? He doesn't even know what has happened. This must be the first time he has seen her cry. For what? Is it because of Xiaqiu? Shen Weisheng was so shocked that he almost forgot the original issue. After careful deliberation, he asked anxiously, "Don't tell me you've been chasing Xiaqiu recently. That would be far too absurd and comedic." He thought about teasing her with some cute moments instead. But wait, what are Dailai's cuteness points? Does he like watching cat and dog videos? The kind where the cats and dogs are having bad luck and he laughs harder? Dailai really isn't much else. Actually, Gaojie. Shut up, Yi Jiuyue interrupted. Very well then, Yi Jiuyue, you're doing great now. Your real self has surfaced now that you've gotten your 3 million yuan, you even made me shut up. Shen Weisheng thought inwardly. Much more time passed, Yi Jiuyue still held him and softly whispered, "I'm going to learn boxing." Shen Weisheng, huh? I'll beat anyone who dares to hurt you. Though Yi Jiuyue found himself very childish, it was his sincere promise. Being good at letting go is a positive trait, but every time Yi Jiuyue thought about why Shen Weisheng could let go so easily, he couldn't see it as such a good thing anymore. Because Yi Jiuyue wondered, how can anyone be so quick to let go? What experiences has Shen Weixing gone through to transition so easily from such an anguished expression earlier? This thought left Yi Jiuyue feeling like his heart had been pecked open by a big hole, raw and bleeding. He really wanted to hit someone. It was the first time in his life he felt the urge for violence. Still, since he knew he probably wouldn't stand a chance against most people, he figured learning boxing was the better plan. Very strategic. Shen Weixing. No, absolutely no. Not a chance. Really not a chance. Even though Shen Weixing believed he wasn't the type to abandon Yi Jiuyue just because she gained weight, transforming into a female bodybuilder wasn't exactly the same concept. Although Yi Jiuyue practicing muscle building wouldn't cause him to dislike her either, but if she could avoid it, she definitely shouldn't. Shen Weixing imagined Yi Jiuyue taking off her clothes, revealing innocent and cute face above a solid and muscular body of a boxer. The mental image left him breathless. He steadied Yi Jiuyue's arms, making her look directly into his eyes, and said solemnly, I respect your decision, but please think it over more carefully. Yi Jiuyue wasn't interested in deciphering the mix of fake seriousness, panic, and pain hidden in Shen Weixing's familiar expression, and muttered softly, You, just be quiet. Don't talk. Shen Weixing, okay. Once again, Yi Jiuyue hugged him tightly. After a moment, he finally spoke aloud a vow born from his awakened sense of male dominance, in the future, I will protect you. Well done, Yi Jiuyue really meant it. Shen Weixing envisioned their bedtime scenario and hopelessly covered his face with his hands. Yi Jiuyue must want to scare him to death to inherit his countless riches. Shen Weixing thought skeptically of human nature. No, no, keep me alive, I can still make more money. If you kill me, you'll only get this much. Shen Weixing mournfully pondered, doubting Yi Jiuyue's ability to view issues with a developmental perspective given his high scores. On the other side, Xiaqiu calmed down only after stomping her phone to smithereens. She took out the SIM card, inserted it into a new phone, and dialed Chen Shi, repeating what Shen Weixing had just said. Chen Shi. Chen Shi asked, didn't you follow my instructions? Got it. Xiaqiu swallowed, but still erased her improvisation and blurted out lines to avoid another scolding. It was indeed Xiaqiu who sent the USB drive to Shen Weixing. The idea came from Chen Shi. 10 million wasn't something she couldn't completely come up with, but it was certainly no small amount. If she had to get it, she would need to use company funds, but the company wasn't run like a sole proprietorship, nor did it belong solely to her. It wasn't as simple as saying she wanted to take the money, it would count as misappropriation of public funds. Once discovered, criminal liability would follow. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to risk her life for such a daring act. So, she came up with this idea. Don't directly mention this matter to Shen Weixing, instead, notify him under the pretense of being Gao Feng's husband. Even if Shen Weixing was now avoiding the unrequited love that Xiaqiu had harbored for him, by this point, she couldn't believe that Shen Weixing could watch idly as Xia Wenzi's only son ruined his reputation. But Xiaqiu brought back this bad news. Chen Shi was utterly baffled. Even if Shen Weixing had transferred his affections, it shouldn't be. You followed exactly what I taught you, admit that you have an affair with Gao Feng, but she got you drunk, wanting to use you to tie Shen Weixing down so he wouldn't leave Chuanguan. Then her husband would blackmail him at an opportune time. The entire thing is actually your covering for him, you being dragged into trouble by him, Chen Shi asked seriously, did you say exactly this? Xiaqiu firmly said, yeah. There's no way he wouldn't help you. Chen Shi had a pretty good understanding of Shen Weixing's character. Afraid of being scolded, Xiaqiu, who had accidentally strayed in her improvisation, hastily made up stories, he just kept blaming me for falling into the trap myself. Chapter 75. After holding her for a while, Yi Jiuyue asked, what's wrong? Shen Weixing helplessly said, so you don't even know and you scared me? Body language is universal, Yi Jiuyue said, you were even willing to threaten my good friend Yi Jiuyue, asterisk. Alright, shut up, I'll talk. Shen Weixing pulled him close, hugged him from behind, and began seriously, Liu Bei must hope you can make Liu Shibei normal, not following his younger brother being abnormal. Regarding that threatening video, Yi Jiuyue had seen it. To prevent him from worrying unnecessarily, Shen Weixing told him about Xiaqiu being extorted for millions of yuan and briefly explained the reason for his earlier misconduct. As for Xiaqiu and Gao Feng making Zhou Quan wear a green hat, Shen Weixing glossed over this part, without directly stating it. Even though it wasn't Shen Weixing himself who was involved in the scandal, he still felt embarrassed saying it aloud. Yi Jiuyue could catch the implication but didn't point it out, only experiencing an internal a complex churning of emotions. He unilaterally knew Gao Feng. After all, Shen Weixing was someone many people in half the entertainment industry wanted, there was no reason for Gao Feng, someone capable enough to be Shen Weixing's mother, not to have missed Shen Weixing. Yan Guiyue thought carefully again and again, concluding that Xiaqiu was indeed desperate for promotion. It was surprising how she shifted from being hesitant around Shen Weixing to decisively hooking up with Gao Feng. Xiaqiu was truly a steel-straight man. Ji Yu pondered meticulously. Shen Weixing asked, what's that look on your face? Yi Jiuyue slowly replied, nothing. But since he'd been unusually talkative recently, he couldn't help himself, I didn't expect you to suggest he report it to the police. After all, wasn't Xia Qiu someone Shen Weisheng had harbored secret feelings for? Yi Jiuyue had a slight pang of jealousy despite his rationality. Or what would you say? Help him pay the money? Shen Weisheng looked at him with a subtle gaze. I only have 10,000 yuan. Yi Jiuyue. Just teasing you, Shen Weisheng shrugged, objectively analyzing the situation. This isn't a kidnapping now, it's just a video extortion. No matter how rich they are, no one would throw away that much money like water. If they continue demanding after receiving payment once, my name written backwards is true. You should watch more social news. Sai, next time something happens, tell me immediately. The bad guys love people like you who are easy to deceive. Has anything to do with me? It sounds so scary, several million yuan given back to you. Last time you talked about it, I got colds and fevers, and if anyone kidnapped me this time. Revenge-minded Jiuyue secretly criticized. In the end, Shen Weisheng said, don't think about this matter anymore, it has nothing to do with you. Yi Jiuyue said, but it concerns you. Shen Weisheng instinctively wanted to say, why does this concern me, but ultimately only said, it's not directed at me either, and there's only so much I can do to help. After further consideration, he explained in advance, it's not like I have those personal feelings. But if they came to me, even if it were Gao Jia or others, I'd casually mention it too. I can't simply ignore and hang them up, can I? Knowing the answer yet asking intentionally, Yi Jiuyue said, that kind of personal feeling is, which kind? Shen Weisheng knew he was intentionally teasing him to divert attention, so he very dramatically nudged him with his elbow. Yi Jiuyue stifled laughter, go on. Unbelievable, after the spring festival, Yi Jiuyue has changed entirely. Shen Weisheng faked shyness as a little wife bumping into him, you know. Being bumped by him, Yi Jiuyue kept dodging and laughed with bent eyebrows, hugging his arm and saying, I know. If Sui Dong's father falls from power, when I see him, I'll say, condolences. Shen Weisheng, you should really shut up. It's true I haven't handled human relations well here, anyone hearing this might think you're trying to add fuel to the fire to make Sui Dong mad. Absolutely unacceptable, I must teach you human relations. Otherwise, if you accidentally offend someone petty later and you don't even know it, they will secretly plot against you, Shen Weisheng boasted, see how much I worry about you. Even in the state of still being influenced by a tipsy buff, Yi Jiuyue subconsciously stopped him from brewing soup, quickly shifting the topic, you shouldn't break your heart, broken heart is who? Not me. You're not allowed to care. Shen Weisheng, fucking hell. At this point, if we don't go all out, things will go completely off the rails. Yi Jiuyue was just going too far. After Shen Weisheng had his way with Yi Jiuyue, he almost forgot what incident caused this training play. Both of them were lost in their embrace, when Chen Shi called. After all, Xia Qiu was an infant back then. Shen Weisheng had drawn a clear line between himself and Chen Shi quite objectively, so when Yi Jiuyue comforted him, he didn't bother to dwell on his past personal gains and losses anymore. But as for Chen Shi, no matter how Shen Weisheng thought about it, he felt extremely uncomfortable. However, Mount Tai had given the order, show no traces. Shen Weisheng sighed and quickly adjusted his state, Auntie. I was just thinking of contacting you, but I've been busy with something and plan to do it later. Please don't worry yourself too much. Xia Qiu is young and has taken the wrong path, but if he can correct it, that's good. I've just analyzed it with Xia Qiu. At most, give 10,000 yuan, then report it to the police. You don't know, there are too many such cases in society now. It's like a bottomless pit. Giving money won't save Xia Qiu. Silently watching this performance by a worldly person, Yi Jiuyue remained silent. Sai, as Shen Weisheng continued, he seemed to be genuinely moved and sincerely said, Auntie, you should take this opportunity to beat Xia Qiu. Chen Shi. You're 18 years old and still don't understand anything, it must be because you haven't been beaten enough. Shen Weisheng earnestly shared his life experiences. When I was little, I also didn't understand things well, it was all thanks to my sister beating me. Boys are tough, they won't die or get disabled from a few beats, better than causing big trouble later. That's what my sister always says. Chen Shi. Chen Shi didn't even have time to organize her words, because she was busy restraining Xia Qiu who was trying to grab her phone right there and then. After a while, she perfunctorily replied, yes. I've long said he shouldn't be spoiled, it's all your teacher's fault, always blindly loving him. My health isn't great and probably I won't have more children, so Xia Qiu is your teacher's only bloodline. Not bringing this up would have been better. As Shen Weisheng kept talking, he got genuinely emotional, then turned his head to look at Yi Jiuyue idling there quietly gnawing on something. Why does Yi Jiuyue like biting me? Because he was abandoned during infancy and lacked security. With his self-consistent logic, Shen Weisheng reached such a conclusion. Why is Yi Jiuyue like this? Because you threw him away and replaced him with Xia Qiu. This wasn't logical inference, it was a fact that Shen Weisheng hoped had never happened but indeed did. Xia Wenji didn't mention needing a long time for divorce to achieve what, but he had told Shen Weisheng about Yi Jiuyue's past. Yi Jiuyue was left outside the orphanage gate in the dead of winter, miraculously avoiding illness due to his fortune. Shen Weisheng's eyes reddened slightly, and he turned his head to kiss Yi Jiuyue passionately for a long time. After finishing, he kept rubbing their noses together tenderly, expressing intimacy like an animal. Wei Xing. For a long time, Chen Shi hadn't heard any sound and called out several times. Shen Weixing looked at Yi Jiuyue as if speaking directly to him, I'm here. Unaware of the truth, Yi Jiuyue glanced back, his eyes wet, bewildered yet innocent. The method you suggested, will it really work to retrieve the photos and videos? Will the other side retaliate? Chen Shi sighed and said, Xia Qiu made mistakes, it's the parents' fault for not educating him well. Your teacher is always busy, rarely home, I'm alone, Xia Qiu made mistakes, and both my husband and I are responsible. Xia teacher was not Xia Qiu's father but Yi Jiuyue's. The teacher was seldom at home, but whenever he was, he practically indulged Xia Qiu with every whim. Yi Jiuyue had nothing, only an awkward adoptive family and a deep shadow of difficulty trusting others. Auntie, how much money do you and Xia Qiu have left? Chen Shi paused briefly, answering evasively, we haven't let your teacher know, fearing he might worry. He just recovered from an injury recently. But we also don't have much money. I know the split of Xia Qiu's earnings. Last year, he starred in a 40-episode drama where each episode paid 3 million yuan. A travel variety show package cost 50 million yuan. Other roles he played were considered living expenses. In total, he should have 50 million yuan in savings. You should have another 50 million yuan too. Chen Shi. If you're afraid of retaliation, how about this, give Zhou Qi 100 million yuan. Shen Weixing proposed, it's all about extorting money. The usual trick is sky-high demands and lowball counteroffers. No one wants it to escalate into a lose-lose situation. Don't be scared, just tell him 100 million yuan, take it or leave it. If he insists on making it nationwide news that he's wearing a green hat, then let him release the material. Be firm in your stance, all villains are paper tigers. Everyone knows how to sell hardship stories, and Shen Weixing effortlessly came up with one, if I had money, I could help you front it, but currently, I owe some friends money that I haven't paid back yet. The stock market crashed over the last 2 years, and my funds are locked up. My dad approached me, demanding 30 million yuan and 2 apartments in the 4th Ring Road area, threatening to ruin me if I don't comply. Sigh, otherwise, I'd already have started shooting movies instead of doing TV dramas. TV dramas pay more. Chen Shi. I haven't mentioned it, not wanting you to worry. Shen Weixing said very mournfully. As adults, they all understood the implication when things were laid out like this. Chen Shi realized he wasn't willing to contribute money, so she switched gears and said, that's right, it's hard for everyone. I was just afraid that you would insist on taking charge, so I didn't dare tell you. Who knew those people would come straight to you? You absolutely mustn't get involved in transferring any money, or your teacher will die of anger if he finds out. Shen Weixing, I've thought about that too. Chen Shi held back her frustration and said, then we'll stop here and not delay your affairs. It's fine, Shen Weixing replied earnestly, something like this happens, no one wants it. Chen Shi. After finishing this unsuccessful conversation, Chen Shi frowned and asked Xia Qiu, what exactly did you say to him before? I've come all this way, so don't try to feed me nonsense again. Xia Qiu refused to budge, it's exactly what you told me, not a single word changed. Chen Shi saw that the situation might be amiss, but arguing about it now would serve no purpose, so she let it go. Instead, Xia Qiu sat at the table swinging his legs, chewing gum while saying offhandedly, Mom, you really shouldn't think so much. I've already told you, Shen Weixing has found himself a boyfriend, probably someone amazing, so he's even avoiding my calls. Do you still expect him to remember Dad's little favor from the past? Mom, you truly don't understand men. Deeply inhaling, Chen Shi said, you better shut up, or I won't be able to resist breaking your legs right now. Xia Qiu pulled his legs up instantly. He was still afraid of her. This was a secret. Everyone believed Mrs. Xia to be perfect, but in reality, she was a bit unhinged. The story went back to when Xia Qiu was a child. His father spent most of his time researching and rarely came home, only making short phone calls asking about his studies and life. On average, these calls lasted less than 2 minutes, with 1.5 being the mother speaking. Once the call ended, her smile disappeared, and she would cry endlessly, holding Xia Qiu and lamenting how long it had been since his father returned home because he didn't care about the family anymore. It was utterly irritating. Xia Qiu took drastic measures, constantly calling his father claiming he felt discomfort or was unwell here and there to trick him into coming home, after which everything went back to normal. Now that she mentioned breaking his leg, Xia Qiu dared not dismiss it lightly. You can never be too careful with someone who has intermittent episodes. Thinking about this, Xia Qiu licked his lips and suddenly had an idea. Mom, I know I messed up. At worst, I'll leave the entertainment industry. Shen Weixing is right, Zhou Qi doesn't even care if the whole nation knows about him sleeping with another man's wife, so why should I? Xia Qiu jumped down from the table and clung to her dependently, but what if Dad finds out? With his temper, he'll surely oppose giving a single penny. I don't mind, but how much stress will Dad endure? This was something she taught him, every person wants something specific. Once you figure it out, success is guaranteed. Xia Qiu felt a tiny, untimely thrill. A small excitement about using what she'd learned against her master. She cared deeply about her dad. Xia Qiu mused. Anyway, all the company money was once dad's and would be hers eventually, sooner or later, it's all mine. Xia Qiu thought. Chapter 76. The restaurant's annual meeting wasn't fully attended by all the bosses. Now, taking advantage of the spring break, when Dong managed to arrange a private gathering where everyone would be available. Before heading out, there was chatter in the group chat. Shen Weixing also wanted to bring Yi Jiuyue along to meet people, but when Yi Jiuyue heard that no one else was bringing their family members, she didn't want to go either. Alright, upon further thought, it might have been too stiff for her. Shen Weixing didn't force her and explained in the group chat. Yi Jiuyue somewhat apologetically reminded him, mentioned that I thanked them for the invitation. Sure. Don't worry, don't be nervous, they are just like Xiao Jing from last time who treats me like a younger brother, Shen Weixing reassured her. It turned out the younger brother showed up alone and got surrounded by a group for drinking, pressed onto the sofa to be forced into opening a password-protected photo album. Naturally, it was filled with candid shots of Yi Jiuyue's daily life, circulated around for comments from the crowd. With Xiao Jing and Hua Lin sitting on his back, not letting him move, the younger brother felt numb and thought, damn, good thing I didn't bring Yi Jiuyue here, or I'd have lost my boyfriend status within a month because of you guys scaring her away. Afterward, before the spring festival ended, school resumed and work started again. Shen Weixing officially signed a contract with Dai Corporation. The crystal dragon sculpture at the signing ceremony was also hammered down. Liu Bei personally arrived to congratulate and celebrate shoulder to shoulder. The overly sentimental Xiao Jing sent the news release across the globe. Fans went wild. Following that, the filming of The Era began. Shen Weixing joined the cast after signing up, and the news about him replacing Liu Bei as the male lead once again sparked heated discussions. Plus the high notes Shen Weixing hit during the Spring Festival gala performance and duets with Liu Bei, CP brain auto-censored thin like. Almost the entire Spring Festival, the trending topics were almost entirely dominated by Shen Weixing, and the already Rio-traveled road. Around the same time, there was news about Liu Bei signing a cross-border blockbuster deal, which immediately triggered an even higher wave of criticism and mockery toward Shen Weixing, calling it picking up what others left. But this was better than accusations of selling oneself to seize opportunities. After all, being lucky enough to pick up something missed is just luck, while the latter involves character issues. Shen Weixing optimistically consoled himself. The new movie production went smoothly. First, Shen Weixing's identity as someone who had been tricked into saving the scene was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the crew's informed personnel, so they treated him very politely, out of sympathy. Secondly, Shen Weixing didn't fight for top billing at all. A veteran main actor like Shen Weixing earnestly said, I'm new, let Rujia's sister go first. Even though he wouldn't have won if he tried to argue, it was just a polite phrase, but at least he readily offered this polite phrase. As for screen time, Shen Weixing did give feedback on the script, but mostly regarding objective issues, and always provided modification methods for reference, not blindly raising subjective issues without knowing how to improve them himself, merely to seem professional, or trying to add more scenes for himself, just to find fault. On the contrary, Shen Weixing thought some standout scenes for the male lead might be exaggerated or redundant. The Era screenwriter even mentioned Shen Weixing on Weibo, delicately expressing her thoughts, the soup cooked by Master Shen really tastes great. She couldn't be too blunt and say, Satellite is a good satellite, after all, although upset now, she still needed to mingle within the industry circle later and couldn't offend other actors too obviously. And Shen Weixing did indeed cook soup personally a few times and share it with the creative team, carrying a subtle undertone of chicken soup for the soul. Screenwriters, masters of wordplay, enjoyed a little sneaky satisfaction. Teacher, cloud-raised satellite, understand. Virtuous, gentle, can make soup, act, sing songs, also repaired the chairs for rest on set. WTF, don't mention fixing chairs, huh, Shen is really cute. Dangerous post from upstairs. Fuck, Shen should focus on acting rather than cooking soup and sucking up. Just acting well would be better. Upstairs has water in the brain, and feces in the water. Is making soup requiring 24 hours shooting and losing 1 minute means death? The climate on set is dry, the leading actors drink soup to maintain their conditions, isn't it okay? It's just turning on the rice cooker, putting the ingredients inside, and closing the lid. 10 minutes. The ingredients were washed by Tang Gu. The assistant washed the vegetables, Shen put them in the pot and called it his own work. Shit persona, impressive. Hatred spreaders have mental problems. Shen will have another sleepover, Opening the harem this time, from Bo Ru to a string of women, I almost got confused about who seduced whom. The screenwriter, fuck your mother black commenters. The screenwriter, you think I can seduce anyone I want? If only I could be so capable. It seemed like the direction of anger was a little off, master screenwriter. After finishing his scenes for the day, Shen Weixing didn't have time to check Weibo. He sat on the edge of the hotel bed soaking his feet while chatting on WeChat with Yi Jiuyue. Their exchanges were endless. Have you eaten? /I've eaten. What about you? /me too. /what did you eat? / menu. / is shooting. School. Going well. / it's smooth. How about you? / I miss you. / I miss you too. / Momo. / choo choo. / hug hug. / kiss kiss. / are you doing? I'm thinking about you, / me too, / Momo, / choo choo, / hug hug. This went on in a cycle all week long. The already OOC running wild Yoji once even took screenshots of this kind of chat. Normal people would find it hard to understand why waste so much data on these chats. By Southwest, censored it and posted it on Weibo to flaunt their affection. An account called Zhang Sansan Needs Hugs shamelessly replied below with endless chew hugs. At that moment, Southwest realized only one thing clearly. When Yoji said she unfriended Sui Dong for his own good, it was a heartfelt and sincere statement. Then why didn't you just block me too? I almost went blind looking at this. Southwest bitterly pondered, no longer knowing whom in the world could be trusted. Apart from showing off their love, Yoji also accomplished real things. The millionaire finally gave up working part-time jobs, dedicating himself fully to study and enthusiastically participating in various activities. He was especially passionate about sweeping through competitions, earning certificates and trophies one after another. Although there were many top students at school, Yoji wasn't always at the top. But both Shen Weixing and he believed in participation and the progress made along the way. Through his pursuits, Yoji became close friends with the top students from all departments of the university. His appearance had some deceptive quality, but upon interacting, he revealed certain unexpectedly cute traits. Combined with Shen Weixing's imparting of societal interactions techniques, Yoji managed to carve out his new social circle, taking everyone along whenever something fun was happening. But performing on TV still came as quite a surprise. Shen Weixing knew Yoji and his group of top students formed a band, but he never expected they'd actually win an award in the Provincial University Alliance competition and then even appear on a show. The hypocritical Shen Weixing told him on WeChat, "Great job, baby." But secretly, he rushed to Professor Xia, "Dad." Xia Wenzi paused. "I can ruin Qinshi, and I can ruin you. Do you believe me?" After briefly contemplating, Xia Wenzi decided to hold his tongue back. After all, his son who used to be shy and slow to open up, now happily flaunting affection online, might still come in handy. Shen Weixing remained useful. Calmly persuading himself, Xia Wenzi thought again. "Dad," emboldened by not getting scolded, Shen Weixing repeated twice with determination, "Dad. What do you want?" Xia Wenzi interrupted him coldly, planning to interrupt more of him soon. Shen Weixing quickly recounted how Yoji accidentally ended up on a TV show and highlighted the main point. "You asked me before to avoid making his face public, so I just wanted to confirm if it's okay now. Yoji really wants to go, he thinks it will be fun, but if there are risks, I'll try to stop him." Approaching matters with growing clarity after several encounters with Qinshi, Shen Weixing now developed a profound sense of deep unease around Qinshi. Fearing so much that Shen Weixing spent the first half of the night cuddling Yoji and the second half trying to dissuade him from learning boxing. "Xia Wenzi, there's no harm. Let Yoji go ahead." Shen Weixing paused, asking cautiously, "What exactly have you done?" "It's none of your business," Xia Wenzi said, "neither you nor Yoji need to know." "Alright," Shen Weixing cared deeply, "but please take care yourself." "The weather is getting warmer, drink more water, keep cool, have some mung bean soup. Just wash them, throw into the rice cooker, and it's easy to prepare. Dad, you're getting older." Xia Wenzi hung up the call. After 3 seconds of thought, he decided not to blacklist Shen Weixing's number. He was still useful. Xia Wenzi convinced himself again. Chapter 77. Xia Wenji booked a return flight ticket and arranged a time for Shen Weixing to bring his assistant to his home to help move the luggage. Shen Weixing thought that he had finished his divorce and was moving out, so he agreed without much thought. "I will definitely be on time. Bring at least your assistant," Xia Wenji reminded. "Alright, sure," as long as the time was set, Shen Weixing would never be late, only early. Since it wasn't the New Year or any festival, nor was Xia Qiu urging him to come back, Qinshi was both surprised and delighted when she saw Xia Wenji at home. After all these years, facing Xia Wenji's handsomeness, intelligence, past romance, and later deep affection, Qinshi inevitably held some expectations. Xia Wenji wouldn't get close to other women, eventually in this life, he would fall in love with her, just a matter of time. That's what she had always believed. Of course, though happy, Qinshi was still somewhat tired at this point. This weariness stemmed from patching up the holes left by Xia Qiu. Shen Weixing used to talk a good game, but when it came down to actually coughing up money, he quickly distanced himself from the matter. Unexpected yet, entirely reasonable. People are often like this, it's just that she and Xia Qiu had been deceived before by Shen Weixing's cunning facade, they once even thought he was foolish. Looking at it now, he was quite astute. That's what Qinshi thought. And Xia Qiu, that dim-witted child, was causing a big ruckus again, flustered like a bird startled by an arrow after being urged twice by Zhou Qi, shouting that if worse came to worst, they should go ask Dad for help. Qinshi wanted to beat him up right then and there. This matter absolutely could not reach Xia Wenji's ears. Strangers might not know the details, but she knew better than anyone, Xia Wenji had extremely distant concepts of family ties, including towards his parents and his son alike. His feelings towards Xia Qiu were mostly based on Qiu Chuyen. Thankfully, Xia Qiu didn't resemble her, the maternal aunt, not even slightly resembling Qiu Chuyen or Xia Wenji. Their dispositions were even more distinct. Xia Qiu didn't care for studies since young, fixated solely on the dream of becoming a star. When he clamored about making his debut, Xia Wenji was very unhappy but ultimately let it slide. Yet, Xia Qiu hadn't become a huge star after debuting for so long and ended up entangled in this matter. Would he dare let Xia Wenji know? Chen Shi exaggeratedly feared that Xia Wenji might lose his temper and take the troublesome Xia Qiu to do a DNA test. If that happened, everything would be completely ruined. In the end, Chen Shi made a firm decision and negotiated with Zhou Qi to settle at 7 million yuan. This sum included funds embezzled from the company, selling some of Chen Shi's own assets, and also various other shady or legitimate routes. But it was worth it. Preserving Xia Qiu meant preserving Xia Wenji's trust. Although Xia Wenji might not understand worldly ways well, his mind was sharp, focusing on real estate investments and emerging industries early on, and never failing to profit. He didn't like spending money, it was all earned for Xia Qiu. He also hinted that after Xia Qiu married and settled down, he would gradually transfer his assets to his son and daughter-in-law. Thus, as long as everything went smoothly, she wouldn't suffer any loss in the end. Chen Shi gathered her spirits and smiled. Why didn't you say anything? I would have come to pick you up. Xia Wenji had been sitting there with his head hanging low, lost in thought. Hearing her words, he did not respond, just raised his head to look at her for a moment. Chen Shi's heart sank. Xia Wenji's eyes were cold. The last time she saw such an icy gaze was 18 years ago, immediately after Qiu Chuyen died. Back then, he looked at everything with such disdain. No, it was different now. Back then, despair outweighed hatred. Now, hatred outweighed despair, equally matched by loathing. Did he find out about Xia Qiu being extorted? This was Chen Shi's first reaction. But she did not rush to speak, asking gently instead, what's wrong? Xia Wenji pushed a thick stack of paper on the coffee table, saying, sign it, and leave within 12 hours. Chen Shi stared. She looked down at the first page, a divorce agreement. Chen Shi nearly blurted out, are you out of your mind, but restrained herself and picked up the papers, her face losing color. You. Less talking and no pretense, Xia Wenji stood up and yanked the last few sheets off the bottom pile, throwing them at her face. Chen Shi really didn't react, dumbfounded for 3 seconds before picking them up, taking one look. This is a misunderstanding. Xia Qiu was born while you were watching. Chen Shi swiftly realized that redoing a parent-child DNA test could instantly clarify matters, so she changed direction instead. How could this be? My sister indeed had a baby around the same time, but she never mentioned any hidden context. I can explain. Anyway, it must be the hospital's error. Let me go home and ask. Xia Wenji furiously threw all the papers at her, scattering them all over the floor. Chen Shi stiffened all over. I told you to shut up. Chen Shi hesitated for a moment and was about to speak when she suddenly heard Xia Wenji reciting the company's fake accounting data. Chen Shi. After reciting a small section, Xia Wenji suddenly smiled at her. He used to rarely smile, only mentioning Xia Qiu or facing Xia Qiu would make him smile, but very modestly, nothing like how he once looked at Qiu Chuyen. Back then, Chen Shi had envied Qiu Chuyen. Now, this smile from Xia Wenji made Chen Shi feel terrified. She even had the illusion that the next second he might pull out a knife somewhere and stab her to death. It was a completely distorted, grotesque, sarcastic smile, devoid of any light. Chen Shi forced herself to calm down a little, now without any more thoughts, simply asking, was Zhou Qi's incident your design? Not. Xia Wenji said, it's you and the bastard you raised who brought this upon yourselves. Xia Wenji had initially planned for Chen Shi to embezzle public funds. The matter of the abandoned baby had passed 18 years ago, making it hard to pursue from a legal standpoint. And merely reclaiming property wasn't enough to relieve his anger, he had to make her pay a much higher price. At that time, she and Xia Qiu started their own demise. He was delighted to see this happen and even tested Shen Weixing's attitude, not revealing it since Shen Weixing didn't want to get involved. Otherwise, he would have directly forbidden Shen Weixing from lending money. Meanwhile, Xia Wenji gave some signals to Chen Shi and Xia Qiu, letting Chen Shi hold on with gritted teeth, unwilling to ask him for money. Thus, Chen Shi took the risk. After Xia Wenji arranged everything clearly, he came back as if homesick to see the results. Still, it wasn't enough. Chen Shi hadn't died thoroughly enough. He wanted her to be forever unable to turn things around. Therefore, he deliberately provoked her. Originally, he hadn't intended to say so much nonsense to her. Chen Shi trembled all over, asking after a while, what do you intend to do? I've already said, sign all these documents, and then take that bastard and go away. How can you abandon a child you've raised for 18 years? Chen Shi resisted desperately, saying, an adult's affairs have nothing to do with the child. Have I been deceived into raising a dummy who replaced my real son for 18 years, and you still expect me to raise him for another 18 years? Xia Wenji mocked, do you need an arbitrator to organize a debate on this matter, Chen Shi? He has called you dad for 18 years. I have no connection with him, he has occupied the life of the son I have with Chu Chu. Xia Wenji coldly said, stop talking nonsense, every word I say to you is nauseating. You originally have nothing, and fundamentally should have nothing. Your family generations were from that wretched place, you should stay there until you die. Chen Shi hung her head, her expression gradually becoming grotesque as well. She tightly clenched her hands, trying to control her emotions. She hated such words. Why did so many people just have good luck being born in the right circumstances? She didn't believe in this kind of fate, so she did all this, changing the fates of herself and her nephew. No. Why was Xia Wenji constantly mentioning his real son? Had he found his real son? That was why he suddenly discovered the truth and did these things. Where was that person? Xia Wenji wanted her to leave with nothing, to have everything stripped away so thoroughly, so she also needed to drag him, or his son with better fortune, into ruin. Chen Shi bit her teeth fiercely. After a long pause, Chen Shi showed signs of conceding defeat, weeping, if I sign it, will you not expose those matters? How can I trust you? Xia Wenji replied, I don't care whether you believe me or not. Chen Shi said, then I won't sign it. As you wish. Xia Wenji said, see you in court. He walked toward the door for 2 steps, paused briefly, and then added, oh, a slip of tongue, I won't attend your trial for economic crime, after you enter prison, I will hire a lawyer to handle our divorce. Even if divorced, your assets. I don't have too many assets. Xia Wenji said, apart from this house and 30,000 yuan in salary savings, I have 3 million yuan of debt incurred 2 years ago. Sorry, but you and I need to divide this debt. Since you committed embezzlement and the funds weren't used for normal family life, apart from taking on 1.5 million yuan of debt, the half set of house and 15,000 yuan that you could obtain will be confiscated. I will also report you for transferring assets to the court. Xia Wenji, if you insist on making things ugly, I'll play along with you, I have nothing to lose and I'm not afraid of someone in your position. Chen Shi said defiantly, where did this debt come from? Those 3 million yuan 2 years ago were perfectly normal transactions, they were paid off long ago. What you're presenting is fabricated debt, let's both go to jail together. The bright future of Professor Xia will be wasted sitting in prison with me. How lucky for me. If you're interested, you can tell the judge. Xia Wenji replied, I don't have any intention to tangle with a psychopath like you. Chen Shi's head was buzzing, her vision following his silhouette to the silk scarf draped over his hand. Acting faster than thought, she grabbed it and wrapped it around Xia Wenji's neck from behind, pulling back with all her might while hoarsely screaming, you can't do this. You can't ruin me. Xia Wenji struggled fiercely, knocking over the nearby fruit plate. The fruit knife hadn't been properly inserted into its holder and clattered onto the floor, reflecting cold and piercing light. Xia Wenji twisted his body to reach for the knife. Seeing his movement, Chen Shi's instincts became sharper, driven by the savagery that never washed away during these 18 years of luxury life. She lunged first and thrust the knife into Xia Wenji's abdomen. The moment the blade entered, she briefly regained some sanity and was about to let go when she saw Xia Wenji pull out his phone, saying, I'm calling the police, and you'll wait in jail. Chen Shi lost her mind again. No, he cannot call the police. At this point, there could be no more retreat. She had no intention of returning to the dark, bleak life, whether it was the black dungeon-like prison or her equally dark hometown. She utterly loathed that hopeless place, so she took a gamble back then and won. Everyone is human, why should I live a life unworthy of a human? I am capable, so why can't I lead a life that other capable people enjoy? The young Chen Shi and the current Chen Shi always asked themselves this question. So she regained her strength, snatching the phone and smashing it on the ground, yanking the fruit knife from Xia Wenji's stomach, grabbing him as he turned to flee, and fiercely plunging the knife again into his back. In that instant, whether it was an illusion or reality, she felt his fear looked overly fake, like a second-rate actor. Are you crazy? Suddenly, a loud shout startled Chen Shi, who froze holding the knife again, dumbly looking up at Shen Weixing standing at the door. Wei Xing. Chen Shi instinctively wanted to say something but saw Shen Weixing rushing forward to snatch the knife from her hand, suppressing her movements before she could react, and heard him shouting toward his shocked assistant, Tang, call the ambulance and the police. Xia Wenji had a very long dream, where Qiu Chuyan appeared. All kinds of past memories surfaced. After all, he and her had no future either. Chapter 78. Xia Wenji eventually woke up. Shen Weixing rushed to the hospital with an unprecedentedly bad attitude, so this is what you mean by a society ruled by law. It wasn't as if he himself had gone to kill Chen Shi. What kind of bullshit was it to let Chen Shi kill him? Shen Weixing was still scared thinking about it now. If it weren't for his secret intentions to curry favor with his father-in-law and thus his eagerness to arrive ahead of time, if even just a bit later, or even if he'd only arrived on schedule, Xia Wenji wouldn't have woken up so quickly and soundly. Even if Xia Wenji didn't die, it would have been close. Xia Wenji remained silent, looking at the ceiling indifferently. Feeling like a real Romeo, aren't you? Do you really think you couldn't think of any other way? With 10,000 methods available, you chose the worst one. Shen Weixing struggled against the soreness in his eyes but couldn't stop the impulse in his body, rising suddenly and grabbing Xia Wenji's hospital gown, pulling it slightly upward. Did you even think of Yi Zhou? Finally, Xia Wenji spoke, asking, how's Chen Shi? Although Shen Weixing thought Xia Wenji had lost his mind, he still replied, she's detained, all evidence is there. Caught red-handed, nothing much to deny. Xia Wenji said, give me my phone. Shen Weixing, unlike before, didn't obey easily, stubborn and angry. I'm talking to you. Unable to bear it, Xia Wenji forced himself up to look for the phone. Shen Weixing quickly said, lie back down. I'll get your phone, alright? Yes, I found out she committed financial crimes. Our divorce was because I almost simultaneously discovered that my son wasn't biologically related to me but had family ties with her. She swapped my son. Upon realizing her misdeeds were exposed, His voice trailed off for a moment. I can testify in court. The evidence of her financial crime is also here. Shen Weixing silently listened to him speaking on the phone. Finally, after Xia Wenji arranged everything, he put down the phone and drifted into a daze again. That day, he placed the scarf and the knife without its cover in the perfect positions, and timed his own movements, arranging every convenient factor for Chen Shi. Chen Shi indeed lived up to his expectations, and cooperated. If Shen Weixing hadn't come early, according to the original plan, Xia Wenji could have escaped to the door, then got stabbed a few more times by Chen Shi, which would have been quite helpful for sentencing by the judge. The plan did carry the risk of accidental outcomes, such as being killed directly by Chen Shi. But even this would have been fine. He had already made preparations for property transfers and subsequent arrangements. If he died, these would still safely reach Yi Jiuyue. Perhaps, this way would be better. He even thought like this. This way, there wouldn't be any worry over whether Chen Shi would survive or not. And he wouldn't have to contemplate how to face Yi Jiuyue anymore. Shen Weixing was right, there were many other ways to choose from, and this was probably indeed the worst choice. Yet, he specifically chose this one. In his entire life, he had only ever fled from reality twice, once when Zhou Chuyan passed away, and another when he discovered he had lost Zhou Chuyan's child. Shen Weixing looked at him for a while, sighed, and finally softened his tone, saying, Teacher, it's all over, okay? When you're healed, go see Jiuyue, Shen Weixing said. I don't know what you were thinking, but he mentioned his thoughts once. He thought he was abandoned by his parents, thought his parents didn't love each other. Xia Wenji froze. His appearance resembles Teacher Qiu's a lot, maybe his nature too, both are very tender-hearted people. Shen Weixing's expression and tone became gentle. I think he hasn't resented losing his parents at all. He was just sad. Therefore, I hope you can make him understand, he isn't some unexpected extra, he's the love between you and Teacher Qiu. Actually, at this moment, Xia Wenji still couldn't clearly understand what blood-related kinship felt like. In these 18 years, he viewed Xia Qiu as Zhou Chuyan's child far more often than the child of Zhou Chuyan and me, let alone my child. He mimicked the ways his colleagues dealt with their children and grandchildren, but always could only grasp the superficial aspects and couldn't truly understand his colleagues' joy in proudly showing everyone their middle schoolers' award certificates. Of course, part of the reason might be that Xia Qiu never received awards worth boasting about. Xia Wenji objectively thought this. But yet, Yi Jiuyue resembled Zhou Chuyan so much, which made her feel closer than Xia Qiu who didn't resemble anyone. But only a little closer. Since I didn't die, then let's go take a look. Shen Weixing changed his approach to persuasion. Avoidance can't solve any problems, teacher. People shouldn't make the same mistakes again and again, they should only recognize their errors and correct them. This is common sense even elementary school kids understand. Xia Wenji remained silent. Lu Chang'an became a fervent participant of the extended nonsense since love should be spoken challenge 30 days, after suffering a sore bottom for a week following participating in a challenge initiated by Shen Weixing that one time. The type who curses but whose actions speak louder than words in group chats. Later, as he got used to the frequency, it didn't hurt as much. At this moment, Lu Chang'an, while fooling around with dumb truth or dare via a stupid lottery recommended by a satellite, suddenly received a call and his expression changed slightly. It was the gossip magazine editor with the special right to communicate anytime, calling again. The reason why Xia Qiu and Gao Feng's affair had been suppressed all along was due to the lack of frontline photos. There wasn't enough sensational material to expose it fully, so the story was on hold. However, the editor received some news saying Zhou Qi and Gao Feng had just reached their divorce agreement. Apparently, there were some backroom transactions behind closed doors. Once they finalized their divorce, the significance of exposing an adulterous affair would greatly diminish. Hence, the editor quickly sought help from Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an pushed the sex-maniac volcano aroused by the draw, rose, leaned his head, and held the phone between his ear and shoulder, picking up pants as he spoke, exposed Xia Qiu and Gao Feng's extramarital affair immediately. Today's Saturday, Zhou Qi and Gao Feng could get divorced at earliest next Monday. If the special issue doesn't come out before that, you'll lose your chance. The editor pathetically replied, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, Zhou Qi has hidden it too well. Cut the crap, Lu Chang'an coldly instructed. Advance the publication date. Print tonight, and by noon tomorrow, I want to see it stocked in every newspaper kiosk. Online releases are set for 8 a.m. tomorrow, our company website and V-number will simultaneously release the scoop. But we only have intimate photos of Xia Qiu and Gao Feng, there are no stunning moments of Zhou Qi catching them red-handed, the editor lamented. There's nothing we can do about that, we'll just have to use photos of the three of them entering and exiting the villa on different occasions to make up for it, Lu Chang'an said. And there's another thing that could be used instead. You contact the leader of the legal section of the company paper and tell him I said to hand over the news about Qinshi, Xia Qiu's mother, to your side. The editor hesitated. What did Xia Qiu's mom do? Embezzling public funds, marital discord, and attempted murder of her husband, Xia Qiu's father, currently under prosecution, Lu Chang'an explained. There's still no official word on where the embezzled money went. I suspect something fishy. Wasn't there an investigation into Zhou Qi paying off gambling debts recently? He suddenly repaid them, wasn't it? The editor remarked, yes, we thought Gao Feng helped pay it off, which is why he agreed to divorce. I suspect it has something to do with Qinshi. The money wasn't from Gao Feng, but from Zhou Qi blackmailing Xia Qiu over the adultery. Oh, and there's more, by the way. There's also the rumor Xia Wenji claimed Xia Qiu isn't his son, hence his insistence on divorce. This part hasn't been verified yet, but you can mention it casually, and we'll follow up later. Lu Chang'an said. Whoa. The editor couldn't help but exclaim. Make sure you blow up the Xia Qiu incident thoroughly. Don't miss a single detail. You're allowed to include Zhong Yi's stories, Shen Weisheng's, Jing Chuchu's, but don't make stuff up. It's just a feint to divert attention lightly. Lu Chang'an slapped the shoe cabinet and roared, everyone works overtime. If this issue doesn't sell 300,000 copies, we stop publishing. I'll be there soon. Yes. The editor responded firmly, not even having time to hang up before shouting at his subordinates, call everyone back to work overtime. Mr. Lu is coming to take charge. Lu Chang'an's partner quietly listened to the door slam shut, quietly picked up the wine on the bedside table and drank it, silently pondering who deserved a beating the most among everyone involved. An uproar swept through the internet. Xia Qiu wasn't a top-tier star, but he was a popular fresh-faced actor, whose rumored relationship with emerging actress Zhong Yi was quite hot at the moment. His CP, couple, dynamic with Shen Weisheng was also selling well, projecting an image of a naive and adorable prince, all of which collapsed now. His meddling in the marriage of GF Media high-up Gao Feng, leading to Gao Feng's husband extorting him, causing his mother to embezzle public funds, marital strife between his parents, his mother stabbing his father, and ultimately questioning if he's really his father's child, an outrageous mid-year melodrama complete with everything you need. Who gives a damn whether you're a top-tier star when this kind of drama unfolds? With such heated attention, he was as good as top-tier. Even the appearance of Liu Bei and Bo Ru at a French event seemed unimportant now. My goodness. Is this real? Has GF finally tired of Shen Satellite and turned to a younger lover? 2 men and 1 woman. GF does play dirty. Shen Weisheng's whole family gets roasted. What's wrong with his brain? YXH rumor spreader must die. YXH rumor spreader's whole family must die. Some small flower actress should mind her own farewell performance and stop biting others. Xia Qiu has been tormented enough by you. I swear, what does Zhong Yi have to do with this? You people know in your hearts whether Xia Qiu has messed with GF or not, but did Zhong Yi force him to take off his pants? Holy crap, I've said it before, Xia Qiu really resembles Uncle Wang from next door. Nailed it again. My goodness. Huh, so predictable. Aren't you the same kind of milk powder spreading fake news about Shen Weisheng jumping into a certain company along with someone else? Now you're still targeting Xia Qiu. Opening a new account to slander, pretty bold, aren't you? What has Shen Weisheng got to do with Liu Bei's studio? A reliable insider told me Shen will officially join Liu Bei's studio soon. If I'm wrong, you can make me eat my computer live. Society bros say less, act more wisely, you're no match for Xia Qiu in terms of influence. So let Xia Qiu be. A 100-tier television star doesn't compete on legs with leg kings. How is this related to Na Lai at all? Are you seriously telling me that just because I'm eating watermelon drama under my main account instead of creating fake ones, it conflicts with liking Na Lai? Did Na Lai give me money to eat this drama? Xia Qiu fans are one of a kind. Whenever there's some gossip, they drag an entire list of top stars down with them. Every time, my melon drops all over the floor. Husky. Fan follows master. Doge. At Shen Weisheng V, at Shen Weisheng V, at Shen Weisheng V, little Qiu is being bullied. Aren't you going to handle this? Oh lordy, reading this makes me so awkward. Are Xia Qiu's fans even old enough to attend high school? Shen Weisheng might be hanging himself right now. So what I keep saying is that CP fans just go too deep into their feelings. Wake up. You sell yaoi once you're famous, then as soon as a scandal breaks out, uninstall your client app pretending to be offline. Aren't you veterans in showbiz after 10 years of experience? Ha. Shen Weisheng saw Xia Qiu getting famous and decided to bind Xia Qiu tightly. That cured my depression. Thank you Xia Qiu's fans, this is a medical miracle. Wake up upstairs, dearie, that's not depression. Didn't Shen Weisheng care a lot about Xia Qiu in the past? Why does he chicken out now? Caring from the same agency isn't a big deal, but now they belong to different companies. Your announcements haven't even been issued yet, why are you dragging Shen Weisheng into this? Is Shen Weisheng Xia Qiu's father? Shen Weisheng may not be Xia Qiu's father, but Xia Qiu's father saved Shen Weisheng's life back then. Jie, please read the news completely. Xia Qiu's father hasn't been confirmed as his father yet. He was hospitalized after being stabbed by his wife. WDYM. What's with all this chaos? Truly impressive, Shen Weisheng is playing everyone like a fiddle. Then what does this have to do with Shen Weisheng? Stop dragging Shen Weisheng down. Take my satellite away. Did Xia Qiu sleep with Gao Feng, first making Zhong Yi comment and now expecting Shen Weisheng to manage fan comments? Are you people delusional? The Era had too much deleted and edited content for release, and Shen Weisheng urgently changed filming location to the U.S. due to scenes adjustment. Yesterday's official announcement came from The Era. Its Chin directors, Bo Ru's, Shen Weisheng's, and the whole creative team's painstaking work, they've rewritten 3 drafts spanning 30 years covering China's reform era. In short, it's scheduled to premiere by year-end. Please stay tuned, buy tickets to support us. Liu Bei and Bo Ru led the box office hit, Light of Xijing, which surpassed 300 million yuan in its first week. Support domestic ancient costume dramas. Liu Bei is nominated for Best Actor and Shen Weisheng for Best Supporting Actor at the 14th Golden Peach Film Festival. Thank you for your attention. Uninformed Melanator Yi Jiuyue, holy cow, this is insane. Chapter 79. Shen Weisheng indeed went to the United States to reshoot The Times. The filming went smoothly, but when the movie was submitted for review, it had to be revised in various places. Luckily, everyone had expected this and remained calm. The cost of going abroad with a large crew is high, so every effort was made to cut costs, including reducing shooting time. The leading man Shen Weisheng worked non-stop, memorizing lines on the go, and sleeping 3 hours a day would have been good. Where would he find time to play on his phone? When Shen Weisheng finally caught his breath a few days later and checked WeChat, there were so many messages it seemed like it was about to explode. Following the links sent by various people, his whole being, already severely sleep-deprived, felt a little confused. After a while, he finally realized what was happening and went to touch Liu Chang'an. What's going on? Liu Chang'an, what? Shen Weisheng, the thing about Xia Qiu. Wasn't that something your side broke first? Liu Chang'an, business is business, baby. I didn't bully Xia Qiu because of personal preferences before either, and this time it's also done properly. Unless it's you personally, then I'd play favorites. Shen Weisheng, that's not what I meant. I just want to know what happened with this matter. Liu Chang'an, it's simply that my junior followed a long-term lead. Recently, Gao Feng and Zhou Qi are getting a divorce. If this story doesn't break now, it'll lose its value. It's not that I deliberately hid it from you, we're all just trying to make a living, sticking to professional ethics, loyal to the company. Shen Weisheng. Shen Weisheng, relax. Liu Chang'an, humph. Shen Weisheng, why are you suddenly acting Sundra? Shen Weisheng, is teacher Xia involved too? Liu Chang'an, there's no way around it. If this issue doesn't sell well, our publication will have to stop. The board has given orders. If I don't expose this, someone else definitely will. Rest assured, the focus afterward will remain on Xia Qiu, including Xia Wenzi, Yu, Zhong Yi, and others who will gradually fade out. Liu Chang'an, by the way, did you find your teacher Xia's real son? Is the switched at birth thing true? Give me any info you have. We're buddies, right? Shen Weisheng, get lost. Liu Chang'an, what's wrong? So irritable. You wouldn't be pining for Xia Qiu secretly, would you? Feeling sorry for her? Shen Weisheng avoided the topic to prevent revealing Yi Jiuyue, though indeed he was melancholic after bringing up Xia Qiu. It wasn't due to the hidden meaning of unforgettable old feelings in Liu Chang'an's mockery, just that he hadn't yet told his group of friends about breaking up with Xia Qiu and probably wouldn't. After all, these friends had warned him thousands of times ages ago, which he stubbornly ignored. Though it wasn't as if he had zero blame on himself, it still left him embarrassed to bring it up again. Moreover, he wasn't one to gossip behind people's backs. To put it bluntly, Shen Weisheng used to rant in the group chat about trivial matters involving Yi Jiuyue, purely for attention to subtly show off. He hadn't even noticed it consciously, yet his subconscious drove him to do so. As for Xia Qiu, he had never actively discussed her much with his friends, and discovering he had always been disdained by Xia Qiu left nothing more to say. Though Shen Weisheng wasn't fully enlightened yet, looking back later gave him the feeling of having sincerely offered help only for it to be spit in the face. That was too harsh a phrase, he couldn't bear to say it, let alone think about it further. Anyway, things had reached this point, overthinking it wouldn't help, let other people live their lives, and he'd move forward. But unexpectedly, Xia Qiu's path eventually turned into a narrow plank bridge. Shen Weisheng exited the page, hesitated for a moment, and opened a private conversation with Xia Qiu. Private chat. Xia Qiu, brother Shen, pick up my call. Xia Qiu, that day I panicked, Zhou Qi and the rest were terrifying, and I froze. Don't hold it against me. Xia Qiu, brother Shen, respond to me, please. I didn't really mean it like that, I just got confused in the moment, now I know I was wrong. Xia Qiu, can you consider it for my father's sake? Xia Qiu, brother Shen, none of my current issues matter anymore. I'm contacting you because of my parents' affairs. What's going on with them? Xia Qiu, lately, I joined a new team and was the last one to find out about the incident involving them. Now, I can't see my mom, and when I visited my dad, he said I am not his child. Brother Shen, I don't know what to do, I feel like dying. Xia Qiu, I'm really sorry, I truly know I was wrong. Xia Qiu, please don't ignore me too. Shen Weixing sighed. Private chat. Shen Weixing, stay calm, follow the company's arrangements, don't leave home privately, stay safe. What's happened with your mom is an established fact. All you can do is hire a lawyer for her. From my standpoint, I can't help her, sorry. Your teacher's condition is real, he needs peace for recovery. You should focus on handling other issues first, and afterward ask your mother directly for clarity. Xia Qiu, I thought you were ignoring me. Xia Qiu, I really know I was wrong, and I won't dare do it again. Shen Weixing, I've been shooting abroad and just now checked my phone. Shen Weixing, knowing one's faults and making amends is the greatest virtue. This is also an opportunity for growth, endure it, and you'll grow into an adult. Be a good listener. Xia Qiu, Brother Shen, help me out this time, just this once, I promise I won't dare do it again. Shen Weixing sighed again. Shen Weixing, it's not that I can't delete all the news from the web, even if I were that capable, it wouldn't matter since the fans already know. There's no point in deceiving ourselves. If I forcefully step in for you, I would only escalate the situation. Shen Weixing, you can only trust the company and yourself. Don't act rashly. Take this as a chance to mature. Based on my experience, the company will temporarily hide you to avoid backlash. Use this period to go back to school for further education. The key is for you to truly learn from this incident, sincerely acknowledge your mistake, genuinely repent, and there will definitely be opportunities ahead. Shen Weixing, your life is still long. In 10 years, when you have made efforts and walked through challenges, looking back, what seems like a collapse now will be nothing then, understand. Shen Weixing, as for the rest, especially about your mom, whether from public or personal perspectives, I really can't get involved appropriately or effectively. Ultimately, you'll need to make your own path. Xia Qiu, if Yi Zhiyue were in this situation, would you let her handle it alone? Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing. Xia Qiu, there's no need to keep it from you, I've known for a while. Holding the phone, Shen Weixing stared blankly for quite some time. His brain connected many dots again, and ultimately he asked, so did you suddenly confess to me because of Yi Zhiyue? But after hesitating, Shen Weixing carefully deleted each character of this unsent message. Once doubts festered, it became difficult to fully trust this person anymore. He even feared Xia Qiu was trying to manipulate his chat records. Xia Qiu, I'm jealous. I'll admit it to you, I like you, but I'm straight, I can't bear the thought of sleeping with a man. Still, I do like you. Shen Weixing. You're thinking too much. I swear I haven't thought of sleeping with you. Shen Weixing, I do know Yi Zhiyue. He's the friend of someone younger in the circle, it's not like how you assume. You should focus on communicating with the company instead of imagining things. Xia Qiu, I won't tell anyone about this. Don't worry. Shen Weixing, I'm not worried. I think now it's you who needs to calm down. Shen Weixing, and, stay away from Yi Zhiyue, it's for your own good. You'll understand why later. This last sentence aimed to intimidate Xia Qiu not to mess with Yi Zhiyue, but it was also a sincere warning. Shen Weixing had figured out that Xia Wenzi might do anything under emotional distress. Currently, Xia Qiu's background information was merely Xia Wenzi's counterattack in court against Chen Shi, not actively disclosed to the public. No matter what, Xia Wenzi still managed to distinguish between Xia Qiu and Chen Shi. However, if Xia Qiu messed with Yi Zhiyue. After a long pause, Xia Qiu sent over, Brother Shen, don't worry, I won't harm you. I'm talking with the company right now. I remember everything you said, and I will try hard to follow them. Sorry for my mistakes before. Shen Weixing felt profound emotions welling up, and eventually only said, keep going. Not long after, the official announcement from Chuanguan came out. Regardless, they had to stubbornly deny rumors publicly, stating that Gao Feng and Xia Qiu were privately discussing a new drama with their team, which got misinterpreted by paparazzi. But given the immense mental trauma experienced by artist Xia Qiu during this event, they decided to suspend all activities. This is the usual method used in showbiz circles, refusal to admit the facts, cold handling, and waiting for the right moment to attempt re-entry. Xia Qiu's fan groups watched a lot of criticism, but a significant number stayed, criticizing the paparazzi based on the announcement. Of course, most netizens still saw right through these old tactics, some mocking, others criticizing. Meanwhile, there were also those taking alternative routes, specifically targeting Shen Weixing with comments. It almost felt like Sister Wang wanted to trap Shen Weixing in America, forcing him to pretend to be dead and never come back. Not long after, Xia Qiu himself posted a lengthy Weibo post. His tone appeared sincere but cleverly evaded the core issues, hinting that he had been framed by someone. Nevertheless, he admitted it was his own fault for being immature and rash in his youth, stating he wouldn't avoid responsibility. He also mentioned having a private, heart-to-heart conversation with Brother Shen who encouraged him to bravely take responsibility. Thus, everyone didn't need to tag Brother Shen anymore as the matter had nothing to do with him, and he had already done all he could to help. As for the family dispute, Xia Qiu described it as a personal issue involving misunderstandings, asking everyone not to focus too much on it. The company's decision to pause his public appearances was simply out of consideration to give him time to deal with his parents' issues. Finally, Xia Qiu thanked the company, Brother Shen, and the fans for their support. Did you take the satellite out to play today? Is the satellite done playing today? Dai Xiaojing, did you see Xia Qiu's Weibo post? It was really well written. I even thought about poaching the PR person who helped write it. Hua Lin, didn't see it, don't care. Dai Xiaojing, unlike your usual behavior, didn't you throw the link when the gossip first came out? Hua Lin, already watched the drama unfold, no interest in the aftermath. Not even the satellite wants to mess with him now, he's none of my business. Group name changed by Hua Lin to, what if we play with Wendong instead? Hua Lin, the satellite has grown up and isn't fun to play with anymore, let's switch to messing with younger guys. Wendong. Wendong, isn't my role supposed to be a sidekick? Hua Lin, you gotta give me some emotional attachment. From now on, you're officially promoted. Dai Xiaojing, rather play with you, Hua Lin, Wendong isn't as fun. Despite being younger, he's got an old driver's license, so I still have to call him brother. Wendong. Brother Xiaojing, please don't. Actually, Brother Shen can still be played with. Dai Xiaojing, so you finally slipped. Saying you're loyal to Brother Shen, yet. Wendong, smiley face. Group name changed by Wendong to, School Flower Group, Dai Xiaojing x Hua Lin Fans Group. Lu Chang'an, I think both of them should just be called jokes. Lu Chang'an, I stared at the group name for a while, wondering why I joined such nonsense. Group name changed by Hua Lin to, Ancient Capital Group feels Rio, Dai Xiaojing x Lu Chang'an Fans Group. Dai Xiaojing, sure, works for me, shall we hook up? Lu Chang'an, stop hitting on me, you can only hit on Wendong and Hua Lin. Hua Lin, are you feeling precious or what? Lu Chang'an, ring selfie.jpg. Lu Chang'an, I'm kind-hearted, I care about your safety. Smiley face. Hua Lin. Dai Xiaojing. Boss A. Boss F. Wendong, congratulations to Brother Lu. Wishing Brother Lu and Brother Yu happiness for 100 years, eternal love and joy, lasting forever. Lu Chang'an, red envelope, Wendong exclusive. Wendong, received red envelope. Hua Lin. What the hell, are you serious? Lu Chang'an, no more chatting. Gotta go for nightlife, different from y'all. Hua Lin, holy shit. Hua Lin, go away. Group name changed by Lu Chang'an to, believe in satellite, get a partner. Hua Lin, big asshole. Dai Xiaojing, big asshole. Group name changed by Boss G to, y'all talk too much. Chapter 80. Shen Weixing saw Xia Qiu's Weibo post and felt a bit conflicted, but ultimately said nothing. That's it then. Shen Weixing was busy. The film Thera had finally passed the censorship and was awaiting final touch-ups, release, and promotional runs. Additionally, a male-centric TV drama he shot earlier while recovering from the coronavirus was airing on prime time with skyrocketing viewership, necessitating some promotional events. Sister Wang swiftly negotiated 2 advertisements and an endorsement deal for a mid-to-high-end perfume brand. Several decent TV drama scripts accompanied by offers of millions were also presented to him, all of which were politely declined. On one hand, Shen Weixing only wanted to make movies now, and on the other, his schedule had already been reserved by Dai Xiaojing. People always have dreams, including Brother Xiaojing. He wanted to be a director and had already finished writing the script. Nowadays, he frequently gathered Liu Bei, Shen Weixing, and Na Lai to discuss their life aspirations, Mai Can. Eventually, they all agreed, saying that they would definitely act in his movie, prompting him to cheer up and start planning his movie project with enthusiasm. During this period, Shen Weixing attended the Golden Peach Film Festival with the In the Light of Xijing crew. The competition for Best Actor was intense. Once again, Liu Bei missed out on becoming Emperor of Film, but when Shen Weixing won Best Supporting Actor, Liu Bei seemed genuinely happy. He stood up, hugged Shen Weixing, with an exceptionally tender gaze, and said, congratulations. Xing couldn't be any more Rio. By fans of the Xing Lu couple who want to see him punch Liu Bei, kick Wang Lai, and knock future actors like Na straight off stage. Shen Weixing's character garnered a lot of praise, yet he was extremely picky about it. Why am I still able to gain fans after behaving so weirdly? They should see me and immediately want to kill me. But instead, articles and music videos are made. What kind of young people are these today? Sister Wang, alright, shut up. Shen Weixing returned home seeking comfort from Yi Jiu-yu. Covertly ogling screens and fantasizing wildly about himself stealing Mary Jiu-yu away from the leading role Liu Bei, Yi Jiu-yu was focused on unboxing something. She took out a mask worn by Shen Weixing's character, given to him by the director after winning the award, and said with great anticipation, wear it. She looked at his face as he did so, blushing mysteriously. Shen Weixing suddenly felt disconnected from modern youth's worldview and aesthetics, finding himself thoroughly upset. Only a session of intimate time with Yi Jiu-yu could suffice to vent his frustration. After a passionate night filled with newlywed-like fervor, both were exhausted and lay side by side chatting idly, repeating things already said on their phones, never tiring of each other even if ABCD were repeated 10,000 times, finding it sweet every time. Will you come visit me on set during the summer vacation? You can say you're Tang Zhao's helper, or bring along Lu Xinan and claim you're visiting Liu Bei. Shen Weixing remembered this matter and asked, I won't be able to accompany you this summer, I need to join the crew. Yi Jiuyu asked, are you collaborating with Liu Bei again? Is Bo Ru involved? No, this time it's completely men's roles. Bo Ru doesn't take them, and Dai Xiaojing isn't fond of her either. Shen Weixing glanced sideways. Na Lai will be there too. The movie put together by Dai Xiaojing was a black humor police thriller piece. Liu Bei played an overly upright police officer subjected to isolation and betrayal, Na Lai was the villainous boss plotting against him, and Shen Weixing was a comedic little hoodlum. It was designed as a double lead story between the police officer and the hoodlum, starting with the role meant for Liu Bei. Although the hoodlum role might be livelier, in terms of image, being the police is still the better choice. Liu Bei had already portrayed various types of characters before and was currently refining his positioning phase, whereas Shen Weixing was just entering the filmmaking circle. It suited them both well to experiment with a wide range of diverse roles. Throughout the first half of the year, Shen Weixing was occupied with work, occasionally taking short flights to meet Yi Jiuyu and rushing back, deeming it detrimental to family stability and harmony, feeling very boxed in. As for Yi Jiuyu, she mostly felt concern for him, suggesting he rest where he was and avoid unnecessary travel due to safety concerns. Since they wouldn't be able to gather over summer vacation either, Shen Weixing was incredibly sad about it. So much so that he was willing to bring out Na Lai. Na Lai will join us on set. Aren't you going to visit? Shen Weixing shamelessly dangled Na Lai as bait to entice Yi Jiuyu. Yi Jiuyu tactfully hinted, do you know the Q.in combination? Huh? Shen Weixing questioned, what's that? Yi Jiuyu suggested, a boy band yet to debut, the team leader Qin Hong looks super handsome. Shen Weixing. Alright, understood. You found another crush. Why is the taste getting worse and worse? From me falling to Liu Bei falling to Na Lai, now not even debuting. Whether they can debut or not is very questionable. Will you eventually start liking Dai Xiaojing? Best Supporting Actor Shen Weixing immediately flipped over in bed, wrapped in blankets while acting diva-like. Yi Jiuyu was still holding her phone, trying to shove it in front of him. Look, he's really handsome. Shen Weixing covered his head angrily, then go sleep with him. Yi Jiuyu remained objective, I can't sleep with him. Shen Weixing flipped over and glared at her, what the hell? You've actually thought about it? Yi Jiuyu innocently said, no, it's because you mentioned it. You talk about your sister. The anger gave Shen Weixing energy. Energy made Shen Weixing regain his vigor as he pinned Yi Jiuyu down and began teaching her a lesson with smacks. Planned successfully. Yi Jiuyu got fully into character and started begging for mercy, subtly trying to tempt him to become darker. Shut up. Shen Weixing silenced her. Shen Weixing had come back during his spare time but after a fit of anger, he slept sounder than Yi Jiuyu. When he woke up, there was only a note saying she had school matters. Shen Weixing sat in solitude, scrolled through Weibo aimlessly for a while, stirred up some drama, then just as he prepared to take a shower, he received a call from Xia Wenji, halting his smile. During this time, Chen Shi's case underwent a first trial and another hearing, uncovering Xia Wenji's lawsuits for transferring marital property and forging debts, amidst various back-and-forth appeals and lawsuits, but discerning eyes could see that the verdict was already determined. Chen Shi would definitely lose. Xia Wenji's plans were meticulously laid out. Chen Shi couldn't provide credible evidence and instead brought attention to the case which exposed Xia Qiu's lineage unavoidably, having no other choice. The fact that Chen Shi had switched Xia Wenji's biological son and his biological nephew once topped the hot search list, causing people to drop their melons in shock since this felt 100 times worse than an affair next door with someone called Wang. Add to that Xia Wenji's halo of being an academic genius, paired with his slender refined appearance, so at this moment his celibacy was no longer viewed as self-restraint, rather as melancholic depression due to being too good-looking. By fans of Xia Wenji's ID photo. Anyway, public opinion mostly leaned towards Xia Wenji. So did the evidence. Xia Qiu thoroughly became famous this way. But he didn't want this kind of fame at all. Throughout it all, he begged and even attempted proving himself mentally unfit to avoid punishment, nearly starting an argument with Chen Shi inside the visiting room. Ultimately, they parted ways unpleasantly. Xia Qiu didn't want any more black marks about possible hereditary mental illness added to him. So he resolutely told the judge his mother, or aunt, had been very stable mentally in the past decade. Plus, Chen Shi indeed wasn't in a truly psychiatric condition, leading to this point not being accepted by her lawyer. Observing everything from afar, Shen Weixing deeply sighed. Chen Shi ultimately also relied on Xia Qiu to achieve everything afterward and lost it all thanks to Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu's life was the same. They mutually achieved each other and finally destroyed each other. Shen Weixing felt life was really unpredictable, like something predetermined long ago. As for Xia Wenji, after healing from injuries and leaving court, he went straight back to work on his project as if nothing had happened. Given that for years he had always maintained an emotionless face despite calamities around him, others now couldn't tell whether he was sad or happy, or even if he had found his real son. They thus only privately sympathized. Shen Weixing pushed him a few times regarding the matter of recognition, but Xia Wenji kept avoiding it. This wasn't at all like Xia Wenji's usual character, yet Shen Weixing understood to a degree. Perhaps, he was afraid. Afraid, and unsure how to face Yi Jiuyu. Since such things weren't convenient for Shen Weixing to handle on behalf of Xia Wenji, the matter remained unresolved. Now, Xia Wenji suddenly calling made Shen Weixing hurriedly pick up. "I want to talk to him," Xia Wenji said. Shen Weixing asked, "Teacher, have you thought about how you're going to talk?" Xia Wenji fell silent. This silence left Shen Weixing a bit nervous, suggesting, "Let's meet first." This thing wasn't urgent but couldn't afford mistakes either. He needed to assess Xia Wenji's position and inform Yi Jiuyu as well. Yi Jiuyu didn't mind Shen Weixing crowding the sofa. Shen Weixing accompanied her watching TV for 5 minutes before asking, "Do you have nothing else to do tonight?" "No." "Should we sleep early today?" "Not sleeping." Shen Weixing couldn't help but advise, "Jiujiu, be more reserved. I'm at this age, so it's very normal." Yi Gu was extremely objective. Shen Weixing, "Alright. But still, be a bit more careful." Yi Jiuyu, "Okay, then I'll sleep on the sofa tonight." Shen Weixing. "Yi Jiuyu, what's really going on?" Shen Weixing. Seeing his expression wasn't playful, Yi Jiuyu became serious and guessed, "Have we been photographed by paparazzi?" "Ah. No, no." Shen Weixing quickly replied, "It's not that." Yi Jiuyu asked with concern, "Then what is it? Tell me, don't scare me." Shen Weixing took a deep breath, stared into her eyes, and slowly asked, "Do you want to meet your biological father?" Yi Jiuyu paused in surprise. "If you don't want to meet him, then don't." Shen Weixing said, "The matter of how you were, there's some inside information about this. If you want to know, I'll tell you, if you don't, we can just act like this never happened." Gradually recovering, Yi Jiuyu hit the nail on the head, "Why do you know better than me? Why did you find out earlier than me? Must you always be so sharp?" Before Shen Weixing could phrase his words, Yi Jiuyu had already circled her thoughts, analyzing Shen Weixing's subtle attitude, connecting it with the recent drama surrounding the Xia family, recalling the odd behavior of Xia Wenji when they'd met by chance, and adding a bit of TV addict imagination. Unsure but mostly guessing, she asked, "It can't be. Xia Wenji is my dad, right?" Shen Weixing. "At least I didn't cheat on you." Shen Weixing was shocked at the thought. For 10 seconds, the two looked at each other, then Yi Jiuyu withdrew her gaze, grabbed a grape, and ate it carefully, skin and all. Shen Weixing, astonished, asked, "You're eating grapes?" Yi Jiuyu popped another grape into her mouth and calmly said, "I'm so surprised, I need time to process it." Shen Weixing. "Sorry, but I didn't see any signs of shock from you." Chapter 81. Yi Jiuyu was so surprised that she ate grapes twice as fast, although Shen Weixing didn't notice this acceleration, recalling the scene when she encountered Xia Wenji. After a while, she asked, "So, do I look a lot like my mom?" Shen Weixing said, "Yes." "Have you done a DNA test?" Yi Jiuyu asked. Shen Weixing nodded. Yi Jiuyu, as if discussing someone else's affairs, her eyes fixed on the grape, pulled another one but didn't rush to eat it. She slowly peeled the skin off and said, "I also saw that gossip, Professor Xia didn't know his child was switched." "He didn't know, he certainly wasn't on purpose," Shen Weixing explained quickly. At that time, he slowed down his speech and lowered his voice as if afraid of startling Yi Jiuyu. "At that time, your mother had a difficult labor, the teacher was very sad, and didn't take care of you. The people at the research institute handed you over to Chen Shi for care, and she exchanged you with Xia Qiu." While listening, Yi Jiuyu continued eating grapes and looked at her fingertips saying, "I need to wash my hands." Shen Weixing. After washing her hands, Yi Jiuyu turned around and saw Shen Weixing standing by the door, asking, "Do you need to use the restroom?" "Don't," Shen Weixing said, "I'm afraid you'll hide your feelings and feel sad alone." "No," Yi Jiuyu said, "I just came to wash my hands, the grape juice was sticky." "Your reaction itself is quite abnormal." Shen Weixing thoughtfully said, "It's not necessarily that you have to meet him, the teacher also let me come to ask for your opinion first." Yi Jiuyu asked, "Why does he want to see me?" Shen Weixing suddenly lost confidence after being questioned, recognizing relatives. What else could it be? "Oh," Yi Jiuyu said. "Alright, online again, the long-awaited Yi Jiuyu's dismissal tactic." After dismissing it, Yi Jiuyu continued watching TV. Shen Weixing finally figured out who the Qinghong she was chasing was. Several pre-debut boy band competition programs, whoever wins gets to debut. One of the visual K boy bands with individually dyed red, yellow, green, and blue hair has a green-haired captain named Qinghong. Has Yi Jiuyu, from prolonged exposure to standard handsome men at an abnormally close distance, gone through aesthetic mutation? Shen Weixing criticized in his mind. Yi Jiuyue ate sunflower seeds while watching TV, and during a commercial break, suddenly asked, is there any connection between the extortion case of Xia Qiu and Xia Wenji? Shen Weixing paused, how could it be related to him? This was first leaked by a magazine under one of my buddies. Actually, Yi Jiuyue didn't care about these insider truths, he just didn't know what to say. However, staying silent would worry Shen Weixing. After much consideration, Yi Jiuyue asked, in that new movie, can you and Liu Bei jointly enter the Best Actor selection? Huh? Because it's double male leads, Yi Jiuyue explained. No, you should explain how you jumped from the last topic to here. Shen Weixing reluctantly responded, yes. Yi Jiuyue said, then that's good. The ad ended, and Yi Jiuyue continued watching the performance of that boy band which might never debut unless they revert their hair color. Shen Weixing didn't rush her, leaning nearby playing with his phone. After a while, Shen Weixing heard Yi Jiuyue say, then let's meet. He raised his eyes to look, and Yi Jiuyue was still staring at the TV. Don't force yourself, Shen Weixing could only say. Yi Jiuyue calmly replied as if having casual conversation, the last time, I thought he was a pervert. You shouldn't tell him that when you meet him. At this moment, Shen Weixing once again remembered the horrifying scene of witnessing this father-son duo's peculiar conversation and decided to give Professor Xia an emergency training session. Nowadays, Professor Xia walking on the road counts as half a public figure. Without a doubt, Shen Weixing would definitely be present too. Eventually, the three of them agreed to meet at the apartment. The situation became somewhat awkward. Xia Wenji and Yi Jiuyue sat on opposite sides of the dining table, not speaking for a long time. I told you not to talk nonsense, not to remain completely silent, right? Shen Weixing felt conflicted. Given the circumstances, it seemed he should excuse himself. But considering these two, especially Xia Wenji's extraordinarily unconventional train of thought, leaving them alone probably wouldn't end well. Shen Weixing ultimately compromised, I'll make a call. And retreated into the bedroom. The cold silence at the dining table persisted. An hour of silence. An hour later, Yi Jiuyue reminded, I have class tonight. Xia Wenji nodded and came straight to the point, I am your father. Shen Weixing, eavesdropping against the doorframe, was stunned. Teacher, you're not doing it right. Shen Weixing felt deep pain. The 3-day training for Xia Wenji before this meeting had been utterly wasted. Clearly none of it was absorbed, right? Xia Wenji took out an old photo album, spread it open in front of Yi Jiuyue, and said, this is your mom. Yi Jiuyue lowered her head to flip through it. I hope that you personally will go with me for a paternity test, Xia Wenji continued. Shen Weixing, in total despair, slumped onto the floor. After flipping through the album for a while, Yi Jiuyue said, sure. Xia Wenji said, I loved your mother deeply. Yi Jiuyue's fingers hesitated as her eyes stayed on the photos. It shows. When she passed away, I was so grief-stricken that I gave others the chance to switch you. Xia Wenji apologized, I'm sorry. Yi Jiuyue was silent for a moment. Oh no, Shen Weixing thought. When Yi Jiuyue says, it means she's just listening and likely rejecting. She doesn't accept his apology. Xia Wenji continued, you are your mother's child, and everything I have is yours. After the results come out, I hope you'll join me at the lawyer's office for property transfer procedures. You should stop talking. For 3 days, I've been teaching you to first care about how Yi Jiuyue has spent these 18 years, her current situation, her dreams. And you bring this up? Shen Weixing, filled with despair, covered his face. Then he heard Yi Jiuyue's voice, I have money. Shen Weixing. What kind of strange response is this? Does having or not having money even matter? Forget it, let's listen further. Money is never too much, Xia Wenji said. Would you please just shut up already? Shen Weixing painfully covered his face again. Yi Jiuyue, I don't lack money. Xia Wenji, what do you lack? Yi Jiuyue fell silent again. Xia Wenji, whatever you lack, I will compensate for it. Yi Jiuyue, I lack nothing. Xia Wenji, I'm sorry. Yi Jiuyue became silent once more, continuing to look through the photo album from the first page to the last, then back to the first again. At the edge of despair, Shen Weixing snapped, deciding both were hopeless. He strode out of the bedroom, grabbing Yi Jiuyue with one hand and Xia Wenji with the other, forcefully pushing them together. Yi Jiuyue nearly stumbled, but Xia Wenji instinctively reached out to grab her. Seizing the moment, Shen Weixing hugged both of them tightly, afraid they'd immediately pull away. After holding for a while, he tentatively let go. They still maintained their embrace. Good job, keep going, go for it. Shen Weixing retreated. Xia Wenji hadn't embraced anyone for many years. He disliked getting close to people, even Xia Qiu only clung for affection when very young. As time went on, Xia Qiu rarely returned home and grew up, embracing less and less. Now holding Yi Jiuyue, he had a peculiar feeling. Hard to describe. A strange mix of unwillingness to let go and trembling coursed through him, like something was melting inside. Was it because Yi Jiuyue looked like Chu Yen? Xia Wenji wondered. But he knew clearly that he wasn't confusing his son with his wife, this feeling was unlike hugging Chu Yen. Coming back to reality, Yi Jiuyue was about to step back, but Xia Wenji, noticing, pulled her back strongly. Yi Jiuyue. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Wenji carefully touched Yi Jiuyue's back. Yi Jiuyue shuddered all over. Xia Wenji hugged her a little tighter, mumbling nonsense to himself, "Are you cold?" Yi Jiuyue froze upon hearing this. And so, they embraced for a long time. Finally, Xia Wenji spoke again, his voice soft, saying, "I'm sorry. Shen Weixing said you assumed, it's not true. I deeply loved your mother, and after her passing, I was so grief-stricken that I lost track of you. I didn't dare to see you. I've never been afraid of anything, but I fear seeing you, yet also want to. I'm not a qualified father, and I don't know how to be one. I don't deserve to be called your father, but you already exist. I know money can't compensate for anything, what you want are parents, but your mother is already gone. I'm scared that I can't provide you with normal fatherly love. I want to give it, but I don't know how. I'll try to learn, but I'm terrified I won't succeed." Xia Wenji was afraid of himself not learning something for the first time, so he didn't dare to make a promise. Yi Jiuyue had known about this meeting a few days earlier, and despite being mentally prepared, it was just a meeting after all. At this moment, however, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. She felt more wrong than at any other time before. In a flash, Xia Wenji felt as though he'd lost all his wits and helplessly said, "Don't cry. Why are you crying?" He had truly never consoled a child. Now, disregarding the fact that Yi Jiuyue was an adult, he instinctively patted her back and hesitated to touch her forehead, unsure of what he was even doing, muttering nonsense like, "Don't cry, it's my fault, don't cry." Shen Weixing peeked through the door crack for a while, but then started laughing. It seemed as if he heard his sister saying, "Take it slow, don't rush, everything is moving in the right direction. That's right, take it slow, don't rush, everything will move towards the good." Gradually, his eyes became watery, shrouded in a misty layer, blurring everything in sight. He also wanted to embrace his sister, but there wouldn't be another chance for him. After they broke from that forced prolonged hug, Yi Jiuyue and Xia Wenji once again returned to their awkward distance, that Shen Weixing disliked. The paternity test was carried out, the results were accurate, yet ultimately, they did not go ahead with the property transfer. Yi Jiuyue resolutely expressed her refusal, and with Shen Weixing frantically giving Xia Wenji eye signals, Xia Wenji actually did not insist stubbornly as he usually would. When seeing Xia Wenji off, Shen Weixing consoled him, "Take it slow, he has this temperament, but over time, he'll soften. And then he will become sticky candy, soft, sweet, and sticky." Personal experience. This last line Shen Weixing dared not utter to his future father-in-law. When the car arrived at the airport, Xia Wenji finally responded with, "She's just like her mother." Shen Weixing looked at him in surprise. "You don't need to come down, there are too many people." As soon as Xia Wenji stopped the car, he opened the door and said, "Thank you." Shen Weixing noticed his wedding ring, a very simple golden band, which Xia Wenji had worn since long ago. It greatly contradicted his usual style. Chen Shi, who loved jewelry, never wore rings, claiming that she always feared losing her wedding ring and thus refrained from wearing it. Later, when thinking about it, the true reason became clear. "Don't bother being polite with me, we're family." Shen Weixing smiled, "You regarded me as your half-son before, now you can consider me as your full son." Ignore him, Xia Wenji persuaded himself. Life resumed its normal pace afterward, everyone cycling through their daily routines. However, Xia Wenji somewhat exceeded the track, frequently initiating conversations with Yi Jiuyue on WeChat. Shen Weixing initially found some solace in this, feeling that his teacher had finally understood something, albeit late. But then, when he belatedly realized how his teacher conversed, Shen Weixing urgently intervened. "Shen Weixing, teacher, do you know why Jiuyue replies to your messages so slowly?" "Teacher Xia." Shen Weixing, "No, you shouldn't misinterpret it as unwillingness to reply to you. Shen Weixing, you intentionally discuss topics related to her exams, and although she appreciates your intent, it feels like you're giving her a class, Omega. She has to think hard for a while to continue without awkwardness. Shen Weixing, Jiuyue performs well academically, but she also enjoys many extracurricular activities and isn't a bookworm." "Teacher Xia, I understand, okay. Shen Weixing, since you've traveled widely, talk about local delicacies and landscapes or occasionally reminisce about Jiuyue's mother, Jiuyue would enjoy listening. Focus on happy memories rather than sad ones." "Teacher Xia, alright." From then on, Xia Wenji couldn't contain himself anymore. He felt that privately reminiscing about his wife wasn't enough anymore and let loose on his years of untouched WeChat moments filled with, "I once told Chu about wanting to come to X/want to eat X/X looks beautiful/XXX, with photos included." Shen Weixing thought, fine, as long as he's happy. Anyway, Yi Jiuyue showed good acceptance. Initially, indeed, there was some awkwardness, but until now, it remained lukewarm, and she had never outright refused communication. Even facing Xia Wenji's originally suffocating approach, she didn't comment much, her responses appearing distant and formulaic, but this behavior itself betrayed her attitude. Later, when Xia Wenji improved his chatting skills, Yi Jiuyue's response enthusiasm far surpassed before, and she even liked every post on his moments without fail. Xia Wenji thought there must be something wrong with himself. After sending a message and not getting a like from his son promptly, he wouldn't feel at ease, constantly keeping it in mind no matter what he was doing. Striking while the iron was hot, Xia Wenji for the second time in his life began pondering the art of gift-giving, and went on a spree sending items to Yi Jiuyue. Every card he sent began with, "This is what your mom once said." And Yi Jiuyue would accept. The items he sent were all kinds of things, sometimes even fresh flowers that were clearly just hand-picked, accompanied by a note, "This is your mother's favorite flower, picked in the morning for both of you." Yi Jiuyue gently replied on the card, "Please don't pick flowers from other people's gardens." Xia Wenji responded with another card, "These are ones I grew." Yi Jiuyue replied with a card, "Oh." Xia Wenji replied with a card, "Grown for both of you." Yi Jiuyue replied with a card. Xia Wenji replied with a card, "Your mom also loved replying with ellipses." Yi Jiuyue replied with a card. Looking at the familiar strings of ellipses within ellipses, Xia Wenji felt waves of excitement well up inside him, his pale face flushing slightly. He decided temporarily to abandon the use of cards and instead wrote back in letter form because, after all, he had a sweet love story related to those ellipses he wanted to share. After finishing a 10,000-word letter, he still couldn't help but post it on his Moments WeChat. Xia Wenji, in the past, I wrote love letters to Chu Chu. She always used ellipses in her replies initially, but I knew she felt differently about me because when others wrote to her, she didn't even bother looking at them. Many words omitted. Still unsatisfied, Xia Wenji picked out yet another exquisite card. After falling in love with your mom, she said she preferred receiving cards over love letters, so I switched to writing cards instead of letters. And it seems you like them too. Shen Weixing thought they probably accounted for half of the country's greeting card sales. The most speechless part was that they feared losing their correspondence in transit, so not only did they place their cards into packages sent via courier, but they even stamped them with private seals as if mimicking postal stamps. It seemed the nearby courier service might have had half its business come from these two. Shen Weixing no longer knew where to begin his complaints. As for the main party involved, Yi Jiuyue, she was holding the 10,000-word letter, wondering, maybe my mom wasn't really that fond of greeting cards either. Perhaps it was because cards allowed fewer words. Is this really what dads are like? Yi Jiuyue thought, puzzled. How can he talk more than Shen Weixing? That wasn't his style during their first couple of meetings. Though she thought this, she carefully read through every single word of each letter and card several times, neatly storing them in a box for safekeeping. She delicately wiped a tiny bit of dust off the corner of the box lid with her fingertips. Chapter 82. During the summer vacation, Shen Weixing and Liu Bei started shooting the movie Unavenged Grievance, tentative name. Faced with the strong temptation of beauty, Yan Go wavered despite his principles not being too firm, and joined forces with Liu Sinan to visit the film set out of province. When Liu Sinan realized that "let's have a spontaneous sea viewing trip" actually meant "let's have a spontaneous sea viewing trip" with Liu Bei, it was already too late. Dragging his 40-meter-long machete, he momentarily didn't know who to chop first. "He just sent you a phone." Liu Sinan roared. Yi Jiuyue defended himself, "Being a person is about emotions, your way is so vulgar." "Vulgar my sister." Liu Sinan shouted angrily, "Emotions my sister." Today's buddy duo, Yi Jiuyue and Liu Sinan were also betraying each other. Previously, Yi Jiuyue hadn't truly cared about Liu Bei's New Year bonus, but still managed to get it. Liu Bei's studio New Year red envelopes weren't large, purely for good luck. They mainly distributed gift packages containing a phone, a full set of brand-name skincare products, and a bag of chocolates. Although Shen Weixing complained that Liu Bei was stingy and used endorsement freebies instead of money, to be honest, the studio must control cost expenditures, these all go through proper accounting. It's very likely that after Shen Weixing opened his own studio, he would also do this. After 10 hours of virtual romance negotiations, with cutesy behavior, Liu Sinan generously forgave Yi Jiuyue, lying to himself saying, "Alright, it's saved, we'll free ride on a luxury suite. I'll call Brother Jia to book us a room." Because of Uncle Liu's fall from power when his parents believed slanders, the authority of handing out pocket money fell into the hands of cunning traders, Liu Dongbei. The funds available now only allowed for youth hostels. They could no longer act like extravagantly arrogant N-generation rich folk splashing money around. Leaf Jiuyue, who arranged everything in advance and had already booked an ordinary hotel double room, couldn't really understand Liu Sinan's extreme consumer view. Leaf Jiuyue secretly booked a hotel near the crew location. When they arrived there near evening time, the sun wasn't as scorching, and both of them dropped off their luggage and ran happily towards the sea wearing life rings. Coincidentally, they bumped into the crew filming action scenes. Liu Sinan, sharp-eyed, said from afar, "Holy crap, it's Liu Dongbei and Shen Weixing." The glasses can no longer help Yi Jiuyue, who blankly asked, "Can you see them from this far?" "I'd recognize them if they turned to ashes from 10 miles away." Liu Sinan excitedly said. Yi Jiuyue thought, "This is true love, I can see defeat, and me and Shen Weixing are just having fun together." "Nope, Leaf bro, you're just short-sighted. This play talks about how Liu Bei was framed by the villain that and accidentally obtained evidence by the fence-sitter hoodlum Shen Weixing. Shen Weixing originally wanted to exchange the evidence for wealth with that, but after handing over the evidence, he was chased and assassinated by the villain. On the contrary, Liu Bei disregarded past grievances and saved him. From then on, Shen Weisheng and Liu Bei began their journey to reclaim the evidence. And this scene talks about how Shen Weisheng was pursued and killed by the villains into the sea, while Liu Bei dramatically descended from the sky and saved him at a critical moment. After entering the team for over a month, Shen Weisheng looks noticeably thinner from videos alone. However, his old man's sweatshirt, soaked by seawater, tightly adhered to his body, showing even more beautiful muscle lines than before. At this point during the filming break, the surrounding fans hollered, "Take it off. Off." Shen Weisheng awkwardly smiled and made a motion to beat them. "Alright, all of you, shut up." He added, "About time to disperse, afraid of heatstroke." "Watching you will cool us down," the fans exclaimed. "That makes you a black fan then?" "Seeing me makes your heart feel cooler," Shen Weisheng retorted back. Really cold humor here. Shen Weisheng laughed heartily with them. And yet, they kept chatting. Meanwhile, Liu Bei sat expressionlessly under the sunshade drinking cooling tea. Although his fans envied Shen Weisheng's side chat that has moved on to discussing which was better between mung bean juice and red bean juice, they still resolutely showed, "We aren't those lowbrow quarrelsome fools," high coldness following their dignified main star. Actually, this is still fine. The few that fans took quite some time to find that buried in the sand. What is that doing? Maybe taking a sand bath. Or maybe asleep, seems like it. Ah, a crab just crawled past. That truly exudes coolness. Since becoming a fake idol again, Yi Jiuyue's fandom preferences were getting increasingly confusing. After a while, Shen Weisheng waved to the fans, "I've been summoned, time to get to work, no more chatting. Be safe on your way back, it's almost dark, and don't go into the sea. Be safe when you're filming action scenes," the fans warned. Shen Weisheng nodded and ran back. Na Lai also came out from the sand and approached to listen to the director explain the scene. This scene didn't involve Na Lai, but as someone influenced by Shen Weisheng, he still came over to observe, for learning purposes, in order to integrate better into the story. This scene was challenging. First, time was tight, midday was too sunny, and evening easily turned too dark. When it gets too dark, even with lighting, it wouldn't be safe. Second, this was an action-packed, visually striking sea escape scene designed to thrill, which was extremely challenging for actors. There were stunt doubles ready, but they would only be used as a last resort. Satellite, you'll be chased by thugs from the yacht's stern to the bow. Don't run too fast, you need to look scared, legs going limp, fumbling around, director Dai Xiaojing explained the script with detail. Then, bribe the thugs with the rod. Remember, act dumb. After that, slip and fall into the sea. Here we will have a close-up shot of you struggling in the water, so pay attention to safety. If necessary, signal, and we'll pull you out right away. Liu Bei, you approach on the speedboat to save him. Shen Weisheng and Liu Bei listened carefully, nodding occasionally. Satellite, you are a hoodlum now, Dai Xiaojing reminded. Hoodlums fight dirty, hit whatever is at hand, no quarter given or taken, except avoid eye gouging. Kicking the groin move is a classic gag, definitely play it up, and remember self-protection. Shen Weisheng nodded. Dai Xiaojing gave further instructions and said, "Alright, everyone is set." Yi Jiuyue and, the captivated, Lu Sinan had fallen into an awkward silence, not mentioning anything about their plan for a leisurely swim. They silently watched the filming process. Though there had been pre-shoot choreography guidance, the cast was serious, yet unexpected incidents were unavoidable during actual filming. One time, strong sea breezes disrupted the visual effects due to flying clothes or other elements. Another time, the yacht suddenly jolted due to a wave, causing the actors to lose balance, or their tongues got tied, resulting in lines being misdelivered. The chase scene between Shen Weisheng and the thugs from the yacht's stern to the bow took over 20 retakes. Dai Xiaojing insisted on perfection, aiming to complete it in one long continuous shot. Therefore, any minor issues midway meant starting again. By the time Shen Weisheng heard "okay," he was drenched in sweat all over, covered in bruises, repeatedly enduring a fear-stricken beating from a group of thugs. As soon as the call came, Tang rushed over with dry towels, spraying medication. "I'm fine," Shen Weisheng pushed Tang aside, pulling the thug who'd fallen off sitting down to check the camera playback. Dai Xiaojing glanced at him, "Take a rest, let's shoot the part where Liu Bei drives the speedboat over." The final scene where Liu Bei saved Shen Weisheng with the speedboat seemed fluid, though it was filmed separately for safety reasons. It could have been dangerous in real life if the speedboat had hit anyone. As Shen Weisheng sat nearby, Tang approached once again to spray medication. "If you do it now, it'll wash off when I jump into the sea next," Shen Weisheng pointed out. "At least it'll make you feel better temporarily," Tang replied. "Alright then." The audience of fans worried, yet dared not shout loudly, since Liu Bei's scene was starting. In the new era, one must be a fan with good manners. They were afraid of affecting Shen Weisheng's reputation within the crew. After all, idols should consider their fans' behavior now. Liu Bei's speedboat scene combined long shots with close-ups, far easier than some other ones, and was done rather quickly. Shen Weisheng hurriedly returned to position, preparing to jump into the sea. 2 large splashes weren't good, 2 small looked unimpressive. He kept repeating the jump for quite a while. Finally, after finishing the whole sequence, Shen Weisheng's ears were slightly ringing, so he immediately asked Tang for cotton swabs to absorb the seawater in his ears, then rushed to rinse his eyes. Only then did the fans dare to loudly inquire if everything was okay. Shen Weisheng tilted his head, feeling for leftover seawater in his ears, turning at the sound to wave a hand signaling he was fine. Dai Xiaojing rechecked every single recently shot scene on site, satisfied before clapping. Alright, that's all for today. Both Liu Bei and Satellite have worked hard. Any issues? Shen Weisheng still held the cotton swab, shaking his head, saying, no issues. Liu Bei's part was relatively lighter. He nonchalantly remarked, no issues, and patted Shen Weisheng on the shoulder, a somewhat embracing gesture. At that moment, Yi Zhouyue suddenly heard an eruption of screams from the fan cluster beside her. They had already discussed up to Northern Way. To tell the truth, although Yi Zhouyue herself didn't intend to betray Lu Sinan, helplessly, Lu Xuanan who doubted everything had early decided on his betrayal and spontaneously sent a provoking message to Liu Beidong. Yi Zhouyue couldn't even stop him. Liu Bei thus found out they both came. Filter is just like a traditional game, passing whispers. In Liu Bei's eyes, the matter became, my proud younger brother specially came to visit my set, he obviously still loves me. After work ended, Liu Bei enthusiastically sought Shen Weisheng for an arm-in-arm shoulder hug. Let's eat together. Shen Weisheng asked with inner resistance to this arm-in-arm gesture yet falsely revealing an innocent expression. What good thing? Sinan and Zhouyue are visiting the set. Liu Bei leaned closer to whisper softly. Shen Weisheng. Visiting the set was something Yi Zhouyue indeed hadn't told Shen Weisheng about. Firstly, it was for surprise reasons. Secondly, if shooting got tight, she wouldn't disturb Shen Weisheng and observation from afar would be fine too, mainly she came with her buddy for tourism. But then again, Yi Zhouyue, just based on results, betrayed Lu Sinan was betrayed by Liu Beidong. One who betrays others, will always be betrayed. While sitting next to the ex-idol Na Lai eating dinner, Yi Zhouyue flushed red as she realized this fact. Liu Bei had clear thoughts in mind, inviting his younger brother, Yi Zhouyue, Shen Weisheng, Na Lai, and Dai Xiaojing to dine together, considering it a way to cover up for Shen Weisheng. For avoiding being overheard, Shen Weisheng and Yi Zhouyue sat apart. Na Lai said little, Liu Bei maintained his persona outside so didn't speak much either. Yi Zhouyue felt awkward to say more words. The entire meal depended on Shen Weisheng, Lu Sinan, and Dai Xiaojing 3 doing stand-up comedy. When dinner was done, Liu Bei forcefully took his younger brother's luggage to his own hotel room with great confidence. The room's booked, we save money. As for Yi Zhouyue's luggage, naturally it was left to Shen Weisheng, also said with great conviction, help my younger brother look after his classmate. Shen Weisheng very valiantly replied, certainly. Seeing this teasing by Liu Bei, Yi Zhouyue's face heated up again. Dai Xiaojing, not willing to remain quiet, exclaimed, impressive huh? Come on, we two live together. Today's La Lai, who was quieter than usual, swiftly and resolutely voiced, no. Ah. Dai Xiaojing today still failed to touch the bird of love. Leading Yi Zhouyue back to his own room, Shen Weisheng closed the door and put down the luggage before picking her up, intending to play Yi Zhouyue's favorite, Alpha marking Chronicle amid wild storms. However, Yi Zhouyue immediately halted him, wait. Huh? Shen Weisheng paused mid-step, you're serious? Did you come here without lubrication? What should we do then? If you had mentioned earlier, I could have sent Xiao Tang out to buy some. Too many people here, I find it inconvenient to go myself. Yi Zhouyue explained, not that. Don't treat Xiao Tang this way. Shen Weisheng pushed Yi Zhouyue into the bathroom until she showered fragrantly, then held her down on the couch spraying medicine from neck to calf. After much deliberation between selling pity and telling the truth, he eventually said, actually, I think it's fine. Here's a secret, whenever I think about how many years ordinary people need to earn this much money, suddenly I feel no pain at all, it's like finding money. Having pitted himself for quite a while, Yi Zhouyue. Before taking on this drama, Shen Weisheng knew it would be tougher than before, but this drama was co-invested by him, Dai Xiaojing, Liu Bei, and Na Lai, confident of earning big profits, so tough as it may be, he had to take it on. He was now eager to make money because he was well aware that once their romance was revealed, it would be hard for them to appear on screen domestically at least. Though he spoke lightly to Yi Zhouyue, in fact, nobody knows what working behind the scenes might be like when that time comes, so right now, rushing to earn more meant retirement wouldn't be worrying later. But there was no point in telling Yi Zhouyue such thoughts, better not to bother her needlessly. Enough's enough, don't make it sound so tragic, alright? Shen Weisheng pulled Yi Zhouyue up to straddle his lap face to face impatiently stealing a kiss before changing the subject, if not for Liu Bei, how did you plan to surprise me? I didn't plan any surprise, Yi Zhouyue said, I just came for tourism with Xuanan, we've planned everything. Alright, you didn't tell me, I won't ask either. Shen Weisheng turned around heartlessly, then you sleep on the couch, have you heard of couch surfing? Yes. Yi Zhouyue said with I'm very pure written all over her face, I read a post that implied this is the default equivalent of one-night stand with the homeowner. Stop reading those ridiculous posts. It just means you sleep on the sofa, who wants a one-night stand with you? Die in the light. Shen Weisheng disdainfully said. The two stared at each other for a moment, then Yi Zhouyue suddenly laughed. Shen Weisheng couldn't hold back anymore and started laughing as he nibbled on her neck. When Shen Weisheng was tired, he slept soundly. He woke up the next morning before the alarm clock rang. Oh, that meant they could stay in bed a little longer. Thus, Yi Jiuyue was woken up by biting. In the early stage of Shen Weisheng's character, he didn't care about his appearance, so he had stubble, which made Yi Jiuyue itch and shiver all over, twisting around in bed, her whole body like a pretzel. After everything was done, Shen Weisheng shamelessly asked, "Do you like my beard?" Annoyed and embarrassed, Yi Jiuyue said, "So ugly." "Okay." Shen Weisheng said. Yi Jiuyue pondered for a while and then tried to reconcile, "But if you like it." "Huh. I don't like it." Shen Weisheng said seriously. What could Yi Jiuyue do? She could only say red-faced, "I like it." "No, don't like it, so ugly." Shen Weisheng hurriedly said. As they kept talking, the two fools burst out laughing again. Chapter 83. In fact, the next few days were not free for indulgence either. Shen Weisheng and Liu Bei were fully engaged in filming, while Yi Jiuyue and Liu Sinan traveled according to their plan, only engaging in their own nightlife in the evenings. Don't get the wrong idea, single Sinan's nightlife was all about taking over his brother's laptop to play games. Later on, the movie, Chen Yuan, finished shooting, went through review adjustments, was set as a New Year release, occupied the championship of new film box office for more than half a month, and Dai Xiaojing along with Liu Bei, Shen Weisheng, and Na Ligur, who took part of their pay as a share of profits, all made a fortune. Unfortunately, both Dai Xiaojing and Liu Bei were heavily criticized by film critics. The main storyline of this movie, though serious, told the story of an unjustly accused policeman seeking the truth and clearing his name. However, its presentation style was exaggerated and comical, without delving into the villain's psychology or elevating human nature themes, being labeled as pure money-making popcorn movie catering to audiences, insulting the sentiment of cinema. Many people discussed whether Liu Bei had given up after always running for Best Actor awards, leading some critics directly claim that this was concrete evidence of a deal between Liu Bei and Dai Xiaojing. After all, Liu Bei could be used by Dai Xiaojing as stepping stone for Shen Weisheng. They questioned the quality of the film. Decline. Liu Bei had long been accustomed to such criticism. If he filmed an artistic piece, he was called a box office poison. If he filmed a commercial one, they said he lacked artistic pursuit, existing in the bipolar world of critics year-round. Dai Xiaojing held his hand affectionately. "Bei honey, you can make art films now, don't worry about the money I've earned for you." Liu Bei responded commercially, "If you don't let go soon, even if you become an old man, I won't care." Dai Xiaojing quickly released his hand and turned back to embrace his new love, saying, "Liu Bei, we don't need to be polite between ourselves. Making this movie is to earn money for your artistic film. But you should thank Shen Weisheng and Na. Shen Weisheng joked seriously, "You're talking as if me and her aren't getting our shares. Stop that nonsense, everything is on the account. Fuck, can't you stop ruining the atmosphere?" Actually, the movie wasn't that bad. It was just purely commercialized. Dai Xiaojing followed formulas he learned abroad, controlling comedic timing and emotional scenes down to the minute, which pure viewers didn't mind but critics naturally thought of it as deviant. Nevertheless, Shen Weisheng and Na Li's reputations weren't affected much because, different from Liu Bei, these two newcomers to the movie circle producing high-grossing mature commercial movies were considered quite impressive. Soon, the movie Era, starring Shen Weisheng and Bo Ru also premiered. The box office wasn't explosive but wasn't poor either. This type of film depends on chance, and making some noise alone would already count as success. However, Shen Weisheng, for the first time shouldering the lead male role, and Bo Ru's transformation both received much praise, even making it to several film festivals' best lead nominations. Even without winning, they felt satisfied. From then on, the path grew smoother. Shen Weisheng's results were commendable. His reputation for diligence and good character spread wide. Wang Jie filtered through script invitations non-stop until her hands hurt. This one was great, that one too, but she couldn't take them all. Dai Xiaojing was pleased too. Since childhood, his mother ingrained in him the notion to stubbornly fight for the Dai family empire, never letting even a penny slip into the hands of other siblings, and every white eye from his father made him shiver to the bone before immediately taking medicine. Not exaggerating. Now, he clearly found his real value in life. Capitalizing on his success, he directed 2 more wildly popular commercial movies, swelling with pride. Were it not for his mother still being around, he'd have beaten up the Dai family and gone his own way long ago. Who the hell must act like a grandson and stubbornly cling to something, feeling like his life might drag on without any other meaning? There are paths everywhere in heaven and earth. If this one doesn't work, I'll change course. I see things clearly now. In the middle, there was a small episode. The scholar band appeared on a TV program, gaining a little fanfare, scaring Yi Jiuyue into hurriedly deleting and transferring tweets on Weibo, temporarily leaving the matter aside. Then TV stations invited them to participate in other knowledge-based shows. These scholars dressed up, looked presentable, carried themselves well, and garnered quite a few female fans. Dai Xiaojing teased half seriously, "How about having Jiuyue debut? I'll sign him." Shen Weisheng rejected instantly, "Don't mess with him. These programs are academic ones, approved by his school. Don't expect anything else." Dai Xiaojing found it strange. Your reaction seems excessive. Do you really intend to keep him locked away? Not exactly. Shen Weisheng shook his head. This industry is too chaotic. Dai Xiaojing teased him. I remember when Xiaqiu said she wanted to enter the entertainment industry. You readily paved the way for her, even saying that as long as you kept a close watch, there'd be no issues. What happened? Did you learn a lesson? Realized you can't keep a close watch anymore. Shen Weisheng shook his head again. It's a different matter. As an entertainer, one faces too much hostility. He respected Yi Zhuoyue's thoughts and wouldn't overprotect him. But when it came to entering the entertainment industry, regardless of what Yi Zhuoyue thought, Shen Weisheng decided to be authoritarian this time. As for why he hadn't been so authoritarian back then in refusing to help Xiaqiu enter the circle, Shen Weisheng couldn't give a clear reason either. For Xiaqiu, he thought if she wanted to enter, he should do his best to help her. But for Yi Zhuoyue, whether or not he wanted to enter, Shen Weisheng didn't want him to step into this place. Dai Xiaojing looked at him for a moment, laughed again, and said, other industries aren't necessarily much better, they each have their own chaos. At least I know how chaotic this industry is, Shen Weisheng said. You haven't understood my meaning yet. I'm not saying I'm afraid that Yi Zhuoyue will get lost. Let me put it this way, as for those deep waters inside the circle, never mind. Look outside. Can you find anyone who has been active in the past 10 years without being bashed by the public? Dai Xiaojing was stunned. The public now has more freedom of speech and platforms. Words typed in seconds can be uploaded and seen by millions instantly, Shen Weisheng said with a hint of helplessness, smiling. But most people never take responsibility for their words, they just vent their feelings. You can't feel wronged, people say since you earn so much money, you should bear the obligation to be criticized. Shen Weisheng continued. That statement actually makes sense, and I can't refute it, but I just have to endure it. And I don't want Zhuoyue to suffer like me. Finally, he said, if I really did something wrong and got scolded, it would be justified. But most of the time, I get baselessly criticized with twisted contexts, and I can't argue rationally in such situations. It's damn painful. I'm suffocated. Dai Xiaojing responded, can't you not completely break down? Shen Weisheng chuckled and slapped his shoulder, saying after a pause, I only talk to you, brother Jing. Now, all I want is to win an acting award to fulfill my dream and make sure I don't regret coming into this business for these 10 years. Dai Xiaojing heard the implication and asked surprisedly, are you going to retire from the entertainment industry? I want to study further, Shen Weisheng said somewhat shyly. It's not guaranteed I'll do well, but I want to try. Don't make that face either, it's uncertain when I'll start. Maybe even in my 40s or 50s, my kid might be attending university while I'm still trying. You need to be a bit more ambitious, Dai Xiaojing rolled his eyes. Later, Shen Weisheng continuously moved upward. He chose work one after another carefully, neither rushing nor being overly leisurely. Meanwhile, Yi Zhuoyue developed a close and direct understanding of TV production and the film and television industry ecology, gradually realizing how complex the water currents were. This state of affairs was making it impossible for him to happily be deceived by TV drama scripts anymore, leading to a complete loss of joy in life. The hardcore TV addict resolutely rejected other invitations and returned to campus, becoming a simple otaku fan again. The next year, Shen Weisheng accepted the leading role in 3 commercial films, all of which grossed heavily, allowing him to establish his position firmly. Sister Wang started cutting endorsement contracts, only accepting first-line major brands, highly reputed national brands, and charity endorsements. Yi Zhuoyue was a sophomore and was brought into a project group by a senior sister known for being a top student, mixing up to get a slot, even though essentially he was merely doing odd jobs. In the 3rd year, Shen Weisheng filmed a commercial film and Liu Bei's first artistic movie. The latter barely broke even but garnered Shen Weisheng a small festival award for Best Actor at a foreign niche film festival. Fans hyped it up while haters ridiculed it. This kind of Best Actor title always had its subtlety. For example, Liu Bei had long ago won Best Actor awards at niche film festivals abroad, but fans and critics arguing never acknowledged it and instead ridiculed him for frequently failing to secure domestic Best Actor honors. Speaking of Liu Bei, indeed having some capital allowed him to act on impulse. After being cultivated by the industry resources for a long time, when he said he no longer wanted to act, he simply quit. He took a year off with Dai Xiaojing to study directing and immediately invited Shen Weisheng upon returning to shoot a niche art film. Although box office results were poor, they scooped numerous awards. Fans and haters speculated endlessly, maybe Liu Bei had finally become too frustrated after missing out on multiple Best Actor awards. Since then, Liu Bei went full throttle on directing, forming a unique partnership with Dai Xiaojing, a husband-wife store according to CP shippers. The former handled losing money while getting awards, and the latter focused on making money and getting scolded. On the whole, it somehow achieved a balance of income and expenditure in every aspect. To Shen Weisheng, this was a huge loss. After all, Liu Bei fled. His mom fled. A future hope that the industry had stacked resources to nurture for several years fled recklessly and ran away with that stupid fool Dai Xiaojing. You are definitely not showing any regret for not winning the Best Actor award. So young yet already accompanying many seniors so excellently, but unable to withstand a little setback. Bigwigs in the film industry lamented for quite a while and turned their attention to Shinuing. Question: what if the big son leaves? Answer: raise a little son. Unlike the big son, the little son isn't moody, aloof, impulsive, and has very high tolerance for setbacks. The young one. How could I, of all people, be this lucky to stumble upon such an opportunity? Shinuing was also speechless. These days, the film industry truly faced a shortage of fresh talent. Actors who had acting skills, good looks, audience appeal, and the ability to carry major productions were so damn scarce. Sometimes, being criticized by the audience for trying to appear younger when you're actually older was genuinely tough. There was no choice but to force actors in their late 30s to play younger roles. From then on, Shinuing entered a whirlwind schedule, working non-stop 365 days a year. The big directors loved using him, and even the chaotic pair of Dai Xiaojing and Liu Bei wanted to lock Shinuing down as their go-to actor. Throughout the year, he barely spent half a month at home. However, since I've said I'll retire only after winning the title of domestic king of film, I must definitely win it. Shinuing firmly resolved under the glow of the lamplight. Dai Xiaojing gave him a friendly warning: don't let anyone know about this or you might really be 50 before you get it. In the past, I suspected Liu Bei always came second because they didn't want him to lose his motivation after becoming king of film, so they held him back deliberately, but it ended up going out of control. That year, Yi Jiuyue was in his third year of university. The department selected international exchange students, and there was no one else besides him. After all, he had excellent grades, a great image, strong social skills, and had even appeared on TV. So, he went abroad not to wander aimlessly but to study and engage in cultural exchanges for half a year. He was incredibly excited and reported to Shinuing every day about how interesting it was to meet foreign handsome men on the streets wherever he went. If Shinuing hadn't frantically warned himself not to give Yi Jiuyue the chance to run off with some foreign handsome man and abscond with his huge fortune, he would have been furious. Chapter 84. Just as Shinuing's career was reaching its peak, Chuanguan approached him to return the favor of a TV drama contract from years ago. Shinuing had almost forgotten about it, but when reminded, he agreed. The script wasn't bad, 2 male leads, the production was an annual blockbuster, and the high salary left no room for complaints. Then came another question: who would be his partner? Xia Qiu. It had been about 3 years since that incident. Back then, Xia Qiu had announced he was going abroad for further studies and disappeared from sight. Shinuing hadn't made any particular effort to reach out, feeling that this turning point in life needed to be resolved by Xia Qiu himself. Now, however, Xia Qiu was suddenly back, returning with Chuanguan's grand drama as the leading man, and co-starring alongside Shinuing. When Shinuing attended Chuanguan's dinner meeting, something definitely felt off. After 3 years apart, Xia Qiu had undergone significant changes, in many ways. When Shinuing arrived, Xia Qiu was listening to a middle-aged man next to him with his head slightly bowed, appearing compliant. It was as if he didn't notice the other man teasingly rubbing his exposed nape. Shinuing's expression remained composed on the surface while his mind churned with shock. What the hell? Hadn't he gone abroad for studies? Why did he seem to have found a godfather? And wait, wasn't Xia Qiu supposed to be strictly straight? This version of Xia Qiu looked exactly like those young actors Shinuing had once seen at dinner parties, treated like pets by rich people. Mr. Tang, Teacher Shen has arrived, Gao Feng introduced them both with a smile. Teacher Shen, this is Mr. Tang, our great boss at Chuanguan. Despite the scandal years ago, Gao Feng managed to survive and continue her work after 1 year of recovery. Now she casually addressed Shinuing as teacher and acted naturally around Xia Qiu, something common among seasoned industry insiders. Mr. Tang, long time no see. Shinuing replied with impeccable emotional control. The hand that Mr. Tang had rested on Xia Qiu's neck paused for a moment before pinching slightly before letting go. He turned toward Shinuing. He bore the typical look of a prosperous middle-aged businessman, drooping corners of the eyes, slightly overweight, though smiling at the moment, not coming across as particularly kind, exuding arrogance and self-righteousness. Shinuing was accustomed to such people and wasn't intimidated, but his inner thoughts were swirling. A couple of years prior, after Shinuing left, Chuanguan began to act irresponsibly. Their star management company became greedy for profits from the market. Having gained success from some shows Shinuing starred in, they got carried away and decided to invest in their own series, which ultimately failed miserably. Not every completed show could find buyers, competition was fierce, and there were too few opportunities compared to demand. Both quality productions and specific networks were required. Chuanguan lacked both, leaving their projects shelved, funds trapped, and nearly went bankrupt, prompting top talents to jump ship elsewhere. It was at this juncture that a mysterious Mr. Tang appeared, injecting capital into Chuanguan and becoming its new leader. Rumors suggested that this newly wealthy man had dubious origins, buying Chuanguan likely for money laundering purposes. I've also heard much about you, haha. Mr. Tang pulled out a chair beside Shinuing and grinned amiably. Teacher Shen, please take a seat. Shinuing sat down gracefully as Mr. Tang patted Xia Qiu. Greet your brother Shen. Xia Qiu, like a marionette, responded, Brother Shen, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, Shinuing calmly said politely, masking the fact that he thought Xia Qiu was studying. Kids do whatever they want, Mr. Tang smiled. Isn't that why Teacher Shen goes ahead and films movies whenever he wants? Shen Weisheng followed suit with formal pleasantries. Mr. Tang enjoys making money and indeed succeeds. Everyone laughed. Mr. Tang heartily slapped Shen Weisheng's arm. They all say Teacher Shen is witty, and it's true. Shen Weisheng forced a polite smile, internally swearing, "Fuck, don't touch me." Fortunately, Mr. Tang only slapped his arm a few times before turning his attention to frequently serve xia qiu dishes, showing overt affection. Other guests at the table chatted animatedly while pretending not to notice, fully aware of the unspoken dynamics at play. In the entertainment circle, there are unwritten rules. This situation fell under what's known as the sugar daddy, flaunting ownership, not just asserting dominance, but boasting explicitly. It wasn't, "This person belongs to me, treat them well," but rather, "I've used this young person and plan to continue doing so." It was an arrogant display of power, akin to feeding a pet cat or dog, filled with twisted malice because everyone knew it would embarrass the victim. Shen Weisheng encountered a similar situation early in his career. The other party wanted to play games with him and hadn't yet succeeded, unaware that Shen Weisheng innocently assumed the other person simply treated him like a younger relative, frequently offering him food to make sure he ate enough. An older sister in the industry had noticed that he wasn't that kind of person and sympathized with him, subtly hinting at it privately. At the time, he was dumbfounded and, after recovering his wits, felt deeply disgusted. By the time Xia Qiu debuted, Shen Weisheng was still remembering this matter and had repeatedly warned Xia Qiu not to fall for such traps, doing so would invite contempt behind closed doors. Now, it seemed Xia Qiu had given up entirely. Shen Weisheng was too shocked to even feel angry, finally becoming eerily numb. This emotion continued until he encountered Xia Qiu in the restroom. The restroom contained only the two of them. Shen Weisheng didn't bother talking and was about to leave when Xia Qiu asked, "You won't be pulling out from this drama, will you?" Shen Weisheng spoke bureaucratically, "It depends on my company's arrangements, nothing is certain yet." "I know you look down on me, but I don't have a choice," Xia Qiu sighed. "Brother Shen, I need to survive." It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but now Shen Weisheng finally exploded, grabbing Xia Qiu by the collar and restraining himself for half a day. "Really, if you were my real brother, I'd beat you to death right now. You used to say you treated me like a younger brother. Now does that mean nothing?" Xia Qiu's eyes reddened as he responded, "When Yi Zhuoyue came along, everyone stopped wanting me, including Dad Xia Wenji, who I called father for 18 years. I can understand all of that, but you just exiled me overseas because you feared Yi Zhuoyue wouldn't be happy." Shen Weisheng gaped, "You said you wanted to go abroad because people laughed at you here, and I sent you. Now it's turned into me being worried about making someone upset, so I exiled you." Xia Qiu glared back, "Do you call giving 20,000 yuan while demanding I sign an IOU and repay interest sending me?" Shen Weisheng indeed did this. At the time, Xia Qiu cried endlessly to him, truly homeless and penniless, which saddened Shen Weisheng. In the end, he lent Xia Qiu 20,000 yuan, enabling him to study abroad. But Shen Weisheng insisted Xia Qiu write an IOU and repayment plan, even collecting some interest every month. These terms were purely symbolic, only 300 yuan per month, to remind Xia Qiu to seize this opportunity to become self-reliant rather than waste time. It also implicitly told Xia Qiu, there would be no more than these 20,000 yuan available, no further requests. Xia Qiu did understand this message, never asking him again after that, nor repaying the 300 monthly. Shen Weisheng thought Xia Qiu might be pouting somewhat towards him, but he pretended not to notice, letting the matter rest. Mentioning this now, Shen Weisheng also grew irate, retorting, "And you haven't repaid a single penny." Xia Qiu didn't expect him to say this and blurted out, "With what? You make over 20,000 yuan per episode of your show. After paying tuition and rent abroad, I barely survived. How could I possibly pay you back while trying to live? Would you let Yi Zhuoyue go abroad to study and work part-time as a waiter? Don't bring up Yi Zhuoyue to me. Who caused trouble, him or you?" Shen Weisheng shouted back, "So, you knew you were supposed to study abroad? Is studying equivalent to sleeping with others?" Xia Qiu challenged him, "What else should I do? Starve? I told you to go abroad to train yourself, to use this opportunity to reflect and reform, and instead, you found yourself a benefactor and dare mention starving. Do you think selling yourself is more noble than begging?" Shen Weisheng's rage boiled over, his harsh words were followed by a fierce kick at the nearby trash can. "You're beyond redemption. If only you were my real brother, I'd beat you to death right now." Xia Qiu had never seen him so furious and stuttered nervously, "Big brother Shen. I'll give you two options," Shen Weisheng tried to stay calm. "Either cut ties with him immediately, or if you insist on sticking with this mess despite last time's failure, fine, I'll leave it to you, and from then on, we'll pretend we've never met. You know my word is final. If I cut ties with him, will you give me more resources?" Xia Qiu asked. "How about finishing your studies and finding a decent job instead of focusing solely on acting?" Shen Weisheng suggested. "So why don't you find a job paying 5,000 to 6,000 per month?" Xia Qiu stubbornly replied. "Besides, Mr. Tang and Gao Feng are different. Do you believe me that I won't face any scandals online when I return? You have no idea who he is. I have no idea either because I ing don't think he's human. Xia Qiu pleaded, Brother Shen, I didn't come here to argue with you. Let's both calm down. Mr. Tang will back me, and I don't need you to give me resources anymore. Instead, I can repay you now. I know how well you've treated me, and I want to return the favor. I'm capable now. Mr. Tang has watched your movies, and he really likes you. Shut up, Shen Weisheng exhaled deeply as if he'd never met Xia Qiu before, looking at him for a short while. Under this gaze, Xia Qiu gradually became uneasy, glancing away uneasily. You've truly disappointed me. Shen Weisheng asked calmly, so, you're still sticking with this decision? Xia Qiu hesitated for a moment and replied, everyone in this industry rose through connections like these. I don't think I've done anything wrong. You were just lucky, but not everyone has your kind of luck. It's unfair for you to judge others by your own exceptional case. True, I admit my luck was good, Shen Weisheng said, but from your first day in the industry, I've been telling you, in this business, there is such a thing as luck, but no shortcuts. Every supposed shortcut you see ultimately leads to a cliff. Luck may make things easier when it comes, but without it, hard work and perseverance are essential. You always thought I was brushing you off, but actually, everything I've taught you are all the lessons I can offer. Unfortunately, you've never listened. Xia Qiu stubbornly turned his head away. Seeing his attitude, Shen Weisheng nodded, fine, then our conversation ends here. Let me teach you one final 8-character lesson, self-entrapment, and, you reap what you sow. Xia Qiu's expression soured, defiantly saying, alright, I'll remember that. And remember to pay me back the 20,000 yuan as soon as possible, Shen Weisheng grimaced, I didn't have that money either, I borrowed it from someone else and haven't repaid it yet. Xia Qiu stared. What the hell? Do elementary school kids cut ties over 20,000 yuan? And on top-line actors borrowing? What nonsense. Xia Qiu didn't want to speak to him anymore, fearing he'd explode, so he clenched his teeth and nodded, okay, it's fine, saves me from owing you anything. Shen Weisheng returned to the dinner party with a social smile, chatting merrily before leaving. As soon as he got into the car, his demeanor completely shifted, and he told his agent flatly, I won't cooperate with Xia Qiu anymore. From now on, don't let me even see his face, I might punch him. Sister Wang, who had also been at the dinner, sighed and consoled, you've done your part already. Everyone chooses their own path. Shen Weisheng gave a bitter laugh, feeling slightly choked up, and leaned against the backrest of the seat for a long moment before softly murmuring, that's right. At the dinner, Shen Weisheng had originally been pondering why Xia Qiu decided to take the low road, but now it occurred to him that this probably had little to do with whether it was bending or staying straight, it was likely about making choices regardless. Once Xia Qiu had taken his first step with Gao Feng, he tasted the convenience and immediate gains of taking the easy route, which caused his moral bottom line to lower again and again. Many young stars in the entertainment industry were like this, it was impossible to say, just this once, because having once led to twice and infinitely more times. At this point, Shen Weisheng wasn't angry anymore, only sadness remained. After a long pause, he said, there will be 20 million yuan transferred from Xia Qiu's account to the studio. Please donate it to Project Hope for me. Huh. There are many people who want an education but can't afford it. Give it to those who need it more. He stated. Sister Wang. Huh. Through Sister Wang's mediation with Gao Feng's insincere banter, the play was eventually rejected. Sister Wang also subtly conveyed Shen Weisheng's firm stance, under no circumstances would he collaborate with Xia Qiu anymore. Since the contract terms were set, Chuan Guan couldn't force Shen Weisheng to accept the project, but they did indeed need a frontline star to co-star with Xia Qiu, except that none of the top-tier artists wanted any part of working with Xia Qiu after he was hated online. Finally, they approached Na Lai. Unlike Shen Weisheng, Na Lai's agency was less smooth, with a less capable agent. Being a junior figure in the industry, Na Lai didn't have much choice. Moreover, since Chuan Guan treated him as a benefactor, it was already an accomplishment to negotiate a drama contract instead of paying a massive breach of contract fee. Despite being unsatisfied with the strict terms, Na Lai had no choice but to accept them. Na Lai's Weibo activity was mainly limited to reposts promoting his work, and unlike Liu Bei, whose endorsements and advertisements far exceeded his, Na Lai spent more time idling around. However, today, Na Lai posted an original Weibo. Na Lai v, I want to die. Within a minute, the comments section erupted chaotically. A minute later, Xiao Chan, his assistant, burst through the door, kneeling down while choking Na Lai, who was pinned to the floor, forcing, questionably, him to delete the tweet and change it to Na Lai v, I don't want to live anymore. Xiao Chan immediately took the metallic chain from her bag and said, Brother Na, let me decide between hanging myself or strangling you with this. Since Conan hasn't reached its conclusion, Nan Lai wasn't ready to die without knowing the ending. He deleted his Weibo post and continued revising. Nan Lai v, alas. Only then did Xiao Chan agree to put her weapon away, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, Brother Nan, I understand how you feel, but you must be strong. She paused momentarily before adding, you see, I'm not young anymore either. My mom has arranged a blind date for me. Can I skip joining the production this time? Nan Lai gave her a cold look for a moment before saying, He actually voiced an emotionless, haha. Xiao Chan slumped onto the floor in despair, losing all love for life. At the time, netizens were unaware of the truth until leaks from the TV drama shoot came out, connecting everything. WOC. Is Xia Qiu making a comeback? He's making a comeback. But the kids who watched him have already gone to middle school and high school. I just realized what Nan Lai meant with his previous tweet. People thought he had something wrong with him. All those people who confidently said he got arrested, come out now. What kind of nonsense is arrest? It was probably more stimulating than that. I only guessed he had depression. I heard Nan Lai initially refused to act with Xia Qiu, which is why he left his company, but eventually he couldn't escape it. Shut up, upstairs. Locking? What lock can do that? Go lock yourself with GF's sister instead. Don't say reckless things. A person inside the circle revealed Xia Qiu is currently locked with the boss of Chuanguan. It's been years. Can't he just change and start over? Stop trying to blacklist someone so thoroughly. It's not blacklisting, it's the truth. Did you know the posts exposing Xia Qiu's past have all been deleted? Do you think Gao Feng would do such a thing? Better stop gossiping and cherish what we have, this will likely be removed soon. Insider news, this drama originally intended to use Shen Weixing and Zhong Yi as publicity hooks, even scaring them to tears during filming, but they escaped. Now one flew overnight to Europe, and the other went as far as revealing his relationship publicly. Xia Qiu, indeed a cancer of the entertainment industry. Huh. What's funny about self-disclosure of a relationship? Everyone knew Zhong Yi was rumored to be in a relationship anyway. How does that become so hilarious when said by someone else upstairs? I read what everyone else posted, and I feel sad. Why can't my idol Nan Lai do something dramatic like flying off to America or announcing pregnancy? Calm down, upstairs. Nan Lai, together with Xiao Chan, heroically entered the set, surprised after a few scenes when Xia Qiu didn't fall back into reading numbers like 1 2 3 4 again. His acting was passable. Reluctantly, Nan Lai thought so. Currently, Nan Lai isn't quite leading roles in movies yet, but he is young, handsome, talented, and willing to work solidly on the path of supporting roles, much like Shen Weixing who was favored too. Thus, he often co-starred with big names, and it felt strange coming back to act opposite Xia Qiu in one of these new generation idol TV dramas. Luckily, he adjusted quickly. Oh well, sooner the end comes, sooner the rebirth. Nan Lai consoled himself this way. Closing his eyes, it passed rather quickly. After all, life wasn't only about cute little kittens trampling meatballs and CPs feeding sugar every day. There were also the suffering of all beings, growing up Mandarin cats, and their secretly climbed walls of destiny. Didn't he let it all go long ago? Haven't been pretending ignorance all along? Didn't he tell himself that this was a world where self-deception existed? Thinking this way, Uchiha Lai redeemed himself. And may Sister Xiao also open her heart like me? The reborn, for reasons unclear, Nan Lai felt compassionately OOC. Mr. Tang truly had some skill and financial muscle, managing to suppress all news related to Xia Qiu, forcing netizens first to switch to various acronyms as if being covert operatives, and then gradually abandon discussing due to inconvenience. Soon after, quite a number of people sympathetically looked at Xia Qiu, boosting his comeback. This TV drama for Xia Qiu's comeback meticulously avoided most of the negative impact from his scandalous history. It was set in the Republican era, targeted mainly at housewives. Most of Xia Qiu's bad reputation was among the younger netizens. If he returned with another idol drama, the resistance would be overwhelming. However, middle-aged and elderly women are more familiar with faces than backgrounds and prefer worrying about supermarket discounts closer to home over gossip about stars. As the show garnered decent ratings, fans had something to cheer about, stoking some CP fervor. With steady progress through another drama, slowly, that infamous past might sink unnoticed in the tide of history, old tricks played once more. Under the sun, there is nothing new, and the entertainment industry is no exception. Unless Xia Qiu stubbornly upheld his motto, ceaseless chaos while alive. Xia Qiu became extremely popular again thanks to Mr. Tang's strong support, but one day he suddenly disappeared from the spotlight once more. There were various rumors about the reason. Some said he had been caught in bed with the female lead of a drama by her boyfriend, others claimed that he had offended Mr. Tang's wife due to his arrogance. But that was a later development. At the time, after finishing this drama, Shen Weixing returned to his role as the best supporting actor without any debts weighing him down. Ultimately, Shen Weixing starred in a palace drama produced by Chuanguan, where most of the concubines were new actresses under Chuanguan. From the queen to the maid, every single one of them was rumored to have had a scandal with Shen Weixing from the start of filming to its broadcast. They queued up waiting for the company to arrange their rise to fame. From being half of the entertainment industry's dirty little secret, Shen Weixing now seemed to carry the burden of implicating almost an entire cast of actresses. Shen Weixing and Yi Jiuyue both optimistically thought. The final quality of the drama was pretty good, and it hit at a time when the genre was popular, leading to high ratings, so it was quite acceptable. In the following years, everyone continued on their own paths. Chapter 85. So he has been steadily playing the supporting male role, occasionally taking the lead in a movie. Ironically, all of his works turned out to be great masterpieces. On top of that, he's incredibly humble, gradually building up a much purer reputation than Shen Weisheng and Liu Bei. There were fewer people trying to slander him since he didn't obstruct any young actor's career. Therefore, bashing him was meaningless. And Shen Weisheng finally reached the peak of his career. The film that got him shortlisted this time was co-directed by Liu Bei and Dai Xiaojing, two of the most talented young directors in the country. They complemented each other's strengths after plotting for a long time. Most of the time they were arguing, and Shen Weisheng's performance in the film also reached a new level. After its release, it received almost unanimous praise, and this was by far his most likely to win award film. After shooting this year-long movie, Shen Weisheng decided to take a break and flew abroad to find Yi Zhuoyue, who was studying without limits in an ocean of knowledge. After graduating from university, Yi Zhuoyue continued his studies abroad, encouraged by Shen Weisheng. He had always wanted to explore a broader and stranger world. His previous short-term exchange experience and brief travels gave him some initial experiences, but they did not satisfy him. On the contrary, he became more eager to explore. Going to a foreign country alone was a new challenge for Yi Zhuoyue, who warms up slowly, but he was ready to face it and worked hard to overcome it with enthusiasm. After a year of separation, Shen Weisheng planned a speech content of 10,000 words, but he forgot everything the moment he saw Yi Zhuoyue picking him up at the airport. He said calmly, "Let's go." Yi Zhuoyue said calmly, "Okay." The two went back to where Yi Zhuoyue was staying now, closed the door, pulled the window, and started calculating their accounts. For example, how many times Shen Weisheng seduced Yi Zhuoyue on video calls, and how many times Yi Zhuoyue teased Shen Weisheng. All these actions needed to be paid back personally, without mutual cancellation. They settled accounts from dusk till dawn, embraced each other, slept soundly, woke up at noon, ate something, took a walk nearby, shopped, enjoyed the scenery, went back, had dinner, and continued settling accounts. If Yi Zhuoyue had something to do, Shen Weisheng would entertain himself. It wasn't much different from when they were home in China, just like all ordinary couples living their lives lovingly. 10 days passed quickly, and Shen Weisheng received a call from Liu Chang'an. "I'm telling you seriously, you've been caught on camera." Shen Weisheng paused. "It was me who took the picture, so I withheld it, but it wasn't me this time." Liu Chang'an said, "The other party probably sent the photos elsewhere as well." "I've been very careful while I'm outside," Shen Weisheng asked calmly. "Did they get a clear shot of Yi Zhuoyue's face?" "Can you send it to me?" "All right." Liu Chang'an hung up the phone and soon sent a photo. Actually, it was nothing shocking. Shen Weisheng didn't hold hands outside, but just a few days ago, when they were amidst the crowd in the square counting down to the new year, the crowd jostled Yi Zhuoyue, making him lose his balance, instinctively hugging Shen Weisheng's arm, while Shen Weisheng naturally placed his arm around Yi Zhuoyue's waist. Dai Xiaojing, and told me about it. "Satellite, let's pretend it's not a big deal, I'll see if we can suppress it." Liu Chang'an, "Don't call me that." Dai Xiaojing, "Let's talk business here, don't distract me." Shen Weisheng, "Just say that I helped him maintain his balance." Dai Xiaojing, "Don't fool around, haters can already smell something suspicious between the two of you from this photo." Shen Weisheng, "All right." Dai Xiaojing, "Seriously, this one photo might not mean much right now, but what scares me is if the other party has more." Liu Chang'an, "True, if this could be captured, it means they weren't random bystanders snapping shots accidentally, they've likely followed you for quite some time. Even if there are no intimate actions, frequent dating is still suspicious in today's age, everyone knows. Dai Xiaojing, "That's why the company doesn't dare to deny via official announcements, fearing they may have other photos which could expose us. This current situation doesn't seem like a blackmail scheme, instead, it looks like they're trying to ruin you." Dai Xiaojing, "I suspect Tang Du. He's the nephew of Tang, the CEO known for producing crown-worthy movies. In recent years, his rise has been quick, similar to Satellites, but several films they could have starred in together failed due to lack of collaboration. Naturally, he resents Satellite blocking his way. Moreover, I heard that Mr. Tang holds grudges. Years ago, during the drama with Xia Qiu, Satellite declined his offers. He's tried subtle maneuvers multiple times to get closer to Satellite but never succeeded. Case solved, the uncle and nephew acted together." Dai Xiaojing, "Where is he?" Private chat. Hua Lin, link. Hua Lin, "What happened?" Join here. Shen Weisheng, "Just now Hua Lin sent me a link. A very niche gossip forum already posted the photo. Liu Chang'an, you might as well post it too to boost your performance stats. After all, they'll spread it regardless." Liu Chang'an. Dai Xiaojing, "Shit. Really this drastic?" Shen Weisheng directly called Dai Xiaojing, "The company should keep quiet for now." "So the company just wants to screw you, huh?" Dai Xiaojing chuckled coldly, "Saving money for my dad but I'm not getting a dime of it." "No," Shen Weisheng said. "As you said before, if the other party has more photos, they would have released them by now. It's unnecessary since this one photo alone is enough to cause trouble." Dai Xiaojing was about to speak when he heard Shen Weisheng ask, "Brother Xiaojing, can't you find out any information about the judges? Can I win this time? Everyone's playing their game with me, all these old foxes saying they need suspense, reading their damn lips." Dai Xiaojing said, "But it also means something, you really have a chance this time. I mentioned it to you before, my contract is almost up. I originally planned to temporarily leave the industry and study after winning this award. Shen said, these past few days, I've actually been looking at schools. You know, I debuted to make money. Later, I didn't learn much else, so I've been surviving on my face alone. Dai Xiaojing joked to lighten the mood, so now you're smashing your own rice bowl? No, Shen laughed too, saying, it's just that I've earned enough money for life. I used to think I wasn't cut out for it, but over the years, after thinking it through, I should give it a try anyway. Dai Xiaojing lit a cigarette with one hand and listened silently. So there's no need to drag the company into this. Even if it's confirmed that Shen is gay, what can people do to me? Shen sighed, I'll be honest, I don't owe anyone or fear anyone else except for the fans. It's just hard to face them. But hiding won't last forever, it's bound to happen sooner or later. Dai Xiaojing asked again, have you considered how this might affect your chances of winning this award? Shen paused for a moment before replying, that would indeed be regretful. Dong Wei. But isn't regret part of everyone's life? Shen smiled faintly, there's nothing we can do about some things. If we stubbornly insist on avoiding them, it's meaningless. Dai Xiaojing felt a lump in his throat, yeah, my relationship with Dad is also something you'd say there's no point in being stubborn about, you're right. So don't worry. Their plan will likely fail. I'll contact Sister Wang to arrange some conventional PR work, there's no need to make a fuss. Whatever happens, let it happen, Shen laughed. Dai Xiaojing laughed as well, yeah, whatever happens, let it happen. But as soon as he put down the phone, Dai Xiaojing's smile disappeared, and he stood there smoking fiercely. Lu Baoyang sarcastically said, don't smoke anymore. Director Dai, when did you care so much about reputation? Shen is different from me, Dai Xiaojing muttered softly, I don't know how to put it. It feels like the things I couldn't achieve, he's helping me do them. That way, it's like I've done them myself. Lu Baoyang said, you should just be yourself. It's too exhausting to be a good person. These days, how many people who actually act decently manage to succeed? People who look successful aren't even human, they're all hypocrites. Dai Xiaojing sneered, his lips curling. You're acting too old to be like Lu Nanshi now. All of you are cynical about society, one more cynical than the other, what kind of attitude is this? Lu Bei was speechless, in fact, Shen is the only normal one among all of you. Dai Xiaojing acted like he hadn't heard anything, muttering to himself, all right. Let the flood hit the old temple of Dad, and let him know what it means to be daddy. The other side truly wasn't doing this for blackmail, it was purely aimed at ruining Shen. So that one picture was quickly revealed to the public. Following this were various whistleblowers, filling in the gaps of the entire story, 80% fake mixed with 10% true and 10% somewhere in between. This was already enough to make everyone suspicious. The gossip platforms crashed twice because of this incident. WTF is this script? The melon I ate tells me that the other person in the photo is Xia Qiu's real son. I spent ages trying to get back online. The pages wouldn't load. Shit, years ago, I wrote substitute triangle stories about Shen. What elegance, what elegance. I'm a king of this. Doesn't sound like a good idea to do that. How come not? Shen only dates Xia Qiu's son, isn't that love? Nope, CP fans imagining is one thing, but is this for real? Is Shen really gay? What era is this? Why differentiate between homosexuals and heterosexuals? He didn't intervene in someone else's love triangle. No, I don't care if the person in the photo is male or female, but how could he have a partner without mom agreeing? It's disgusting. To call themselves mom fans toward Shen who is already 30. Even if Shen is 300 years old, I could still be his mom. What's it got to do with you? If you look younger than him, then show the photo. Even if he's growing younger in reverse, what can you do about it? If he's 20 this year and 18 next year, so what? You may be 18 but look like 80. I've always envied his reverse growth. Now I think it might not be due to the skincare products he endorses, it must be the power of love. Are these all water armies? When someone else exposes a scandal, they usually go nuts, editing posters, smashing billboards, and even jumping off buildings at their agency, but now Shen Weishing's dating a man and the topic ends up here? I don't speak for others, only myself. When other idols I follow fall in love, I feel heartbroken, but if Shen Weishing falls in love and the other person truly loves him back and they both lead a good life, then I will still feel heartbroken, but I'll also be happy because it's genuine. These past few years, just looking at him makes you feel how truly happy he has become, it's not something new fans wouldn't notice. In fact, I've suspected this long ago, I guessed he might even be secretly married with kids already, but I didn't dare to say it. I just thought let him get married if that makes him happy. Just pretend we don't know anything, as long as he's happy. He suffered too much before. Saying this, when I knew about it, I was completely dumbfounded, but after regaining my senses, I wasn't angry, I just wanted to cry. Damn it, now I'm crying while typing. Could the picture become clearer? I want to see if Xia Wei's expression truly looks blissful enough. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, but I sincerely hope he finds himself a wonderful family, he deserves it. I only realize how much money Shinweishing has earned. The quality of the water army is really high. I'm not a water soldier who can operate 200 yards outside your house, but if I am one, I'll do 200 meters well. Being a fan for 6 years should count as an old fan, right? I joined late, but I caught up on a lot of his stuff quickly. Back then, I couldn't describe it. I felt he wasn't like an idol anymore, more like my child, although I was only 13 back then _angle_. Alright, go check out the information about Xia Qiu's son from the photo, link. What the hell? WDM, suddenly don't know what to say. This time I say it genuinely, they're together. Actually until now, I still can't accept that they're real homosexuals, but after I read about their backgrounds, I have no words to criticize them. Such a tragic human story. His mother had complications during childbirth, and his father was devastated. Then, when he was young, he was swapped by Xia Qiu's mother, or aunt, and was thrown into an orphanage during winter. Later, he was adopted, but his adoptive parents had their biological son who bullied him constantly until even the bully's classmates visiting his home couldn't stand it. Yet, he ended up as the top scholar in the city for the college entrance exam. What kind of setup is this? Pure love male lead setup. To tell the truth, the reason I don't hope they're together now is just because I think both of them have suffered too much. I hope they each find a billionaire, either gender doesn't matter. That's not necessarily going to make them happy. I think since both have endured hardships, they understand and cherish each other more. Fuck, I'm not a BL fan. But their stories are such tragic ones, so there's nothing I can say against the Moors. Damn, I can't accept it yet either, but I can't find anything bad to say. Holy shit, it's actually September Gio. I used to follow him on TV. On Seaside, there's a clip of him participating in some knowledge quiz shows several years ago. His life story sounds so dramatic. Didn't notice it before, he seemed so well behaved, sunny, and talented on the show. Damn, my maternal instinct kicked in again. Whoa, academic genius, bow down, excuse me, I'm stepping out of competition, Shinweishing, you belong to him. Now I start to imagine an abandoned orphan traveling thousands of miles seeking his father but being cruelly blocked by villain boss Qinshi. He's saved heroically by Shinweishing, and the two grow close, falling in love over time. The upstairs story sparked my imagination, but it sounds somewhat familiar. Is this Mulan Joywei? The person indeed originally surnamed Xia Ziwei, nothing wrong with it. In a daze, I laugh for the first time today. +1 for breaking into smiles through tears. Now I just wonder which PR company Shinwei contracted. The effect is amazing. Can anyone give me the contact info? Why do you keep saying that people dating normally require bashing? When Zhongyi announced her relationship, some people went berserk, but now Shinweishing is dating a man and simply exposing his sad story fixes everything. Fuck your mother, if your dad exploded, take Zhongyi away. This issue has nothing to do with Zhongyi or our Zhong fans. Beware of third parties sowing discord, those bastards who stir trouble deserve death. Whose fans lose themselves over trivial matters doesn't matter. It's none of our business what our favorite idol does with their personal life. Do we need Pacific Ocean Police to handle this? This development is indeed something unexpected. Dai Xiaojing and Liu Bei, who were just about to direct the water army to charge, paused hesitantly. In the end, Hua Lin asked, if the water army isn't needed, can we get a refund for the money? Chapter 86. Dai Xiaojing, it's all fucking my money that has been used, why do you even bother asking? Hua Lin, we are saving you money. Dai Xiaojing, no way. Keep it. The situation can change at any moment, we need to stay ready. Hua Lin, listen, can't we use the money for hiring internet trolls to buy judges at the film festival instead? If Satellite doesn't get the Best Actor award because of this, how regretful would that be? You wouldn't care because he isn't your own child. Dai Xiaojing, screw off. If you don't understand, just shut up. If we could buy it for Liu Bei, I'd have done it already. Dai Xiaojing, retracted previous message. Dai Xiaojing, shit, Liu Bei saw it. Awkward, it's all because of you. Hua Lin. Why are you always with him? Dai Xiaojing, hehe, can you guess? Dai Xiaojing, retracted previous message. Dai Xiaojing, damn, he saw it again. He told me to say it was a coincidence and that you overthought it, but I can't say that he made me say so. Dai Xiaojing, retracted previous message. Dai Xiaojing, I'm not telling you anymore. Shit, you're deliberately trying to frame me. Hua Lin, Dai Xiaojing, I think you're going to have schizophrenia all your life. Yu Jiuyue soon found out about the matter as well, and after school, she rushed back only to see Shinweishing staring blankly at his phone screen with a sad look. Actually, both of them had planned this matter long ago. Yu Jiuyue knew that Shinweishing did not truly yearn for the glitz and glamour of the entertainment industry or the halo of being a top-tier movie star now at the peak of his fame. So why is it like this now? Yu Jiuyue sat beside him and looked at his phone. Sure enough, it was Shinweishing's fan group. Shinweishing, when reflecting upon himself, realized that he didn't owe or feel uneasy about others. But towards his fans, he always felt somewhat guilty. Now, with the exposure of their romance, he wasn't entirely hands-off either. He promptly contacted Sister Wang and Little Tang to arrange the PR follow-up actions. After finishing those matters, Shen Weisheng hesitated, nervously clicking into the fan group, and suddenly froze. At Shen Weisheng, do not show up, do not show up, do not show up. Black fans will just wait for you to come out. This sentence was repeatedly spammed by many people. At all members while defending, do not attack any other celebrities. This sentence was also repeatedly spammed. At Shen Weisheng, do not speak in the group chat, do not reply to any private messages, there are undercover agents. Whatever you say, black fans will twist it. This sentence was repeatedly spammed too. Sexual orientation is neither right nor wrong, following or not following a celebrity is also a personal freedom. Let's respect each other and not say nasty things, thank you. Some fans indeed couldn't accept this and indicated in the group that they would stop following him, but both sides remained polite and respectful. Those who wanted to leave just quietly quit the group. Of course, there were some who burst out cursing, and they were immediately removed from the group. The majority of his supporters stayed behind, continuously expressing support, even though a large portion of them might not actually approve of this relationship. Shen Weisheng typed apologies in the chat box and deleted it, changing it to thank you, but didn't send it. They told you not to speak in the group, you should listen to them, Yu Jiuyue reminded him. Shen Weisheng laughingly said, a bunch of girls aged between 13 and 20, always loved acting like my mom or my sister, I've often teased them about this. They have no end of homework yet worry excessively. As he smiled, he choked up a bit. Yu Jiuyue gently patted his back. After a long time, Shen Weisheng still typed in the chat box, go write your homework, don't get involved. I'll deal with it myself. Yu Jiuyue stopped herself from speaking, You don't know, it's deep water. When kids get agitated, they're easily manipulated by opportunists who may use it against them. At least they'll insult, and when they do, they'll curse terribly. Shen Weisheng explained, I've already arranged everything on my side. There's no reason to let them endure this unnecessarily. Shen Weisheng paused. Shen Weisheng, what the hell, they muted me. Yu Jiuyue slowly finished her sentence, I was just about to remind you that the reply button went gray. They know you well. Yu Jiuyue patted his back again gently explaining, but they insistently want you to stay silent. Fake fans, they're all fake fans. Including this time, Shen Weisheng has been muted in his core fan group 10086 times, almost driving him crazy. Shen Weisheng stared at his phone speechlessly for a while, reassembled his mood, and was about to contact Sister Wang to confirm whether the PR arrangement was smooth. But Sister Wang contacted him first, refresh your Weibo and scroll down. Shen Weisheng hurriedly opened Weibo, refreshed it, and scrolled down a few posts, then froze. That person with V, so what? Hugging assistant Xiaochan who looks like she's about to fall over. JPG. This pose is very similar to the photo of Shen Weisheng and Yu Jiuyue that was leaked, or rather, it's a cosplay of that exact picture. The comments section has exploded with doubt, anger, and curses. So what? I don't agree. At Chinli Gong Chanjun. Give an explanation. You're just an assistant, right? Nalei, do you even need an assistant? You guys, don't get worked up. Go check at Lu Beivi at Gao Jievi at Zhong Ev. Shen Weisheng continued scrolling down. Lu Beivi, so what? Lu Bei hugging Dai Xiaojing who looks like she's about to fall over. JPG. Fuck. What the hell kind of candy am I supposed to eat? Is this Xinglu Tang or Beidei? I'm eating a large triangle, no matter which way, it's still a win. Don't talk nonsense, Shen Weisheng ran off with someone else already. Your formation is wrong too, Lu Bei. Hugging Dai Xiaojing doesn't represent normal relations 233333333. Gao Jievi, so what? Gao Jie hugging Zheng Chu who looks like she's about to fall over. JPG. Holy shit, the century-old copper mine. You too. Actually would. I'm completely shocked. Didn't you say you wouldn't meet again in this life? Orange is the new definite thing. No, I only see that their scandals with Shen Weisheng must be true before, as they could hug each other for him. I don't believe it. I can't even trust hatred anymore. Floor upstairs, how could two ex-girlfriends give up old grudges for a coming-out ex-boyfriend? Shen Weisheng must be poisonous. Shen Weisheng still keeps his Jack Su image. Is Shen Weisheng straight or gay? This reminds me of that logic game, there are true and false words among ABCD, damn, nightmare. Zhong Ev, so what? Emperor Zhou hugging Zhong Yi who looks like she's about to fall over. JPG. Your boyfriend sure is generous. Are you all retarded if you can still bash this? Clearly, these people are queuing up to post pictures showing this pose does not indicate intimacy between two people, except Lu Bei, who may have left humanity so long he didn't understand the rules. Still trying to ride the trending waves, huh? Truly impressive, sarcasm intended, worthy of the riding trend queen indeed. Bo Ruvi, so what? Emperor Zhou hugging Bo Ru who looks like she's about to fall over. JPG. Emperor Zhou is busy. How come it's you again? At actor Zhou Tian. Because they're currently filming in the same crew at this time, look at the background 2333. Actor Zhou Tian v, so what? Emperor Zhou hugging the director who looks like he's about to fall over. JPG. Why is it always you hugging others, huh? Zhou Tian, I'm the main role. Why suddenly so funny? Slightly sweet. And yes, Brother Zhou has always been taking care of Satellite. Thanks Brother Zhou. Great predecessor. 23333. The director looks utterly confused. Leave Director Chu alone, he's old. Come after me instead. Lousy is Lu Sinan v, so what? Lu Xuanan hugging a full-sized pillow. JPG. Sorry, since I'm working overtime, my husband isn't available, so I had to switch to a pillow. Sinan, did we agree on a new sect, a new instance remake? Lousy is Lu Sinan reply, who said so? The game's only been out for 2 years and you want a remake? Fund it first. No money. Shitty game scams my money, ruins my youth. Lu Xuanan should die. Let me introduce, Lu Xuanan is Liu Bei's younger brother, Yi Jiuyue's good friend, and I'm his middle school buddy. Lousy is Lu Xuanan reply, get lost, you're not anymore. OMG, uncle-in-law, hello. I'm your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law army visited here. Feng Dan v, so what? Feng Dan hugging a middle-aged man who looks like he's about to fall over. JPG. WTF. Feng Dan, I know who she is, but who's this dude? Let me introduce, Feng Dan, second daughter of the Gambling King, head of the XX Real Estate Group, vice president of the national chain supermarket XX Group, countless assets under her name, too lazy to write them all down, just look it up yourselves. Anyway, she ranks in the top 10 wealth list every year. This uncle, if I'm not mistaken, is named Sui Yong, founder of luxury brands XX, XX, and XX, basically those fast fashion brands and perfume counters you'll find in any mall, also the big distributor who introduced many overseas independent designer brands, and lots more, just Google them yourselves, too lazy to copy all details over. So what's the relation between these two and Shen Weixing? Are they that rich yet still riding on someone else's hype? Years ago, it was rumored Shen Weixing was kept by Feng Dan, there were even private meeting photos of them. Later, Feng Dan said she was a friend of Shen Weixing's sister. However, no one believed this except for Shen Weixing's fans. Damn, I can't believe I still remember that gossip. At the time, the rumors also introduced Feng Dan's husband, the president of the supermarket group, who looked quite handsome. But it was widely known that the couple had been living separately for many years. Rumors spread that the president actually had no real power, all the business after marriage was controlled by his wife, so Shen Weixing wanted to take advantage of the situation and marry Feng Dan, rising to fame. As for the president himself, he had semi-retired from worldly life. Literally semi-retired, don't ask me how or why, I don't know. Maybe since he is wealthy and handsome, has an able and beautiful wife, and smart cute children, he lost interest in his meaningless life, and thus was just bored. Later, the president specially re-entered the secular world to explain that both him and his wife were friends of Shen Weixing's elder sister, helping her look after her younger brother. Then here comes the question, how did Shen Weixing's sister, who was once dirt poor, meet this couple born with silver spoons in their mouths? It's rumored she met them while working as a cashier at their supermarket. Can this really happen? My cousin's sister works as a cashier too, why doesn't Feng Dan give her some care? Xia Wenji, so. Professor Xia, you forgot to post the photo. Vaguely fiery Professor Xia, where's your photo? Actually, it's not that funny, but when I think about Professor Xia's abstinent face, it just seems funny. What is wrong with me? Selling cuteness is disgraceful, Professor Xia. He might be angry, after all Yi Jiuyue is his son. So do you know your dear son was claimed by Shen Weixing, who loudly claims gratitude toward you? How do you feel about that? I'm very curious. I suggest the person above act human. If I didn't take advantage of his son, am I supposed to stop being human? Xia Wenji replied, if a child is uneducated, it's the parent's fault. What does this mean? Is he blaming himself or cursing Shen Weixing's parents? Professor Xia is scolding the person upstairs for having poor family discipline. Don't ask me how I translated that, Xia Wenji gave you a like. Those who can translate this are talented too. Ah, no, I used to be Professor Xia's student, so I have some understanding of his way of cursing equals. Holy crap, buddy, you're definitely talented, in every possible meaning. Looking for a partner? This format of posting began with various leading figures from the entertainment circle, eventually even including some seemingly irrelevant tycoons from the business sector and new elites from the gaming world who joined in. It gradually spread out. Some unrelated lower-tier celebrities participated just to ride the wave. Fans quickly got into it. Within hours, #SoWhat hashtag had become the #1 trending topic, surpassing Shen Weixing's hot topic, resembling a national celebration. Shen Weixing. Yi Jiuyue. After a while, Yi Jiuyue calmly said, your social connections are really good, huh? Shen Weixing covered his face and didn't say anything for a long time. Yi Jiuyue asked as if discussing someone else, are we still coming out? Forget it, Shen Weixing covered his face again, the cabinet door has been blocked tight by them. Thus, Shen Weixing and Yi Jiuyue, who had just started sticking their feet out of the closet, were forcibly pushed back inside, locked with a big lock, and the key thrown somewhere no one knows. Later, more secretly taken photos of Shen Weixing and Yi Jiuyue meeting privately were released, trying to steer the runaway train back to the original direction. However, in those pictures, the two of them didn't show any intimate behavior in public, and it was impossible to find even an ambiguous glance between them. After all, Shen Weixing wore sunglasses in all of the photos. And Yi Jiuyue. His expression in every single picture seemed like his soul was wandering somewhere far away. His eyes weren't focused, he wasn't looking at anything specific, not Shen Weixing, not the road, but the sky. However, honestly speaking, even commoners basically realized something by now. Even though there was no clear affection shown in the photos, pretending that a superstar like Shen Weixing spending almost all of his rest time with Yi Jiuyue was purely due to friendship or other reasons simply made no sense, and that was precisely why the party releasing these photos felt confident to drop more hints. But no one expected the final outcome would end up as a form of self-deception. Whether fans or most bystanders, they ultimately chose unconsciously, silently complicit, the option of self-deception to force block the cabinet door. With the help of Shen Weixing's PR team and various other parties involved, the incident finally came to an unexpectedly magical conclusion. Shen Weixing's fans had indeed been through a rough time. After all, they knew the partial truth in their hearts. Many people really couldn't accept it. The renewal of endorsements and advertisements was also significantly affected, but these consequences were already within Shen Weixing's original predictions and plans, so he wasn't overly concerned. However, there were some black fans who wouldn't let go of this handle, fanning the flames non-stop. Some claimed they would boycott anything with Shen Weixing from then on, others bragged about how their parents, uncles, or relatives were important leaders in relevant departments who would ensure that any works involving Shen Weixing wouldn't pass the review, etc. At this point, the official Weibo account of Satellite Studio posted an update. Shen Weixing had completed all his current work seriously. After a serious and long reflection, he decided to temporarily leave the entertainment industry and return abroad to continue his studies, recharging for the future of his life and career. The exact date of return was uncertain, but he sincerely thanked all the fans for their support and companionship, as well as all the partners and staff, etc. This caused another massive stir online. The platform crashed once again. Fans, haters, and bystanders argued fiercely, some claiming this was undeniable proof that Shen Weixing had been officially banned from the industry, others desperately pleading him to stay. There were even those who started investigating which school Shen Weixing applied to, crazily discussing whether they could join as classmates. There were blessings, curses, and everything in between. Shen Weixing v. uploaded a video. The video was self-recorded by Shen Weixing. The background was just a common indoor white wall. He wore a basic hoodie and jeans, with no special hairstyle, looking clean and fresh. The video began with an up-close shot of Shen Weixing's face. He seemed to be adjusting his phone before positioning the camera properly, then smiled at the lens. "Hello everyone, I'm Shen Weixing. Actually, I've been considering this decision for a very long time. It wasn't made recently. Everyone knows I didn't have much education in the past, initially, due to lack of opportunities, later because I was busy with work. I kept thinking I didn't have time, and somehow figured it didn't affect my daily life much, so I procrastinated until now. Then one day, I realized, I don't actually have a fashionable disease called procrastination." Shen Weixing chuckled at his own words, appearing like a greenhorn youth fresh out of society. "In recent years, I've been lucky enough to shoot many great scripts and collaborate with experienced, talented seniors. It's both an honor and a joy, but the more I shoot, the more I feel the inadequacies within me, the more I feel I need to recharge. While shooting Lu director and Dai director's films over the past year, it was truly a rare chance for introspection. During the gaps between shooting schedules, we discussed a lot, and ultimately, I made up my mind." Shen Weixing flipped open an album resting on his knees to show the camera. "A fan friend sent me this gift, it's so heartfelt. It includes many stills from my debut to now, and other photos significant to both her and me. It's too kind of her. First of all, thank you. Haha. Hang on, why do I suddenly feel like I'm never coming back?" He laughed at himself again, as casual as chatting with friends sitting opposite him. "No, not at all, please don't misunderstand. I just happened to see it while organizing my luggage at home and took it out for a revisit. No, I'm not saying I won't come back. But wherever I am, whatever I'm doing, I will keep studying hard, working hard, and living a good life, so you should too, keep studying, working hard, and living well." Shen Weixing's studio wasn't dissolved. Over the years, managed by manager Wang and upgraded broker Xiao Tang, his studio followed the example of Liu Bei's studio, signing several promising actors, gradually entering a virtuous cycle, and had become a small-scale brokerage company. Now, though Shen Weixing chose to step aside temporarily to study, he wouldn't completely abandon the operations of his studio. Others also needed to continue working. After arranging all domestic matters, Shen Weixing immediately booked his tickets and set off to reunite with Yi Jiuyue, beginning his academic journey. Just as he was about to depart, however, a sudden downpour swept through. Shen Weixing sat patiently in the waiting room, anticipating the end of the storm. In the distance, a fellow passenger wearing headphones was watching the award ceremony of the Jinshan Film Festival not long ago. It was exactly when new acting emperor Shen received his award. Following tradition, I'd like to thank a lot of people from different fields. Shen held the trophy and smiled faintly. Though it's my first time winning, this process and speech are extremely familiar since I watch others receive awards every year. Everyone in the audience burst into laughter. However, I actually only need to thank one group of people, my family. He paused for a moment and continued, whether they are fans, collaborators, seniors in the industry, or all my friends, they are all my family to me. I've always felt incredibly fortunate, as if all the good people in this world have come into my life. Everyone has been exceptionally patient, kind, and caring towards me. Take director Dai for example. Before walking the red carpet, he suddenly insisted on swapping his tie with mine, saying that his tie suited me better. I was deeply moved but declined him because some kinds of love feel too genuine for me to bear. The audience burst into laughter again, and the camera zoomed in on the excessively exaggerated tie worn by Dai Xiaojing. It had already become a running gag that every time Dai Xiaojing attended an award ceremony, his fashion choices were outrageously unique, falling into a category no one else could understand or even wanted to understand. Dai Xiaojing made a face at the camera. To be honest, I was quite surprised to win this time since director Liu told me that when he first entered the circle, he boldly declared that after winning Best Actor, he would then aim for Best Director. But over the years, well, let's not talk about that. The peers in the audience laughed so hard they were slapping their thighs while Dai Xiaojing roared with laughter and pounded Liu Bei's thigh. The reason I say this is because director Liu intimidated me for 3 whole days, threatening that if I announced ahead of time my plan to study abroad, I wouldn't even think about winning, and might even jeopardize his chances for Best Director. I couldn't help feeling since he has won Best Director multiple times already, yet he was still counting this against me. The camera focused on Liu Bei sitting next to Dai Xiaojing. With an aloof expression, Liu Bei took off Dai Xiaojing's overly fancy hat and threw it onto the stage. While laughing wildly, Dai Xiaojing stood up to pick up the hat and then placed it right back on Liu Bei's head when he returned. Alright, we've joked around enough. Time's almost up. Shen Weixing kissed the trophy lightly with a smile and said earnestly, thank you to all the good people and good things I've encountered over these past few years. I am not the most talented person in this circle, nor the hardest working one, or the most diligent one, but I'm lucky enough to meet many people who are highly talented, hardworking, and dedicated, and they influenced and taught me how to become a qualified actor. This is a new beginning, and I will continue working harder in the future. Thank you everyone, thank you to the organizing committee, all my friends, seniors, teachers, and the satellite studio group. Thank you to my sister, and thank you to the person I love. I love you all, I love you. The audience applauded warmly, interspersed with light-hearted cheers. The storm passed, and Shen Weixing suddenly heard the cheer of children around him. He looked over through the airport's floor-to-ceiling windows and saw a clear rainbow bridge arching across the blue sky outside. He remembered many years ago, when he and his sister were still back home, they would be forced to go up the mountain daily to gather firewood and wild vegetables. If they didn't satisfy the adults, they'd be scolded or beaten. Once, despite bad weather, they were sent into the mountain anyway. Not long after, they encountered a downpour, and there was a slight landslide. Unable to descend the mountain, the two could only anxiously wait inside a cave for whatever fate awaited them. In the end, they made it through. It was during that time that his sister decided she would take him away from this kind of life. When they came down the mountain, there was a rainbow hanging in the sky on the other side. She held his hand and said, look, after the rain comes the rainbow. I didn't lie to you, did I? She said, life is like this too. I won't deceive you. The end.